became the most useless healer? My nemesis became the chosen mage, stole everything from me, and wants to make sure I can never level up? He has no idea that I have a training room in my head. While others struggle to kill one monster, I can kill it 100 times inside. 100x experience, 100x loot. Not to mention, for every 100 kills, all my stats permanently increase by 1. They think this is my doomsday. In reality, this is just the beginning of my own private game. And now, I just need to find my first EXP pack. The moment my palm touched the cold Transference stone, I had only one thought: mage. A flash of light, and the chatter of my classmates and the teacher's voice announcing the results seemed to come from behind a curtain of water. Probationary healer. Well, that's not too bad. The teacher's comforting words sounded so insincere. I recognized the shock and pity in his eyes. Everyone knew that the healer class, once a glorious support, was now synonymous with the gutter in this era where you could just chug potions to grind monsters. A dead silence fell, followed by a few stifled snickers. I didn't need to turn around to know who was laughing: Zhou Shengming, my arch-rival, who had just successfully become a mage and was now sizing me up with the gaze of a victor. The friends who had wanted to team up with me quietly averted their eyes. A healer, a burden with no attack power, who would want that? I should have felt humiliated and hopeless, but at the very instant my transition completed, a boom echoed deep within my mind. An irresistible suction pulled my consciousness into a gray, hazy space. A black stone tablet stood in the center of the space. Black iron training room successfully activated. My heart skipped a beat, but I immediately forced my consciousness back to reality. No one around me noticed anything amiss. This secret was mine alone. Back in the classroom, I pretended to slump into my seat, enduring the sympathetic glances, while my consciousness sank back into that space. The small characters on the tablet were crystal clear. Black Iron Training Room, LV1 monsters killed in the outside world can be infinitely recreated here. For each monster killed, you gain 100 chances to recreate it. Note, death inside the room does not count as real death. You can revive infinitely. Monster kill EXP bonus, 10%. Item drop rate bonus, 10%. For every 100 monsters killed, all stats increase by 1 point. My breathing almost stopped. The value of this training room was immeasurable. If this was all real, then probationary healer Zhou Shengming, none of it would be a problem anymore. I had to verify it. Immediately, just as I was about to move, a voice stopped me. By Xingqi, Zhou Shengming, the guidance counselor wants to see you in his office. My heart sank. I knew what this was about. In the office, the counselor's hypocritical face made me sick. After a few phony words of comfort, he got to the point. About that attribute crystal, the school has decided that whoever among you two reaches level 31st gets to keep it. A cold smirk touched my lips. That attribute crystal was a spoil of war my 4th-tier mage father had earned with his life, the only legacy he left me. The school had promised to keep it for me until I completed my transition. But now that my father was gone, they immediately showed their true colors. A mage versus a healer, a race to level 30? This wasn't a competition, it was blatant robbery. Zhou Xingming's father, the 4th-tier mage who had survived the same dungeon raid that killed my father, had clearly pulled some strings. When a man of influence is gone, his connections turn cold. I finally understood that completely. I didn't argue. I just nodded and turned to leave. All arguments were futile, only strength could reclaim what was mine. Give it up, Bai Xingqi, Zhou Shengming sneered behind me. The attribute crystal is mine. What can you, a healer, possibly do to compete with me? I ignored him and walked straight towards the school gate. Destination, the North Suburbs Beginner Grinding Zone. The grinding zone had more people than monsters. Amidst the roar of battle cries, I heard the most grating shout, looking for DPS. Mages have priority, no healers. Zhou Shengming followed me like a shadow, spewing trash talk. I'm surprised you have the decency not to beg people to carry you. Right, who would carry a loser anyway? I ignored him and opened my attribute panel. Class, Probationary Healer, Level 1, Strength 3, Agility 3, Spirit 8, Constitution 3. My transmigrator's soul gave me an astonishing 8 points in Spirit, far exceeding a normal person's. Unfortunately, my skill tab only had 2 pathetic skills, Slow Recovery and Debuff Resistance. One's healing couldn't keep up with the times, and the other was practically useless at this stage. I had no attack skills. My only ace was the defense enchantment my father had placed on me. There was no way to get a monster kill in the outer area, so I headed deeper into the forest. Soon, a level 5 red crazed rabbit spawned before me. This is the one. I swung the wooden staff in my hand and smashed it down hard. -15. The damage was pitifully low. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Shengming's laughter exploded behind me. You want to fight a higher level monster? With that tickle damage? Don't get yourself killed and embarrass our school. The red crazed rabbit, enraged by my attack, charged at me. -1. A single point of mandatory damage popped up. It couldn't even break my defense. I felt a wave of relief. A defense enchantment? Zhou Xingming's laughter died, replaced by jealousy and greed. Your dead old man really spoiled you. He stopped talking nonsense and tore open a scroll glowing with red light. A magic power boost scroll? My heart tightened. In the next second, Zhou Shangming began to chant, and a fireball, far larger than normal, shot towards the red-crazed rabbit. Boom! A massive explosion sent a heat wave that pushed me back. The level 5 rabbit vanished in a mournful cry, and motes of light flowed into Zhou Shangming. A glow of leveling up surrounded him. Oops, accidentally leveled up to 2, he said smugly. I have dozens of these scrolls. You won't be getting a single point of experience today. My face darkened. The world's rule was that the last hit determined ownership. He was trying to completely block my progress. I took a deep breath, turned around, and aimed my wooden staff at him. If you won't let me fight monsters, then I'll fight you. What? You want to fight me? Zhou Xingming's face was a mask of ridicule. With that pathetic damage? Is it pathetic? Why don't you find out for yourself? Before my words even faded, I had already rushed him, my staff whistling through the air, aimed straight for his head. Thwack! -38. A bright red number indicating a weak point attack floated up. Zhou Shengming's defense was even lower than the rabbit's. He yelped in shock and fumbled to chug a health potion. You're serious? He shrieked. I didn't answer, just swung my staff again. -19. He backed away, raising his staff to chant a spell. A mage's casting takes time, and those few seconds were enough for me to hit him several more times. Whoosh! He finally finished his chant, and a crimson flame shot from the tip of his staff. We were too close, he had no time to retreat. Boom! The flames exploded against my body. I only felt a gentle warmth. -1. However, Zhou Shangming, standing right there, took the full brunt of the explosion's splash damage. -233. He was completely stunned. His prized magic was useless against me but had nearly killed himself. Never fight an enemy up close. It was the iron rule for mages. Apparently, he hadn't learned that lesson yet. Why would I give him the chance? Thwack! 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 I was like a tireless pile driver, landing blow after blow on him. The damage was low, but the pain was real. The relentless, dense pain was driving him to the brink of collapse. Stop! Stop it! I'm done! He finally roared, his face a mixture of humiliation and agony. You say you're done, and we're done? I'll enjoy beating you down. What are you going to do about it? I sneered, my hands not stopping for a second. He finally broke. After taking another hit, he screamed and tore open a cyan scroll. A gust of wind enveloped him, and his speed suddenly skyrocketed as he fled towards the edge of the forest without a second glance. You've got guts. Just you wait. His venomous voice echoed from the distance. I stopped and didn't give chase. I knew he was going to get help. I didn't have much time. Looking at another red-crazed rabbit that had just spawned nearby, I tightened my grip on my wooden staff, my eyes filled with unyielding determination. I charged. I just have to kill it, just once, and my world will be completely different. Deep in the northern suburbs forest, Bai Xingqi focused on dealing with a crimson-frenzied rabbit before him. After a period of effortful and sustained scraping, he finally killed it. Although his attack power was low, with defense enchantment on him, he was already in an invincible position, so this outcome was only natural. As experience points surged into his body, a clear light flashed on Bai Xingqi, and he directly leveled up to 2. The experience required to go from level 1 to level 2 was not much, and he was fighting monsters above his level, so one monster was enough to level up. Feeling the surge of power within his body, Bai Xingqi knew that his panel attributes must have increased to some extent. He didn't check his attribute panel first but instead looked at the spot where the crimson frenzied rabbit had been killed. He saw that the killed crimson frenzied rabbit had disappeared, leaving only a ball of light in its place. Inside the ball of light was a tuft of crimson rabbit fur. Bai Xingqi casually picked it up and put it into his backpack space. He had already learned from textbooks that this was crimson frenzied rabbit fur, a versatile raw material that could be sold for money. The drop rate was 30%. Although his father had left him defense enchantment, he hadn't left much else, so he had to plan for his future life. However, although crimson frenzied rabbit fur was versatile, its selling price was not high. If he wanted to support himself by selling it, he would probably need to kill tens of thousands of them. And who would have the leisure to simply kill tens of thousands of crimson frenzied rabbits? Bai Xingqi didn't think that far ahead, he just picked it up on the principle that even a mosquito's leg is still meat. After all, even a first-turn professional had a backpack space of about 10 cubic meters, so putting some crimson frenzied rabbit fur was not a problem at all. After killing a crimson frenzied rabbit, Bai Xingqi did not intend to linger in the depths of the forest. The moment he killed the crimson frenzied rabbit, a corresponding prompt sounded in his mind. Killed Crimson Frenzied Rabbit, charging points plus 500. According to the rules of the Black Iron training room in his mind, it seemed that killing each monster could increase the number of reenactment opportunities by 100. But for Bai Xingqi at this moment, he didn't have the leisure to leisurely scrape and kill a second Crimson Frenzied Rabbit. In just this short amount of time, the people around had become more numerous. He was not confident that he could snatch monsters from these leveling teams. If he continued to scrape monsters above his level in front of everyone, the fact that he possessed defense enchantment would likely spread quickly. And this was not something Bai Xingqi was willing to see. More importantly, if he stayed any longer, Zhou Shangming might bring people over. For all these reasons, after taking a detour and only killing one Crimson Frenzied Rabbit, Bai Xingqi turned and decisively left the leveling area. And not long after he left, Zhou Shangming returned to the old place. He was accompanied by a third-turn professional. Damn it, where did he go? Zhou Shangming was extremely annoyed. Knowing that you went to call for help, only a fool wouldn't run. The third-turn professional beside him chuckled. Given the difference in your professions, are you still worried about him being faster than you in leveling? Zhou Shangming frowned, his mood clearly not very good. Of course, I'm not worried about that. I just don't like him and want to teach him a lesson. Alright, since he's not here, I'll be going back. The third-turn professional shook his head and said, don't overthink things. Just focus on leveling up. Here, that attribute crystal is only temporarily deposited at the school and it will still be yours within a week, right? Zhou Shangming gritted his teeth and hesitated for a long time, then finally seemed to understand. He looked up and said to the third-turn professional beside him, Brother Zhang, since you've come all this way, why don't you just help me level up for a while? Let's go deeper and fight level 20 monsters directly. Wouldn't the experience be massive? No, the Tier 3 professional waved his hand, his expression solemn. I can help you with Tier 1 and I can help you with Tier 2, but can I help you with Tier 3? And what about Tier 4 or even higher? Where will you find someone to help you then? Ignoring Zhou Shangming's awkward expression, the Tier 3 professional said gravely, the guild leader, your father, said that until you reach Tier 3, no one in the guild is allowed to help you level up. In fact, with items like Mana Boost Scrolls, your leveling journey is already much easier than most people's. Remember this, without leveling up step by step yourself, even if you become a high-level professional, you'll just be a slightly stronger piece of trash. As he spoke, an eagle's cry echoed from the sky. A falcon flew over, its wings beating, and landed on the Tier 3 professional's shoulder. Don't think about that anymore. I just used Eagle Eye to scout the surroundings and I still couldn't find the person you're looking for. I suspect he's already left this leveling area. With that, the Tier 3 professional turned and left, leaving a bewildered Zhou Shangming behind. As he walked, many newly transferred professionals exclaimed, wow, an eagle. It's a Tier 3 professional, an eagle master. Why would a Tier 3 professional come to a beginner leveling area like this? Is there a mutated boss spawning here? Big shot, please help me. Big shot, help me, I'm easy to help. Ignoring all of this, the Tier 3 Eagle Master quickly disappeared into the distance. Zhou Shangming, left behind, gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He hardened his resolve and thought to himself, fine, since it's my father's arrangement, there's nothing I can do. I'll just have to rely on my own efforts. Having decided to be self-reliant and strong, he casually tore open a new mana boost scroll. Meanwhile, Bai Xingqi, whom he had been thinking about, had already left the novice leveling area and was taking a bus home. After his father's accident, he was the only one left in the family. Returning home, he locked the door, closed the windows, and drew the curtains. Bai Xingqi let out a sigh and lay down on the bed. Although he had previously tested the Black Iron training room and it seemed to have no effect on real-world time, he still made as many preparations as possible. He glanced at the clock, confirmed the time, and with a thought, his spiritual body arrived at a gray, hazy place. The dark stone tablet that greeted his eyes indicated that he had once again successfully entered the Black Iron training room. As his gaze swept across the area, Bai Xingqi's expression changed. He noticed that the place was different from his last visit. The information on the black stone tablet had changed. Charge points 500, monsters available for refresh. Crimson Rabbit cost charge points *5. As Bai Xingqi willed it, the number after the charge points on the black stone tablet suddenly jumped, changing from 500 to 495. At the same time, in the center of the hazy training room, a monster suddenly spawned. With its blood-red soft fur, it was the same type of wild monster Bai Xingqi had killed before, the Crimson Rabbit. It had indeed reappeared in this training room. Bai Xingqi did not approach immediately. Instead, he stood at a distance and observed carefully. After a moment, he was certain that the Crimson Rabbit in the training room was identical to the Crimson Rabbits in the leveling area outside, without the slightest difference. At least, that's how it appeared to him. After confirming this, Bai Xingqi couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He gripped his hardwood staff tightly and approached the Crimson Rabbit step by step. Soon, the Crimson Rabbit also sensed his approach and initiated an attack. Bai Xingqi's hardwood staff had already struck its head first. Next came the enjoyable time for one-on-one duels and attrition. In this training room, located somewhere unknown, without any disturbance from others, Bai Xingqi relied on his defense enchantment. After a practiced session of attrition, he easily defeated the Crimson Frenzied Rabbit with his staff. Just like leveling and fighting monsters in the outside world, experience points flew in and Crimson Frenzied Rabbit fur dropped. In the center of the training room, after Bai Xingqi killed the previous Crimson Frenzied Rabbit, another new one spawned. The gap in between was no more than 2 seconds, a truly seamless transition. Compared to snatching monsters in popular leveling areas where monsters were scarce and players were abundant, this was clearly much more comfortable. A VIP treatment. Bai Xingqi frowned slightly, a thought flashing through his mind, and he charged forward again. After another attrition battle, the second Crimson Frenzied Rabbit fell. He excitedly continued to wait for the third Crimson Frenzied Rabbit to spawn. Grinding monsters without outside interference was easy and enjoyable, and the rapid increase in experience points caused his level to rise quickly. A clear light emerged, signifying he had reached level 6. Bai Xingqi felt a touch of emotion. If it weren't for this training room, relying solely on fighting for monsters in leveling areas, it would have taken who knows how many more days to reach level 6. His stats panel at level 6 had improved, with his spirit reaching 28 points, while other stats like strength reached 13 points. Combined with the hardwood staff, which already provided 135 physical attack, the efficiency of killing Crimson Frenzied Rabbits had significantly increased. Finally, as the last Crimson Frenzied Rabbit dissipated into white light, Bai Xingqi's monster kill count in this training room reached exactly 100. At that very moment, his expression shifted. A prompt sounded in his mind: killed 100 monsters, all attributes +1. Although he hadn't leveled up again, he felt his attribute panel had abruptly strengthened. This clear feeling couldn't possibly be an illusion. To confirm, Bai Xingqi quickly opened his attribute panel. A semi-transparent panel frame appeared before him, and the information that met his eyes filled him with relief. Class: First Transfer, Profession, Apprentice Physician, Level 6, Health 1400, Mana 2900, Strength 14, Agility 14, Spirit 29, Constitution 14, Dexterity 14, Luck 14. Compared to before, his 6 attributes had all increased by 1 point out of nowhere. His gaze fell upon the black stone tablet beside him, where a line of text appeared so familiar. All attributes increase by 1 point for every 100 monsters killed. It was clear that the previous prompt was not an illusion, and this rule was correct. After killing 100 monsters in the training room, all his attributes had indeed increased by 1 point. Understanding this, Bai Xingqi's heart was now filled with joy. How much time had passed? He had essentially gained 6 attribute points out of thin air. One must know that the attribute crystals that Zhou Shangming was so eager to compete with him for only provided a total of 10 free attribute points. If everything that was happening now was not an illusion, wouldn't that mean that with this training room he could infinitely increase his attributes by endlessly grinding monsters? If that were the case, one day his panel attributes would reach an unimaginable level. At this moment, Bai Xingqi had a different outlook on his future. He no longer felt any frustration about his decision to transfer into an apprentice physician, even if physicians were considered outdated by everyone. As long as he persisted in grinding attributes, one day, his life would shine with a different kind of brilliance. Having confirmed that fighting monsters in the training room could indeed improve his attributes, he became incredibly eager. He had already decided to exit the training room immediately and continue collecting charging points in the leveling area. However, just as he was about to leave, his eyes flashed as he noticed a surge of phantoms ahead, indicating another monster was about to spawn. Ha! Bai Xingqi was genuinely surprised. Could the information he had previously obtained be wrong? Was the training room not limited to 100 monsters? His gaze fell upon the black stone tablet beside him, displaying the following information. Charging points, 0. That was correct. Under these circumstances, no new monsters should be spawning. While he was still pondering this in astonishment, the monster in front of him had fully spawned. Its blood-red fur was familiar. However, Bai Xingqi could clearly tell that this one was different from the previous crimson rabbits. The most obvious difference was that this crimson rabbit was much larger. This is an elite crimson rabbit. The knowledge he had learned in class instantly surfaced. The 100 crimson rabbits had certainly all been defeated, so this must be an extra elite monster, gifted by the training room. An elite crimson rabbit, being 3 levels higher than a regular crimson rabbit, would have several times the growth rate in terms of HP, attack, and defense compared to a normal crimson rabbit. Correspondingly, the types and drop rates of items it could yield would also far surpass those of a regular crimson rabbit. In the current world, elite monsters were generally nicknamed mini-bosses by professionals. When many professionals lacked the strength to challenge leader-class monsters, elite monsters were their most favored prey. Some professional teams, and even some small guilds, would constantly roam various monster zones, specifically hunting these elite monsters. The reason, of course, was the superior items that these elite monsters might drop. Therefore, in the leveling areas outside, let alone leader-class monsters, even elite monsters were not something ordinary levelers could contend with. Bai Xingqi knew that if he were to go to the leveling areas outside, he probably wouldn't even catch a glimpse of an elite monster. To think that one had spawned in this training room filled him with pleasant surprise. As soon as this elite crimson rabbit spawned, it charged at Bai Xingqi with its eyes red. Pat, pat, pat. As soon as this elite crimson rabbit began its attack, it immediately entered a frenzied blood state, its attack speed far exceeding that of a normal crimson rabbit. -1, -1, -1. A series of damage numbers popped up. Although it was an elite monster with several times the attack power, Bai Xingqi's defense enchantment remained as solid as a rock. The opponent's barrage of attacks, though appearing like a fierce storm, actually posed no threat to him whatsoever. Encountering the first elite monster of his life, Bai Xingqi suppressed his excitement and, with a reverence akin to a pilgrimage, gripped his hardwood staff tightly and brought it down heavily upon the monster's head. -44, a damage number that still felt like scratching an itch emanating from him. A level 6 apprentice physician floated up from where the staff struck. Based on the knowledge learned in class, an elite crimson rabbit's physical defense was approximately 100 points. His current physical attack power was 145 points, so dealing this much damage with a single strike was reasonable. With such attack power, it would normally be impossible to defeat an elite crimson rabbit. However, it didn't matter. With his defense enchantment, he was already in an invincible position. Coupled with the fact that he didn't need to worry about others stealing his kill, it was simply a matter of spending time to slowly wear it down. Bai Xingqi was not disheartened by this reality of slow progress. Now that he understood the function of the training room, he was confident that his future would not be confined to this level of a dozen attribute points. The future held great promise. With this comforting thought, Bai Xingqi raised his hardwood staff high once more. As he initiated his attack, he also raised his hand to cast a slow recovery skill on himself. Slow recovery could apply a buff that lasted for 10 seconds, restoring 1 spirit skill level, HP per second. Originally, with his defense enchantment, Bai Xingqi wouldn't have been able to be breached by the Crimson Rabbit. The forced -1 damage from each of its attacks could easily be healed by his own auto-regeneration. There was no need to use slow recovery at all. Yet, Bai Xingqi did so anyway, and a warm, gentle power descended upon him. This was the power of slow recovery. For the next 10 seconds, he would continuously recover a certain amount of HP. Of course, healing wasn't the main point. The real objective was to casually use a skill to increase the proficiency of slow recovery. Crack, crack, crack. The elite Crimson Rabbit, unaware of its impending doom, furiously rammed itself against the person before it. In the training room, the last elite Crimson Rabbit that spawned was reasonably strong, able to withstand Bai Xingqi's hardwood staff for a while. But that was all. Supported by his defense enchantment, Bai Xingqi felt completely assured. Even an elite Crimson Rabbit was gradually losing HP under the continuous blows of the wooden staff. Crack! A sudden sound echoed as the hardwood staff in his hand snapped into 2 pieces. At this moment, the elite Crimson Rabbit before him still had a sliver of health remaining. Seeing the weapon in Bai Xingqi's hand break, it seemed to find hope and attacked with even greater ferocity. Dense and powerful impacts rained down on Bai Xingqi. To this, Bai Xingqi could only shake his head helplessly and casually toss aside the broken half of the hardwood staff. It was just the lowest grade weapon, its durability was indeed limited, and it had already served him well in defeating so many monsters. If the elite monster before him thought it could defeat him now that he had lost his weapon, then it was simply too naive. Having discarded the hardwood staff, Bai Xingqi smiled, clenched his fist, and walked forward. Without the hardwood staff, his attack range had obviously shrunk considerably, leaving him no choice but to engage in close-quarters combat. -39, the loss of 5 attack power from the hardwood staff had some impact on him, but it wasn't significant. It was all just minor damage anyway. It had just gone from a little bit of minor damage to even more minor damage. Barehanded, he fought with fists flying, striking the monster before him with every punch. Not long after, this elite Crimson Rabbit finally let out a mournful cry and dissipated into light. After gratefully accepting the experience points, which were many times richer than those from an ordinary Crimson Rabbit, Bai Xingqi's gaze shifted downwards to the 3 light orbs on the ground. As expected of an elite wild monster, it was far more generous than ordinary Crimson Rabbits, which occasionally dropped an item and often dropped nothing at all. He first looked at the first light orb, tuft of Crimson Rabbit fur. *5, as expected of an elite, even the fur dropped was much more than from an ordinary Crimson Rabbit. After casually putting it away, he looked at the second light orb, clump of Crimson Rabbit blood. He had learned about this in class. It was a raw material for certain magic potions. Its drop rate was tens of times lower than Crimson Rabbit fur, and its value was correspondingly much higher. Bai Xingqi quickly took out potion bottles from his inventory space to collect it. Leveling up and fighting monsters always dropped some materials, and he had long been prepared with tools to collect these materials. These were all essential survival skills for modern society. Basic operations, nothing worth mentioning. But when his gaze fell upon the third light cluster, he almost suffocated. He firmly believed his eyes hadn't deceived him. What was floating within the light cluster was clearly the shape of a book. As a skill book, its form was evident. With the speed of lightning, he picked up the item from the light cluster, and the detailed information of this spoils of war was already clear in his mind. Universal Skill Book, Mad Blood. As the name suggested, this skill book had no class restrictions. Any professional could learn it. And as one of the common monsters in the novice area, the Mad Blood skill book, one of its drops, was already well known in class. But precisely because it was well known, Bai Xingqi was even more shocked at this moment. If he remembered correctly, the drop rate of this skill book was outrageously low. If one were to farm ordinary red mad rabbits, the drop rate for this skill book would be 0.001%. This meant that by farming 100,000 red mad rabbits, there was a high probability of it dropping. Of course, this excluded the unlucky and the lucky. Elite red mad rabbits were slightly better, with a 1% drop rate for this skill book in their drop list. Bai Xingqi felt that dropping a skill book after killing just one elite monster, besides his own good luck, was likely related to the characteristics of this training room. He looked at the black stone tablet beside him, his gaze falling on a line of text. Item drop rate bonus, 10%. This characteristic must have played a significant role in this bountiful drop. In the outside world, to ensure a stable drop of skill books, one would likely have to farm 100 elite red mad rabbits. It didn't seem like much, but in the current world, with guilds and battle teams dominating, these were already monopolized. Ordinary professionals found it difficult to even encounter an elite monster, let alone farm 100 of them. The extremely low drop rate naturally corresponded to a correspondingly high price. In the market, every skill book was sold at an exorbitant price, unaffordable for ordinary professionals. Should I sell this skill book for money? The first thought that crossed the mind of the impoverished Bai Xingqi was to sell it. Originally, as the descendant of a four-turn professional, he shouldn't have been so destitute. But his father was a professional fanatic who pursued limits. And apart from basic living expenses, all other money and resources were spent on his own equipment and skill configurations. And after the failure to conquer the secret realm, everything was lost. The greatest wealth left to him was the defense enchantment on his person, and this house, for which the loan had not yet been fully repaid. As a four-turn archmage, his father had a very high loan limit, which allowed him to live in such a good house. But when Bai Xingqi was left alone, this instead became a huge pressure on his shoulders. The loan would be paid off in a few years, and this was one of his father's life's works, so Bai Xingqi was even less likely to let this house be repossessed. No, I shouldn't sell it. After a moment of thought, Bai Xingqi made this decision. Money could be earned slowly in the future. With the training room, even if he simply farmed red mad rabbit fur to sell, he could ensure he had enough to eat and wear. There was no need to sell such a rare skill book, especially since he, as a novice physician currently without any attack skills, was precisely in the stage where he most needed universal skills to improve his strength. The best investment should be an investment in oneself. With this thought in mind, he finally stopped hesitating, holding the skill book in his hand, and chose to learn it. A pleasant clear chime sounded, and the Mad Blood skill book in his hand disappeared. Bai Xingqi felt a change within himself. He casually opened his status panel and navigated to the skills section. In the general skills tab, a new entry had indeed appeared. Mad Blood. LV1, active, proficiency 0 out of 100. Upon activation, the user enters a Mad Blood state for 10 seconds, increasing attack speed by 30%. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Bai Xingqi's heart was instantly filled with joy. For someone like him who could only deal damage through slow, deliberate strikes, this skill came at the perfect time. A 30% increase in attack speed for 10 seconds meant that his output capability would also increase by 1.3 times its original value during that period. For him, this was quite a significant improvement. Moreover, this Mad Blood skill could be leveled up, meaning it would only become stronger in the future. After finishing with that, Bai Xingqi opened his attribute panel once more. When he had just killed the elite level Crimson Mad Rabbit, the previous notification sound rang out again. Killed elite Crimson Mad Rabbit, all attributes +1. He felt that his attributes had changed again. Strength 15, agility 15, spirit 30. As expected, all his attributes had increased by 1 point each. This was clearly a result of killing the elite level Crimson Mad Rabbit. This meant that within the training room, killing 100 normal monsters would increase all attributes by 1 point. However, killing an elite monster only required killing one to gain 1 attribute point. This was truly an unexpected delight. After waiting in the training room for a while longer, Bai Xingqi discovered that no new monsters were indeed refreshing within the training room this time. This left him slightly disappointed, as he had been hoping to farm more elite level Crimson Mad Rabbits. Alright, that's enough. For now, he thought, and Bai Xingqi exited the training room. Qingshui Commercial Plaza was the largest shopping district in Qingshui City. Here, one could not only purchase equipment and skill books for all professions but also find all sorts of magic scrolls with various effects and supply potions. Many students who had just completed their job change would be accompanied by their parents to first purchase suitable equipment and supply potions here, and then, fully armed, head to the leveling areas. This was also a bustling hub for various life profession practitioners. Materials collected by these practitioners could also be easily sold here. Bai Xingqi's purpose for coming this time was to sell the Crimson Mad Rabbit fur and Crimson Mad Rabbit blood he had, and also to purchase some suitable items to prepare for his upcoming actions. Killing a wild monster could provide 100-fold charge points for the training room, and now that the charge points in the training room were depleted, Bai Xingqi naturally had to head to the leveling areas to recharge. 49 bundles of Crimson Mad Rabbit fur, 1 star yuan per bundle, a total of 49 star yuan. Since you're a student, I'll round it up to 50 star yuan. The owner of a merchant stall looked at the Crimson Mad Rabbit fur Bai Xingqi presented and directly held up 5 fingers. These were common materials, and the purchase prices were already quite transparent, so the owner didn't dare to arbitrarily lower the price. Bai Xingqi nodded, then took out the Crimson Mad Rabbit blood stored in a bottle and asked, "If I sell this along with it, how much will it be in total? Crimson Mad Rabbit blood?" The merchant stall owner's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously said, "This item depends on its quality. If the quality is too poor, I can't offer a high price for it." As he spoke, he had already taken it from Bai Xingqi's hand, unscrewed the cap, and looked inside. A strange light gathered in his eyes. Bai Xingqi secretly nodded, knowing this was likely a skill like appraisal. Such skills were generally essential for merchants. Even if the shop owner himself didn't possess it, he would have to hire a master who knew appraisal. Only in this way can one accurately judge the true value of an item. As Bai Xingqi did not understand appraisal, he could only accept whatever others told him, placing him at a significant disadvantage. Perhaps, when I have the chance, I should learn an appraisal type skill? Bai Xingqi thought to himself, then shook his head slightly. Now was the time to focus on improving his combat strength, using all resources effectively. He didn't have the spare money to buy appraisal skill books. Perhaps, when he was a little more financially comfortable, he could consider this issue. As Bai Xingqi was thinking this, the shop owner suddenly looked up and stared intently at him. "Where did you get this Crimson Rabbit blood?" the owner asked, sounding somewhat agitated. Bai Xingqi's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a calm expression and asked softly, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "No problem." The owner's gaze shifted from the bottle, and he immediately tightened the cap before continuing, "This shouldn't have dropped from an ordinary Crimson Rabbit. Judging by the blood's vitality, it wasn't killed by a magical skill, and considering the completeness of its preserved essence, it's even less likely to have been killed by sharp weapons like swords." Seeing Bai Xingqi's apparent confusion, the owner explained further, "When killed by magical skills, the blood's vitality would be affected by the magical energy, making it difficult to remain unchanged. You know, Crimson Rabbits aren't very powerful monsters, they can't withstand strong magical energy impacts." No. "I don't know," Bai Xingqi thought to himself as the shop owner continued. "As for sharp weapons like swords, after killing a Crimson Rabbit, they would inevitably cause cutting wounds, leading to excessive blood loss. Even if Crimson Rabbit blood dropped afterward, the completeness of its essence would be greatly compromised, with its quality being questionable. Therefore, your Crimson Rabbit blood must have come from at least an elite Crimson Rabbit, and it must have been killed by blunt force to result in this outcome," the owner declared with certainty, having made his judgment. Damn, are appraisal skills that powerful? He could discern so many details just by glancing at it? The owner looked up at Bai Xingqi again, shook his head, and said, "With your level 6 apprentice physician status, you definitely couldn't have done this. Did your elder have you bring this to sell?" Like a bucket of cold water poured over him, Bai Xingqi jolted awake and instinctively prepared to flee. "Can you see my information?" Seeing Bai Xingqi's shocked expression, the owner burst into laughter. "What's so surprising? You've only just transferred professions. Even if I didn't have the true sight skill, I could still see your information." Bai Xingqi's expression grew even more grim. He frowned and asked, "Then can you see my stat panel too?" The owner stared at him intently for a moment, his serious demeanor making Bai Xingqi feel as if he were facing a formidable enemy. "Ha ha." Just as Bai Xingqi's expression turned solemn, the owner laughed again. "I'm just a life profession user. My level isn't high, and my spirit stat is pitifully low. How could I possibly see your stat panel?" Finally, after the owner's simple explanation, Bai Xingqi understood a fact: the viewing ability of true sight is related to the skill's level and also to the user's spirit attribute. It's relatively easy to identify and examine common raw materials of low tiers, as the skill level and spirit attribute requirements for true sight are not high. However, to examine the specific attributes of others, or even monsters, the requirements are much higher. As A life class professional, the shop owner's level and spirit attribute were not high. Even if he used True Sight on by Xingqi, he could only see his profession type and level. Information such as his attribute panel and skills was completely invisible to see by Xingqi's attribute panel. Clearly, the spirit attribute of the user of True Sight had to be much higher than his. The shop owner clearly did not possess such an ability. Of course, it was not impossible that he had already seen it and was just pretending not to, and this was only under normal circumstances. In fact, there were also skills like stealth technique, after learning which, it would be even more difficult for True Sight to observe the target's detailed information. These two skills were equivalent to the spear and shield debate. After giving Bai Xingqi a rough explanation, the shop owner changed the subject and said in surprise, "I remember that this was taught in school. Why do you look like you don't understand at all?" Facing the shop owner's surprise, Bai Xingqi gave an embarrassed smile. "These are minor subjects. We usually focus our energy on the main subjects. Perhaps we missed it by accident." I understand." The shop owner gave a meaningful smile, clearly equating Bai Xingqi with those students who slacked off in class. After some small talk, the shop owner looked at Bai Xingqi and said slowly, "I won't lie to you. The quality of this Crimson Mad Rabbit blood is very good. I plan to buy it at 4 times the usual price. What do you think?" In the shop, the owner expressed his willingness to pay 4 times the price for Bai Xingqi's Crimson Mad Rabbit blood. How much is 4 times? A portion of ordinary Crimson Mad Rabbit blood is 100 star yuan. I'll give you 400 star yuan for yours, but I have a small supplementary condition. What condition? Hearing that this Crimson Mad Rabbit blood could be sold for a high price of 400 star yuan, Bai Xingqi was filled with joy. However, he planned to listen to the shop owner's condition first. If it was something he couldn't accept, he would have to cancel the transaction and leave. Anyway, it was a good product, and he wasn't worried about not being able to sell it. It would just take a little more time. The shop owner chuckled and said, "It's a very simple request. If your family members hunt more of this Crimson Mad Rabbit blood or other monster blood in the future and want to sell it, please prioritize my shop." Seeing that Bai Xingqi was only a level 6 trainee physician, the shop owner did not believe he had the strength to hunt an elite Crimson Mad Rabbit and still stubbornly believed that it was done by his family members. However, such a misunderstanding was exactly what Bai Xingqi wanted, and he was too lazy to correct it. The two parties reached a tacit agreement, and soon, a total of 450 star yuan was handed over to Bai Xingqi. After receiving the money, his gaze fell on the dazzling array of goods in the shop, and he began to plan what he wanted to buy. "Student, what do you need?" The shop owner knew that business was coming again. This time, the roles were reversed and he became the seller of goods. Take a look at these supply potions. They are new products from major companies and guilds made by famous apothecaries, and their drug resistance decay is greatly reduced, unlike other supply potions. This one restores 200 points of health per bottle, which is most suitable for novice players who have just transferred. A pack of 6 bottles only costs 20 star yuan. I almost forgot. You are a trainee physician, so this mana potion is the same. 1 bottle restores 200 points of magic, and a pack of 6 bottles also costs 20 star yuan. Bai Xingqi only glanced at the display cabinet, and the shop owner was already promoting them non-stop. He shook his head helplessly. He thought that after just getting 450 star yuan he had become well off, but now he realized that he was still a pauper. 450 star coins, even if all used to buy recovery potions, wouldn't amount to many. Indeed, for ordinary professionals, ample funds were essential for rapid leveling. Fortunately, he had defense enchantment. At least, as long as the effect of defense enchantment lasted, he wouldn't need any healing potions. Bai Xingqi had originally intended to buy some mana potions to facilitate his skill practice, but upon seeing the price, he abandoned the idea. Even if all the earnings from this venture were spent on mana potions, it wouldn't be enough for many skill uses. His gaze shifted to another display case. What was displayed there were no longer supply potions, but various kinds of equipment. His previous hardwood staff had broken, and acquiring a suitable weapon was a necessity. This was not a cost to be skimped on. However, Bai Xingqi scanned the display case thoroughly but couldn't find any staff-type weapon suitable for his use. "Boss, do you have any weapons for novice physicians?" He had to ask the shop owner for help. Novice physician? What weapon does a novice physician need? In this day and age, novice physicians basically join teams to slack off during leveling, and upgrading equipment during that time was a complete waste of effort. The shop owner casually remarked, then seemed to remember Bai Xingqi's profession and stopped awkwardly. He walked into the back of the shop and soon returned with a dark, elongated object in his hand. Here, the sturdy medical staff. It can be equipped at level 5, perfect for you. It's worth mentioning that the strength bonus on this staff is even higher than the spirit bonus, making it almost as good as a sword for beating monsters. The shop owner made a casual joke. Of course, he didn't believe any novice physician would be foolish enough to charge into close combat with monsters wielding a medical staff. The sturdy medical staff was casually tossed onto the counter by the shop owner, showing how little it was valued. In fact, weapons of this level and for this profession truly had little market demand. Most were just practice pieces made by novice blacksmiths. In this world, most equipment for combat professions was crafted by life professions, with very few drops directly from monsters. Of course, precisely because of this, equipment dropped from monsters was generally of decent quality. The shop owner had forgotten which professional had bulk sold it to him. In any case, it had been in the shop for a long time, gathering a thick layer of dust with no sign of it ever being sold. He had later simply relegated it to the backroom to free up display space for more popular professional equipment. Bai Xingqi was already holding the sturdy medical staff and examining it carefully. As an unclaimed and appraised item, he didn't need skills like true sight to see all its information. Sturdy medical staff quality, normal profession requirement, physician class. Other professions using it will have reduced equipment attributes. Level requirement 5 attack plus 10, strength plus 2, spirit plus 1 sturdiness, reduces durability loss. A very heavy medical staff cast from metal. Those with insufficient strength will have their agility greatly affected. Sturdiness is its main characteristic. It is said that a certain physician used it to successfully cure the rage syndrome of some individuals. Seeing this information, Bai Xingqi could easily understand the shop owner's attitude. Such equipment attributes were completely dispensable for a novice physician dedicated to saving lives and healing the injured. Moreover, the sturdy medical staff was very heavy and a proper level 5 novice physician would undoubtedly have their agility affected upon equipping it. However, for Bai Xingqi at this moment, it was just right. He looked at the shopkeeper and asked, "Boss, I'll take this. How much is it? You want it?" The shopkeeper looked at Bai Xingqi with surprise. After a moment's thought, he said, "Forget it. This thing isn't much use to me. If you want it, I'll give it to you. 4 10-star yuan. An item of equipment priced even lower than a pack of healing potions." The equipment for a novice physician had fallen so low. However, at this moment, Bai Xingqi certainly wouldn't feel indignant about this piece of equipment. He was overjoyed to be able to get it at such a low price. As his gaze swept over, he saw another piece of equipment in the display case. His eyes flashed with light and he asked, "Boss, what about this one? How much is this?" The shopkeeper followed his gaze and, seeing a longbow, couldn't help but chuckle. "This is for archer class professions. You're a novice physician, you probably won't need it, right? It's fine, I'm buying it for a friend. If the price is right, I'll take it right here." To avoid any trouble, Bai Xingqi had to let his non-existent friend make a temporary appearance. "Oh, I see." The shopkeeper didn't suspect anything and nodded. "I'll take the bow and quiver. Together for 80-star yuan. It was also level 5 beginner equipment, but the price of this bow and arrow was a full 8 times that of the toughness medical staff. Bai Xingqi secretly clicked his tongue. The joy of earning 450-star yuan from selling materials just moments ago completely vanished. As expected, it was too difficult to reach the pinnacle of life by just selling low-level materials. Money simply didn't last. After acquiring the level 5 bow and arrow, considering the significant importance of this trip, Bai Xingqi gritted his teeth and purchased 2 more items. Bai Xingqi strode out of the Clear Water Mall. Although he still felt the sting of money leaving his hands, he was quite satisfied with the harvest from this trip. After taking the bus to the closest station to the leveling area, Bai Xingqi got off. Buses could transport professionals to various leveling areas nearby, but they couldn't actually drive into the monster hordes. The remaining journey would have to be on foot. There were quite a few people who took the same bus to level up with him. As soon as they got off, they rushed forward in a swarm. Bai Xingqi didn't hurry to move forward. Instead, he opened the monster map he had just purchased from the Clear Water Mall. A semi-transparent information box appeared before him. Bai Xingqi looked closely and saw that it was filled with all sorts of information. Where monsters were located nearby, what types of monsters they were, their levels, their drops, and so on, were all displayed in detail. This Clearwater City area monster map had cost Bai Xingqi a full 50-star yuan, but he still felt it was worth the price. With this map, he could follow it to capture all the monster species in the vicinity. With his training room, he already had a complete plan in mind. "Let's go." With a thought, Bai Xingqi headed towards the nearest wild monster area indicated on the map. Level 1 wild monsters resided there. If he hadn't had defense enchantment or the black iron training room, and if he hadn't found a team at this moment, he would have been struggling against these level 1 wild monsters. The level 1 monster area was still bustling with activity. Although Bai Xingqi didn't have skills like true sight, he could tell just by looking at the equipment that most of the people fighting hard in the level 1 leveling area were professionals like him who lacked early game output capabilities. Many life skill professionals were also leveling up here, making preparations for their early development. Although life skill professions didn't require pursuing extreme levels, leveling up a few times to improve their attribute panels and strengthen themselves was also very necessary. After all, as a blacksmith, one should at least be able to lift the weapons they forge, and as a farmer, one should at least be able to dig the earth. Ha, Bai Xingqi, you're only coming to level up now? He had barely entered the leveling area when he ran into an acquaintance. It was a classmate who he recalled had transferred to become an alchemist, a life profession with good prospects. It was clear he was currently leveling up diligently, teamed up with others. Bai Xingqi, do you want to also? The classmate had just started speaking when a teammate not far from him interrupted, their gaze falling on Bai Xingqi. What's your profession? Novice. Physician. As soon as the words were out, Bai Xingqi clearly noticed a change in the other person's attitude. Lily, it's already difficult enough for me, a knight, to carry you, an alchemist. If we add a novice physician who's just here to make up the numbers, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave this level 1 leveling area today. As Bai Xingqi's classmate, Lily's expression immediately turned awkward. He understood his companion's meaning, and thus could no longer utter the invitation for Bai Xingqi to join their team. Bai Xingqi smiled and said dismissively, no need, you guys focus on leveling up. I'm just passing by, forcibly suppressing the urge to swing his resilient physician's staff directly at the nearby monsters. He walked away into the distance. With his current level and attack power, if he were to strike with the staff, these level 1 monsters clearly wouldn't be able to withstand it. Instant death would be the natural outcome. However, in front of someone he knew, Bai Xingqi didn't intend to appear overly astonishing. Moreover, that monster had been fought by others for a long time, and it would be rather impolite to snatch it directly. He hadn't become stronger just to bully these newcomers, who could only grind in the level 1 leveling area. After walking a bit further and confirming there were no acquaintances nearby, Bai Xingqi put away his resilient physician's staff and took out another weapon. It was the level 5 longbow he had bought from the Clear Water Mall. With an arrow in hand and the bowstring drawn taut, Bai Xingqi's gaze swept across the monster area. Wherever his eyes landed, every monster already had an owner, and there were even novice professionals standing by, waiting patiently for monsters to respawn. This perfectly illustrated the saying, more people than monsters. Soon, a figure appeared within his field of vision, and a monster spawned. Several people not far from him rushed forward with excited shouts. They knew that as long as they landed the first hit on a monster, they would have the initiative. Under normal circumstances, others would retreat. This was the unspoken rule among professionals in the leveling area. Otherwise, if you could steal their monsters, they could steal yours next time, and no one would benefit. Unless, of course, there was a mage with their overwhelming damage output capable of instantly killing the monster, in which case such considerations wouldn't apply. But the problem was, how could a dignified and noble mage possibly stoop to scavenging in the level 1 leveling area? Those who rushed forward all harbored this thought. Then, they saw the light. A flash of white light, and the monster everyone was watching instantly evaporated, disappearing without a trace. This, the few people who had been waiting patiently were shaken to their core, momentarily stunned. Just then, a new monster suddenly spawned not far away. A quick-reacting novice professional, without a word, raised their weapon and lunged forward. Whoosh, another flash of white light, and this monster also vanished. This time, the novice professional clearly saw a damage number floating as the monster disappeared. -149. Then he saw the arrow lying on the ground. The others clearly saw it as well. This is outrageous. Although archers are slightly inferior to mages, they are still top-tier ranged attackers. Why would one be scavenging for trash in this level 1 leveling area? Did you guys notice the damage numbers when he jumped just now? Yeah, 149 damage per arrow. These level 1 monsters only have 100 health, so they're instantly killed. It's unbelievable. A level 1 archer shouldn't have that much attack power, right? Level 1? You're dreaming. One of the professionals retorted, my cousin is an archer. He told me that at level 1 his arrows only dealt dozens of damage. Only dozens of damage? Someone frowned. Are archers that weak? Weak? What nonsense. Although mages are called mage lords, when facing an archer of the same level, it's not certain who's the boss. After all, unlike mages, archers don't need casting time to shoot arrows. If every arrow could deal as much damage as a mage's skill, then no one else would be able to survive. While several new professionals were arguing incessantly, Bai Xingqi had already quietly moved away from the area. It was his first time trying to attack monsters from a distance with a bow and arrow, and the effect was surprisingly good. As monsters spawned, he adjusted the aim of the bow in his hand and instantly shot. An arrow hit the target. At least when attacking these level 1 monsters, his agility attribute wasn't holding him back. Of course, even after some training in the Black Iron training room, his agility attribute had increased by 2 points. Bai Xingqi still didn't believe he could surpass archers, who specialized in agility at the same level. Moreover, archers had other skills to improve their shooting ability, which was even more incomparable to him, a novice physician. But at least in this level 1 monster leveling area, it was more than enough. Wearing equipment. That was cross-class. He could only enjoy 1/10 of the additional attributes of the bow and arrow in his hand. However, for the current situation, this was not a big problem either. Seeing another monster spawn in the distance, Bai Xingqi drew his bow again. In the leveling area, finding a secluded spot with no people or monsters, Bai Xingqi gritted his teeth and took out a magic scroll. It was the invisibility scroll he had bought from the shop in Qingshui commercial building. This was the lowest tier invisibility scroll, and one scroll could provide 30 seconds of invisibility. At 100 star yuan each, buying this was a huge expenditure for Bai Xingqi. He had already planned to use this invisibility scroll in this situation. He had tested it several times before. No matter how long his mental body stayed in the training room, it would always return at the same instant. Although he was in the wild, there shouldn't be any great danger at this moment. But Bai Xingqi was still unwilling to take risks. His life was too precious to be careless. Money could be earned again, but once life was lost, it was truly lost. Yes, he planned to enter the training room directly in the wild to kill monsters and improve his strength. Returning to the city repeatedly took too much time for him, which was contrary to his idea of rapid development. Bai Xingqi originally wanted to save up more charging points before entering the training room. However, after wandering in this leveling area for a long time, he had only killed a dozen or so monsters. There were too many people leveling in this area. Even with his ranged attacks with a bow and arrow, the efficiency was still somewhat low when there were more people than monsters. Moreover, level 1 monsters provided very few charging points, which did not satisfy his desire for rapid development. Continuing to stay in this area and compete for monsters with other professionals was clearly not the optimal option. He tore open the scroll, and the air rippled as Bai Xingqi's body disappeared from his spot. Taking advantage of this opportunity, his spiritual body had entered the training room. In the dim training room, his spiritual body materialized, looking up at the black stone tablet within. The black stone tablet in the training room had clearly been recharged, emitting a faint, ethereal glow. At this moment, as his gaze fell upon it, he noticed that the information on the black stone tablet had changed compared to before. Charge points, 1800, refreshable monster types, bouncing flower, mad rabbit. Cost to refresh bouncing flower, 1 charge point, cost to refresh mad rabbit, 5 charge points. At this moment, if he chose to refresh level 1 bouncing flowers, he could refresh 1,800 of them. However, if he chose to refresh level 5 mad rabbits, these charge points would only allow him to refresh 360. It was evident that this change had occurred after he had defeated the second type of monster. Previously, he could only passively choose to refresh mad rabbits and did not have the option to choose for himself as he did now. It was simply that different monsters required different charge points to refresh. With a thought, Bai Xingqi made his decision. The next moment, a bouncing flower appeared in the training room. Bai Xingqi equipped his toughness medical staff and charged forward, smashing the level 1 monster directly on the head with his staff. Minus 178 with just one strike, the monster dissolved into white light, leaving behind a glowing orb. This was bouncing flower petals, a common material, slightly less valuable than the mad rabbit fur dropped by mad rabbits. Bai Xingqi did not pause, continuing to wait for the second bouncing flower to refresh. With the ability to instantly kill monsters, his efficiency in farming this time was ideal, and he quickly farmed another 100 monsters. All his attributes, as expected, increased by another point. And as before, after defeating 100 bouncing flowers, an elite-level bouncing flower, significantly larger in size, indeed refreshed in the training room. Since Bai Xingqi had already dealt with the elite-level mad rabbit, an ordinary elite-level bouncing flower was naturally no exception. Soon, this elite-level bouncing flower also dissolved into white light, dropping 2 glowing orbs. Unfortunately, his luck this time was not as good as before. Even an elite-level bouncing flower still didn't drop anything particularly good. Bai Xingqi was not too disappointed, as after defeating this elite-level bouncing flower, all his attributes had increased by another point. In the training room, he was seen wildly swinging his weapon, including the time it took for monsters to refresh. He could kill a bouncing flower in almost 3 seconds. In less than an hour, Bai Xingqi had successfully killed 900 bouncing flowers. The next moment, the phantom in the training room flickered, and 2 bouncing flowers refreshed simultaneously. Bai Xingqi was not overly surprised. The information on the black stone tablet had now changed to current simultaneous monster capacity 2, capacity +1 for every 1,000 monsters killed. It was clear that after accumulating 1,000 monster kills, the condition was met, and the training room could now refresh 2 monsters simultaneously. For him, this was undoubtedly a good thing. The efficiency of monster refreshing had improved, and consequently, his speed in killing monsters had also increased significantly. It wasn't until Bai Xingqi killed the 1,000th bouncing flower that a surprising change occurred in the training room. This time, what refreshed was not the elite-level bouncing flower that should have appeared after 100 kills, but a creature significantly larger in size. This is a boss-level bouncing flower. As his gaze fell upon the bouncing flower before him, which was several times larger, Bai Xingqi instantly realized. It was confirmed that after killing 100 monsters of the same type in this training room, an elite-level monster would subsequently refresh. He hadn't expected that after killing 1,000 monsters of the same type, a leader-class monster would still spawn. What was the concept of a leader-class monster? In the current leveling areas, teams from major corporations and guilds were rampant. Leader-class and even elite-class monsters were already monopolized by crowd control, leaving ordinary leveling players with no chance to encounter them. For a novice physician like Bai Xingqi, it was even more out of the question. But thanks to the existence of the training room, he was now able to face a leader-class monster alone. A genuine leader-class monster, with no need to worry about others stealing his kill. Although leader-class wild monsters were far stronger than ordinary monsters, Bai Xingqi wasn't worried at all about the threat posed by this leader-class bouncing flower. Not to mention the defense enchantment that guaranteed his invincibility. Just the 1,000 monsters he had previously farmed had already significantly increased his attribute panel, greatly enhancing his strength. Dealing with a leader-class bouncing flower was clearly an easy task. The leader-class bouncing flower let out a strange cry and attacked Bai Xingqi. In the Black Iron training room, the leader-class bouncing flower leaped with all its might, launching an attack on Bai Xingqi. Although it was a leader-class monster, Bai Xingqi, who was being attacked, felt no pressure at all. He calmly swung his resilient medical staff, striking the opponent's body again and again. Previously, he had killed 18 bouncing flowers in the wild, and then continuously farmed 1,000 more in the training room, along with many elite monsters gifted in between. The experience gained was quite substantial. He had now leveled up to 10. With the increase in level, his attribute panel naturally strengthened. Coupled with the gains from farming monsters in the training room, his strength and other attributes had reached 42 points, and his spirit attribute had even reached 65 points. It could be said that with the help of the training room, his strength attribute was now on par with strength-oriented professions like warrior and fighter of the same level. With the bonus from the resilient medical staff, his physical attack had reached 450 points. He didn't seem like a novice physician at all. Minus 361 with one staff strike, the damage was very satisfying. At this moment, a thin layer of blood mist emanated from Bai Xingqi, clearly indicating he was in the mad blood state. After multiple uses, the proficiency of the mad blood skill had increased and it had now reached level 2, capable of increasing attack speed by 40%. This was a good improvement to his output ability. This battle concluded, as expected, with his complete victory. Killed. Leader class bouncing flower, all attributes plus 10. The moment the leader class bouncing flower disappeared in a flash of white light, a prompt sound appeared. Bai Xingqi clearly felt a significant increase in his attribute panel. In his excitement, he instinctively opened his attribute panel. Class, first transfer, profession, novice physician, level, 10. Strength, 52 plus 2, agility, 52, spirit, 75 plus 1. Constitution, 52, dexterity, 52, luck, 52, health, 5,200, mana, 7,500, physical attack, 520 plus 30, magic attack, 750 plus 10, a single leader class. Monster directly brought a 10-point increase in all attributes. This was an improvement that ordinary professionals could only achieve after leveling up several times. At this moment, Bai Xingqi trembled with excitement. After the excitement subsided, his gaze fell to the ground. As the first leader class monster he had killed, it had dropped a pile of light orbs. As expected of the first leader class monster he encountered, it seemed like his luck had exploded. Bouncing flower petals, bouncing flower petals. Most of the light orbs on the ground were ordinary bouncing flower petals with more than a dozen portions. In addition to these, there were two special drops, bouncing flower seed and bouncing flower headband. Bouncing flower seed, planted by farmer class professions, it yields a field of non-aggressive bouncing flowers. Bouncing flower headband, an excellent quality equipment, level requirement 1, no class restriction, strength plus 2, agility plus 2. Bai Xingqi was very satisfied. He didn't need to elaborate on the bouncing flower seed. It could be grown into ingredients by the farmer profession, which should fetch a decent price if sold to shops. As for the bouncing flower headband, it was the first piece of equipment he had obtained from grinding monsters, and it was an excellent quality item with no class restrictions, perfect for his use. Without hesitation, Bai Xingqi equipped the bouncing flower headband, and his own strength increased slightly. He didn't waste any time and continued to grind monsters in the training room. With the remaining charge points, he could still defeat 800 bouncing flowers. Finally, as the last white light illuminated the training room, Bai Xingqi completed the task of defeating another 800 bouncing flowers. Looking at the charge points on the black stone tablet that had reset to 0, he left the training room. Without any lingering thoughts, the scenery shifted, and Bai Xingqi snapped back to reality, realizing he was back in the outside world. At this moment, he was still under the effect of the 30-second invisibility from the invisibility scroll, as if the more than an hour he had spent in the training room was just a dream, but Bai Xingqi knew it wasn't a dream. Still invisible, he opened his status panel. Again, being in the outside world, he intended to reconfirm his attributes. Level 11. Strength 70 plus 4, Agility 70 plus 2, Spirit 95 plus 1. Compared to before, his level had only increased by 1. This was unavoidable, as bouncing flowers only provided 1 experience point. Even after defeating a full 800 bouncing flowers, it wasn't enough to level him up further. However, while his level had only increased by 1, his strength had improved by more than that. After defeating another 800 bouncing flowers, his overall attributes had increased by an additional 16 points thanks to the training room. If he hadn't encountered a second boss-level monster yet, his attribute values would have seen an even greater leap. Even so, he was already very satisfied. A level 11 novice physician with a full attribute panel of 70 and a spirit attribute close to double digits was something he wouldn't have even dared to dream of before. Now, any single one of his attributes was comparable to that of other level 20 professionals. However, those professionals were only proficient in one attribute, whereas he had no weaknesses in any of his 6 attributes. Level 1 monsters only provide 100 charge points. It seems there's no need to stay in this leveling area anymore. I should head to higher level wild areas. After confirming his current attributes, Bai Xingqi pondered for a moment before leaving the level 1 wild area and heading deeper. His next target was level 2 monsters. The level 2 wild area also had many players, but Bai Xingqi only intended to hunt one at this moment, so it wasn't a big problem. With his current attribute panel, it would be as simple as drawing his bow and firing an arrow. Subsequently, Bai Xingqi appeared in several leveling areas. Many novice professionals witnessed the astonishing sight of a monster being instantly killed with a single arrow. However, Bai Xingqi moved to a different location after each shot. Although they vaguely suspected that a powerful archer had arrived in the beginner leveling area, they didn't know who it was. Following these regional legends, Bai Xingqi arrived at a familiar location. It was the place where he had previously killed a crimson mad rabbit, the place where his dream began. At that time, he had some unpleasant friction with Zhou Shangming here, and the other parties seemed to be going to call for help to teach him a lesson. Now, after returning to the city and coming back, several hours have passed. He figured that Zhou Shangming wouldn't still be foolishly waiting in the same spot. With his apprentice mage profession and the mana boost scroll, he was fully capable of instantly killing monsters of the same level. These few hours would be enough for him to level up many times. Even if Zhou Shangming was still in this leveling area, he should be in a deeper region, not in this outer low-level area. And unlike a few hours ago, the Red Crazy Rabbit leveling area was already overcrowded. It was obvious that after a few hours of leveling, the main group's levels had caught up, and they were now capable of fighting level 5 Red Crazy Rabbits head-on. Bai Xingqi shook his head. It seemed that the area with level 5 monsters, the Red Crazy Rabbits, was not the best choice for hunting charging points. He knew that if he fought with many other professionals for monsters here, the efficiency of hunting charging points would definitely not be high. He did not rush into the crowd. At this moment, he was just holding his bow and arrow, wandering far away outside this leveling area. Whoosh, in the leveling area, Bai Xingqi shot an arrow, and a red crazy rabbit that had just spawned instantly turned into white light and disappeared. 500 charging points were obtained. The red crazy rabbit's HP was only 500 points. With Bai Xingqi's current attack power, one arrow, regardless of whether it hit a vital spot, could easily kill it instantly. Having more people than monsters was indeed a big problem, but with his current attribute panel, how could he not be able to snatch monsters from these ordinary professionals? It's just that there were still some issues. At this moment, the red crazy rabbit leveling area was full of eyes, and it was possible that someone would notice him, which did not align with his original intention of developing Loki. And just now, after instantly killing a red crazy rabbit with an arrow, several professionals who were waiting for monsters to spawn nearby had their eyes turn red. Their gazes inevitably followed the trajectory of the arrow towards Bai Xingqi. Although these professionals might not have been able to clearly see that Bai Xingqi was the one attacking, he still quickly put away his bow and arrow and jogged away. The red crazy rabbit area was clearly no longer a place to stay. Bai Xingqi continued to move deeper, following the map's guidance. Soon, he crossed a stream and reached the other side of the forest. Although it was only separated by a stream, he could clearly feel that there were many fewer professionals leveling on this side. This was also quite normal. Although it was still a novice leveling area, there was a significant difference between areas with monsters of level 6 and above and those below level 5. Whether one could solo level 6 monsters was also a criterion for judging whether a professional had moved beyond the absolute novice stage. On this day, those who could break away from the absolute novice level in a short period were clearly only a minority. Bai Xingqi, carrying his bow and arrow and holding the toughness medical staff in his hand, walked forward cautiously. In this area, the situation of having more people than monsters had been greatly alleviated. monsters might spawn nearby, so the toughness medical staff was clearly more useful than the bow and arrow. Quack quack, a frightening cry sounded nearby, and a monster spawned out of nowhere, lunging at him. It's a poisonous transformation frog. Bai Xingqi's heart stirred, and the information about this monster flashed in his mind. Poisonous transformation frog, level 6, habitually uses its tongue to attack. Its tongue tip carries poison, and after being attacked, the target will suffer from a continuous poisoning effect, slowly deducting HP. As the information flashed through his mind, Bai Xingqi's toughness medical staff had already swung out instantly. The toughness medical staff was incredibly heavy, but in his hands, with his sufficiently powerful strength attribute, it danced like an illusion, hitting the poisonous transformation frog with a bang. -706 as expected. Of a level 6 wild monster, its defense was far superior to the level 5 Crimson Mad Rabbit. Bai Xingqi also noticed that the health bar of this poisonous transformation frog had only dropped by less than half. Clearly, the health bar of this poisonous transformation frog was more than double that of the Crimson Mad Rabbit. Of course, this wasn't a major problem for Bai Xingqi. The tenacious medical staff in his hand swung repeatedly, and within a few strikes, the poisonous transformation frog was reduced to white light. However, there were some unexpected events. He found that his own health was slowly decreasing, unable to be blocked even by defense enchantment. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Soon, he found the reason for his health's slow decline. The source was the poisonous transformation frog's toxic attack. Besides its normal attacks, this poisonous transformation frog's attacks also contained poison attribute attacks. Once the poisonous transformation frog's toxic attack took effect, it would last for 5 seconds, deducting 10 health points per second. A toxic attack that deducted a total of at most 50 health points was, of course, not something Bai Xingqi took seriously at the moment. He casually cast slow recovery, and his health was immediately replenished. However, this minor incident served as a wake-up call in his heart. It was important to note that this health deduction occurred while he was under the defense enchantment state. This meant that his defense enchantment could defend against physical attacks and magical attacks, but it was completely ineffective against attacks with negative effects. Therefore, his somewhat aggressive actions due to the existence of defense enchantment carried significant risks. Today, the toxic attack only deducted 10 health points per second. What if, one day, he encountered an attack that deducted 100 health points per second, or even 1000 health points per second? Even though his maximum health had been increased significantly, and even though he was protected by defense enchantment, he could very well end up in a tragic situation. Recalling his previous confrontation with Zhou Shengming, Bai Xingqi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The mage class did not solely possess magical attacks. For example, fire magic, when cultivated to a certain extent, could also add a negative status effect called burning. Based on the current situation, his defense enchantment should also be unable to resist burning damage. It could only be said that fortunately, when he encountered Zhou Shengming, the opponent was still a novice mage who had just transferred and had not yet mastered the burning negative status attack. Otherwise, he would have died a very ugly death. With this point clarified, Bai Xingqi did not intend to do nothing. After some thought, he remembered another skill he had awakened when he first transferred. Negative resistance, with an effect of 1% asterisk. Skill level asterisk luck/10/transfer times against all negative status effects. Opening his skill panel, the information displayed at this moment had changed. Negative resistance LV1, passive proficiency 1/100. He had just been hit by a toxic strike from the poisonous transformation frog, so this passive skill had gained a point of proficiency. Even with negative resistance at just level 1, due to his relatively high luck points, he could currently achieve about 7% negative resistance. This meant that the toxic attack from the previous poisonous transformation frog should theoretically only have had 93% of its effect on him. Bai Xingqi recalled carefully, it seemed that when he was poisoned earlier, it indeed did not last the full 5 seconds. Of course, because the difference was too small, he couldn't be completely sure even if he remembered it now. Glancing around and noticing that other professionals were gradually approaching from a certain direction, Bai Xingqi's expression turned serious and he walked in another direction. Soon, he found a second poisonous transformation frog. The number of players leveling in this area has significantly decreased, making it easier to find opportunities to fight poisonous mutated frogs one-on-one. Bai Xingqi once again charged forward, swinging his resilient healing staff. However, this time he was more cautious and didn't immediately use slow recovery to replenish his lost health. As expected, this poisonous mutated frog also succumbed to Bai Xingqi's staff, dissolving into white light after inflicting only one poison attack. After being injured, he began to carefully observe the rate at which his health was dropping. In the North City forest, Bai Xingqi stood still under the effect of the poison attack. He paid close attention and noticed that the duration of the poison attack was indeed less than the full 5 seconds. It lasted for approximately 4.65 seconds, a difference of 0.35 seconds from the complete duration. Of course, he couldn't discern such a minute difference in time. He calculated this based on the total health deducted by the poison attack. The total health deduction from this poison attack did not reach 50 points. It was clear that his passive skill, negative resistance, had taken effect. It was originally a rather useless skill, but thanks to the training room, his luck attribute points had been raised quite high, which in turn boosted the effectiveness of this passive skill to a considerable level. Bai Xingqi opened his skill panel and saw that the proficiency of the negative resistance skill had indeed increased by another point, reaching 2/100. 7% negative resistance is still too low. This skill can compensate for the shortcomings of the defense enchantment, so I must train it as much as possible, Bai Xingqi thought to himself, and then he headed towards other monster areas. He had already killed more than one poisonous mutated frog, and he could recreate them in the training room, which was enough for him to practice the negative resistance skill. After all, as long as he had enough charge points, he could infinitely refresh the poisonous mutated frog, so there was no need to keep fighting them in this leveling area. The number of people leveling in the poisonous mutated frog area, although reduced, had not yet reached the ideal level. Thus, as he progressed through the monster levels, Bai Xingqi unknowingly entered the level 10 monster area. At this point, he was still quite a bit of experience away from reaching level 12. Given his monster slaying efficiency, it was difficult to level up, which made one wonder how much time and effort ordinary players would need to gain a level. The monsters spawning in this monster area were level 10 Grasshopper Archers. Bai Xingqi felt that this was the limit he could reach today in this leveling area of the North City Forest. Although, in terms of raw stats, he was almost equivalent to some level 20 players. However, real strength wasn't calculated that way. As a support class, Novice Physician had no skills that boosted output, and leveling solo was inherently a flawed concept. His powerful stat panel had allowed Bai Xingqi to break this iron rule and single-handedly fight his way to this point. However, level 10 monsters were already extremely strong. For novice players, even players with offensive abilities would need to be around level 15 to deal with them relatively easily. His current offensive capability was roughly equivalent to that of level 15 players who possessed offensive skills and wore appropriate equipment. If he were to push further, he could manage to kill monsters a few levels higher with some effort. But that would be twice the effort for half the results, and there was no need for it. Even with the protection of defense enchantment, his output capability was insufficient, and his monster slaying efficiency was clearly at its lowest. Leveling by fighting level 10 monsters in this wild area should be the optimal choice for now. After all, this leveling area had another advantage: the number of players leveling here was significantly reduced compared to the previous areas, making it almost like having the place to himself. There are two reasons for this situation. Firstly, the level 10 monsters are already quite powerful, and most new professionals, having only recently transferred, are not capable of farming them for experience. Secondly, even if there are a few exceptionally talented professionals or those who have formed good teams, they wouldn't seek out trouble by farming these monsters. This is because the Grasshopper Archer is incredibly annoying. It is the only type of ranged monster among level 1 to 10 wild monsters. Furthermore, its jumping ability is astonishing. If an enemy approaches, it will boing and leap far backward, then unleash several Bayubi ranged attacks. Professionals can only passively endure these attacks before trying to close the distance. Then, the Grasshopper Archer will boing and leap away again. This repeats, making it extremely frustrating. Farming one such monster requires several times the effort of farming a level 9 monster. However, the experience points gained from a level 10 Grasshopper Archer are nowhere near several times that of a level 9 monster. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, most professionals choose level 9 monsters as their leveling targets. Only those with powerful ranged attack capabilities, who are not deterred by its backward leaps, will choose the Grasshopper Archer as a leveling target. The professions that possess such abilities are few, with mages and archers being the most common. However, at this early stage after transferring, it's likely that very few new professionals have the strength of a mage or archer. Of course, it's not impossible that higher-level professionals might still be lingering in this monster area. These higher-level professionals, who could be farming higher-level monsters, are willingly staying here for a reason. They are after the rare items that monsters like the Grasshopper Archer can drop. Despite being only a level 10 monster, the Grasshopper Archer possesses loot that is commensurate with its annoying nature. The Leaping Shot Skill Book. This is a very useful general-purpose skill book for the early game, highly sought after by many professionals. Of course, the drop rate for this skill book is also abysmally low. Bai Xingqi shook his head, drew his bowstring taut, and loosed an arrow. To deal with the Grasshopper Archer, a ranged attack with an arrow is clearly more effective than a close-range attack with a toughness staff. Whoosh! Deep in the jungle, Bai Xingqi released his bowstring and an arrow shot out like lightning. Miss! The arrow clearly struck the Grasshopper Archer, but a large miss notification popped up. Bai Xingqi's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since entering this leveling area. He instinctively opened his status panel and took a closer look. Agility, 70, his agility attribute had already reached such a considerable level and his hit rate should have been satisfactory. Yet, that last shot had still been dodged by the Grasshopper Archer. Recalling the detailed information about the Grasshopper Archer he had learned in class, Bai Xingqi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Grasshopper Archer attacks from a distance, dodges by leaping backward, has high attack power, thick defense, and even astonishing agility, making it truly the most difficult wild monster to deal with in the early game. Moreover, the Grasshopper Archer is a small monster, which gives it a bonus to successfully dodging physical attacks. Although he wasn't an archer and didn't have skills to increase arrow accuracy, with his agility attribute being high enough, Bai Xingqi believed that the opponent couldn't keep dodging his attacks forever, and this time was just a fluke. Whoosh! Bai Xingqi, refusing to believe it, loosed another arrow. Minus 581 as expected. This time it wasn't dodged and successfully hit. However, when the attack landed, the damage dealt made his heart tremble once more. His attack power, which had already surpassed 700, only caused such minimal damage to the opponent. This demonstrated just how strong the Grasshopper Archer's defense was. After the single blow, the opponent's health bar had only dropped by a small segment. The Grasshopper Archer's HP, as stated in the data, indeed reached 5,000 points. It was truly difficult to imagine that any other level 10 professional could use it as a regular leveling target. It seemed only natural that he hadn't encountered Zhou Shengming in this monster area. Even with his magic enhancement scroll, he couldn't have easily killed such a strong Grasshopper Archer solely relying on the fireball skill. Of course, Bai Xingqi didn't know the specific situation of the opponent, whether someone was leveling with it. Therefore, in this situation, not meeting them temporarily might not be a bad thing. Bai Xingqi merely sighed and did not let it affect his continued attacks. Whoosh! Another arrow was shot. To improve his output efficiency, he also activated the Mad Blood skill. This general skill, obtained from the Crimson Mad Rabbit, was quite useful, instantly increasing his attack speed by 40%. The skill's proficiency was too difficult to raise. Even after the monster grinding phase in the training room, the Mad Blood skill was still only level 2, with a long way to go before reaching level 3. Despite the Mad Blood skill being only level 2, he could clearly feel that his speed in drawing and knocking arrows had increased significantly, and the frequency of his arrows being shot had also clearly quickened. Receiving his ranged attacks, the Grasshopper Archer was not to be outdone and also launched a counterattack with Bayubiubiu. However, under Bai Xingqi's defense enchantment, these continuous ranged attacks only dealt him a mandatory -1 damage. Although the Grasshopper Archer's attacks were powerful, it lacked any negative status effects. The threat it posed to Bai Xingqi was even less than that of the level 6 poisonous transformation frog. Moreover, since both were engaged in ranged combat, the Grasshopper Archer did not feel threatened at close range and naturally did not perform any backward leaps to dodge. The only option left for both sides was to unleash their firepower on each other. And in this scenario, Bai Xingqi was undoubtedly the one who would emerge victorious. The defense enchantment, acquired at great cost by the 4-turn Archmage, still offered no pressure against the attacks of a level 10 monster. The next attack was not met with a miss. After 8 or 9 attacks, the Grasshopper Archer let out a mournful cry and dissipated into white light. Charge points plus 1,000, in addition, experience points flew in, and where the Grasshopper Archer was killed, 2 light orbs dropped. Grasshopper thin wings and Grasshopper antennae. These were also common materials that, when collected in sufficient quantities, could be used to craft corresponding items. For example, Grasshopper thin wings could be used to craft Grasshopper wings. This was a rather magical piece of equipment that, when worn by a professional, allowed for short distance, low-altitude gliding. Bai Xingqi did not go to pick up the dropped items immediately. Instead, he moved while observing his surroundings, searching for a second Grasshopper Archer as his next target. Soon, a second Grasshopper Archer spawned not far away. He attacked this newly appeared Grasshopper Archer while approaching the dropped items of the previous one. The good thing about this wild area was that the number of people leveling and grinding monsters had greatly decreased, significantly improving his efficiency in finding monsters. After casually picking up the 2 dropped items from before, the second Grasshopper Archer had already lost about half of its health bar under his attacks. Clearly, by continuing to hunt Grasshopper Archers in this area, he would earn enough charging points to spend a considerable amount of time training in his practice room. That was the primary way for him to improve his strength. Finally, with a flash of white light, the second Grasshopper Archer also turned into experience points and flew towards him. Although Bai Xingqi was pleased, he wasn't overwhelmed by the joy. He noticed a professional approaching in the distance and quickly picked up the dropped items from the Grasshopper Archer, then moved away. His situation was special and not suitable for being exposed to others' sight. He cautiously stayed away from crowds, looking for lone Grasshopper Archers to attack. In this way, he swiftly and efficiently hunted Grasshopper Archers, steadily increasing his charging points. In the forest, Bai Xingqi once again drew his bow and arrow, about to launch a new round of attacks. However, the moment he pulled the bowstring, he suddenly felt a palpitation. This palpitation came from nowhere, but Bai Xingqi dared not ignore it. He quickly stopped attacking the Grasshopper Archer and cautiously scouted the surroundings. But all he saw was the quiet and slightly dim jungle. Besides that, not a single figure could be seen. Was it an illusion? Bai Xingqi muttered to himself and finally could only shake his head, draw his long bow, and shoot an arrow forward. -579. He successfully dealt such damage to the Grasshopper Archer. However, after this shot, Bai Xingqi did not immediately launch a second attack. The situation had changed beyond his expectations. The moment the arrow was released, he felt an unprecedented chill attack his body. Behind him, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared. At the same time as the figure appeared, a sharp weapon pierced from behind, forcefully stabbing towards his waist. Thief! The moment he was attacked, such a thought exploded in Bai Xingqi's mind. He had clearly scouted the surroundings earlier, and there was no one there. But now, someone had suddenly appeared. Considering that the opponent appeared behind him and liked to stab the waist, it could be guessed that it was a thief among the many combat professions. The thief profession most favored backstabbing, and their stealth and sneak skills were perfect for enabling such backstabs. Clearly, the palpitation he had felt earlier was not without reason. From that moment on, a thief had been stealthily lurking by his side. It was just that he didn't have the ability to see through stealth, so he initially thought it was just an illusion. At this moment, while being attacked by the thief professional, Bai Xingqi couldn't help but have a big question in his heart. Even Zhou Shangming, with whom he had many conflicts, although he had attacked him in the wild, his intention was only to teach him a lesson, not to take his life. But the thief attacking him from behind now was clearly aiming to kill him. Bai Xingqi could feel that the blow aimed at his waist possessed astonishing power. If it weren't for his defense enchantment, any other level 11 professional, even a knight or warrior with high health and defense, would likely have met their end under this blow. Who dared to defy the world and brazenly attack others in a leveling area? -1. The damage number floated up. This blow did not cause much damage, but under this blow, Bai Xingqi could not withstand the great force from his waist and stumbled forward a few steps. Who are you, and why are you attacking me? After being hit and stumbling a few steps, Bai Xingqi quickly retreated a few more steps, casting his gaze back at the suddenly appearing thief. Even with such a powerful strike, it still did not exceed the limit of defense enchantment. This gave Bai Xingqi a considerable sense of security, but his gaze towards the rogue became even colder. Interesting, it seems you have some kind of life-saving damage immunity item. The rogue looked at Bai Xingqi with slight surprise, then said sternly, "Throw down the top-grade bow and arrow in your hand to me, otherwise, when I get serious later, your one extra revival chance, which you just got after your first job change, will be used up here." As if feeling that his previous attack, which only dealt -1 damage, was not convincing enough, he snorted and added, "Don't think you can ignore my words just because your parents gave you some kind of defensive means. I have many ways to break through your defenses, and by then, relying solely on your skills as an 11th level apprentice physician, you will die a very ugly death." A mocking smile appeared on the rogue's face. "Kid, you don't want to lose a revival chance on your first day of job changing, do you?" So, the other party had taken a liking to the bow and arrow weapon in his hand. Logically speaking, the bow and arrow in his hand were just ordinary beginner weapons with no special features at all. It must be that the other party saw him deal hundreds of points of damage with an arrow which did not match the strength an 11th level apprentice physician should have, and thus believed that everything originated from the top grade weapon in his hand. Looking at the situation, the other party might have only seen through his level and profession, due to his higher level, but not his panel attributes and equipment. You openly attack other professionals in the wild, aren't you afraid of being sanctioned by the Professional Association and the City Guard? Feeling the danger posed by the rogue in front of him, Bai Xingqi intended to reason with him and persuade him to leave. Sanctioned? The rogue laughed heartily. "Only if they can find me. Why? Don't you take a good look? Can you recognize me if we meet again next time?" As the other party's voice fell, Bai Xingqi subconsciously looked at the opposite side carefully. As a result, the other party's face seemed to be covered by a haze, making it impossible to see clearly. And the other party's level, profession, name, etc. only displayed as in his eyes, providing no effective information at all. He could only guess that the other party was a rogue based on their previous attack methods. The reason for this phenomenon was, first and foremost, that he lacked the skill True Sight Eye. Secondly, the other party's level must be much higher than his, and they might even have mastered some kind of stealth technique. This made things difficult. Even if he revived from the save point in Clear Water City, contacted the Professional Association and the City Guard, there would be no way to report him. This was because he could not obtain any of the other party's identity information. Bai Xingqi's expression suddenly turned grim. He indeed felt a considerable amount of pressure. The other party was right. He certainly did not want to use up his one revival chance on his first day of job changing. After the game descended into reality, this world underwent earth-shattering changes. One of these changes concerned the lives of professionals. Before the age of 18 and job changing, humans had only one life. Once dead, they would vanish into thin air, never to exist again. Therefore, before the age of 18, they were not allowed to leave the city. This situation would improve somewhat after undergoing job changing at the age of 18. After job changing, the personal panel belonging to the professional would be activated, and vitality would be displayed in the form of a health bar. At this point, professionals would gain an additional revival chance. Before leaving the city, as long as the save point was set within the city, they could revive at the city's resurrection point even if they died outside the city. Of course, it's not as if having an extra chance at resurrection means a professional can act recklessly, because for a first-turn professional, such an extra resurrection opportunity is only available once. After it's used, the next time a professional dies, they will no longer be able to revive and will truly perish. In light of this, the Professional Association and the City Guard have jointly established a rule: no professional shall, without cause, launch a life-threatening attack on another professional. Once discovered, those who challenge the rule will face joint sanctions from the Professional Association and the City Guard. It's unlikely any professional would enjoy enduring such sanctions, but there are always those who take risks. The thief before him was clearly one of them. Well, have you made up your mind? Are you going to hand over the bow and arrow to me willingly, or should I kill you and have it drop then? The thief stared at Bai Xingqi, his eyes flickering. Bai Xingqi also hesitated for a moment. To be honest, if there was a chance, he really didn't want to confront a thief of unknown level and strength. The bow and arrow in his hand were just the most common beginner equipment, not some rare treasure. If he could exchange it for his safety, it seemed worthwhile. However, would the other party believe him? Moreover, once this was revealed, his unusual attribute panel would be difficult to hide. He was in a dilemma. Fine, you're reluctant, aren't you? Then I'll take it myself. Don't blame me for bullying a junior. Seeing Bai Xingqi's lack of response, the thief before him seemed to have lost his patience. As his voice fell, his body seemed to melt into the air, disappearing completely. In the leveling area, watching the thief disappear before his eyes, Bai Xingqi's expression became extremely solemn. He knew that since their previous negotiation had failed, the other party intended to act by force. At this moment, Bai Xingqi harbored no illusions. He knew very well that without being able to confirm the other party's identity, the thief would genuinely dare to kill him. Despite having defense enchantment, Bai Xingqi still didn't dare to let his guard down. The thief's previous attack had only dealt -1 damage to him, yet the thief remained full of confidence. Bai Xingqi understood what this meant. Clearly, the other party possessed some means to bypass his defense. He almost couldn't resist turning and fleeing back to the city. However, he managed to suppress this thought. In the current situation, turning and running might lead to a quicker demise. After all, the thief class was most adept at backstabbing, and attacking from the target's rear actually provided a damage bonus. Bai Xingqi put away his bow and arrow, gripping the resilient healing staff tightly in his hand. If the thief were to attack him, it would inevitably be a close-quarters engagement, making it more convenient to counterattack with the resilient healing staff. However, despite his stern expression and his eyes darting around, he couldn't see any trace of the other party. The thief's stealth and invisibility skills were simply unreasonable. Having used an invisibility scroll himself, he felt this particularly keenly. Clack clack clack. Suddenly, his left waist took a hit. The thief's figure reappeared from the air and, with lightning speed, struck Bai Xingqi's waist 3 times. -1, -100, -1, -100, -1, -100. Bai Xingqi felt a slight sting. The resilient healing staff he held tightly in his hand swung around like a whirlwind, casting backward to the side. Put. Weak point strike. -1098 with a dull thud. The rogue had already dodged with extreme speed, but the staff still hit his face heavily, making his head buzz. This strike had landed precisely on his head, a solid weak point attack. The rogue was startled and jumped back, gripping a dark blue dagger tightly, looking at Bai Xingqi with a horrified expression. My agility is extremely high, and the rogue class also has an evasion bonus. You were still able to hit me. How can your hit rate be so high? He had one more sentence he didn't say, and it was so coincidental that it triggered a weak point strike. At this moment, his gaze fell on the tough medical staff in Bai Xingqi's hand, his face full of apprehension. The recent weak point strike had dealt him over 1000 damage, causing his health bar to drop a small segment, which was truly terrifying. He knew very well that a level 11 apprentice physician could not possess such terrifying attack power. So, this powerful attack power, did it come from the weapon in the opponent's hand? Who exactly was this person, who had only just transferred and already possessed 2 super powerful beginner-grade weapons. No, coupled with the armor that prevented him from breaking through the defense twice, the opponent had at least 3 pieces of top-tier equipment. Could he be a descendant of some master, craftsman, or perhaps the second generation of those major guilds or companies? The rogue hesitated for a moment. Offending such a powerful force didn't seem like something that would make one feel at ease. But in the end, greed overcame fear, and he gritted his teeth, still deciding to go through with it. Anyway, the opponent couldn't see his specific information, so why not try? And although the opponent had super powerful beginner-grade armor, as a rogue he had the weapon poisoning skill, which could not be countered by any armor, no matter how high its defense. Thinking this, he looked at the opposite side with a smile. But as his gaze swept over, the smile on his face froze. As far as he could see, the level 11 apprentice physician opposite him was not panicking from being poisoned, but instead casually raised his hand and cast a healing skill on himself. The rogue recognized it as the slow recovery skill, which was considered useless. However, what shocked him so much that his jaw dropped were the recovery numbers that popped up on the opponent. Plus 192 minus 100. Plus 192 minus 100. At his current level, with the weapon poisoning skill that he had invested great effort to improve its proficiency, his damage output was actually not keeping up with the recovery skill of a level 11 apprentice physician? How could such a thing be possible? In this world? The rogue fell into silence. Unlike the opponent's silence, Bai Xingqi was already burning with rage. Fortunately, in the training room, his slow recovery skill proficiency had reached level 2. Coupled with his high spirit attribute of 96 points, he was able to achieve such a recovery speed. If not for this, and if he were just an ordinary level 11 apprentice physician, then enduring such a poisoned state at this moment would have left him with only the option of standing still and waiting to die. This rogue, whose level was far higher than his own, was determined to kill him. But fortunately, among the opponent's attack methods, only the poisoned attack seemed to be able to harm him. And this poisoned attack could be perfectly offset by his slow recovery, allowing him to remain at full health. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. Since the opponent wanted his life, he naturally wouldn't let the opponent have an easy time. With his mind made up, Bai Xingqi directly activated the Berserk Blood skill and charged forward. The tough medical staff in his hand swung down with a whoosh. To inflict pain on the opponent, weak point attacks were clearly the most effective. His own not low agility and dexterity stats were the solid backing for successfully launching a weak point attack. The rogue's expression changed. At this point, he had already begun to consider retreating. Upon realizing that his attacks couldn't harm the opponent at all, he understood that this surprise attack had completely failed. Although the opponent was only a level 11 novice physician, with a level far lower than his own, regrettably, due to various factors, he simply couldn't deal with him. For a second generation professional like this, equipped with top-tier gear, if he couldn't quickly assassinate them, he had to retreat as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the opponent called for backup or if they had other powerful items as trump cards, he would be in a very passive position. Thinking this, he had no intention of continuing to fight Bai Xingqi and instead began to trot away into the distance. His stealth and invisibility skills were not yet off cooldown, otherwise he could have gracefully departed, leaving no trace behind. The rogue ran very fast, but Bai Xingqi wasn't much slower. His stat panel was high, and his agility attribute didn't have a vast difference compared to the rogue's, so during the pursuit he still managed to strike the opponent's back with his staff. However, since the opponent was intent on escaping, some of the force of this blow was diffused, and it didn't cause significant damage. Minus 248. Feeling the pain in his back, the rogue was somewhat annoyed, but he continued to flee into the distance without looking back. Being beaten into a hasty retreat by a level 11 novice physician, his face turned red with embarrassment and frustration. Just you wait. When I get my hands on a armor-piercing short sword, if we ever meet again, you won't be this lucky. While harboring such thoughts, the rogue had already run dozens of meters away. With his agility attribute, his running speed was naturally astonishing. Bai Xingqi did not pursue further. He knew he couldn't catch up. Once a rogue specializing in agility began to flee at full speed, virtually no other profession could catch them. However, he had no intention of letting the opponent retreat so comfortably. Slightly narrowing his eyes, he put down his tenacious physician's staff and switched to a bow and arrow. Whoosh! The arrow flew like a meteor, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived behind the rogue. Somewhere in the North City forest, the air rippled and a figure emerged. The figure reached out and wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow, exhaling heavily. What a bizarre fellow. He's only level 11, a novice physician with no offensive skills, yet his attack power is almost on par with a level 20 archer. It's terrifying. This was the rogue who had successfully escaped from Bai Xingqi. Gulp gulp. With no time to think further, he hurriedly pulled out a blood potion from his inventory space and gulped it down. He had been thoroughly routed by the opponent's arrow attack earlier. As soon as his stealth skill was off cooldown, he quickly entered stealth and successfully escaped. However, while in stealth and invisibility, using healing potions would interrupt the state, making it disadvantageous for a safe retreat. Thus, he could only stop here to replenish his health. At this moment, his health bar was in a critically dangerous state. If he took a few more significant attacks, his health bar would likely be depleted and he would be finished. One bottle wasn't enough, so he gulped down another. After 3 consecutive bottles, his health bar finally returned to full. Tisk, these blood potions are so expensive, and yet the drug resistance decay is just as high. I've only drunk less than 10 bottles since I bought them, and the healing amount has already dropped to only 70% of the original. The rogue's expression was grim after finishing the blood potions. He had intended to make a quick profit, but instead, his plan had backfired, and he had increased his resistance to another type of blood potion. Before long, this type of healing potion would become completely ineffective for him, and he would need to prepare a new kind of healing potion. And given the usual practices of those large companies and guilds, the price of their newly produced healing potions would certainly not be low. Old Zhang, the boss is about to respawn. Have you scouted the surroundings? A voice sounded as he was thinking. A shield-bearing professional walked over and asked him. The thief, referred to as Old Zhang, glanced at the shield-bearer and said irritably, "Don't worry, I've made around, and there are no other strong teams." As he spoke, he gave a self-deprecating smile. To be honest, you're worrying too much. Besides us poor folks, what other teams above level 20 would even care about such a small boss? Don't be careless. Although the Grasshopper Archer is just a novice leveling monster, its drops are very precious, so it's possible that the Grasshopper Archer leader will attract many strong teams. Alright, I get it. I'll go keep an eye out again. The thief Old Zhang replied irritably and quickly went into stealth again, heading towards the surroundings. Professionals like him, who were over level 20, naturally did not come to this novice leveling area without reason. Their team had come here precisely to conquer the boss of this leveling area, the Grasshopper Archer leader. The reason, of course, was for its precious drops. Of course, this preciousness was relative. A team whose overall level had exceeded 20 yet was still fixated on conquering this clearly belonged to the less successful ones. Therefore, when scouting the surroundings, seeing the top-grade weapon in Bai Xingqi's hand, he had developed greed. He thought about snatching it away and making a large profit by selling it. This misunderstanding occurred because he could only see Bai Xingqi's profession and level, but could not see through his attribute panel and equipment panel. Seeing the abnormal attack, he naturally assumed it was due to the top-grade weapon. But he, who was extremely unsuccessful, couldn't even deal with a level 11 apprentice physician and was instead beaten into a hasty retreat. It was disheartening just thinking about it. "Don't let me meet you again," the thief Old Zhang said fiercely in his heart. "Don't let me meet you again." At the same time, in the Grasshopper Archer leveling area, Bai Xingqi also said fiercely. Having been inexplicably attacked by a high-level professional, his mood was clearly not good either. After a moment of thought, he finally decided to end his wild area leveling for the day and return to the city first. Anyway, he had already accumulated quite a lot of charging points on this trip, which should be enough for him to train diligently in the training room for a while. Since he had already suffered an attack, continuing to stay in the same place was clearly not a good choice. If the other party gathered teammates and returned, he would be in a very passive situation. As for standing still and entering the training room to farm monsters, he wouldn't even dare to think about such a thing. His gaze swept around, and he felt a vague sense of unease, worried that another high-level professional might suddenly jump out from the side. Bai Xingqi then slowly returned the way he came. He held his bow and arrow, clearing monsters along the way. Although more and more people were leveling, with his attack power, he still managed to snatch many wild monsters and replenished another round of charging points. Finally, Bai Xingqi returned to the platform and took the bus back to the city. By this time, the sky had gradually darkened. Many professionals were also waiting for the bus to return to the city. The wild areas at night would be even more dangerous, with monster attributes doubling and one's own vision range being limited. It was not a good time for leveling. After returning to the city, Bai Xingqi, who lived alone, was naturally too lazy to cook and simply ate at a restaurant outside. The taste of a shop run by a chef with a life profession was indeed very good. It is said that the delicacies cooked by skilled chefs even possess special effects. This is something that Bai Xingqi could not comprehend at the moment. However, when the bored chef owner asked him how his cooking of the poisonous transformation frog was, his face immediately turned as dark as the sky. Forcing himself not to vomit, Bai Xingqi returned home and quickly entered the Black Iron training room. Charge points 36800. These words appeared on the black stone tablet. Bai Xingqi estimated in his heart and nodded secretly. After only a moment of thought, he had decided which monster to farm. It was still the bouncing flower. As a level 1 wild monster, refreshing one bouncing flower only consumed 1 charge point. With the current charge points, it was enough for him to farm tens of thousands of them, which would undoubtedly be the most cost-effective way to improve his strength. No sooner said than done, with a thought phantom surged within the training room, and 2 bouncing flowers had already spawned. Bai Xingqi raised his hand and cast a mad blood status on himself, then charged forward with his tough medical staff. In the training room, he not only had to farm monsters to increase his attribute points but also seized this opportunity to improve his skill proficiency. It was a pity that his current maximum magic points were only 9,600. A level 2 skill consumed 200 magic points, and relying solely on his own magic recovery, he couldn't sustain continuous skill casting. Every little bit counts now. If I have a chance, I'll get something to restore magic points and quickly level up my skills. With this thought, Bai Xingqi's weapon fell, and the bouncing flowers spawned in the training room dissipated into white light. Hu Bai Xingqi let out a long sigh. This time, he had killed over 1,000 bouncing flowers. It wasn't that he didn't want to persist, but rather that the training room forcibly closed and expelled him towards the end. Bai Xingqi quickly understood the reason. It turned out that the Black Iron Training Room LV1 could only be used for 3 hours per day. As the training room's level increased in the future, the usage time might increase. Although Bai Xingqi was a little regretful, he could understand, because after using the training room for 3 hours, he could clearly feel a deep sense of fatigue in the depths of his mind. It was obvious that using the training room was not without its price. I can only continue tomorrow. After checking his current condition, Bai Xingqi prepared to go to bed. Although he hadn't farmed all the charge points as expected, the over 1,000 bouncing flowers he farmed this time still brought him considerable improvement. Including previous accumulations, he had killed over 1,000 normal bouncing flowers, more than 10 elite bouncing flowers, and 2 leader level bouncing flowers this time. Compared to before, his overall attributes gained from farming monsters had increased by another 46 points. His level had also reached 13. Level 13 strength, 120 plus 4 agility, 120 plus 2 spirit, 149 plus 1. His overall attributes had officially broken through the 3-digit mark. Glancing at his status panel, Bai Xingqi closed his eyes contentedly and fell asleep. The next day, Bai Xingqi did not immediately head to the leveling area. For him now, the charge points in the training room were not yet depleted, so heading to the leveling area held little significance, and he did not intend to waste the 3 hours of training room farming time he was allotted daily. I must improve my attack power and increase my farming efficiency. With this thought, Bai Xingqi once again went to the Clearwater Commercial Building. Having slain over 3,000 bouncing flowers, his backpack space was filled with loot that needed to be dealt with. Ultimately, his steps led him to the shop he had patronized the day before. The shop's sign, with the words, Newbie Department Store, was quite conspicuous. This establishment dealt in general merchandise, stocking everything from materials, equipment, and potions to scrolls and skill books. Compared to specialty stores that focused on a single category while lacking high-end products, these department stores were popular with first-tier professionals due to their comprehensive stock. Welcome. Oh, it's you? The shop owner recognized Bai Xingqi at a glance, his expression becoming somewhat unnatural. Student, why are you back? We agreed. All sales are final, no returns or exchanges. Even if your resilient healing staff isn't to your liking, you can't go back on your word. Bai Xingqi walked in with a smile, ignoring the owner's apprehension. Don't worry, boss, I'm not here to return anything. I have some materials I'd like to sell here. Materials? Is it the Crimson Frenzy rabbit blood again? Hearing that Bai Xingqi wasn't returning goods, the owner relaxed. Crimson Frenzy rabbit blood? No, that's not it. Bai Xingqi shook his head. Oh, not it. The shop owner's interest immediately waned. He asked indifferently, then what do you have to sell? Is it Crimson Frenzy rabbit fur? That's not it either. Bai Xingqi shook his head and took something out of his backpack, placing it on the counter. Bouncing flower petals? The shop owner shook his head. These aren't worth much. If it were just a few scattered portions, I wouldn't bother collecting them. Don't worry, it's definitely not just a few scattered portions. Bai Xingqi smiled meaningfully and opened his backpack space again. Instantly, a large quantity of bouncing flower petals was taken out, piling high on the counter. A total of 1,976 portions. Boss, just give me the market price. The shop owner's mouth gaped in shock, and after a long moment, he managed to utter a slightly hoarse voice from his throat. Did you sweep through the entire bouncing flower wild area several times? Bai Xingqi naturally didn't reveal the specific details, merely smiling. Boss, are you buying? If not, I'll have to find someone else. Buy, of course, I'll buy. In the end, at a price of 0.5 star yuan per portion of petals, Bai Xingqi received a full 1,000 star yuan from the shop owner. Seemingly intending to foster goodwill, the owner was quite generous with the rounding. And when Bai Xingqi continued to pull out materials like bouncing flower roots and bouncing flower seeds from his backpack space, the shop owner secretly clenched his fist, feeling that his earlier gesture of goodwill had not been in vain. If the transaction of nearly 2,000 portions of bouncing Flower petals was just small potatoes, then the materials he produced afterward were a substantial business deal. These items could not be obtained without killing at least a dozen elite bouncing flowers. After the transactions, Bai Xingqi had earned over 10,000 star yuan in total, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. For him, this was a considerable sum. The shop owner was also beaming. He was very pleased to have made such a deal. Even with a shop in a location like the Clearwater Commercial Plaza, business like this was not to be overlooked. Boss, do you have any melee weapons with a large attack range, perhaps ones that can hit several monsters around me at once? Also, could you recommend some items that restore magic points? After dealing with the materials in his hands, Bai Xingqi immediately presented his needs to the shop owner. Seeing another opportunity for business, the owner's face lit up and he quickly placed 2 items before Bai Xingqi. For melee weapons with a large attack range, I have these 2, the ebony spear and the fine iron greatsword. Which do you think would suit you? What's the difference between them? Bai Xingqi asked in a low voice, his eyes already scanning them instinctively. The difference is quite significant. The ebony spear has a longer attack range, but it only deals full damage to the primary target. Secondary targets on the sides only receive a small amount of damage from the spear's sweep. The fine iron greatsword, however, can deal equal damage to all monsters within a semicircular area in front of you when you swing it. Of course, it has its weaknesses. It's very heavy and requires extremely high strength to wield. Not only is its attack speed slow, but the more monsters you attack simultaneously, the more its damage output is reduced. The shop owner looked at Bai Xingqi and smiled. So, which one do you choose? He didn't ask why Bai Xingqi, a novice physician, needed to purchase such equipment. After 2 days of transactions, he guessed that the other party likely had an entire team behind them. Since novice physicians couldn't contribute much in team leveling, they were probably only useful for running errands. I'll take the fine iron greatsword, Bai Xingqi decided quickly. Alright, this sword is level 10 equipment. I'll charge you 500 star yuan. The shop owner nodded with satisfaction and then asked Bai Xingqi, as for the mana recovery items you mentioned, do you want mana potions or something else? No mana potions for now. Do you have any magic scrolls that continuously restore mana? Bai Xingqi shook his head inside the shop. With the star yuan he had just obtained, he could afford some mana potions. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to use them for practicing skills. It was important to know that while mana potions could replenish mana in the simplest and most direct way, they also had a tolerance decay effect. If he used too many mana potions during his skill practice phase, and the tolerance decay effect for many types of mana potions accumulated, his options in critical moments would be greatly reduced. This was a common understanding among the professionals in this world. Therefore, during normal, non-critical situations, they wouldn't use mana potions without restraint. Magic scrolls, let me think. The shop owner pondered for a moment and finally took out a scroll from a cabinet. Here, this mana recovery array scroll fits your description. The shop owner frowned and added, however, to be honest, this thing has too many limitations and isn't very practical to use. Otherwise, it would have been sold out long ago. Bai Xingqi had already taken the scroll and was examining it carefully. Mana recovery array scroll. Low grade upon use, deploys a temporary magic array within a 3-meter radius, restoring 30 mana points per second for 10 minutes. Usable by those who have undergone their first job advancement or higher. You see? This thing just looks good, but it's completely impractical in reality. Who would stay within a 3-meter radius while leveling and fighting monsters? Even mages and archers, who can stand within the magic array and attack from a distance, can't guarantee a continuous stream of monsters to fight. Eventually, they'll have to move out and search for monsters. The shop owner earnestly advised, showing considerable thoughtfulness for a seller. His shop, Novice Emporium, catered mostly to newly job-advanced novice professionals, and he hoped these novices could avoid detours whenever possible. I suggest you just buy some mana potions. At most, I'll give you a discount. It won't cost much. No, I won't accept your suggestion. Bai Xingqi smiled and shook his head, saying to the shop owner's stunned expression, Boss, I'll take this scroll. How much? The shop owner looked at Bai Xingqi and finally sighed helplessly. 250 star yuan. Bai Xingqi calculated with his not-so-excellent mental arithmetic skills and found that this price, used to buy mana potions, could restore 15,000 points of magic power. And this scroll, if fully consumed within 10 minutes, could only restore 18,000 points of magic power. Of course, mana potions have tolerance decay, so they couldn't actually restore the full 15,000 points. But even so, the price of this scroll was not cheap. Boss, I'll take 20. Can you give me a discount? Didn't you say you could offer a discount just now? He had already planned to use these scrolls to fight in the training room for a full 3 hours. 20, are you sure? The shop owner's eyes lit up. No matter how honest he was, he wouldn't let go of a business opportunity. In the end, the two completed the transaction for 4,800 star yuan. After depositing the remaining few thousand Star Yuan into his mortgage deduction account. Bai Xingqi, with an empty balance, returned home. Having earned money by processing a large amount of materials, he had only been at 10,000 yuan household for a brief period. Upon returning home, he quickly entered the training room again. 3 bouncing flowers refreshed in front of him. Having killed over 3,000 monsters in total, the training room's simultaneous monster spawn count naturally reached 3. Bai Xingqi had already equipped the purchased fine iron greatsword. Fine iron greatsword, quality, normal, profession requirement, swordsman class, other professions will have reduced equipment. Attributes when used. Level requirement, 10, strength requirement, 30, attack plus 30, strength plus 5, heavy, attack speed is reduced 4. Users with insufficient strength and damage is enhanced for users with great strength. An extremely heavy two-handed sword that can deal equal damage to enemies in a semicircular area in front of you during swings, with damage decreasing as the number of targets increases. It was clear that this weapon was not intended for a profession like an apprentice physician. A normal apprentice physician would not possess the strength to wield this weapon. However, Bai Xingqi was no longer a normal apprentice physician. With his strength attribute exceeding 100, he could easily lift this two-handed greatsword with one hand. As for the attribute values of the greatsword itself, they were negligible to him. What he needed was simply the weapon's area of effect attack characteristic. Who, without much hesitation, Bai Xingqi first cast a berserk blood status on himself, then gripped the greatsword and swung it forcefully. Instantly, the wind howled, and the incredibly heavy two-handed greatsword in his hand bore no resemblance to the word heavy. -868, -868, -868 3. Damage numbers floated up. With just one strike, the 3 bouncing flowers in front of him turned into white light and dissipated. This killing efficiency was indeed much faster than when he used the toughness medical staff to strike them one by one. Bai Xingqi also had a rough idea of the damage reduction. When attacking 3 monsters simultaneously, the damage was reduced by about 30%. But it didn't matter. With his current powerful stats, even with a 30% reduction, it was still more than enough to instantly kill wild monsters. Like bouncing flowers, Bai Xingqi held the heavy fine iron greatsword in one hand, waiting for the next wave of monsters to spawn. With the greatsword capable of area of effect attacks, his monster killing efficiency had greatly improved. If there was any minor drawback, it was that the experience points from bouncing flowers were only 1 point each, making leveling up quite slow. However, Bai Xingqi's primary objective was to improve his attribute panel. The increase in level was merely incidental. As long as these bouncing flowers could still provide experience points, even just a little, it wasn't entirely unacceptable. While swinging his greatsword to kill monsters, he took out the magic recovery array scroll and, after activating it, placed it on the floor of the training room. If he were leveling up among wild monsters, the 3-meter range of this magic array would indeed restrict the professional's movement. But in this training room, all monsters spawned within a 3-meter radius, making the magic array perfectly suited for use. +30, +30. As the magic array was deployed, blue numbers continuously floated up. This was the effect of continuous magic point recovery. Bai Xingqi's slightly depleted mana bar slowly recovered under the effect of this magic array. At this point, he no longer had to worry about running out of mana and could confidently cast skills. The slow recovery and mad blood skills each had a duration of 10 seconds and a cooldown of 20 seconds. Without the worry of mana depletion, they could be seamlessly chained together. The proficiency of these 2 skills steadily increased. A clear light emerged, and a bell-like sound rang out. In the training room, Bai Xingqi's level finally rose to 16. This time, upon entering the training room, he had already killed over 2,000 bouncing flowers. Relying on the area of effect fine iron greatsword in his hand, his efficiency in killing monsters greatly improved, and the time taken was even less than an hour. His attribute panel improved rapidly, and his skill proficiency also increased. But at this moment, Bai Xingqi frowned slightly, already deciding to give up on killing more bouncing flowers. This was because, according to the rules of this world, killing monsters that were too far below one's own level would not yield any experience points. And this threshold was level 15. Bai Xingqi, now level 16. Killing level 1 bouncing flowers could no longer even obtain that meager 1 point of experience. If it were only this, it would still not prevent him from killing a large number of bouncing flowers to improve his attribute panel. However, whether due to the training room's limitations or the world's constraints, once he could no longer obtain experience points, Bai Xingqi's killing of bouncing flowers also lost the effect of attribute improvement. After killing an extra 100 bouncing flowers and wasting 100 charging points, he felt a pang of regret. Forget it, I'll just switch to a different monster. It's a minor issue, no need to panic. Bai Xingqi had excellent adaptability. Since he had confirmed that the bouncing flowers monster yielded no benefits, he quickly made a decision. Charging points, 30940. The training room still had over 30,000 charging points remaining. He now understood that if he only killed the lowest level wild monsters, it would be difficult to deplete these charging points with his daily 3 hours of training room usage. Since that was the case, there was no need to be too frugal. While farming attributes, he could also speed up his level progression and aim for a second job as soon as possible, which would be better than anything else. Bai Xingqi directly skipped the monsters of the previous few levels and, after some consideration, also removed his old friend Crimson Mad Rabbit from the options. The most valuable drop from monsters like the Crimson Mad Rabbit was the Mad Blood skill book. He had already obtained this skill book long ago, so there was no need to continue sticking to farming this type of monster. His gaze fell upon the black stone, and he saw that much more information had been added to it. From top to bottom, it recorded 10 types of wild monsters that could be chosen, which were the results of his trip to the northern leveling area this time. In terms of the preciousness of their drops, among these 10 types of wild monsters, the level 10 Grasshopper Archer was undoubtedly the most valuable. However, with Bai Xingqi's current attack methods, the efficiency of killing Grasshopper Archers was too low, making them unsuitable as a primary choice for grinding monsters. Moreover, there was another important reason that led him to choose the level 6 Poisonous Transformation Frog as his grinding target. His previous encounters in the leveling area had made him realize that defense enchantment had its limitations. This limitation came in the form of various negative status effects. Currently, within the training room, Bai Xingqi intended to rely on the Poisonous Transformation Frog's toxic attacks to increase the proficiency of his negative resistance skill. Since his decision was made, he had no intention of wasting any time. With a thought, the Poisonous Transformation Frogs appeared within the training room. In the Black Iron training room, 6 Poisonous Transformation Frogs opened their mouths wide, extending their tongues to attack Bai Xingqi. After previous monster grinding, he had accumulated a kill count of 6,000 monsters within the training room, naturally increasing the simultaneous monster spawn count to 6. -1, -10, -1, -10, -1, -10. As the 6 Poisonous Transformation Frogs attacked simultaneously, Bai Xingqi's body was immediately afflicted with 6 stacks of poison. Losing 66 health per second was no longer negligible damage. But Bai Xingqi remained unhurried, raising his hand to cast Slow Recovery on himself. Plus 478. Currently, Slow Recovery was still only level 2, but thanks to his rapid improvement, his spirit attribute had reached 239 points, resulting in a healing amount far exceeding expectations. The 66 health deducted per second thus seemed insignificant. Then, the fine iron greatsword in his hand swung forward like a whirlwind, hitting all 6 Poisonous Transformation Frogs almost simultaneously. With a strength attribute exceeding 200 points, it brought astonishing attack power. Even when attacking 6 monsters simultaneously, the damage reduction of 60% still resulted in considerable power. -789, -784, -791. With a single strike, the health bars of all 6 Poisonous Transformation Frogs dropped by half. Then, Bai Xingqi swung his greatsword again, and with 6 flashes of white light, these 6 Poisonous Transformation Frogs were directly killed. Experience plus 6. Experience plus 6. As expected of level 6 wild monsters, the experience gained was much better than that from level 1 bouncing flowers. And before being killed by him, these 6 Poisonous Transformation Frogs could at least inflict 1 toxic attack on him, increasing the proficiency of his negative resistance skill, perfectly fulfilling their value. 1 Poisonous Transformation Frog meant 1 point of proficiency. Negative resistance LV1, passive, proficiency 14/100. The negative resistance skill instantly gains 6 points of proficiency. Through such monster grinding, his attribute panel, skill proficiency, and experience were all steadily increasing. And for every 100 Poisonous Transformation Frogs ground, an elite Poisonous Transformation Frog would directly spawn in the training room, which was a relatively generous gain for Bai Xingqi. The most frequent drop was Poisonous Transformation Frog Slime. This was also a common material with a wide range of applications, serving as raw material for scrolls, potions, and more. With widespread uses, there was naturally no shortage of buyers. However, the relatively high drop rate also determined that the price of Poisonous Transformation Frog Slime could not be too high. It was only slightly better than Crimson Mad Rabbit fur. Bai Xingqi, of course, would not be picky about it. Although the unit price was not high, grinding more of it would accumulate into a considerable amount of money. It was a pity that after grinding several hundred Poisonous Transformation Frogs and several elite Poisonous Transformation Frogs had spawned in the training room, nothing particularly good had dropped after killing them. His luck, it seemed, could not always be so good. However, the experience gained did not disappoint. After defeating several hundred monsters, his level naturally increased by 1, reaching level 17. His attribute panel saw a slight improvement, but the most significant enhancement was clearly in the negative resistance skill. Under the continuous toxic attacks from hundreds of poisonous frogs, the proficiency of the skill rapidly increased, reaching LV2 at this moment. Negative resistance LV2, passive, proficiency 336/500, resistance to all negative status effects is 1% * skill level * luck /10 job. Change count. Coupled with his current luck attribute of 212 points, his resistance to negative effects reached a direct 42%. This was already a considerable improvement. It meant that all negative status effects would only exert more than half of their usual effect on him. The charging points are still sufficient, and there are still thousands of poisonous frogs to farm. This negative resistance skill has room for further improvement. Bai Xingqi nodded with satisfaction and continued his endeavor of defeating poisonous frogs. With just 2 attacks clearing a group, his efficiency in killing poisonous frogs was impeccable. Unknowingly, he had already defeated 1,000 poisonous frogs. Bai Xingqi looked ahead with a hint of excitement. According to the usual pattern, when he defeated the 1,000 poisonous frog, a leader class monster should spawn in the training room. In the training room, under Bai Xingqi's gaze, the next monster to spawn was indeed no longer an ordinary poisonous frog, but a creature several times larger. That's right, this is indeed a leader class poisonous frog. His gaze fell upon the poisonous frog leader, several times larger than the normal ones, and he nodded. Although this leader class poisonous frog was far more powerful than the bouncing flower leader, it was still no match for the current Bai Xingqi. With his current strength, dealing with such a leader class poisonous frog was a trivial matter. Croak. The leader class poisonous frog let out a cry and extended its tongue, launching an attack at Bai Xingqi. His defense enchantment remained trustworthy, and the leader class poisonous frog's normal attacks still couldn't break through his defense. However, as a leader class monster, its toxic attack was much stronger than that of ordinary poisonous frogs. -1, -120, losing 120 health points per second. Its toxic attack was even stronger than the rogue he had encountered earlier. Bai Xingqi calmly raised his hand and cast Slow Recovery, the health regained, completely covering the damage from the poison. At the same time, he raised his fine iron heavy sword and swung it heavily at the opponent. Croak. With a pained cry, even the leader class poisonous frog couldn't withstand his current attack, and under the effect of negative resistance, the poisoning status, which could have lasted for 5 seconds, only persisted for less than 3 seconds before disappearing. This battle, as expected, ended with Bai Xingqi's complete victory. Killed leader class poisonous frog, all attributes +10. What made Bai Xingqi even more overjoyed were the clusters of light that exploded on the ground before him. Judging by the situation, this was a massive stroke of luck. Each cluster of light represented a dropped item, and at this moment there were as many as 7 or 8 clusters of light on the ground. This was a super drop he had never encountered before. Poisonous frog slime, poisonous frog blood, poisonous frog heart. Picking up the dropped items one by one, besides the common poisonous frog slime, other items like poisonous frog blood and poisonous frog heart were rarer drops. They could clearly be sold for a good price. Even these alone made Bai Xingqi feel quite satisfied. But when he saw the last 2 clusters of light, his eyes widened. Poisonous frog crystal core can be embedded in weapons, strengthening poison attribute attack by +20%. Poison transformation frog pet egg. Upon hatching, you will obtain 1 poison transformation frog pet. I'm rich, Bai Xingqi exclaimed in his mind for a fleeting moment. Both the poison transformation frog crystal core and the poison transformation frog pet egg were extremely rare and highly sought after by many professionals. The former greatly enhances professionals with poison attribute attack methods. The latter is even more so. The poison transformation frog pet, obtained after hatching, would undoubtedly be an excellent helper for any professional. Don't underestimate the level 6 poison transformation frog wild monster. Its current weakness is solely due to its low level. If it becomes a professional's pet and is diligently nurtured, its strength would be considerable. Bai Xingqi even considered keeping it for himself to raise. However, he eventually dismissed the idea. Pets can only gain experience from monsters they personally kill, and the experience required for leveling up is double that of a professional. Raising a pet requires a significant investment of time and energy. If he were just an ordinary trainee physician with no offensive capabilities, raising a poison transformation frog pet would indeed provide a substantial boost to his offensive power. But now that he possessed the training room, a poison transformation frog pet was no longer so essential. With the ability to infinitely increase his attributes, he wouldn't lack offensive power once his attribute panel was sufficiently boosted. At a time when he needed to improve himself as quickly as possible, spending a large amount of time and energy nurturing a poison transformation frog pet was not worthwhile. It would be better to sell it directly and alleviate his financial pressures. Having made his decision, Bai Xingqi wasted no more time. He put the items away and entered a new round of monster grinding. After the poison transformation frog leader was killed, no more monsters spawned in the training room. It seemed to be waiting for him to choose the type of monster to spawn next. Bai Xingqi was already accustomed to this. With a thought, the words poison transformation frog on the black stone tablet beside him flashed with light. and several poison transformation frogs began to spawn in the training room. Croak croak with their calls, these poison transformation frogs launched an attack on Bai Xingqi. In turn, Bai Xingqi raised his greatsword. Time passed, and before he knew it, the energy points in the training room were nearly depleted. Bai Xingqi had already killed 5,000 poison transformation frogs. The time taken was less than 2 hours. As expected, with the fine iron greatsword that possessed area of effect attacks, his monster grinding efficiency had increased to an unimaginable level. At this point, he temporarily stopped grinding and began to take stock of his gains. His backpack was packed to the brim, and he was confident that selling them would bring him a satisfactory income in star yuan. In terms of experience points, having killed 5,000 poison transformation frogs, he had now reached level 22. However, once his level surpassed the poison transformation frogs by 15 levels, the level 6 poison transformation frogs could no longer provide him with experience points. Bai Xingqi could only accept this rule of this world. The improvement in his attribute panel was also gratifying. Killing 5,000 poison transformation frogs, including elite and leader class monsters, had granted him a total increase of 150 points in all attributes. Currently, his attribute panel, without equipment, was level 22 health, 36600 mana for 1300 physical attack, 3660 strength, 366 agility, 366 spirit, 413. All 6 attributes had reached astonishing levels, with his spirit attribute exceeding 400 points. The more than 30,000 points of health gave Bai Xingqi a slight sense of security. Even if defense enchantment couldn't block those negative status attacks, with this level of HP, it should still be able to withstand them to some extent when encountering such attacks. However, when it comes to resisting negative statuses, another method is naturally more reliable. Bai Xingqi had already opened his skill panel and looked at the negative resistance skill. During the recent monster grinding, this skill had clearly gained a significant boost. In the training room, Bai Xingqi carefully examined his skill panel. Negative resistance LV5, passive, proficiency 2010 of 5000, slow recovery LV3, active, proficiency 15/1000. Mad Blood LV2, active, proficiency 406 of 500. Among these, the proficiency of the 2 active skills, Slow Recovery and Mad Blood, hadn't increased significantly due to skill cooldown limitations. But even so, their usefulness was already considerable. The LV2 Mad Blood skill, when activated, could increase attack speed by 40%, providing an immediate boost to output capabilities. And the LV3 Slow Recovery was even more remarkable. Combined with his spirit attribute, which had now surpassed 400 points, it could restore over 1200 HP per second. The healing potions available to a tier 1 professional, even the best and most expensive ones, could never achieve such astonishing recovery rates. This level of healing clearly surpassed the common understanding of the novice physician profession. If novice physicians possessed such healing capabilities, they wouldn't be disliked but would be cherished by all professionals. Of course, all of this stemmed from his extraordinary spirit attribute, a level that ordinary tier 1 professionals couldn't possess. Such an attribute panel would likely be considered top tier even among tier 2 professionals. Among these 3 skills, the most significant improvement was naturally in the passive skill, negative resistance. Relying on his luck attribute of 366 points, negative resistance at LV5 now provided an astonishing 180% resistance to negative effects. This was a terrifying improvement. At this point, the poisonous attacks from the poison transformation frogs, which originally lasted for 5 seconds, couldn't even take effect on him for a single second, let alone last. As long as he didn't encounter methods that could reduce resistance, Bai Xingqi was effectively immune to negative statuses. And even if he encountered methods that reduced resistance, he wasn't overly worried. After all, the negative resistance skill was only LV5 and still had room for further improvement. It had to be said that the parallel advancement of attributes and skills had led to a rapid increase in Bai Xingqi's strength. He turned to look at the black stone beside him. It displayed the following information: charge points, 940. This indicated that if he continued grinding monsters, he could still defeat over 100 more. However, he didn't plan to grind monsters for now. With a thought, the scenery changed, and Bai Xingqi had exited the training room. Habitually, he opened his attribute panel and, after confirming that his efforts in the training room were not in vain, he finally felt at ease. How much time had passed? His backpack was once again filled with a large amount of loot, urgently awaiting processing. At the Clearwater Mall, Bai Xingqi's figure reappeared. His footsteps stopped at the usual spot. Welcome. Ha, you're back again? The shop owner recognized Bai Xingqi at a glance and blinked, appearing quite surprised. How many times had this person visited in such a short period? He had patronized their shop several times. This was truly the first time he had encountered someone like that. However, a businessman would naturally not turn away customers. Student, did you forget to buy something earlier? Tell me, and I'll find it for you right away. No rush. Bai Xingqi smiled, his gaze falling on the shop owner. He said, I have some more materials here, and I plan to process them here again. More materials, already? How long has it been? The shop owner was very surprised. You've only been gone for such a short time, at most you've just reached the wild zone, right? He had already assumed Bai Xingqi had a whole team behind him, but he still thought the efficiency of killing monsters and obtaining materials couldn't be this high. Bai Xingqi's heart stirred. He just realized a detail he had almost overlooked. Indeed, the frequency with which he came to process materials was a bit too high, not fitting the behavior of ordinary professionals. If this continued, it might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Should he perhaps find a new place to process materials next time? Oh, these weren't just hunted. I had them from before, and someone asked me to process them. Bai Xingqi casually found an excuse. Is that so? Then what do you need processed? Show me. The shop owner nodded, accepting the explanation. These, Bai Xingqi said softly, taking something out of his backpack space and placing it on the counter. Poisonous toad slime? The shop owner chuckled. I'm guessing you brought more than just a few scattered portions, right? Due to their previous transaction, he now had considerable expectations of Bai Xingqi. Of course, there's more. Bai Xingqi felt a little nervous and continued to take materials from his backpack space. Would his performance in this transaction be too astonishing? Under the shop owner's gaze, a large amount of poisonous toad slime was taken out and piled on the counter. A total of 2,672 portions. The shop owner was stunned. He had guessed that the other party would bring a considerable amount of poisonous toad slime, but he hadn't expected the quantity to be so astonishing. What kind of team are you guys, sweeping through the wild zones one after another? Bai Xingqi, of course, did not reveal specific details, only smiled and said, this should be more expensive than bouncing flower petals, right? Of course, we're old friends, I won't let you lose out. The shop owner smiled and began to calculate. He offered Bai Xingqi a price of 1.1 star coins per portion of slime, totaling 3,000 star coins. After calculating, the shop owner didn't immediately put away the materials but continued to look at Bai Xingqi with anticipation. Clearly, he was waiting for the other party to bring out other more valuable drops, just like in their previous transaction. Bai Xingqi did not keep him waiting for long. Soon, poisonous toad blood, poisonous toad hearts, and other materials were also taken out of his backpack space. But that wasn't the end. He then took out 3 more items from his backpack space, covering them with his hand as he placed them on the counter. Bai Xingqi, who already knew the market prices, was actually very excited, but at this moment he tried his best to appear calm and said lightly, "Boss, take a look and give me an estimate for these 3 items." As he spoke, he withdrew his hand, revealing the 3 items to the other party's eyes. He wasn't worried about the shop owner snatching them directly. This was the Clearwater Mall, which had always had a good reputation. If trading here wasn't safe, then nowhere in Clearwater City would be safe. Moreover, these items shouldn't be enough for the other party to disregard their business reputation. The shop owner's eyes widened. Although he had already been shocked earlier, his shock at this moment surpassed his previous astonishment. 2 poison transformation frog crystal cores, 1 poison transformation frog pet egg? The shop owner's gaze fell upon the 3 items, and he clicked his tongue in amazement. I take back what I said earlier. You haven't just swept through the entire poison transformation frog wild area several times, you've completely booked the entire area. His eyes landed on Bai Xingqi, and he began to speculate about the forces behind him. During this transfer season, being able to monopolize an entire wild area indicated extraordinary strength. Could this young man be the son of a major guild in the city? But then he hesitated, unsure. If he were the son of one of those major guilds, he would naturally have channels to deal with materials. Why would he come to me? Shaking his head, the shop owner dismissed these thoughts. After a brief calculation, he said, few people use poison attributes, so I'll price the poison transformation frog crystal cores at 35,000, making it 70,000 for 2. The poison transformation frog pet egg is 50,000 star yuan. That makes a total of 120,000 star yuan. How about it? Bai Xingqi pondered for a moment, then finally nodded heavily. All right. Although the price offered wasn't the highest, it was certainly not low. It was a fair price. Moreover, he didn't intend to spend his time haggling. With that time, it seemed more worthwhile to hunt a few more monsters. Only merchants would spend time on buying low and selling high. As a combat professional, his priority was to seize every moment to improve his strength. Bai Xingqi thus earned over 100,000 star yuan. And this was merely the profit from one session in the training room. With his hands suddenly feeling more affluent, Bai Xingqi didn't immediately leave the shop. He asked the shop owner, "Boss, what general skill books do you have? Could you let me take a look?" Clearwater Mall. At the newbie department store, Bai Xingqi expressed his intention to purchase skill books to the owner. The shop owner was overjoyed, knowing that this major business deal today might exceed his expectations. "Student, the list of skill books for sale in our shop is all here. Please have a seat and enjoy some tea while you look." He quickly led Bai Xingqi to the tea table in the shop and handed him a list. He also poured him a cup of hot tea. Then, with a smile, he headed towards the front door. The reason for this was that several professionals who had long-term cooperation with newbie department store were walking into the shop. 2. Him, Bai Xingqi was a rare good customer, but these long-term cooperating professionals also needed to be well maintained. It wasn't just these few professionals, his newbie department store had similar cooperative relationships with many professional teams. How are things, brothers? It's been a few days since we last met. I suppose you've had a great harvest this time? The shop owner greeted them with hearty laughter as he welcomed the professionals into the store. The professionals entering the store also responded with smiles. The leader said, "Boss Wang is joking. We brothers are just making a living. We still need Boss Wang's continued support." The two parties exchanged pleasantries, each being polite, and conducted a transaction with great tacit understanding. Bai Xingqi, standing to the side, was simply looking down at the skill list and had no intention of paying attention to them. However, during their conversation, one voice suddenly caught his attention. The voice sounded somewhat familiar to his ears. Bai Xingqi subconsciously looked up. He saw the person's face clearly and could tell from his attire that he was an apprentice rogue. His heart skipped a beat as this apprentice rogue overlapped with a vague figure in his mind. The more he looked, the more alike they seemed. In fact, since his transfer, he had only encountered one apprentice rogue. Bai Xingqi was almost certain that this novice rogue was the one who had launched a surprise attack on him in the leveling area back then. However, at that time, his level was low, and the other party seemed to have used some method to hide their identity information, so he couldn't see their face clearly at all. But now, in this shop, he could see the other party's face clearly. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the novice rogue subconsciously looked over. Bai Xingqi's heart skipped a beat. There was no time to hide anything. He could only lower his head, pretending to be focused on the list in his hand. The rogue merely glanced casually, then shook his head and turned away. Sitting there, he could only discern the information that the person was level 22, everything else was hidden as if in a fog. The reason for this result was obvious: either the other party had an extremely strong attribute panel, or they had mastered some kind of stealth technique that blocked his detection. He wisely averted his gaze. Freely prying into others' information was a very taboo thing to do. He didn't want to stir up trouble for no reason. Several professionals quickly completed their transactions and left the shop. Bai Xingqi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without any hesitation, he slapped the list in front of the shop owner and said, "Boss, I want this. Get it for me. Quickly." "This one?" The shop owner, followed by Xingqi's finger, looked and nodded. "You want the stealth skill book? Alright, since you've patronized my shop so many times, if you fill out a form, I can give you a 5% discount. Forget the discount, it's this price. Just get it for me quickly." Alright. Although it was somewhat unexpected, he couldn't possibly turn away business. Soon, an exquisite box was placed in front of Bai Xingqi. The box opened, and a skill book lay quietly inside. Bai Xingqi looked closely, and its information was already clear in his mind. Universal Skill Book, Stealth. Upon activation, it allows entry into a permanent stealth state, increasing the difficulty of having information inspected. That will be 80,000 star coins. The boss's eyes narrowed into a smile. Although he had already seen the price on the skill list, hearing it from the boss's mouth still made Bai Xingqi wince with pain. The stealth skill book was simply too expensive. However, at this moment, he had no leisure to dwell on the price. After quickly and decisively completing the transaction, he hurried out of the shop. The shop owner called out with a beaming smile, "Student, no matter what you need, remember to come back to me next time. I'll give you the biggest discount." It wasn't that he was being so enthusiastic towards Bai Xingqi, it was just that this single transaction had made him a fortune, surpassing many days of business. Bai Xingqi, however, had no time to pay attention to this. After leaving the shop, he placed his palm on the cover of the skill book and learned the stealth skill on the spot. With a flash of light, the skill book disappeared and a new skill appeared in his skill panel. Stealth LV1, passive, proficiency 0/100, on-off. Upon activation, it enters a permanent stealth state. The stealth effect for professional level is level *2, and the stealth effect for other panels is 1 plus skill level *spirit. Bai Xingqi understood that from this moment on, all his information would be veiled by an additional layer of fog. Situations like being directly seen through by the shop owner regarding his profession and level would be difficult to repeat. With his current spirit attribute of over 400, it would take at least over 800 spirit attribute to see through all his information while in the stealth state. He suspected that even second-turn professionals might not possess such an ability, and whether third-turn professionals could see through it remained unknown. Bai Xingqi felt a little more secure. After all, his attribute panel was outrageously strong, not at all what an ordinary apprentice physician should have. Being able to maintain secrecy was a very important matter. Originally, he had also wanted to acquire the true sight skill from the list. It was just that the skill was also not cheap. Comparing the two, he could only temporarily choose the more urgently needed stealth skill book. After learning the stealth skill, Bai Xingqi, with a grim expression, followed closely behind the professionals who had just left the Qingshui commercial building. There weren't too few pedestrians on the street, so even though he was following quite closely, he wasn't discovered for the moment. Bai Xingqi didn't know what he intended to do by following them, but he subconsciously followed, as if guided by some unseen force, trailing behind those few people. It had to be said that although his actions were a bit reckless, they inadvertently led him to obtain relevant information. The group ahead chatted as they walked. Perhaps they felt that what they were discussing wasn't any unspeakable secret, so they didn't deliberately lower their voices. Get ready, let's continue. We won't stop until we get the bounce shot skill book today. Still grinding? I'm so sick of hanging around this beginner leveling area every day. Wouldn't it be better to go back and continue leveling and hurry up to reach level 30 to transfer? Transfer? You think it's that simple? One person said with a cold laugh. Without sufficient preparation, even if you reach level 30, do you think you can complete the transfer quest? If you fail the quest 3 times, you'll never be able to do a second transfer in this lifetime. That's right. Listen to the captain. As they say, sharpening the axe doesn't delay the woodcutting. If we work hard now, when we're all prepared, won't the transfer be a piece of cake? Exactly. If we prepare thoroughly, we might even be able to pass the 5-star difficulty transfer quest. Then our team will really take off. Among the group, the rogue Bai Xingqi was most interested in also spoke. He shook his head, full of regret, and said, "We should have listened to me back then. We should have dealt with that rich second-generation apprentice physician together. His 3 top-tier equipment pieces would have sold for a lot of money. Isn't that much better than relying on luck to fight the Grasshopper Archer leader?" These words drifted from afar, falling into Bai Xingqi's ears behind them. As the words reached him, Bai Xingqi narrowed his eyes and his entire face turned cold. Having left the Qingshui commercial building, he had been following the group ahead. Bai Xingqi had finally confirmed the identities of the people in front. Indeed, his guess was not wrong. The apprentice rogue in front was the one who had ambushed him in the leveling area at that time. This discovery filled him with rage, yet at the same time, a sense of joy welled up within him. Who wants to team up with you to take down someone else? You have mist veil to hide your identity, but we don't. If we get reported to the association and the city guard, we won't be able to handle the consequences. As they spoke, the group ahead had arrived at the bus stop. With more people around, they tacitly stopped their discussion. Soon, the bus arrived, and Bai Xingqi followed them onto the bus. This bus was still heading to the northern city leveling area. Bai Xingqi sat in a seat not far behind the apprentice rogue. Hearing the movement, the apprentice rogue subconsciously turned his head to look over. What met his eyes was a mist. This was a professional whose level couldn't even be discerned. The apprentice rogue's heart skipped a beat, and he didn't dare to look further. Being able to block external detection to this extent meant that the person behind him must not be underestimated. His level panel might even be far superior to his own. Under the effect of stealth, he couldn't recognize Bai Xingqi. Bai Xingqi followed them all the way without attracting their attention, perhaps due to the effect of the stealth skill. There were many people on the carriage, most of them novices who had just transferred professions, and they were excitedly discussing. The topics were nothing more than leveling, wild monsters, equipment, and skills. Those few people were not interested in this and just closed their eyes to rest. Finally, after the carriage reached the station, these few people got off nimbly and walked quickly towards the depths of the leveling area. Besides dealing with some of their spoils with the owner of Mengxin department store, they had also reconfirmed the acquisition list with the other party. It was obvious that the other party was happy to receive as many drop items from the Grasshopper Archer as possible and would not refuse any. So, they hurried over to recontrol a certain area. The Grasshopper Archer leader refreshed every 4 hours, and even though they had returned to the city once, they could still make it in time. Bai Xingqi also quietly followed behind. After his level increased thanks to his current level and powerful spirit attribute, he could see some of the information of these people. It was obvious that the members of this team were all in their early 20s and still belonged to the category of first transfer professionals. If that was the case, then there would definitely be no insurmountable gap in strength between them and other first transfer professionals. Therefore, even if his presence was detected by them, Bai Xingqi was confident that they could not do anything to him. Even at this point, he still hadn't figured out how to deal with them. However, the dissatisfaction caused by being attacked by the trainee rogue made him unwilling to let them off easily. That's right, he was just that petty. Skillfully, the few people in front had already entered the central area of this monster zone. Then, they dispersed and surrounded that area. Bai Xingqi knew that this was where the Grasshopper Archer leader would spawn. These few people were clearly staking out the area in advance, monopolizing this place. Team, guard the boss. Brothers passing by, please make way. As expected, when a few scattered professionals approached, they had already received a warning from those few people. Perhaps those scattered professionals also wanted to leech off the boss, but in front of their entire team, they clearly lacked the confidence. In the end, the scattered professionals were all driven away, and the team successfully cleared the area. They were clearly accustomed to this behavior and did not show excessive fear towards these scattered professionals. This was also normal. After all, the Grasshopper Archer leader was just a relatively low-level boss. High-level teams with strength would not waste time fighting this, competing with them. And the professionals who wanted to fight this boss basically did not have the strength to compete with them. Bai Xingqi did not get too close. He directly found a dense big tree, climbed up, and hid in it. With his current agility and dexterity attributes, he could easily do this. The big trees in the forest could indeed hide, but it was not convenient to level up and fight monsters after climbing up, so very few professionals would do this. Bai Xingqi temporarily gave up leveling up and fighting monsters and just stared at those few people from a distance. As expected, the trainee rogue among them quickly blended into the air and entered a stealth state. Bai Xingqi was not anxious and continued to wait patiently. Not long after, phantoms surged and many wild monsters suddenly appeared in the cleared area. Among them, a Grasshopper Archer of unusually large size was the leader-level Grasshopper Archer that these few people had been waiting for. And this Grasshopper Archer leader naturally did not spawn alone. Along with it, 4 elite Grasshopper Archers and 16 normal Grasshopper Archers in the vicinity also spawned. Lead the boss to the side, clear the small monsters first, and then fight the boss at the end. Amidst the cheers, several people moved with practiced coordination. It was clear this strategy wasn't new to them. Bai Xingqi remained motionless. He watched from afar as they cleared the mobs, gauging the team's strength by their efficiency. He had to admit, the team was good, clearing the Grasshopper Archers with a semblance of order. But that was only compared to other players leveling in this area. Compared to himself now, their mob clearing speed was insignificant. As the mobs were quickly dispatched, only 4 elite Grasshopper Archers remained around the Grasshopper Archer leader. These 4 elite archers didn't last long either, soon falling to the team's assault. Only a single, solitary Grasshopper Archer leader was left on the field. The real boss fight was about to begin. Bai Xingqi wasn't in a hurry. Hidden in the tree, he quietly observed the team battling the leader-class Grasshopper Archer. It was evident that the leader-class Grasshopper Archer was no pushover. Even a team of over 20 level players wouldn't be able to defeat it with ease. Besides the novice rogue Bai Xingqi was most interested in, the team consisted of 4 other members, a novice knight, a novice warrior, a novice mage, and a novice archer. Yes, they had no healer. This showed just how unpopular novice clerics were in the early stages. However, perhaps precisely because they lacked sufficient healing, their team couldn't tackle overly powerful bosses, only coming to the novice area to bully the Grasshopper Archer leader. The novice knight stood at the forefront with his shield protecting the 2 main damage dealers behind him. The novice warrior, meanwhile, attacked fiercely, aiming to draw some of the leader-class Grasshopper Archer's aggro, preventing it from solely focusing on the 2 ranged attackers. However, as a novice warrior, his attack power was decent, but his accuracy was terrible. One angry smash landed on the Grasshopper Archer, and a large miss popped up. At this moment, the leader-class Grasshopper Archer gracefully leaped backward and shot 3 arrows forward with a Bayubiubiu. It was its signature skill, leaping shot. Damn it! The novice mage behind him yelled, and alarming damage numbers erupted from his body. After quickly downing a health potion, the novice mage shouted, "Hold the aggro, hold the aggro. Be careful not to flip." At this moment, Bai Xingqi, hidden in the tree, slowly drew his bowstring. In the tree, Bai Xingqi skillfully drew his bowstring taut. He didn't attack immediately. Within his field of vision, the air distorted, and the figure he was most focused on suddenly appeared. Damage numbers popped up as the novice rogue fiercely stabbed the leader-class Grasshopper Archer's waist 3 times. Just as he had done to Bai Xingqi earlier. "I'll hold the aggro, don't panic, you two just focus on outputting damage." Damn it, it still has to be you. This Grasshopper Archer leader's evasion is too high, and our warrior's accuracy is really trash. Be careful not to overdo it. The leader-class Grasshopper Archer's damage isn't low, and you're not exactly tanky as a rogue. You can't take too many hits. The novice knight with the shield charged forward, cautioning the novice rogue. As the captain, he indeed had to worry about more things. "Don't worry, I have over 10,000 health. I can stand and take its hits for a while." The novice rogue chuckled. The leader-class Grasshopper Archer's Bayubi a triple shot landed on him. The damage was there, but it wasn't too painful. Whoosh, a sound suddenly reached his ears. The next moment, a piercing pain assaulted him. -3,362, a terrifying damage number popped up above his head. The more powerful the damage, the stronger the pain he felt. His seemingly very long health bar dropped by a third in an instant. The novice rogue's mind buzzed, and he was almost stunned. When did the leader-class Grasshopper Archer possess such astonishing attack power? No, that shot came from the side, it wasn't an attack. From the leader-class Grasshopper Archer. After a brief moment of shock, the novice rogue regained his senses and began to recall the differences. By Ubu just then, the shield knight charged forward, blocking the leader-class Grasshopper Archer's next volley of attacks. -259, -259, -259, 3 damage numbers popped up, making him finally understand. Be careful, it's not this leader-class Grasshopper Archer. There's another powerful archer ambushing us. As he spoke, a whoosh sound reached his ears again. Minus 3,245. Another damage number floated above the rogue's head. This strike was equally astonishing. The novice rogue's health bar dropped to only a third remaining, reaching a dangerous threshold. We have to block. The shield knight, witnessing this up close, was startled and quickly raised his shield, positioning himself behind and to the side of the novice rogue, blocking the trajectory of the previous two arrows. At this moment, he even put aside the leader-class Grasshopper Archer. Although the leader-class Grasshopper Archer was difficult to deal with, its attack power was not fatal to professionals like them who were over level 20. The threat posed by the archer who fired those two arrows was clearly much greater. On the tree, by Chingha, watching the novice rogue who had already taken cover behind the shield knight, drew his bowstring again, a slight frown on his face. In this situation, it would be difficult for him to attack the novice rogue again. Moreover, this was the moment when the opponent had just used up their invisibility skill. If this dragged on and they managed to use invisibility again, things would likely become complicated. The bow and arrow in his hand were still the same ones as before, he hadn't upgraded them. When using equipment across different professions, the equipment's bonus attributes were greatly weakened, so whether he changed it or not made little difference to him now. So what if they're a knight class? I'll still take them down. In an instant, Chingha made his decision. He loosened the bowstring, and the arrow flew off. The moment the arrow left the bowstring, a mist of blood surged around him. He had decisively used the Mad Blood skill. Level 2 Mad Blood provided a 40% increase in attack speed, greatly accelerating the speed at which he could knock his next arrow. Whoosh, minus 2,725. The arrow was like a meteor, reaching the opponent in an instant and hitting its target. However, the area covered by the opponent's shield was too large, so Chingha could only choose the opponent's thigh as the arrow's landing point. And it was clear that with his extremely high agility attribute, he could easily hit such a difficult target. The less than ideal attack position, coupled with the high defense of the knight class, meant that this arrow's damage was indeed not as considerable as the damage dealt to the rogue. However, the shield knight who was hit by this arrow was still sweating profusely. Which second-turn expert is playing a joke on us, brothers? If we've offended you in any way, we apologize here and now to the expert. He shouted into the distance. With his experience, he understood that anyone capable of dealing such high damage could not possibly be a first-turn professional. The hidden individual was clearly a second-turn archer. In terms of class, level, and overall strength, they were at a disadvantage. Even with their numbers, the shield knight immediately and frankly admitted defeat. Joking aside, a high-level archer hidden in the shadows, even a high-level mage of the same level, would have to kneel and sing praises. His own side were all first-turn professionals. What could they use to challenge the opponent? Did the big shot take a liking to this boss? If so, we brothers will retreat immediately and give the stage to you, big shot. He thought, and this was the only conclusion he could come to. Otherwise, why would a second-turn archer attack them, who were all first-turn professionals? However, the shield-bearer's good attitude did not yield good results. With a series of whoosh sounds, arrows flew one after another. Chingha had no intention of negotiating with them. The grievances had to be washed away with a barrage of arrows. He did not feel that he had done anything wrong. Although he had not suffered any losses when he was attacked before, it did not erase the fact that the other party had attacked him. At that time, it was because his strength was still acceptable, so the other party's attack was in vain. This time, it remained to be seen if the other party had the strength to withstand his attack. Minus 2,815, minus 2,765, minus 1,705. Several arrows landed rhythmically on the shield-bearer knight. However, some of them were blocked by the shield in his hand, greatly reducing the damage. This was also unavoidable. There were always some restraints between professions, and archers disliked these guys who carried shields the most. But the overwhelming attribute panel brought overwhelming output ability. Even the novice knight, holding a shield, who was very resilient, was struggling under Chingha's arrow offensive. In his backpack, the large healing potions he usually couldn't bear to use were being guzzled down without pause. His heart was bleeding. In just this short while, the healing potions he had consumed were almost equal to several days' worth of normal usage. Even if he successfully defeated this leader-level Grasshopper Archer, he might not be able to break even, unless he could luckily drop the ricochet shot skill book. Thinking this, he suddenly realized that the opponent's attack seemed to have stopped. After forcefully drinking another large healing potion, his health bar returned to the safe line from the danger zone. In fact, this was not because his health bar was long enough, his defense was high enough, or his large healing potions were sufficient. It was only because Chingha hesitated. On the big tree, he drew his bowstring to the fullest but did not shoot the next arrow. From the round of probing just now, he had already reached a conclusion, that is, once he launched a full-scale attack, even if the shield-bearer on the opposite side kept drinking healing potions, the health recovery speed would not be able to keep up with the damage. There was only one outcome, and that was to be killed under his continuous arrow attack. Chingha was hesitating about this. Should he kill the shield-bearer or not? The prohibition from the professional association flashed in his mind. To be honest, as a mere first-turn professional, he did not have enough courage to challenge this prohibition. Moreover, the shield-bearer had not participated in the previous attack he had encountered. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Bai Xingqi's mind. In the next moment, the situation on the field had changed. A voice shouted, "I found him, that person is on the big tree opposite." As the voice fell, a scorching aura surged in the field, and a fireball flew towards the big tree where Bai Xingqi was hiding. Boom! With a burst of flames, the big tree where Bai Xingqi was hiding was hit by the fireball and began to burn rapidly. Bai Xingqi also lost his hiding place and had to jump to the ground. His figure appeared in front of the opposing team. "I know, it's the person who has been following us since the bus." Behind the shield-bearer, the novice rogue's voice sounded. It was clear he remembered the scene on the bus earlier. Although all of this person's information was still shrouded in mystery, it was unlikely to encounter two such individuals in the same novice leveling area. Whoosh! The novice archer in the team had already drawn his bow and knocked an arrow, launching an attack at Bai Xingqi. The novice fighter beside him also charged forward, holding back his anger. "Get him!" The novice fighter shouted wildly. "So what if he's second turn? If he doesn't let us have an easy time, we'll kill him. 5 against 1, we have the advantage." Amidst the shouts, he had already reached Bai Xingqi, launching a furious heavy strike forward. Miss! Ha! In a short period, 2 attacks, aimed at 2 different targets, yielded the same result. Can't hit anything? Is this what a fighter is like? I love it. The novice fighter trembled with anger, standing aside, lost and disheveled in the wind. In reality, it wasn't entirely his fault. Although his hit rate was indeed a bit low, the main reason was Bai Xingqi's excessively high agility attribute. It far surpassed what was expected for his current level. Earlier in the training room, even when 7 mutated poisonous frogs attacked simultaneously, Bai Xingqi was already difficult to hit after his dodge reduced the hit rate by 70%. To improve his negative resistance proficiency by taking hits, Bai Xingqi had stood there without retaliating, letting the 7 mutated poisonous frogs attack him for a considerable time. The novice fighter in front of him, of course, did not receive such treatment. However, sometimes having an attack dodged was not necessarily a bad thing. The novice archer in the opposing team had a decent dexterity attribute and his hit rate was not bad. A double shot truly landed on Bai Xingqi. It was just that this double shot attack, while seemingly effective, wasn't entirely so. -1 -1 2 damage numbers popped up, totaling a mere 2 points of damage, as if mocking the novice archer. What the heck is this? The defensive power a bowman should have? The novice archer who unleashed the double shot twitched his eyelids. Even if the opponent was a second-turn archer, it was unreasonable to completely ignore his attacks. With such defensive power, it wouldn't be surprising even if the opponent was a tough knight. -1 -1 -1 After the double shot, the novice archer, refusing to believe it, knocked another arrow and launched several more attacks. However, the result remained the same. These few hits on Bai Xingqi still only dealt -1 damage, barely enough to tickle the opponent. Boom! At this moment, the novice mage on the opposing side had finished chanting his spell, and the second fireball flew over, directly hitting Bai Xingqi. Magic skills locked onto the target with mental power, so they were naturally not affected by agility-based evasion. This hit landed squarely. Sparks flew, and in the periphery, the members of the opposing team stared intently. But precisely because they were watching so closely, they became even more doubtful of their own existence at this moment. -1 A damage number popped up. Even the strongest offensive skill of this team could only deal a pathetic 1 point of damage. Bai Xingqi's defense enchantment showed them no mercy whatsoever. And while they were all making their moves, Bai Xingqi, of course, wasn't doing nothing. Since he had emerged from the hidden large tree, he was too lazy to hide again and simply stood his ground, knocking arrows and shooting at these professionals one by one. The novice knight from before had his health bar already dropped to a dangerously low level, but during Bai Xingqi's moment of hesitation, the novice fighter who had been struggling to hit anyone bravely stepped in front. If he wanted to attack the novice knight again, he would have to eliminate the novice fighter first, unless his arrows could curve. This wasn't entirely impossible. It was said there was a skill called arrow bending that could make arrows curve to hit their targets. But clearly, Bai Xingqi hadn't mastered such archery skills yet. Since things had come to this, he didn't dwell on it and simply spread his attacks, striking at every opponent on the field. In a short time, the health bars of the few people on the opposing team were critically low under his attacks. Under his arrow attacks, the novice knight and novice fighter could last a few more hits, but the other two ranged attackers were screaming in pain after 1 arrow and critically injured after 2. Bai Xingqi knocked another arrow. At this moment, everyone on the field who had been attacked by him was at critically low health. Even if they desperately chugged health potions, they might not be able to restore their health bars to a healthy state. It was clear that with the next arrow fired, someone would surely die. The few people on the opposing team were all pale-faced and sweating, unsure whose body Bai Xingqi's next shot would land on. Just then, a flicker of joy appeared in their eyes as the air behind Bai Xingqi rippled and a figure suddenly appeared. The moment the figure appeared, the short knife in their hand fiercely stabbed towards Bai Xingqi's waist. The others widened their eyes, watching where the short knife was headed. For fragile classes like archers and mages, the most feared were obviously rogues who mastered stealth and invisibility skills. Once a rogue got close through stealth, their incredibly strong burst damage, combined with the disgustingly potent poison coating skill, often led to a terrible fate for the attacked fragile classes. However, looking at Bai Xingqi, who still had an arrow nocked and ready to fire, a question involuntarily arose in their minds: can the person on the other side really still be considered fragile? Everything happened in an instant. As the short knife struck, the outcome was already clear. Clang, 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 -1 immune. -1 immune. -1 immune. Immune? What the heck was immune? The rogue, who had just emerged from invisibility, blinked, somewhat confused by the situation. After painstakingly going invisible and stealthy, delivering a poison coating and a 3-hit combo, and this was it? The 3-hit combo couldn't break through his defense, and even the poison coating attack couldn't be applied, being directly immune? What kind of logic was this? Having his waist stabbed again, Bai Xingqi was clearly displeased. He didn't even bother to switch weapons, directly sweeping his longbow across. Thwack, the bow body swept across the rogue. -1645 using a bow for close quarters combat halved the damage. But even so, it still startled the rogue quite a bit. He no longer dared to stay in place and ran with all his might, trying his best to get away from Bai Xingqi. Bai Xingqi narrowed his eyes as he watched the rogue flee in disarray. At this moment, the opponent had clearly consumed quite a few health potions, and his health bar had returned to a healthy state. But it didn't matter, he would continue to attack. With a gentle pull, his bowstring was full and an arrow shot out. One arrow, then another. By the time the rogue was about to escape back to the other side, his health was once again at a sliver. Everyone could see that with Bai Xingqi's next shot, this rogue would fall and die. In his terror, the shield-bearing novice knight shouted sternly, "You dare to violate the ban? Aren't you afraid of the association's sanctions?" At this moment, the only thing he could do was to bring up the ban to try and deter the opponent. He had no confidence in this, only hoping that the other party would at least be wary of the association's ban. However, after hearing this, Bai Xingqi, with an arrow already knocked, sneered, "Sanctions? Are you sure you'll recognize me the next time we meet?" As the words left his mouth, the weakened rogue, as if waking from a dream, cried out in terror, "It's you!" The sound of an arrow whistling through the air at extreme speed already reached his ears. The arrow flew past, and the already weakened novice rogue could no longer hold on, falling to the ground instantly. "You!" The shield-bearer opposite pointed at Bai Xingqi, wanting to speak but stopping. Unlike monsters that disappear upon being killed, the rogue's body lay on the ground and did not vanish. This indicated that the rogue had not truly died. It was clear that the resurrection opportunity he had obtained after his first job change had not been used yet. In the following time, he could choose to resurrect at a save point in the city or use other resurrection items for an immediate revival. However, judging by their appearance, they likely couldn't afford such items. Bai Xingqi let out a cold laugh, lowering his bow and arrow, and said to the shield-bearer, "Why are you looking at me? It wasn't me who killed him." As he said this, Bai Xingqi's gaze involuntarily fell upon a certain spot in the arena. It was an entity that both sides had overlooked during the recent battle. It was the Grasshopper Archer leader that the team had been trying to deal with earlier. When Bai Xingqi's attack had left him with critically low health, the novice rogue had fled in a panic and somehow got too close to the Grasshopper Archer leader, unfortunately attracting its aggro. Thus, the Grasshopper Archer leader casually fired a ricochet shot at him. Normally, this would have been nothing. It was just unfortunate that, in his already weakened state, he could no longer withstand such an attack. Naturally, he was killed and lay on the ground. "It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, the Grasshopper Archer leader wouldn't have been able to kill him." The shield-bearer did not listen to Bai Xingqi's sophistry, seeing through the superficial to the essence of the matter. "So, what do you want? To vent his anger, or to seek revenge?" As he spoke, Bai Xingqi twirled an arrow between his fingers and quickly knocked it onto his bowstring. "I'll help you pick up the items. Old Zhang, you go back to the city to revive, and we'll retreat first." At this point, the shield-bearer had long lost the confidence to continue fighting Bai Xingqi. He raised his shield and ran forward quickly, approaching where the novice rogue had fallen. There, 3 glowing orbs shone brightly, clearly the drops from the killed rogue. What he intended was naturally to seize this opportunity to help pick them up while providing cover, and then for the entire team to retreat. In that case, apart from old Zhang losing a resurrection opportunity, this loss would still be within an acceptable range. Unfortunately, his thoughts were beautiful, but reality was not so kind. Whoosh! Bai Xingqi shot an arrow, hitting the man's thigh. Although the shield was large, it couldn't cover his entire body. At this moment, Bai Xingqi activated his frenzied blood skill, greatly increasing the speed of the arrow as it left the bow. Before the shield-bearer could even get close to the 3 glowing orbs on the ground, he had already taken several arrow hits. The shield bearer gritted his teeth and downed a health potion, still trying to charge forward and retrieve the 3 dropped items by enduring the attacks. This continued until an arrow struck his knee. This arrow dealt more damage than the one that hit his thigh, and it had a different effect, directly causing him to lose his balance as he ran, and he fell to the ground with a crash. Originally, it was not easy for an archer to accurately hit an opponent's knee, but now the two were not far apart, and Bai Xingqi's agility attribute had reached an astonishing height of 366 points, making it incredibly easy to hit the opponent's knee with a single blow. The novice knight fell, and his back, shielded by his shield, was exposed. Arrows immediately rained down on his back, dealing him far greater damage than before. Even with his tough hide, his health bar was already at its limit. Meanwhile, the novice fighter had already seized the opportunity to charge out. However, dealing with this novice fighter, who had no shield to block, was even less of a challenge. With just 2 or 3 arrows, the opponent's health bar dropped significantly, and he stopped in place in terror, chugging health potions. Whoever steps forward dies. Bai Xingqi looked coldly at the few people opposite him, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Or, do you find walking too slow and plan to revive and return to the city together? A sinister smile spread across his face as he said, if that's the case, I wouldn't mind helping you out. Retreat. The novice knight flipped up from the ground, raising his shield, no longer caring about the 3 dropped items in front of him, and simply called for his teammates to leave. At this point, he had deeply realized that the professional who was suspected to be an archer was by no means someone their small team could contend with. No, in front of that professional, their small team couldn't even protect themselves. The other party seemed to have murderous intent, and if they didn't retreat now, they might truly have no chance to retreat. Although everyone in his small team had an extra revival chance, that was not a reason to waste it here arbitrarily. In the blink of an eye, the entire team scattered and fled. The novice knight at the front even remembered to walk at the back, holding his shield to cover the retreat of his teammates. As the tank of the team, he had undoubtedly done an excellent job, but the outcome in the end still depended on Bai Xingqi's mood. If he intended to keep these people, even with the protection of the shield bearer, this team still wouldn't be able to escape. Watching them leave, Bai Xingqi shook his head and looked at the 3 light clusters on the ground. The only one who had attacked him without reason was that novice rogue, and he didn't intend to vent his anger on the entire team opposite him. Of course, a more significant reason was his fear of the professional association's ban. Although others should not have been able to see his information clearly, it was better to be safe than sorry. A flash of white light passed, and the novice rogue's corpse disappeared, clearly having chosen to revive and return to the city. Bai Xingqi was not polite and directly picked up the 3 light clusters that had dropped. Mist veil, brass dagger, poison pouch. Bai Xingqi took a brief look and couldn't help but laugh. That rogue was unlucky enough. This death had caused him to drop 2 pieces of equipment and a consumable item. The brass dagger and poison pouch were of no use to him, so he casually put them into his backpack space. The mist veil, however, was quite good. Mist veil quality, excellent profession requirement, none level requirement, 20 mist, makes it difficult to discern one's face. A veil like mist in illusion, as light as nothing, with no defensive capabilities, yet possessing the characteristic of obscuring one's appearance. It was an auxiliary equipment, with no combat attributes, but it could conceal one's face, which seemed decent. Combined with the stealth skill he had just learned, it was a perfect match. It was truly an essential item for traveling, killing, and silencing. -1. -1 Bai Xingqi was examining the 3 items he had picked up when he felt himself being attacked, and insignificant damage numbers floated above him. Ah, I almost forgot there was a leader-level Grasshopper Archer here. North City Forest. Bai Xingqi was so immersed in the joy of his harvest that he almost forgot about the leader-level Grasshopper Archer beside him. It wasn't until the opponent's attack hit him that he snapped back to reality. Clearly, his disregard was a blatant insult to the Grasshopper Archer leader, who was a boss. However, since he had attracted his attention, this little boss's nightmare was about to begin. Bai Xingqi drew his bow and knocked an arrow, launching an attack at the Grasshopper Archer leader opposite him. Since the previous team had retreated, he would take over this boss without any politeness. After repelling an entire small team by himself, Bai Xingqi had a clear understanding of his own strength. It was obvious that in this novice leveling area there should be no individual capable of posing a threat to him. Unless a second-turn or higher-level professional came here, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. And thanks to the clearing done by the previous team, the surroundings were now quiet, and not a single professional could be seen. Bai Xingqi happily enjoyed the peace, the bowstring in his hand constantly humming as arrows flew out in succession. He didn't need to hold back against a wild monster. He could unleash his output at will. Whoosh, -3,159. After another arrow flew out, the Grasshopper Archer leader's health bar, which had reached 100,000, was finally depleted, and it dissipated into a white light. Although the Grasshopper Archer leader was strong, for Bai Xingqi with his current strength, it was only a matter of spending some time, and there was no possibility of failure. Even though he had killed many leader-level monsters in the training room, his breathing still couldn't help but quicken slightly as this Grasshopper Archer leader dissipated into white light. Even though he knew it was unlikely, he still looked at the glowing orb that dropped on the ground, unable to resist hoping for that extremely low possibility. But clearly, his luck wouldn't be good every time. The expected bounce shot skill book did not drop. The remaining loot was worthy of a leader-level monster's status, much more generous than that of ordinary wild monsters. Bai Xingqi, who had seen it all, casually picked them up, drew his bow and knocked arrows at will, killing the grasshopper archers that spawned around him as he walked deeper into the wild area. At this time, that rogue should have already revived in the city. Bai Xingqi didn't know if the other party would report him to the city guard or the professional association. But in his opinion, even if the other party wanted to report him, it wouldn't be that easy. This time, he hadn't revealed his identity information. Even if the other party could guess that he was the physician they had contact with last time, they would have no evidence and it would be difficult to convince the city guard. However, he really didn't need to take the risk of staying here. If the city guard were to be called and he was still in the same place, it would truly be a case of guilty conscience and difficult to explain. It had to be said that Bai Xingqi's thinking was quite reliable. Just as he was moving away from the Grasshopper Archer leveling area, a certain rogue who had revived and returned to the city arrived at the city guard's office with a dark expression. "I want to report someone." The rogue, full of resentment, said to the clerk in front of him, "I was killed in the wild area. That person violated the professional's ban. Please have the city guard apprehend them. Name, class, level." The clerk, sitting behind the desk, slowly put down the teacup in his hand and asked without looking up, Is it my name, or that person's name?" "Both." The clerk looked up and impatiently tapped the desk with the end of his pen, saying, "First, register your information." "Oh, okay. My name is Zhang Qing, first turn, level 25, apprentice rogue." Thief Zhang Chang was very cooperative, not daring to complain about the clerk's rude attitude. "Alright, Zhang Chang, right? Tell me the information about the person who killed you." "This. What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "No, no problem." Zhang Qing's expression changed slightly, and he gritted his teeth, making a decision. He said with a dark face, "That person's name is Bai Xingqi, and he should be a level 11 novice physician." Before he could finish speaking, the clerk slammed his pen onto the desk with a snap. "Novice physician? Are you kidding me? Or do you really think our office is that idle?" Zhang Qing's words caused the clerk's attitude to change drastically. It wasn't entirely the clerk's fault. The information in Zhang Qing's words was too shocking. Physician class professions had very few offensive skills, especially novice physicians who had just transferred. A level 25 novice thief claimed to have been killed by a level 11 novice physician? Who would believe such a story? Zhang Qing also knew that such a statement was hard to believe, but that was the reality and he couldn't help it. Just before being killed by the opponent, he guessed from the opponent's familiar behavior that it was the novice physician he had a conflict with earlier, and that novice physician was named Bai Xingqi and he was only level 11. Although he couldn't see the opponent's information when they met again, Zhang Qing estimated that the opponent must have used some special item. After all, similar height and build, unreasonable super defense items, familiar words, and strong hostility towards him, all of this was clear enough. To put it another way, if he had mistaken the person, then the opponent would just have bad luck. It was a pity that the city guard office clerk was not someone he could treat casually. Seeing that the clerk was about to close the record book and ignore his report, Zhang Qing gritted his teeth and said loudly, "If the city guard doesn't want to handle this, I'll have to go to the association." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Qing felt a cold gaze from across him. The clerk in front of him was clearly angered by him. The pressure was so strong that it was obvious that the seemingly harmless clerk in front of him was far stronger than himself. Perhaps he was a transferred professional of level 2 or higher. "What did you say?" The clerk stared at Zhang Qing, word by word. Zhang Qing was sweating profusely, but he finally straightened his back and said with difficulty, "I said, if the city guard cannot handle this matter, I will have to report it to the association." "Okay, you're very good." The clerk looked at him deeply, beckoned to someone behind him, and instructed, "Shaoli, you watch this side, I'm going out for a bit." Then, he stood up from behind the desk and said to Zhang Qing, "Let's go." Zhang Qing was stunned and asked, "Where are we going?" "Where else? I don't believe what you said, so I have to go to the Resurrection Temple." Any problem?" The clerk looked at Zhang Qing coldly. Although his mind was filled with various thoughts, Zhang Qing couldn't say a single no at this moment. The two left the office and headed towards the Resurrection Temple. Clearwater City. Resurrection Temple. Two people arrived at this time. The board guardian looked up and looked at the two people walking over. His gaze fell on one of them and he couldn't help but smile mischievously. "Yo, you're back again?" The novice thief Zhang Qing, who was being stared at, couldn't help but blush. It wasn't the guardian's fault. It was just that too few people were resurrected from this resurrection temple usually. It was no longer the era of pioneering. Before officially transferring professions and entering the wilderness outside the city, individuals would have already acquired the necessary knowledge at school. Even novices who had just transferred professions were well aware of their own strength, knowing which wilderness area to go to and which monsters to face at their current stage. Not To mention that most new professionals today had the foundation laid by the previous generation, and before heading out to fight monsters, they were already prepared with supplies, potions, and equipment, wanting to be armed to the teeth. As long as they didn't foolishly attempt to fight monsters above their level, there was virtually no chance of being killed by monsters. Therefore, this resurrection temple would normally not flash with resurrection light even once in several days. Thus, when the resurrection temple flashed with light today, the temple keeper was quite surprised and retained a strong impression of the resurrected person. As it happened, when Zhang Qing returned with the city guard clerk, he was immediately recognized by the temple keeper. "Let's not waste time, help me see who killed him just now." The clerk, however, did not have a pleasant expression, perhaps because his leisurely tea time had been disturbed. "Old Hu, why are you so short-tempered? Did my niece upset you again?" The temple keeper didn't bother with the clerk and, with a smile, placed his palm on the resurrection divine stone in the temple to communicate with his spiritual power. This was not the first time he had done such a thing. Generally, when the deceased could not confirm the identity of the perpetrator, the city guard would ask him to extract information from this resurrection divine stone. As the medium for the deceased's resurrection, the resurrection divine stone could retain some information from the moment the person was killed. Of course, this information was not retained for too long, dissipating within about 1 or 2 days. However, it was enough to resolve many matters. That Zhang Cheng was about to speak again. However, after only uttering 2 words, he was waved to silence by the temple keeper. "I'm sorry, but it's best for you to remain quiet when I establish contact with the resurrection divine stone." Zhang Qing could only stop helplessly. He suddenly realized that this temple keeper, who seemed unremarkable, was also a professional of at least second turn. It seemed that those who held positions in important places like Clearwater City were all extraordinary. Zhang Qing realized that the direction of events was no longer under his control. He was powerless and could only wait quietly. Soon, the temple keeper withdrew his hand from the resurrection divine stone and looked at Zhang Qing with a puzzled expression, saying, "This isn't right. What's wrong? Is there a problem?" The city guard clerk frowned and glanced at Zhang Cheng before asking. The temple keeper shook his head and said softly, "It's not that there's a problem, it's just that this person wasn't killed by another professional but died under the attack of a leader-level Grasshopper Archer." "What?" The clerk became furious and glared at Zhang Qing beside him. At this moment, Zhang Qing, enduring this terrifying pressure, could barely lift his head. That's right, this terrifying sense of pressure must have been formed due to a terrifying gap in attribute panels. The clerk in front of him was definitely a professional of at least second turn, and not just an ordinary second turn professional. He might even have reached third turn. Zhang Qing trembled, regretting coming to report to the city guard. If he had known this would be the outcome, he would never have come here. It was just one resurrection opportunity. He could have endured it with gritted teeth. Although he had guessed it earlier, he hadn't expected the information preserved in the resurrection divine stone to be so detailed. It could even retain the fact that he was killed by a leader-level Grasshopper Archer. He couldn't back down now. Otherwise, he would anger both the city guard clerk and the resurrection temple keeper simultaneously. That was something he couldn't afford. Two of you, the actual situation is not like that. Zhang Qing's body trembled as he spoke with difficulty. At that time, our team was working hard to clear the boss, and it was Bai Xingqi who directly attacked us, hitting me to critical health, and then the boss happened to clear my last bit of health, killing me. If that's really the case, strictly speaking, that person did violate the prohibition. The guardian of the resurrection temple nodded, glanced at the city guard clerk, and said, "Old Hu, what do you think?" The clerk pondered for a moment and slowly said, "But it's all just this person's one-sided story. Who can prove that this matter is indeed related to Bai Xingqi? Everyone in our team can testify." Hearing the clerk's tone soften slightly, Zhang Qing naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity, and quickly said, "I can contact the people in our team to come over." However, before he could finish speaking, the clerk waved his hand to interrupt him, shaking his head and sneering, "Your team members are naturally on the same side as you, so what's the difference between listening to the testimony and not listening?" Zheng Chang was stunned. For a moment he couldn't quite figure out what the clerk meant. However, his silence and struggle didn't last long. As they were talking, a hawk's cry sounded, and a voice came from the side. "Were you just talking about someone named Bai Xingqi?" As the voice sounded, a person strode up to the three of them, and a male eagle flew down from the sky and landed on his shoulder. "Zhang Cici, why aren't you following your guild leader to clear the dungeon? And in the city, you should restrain yourself a bit. Don't let your bird fly around for everyone to see." Seeing the person approach, the city guard clerk's expression turned a bit unpleasant, clearly not too happy about the other party's arrival. Eagle Master, a third-turn professional. At this moment, Zhang Cheng, an apprentice rogue, felt his head buzz. Looking at the approaching person, his whole body stiffened, and even his breathing became difficult. As a 25th level apprentice rogue who hadn't even reached the second turn, this was the first time he had been so close to a third-turn professional. The oppressive feeling was palpable. Zhang Cici was not angry at the clerk's unfriendly questioning, but simply smiled kindly and said, "I came here just to meet up with some people from the guild, but I didn't expect them to be more reliable than I thought." They managed to clear a dungeon of that difficulty without anyone needing to be resurrected. Humph. The clerk sneered and said, "What, are you reminding me not to forget that you are the #1 guild in Clearwater City?" "Not at all." Zhang Cixi smiled lightly, not arguing with the other party, but said, "Our guild leader has reached an agreement with your captain, and I will also be working at the city guard soon. In a way, we are colleagues, so there's no need to ruin the harmony over a small matter. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling person." Since Zhang Cixi wasn't arguing with him, the clerk had no choice but to turn his face away and sulk. As the saying goes, it's better to do it now than later. "How about I start my job today? Since you don't believe this person, why don't you let me handle this matter?" Zhang Cixi said with a smile, his words clearly meant to be a discussion, but his tone carried an undeniable weight. The clerk suddenly turned his head and stared intently at Zhang Cixi in front of him. Zhang Cixi met his gaze, not avoiding it, feeling a sense of confrontation. After a long while, the clerk finally nodded, gave the other party a deep look, and said, "All right, since you're willing to take over, I'm happy to be at leisure." With that, he nodded to the guardian of the Resurrection Temple and turned to leave, without a trace of lingering. He knew, of course, that Zhang Cixi taking over this matter must have reasons he didn't know, perhaps precisely to target that novice professional named by Xingqi. But for some reason, at this moment he had lost interest in participating. Moreover, since the captain had an agreement with that President Zhou, what was the use of him thinking so much? Seeing the clerk leave, the gentle smile on Zhang Cixi's face vanished, and his icy gaze fell upon Zhang Qing. "Are you sure that person's name is Bai Xingqi?" Around Qingshui City, a private car stopped not far outside the city. Zhang Qing sat in the passenger seat, his body stiff, appearing very nervous. This was his first time riding in such a private car. Normally, he could only take the public bus that ran daily in Qingshui City to go out and fight monsters to level up. He knew very well that anyone who could afford such a private car was someone he absolutely could not afford to offend. For a moment, he regretted it. He regretted getting involved in such a matter. If he had known, he shouldn't have gone to the city guard office in the first place, and he wouldn't be in this state of uncertainty about the future. But when has there ever been a regret pill in the world? He cautiously glanced with the corner of his eye and saw that the person in the driver's seat, who had an eagle perched on his shoulder earlier, was now fiddling with a small square box in his hand. He knew it was called a communicator, something made by the artisan profession's subsequent branch specialization, craftsman. Due to the rarity of the craftsman profession and the extremely precious crafting materials, the price of this communicator was enough to make people flinch. Those who could afford this communicator were either rich or noble. However, Zhang Qing had also heard a piece of news, whether true or false, from some professionals. It was said that a craftsman surnamed Lei seemed to have mastered a method to lower the threshold for making communicators and was working with many craftsmen on the final refinements. In the professional gazette, that craftsman surnamed Lei had appeared on the front page of an issue. Zhang Qing had also read that issue. He couldn't understand the lengthy technical analysis, but he vaguely remembered one sentence: the first communicator for young professionals. To be honest, as a first-turn novice rogue who wasn't doing very well, he was quite looking forward to it. The communicator soon connected, and after fiddling with it for a long time, Zhang Cixi shook his head and complained, "This thing is so difficult to use. When will they improve it a bit?" Immediately, he said loudly to the other side of the communicator, "Xiaoming, come over here, to the north gate of the city. I have some leads on the matter you asked me about." After saying that, without waiting for a reply from the other side, he directly turned off the communicator. After putting away the communicator, he clicked his tongue. This thing consumes so much magic power, half a minute of call time, 2 hours to recover mana. Novices at first turn probably can't even use it. Zhang Qing, sitting beside him, kept his eyes on his nose and his heart on his mouth, hearing nothing and daring to say nothing. "Oh, I almost forgot, you, a level 25 novice rogue, being sent back to the city to resurrect by a newly transferred novice physician, that's too embarrassing." While saying this and laughing, Zhang Cixi added, "That kid can do something like that. He must have quite a few top-tier equipment and items on him, right?" Zhang Qing nodded repeatedly, responding, yes, that's right. That kid, just what I saw, had a top-grade bow and arrow, and it hurt when he attacked. He also had top-grade defensive gear. My attacks couldn't even break through his defense." Zhang Cixi waved his hand, seemingly not too interested. "What defensive gear?" "That's defense enchantment, prepared by a rank 4 archmage for him. Even I would have trouble breaking his defense without putting in some effort." A rank 4 archmage. Zhang Qing's eyes widened, and he suddenly felt a sense of unease. That apprentice physician, is he related to the rank 4 archmage? At this moment, Zhang Qing's face turned ashen, because Zhang Cixi glanced at him and replied with a smile, "That's right, he's the son of a rank 4 archmage." Zhang Qing's head buzzed, and he felt terrible. Professionals of rank 2 and rank 3 were already beings he had to look up to. What was the concept of rank 4? Especially a rank 4 archmage. Perhaps if they just breathed, his entire team would be annihilated. How ridiculous that he had even thought of snatching top-grade equipment from the sun. of a rank 4 archmage, and now he had even reported him to the city guard, intending to bring the city guard to punish the other party? He must be tired of living, that's what they'd say about someone like him. The rules of the association and the city guard were significant, but in a place like Clearwater City, they couldn't be greater than a rank 4 archmage. Zhang Qing's expression shifted several times, and he finally turned to the driver and said with difficulty that, I suddenly remembered I forgot to turn off the faucet at home. Perhaps I should go back and turn it off first? Of course, Zhang Cixi said with a smile, showing no intention of stopping him from deserting. However, Zhang Qing could hear the cry of a falcon from the sky. His expression froze, and the buttocks that hadn't yet left the seat were pressed back down, and he let out a sigh-like sound of resignation. No need, I just remembered, I don't have a faucet at home. He knew very well that in front of a rank 3 expert he had no chance of escaping, even though he was an apprentice. Thief with the ability to become invisible and stealthy. The eyes of a rank 3 Falcon Master were sharp, said to be able to see through invisibility skills, and were most effective against sneaky professions like his. He didn't know how long he waited, and in the awkward silence, Zhang Qing subconsciously looked back. It was better not to look, but as soon as he did, his heart skipped a beat again. He saw someone running rapidly from the city gate behind them, with a gentle breeze swirling around them, giving the impression of not touching the ground as they ran, clearly having used some kind of speed-enhancing scroll. He had only reluctantly used 1 or 2 such scrolls when escaping for his life in the wilderness, and the person running towards them clearly treated them as ordinary consumables. Brother Zhang, didn't you say you weren't going to help? What made you change your mind this time? The person quickly ran over, stood by the car, and spoke to Zhang Cixi through the car window. Zhang Qing secretly glanced and found that the other person was only level 11. To be able to casually use expensive acceleration scrolls at level 11, this was clearly another wealthy second-generation professional. Get in. Zhang Cixi beckoned the person to sit in the back seat, then shook his head and said, You've been transferred for 2 days, and you're only level 11? That's too slow. If you don't work hard, everyone else will get ahead of you. Zhou Shangming sat in the back seat, let out a breath, and said, I know, that's why I'm back in the city to prepare my items. I'm not planning to return to the city until I reach level 15 on this trip. The two spoke as if no one else was around, and Zhang Qing felt a chill run down his spine. From their conversation, he sensed a piece of information. This kid, who arrived using an acceleration scroll, only transferred professions yesterday, and today he's already reached level 11? And from the sound of the Hawk Master, he's not even satisfied? Thinking back to the trainee physician encountered in the wild, Zhang Qing felt a pang of bitterness. Despite being merely a trainee physician, he was able to wield a bow and arrow, making Zhang Qing flee in terror, ultimately leading to his revival back in town. Is this truly the gap between the professionals' second generation and ordinary professionals? Hold on tight, we're departing. While lost in thought, the Hawk Master Zhang Cixi loudly reminded him, and the vehicle lurched forward. The vehicle sped through the wilderness. Zhou Shangming, watching the scenery recede outside the window, exclaimed, Brother Zhang, when did you buy this car? It must have been expensive. All my money went into equipment and skills. I don't have any spare cash for a car, Zhang Cixi said, shaking his head with a smile. This was specially allocated to me by the guildmaster when I joined the city guard. Oh, I see. Zhou Shangming nodded silently, as if suddenly remembering something, and asked, But about that matter you mentioned, dealing with Bai Xingqi, is it really necessary to make such a big fuss? And who is this? Zhou Shangming's gaze fell upon Zhang Cheng, in the passenger seat, as if he were only noticing him now. Him? He's very important, he's the main reason for our operation this time. Zhang Cixi smiled and quickly gave a brief account of Zhang Qing's situation. After listening, Zhou Shangming felt quite unwell. He seemed incredulous. Bai Xingqi? Wasn't he a trainee physician with no offensive capabilities? How could he kill a level 25 trainee rogue by exceeding his level? And how is he leveling so fast? He was already level 11 before? Are you sure you didn't mistake him? Several questions tumbled out of his mouth. Don't underestimate anyone, especially since his father is a 4-turn archmage. Who knows what he might have left him? Didn't you witness his defense enchantment yourself? That's something even our guild master hasn't been willing to create. Hearing Zhang Cixi's words, Zhou Shengming's expression soured, but he had to admit that what the other party said made some sense. I didn't agree to deal with him before because I couldn't find a reason, and I didn't realize he posed such a significant threat. But if this continues, not only will your attribute crystals be at risk, but our guild's position might become rather awkward in the future. Zhang Cixi glanced at Zhang Cheng beside him and smiled, but now, everything is different. Zhou Shangming blinked and asked, You mean, now that he has violated the association's ban, and I've already taken up my post in the city guard, some matters should be handled as they ought to be. Zhang Cixi narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the dim sky ahead, and his lips twitched. Although his father has some connections, people drift apart. As long as we have sufficient reason, I doubt anyone will be able to say anything. Zhou Shangming fell silent for a moment. The vehicle continued to speed forward. In the silent carriage, Zhang Qing's body grew colder. He realized that the situation had completely spiraled out of his control. It was clear that his death was no longer the main issue. He had evidently become entangled in some formidable conflict. As if sensing his unease, Zhang Cece, who was driving, glanced at him and casually said, "I heard you have a team, right? Once you all transfer professions for the second time, you can come to our subordinate guild as peripheral members." That should be barely enough. Zhang Qing's heart tightened, then he was overjoyed and he cautiously asked, "Your guild is Chingha Guild?" Zhang Qing's eyes widened and he was momentarily speechless. Although he had already guessed that the other party's background was extraordinary, he really didn't expect it to be so extraordinary. The #1 guild in Clearwater City, an existence that could rival the City Guard. Such a guild extending an olive branch directly swept away all his inner anxieties. In such a delicate atmosphere, the vehicle drove into the forest leveling area. It rushed through, causing the newbies in the leveling area to exclaim in amazement. The monsters blocking the vehicle's path were directly hit by the front of the car and dissipated into white light. However, Zhang Cece, the driver, had already undergone his third turn/transmigration, and killing these monsters no longer yielded any experience points. Brother Zhang, let me drive. This car is too powerful for leveling." Zhou Shangming, sitting in the back seat, was extremely envious. "Drive my foot. Don't think about these useless things. Leveling should be done properly. And you, hurry up and give me directions." Zhang Cece ignored him and directly began to instruct Zhang Qing, who was beside him. Finally, under Zhang Qing's guidance, the vehicle arrived at a certain location. That was precisely the spot where the leader-level Grasshopper Archer had spawned earlier, and where it had been killed. But it was clear that at this moment, Bai Xingqi's trace was nowhere to be found. Knowing he's nearby is not a big problem. As he spoke, without any visible action from Zhang Cece, a falcon spread its wings and flew in the sky, circling the location and expanding its search range. The falcon master profession, if nothing else, was uniquely suited for finding people using falcons. Zhang Cece was confident that as long as the other party had not left this wild area, his falcon would definitely be able to find him. After all, his falcon had undergone considerable training, and its falcon's eye was not low in level, capable of seeing through even ordinary invisibility. Ha, was that a falcon's cry just now? In the leveling area, many professionals looked up at the sound, and among them was Bai Xingqi, holding a bow and arrow. It had been more than an hour since he had dealt with that small team, and he was still killing monsters in the forest to gain charging points, not returning to the city early. Before his father had an accident, he had discussed some common knowledge about this world with him. He didn't think that the Resurrection Divine Stone could record his information. After all, strictly speaking, the one who killed that thief was the leader-level Grasshopper Archer, not himself. The city guard would not mobilize to arrest someone based on such unclear information, and having learned the stealth skill, coupled with the veil of mist dropped by that thief, Bai Xingqi believed that no one in this leveling area could see through his information. Even if his performance in killing monsters was a bit out of the ordinary, it would be completely fine. Thinking this, he drew his bowstring to the fullest and shot an arrow. With a cry, the falcon flew down from the sky and landed on Zhang Cece's outstretched palm. Then, he retracted his palm and pressed his forehead against the falcon's forehead. However, his expression quickly turned grim. As a falcon master, he had a certain indescribable close connection with his falcon. In the recent communication with the falcon, he had clearly not received a satisfactory result. "What's wrong, Brother Zhang? Did he leave the wild area and return to the city?" Zhou Shangming, who was beside him, did not have excessive expectations about this matter and was relatively calm at this moment. "It's not certain yet. I just transmitted the kid's appearance and figure to it with my mental power, and my little gold said it didn't find anyone similar." This falcon could actually find people based on their appearance? And from such a high altitude? Zhang Qing, who was beside him, felt like a bumpkin who had never seen the world. His gaze fell on the falcon's head, and he saw a tuft of golden feathers there, which he assumed was the origin of the name Little Gold. I dropped in Veil of Mist equipment back then, which has the special effect of hiding one's face. If he were to equip it, would that be the reason this Little Gold overlooked me? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zhang Cece was furious, glaring coldly at Zhang Qing. He reached out to stroke the falcon, as if to comfort it. A moment later, the falcon, Little Gold, chirped and spread its wings to fly again. In the forest leveling area, Bai Xingqi frowned and looked up. A falcon was circling in the sky above the forest. He could clearly feel that, starting from not long ago, this falcon had been rapidly shrinking its patrol circle, and now it was almost directly above his head. He knew very well what this meant. It meant he had likely been targeted by the falcon. From any perspective, this was not good news. "Is someone targeting me?" Bai Xingqi pondered, still unable to figure it out. He was currently in an invisibility state and equipped with the Veil of Mist. By all rights, he shouldn't have been recognized by anyone. However, despite his many unanswered questions, his actions were not slow in the slightest. Regardless, the fact that he was being targeted by the Falcon was undeniable, and the most important thing to do now was to prevent the situation from worsening. At this point in time, who would want to deal with me? Bai Xingqi mused as he ran faster. Clearly, up to this point, his enemies were strictly speaking only the previous team and Zhou Shangming. If he wasn't mistaken, the Falcon soaring overhead should be the work of a Tier 3 Falcon Master. And to be able to command a Tier 3 professional, either the previous team had successfully reported him to the City Guard or Zhou Shengming had used his connections as a second-generation professional. It had to be said that Bai Xingqi's deductions were well-founded, but he could never have imagined that this incident would be related to both parties. In the forest leveling area, Bai Xingqi acted uncharacteristically, no longer heading for secluded, sparsely populated areas but instead moving towards more crowded places. He knew very well that no matter who wanted to deal with him, going to a crowded place would at least make the other party hesitant and dare not act recklessly. As for waiting for the other party to come to him and engaging in a one-on-one fight, facing a Tier 3 Falcon Master as a Tier 1 apprentice physician, Bai Xingqi didn't think such an idea was what a normal person would have. His defense enchantment might be able to withstand the attacks of a Tier 3 Falcon Master, or it might not. Who could know for sure? Without actually trying? He didn't want to use his life as an experiment with an unknown outcome. Bai Xingqi's footsteps below were swift, and the falcon in the sky above the forest let out a cry and flew away rapidly. Although there was no longer a falcon overhead, the heavy feeling in his heart did not diminish in the slightest. He understood that if the previous falcon's flight was merely reconnaissance, then with the falcon now flying away, it was likely time for the main player to make their appearance. Somewhere in the forest leveling area, a man reached out and caught the descending falcon, touching its forehead to his own. Is that so? 3 people whose faces were shrouded in mist, 2 of them female and 1 male? This man was none other than the Falcon Master Zhang Cici, who had driven all the way here. He looked at the 2 people beside him and smiled brilliantly, saying, "The result isn't bad. After all, it's a beginner leveling area and there aren't many people with such means. It's much easier to screen them." Turning back to the driver's seat of the vehicle, he beckoned, "Get in, let's go meet our formidable little friend." After pouring several cans of special blue potion into a certain cylinder of the vehicle, the car finally roared to life. Again, speeding forward. Damn, this stuff is really not something you can afford to use every day. In the carriage, Zhang Cici's sigh echoed. On the other side, Bai Xingqi was heading out, gradually approaching the lower-level Red Crazy Rabbit leveling area. It had to be said that he seemed to have a fated connection with this Red Crazy Rabbit leveling area. As if on cue, amidst the vast number of players leveling up, a private car was seen speeding towards him from a distance, and in the low-altitude space in front of the car, a falcon was also flying over. It was clear that this car was most likely coming for him. At this time and place, Bai Xingqi's heart trembled, realizing that a great crisis was about to descend. At this very moment, he suddenly made a strange move. Reaching up and wiping his face, he directly removed the mist veil he was wearing and put it back into his backpack space. From this moment on, unless he was killed and his backpack space items were dropped, no one would know that the mist veil was in his possession. In addition to that, the bow and arrow in his hand were also placed into his backpack space. In the blink of an eye, he had once again become the novice physician holding the resilient medical staff. If there was anything slightly off, it was his level. Having reached level 22, he was completely out of place in this Red Crazy Rabbit leveling area. Bai Xingqi noticed that after he put the mist veil into his backpack space, the falcon flying in the sky suddenly paused for a moment. As expected, the falcon had indeed locked onto him earlier, and the way it locked onto him was likely based on the differences between him and others in the leveling area. Now that he had removed the mist veil he was wearing, with the mist covering his face gone, he appeared exactly the same as everyone else on the surface. And with the falcon's intelligence, it would likely take some time to react. Why did it stop? The car roared to a halt in the Red Crazy Rabbit leveling area, and Zhang Cici got out, looking up at the sky with some confusion. The falcon circled and landed on his hand. "Oh, so that's how it is. These little guys nowadays are really cunning," he said to Zhou Shengming, who had also gotten out of the car. Bai Xingqi should be among that group of people ahead. As before, use your mental power to transmit his appearance and features over again. His falcon, unlike humans, although possessing terrifyingly sharp eyesight, was actually not very good in terms of memory and thinking ability. The previous instruction was for it to find people whose faces were obscured. This time, to find someone based on their facial features, the information had to be transmitted again. No need for such trouble, I've already seen him. Zhou Shangming, who had gotten out of the car, shook his head and strode forward. He and Bai Xingqi had been classmates for many years, and recognizing him among a group of people was not a difficult task. As for the novice rogue Zhang Qing, he had only seen the other person's face once. At this moment, his gaze swept left and right through the crowd, and sure enough, he quickly spotted a somewhat familiar face. It was the novice physician who had, at that time, seemed to possess several top-tier equipment items, sparking his greed. Soon, the group had confronted each other in the leveling area. "You are Bai Xingqi?" Zhang Cici stood in front of Bai Xingqi, looking at him with great interest. Bai Xingqi's expression darkened slightly. He swept his gaze over Zhou Shangming and the novice rogue Zhang Qing, then settled on Zhang Cici, who clearly exuded a great sense of pressure, and asked, "Do you need something from me?" In fact, before asking this question, he already felt a great sense of foreboding. Zhou Shangming and the rogue he resurrected came looking for him. How could anything good come of this? Zhang Cici wore a sinister smile, and instead of answering Bai Xingqi first, he shouted loudly to his surroundings. "City guard business, unrelated personnel, please clear out quickly." In the red crazy rabbit leveling area, as Zhang Cici's words echoed, all the leveling players became agitated. They knew very well what the city guard represented. But at this moment, they couldn't be bothered with the city guard. The falcon flying in the sky alone had already sent shivers down their spines. The third-tier falcon master profession had too distinctive a characteristic, so even first-tier professionals could easily identify it. A third-tier falcon master seemed to be about to fight someone who would be foolish enough to stay put. In a short period, the leveling players in this wild area had all fled. As a result, the large number of red crazy rabbits that spawned in this area soon after went unclaimed. This seemed somewhat strange given the current norm of snatching monsters for leveling. Bai Xingqi certainly had no intention of paying attention to these respawning red crazy rabbits. Because, at this moment, Zhang Cici had said to him, "Are you coming with me willingly, or do you want me to use force?" As he spoke, a clear ferocity flashed in Zhang Cici's eyes. Although he was extremely wary of this third-tier falcon master, when faced with the situation, Bai Xingqi was unwilling to be slaughtered. He asked with a grim expression, "What do you mean by this?" "What do I mean?" Zhang Cici sneered and said, "Do you really not know, or are you playing dumb? In this situation, what else could I mean?" Bai Xingqi's face turned cold, realizing that things were likely to get serious today. "You suddenly came to tell me to go with you, and I don't understand what I've done wrong. And you say you're from the city guard, what proof do you have?" Bai Xingqi believed his words were reasonable and well-founded. Even if someone was from the city guard, they had to follow procedures and could not act arbitrarily. "Interesting." Zhang Cici chuckled lightly, his smile gradually turning cold. A first-tier apprentice physician, an insignificant being who, with some inherited advantage from his elders, thinks he can lecture me? He looked at Bai Xingqi before him with an icy expression, his words even colder than his demeanor. "Don't even mention if I'm really from the city guard. Even if I'm not, what can you do?" As if losing patience, the Falcon Master raised his voice and said indifferently, "Bai Xingqi, you are suspected of ambushing and killing other professionals, violating the association's ban. I, representing the city guard, am arresting you urgently. If you dare to resist, you will be killed on the spot." As the indifferent words were spoken, the falcon circling in the low sky let out a series of cries, and an unprecedented sense of pressure descended upon Bai Xingqi. Bai Xingqi's face turned extremely grim. He gritted his teeth and spoke with difficulty, saying, "I have not killed any professionals, nor have I violated any bans. You are arresting me without any evidence, and I will absolutely not go with you." "Evidence?" Zhang Cici let out a hitchy sound of laughter. He looked at Bai Xingqi with pity, sighed, and shook his head. "After all, you are young. Should I say you are too naive?" With a sigh, a new sentence came from his mouth, leaving Bai Xingqi speechless for a long time. "Why do I need evidence to arrest someone? And why do you think that? If you refuse to go, I can't do anything to you?" The falcon's cries became more urgent. Bai Xingqi's expression changed, his mind in turmoil, and for a moment he didn't know how to choose. He had seen through the attitude of the falcon master before him. The other party clearly did not care about the truth of the matter, but only intended to deal with him. Going with the other party obediently would be equivalent to handing his life over to them. Waiting for a fair judgment in the future would be a fool's dream. But if he refused to go with the other party, the outcome would be obvious. The other party would definitely attack him decisively. With the strength of a 3-turn Eagle Master, his life would be uncertain. If he was unlucky, one resurrection chance might be used up here. Even if he resurrected and returned to the city, the Resurrection Temple might not be free of their people. If he were blocked again, his life would be completely over. Of course, this was assuming that defense enchantment couldn't block the opponent's attack. But if his defense enchantment could withstand the attack of this 3-turn Eagle Master, then he would be able to advance or retreat defensively. Well, forget about attacking. Although his current attribute panel far surpassed ordinary professionals, he was probably thinking too much if he wanted to pose a threat to a 3-turn professional. In just a moment, Bai Xingqi's mind had raced through various thoughts. And in his ears, Zhou Shengming's voice had already sounded. "Brother Zhang, don't be in a hurry, let me have another duel with him, man to man." As he spoke, Zhou Shengming quickly retreated, raising his staff and preparing to chant a spell to unleash a magic skill. However, his passionate move was directly rejected by Zhang Cici. "Xiao Ming, you'd better forget it. This kid is not as simple as you think." "I know he's not simple, but I'm no longer a novice of level 1 or 2. I've reached level 11 and changed to stronger equipment. No matter how strong his defense enchantment is, it might not be able to completely ignore my skill attacks. Right?" Zhou Shengming didn't care, appearing full of confidence after leveling up. Fine, since there's plenty of time and nothing else to do, it's up to you. Zhang Cixi waved his hand and stopped persuading, merely watching from the side. The apprentice rogue Zhang Qing, who was ignored by everyone, also obediently stood aside. In front of the three-turn eagle master, he behaved more obediently than the red crazy rabbit in this wild area. As Zhou Shangming chanted the spell, the tip of his staff flashed with light and a scorching aura surged forth, with a fireball of astonishing size gradually appearing. For a beginner skill like fireball, it was very simple to distinguish its power by looking at the size of the fireball. It was obvious that Zhou Shangming was not bragging. After leveling up and changing equipment, his magic attack power had greatly increased, and the power of fireball had also greatly increased. That was why he was full of confidence, wanting to use this enhanced fireball to challenge Bai Xingqi again and wash away his previous shame. Bai Xingqi didn't pay much attention to Zhou Shangming, but instead focused most of his attention on the eagle master Zhang Cixi beside him. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but with his current attribute panel, he could see through Zhou Shangming's level and attribute panel at a glance. The other party could not pose any threat to him at all. He just didn't know if that three-turn eagle master had seen through his attribute panel. If he could see his attribute panel, why would he still confidently let Zhou Shangming launch such a challenge of a moth to a flame? So, did his extremely high spirit attribute and stealth skill come into play, and the three-turn eagle master hadn't completely seen through his attribute panel? If that were the case, it seemed that some things could be manipulated. Bai Xingqi's gaze fell on Zhou Shangming, and his eyes began to flash with a strange light. Red crazy rabbit leveling area. Zhou Shangming held a fireball the size of a washbasin in his hand, but did not throw it immediately. Instead, he maintained the state and called out to the other side, Bai Xingqi, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll wait for you to be ready. It was evident that he had considerable control over the fireball, the size of a washbasin, in his hands. Clearly, his improvement over the past 2 days wasn't just in his level. His magical control had also greatly increased, and for an apprentice mage, he was already quite proficient. Bai Xingqi's eyes flickered. At this moment, his mind was racing with calculations. The fact that the three-turn eagle master wasn't overly guarded against him was undoubtedly a significant advantage. So, should he charge forward with the Staff of Resilience or directly draw his bow and deliver a swift, fatal blow to the opponent? Ding-dong, ding-dong, ding-ding-dong. Just as the tension reached its peak, a melodious ringing suddenly broke the silence. Wait, I have a communication coming in. The eagle master, Zhang Cixi, held up a hand to stop Zhou Shangming, and with his other hand he answered his communicator. What? The secret realm entrance has reappeared? Alright, I understand. I'm with Xiaoming near the north of the city. I'll bring him back with me right away. Zhang Cixi quickly ended the call and said to Zhou Shangming, who was holding the fireball, Xiaoming, stop playing. Something's happened in the north of the city, we need to go back quickly. At the same time, his gaze fell upon Bai Xingqi, his patience clearly gone. Little fellow, I'm not in the mood right now. Get in the car with me obediently, or I guarantee you'll use up a resurrection chance immediately. Had. Bai Xingqi let out a soft, cold laugh, not complying with the other's command. At this moment he had made up his mind. He directly took out his bow and arrows from his backpack, decisively drew the bowstring, and shot an arrow like lightning towards Zhou Shangming, who was not far ahead. Zhang Cixi was furious, but it was too late to stop him. How could he have imagined that this little guy, who was only at the first turn, would dare to act so boldly right in front of him? Whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air, and the next moment, a staggering damage number popped up from Zhou Shangming's body. -3,256. The terrifying damage brought with it equally terrifying pain. Zhou Shangming, who had never suffered such a blow, couldn't endure it and let out a miserable howl. As an apprentice mage of only level 11, his health bar wasn't very long. Even with decent equipment, it could only ensure he wasn't instantly killed by this arrow. With a single shot, his health bar was almost depleted, leaving only a sliver of health. To make matters worse, the fireball he was holding was now difficult to control and was on the verge of exploding. At this moment he displayed a strong will to survive. He desperately maintained the fireball's state with his mental power, then threw it forcefully to the side. The fireball landed not far away with a roar, blasting a large pit in the ground. It had to be said that he was quite lucky. Anyone could see that if he took any more damage, his health bar would completely bottom out, and he would fall as a corpse. And at the Resurrection Temple, the Resurrection Stone would likely record his final act of self-immolation with the fireball. You're asking for death? Zhang Cixi trembled all over. With a wave of his arm, an arrow whizzed through the air. And in the sky, eagle cries echoed, and the hunting eagle swooped down at high speed, also launching an attack on Bai Xingqi. At this moment, Zhang Cixi no longer thought about sparing the other's life. Both the fling arrow and eagle assault skills were aimed directly at Bai Xingqi. Such an attack, let alone for a first-turn professional, would even make a second-turn professional dumbfounded. It wasn't surprising that Zhang Cixi was agitated. If Zhou Shangming lost a resurrection opportunity because of this incident, he couldn't even imagine the terrifying rage he would face from the guild leader. A fearsome attack was launched at Bai Xingqi, and Zhang Cixi himself had already started moving, intending to rush to Zhou Shengming's side. At this moment, the low health Zhou Shengming was clearly in the most dangerous state. He had to get close to provide protection to feel some sense of security. However, as soon as he lifted his toes, he no longer dared to step forward. A voice had already sounded in his ear, if you take one more step, he will die. Zhang Cixi didn't dare to doubt the truth of this statement, because the person speaking was Bai Xingqi. Under the attacks of Flick, Shot and Eagle Strike, the opponent who should have turned into a corpse and fallen was still standing in place. -1 -1 -1. Ridiculously, both Flick Shot and Eagle Strike, as his two skills as a Tier 3 Eagle Master, were unable to penetrate the opponent's defense. Was the defense enchantment on his body really that effective? To be honest, Bai Xingqi was also sweating nervously. When the Tier 3 Eagle Master's attack came, he had already prepared to cast his slow recovery skill. But he didn't expect that the opponent's attack, while seemingly fierce, didn't deal corresponding damage. The defense enchantment on his body seemed to be able to handle the attacks of the Tier 3 Eagle Master in front of him without any pressure. Then the problem became simple. Bai Xingqi directly drew his bow and arrow aimed at Zhou Shengming in front of him, and had the Tier 3 Eagle Master in his grasp. It's a pity that your attacks can't hurt me, but mine can kill him. Interesting. Zhang Cixi's expression turned grim as he looked at Bai Xingqi, and said, as expected of the former strongest Tier 4 Archmage of Clearwater City, the defense enchantment he left behind is indeed extraordinary. I suppose your unreasonably high attack power is also his doing? Let me guess, perhaps it's an attack enchantment? Bai Xingqi's heart stirred. Zhang Cixi saying this proved one thing: he hadn't seen through his attribute panel at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mistakenly thought his high attack came from a so-called attack enchantment. His greatest secret had clearly not been revealed yet. Standing rigidly in place, a dangerous glint flashed in Zhang Cixi's eyes. He stared intently at Bai Xingqi and said, "You have the attack enchantment left by the Tier 4 Archmage. Perhaps you can actually hit me? Why don't you just attack me? If you can kill me and send me back to the city to revive, wouldn't your predicament be solved?" Several sentences in a row were all attempts to persuade the opponent to change his target. After hearing his words, Bai Xingqi's gaze fell upon him, his eyes flickering, as if he was quite tempted. But in the end, the Tier 1 apprentice physician in his eyes shook his head and chuckled. "I'm not well read, don't lie to me. I know many high-level professionals have some strange skills. What if I fall into your trap? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? And with your health bar length, my attack is nothing. He's different. With this arrow, he will definitely die." As he spoke, Bai Xingqi aimed his bow and arrow at Zhou Shengming again, his expression turning indifferent. "Now, you choose. Will you watch me send him back to the city to revive, or will you voluntarily return to the city first and then I'll let him go?" In the northern wilderness, seeing that Zhang Cixi still hadn't made a move, Bai Xingqi frowned slightly. "What, haven't you decided yet? Don't tell me that you, a dignified Tier 3 professional, don't have a town portal scroll on you. That's not necessarily true." Zhang Cixi's face was grim as he shook his head. "But how can I trust you? What if I return to the city and you still don't let him go? You have no choice but to trust me." Bai Xingqi looked at the falconer in front of him and sneered, "Or should I just make a move? He's dead anyway. As for whether you can break through my defense enchantment, we'll just have to wait and see. Kid, don't get too arrogant." Zhang Cixi gritted his teeth, trembling with anger. "The two skills you took earlier didn't hurt you, but that doesn't mean I have no way to deal with you. Besides, our guild isn't without 4th-tier professionals." As he spoke, a flash of light appeared on his outstretched palm, and a scroll was now in his hand. The scroll exuded a dense magical aura, clearly not a cheap item. Intermediate magic scroll? The seal on the scroll bore 2 6-pointed stars, the mark of an intermediate magic scroll. After this world had settled into its rhythm, professionals had gradually established certain standards for various items. The scrolls he and Zhou Shengming had used before were low-level magic scrolls containing skills ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 3. The intermediate magic scroll in front of him, however, would contain skills from Tier 4 to Tier 6. If it were just a Tier 4 skill, his defense enchantment might be able to resist it, but what about a Tier 6 skill? Bai Xingqi felt it would be tough. "So, can we talk properly now?" After revealing the intermediate magic scroll, Zhang Cixi's tone had clearly become more confident. Such an intermediate magic scroll was a rare commodity in Clearwater City, something that couldn't be bought even if one wanted to. Each one was incredibly valuable. To be honest, he only had this one on him, and he treasured it dearly, never willing to use it unless it was absolutely critical. "How about this? I still have a guild return scroll. Xiao Ming and I will return to the city together, and we'll all consider today a misunderstanding. What do you think?" Zhang Cixi held the intermediate scroll, looking at Bai Xingqi with full confidence, not worried that he wouldn't agree. In fact, that was precisely the case. Bai Xingqi was indeed conflicted at the moment. He was unwilling to test the intermediate scroll, which sealed an unknown skill, with his defense enchantment, but he also couldn't stand the thought of the other party returning to the city comfortably and leisurely. "All right, but I have one condition. Give me that scroll and you can return to the city. Bai Xingqi glanced at Zhang Cici and added, you came here and caused such a commotion for no reason, so you should offer some form of apology. You? Zhang Cici's eyes flashed with ferocity. Being threatened repeatedly by a first-tier professional was an unbearable humiliation for him. Of course, you don't have to give it to me. We can just part ways. I'll resurrect and return to the city with your Xiaoming. After resurrecting, I'll even rush to revive him again, if he still has a chance to be resurrected, Bai Xingqi said with a cold smile, refusing to back down, appearing utterly unconcerned. Zhang Cici was stunned. He knew full well that the other party wasn't bluffing. In the time it took him to unseal the scroll, the bow and arrow in the other party's hand could have already sent Zhou Shengming to resurrection. By then, even if he used the scroll to deal with the other party, it would be largely meaningless. If the other party truly went berserk and killed Zhou Shengming again after resurrection, then the guild leader's beloved son would be completely annihilated. At that point, Zhang Cici didn't believe the prohibition against fighting within the Resurrection Temple could stop the other party. Fine. After a moment of thought, Zhang Cici nodded heavily and said, I can give you the scroll, but it must be at the last moment, before we return to the city. Otherwise, there's nothing more to discuss. It was clear that he also worried that if he handed over the scroll early, he would have no means to restrain Bai Xingqi. Bai Xingqi nodded, accepting this explanation. He was also in a difficult position. He could, of course, choose to ignore everything and kill Zhou Shengming directly, but if he did, it would be an irreconcilable feud between himself, the Falconer, and the First Guild of Clearwater City behind him. At that point, the First Guild would undoubtedly make dealing with him their top priority, dispatching a large number of powerful professionals, not just a single third-turn Falconer. Bai Xingqi knew that the other party dared to treat him so casually simply because he was too weak. If he were strong enough, the current predicament would be easily resolved. But becoming stronger required time. For ordinary professionals, becoming stronger took a despairingly long time. However, for him, who possessed a training room, that point in time was within sight. Therefore, he was unwilling to clash completely with the First Guild of Clearwater City during this period. The Falconer, who had just received a communication and was about to leave in a hurry, indicated that the Clear River Guild also had important matters that needed urgent attention. As long as he did not cross their boundaries, the possibility of them mobilizing a large number of professionals to deal with him should not be high. With various thoughts flashing through his mind, Bai Xingqi said to Zhang Cici, alright, but give me some interest first. Besides that scroll, I think that car looks good too. Leave it for me. His gaze fell on a car parked not far to the side, the one Zhang Cici had just driven over. You're very good. Zhang Cici looked at Bai Xingqi with icy eyes and let out a muffled snort. He had intended to take the car with him before leaving, but now, it was not so easy to do so. At this point, any action that might provoke Bai Xingqi had to be avoided as much as possible. At this critical moment, Bai Xingqi naturally did not get distracted to approach the car, but maintained his original posture and said, you should be going now. Poof. Zhang Cici snorted coldly again and took out another scroll. It was slightly different from the common town scrolls, presumably the guild town scroll he had mentioned earlier. You haven't even second turned. Yet, this should be your last chance to revive, right? Holding the guild town scroll, Zhang Cici suddenly asked the novice rogue, Zhang Qing, beside him. Yes, big brother, please give me a ride. I don't have a guild yet. I can join your guild right away. Zhang Cheng nodded repeatedly, but suddenly heard a falcon's cry and a gust of wind hit him. Two steel claws grabbed onto him. He was greatly alarmed, and his professional instincts as a novice rogue made him immediately use his stealth skill. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. The falcon's eye seemed to be able to see through invisibility and continued to attack him without reservation. Amidst screams, Zhang Qing dissipated into white light. A third turn against a first turn, the outcome was as expected. Not every first-turn professional was as tough as Bai Xingqi. This time, the rogue Zhang Cheng did not leave a corpse behind as he had before. Bai Xingqi, witnessing this scene from the side, was shaken. He knew what this meant. From this moment on, this novice rogue would completely disappear from the world. The falconer had killed the novice rogue Zhang Cheng without any regard for his presence, completely disregarding the association's ban. As expected, were the so-called bans merely things that these powerful professionals could trample on at will? After casually killing a novice rogue, Zhang Cici glanced at Bai Xingqi expressionlessly and slowly tore open the guild town scroll in his hand. The opponent's actions were not only to conceal the news but also clearly intended to make an example of someone. Bai Xingqi's heart trembled and he became even more wary of the Chingha guild. He knew very well that from this moment on, the two sides had completely fallen out. Offending an entity that treated guild prohibitions as nothing was not a pleasant thing. Zhang Cici and Zhou Shengming's bodies began to be surrounded by a circular array of light. Although Zhou Shengming had only just undergone his first job change thanks to his influential father, he had directly joined the premier guild in Qingshui City. With the various buffs provided by this guild, it was no wonder his leveling speed was So fast, he had already reached level 11 shortly after his job change. The circular array of light spun faster and faster. This indicated that Zhang Cixi and Zhou Shengming would be teleported back to the city in the next instant. As the light of the circular array shot straight into the sky, Bai Xingqi tensed his bowstring, his eyes coldly fixed on the opponent. Zhang Cixi looked indifferently at Bai Xingqi, who held an arrow ready to fire, and suddenly threw the intermediate scroll in his hand at him. Qing Shuwei. City Resurrection Point. A flash of light, and two figures appeared. They were Zhang Cixi and Zhou Shengming, returning from the leveling area north of the city. Brother Zhang, if the association found out, wouldn't that be a big problem? Zhou Shengming looked at Zhang Cixi beside him, still shaken. Even now, he found it hard to believe that his usually jovial brother Zhang had actually taken action and casually killed a professional. Killing a professional without reason was terrifying enough, but what was more terrifying was his casual, indifferent attitude. It was as if he had crushed an ant by the roadside. Wasn't he afraid of being found out by the professional association and held accountable? What trouble? Zhang Cixi chuckled dismissively. The professional association is indeed formidable, but that's the headquarters, not the branch here in Qingshui City. In Qingshui City today, the times have changed. He walked out of the resurrection point, fiddling with his communicator as he strode forward. Don't think about these useless things. Hurry and come with me to the resurrection temple to intercept that kid. Since we've already fallen out, we must deal with him completely to avoid future trouble. I've seen too many cases where people didn't finish off their opponents when they had the advantage, only to be overturned later. As he hurried along, his communicator connected. He spoke rapidly to the person on the other end, his footsteps never faltering. Soon, the two arrived outside the Resurrection Temple. Standing outside the temple gate was the same guardian they had met earlier. Zhang Cixi greeted the guardian and asked, "How is it?" The guardian looked at him deeply, then shook his head. "From the moment you notified me until now, no one has been resurrected in this resurrection temple." He seemed a bit curious and asked, "What's wrong? Did your guild encounter a tough opponent in the dungeon and suffer some losses?" Zhang Cixi ignored him, walked past the guardian, and quickly entered the Resurrection Temple. The hall was empty, except for the Resurrection Divine Stone, which seemed to eternally emit a calm light. There was nothing else. How is that possible? He didn't get resurrected? Inside the temple, Zhang Cixi frowned deeply, murmuring to himself. Zhou Shengming, who was following behind, asked in confusion, "Brother Zhang, what's wrong?" "What do you mean, who was supposed to be resurrected? Who else?" "Of course, it's your good classmate, Bai Xingqi." As if understanding Zhou Shengming's confusion, Zhang Cixi explained, "Do you think I was really so easygoing when we returned to the city just now, and just left the intermediate scroll for him? Could it be?" "That's right, don't forget, I'm an eagle master. My own strength is only a small part. The main combat power naturally falls on my hunting eagle, little gold dot." Zhang Cixi nodded with a smile and slowly said, "The scroll seals a 5th tier magic, Shadow Curse. Once hit, it enters a state of extremely terrifying continuous damage. This kind of negative status attack cannot be resisted by defense enchantment. With his meager health bar as a 1st tier profession, he definitely won't be able to hold on." Zhou Shengming's face turned slightly pale, and he asked with difficulty, "How strong is the 5th tier magic, Shadow Curse, specifically?" "Who knows, but the guild leader once used Shadow Curse on a 4th tier. Great night. After being hit, even with potions and a healer's healing, the health bar wouldn't recover. In the end, he could only despairingly use up a resurrection chance." Zhang Cixi looked at Zhou Shengming with a half smile and said, "Do you think a mere 1st tier apprentice healer can be tougher than a 4th tier great knight?" "I'm afraid not." Zhou Shengming fell silent for a moment, feeling a bit conflicted, unsure whether to be happy or unhappy. "Alright, don't think about these useless things." Zhang Cixi shook his head and added, "If I calculate the time, my little gold will be back soon. We'll know the specific situation over there by asking it." Not seeing Bai Xingqi revive at the Resurrection Temple made him feel inexplicably uneasy. However, based on his trust in the Shadow Curse scroll and his hunting eagle, he wasn't overly worried about how things would unfold. City North Leveling Zone. Bai Xingqi looked at the intermediate scroll flying towards him, his eyes flashing, but he didn't reach out to take it immediately. It was thrown by Zhang Cixi just before he returned to the city. The intermediate scroll drew an arc in the air. Everything seemed calm, and there didn't appear to be any traps. However, at that moment, an eagle's cry suddenly sounded. Zhang Cixi's hunting eagle hadn't teleported back to the city with him. Instead, it flew in the sky and instantly approached the intermediate scroll. "You scoundrel, he wants this eagle to snatch the intermediate scroll back?" Realizing this, Bai Xingqi was furious. The bowstring in his hand twanged, and he shot an arrow at the eagle. The arrow landed accurately on the eagle, dealing -454 damage. This eagle's defense was frighteningly high. This arrow did not make the eagle flinch. The eagle flew in the air, its 2 talons already grasping the intermediate scroll. Under Bai Xingqi's increasingly annoyed gaze, the eagle did not snatch the intermediate scroll and fly away as he had expected. The eagle's talons exerted sudden force, and the seal of the intermediate scroll was directly torn open. A surge of spiritual power emanated from the eagle and acted upon the intermediate scroll. This was clearly the spiritual power that the eagle master had stored in it beforehand, and it was now being put to use. The intermediate scroll was torn open, and a dark light flew out, purposefully heading towards Bai Xingqi. At this point, how could Bai Xingqi not understand what had happened? It was obvious that the eagle master, Zhang Cici, had never intended to give him the scroll from the beginning. The other party had calculated it before returning to the city using the hunting eagle he left behind to tear open the seal, activate the scroll, and use the skill sealed within it to deal with him. But what kind of skill was sealed within this intermediate scroll? Was it a 4th tier skill, or 5th tier, or even 6th tier? Subconsciously, Bai Xingqi raised his hand and cast a slow recovery skill on himself. In this situation, it was already difficult for him to make any further counter moves. At the very least, as long as his health bar wasn't depleted, there wouldn't be a major problem. Although the skills sealed within the intermediate scroll were powerful, he had defense enchantment and a health bar length far exceeding that of ordinary people, so he might still have a chance. He thought of many possibilities, but in reality, it was only an instant. The dark glow emanating from the scroll had already fallen upon him. He only felt a chill run through his body, and then nothing else. Immune. Words like that popped up, and then the dark glow completely dissipated. Bai Xingqi, who had been on high alert, was completely stunned. He even felt that his previous apprehension was ridiculously excessive. An intermediate magic scroll, and this is all it does? In the northern city forest, Bai Xingqi finally calmed down. The dark glow from the intermediate magic scroll had fallen upon him, but it had no effect. He almost thought the intermediate scroll was a counterfeit product. But soon, he saw a change in his skill panel. Negative resistance LV5, passive, proficiency 2023/5000. He remembered very clearly that the proficiency of this skill had only been 2022 before. After enduring the attack of that dark glow, the proficiency had increased by 1 point, becoming 2023. This meant that the dark glow emitted by the intermediate scroll just now was actually a skill that attacked with negative status effects. And fortunately, his negative resistance skill, through previous dedicated training, had already made significant progress. Combined with his extremely high luck attribute, he had achieved 100% resistance to ordinary negative status effects. Therefore, this skill was directly immune, and it couldn't inflict any negative status effects on him. Bai Xingqi breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, it was wise for him to choose to level up his negative resistance skill. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble this time. While sighing in relief, a surge of anger also rose within him. He was still too young, thinking the enemy would keep their promise. But clearly, such a thought was extremely naive. It was good luck that he wasn't harmed this time, but it might not be the case next time. The enraged Bai Xingqi could only vent his anger on whatever he could see before him. The falcon in the air had not yet left. Its owner's instructions before leaving were to activate the scroll, confirm the target's death, and then fly back on its own. But the current situation was that it had indeed activated the scroll as instructed, but the target had not died. With its intelligence, it was clearly difficult to understand this change, so it remained in the air and did not leave. Because of this, it immediately became the target of Bai Xingqi's anger. As it stayed in place, he activated the Mad Blood skill, increasing his attack speed by 40%, then drew his bow and nocked an arrow, shooting it towards the sky with a whoosh. Although the falcon hadn't returned as per its owner's instructions, it still possessed basic combat instincts. Seeing the arrow flying towards it, it flapped its wings vigorously and darted into the air. As a falcon of a Tier 3 professional, its attribute panel was naturally not bad. Bai Xingqi's first arrow missed, failing to hit the target. Although his agility attribute was high, limited by his current strength, his panel was indeed inferior to that of a Tier 3 Falcon Master's falcon. This arrow clearly enraged the falcon. After dodging Bai Xingqi's arrow, it didn't take the opportunity to fly away. Instead, it screeched and swooped down. Freed from its owner's control, it fought based on its instincts. Bai Xingqi attacked it, so it was bound to retaliate. The falcon spread its wings, creating a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Bai Xingqi. With such speed, Bai Xingqi, with his agility, couldn't possibly dodge it. But he hadn't intended to dodge anyway. As the falcon swooped down, the bowstring in his hand was already drawn taut, and an arrow shot out once more. Kachakachakacha, the swooping falcon repeatedly struck with its talons, its steel-like claws raking Bai Xingqi's body several times. An ordinary first-turn professional would not have been able to withstand such claw attacks. The probationary thief, Zhang Cheng, who had been here earlier, had perished instantly under similar claw attacks. But the same claw attacks had no effect whatsoever on Bai Xingqi. -1/-1/-1. The defense enchantment was still effective, rendering the third-turn falcon's attacks futile. At the same time, the arrow by Xingqi had loosed had already landed on the falcon, dealing several hundred more damage. Given the third turn falcon's health bar length, another dozen or so such attacks would likely not pose a significant threat. But Bai Xingqi had already decided not to dwell on that, continuously drawing his bow, with several more arrows landing on the opponent. After all, with the defense enchantment on him, he was already in an invincible position. Although each arrow could only deal a few hundred damage to the opponent, if it continued, it might not be impossible to kill it. Currently, the premise was that the opponent was willing to continue fighting him instead of fearing and retreating. This was originally an act by Bai Xingqi to vent his anger, but he hadn't expected that as time went on, the cumulative damage he inflicted on the falcon increased, yet the falcon showed no intention of fleeing. It seemed to have a fight to the death mentality. The reason for this situation was actually inseparable from the characteristics of the falcon master profession. While ordinary wild falcons were fierce in combat, when the damage they received exceeded a certain level, they would also feel fear and have the thought of retreating. But the falcons specially trained by falcon masters were completely different. Although much of their nature remained, their actions were primarily guided by the falcon master's commands. Regardless of their own condition, everything prioritized the falcon master's commands. As long as the falcon master's command was present, even if faced with a sea of blood and mountains of blades, the falcon would not hesitate to charge in. For a falcon master, having such reliable and obedient falcons was naturally a great thing. It's just that, in this current special situation, it was a bit disadvantageous. Bai Xingqi could feel that the falcon's claw attacks, when they landed on him, no longer possessed the same power as before. Its swooping and attacking movements had also become much slower than before. All of this indicated that the falcon's condition was rapidly declining. The cause of all this was the continuous decrease in its health bar. The health bar, which was initially unclear, had finally become visible after he had continuously attacked it. The third turn falcon's extremely long health bar now only had a sliver of health remaining, flickering incessantly, precariously close to death. With Bai Xingqi's attack power, just a few more arrows would surely kill this falcon. If the falcon master were present at this moment, whether by recalling the falcon to escape or using other health restoring skills, they could save the falcon's life. But unfortunately, this was a falcon separated from its falcon master. Finally, with the last twang of the bowstring from Bai Xingqi's hand, the falcon before him let out a shrill cry and dissipated into white light. Although due to the world's mechanics, this falcon would not truly die, it would lose a large amount of experience points and drop many levels, which would undoubtedly be a significant blow to the falcon master. The anger that had risen in his heart due to the falcon master Zhang Sisi finally subsided a little, and as the falcon here was killed and turned into white light in Clearwater City, the falcon master Zhang Sisi's expression suddenly changed. In that very instant, he felt his pet falcon, Xiao Jin, return to his pet space. With a wave of his hand, a flash of white light, and a falcon emerged from the glow. "Is that your falcon, Xiao Jin?" Zhou Shengming asked doubtfully, looking at the noticeably smaller falcon. "Yes," Zhang Sisi responded with difficulty, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Xiao Jin was killed once and has dropped from a tier 3 pet to tier 2. It will take a long time to train it back to its original strength." At the Resurrection Temple in Clearwater City, from the resurrected falcon, Zhang Sisi finally understood everything that had happened in the wilderness after he returned to the city. At that moment, he wished he could rush to the northern wilderness and kill Bai Xingqi to quell his hatred, but that was just a thought. Dealing with Bai Xingqi was not the most important thing right now. His communicator rang, the guild leader was urging him again. He gritted his teeth, put aside the matter of Bai Xingqi, and returned to the Clear River Guild's stronghold with Zhou Shengming. The Clear River Guild's stronghold in Clearwater City was a grand building, not inferior to the Clearwater Commercial Building. As the number 1 guild in Clearwater City, this was only natural. Zhang Sisi met the Clear River Guild's leader, Zhou Changtian. Here, as a tier 3 falcon master, he was usually arrogant when dealing with city guards or temple keepers. However, standing before Zhou Changtian, he was uncharacteristically docile, like a little lamb. That secret realm has appeared again and is gradually approaching the northern wilderness leveling area. Under the influence of the secret realm's entrance, the monsters in the northern leveling area will mutate and will no longer be suitable for new players to level up. Zhang Sisi waited quietly, and Zhou Changtian continued, "Prepare yourself. Tomorrow morning, take Xiaoming to the western leveling area to help him level up as quickly as possible, then complete his job change quest and undergo his second job change." Zhou Shengming, also standing nearby, blinked in surprise. "Dad, didn't you say that leveling up on my own would build a solid foundation? I've also realized these past 2 days that I can level up independently." Zhou Changtian glanced at him and shook his head. If it were normal times, of course, there would be no problem. But now things have changed and there's no time for you to level up slowly. No one can predict the extent of the mutations caused by the secret realm. It's most important to undergo your second job change as soon as possible to have some self-preservation ability. As he spoke, he seemed to suddenly remember something and looked at Zhou Shengming again. Also, reach level 30 as soon as possible and go to the job change temple to get that attribute crystal. Don't underestimate these 10 free attribute points. Getting them before your second job change is worth more than 100 attribute points later. Okay, guild leader, I understand. Zhou Shengming wanted to say something more, but Zhang Cici had already nodded heavily and pulled him away in a hurry. After the two left, a voice sounded, Guild leader, since that attribute crystal is so important, why not just ask for it directly? Wouldn't that be better? Zhou Qingtian's face darkened, and he shook his head. The job change temple is different from the city guards. They have their own system, and even the professional association can't control them. Since it's a sure thing, there's no need to make unnecessary trouble and annoy everyone. That's true. After all, our guild has more important things to do. Exactly. If this secret realm mutation is handled well, Clearwater City will usher in leapfrog development. And our Clear River Guild can reach new heights, not being confined to just one city. The association also seems to have its own plans. Otherwise, they would have asked for help long ago and wouldn't have waited until now. In the midst of such a change, who wouldn't have some ideas? It's just that they failed once before, and this time they might not have the same courage and ability. The advantage will clearly be on our side. Outside the northern leveling area of the city, the sky was gradually darkening. Bai Xingqi looked at the gate of Qingshui City in the distance, hesitating. He had previously killed Zhang Cici's falcon, which was a great relief. Then, after picking up the dropped items and the car left at the scene into his backpack space, he fell into a difficult choice. Everyone knew that staying in the wild at night was not a good option. However, was choosing to return to the city now the right choice for him? Zhang Cici came from the number 1 guild in Qingshui City. After suffering a loss, would he just let it go and not cause trouble for him? It was impossible to think otherwise. He did not choose to take the bus back to the city. In his opinion, with the ability of the Chingha Guild monitoring the northern city bus, which only had a few shifts a day, was too easy. If he took the bus and something happened, he would be caught like a turtle in a jar. As for using a return scroll to go back to the city, not to mention that he didn't have a return scroll in his hand, even if he did, he absolutely wouldn't dare. The return point in Qingshui City was fixed. If he used a return scroll to go back, it would be no different from delivering himself to their doorstep. Bai Xingqi didn't think he was overthinking things. He was just anticipating the worst case scenario. But he had to return to the city. Whether it was to deal with the gains from monster hunting, resupply, or even to transfer professions, it all had to be done in the city. After thinking for a moment, with no other options, Bai Xingqi could only grit his teeth and head towards the city gate. He could only play it by ear, hoping that their influence had not yet spread everywhere, and that they would leave him some room to maneuver. At this moment, his heart was uneasy and heavy. When the roar of a vehicle came from behind him, his nerves were a bit slow, and he didn't react for a moment. Bai Xingqi? A clear voice came from the vehicle. It was rare for someone to call his name, so Bai Xingqi subconsciously turned his head to look. A private car stopped. Not far from him, the window rolled down, and a young, pretty face poked out. Hu Liuli. Seeing the familiar face, Bai Xingqi exclaimed in surprise. Liuli, what's wrong? Is that someone you know? Another voice came from behind the car window, indicating that besides Hu Liuli who was driving, there was someone else in the car. It's my classmate. Hu Liuli replied casually, then smiled at Bai Xingqi and said, Bai Xingqi, are you also heading back to the city after leveling up? Get in, I'll give you a ride. Bai Xingqi initially wanted to refuse, but with a thought he finally nodded and said, alright, thank you then. Besides Hu Liuli, there were 3 other people in the car. A boy sat in the passenger seat and 2 girls sat in the back, but they were not people he knew. After Bai Xingqi got into the car, the 2 girls in the back stared at him curiously. The boy in the front passenger seat didn't seem very interested, but the slightly turned head clearly betrayed him. Sit tight. Hu Liuli accelerated, and the car suddenly shot forward. With Bai Xingqi's uneasy heart, the car quickly arrived at the city gate. The ones guarding the city gate were clearly members of the city guard. Hu Liuli rolled down the window and greeted them with a smile. Uncle Sun, you're still working at this hour? Why are you here in person today? The city gate guards, recognizing Hu Liuli's carriage, waved them through with a smile. There's been trouble up north, one guard said. I'm just checking things out. The whole squad will probably be working overtime today. You should head back quickly, or old Hu will worry. Oh, and I heard your grandfather is back, too. Remember to say hello to our captain for us. Okay, thank you, Uncle Sun, Hu Liuli replied with a sweet smile as she slowly drove away. Behind them, one city guard watched the departing vehicle, looking puzzled. Boss, there was clearly someone else in that car. Why didn't we check it? What, is this city guard team the guard team of Clearwater City, or the guard team of their Clear River Guild? Do we have to jump to their tune just because they casually call out to us? Keep your eyes sharp. That young lady is Old Master Who's favorite. If you anger him, don't just talk about us, even the captain won't have an easy time. Clearwater City. By Xingqi, who had safely entered the city by hitching a ride, thanked to Liuli and declined her invitation for dinner, leaving alone. The atmosphere in the car, however, became somewhat discordant. Liuli, wasn't that guy a bit rude? You were kind enough to give him a ride, and that's the attitude he gives? The two girls in the back seat were clearly displeased with Bai Xingqi's demeanor. The boy in the passenger seat sneered. Liuli, I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but attending school for us is just a formality. Those so-called classmates are from different worlds than us. There's no need to interact with them anymore. Zhang Fengyu, are you telling me what to do? What I do is my business. If you're unhappy, you can leave the team. Hu Liuli retorted sharply to the boy in the passenger seat, showing no mercy. All of them were young people who had only recently undergone their job change. The hot-headed Zhang Fengyu couldn't take it and slammed the door open, leaving. The two girls in the back exchanged glances and after a long pause dared to speak. Liuli, you're too impulsive. You angered Zhang Fengyu over a regular classmate. It's not worth it. It won't be easy to find another suitable teammate. Hu Liuli, in the driver's seat, curled her lips slightly, a strange smile playing on her face. Do you really think I did this just because I was impulsive? She shook her head and said lightly, I've wanted to kick that guy Zhang Fengyu out of the team for a long time. I was just taking this opportunity. Why? Hu Liuli sneered. Don't tell me you don't know what kind of thoughts that guy has in his mind. The two girls in the back seat looked embarrassed. After exchanging glances, they mumbled, he's a second-generation member of the guild. It's understandable that he'd have some ideas for the development of his own guild. Yes, it's understandable. It's just that I don't like those ideas being directed at me. You two should understand that, right? Under Hu Liuli's intense gaze, the two girls in the back couldn't help but lower their heads guiltily. As for Bai Xingqi, he's not the regular classmate you mentioned. You don't understand because your level hasn't reached that point. Clearwater City once had 2 4-turn archmages. Besides the one from the Clear River Guild, you should know the other one, right? Ah, his surname is Bai. I know. He's the child of that archmage Baiya. The two girls were shocked and instantly understood Bai Xingqi's identity and background. But after the shock, they were even more confused by Hu Liuli's words. But I heard that Archmage Baiya was lost in the secret realm, and he didn't establish any companies or guilds. This Bai Xingqi will probably only be an ordinary person in the future, not worth your effort, right? Whether it's worth it or not, we'll soon find out. Hu Liuli smiled and said to the two girls in the back seat, with Zhang Fengyu making such a scene, I've lost my mood. Let's call off this dinner and disperse. Everyone go home. In the end, Hu Liuli drove away alone. Watching the streetscape rapidly recede outside the car window, her eyes narrowed slightly and a faint smile touched her lips. In fact, during their earlier conversation, she had concealed an extremely important piece of information. Due to her profession, she had specifically learned skills that could view others' information. Then, she received a special item from her grandfather, which greatly enhanced her viewing skills. With her current viewing ability, even second-turn professionals, and even some weaker third-turn professionals, were as defenseless as if they had no defenses in front of her, with their detailed information completely visible. When she drove past earlier, she had stopped the car because she had seen Bai Xingqi's information by the roadside. Otherwise, even if they were classmates, and the orphan of a fourth-turn great mage, she would never have invited the other person into her car. Logically speaking, Zhou Shangming, who had transferred to become a mage among their classmates, would have been a better target to win over. However, his affiliation with the Chingha Guild made him unsuitable. It's a bit surprising that he's leveled up so much in such a short time, and I can't see his detailed attribute panel. It seems Bai Xingqi has many secrets, and that great mage Baiya must have left him quite a good inheritance. Stealth LV1. Passive proficiency 23/100, on-off. Bai Xingqi looked at the stealth skill on his skill panel, which had gained another 6 points of proficiency, and let out a cold snort from his nostrils. These 6 points of proficiency had, of course, come from Hu Liuli and the others in the car just now. It was obvious that those people had not only tried to view his information but some had even tried more than once. However, from the feedback from the skills, he knew that his attribute panel had not been completely seen through. Even his level panel had only been seen through once. From the sensation, he could tell that the one who had seen through his level panel was Hu Liuli, who was driving. Hu Liuli seemed to have some skill. He would have to be more careful when they met again. Bai Xingqi did not return to his residence. He knew that if Zhang Cici wanted to deal with him, she would not let such an obvious place go. After casually dealing with dinner, he found a small, unregistered inn to stay in temporarily. These small inns were dilapidated and old, and very informal, but they were just right for him at the moment. He told himself that this life of hiding was only temporary, and lying in this unfamiliar place, he tried his best to recover his tired spirit. After a peaceful night, as soon as dawn broke, he had already left the small inn and headed straight for a certain location. He knew that at This time, every minute of delay in action would increase the risk by 1 minute. A new day had begun, and his usage time for the training room had been restored as he had wished, and he had already made use of it. On the surface, he had just slept and left. But the reality was not like that. He had entered this small inn at level 22, and when he left, his level had already increased to 30. He was now ready to undertake the transfer quest and look forward to the second turn. Everything was, of course, because he had slain a large number of monsters in the training room and obtained enough experience points. Not only had his level increased, but his attribute panel had also been greatly enhanced and his confidence had clearly increased. As he walked forward, a magnificent building finally appeared before his eyes. It was the destination of his trip, the Transfer Temple. Taking a deep breath, Bai Xingqi did not hesitate too much and stepped forward. From his father, he learned that the Job Change Temple was independent of the Professional Association and the City Guard, and transcendent existence. In this clear water city, no matter how much the Chingha Guild controlled everything, it might not be able to influence the Job Change Temple. With a heavy heart, Bai Xingqi finally stepped into this building. A beautiful older sister, enveloped in a dazzling white light, stood before him and said with a smile, "Hello sir, are you here to change your job? May I ask which job change you are here for?" "Oh, yes, I am here for my second job change." Looking at the dazzling, almost unreal white light, Bai Xingqi was a little surprised and couldn't help but stare a few more times. This beautiful older sister seemed a bit different from ordinary professionals. Noticing his surprised gaze, the beautiful older sister smiled gently and inexplicably explained in a soft voice, "I am a job change guide at this job change temple. This white light is the bonus aura of the job change temple. As long as you are within the temple, your experience points will continuously increase. Consider it the salary for this job." So that's how it is to gain experience points just by lying there. Bai Xingqi couldn't help but feel a little envious for a moment. The beautiful older sister smiled and said again, "Are you ready for your second job change? Please follow me over here to communicate with the Job Change Divine Stone and receive your job change quest." Inside the Job Change Temple, the Job Change Guide led Bai Xingqi towards the Job Change Divine Stone. This was Bai Xingqi's first time entering this place, and he couldn't help but look around curiously. "Place your hand here. Depending on the individual's profession, this Job Change Divine Stone will transform into different forms, following the guide's words. Bai Xingqi's gaze fell upon the Job Change Divine Stone in front of him. The Job Change Divine Stone was a deep crimson, as if fresh blood was flowing within it. "Oh, before you, someone just happened to change their job to a blood mage. This is the change he caused." Noticing Bai Xingqi's gaze, the guide casually explained. Bai Xingqi nodded, appearing very calm on the surface. But his heart was already shocked. He naturally knew what a blood mage represented. That was a third-tier profession in the mage branch, known for its mysterious and unpredictable skills and methods. Although his father was a fourth-tier archmage, he had once expressed regret that he hadn't become a blood mage during his third-tier job change. All of this indicated the power of a blood mage. With the emergence of such a blood mage in Clearwater City, the situation had clearly become more unpredictable. He just didn't know which faction this blood mage belonged to. Bai Xingqi's mood became even more urgent. There wasn't much time left for him to become stronger. Following the Job Change Guide's instructions, he placed his palm on a certain spot on the Job Change Divine Stone. The crimson surging within the Job Change Divine Stone quickly receded. The blood color completely dissipated, and the Divine Stone soon became clear, emitting a refreshing pure light that was pleasing to the eye. "You're a novice physician, aren't you?" "Indeed, this profession always makes people feel good and relaxed." The guide smiled and pointed to a large light screen that appeared above the Job Change Divine Stone, saying, "Take a good look. What appears on it is the job change quest you need to complete." Bai Xingqi nodded and looked up. Second job change physician profession quest, requirement, level 30I. Go to the Job Change Temple to change your job. After completing the job change, become a physician. Additional reward, none. Difficulty, 1 star. Bai Xingqi blinked and turned to look at the guide beside him with some confusion. The guide was already prepared and explained at this moment. Simply put, this is a job change quest granted by the Job Change Divine Stone. It has no difficulty. As long as you meet the basic requirement of level 30, you can choose to change your job directly now. Of course, because it has no difficulty, there will be no additional reward bonus after completing the job change with this quest. After a pause, the guide continued. "Personally, I definitely don't recommend you choose this mission. Let's look at the ones further down. Consider this one only if there's absolutely no other option." Bai Xingqi continued to look down. Second, within 24 hours, provide 100 portions each of 10 randomly selected materials produced by monsters from levels 1 to 30. Proceed to the job transfer temple for your transfer. Upon completion, you will become a physician with an additional reward of 10% of your total attributes at the time of transfer. Difficulty, 2 stars. This 2-star mission wasn't actually that difficult. The materials produced by monsters from levels 1 to 30 included drops from low-level monsters like bouncing flower petals and crimson mad rabbit fur. For ordinary job holders, even if they couldn't collect them all themselves, it would only cost a bit of money. Upon completing the transfer, having their total attributes increased to 110% was a pretty good reward, but Bai Xingqi clearly wouldn't be satisfied with just that. The difficulty of the subsequent 3-star mission increased again. The 3-star mission was to independently kill 100 of each of 10 randomly selected monsters from levels 1 to 30 within 24 hours. For job holders with offensive skills, while it was somewhat difficult, it wasn't entirely hopeless. For a novice physician to complete such a mission would require strong logistical support. Even if they chose to kill the easiest monsters from levels 1 to 10, the act of others snatching monsters in the wild would be enough to make novice physicians question their life choices. Without the backing of a powerful team, completing such a mission within 24 hours would undoubtedly be a pipe dream. However, commensurate with the difficulty, the additional reward for this mission was also good, a 20% increase in total attributes at the time of transfer. The job transfer guide also chimed in. Generally, ambitious job holders will choose the 3-star difficulty transfer mission. A 20% increase in total attributes is crucial for future development. Of course, if your own strength doesn't permit it, choosing a 2-star mission is understandable. She looked at Bai Xingqi and asked, "So, sir, which difficulty level transfer mission do you intend to choose?" "I'll look a bit more." Bai Xingqi didn't rush to make a decision and continued to read. The 4-star mission was completely different from the 3-star mission. After accepting this mission, the job holder would be teleported to a specific transfer space and would need to survive for 30 minutes under the siege of one elite monster each from levels 1 to 30. Compared to the previous missions, this mission seemed to fit the setting of the novice physician profession. However, this was only good on the surface. With the HP, defense, and self-healing capabilities of a level 30 novice physician, surviving for 30 minutes under the siege of 30 elite monsters was extremely difficult. Of course, someone like Bai Xingqi, who possessed defense enchantment, might be an exception. This 4-star mission seemed tailor-made for him. Did his father go to great lengths to get him defense enchantment because he had foreseen this scenario? As long as he completed this mission and transferred, he would receive a 30% increase in total attributes. But he didn't decide immediately and instead looked at the final 5-star difficulty mission. The 5-star mission was similar in content to the 4-star mission, but the difficulty had risen another notch. It required surviving for 30 minutes under the siege of one boss-level monster each from levels 1 to 30 and then defeating them all within the next 10 minutes. Furthermore, unlike the missions with difficulty levels before 4 stars, this 5-star difficulty mission also had a restriction rule. That is, equipment, items, and various enchantments or states that exceeded the current level were all prohibited. As for which specific ones were banned, the right of interpretation belonged to the job transfer Divine Stone. This clearly blocked the path of some 2nd-generation job holders. Otherwise, with so many 2nd-generation job holders in this world, if someone casually brought in a high-level magic scroll with a wide area of effect, they could instantly kill all these leader-level monsters with a snap. The 30 leader-level monsters from level 1 to 30, while a bit intimidating, were clearly no match for high-level magic scrolls. And after limiting all of that, this 5-star job transfer mission seemed somewhat outrageous. Not only could an ordinary novice physician without defense enchantments not withstand such a siege, but even if they could, with a novice physician's attack capabilities, it would be impossible to defeat these 30 leader-level monsters. Not to mention the 10-minute time limit. Aside from himself, whose stats had been boosted to an astonishing level due to the training room, Bai Xingqi could hardly imagine any other novice physician being able to attempt this mission. He subconsciously asked the job transfer guide, "Has anyone ever actually completed this 5-star difficulty mission?" "Not that I know of. At least, according to the records in the job transfer temple, no one has ever completed this 5-star difficulty mission. Some have completed 4-star missions, though." The guide shook her head and said, "It's best not to aim too high when you first transfer jobs. You can only attempt job transfer missions a maximum of 3 times, and 4-star and 5-star missions only once. If you exhaust your chances without completing the transfer, you'll be forever unable to achieve a second transfer." As she spoke, she asked, "Bai Xingqi, so, have you decided? Which difficulty mission do you want to take?" Then I'll take the 5-star difficulty mission." "Are you sure you want to take the 5-star mission?" The job transfer guide in the job transfer temple looked very surprised and confirmed again. "Yes, that's right." Bai Xingqi nodded and said, "I do want to take the 5-star difficulty job transfer mission, but before that, I have one thing I need to confirm with you." "What is it?" "As long as it's within my scope of duties, I will answer truthfully." The job transfer guide's bright eyes fell on Bai Xingqi, and her expression clearly showed a ripple of surprise because he had confirmed he wanted to take the 5-star mission. "I want to confirm if the school has temporarily stored an attribute crystal here?" Bai Xingqi stared intently at the guide in front of him. he certainly hadn't forgotten about it. Although for him, who now possessed the training room, a mere 10 free attribute points were nothing, that didn't mean he would hand it over willingly. Attribute crystal? The guide's eyes lit up and she looked at Bai Xingqi with interest, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, I see. You're the child of that archmage who's undergone 4 transfers." Bai Xingqi nodded silently. The guide glanced at him and then said, "This matter is handled by our branch hall master. I'll take you to him." Soon, the guide led Bai Xingqi to an inner room of the temple and knocked on a door. Inside the room sat an extremely thin middle-aged man, slumped in a chair behind a desk, looking as if he might not be able to draw another breath. "Branch hall master, this is Bai Xingqi. He's here to collect that attribute crystal. Bai Xingqi," the thin middle-aged man murmured, looking up at Bai Xingqi. The light in his eyes seemed to pierce straight into Bai Xingqi's heart. Bai Xingqi was startled. The thin middle-aged man nodded, opened a drawer, and took out an item, nodding as he did so. "Not bad. Reaching level 30 in such a short time. You truly are Bai Ya's descendant." He placed the item on the tabletop. It was the attribute crystal that Bai Xingqi had the fortune to see. "Take it. It's returning to its rightful owner." With a casual wave of his hand, the thin middle-aged man seemed to have lost interest and was about to close his eyes again. The branch master's guide was very surprised and asked subconsciously, "Branch master, you're just letting him take it without verifying his identity or anything? Shouldn't the other party to the bet be notified as well?" The thin middle-aged man let out a long sigh and said, "Verify what identity? Why bother with all that trouble? And what does it have to do with me? It's just that some people are afraid of offending others and push this mess onto me. If it weren't for our past relationship, I wouldn't even bother taking this on." "I see. Alright, I understand." The branch master's guide nodded, signaling Bai Xingqi to pick up the attribute crystal on the table and to leave with her. Just as the two were turning around, the thin middle-aged man's voice came from behind them again. "Little Zhu, what star-rated mission did he pick?" Guide Zhu quickly turned back and replied respectfully, "Branch master, he picked a 5-star mission." Good, I know." The thin middle-aged man waved his hand, closed his eyes, and said no more. Soon, his steady breathing could be heard. The guide then carefully turned and closed the door, leading Bai Xingqi away quietly. "Xiaobai, I'm a few years older than you, so it's okay to call you Xiaobai, right?" After returning to the front hall, the guide's attitude towards Bai Xingqi suddenly became very enthusiastic. Seeing her bright face, which held a hint of fawning in her smile, Bai Xingqi found it difficult to refuse. "Okay." As soon as he nodded, the guide smiled broadly and launched a series of advances. "In that case, my name is Zhu Xiaoyu. Why don't you just call me Sister Zhu? You don't mind, do you?" Bai Xingqi didn't know why her attitude had changed so suddenly, but he felt that getting along with a branch master's guide wouldn't be a bad thing. So, he nodded and said agreeably, "Okay, Sister Zhu. Xiaobai, keep it up. Sister is optimistic about you." Bai Xingqi rolled his eyes helplessly at such insincere encouragement. The guide, Zhu Xiaoyu, hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice and said, "Our branch master never cares about other transmigrators, but he asked about you. You should understand what that means, right?" "What does it mean?" Bai Xingqi blinked his eyes in confusion. "It means our branch master thinks very highly of you and your future is bright. Do you understand?" Zhu Xiaoyu almost wished she could grab Bai Xingqi's ear and enlighten him. If the branch master hadn't clearly shown his regard for this guy, why would she, who had a good job as a branch master's guide, look at a mere professional preparing for their second advancement with a different eye? Not to mention trying to get closer to him. "Really? Okay, I understand." Bai Xingqi nodded, appearing somewhat indifferent, but in reality his heart felt heavy at that moment. When he had faced the branch master earlier, the man had merely glanced at him with his cloudy eyes, and Bai Xingqi felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him, sending a shiver through his entire body. He knew very well that in that single moment, all his status information had undoubtedly been clearly revealed to the other party. The man either possessed extremely high-level detection skills, or was of a very high level and attribute, or both. Regardless, Bai Xingqi felt as if he had no secrets in front of the man, making him feel very insecure. But thinking too much was useless. He glanced at the guide, Zhu Xiaoyu, and said, "Sister Zhu, please wait until I use this attribute crystal before we start picking a transmigration mission." As he spoke, he tightly gripped the attribute crystal in his hand and began to communicate with his mental power. Zhu Xiaoyu, watching him from the side, was filled with envy. Although she was a transfer guide at the transfer temple, she had never actually used such an item before her own transfer. Items like attribute crystals were said to be essential for major powers in large cities to cultivate their core disciples. In Clearwater City, while there were many factions, the only one who could prepare an attribute crystal for their juniors before their second transfer was likely that Great Mage Bai. Unfortunately, due to an accident that occurred later, the attribute crystal that Great Mage Bai had painstakingly prepared was about to fall into someone else's hands. But fate is strange, and right before her eyes, the item ultimately returned to the person who should have possessed it. Under Zhu Xiaoyu's gaze, the attribute crystalline by Xingqi's hand dissolved into light. The moment the light dissipated, he could feel that 10 free attribute points had appeared out of nowhere on his attribute panel. Having gained a large number of attribute points through the training room, he wasn't overly surprised. He casually allocated these 10 points to his spirit attribute, then turned to Zhu Xiaoyu beside him and said, "I'm ready. Let's start the quest now." In the transfer temple, when it was confirmed that Bai Xingqi intended to accept a 5-star difficulty transfer quest, Zhu Xiaoyu gave an embarrassed smile. "What, is there a problem?" Bai Xingqi vaguely sensed something was amiss. "Well, because no one has chosen a 5-star difficulty transfer quest for a long time, some errors have occurred. The 30 leader level monsters required for the quest are insufficient. I've already notified them to expedite the replenishment." Bai Xingqi was truly speechless. He had finally come here to transfer, and the dignified transfer temple had made such a blunder? "Don't worry, it won't take too long. It should be resolved by today at the latest. You can go out for a stroll, or rest in the temple. I'll notify you as soon as it's ready." Bai Xingqi was helpless. Given that he had offended the Chingha guild, how could he dare to wander around outside? He could only choose to stay in the transfer temple, and so he stayed for an entire night. What was promised to be a quick resolution ended up being a wait until the next morning. The transfer temple was indeed a safe haven. The Chingha guild's influence clearly did not extend here. His day spent inside was uneventful, and apart from a waste of time, there were no other negative aspects. "Alright, the monsters for the transfer assessment have been replenished. I'll take you to complete your transfer now." Early in the morning, Zhu Xiaoyu came to find him. Fortunately, there were many empty rooms in the transfer temple. After seeking permission from the branch hall master, Zhu Xiaoyu agreed to let Bai Xingqi rest there for the night. Bai Xingqi once again approached the transfer divine stone. Following the guidance of the transfer guide Zhu Xiaoyu, he placed his palm on the transfer divine stone once more. "Are you really ready? Once you start this 5-star quest, it cannot be cancelled until it is completed or failed," Zhu Xiaoyu confirmed with Bai Xingqi again. Bai Xingqi nodded solemnly. Having already connected his mental power with the transfer divine stone, the next moment his vision was filled with light, and he felt a force acting upon him, transporting his body to some unknown place. Bai Xingqi was not overly panicked. Before this, the transfer guide Zhu Xiaoyu had already explained it to him. The place to which this transfer quest transported him was essentially a special instance. In this instance, even if he were killed, it would at most result in a quest failure. His own revival opportunities would not be consumed. Bai Xingqi recovered from the light and found himself in a grand hall. The hall was very spacious, but had no doors, clearly indicating that there was no possibility of leaving midway. And within this grand hall, sounds began to emanate from all sides as a host of monsters slowly approached. However, Bai Xingqi currently had no leisure to attend to these monsters. He quickly opened his status panel. As expected, in the enchantment section, defense enchantment was in a grayed out, inactive state, clearly no longer usable. This job transfer mission was quite interesting, capable of forcibly disabling his defense enchantment. Having already anticipated all of this, Bai Xingqi was not overly panicked. He then looked at his attribute panel. At this moment, his attribute panel, without equipment, was level 30, health 43,200, mana 50,500, physical/magical, defense 1296, physical attack 4,320, constitution 432, strength 432, agility 432, spirit 505. Having leveled up from 22 to 30 in the training room, his attribute panel had clearly improved significantly. The increases in all attributes were quite pleasing, and what Bai Xingqi was particularly focused on at this moment was his defense. With the growth rate of a novice physician, his physical and magical defense was triple his constitution attribute. Even though defense enchantment was temporarily unusable, his current defense of over 1296 points was the source of his confidence. In terms of raw defense, he was already far superior to any knight class profession of the same level. Gently exhaling, Bai Xingqi looked forward. Ahead, the large group of monsters had approached close enough to be clearly seen. Each monster was of considerable size, and while their types were the same as the wild monsters in the northern novice leveling area, each one was not an ordinary monster but a leader class 1. Bai Xingqi even had the leisure to count them. There were exactly 30 in total. Leader class sproutflowers, leader class crimson mad rabbits, leader class poisonous transformation frogs. A total of 30 distinct leader class monsters were closing in on him, who had appeared in the hall. Bai Xingqi suppressed the urge to draw his bow and start by ubuing, instead walking forward slowly with empty hands. He had not forgotten the content of the 5-star difficulty job transfer mission, to survive for 30 minutes under the siege of one leader class monster from each level range of 1 to 30 and then defeat them all within the next 10 minutes. Defeating them all was not the issue, but the prerequisite was to first survive their siege for 30 minutes without dying. If he got carried away and defeated these monsters prematurely, thus failing the job transfer mission, he would truly have no one to blame but himself? To be safe, Bai Xingqi decided not to take out his weapons during the first 30 minutes. Only in this way could he constantly remind himself to adhere to the principle of not fighting back. Bai Yubu, this familiar sound echoed through the spacious hall. Following the sound, Bai Xingqi immediately recognized a familiar presence opposite him, a leader-class Grasshopper Archer. He and this particular monster could be said to have a very strong connection. As one of the few ranged attack monsters between levels 1 and 30, its attacks were always swift and fierce. Well, not exactly fierce. -1. -1, 3 consecutive hits landed on Bai Xingqi, still only dealing a total of 3 points of damage. Although defense enchantment was disabled, Bai Xingqi's current defense of over 1,000 points was still something they could not hope to overcome. Whether or not defense enchantment was active, they could no longer break through his defenses. -1 immune. As these 30 leader class monsters approached, the attacks landing on Bai Xingqi gradually became more frequent. Nearly half of the attacks landed on him, yet they still only dealt -1 damage, unable to break through his defense. If one were to ignore the -1 damage numbers, he could have been said to be completely overwhelmed by the monster's attacks. Of course, Bai Xingqi wouldn't overlook some of the stronger attacks hidden among them. He was constantly prepared, holding a slow recovery skill, ready to use it at the most opportune moment. His preparation was not entirely in vain. Of these 30 leader-level monsters, about half of them couldn't break his defense at all, their attacks only dealing -1 damage. Thanks to his relatively high agility attribute, these attacks occasionally resulted in a miss. As for the remaining attacks that could penetrate his defense, a small portion only reached double-digit damage values. Only a few of the higher-level leader monsters could inflict damage exceeding 3 digits. With such attack intensity, his over 40,000 health points were more than enough to sustain him, with no risk of instant death. -159, -541, -396, +1,515, +1,515. As the leader-level monster's attacks landed, Bai Xingqi's health slowly dropped. But at the same time, he cast a level 3 slow recovery on himself, immediately pulling his health bar back up, keeping it on a stable line. His 505 spirit attribute made his slow recovery anything but slow, its efficiency surpassing that of health potions. At his leisure, he even opened his skill panel and looked at the negative resistance tab. Since he couldn't retaliate for half an hour, it would be good to brush up on his negative resistance skill proficiency while he was at it. It was a bit of a shame that not many of these 30 leader level monsters possessed negative status attacks, making the proficiency gain for negative resistance not very high, but it was better than nothing. Meanwhile, in the job transfer temple, the guide Zhu Xiaoyu frowned. Watching Bai Xingqi's figure teleport away in a flash of light, she couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. She had been a guide for some time and knew very well how difficult a 5-star difficulty job transfer quest was. What she had told Bai Xingqi earlier, that no one had ever completed the 5-star difficulty transfer quest for a second-turn physician, wasn't just limited to this Clearwater City's job transfer temple. In fact, the data for all job transfer temples in this entire world was interconnected. This meant that across all job transfer temples in the entire world, among all professionals seeking to become second-turn physicians, there had never been even a single person who had completed a 5-star difficulty transfer quest. Although Bai Xingqi had been given special attention by the branch master, she honestly wasn't optimistic about whether he could truly complete this 5-star transfer quest. Within the temple, the job transfer divine stone flashed like a pulsing heartbeat, indicating that the 5-star transfer quest was still in progress. In the job transfer quest space, Bai Xingqi cast another slow recovery skill on himself. A full 30 minutes had passed since he was first surrounded and attacked. Suddenly, a semi-transparent information box popped up before his eyes. The information box displayed words that could bring joy to one's heart. Job transfer quest phase 1 complete. Please complete phase 2 within 10 minutes. The information box quickly disappeared, and a ticking countdown timer appeared at the edge of his vision. 10 minutes, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. The numbers ticked down, indicating the 10-minute time limit was passing. Looking at the monsters gathered in a large circle around him, Bai Xingqi didn't waste a moment, and drew his weapon from his inventory space. He chose the fine iron heavy sword. Against a large group of monsters, this weapon was clearly the most suitable. As the weapon settled into his grasp, a familiar feeling washed over him. With a raise of his hand, the Mad Blood skill was perfectly applied to himself. The Mad Blood skill had now reached level 3. Attack speed plus 50%. The fine iron heavy sword spun like a whirlwind, slashing towards the numerous monsters before him. It was more accurate to say he was smashing than slashing, but whether slashing or smashing, his sufficiently high strength attribute granted him immense attack power. -1,225, -1,198, -1,111. over a dozen damage numbers popped up. This single strike had hit more than 10 monsters simultaneously. When attacking so many monsters at once, the fine iron heavy sword's damage value was directly reduced to its minimum of 30%. However, thanks to his extremely high attack power, even at 30%, it could still deal tons of damage to these monsters. If he were just dealing with ordinary wild monsters, relying on the heavy sword swings, it would be nothing short of a complete sweep. But what he faced now were all leader-class wild monsters whose health bars were not to be underestimated. Taking the Grasshopper Archer leader as a benchmark, leaders of wild monsters from level 1 to 10 had health bars below 100,000. Leaders of wild monsters from level 11 to 20 had health bars above 100,000, with some even exceeding 200,000. For those from level 21 to 30, their health bars were all above 200,000, with the strongest one reaching an astonishing 500,000. With such health bars, even a well-equipped and powerful first-turn team would find it incredibly difficult to clear them, let alone a mere ordinary apprentice physician. But fortunately, Bai Xingqi was no ordinary individual. At this level, with his agility attribute reaching 432 points, his attack speed was already quite impressive. Even when wielding a weapon like the fine iron heavy sword, his attack speed far surpassed that of ordinary people. Swinging twice per second was not an issue, and when combined with the Mad Blood skill, which increased attack speed by 50%, he could swing a remarkable 3 times per second. Such rapid attack speed naturally translated to formidable output capability. Within a single second, he could inflict a massive amount of damage. In just over 10 seconds, several leader-class monsters dissolved into white light, becoming casualties of his sword. These monsters were the lowest level ones in the group, with health bars only in the tens of thousands. Charge points plus 1,000, charge points plus 2,000. Quite unexpectedly, the moment these few leader-class monsters were slain, Bai Xingqi discovered that his training room had also gained an increase in charge points. Killing monsters here, just like in the leveling areas, yielded charge points, and killing leader-class monsters awarded 10 times the charge points of ordinary monsters. Among the monsters he had just killed was a hopper flower leader, which granted him 1,000 charge points, 10 times that of an ordinary hopper flower. This was an unexpected bonus for Bai Xingqi, regardless of whether this job advancement quest could be completed. Based on this alone, he had already broken even. If he could defeat all 30 of these leader class monsters, the charge points he would acquire would be equivalent to killing 300 monsters in the leveling areas. And given the current competition for monsters in the leveling areas, it might take more than half a day to kill 300. With his thoughts racing, Bai Xingqi's hands did not stop, and he had already swung his sword many times with a whoosh whoosh whoosh. With an attack speed of 3 strikes per second, he swung the greatsword, creating numerous illusions. Despite being surrounded by 30 monsters, he was single-handedly overwhelming them, leaving them with no room to fight back. Charge points plus 8,000, charge points plus 9,000. As time passed, more and more monsters dissolved into white light. The number of monsters remaining on the field gradually decreased. In just 2 minutes, only 3 of the original 30 monsters that had surrounded him remained. One was a level 30 monster leader with a health bar of 500,000. The other 2, while not possessing exceptionally long health bars, had survived until now due to their ranged attack capabilities, avoiding the fate of falling to Bai Xingqi's fine iron greatsword. One was a shadow sorcerer leader, a level 25 wild monster leader, and the other was his old acquaintance, the Grasshopper Archer leader. Bai Xingqi decided to temporarily ignore these 2 sneaky ranged attackers and focus his efforts on eliminating the strongest leader in front of him. That was his original intention. The Ash Grey Golem leader was the name of the monster before Bai Xingqi. As a level 30 wild monster species, these monsters were known for their tough hides and thick skin. Even though only one monster remained for his fine iron greatsword to attack, allowing him to unleash its full damage without any reduction, the progress in defeating the Ash Grey Golem leader was still somewhat slow. Banged -925 with his current attack power exceeding 4,000, he could only inflict such damage on the opponent. The monster's defense was incredibly high. Bai Xingqi's mind raced through his knowledge, recalling information about this monster species. The monster's formidable defense was clearly linked to its stone skin skill. It seemed that defeating this Ash Grey Golem leader would require preparation for a prolonged battle. -942 weak point attack, -1838. Although the Ash Grey Golem leader possessed astonishing defense, its agility was correspondingly lower. After several attempts, Bai Xingqi finally managed to thrust his fine iron greatsword straight, piercing the monster's core between its 2 armored arms. A weak point strike was successfully achieved. However, the success rate of such attacks was not high and could not be relied upon too heavily. -921, -935. As expected, in the following few attempts, Bai Xingqi's efforts to strike weak points failed, only dealing normal damage. After one of his attacks, a gray-white light flashed across the Ash Grey Golem leader's body and its entire form became stiff. No, not just stiff. The entire ash-gray golem leader froze in place, motionless, as if it had turned into a true stone statue. Simultaneously, its lost health began to slowly regenerate. Bai Xingqi was somewhat dumbfounded. He had only learned about ash-gray golems in class. Although he had reached level 30 and was planning to respec, this was actually his first time facing such a monster directly. With the existence of the training room, he had previously leveled up to 30 without even killing any wild monsters beyond level 20. Now, facing an actual ash-gray golem, and even an ash-gray golem leader, he finally realized that their sheer annoyance factor was likely even greater than what he had learned in class. The stiffening state of the ash-gray golem leader before him was clearly an active state of its stone skin skill, petrification. Ash-gray golems with the stone skin skill could choose to activate the petrification state, becoming immobile for a period, greatly increasing their physical defense and regenerating a certain amount of health. Dealing with the gray-white stone golem, which possessed stone skin, significantly reduced the effectiveness of physical attacks. Only magical attacks would not be overly diminished. Seeing the gray-white stone golem leader slowly recovering its health while in a stalled state, Bai Xingqi helplessly shook his head and put away the fine iron greatsword in his hand. Since this gray-white stone golem leader was so difficult to handle, he could only set it aside for now and deal with the other two bothersome pests first. In an instant, Bai Xingqi had switched to his usual bow and arrow. Skillfully drawing and knocking an arrow, he aimed directly at the Grasshopper Archer leader in the distance. -3,964 and arrow shot out, dealing nearly 4,000 damage. As expected, bullying this lower-level Grasshopper Archer leader was much more comfortable than dealing with that disgusting gray-white stone golem leader. With a health bar of only 100,000 points, the Grasshopper Archer leader could not last long under his arrow's 4,000 damage. Soon, a flash of white light appeared, and this Grasshopper Archer leader was also killed. Like the other leaders killed previously, this Grasshopper Archer leader also dropped quite a few items. It was a pity that the skill book Ricochet shot, which Bai Xingqi most hoped to see, still did not appear. As before, after picking up these dropped items, his bow and arrow were already aimed at the Shadow Sorcerer leader on the other side, and he launched an attack. It also did not take much time for the Shadow Sorcerer leader to perish under his arrows, dissipating into white light. However, unlike many of the leader-level monsters killed before, this Shadow Sorcerer leader dropped an equipment item. It was a staff, as dark as a shadow, appearing almost incorporeal. Bai Xingqi's heart stirred, and he quickly picked up the staff. Shadow staff quality, excellent class requirement, mage class, other classes will have reduced. Equipment attributes. Level requirement 25, spirit requirement 75, physical attack plus 10, magic attack plus 100, spirit plus 15, shadow missile. LV1 can launch 5 consecutive shadow missiles to attack the target, each missile dealing 100 plus 0.3 * magic attack, magic damage to the target. Cooldown 10 seconds. This was actually an equipment item with an added attack skill. Although the shadow missiles attached to this shadow staff were only LV1, it was enough to let non-mage class professionals experience the fun of magical attacks. Of course, its high spirit attribute requirement of 75 points would inevitably deter most non-mage class professionals. Bai Xingqi was certainly not among the majority. Holding this shadow staff in his hand, joy welled up in his heart, and he raised the staff, aiming it at the gray-white stone golem leader beside him. Whoosh! 5 dark missiles flew out in succession, heading towards the gray-white stone golem leader. Although the skill attached to this weapon was only LV1, it was not entirely without benefits. At least, when using it, there was no need to chant magical incantations. It could be cast directly, considered an instant cast. -1,314, -1,314. With his magic attack power now exceeding 5,000 points each, shadow missile dealt -1,314 damage, and the 5 consecutive missiles combined dealt -6,570 damage. Although the gray-white stone golem leader had the stone skin skill, it only provided a high bonus to physical defense. For magical attacks like shadow missiles, it did not have a very ideal defensive effect. This staff came at the perfect time. Bai Xingqi laughed heartily. This perfectly timed equipment drop made his progress in killing the gray-white stone golem leader much more manageable. Switching weapons required a certain interval. Since only the last monster remained, he was too lazy to switch weapons and directly swung the shadow staff in his hand forward. For him, using equipment across professions meant the additional attributes of the equipment were greatly weakened, so attacking with the fine iron greatsword or the shadow staff made little difference. -904. The blow landed on the gray-white stone golem leader, and as expected, it was similar to when he used the fine iron greatsword earlier. Thus, with the shadow staff in hand, as soon as the 10-second cooldown ended, Bai Xingqi raised his hand and cast Shadow Missile. After releasing Shadow Missile, he unhesitatingly struck the opponent repeatedly with the staff, dealing physical damage that was not high but was stable and continuous. Time ticked by, and with a flash of white light, the gray-white stone Golem leader was finally defeated. Charge points plus 30,000. At this moment, the countdown at the edge of his vision showed less than 2 minutes remaining. Bai Xingqi let out a long breath. No wonder this 5-star difficulty job transfer mission had never been completed before. Even with his powerful attribute panel, he had almost failed, let alone others. At this moment, a semi-transparent information box popped up within his field of vision. Mission complete, exit now? Bai Xingqi did not choose to exit immediately. Instead, he walked forward and quickly picked up a ball of light from the ground. As the ball of light was in his hand, his heart was instantly filled with ecstasy. Although the Grey-White Stone Golem Leader had only dropped one item, the value of this single item was arguably greater than all the previous drops from other monsters. This was because the dropped item was a skill book. Stone Skin Skill Book. Without time to examine it closely, he casually placed the skill book into his inventory space. Bai Xingqi then looked at the semi-transparent information box in front of him and decisively chose to exit. The scenery before him shifted and the familiar scene reappeared. Bai Xingqi returned to the job transfer temple. As he appeared, a low exclamation sounded in the temple. It was Zhu Xiaoyu, the guide who had been waiting there. Seeing Bai Xingqi reappear in the temple, she could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked, "How was it? Did you succeed?" Although she asked this, her facial expression indicated that she did not have full confidence in Bai Xingqi. Of course, Bai Xingqi nodded calmly. The impact of those simple 2 words from his mouth on Zhu Xiaoyu was something Bai Xingqi could not have imagined. "What's wrong?" Seeing Zhu Xiaoyu fall silent for a moment, Bai Xingqi asked in surprise, "Is there a problem?" "No problem, I'll take you through the final job transfer process now." The 5-star difficulty job transfer mission, which no one had ever completed, had been so easily accomplished by Bai Xingqi. Zhu Xiaoyu couldn't help but fall into a daze. A moment later, she snapped back to reality, quickly smiled, and guided Bai Xingqi to place his palm on a certain spot on the job transfer divine stone again. The next moment, the entire job transfer divine stone began to emit brilliant light. Bai Xingqi could feel a powerful force deep within his body being triggered by the job transfer divine stone circulating throughout his entire body. This process did not last long. With a slight tremor in the depths of his mind, Bai Xingqi understood that he had completed the transition from the first to the second job transfer. An unprecedented sense of power surged from all parts of his body. He stepped away from the job transfer divine stone and opened his attribute panel. Class, second transfer, profession, physician, level, 30, HP, 129,600, MP, 151,600, physical/magical, defense, 3,888. Constitution, 648, Strength, 648, Agility, 648, Spirit, 758. The 6 attribute values have all increased by 1.5 times compared to before the transfer. This is the benefit of a 5-star difficulty transfer mission. In addition to this, the attribute growth rate from the first to the second transfer has also increased, doubling its original rate. For example, where 1 point of Constitution could previously only increase HP by 100, it can now increase HP by 200. Physical and magical defense have also grown from the original Constitution *3 to Constitution *6. It is clear that even if the 6 attributes remain unchanged, strength will be vastly enhanced after the second transfer. The gap in strength between a first transfer and a second transfer profession is like a chasm. Of course, besides the growth in the attribute panel, the second transfer also awakens new professional skills, reaching a height that first transfer professionals can hardly attain. At this moment, Bai Xingqi didn't have time to carefully examine his skill panel before he heard Zhu Xiaoyu's call. "Xiao Bai, are you ready? Our branch hall master wants to see you." Zhu Xiaoyu stood in front of Bai Xingqi, her voice very gentle, completely devoid of the businesslike demeanor she had when they first met. No one knew better than her how bright the future would be for a professional who completed a 5-star transfer mission at the second transfer. The branch hall master must have also noticed this, which is why he wanted to see him twice. If even the branch hall master couldn't resist, then she, a mere guide, should definitely maintain a friendly relationship with him. Bai Xingqi always felt that the other party was a bit strange, but he knew very well what the branch hall master of the transfer temple represented, and knew that he currently did not have the qualification to casually ignore him. Moreover, regarding the attribute crystal, strictly speaking, he owed the other party a favor. For various reasons, although Bai Xingqi had some doubts in his heart, he finally nodded and said, "Okay." He followed the guide Zhu Xiaoyu and soon returned to the previous office where he met the thin middle-aged man. Before Bai Xingqi could speak, the thin middle-aged man cast his gaze over and said softly, "Completing a 5-star difficulty transfer mission is good. Are you interested in joining our transfer temple?" This sudden news made Bai Xingqi freeze. He subconsciously turned to look at Zhu Xiaoyu beside him. The meaning hidden in his eyes was self-evident. Did this branch hall master want him to join the transfer temple and become a transfer guide like Zhu Xiaoyu? Although becoming a guide would allow him to wait for experience points to grow in the transfer temple, Bai Xingqi was not very interested in it, to be honest. On the way here, he had already learned from Zhu Xiaoyu that although the experience points obtained in the transfer temple were good, they were only slightly faster than ordinary professionals leveling up. Compared to himself, who had a training room, that development speed was far inferior. However, his guess was clearly somewhat off. The thin middle-aged man glanced at the somewhat uneasy Zhu Xiaoyu, smiled, and said, "Currently, there is no further demand for transfer guides, but besides transfer guides like Xiao Zhu, the temple also needs some hunters. Are you interested?" As soon as the thin middle-aged man finished speaking, the current guide Zhu Xiaoyu visibly relaxed, and her tense body loosened. She finally understood that the branch hall master's invitation for Bai Xingqi to join the transfer temple was not to replace her position. Hunters? What do they do? Bai Xingqi asked in surprise. He truly didn't know. The thin middle-aged man chuckled and said, "Where do you think the monsters you encountered during your job transfer mission came from? Of course, they were hunted and brought back by our temple's hunters." He glanced at Zhu Xiaoyu and continued, "Little Zhu, you've been in the temple for some time now, so you must have some understanding of this. Why don't you explain it to him?" Zhu Xiaoyu nodded obediently. The next moment, as she explained, Bai Xingqi quickly learned about the temple hunters. In simple terms, temple hunters were a position different from job transfer guides but still belonged to the job transfer temple. Their main task was to go into the wild and use the job transfer temple's unique hunting balls to capture the monsters required by the temple. Of course, to capture a monster, it was necessary to first reduce its health to a critical state. The lower the monster's health, the higher the success rate of the hunting ball. Given the vast variety of monsters required by the temple, and not all of them being low-level, possessing strong personal strength was the most basic requirement to be a temple hunter. When Zhu Xiaoyu first joined the temple, the thin middle-aged man, as the branch master, deemed her strength insufficient and therefore didn't mention the temple hunter position at all. As Zhu Xiaoyu explained, Bai Xingqi clearly understood. He looked at the thin middle-aged man before him and asked, "But I'm just a physician with no attack skills. Isn't there some misunderstanding in inviting me to be a temple hunter?" Within the job transfer temple, the thin middle-aged man gave Bai Xingqi a deep look, a half-smile on his face, and asked, "Are you truly just an ordinary physician?" He didn't expect Bai Xingqi to answer, merely shaking his head and continuing, "The fact that you were able to complete a 5-star difficulty job transfer mission says it all." Seeing that Bai Xingqi remained unhurried, the thin middle-aged man couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. He snorted and continued, "The anomaly in the north of the city and the Chingha Guild's recent movements. The situation in Qingshui City is like a brewing storm. It's because of your father, Baiya, and because I see you have potential that I'm willing to meddle in this. Otherwise, even if you successfully undergo your second job transfer, can you truly stay safe in Qingshui City?" Bai Xingqi's heart trembled. Zhang Cici from the Chingha Guild had indeed made a move. Qingshui City was likely already a meticulously laid trap, waiting for him to fall into it. Perhaps the moment he stepped out of the job transfer temple, he would be surrounded by people from the Chingha Guild. Just the thought of such a scenario sent shivers down his spine. Bai Xingqi took a deep breath, about to speak, when Zhu Xiaoyu beside him spoke first. "Branch Master, if Xiao Bai joins the job transfer temple, will he no longer have to fear the Chingha Guild?" The thin, middle-aged man didn't answer directly, merely chuckling, his eyes shifting as if looking somewhere beyond. Qingshui City is located on the frontier. A mere third-tier guild can be considered the top guild. The city guard has to pander to them, and the professional association branch also has to watch their every move. However, the job transfer temple is absolutely not among them. Bai Xingqi's heart stirred. Although the branch master of the job transfer temple didn't answer directly, he had indeed indicated that the temple possessed considerable confidence when facing the Chingha Guild. In the current situation, if he wanted to protect himself from the Chingha Guild's machinations, joining the job transfer temple was clearly an excellent choice. Moreover, at this moment he didn't really have many options. Bai Xingqi ultimately joined the job transfer temple, and the moment he truly joined the temple, he suddenly discovered that certain subtle changes had occurred within him. This is the temple hunter aura, similar to Xiao Zhu's job advancement guide aura. The difference is that her aura effect increases experience points, while yours enhances various combat attributes. You can choose to display or hide it at any time. After briefly explaining the duties and benefits of a temple hunter, the thin middle-aged man waved them away, allowing Bai Xingqi and Zhu Xiaoyu to leave. Once they were gone and the room fell silent again, a faint sigh echoed. "Yeah, there's not much I can do. What happens in the end depends on him." Outside the room, Bai Xingqi and Zhu Xiaoyu had already returned to the job advancement Divine Stone. "Xiao Bai, we're colleagues from now on. What are your plans? Are you going to start working officially today?" Bai Xingqi nodded in response to her question. "That sounds good." He soon approached the job advancement Divine Stone himself and placed his palm on a specific spot. Instantly, a torrent of information surged into his mind. He sifted through it, searching for the part he needed. The monsters used in the various job advancement quests of the temple were all captured by temple hunters. While communicating with the Divine Stone, he discovered that there were already some shortages in the monsters required for the advancement quests. It was similar to the 5-star difficulty quest he had chosen earlier because the boss level monsters needed for the assessment were scarce. He had to wait an extra day. Now, the boss level monsters that had finally been replenished for this quest were all consumed by him. If any aspiring physicians wanted to choose this quest in the future, they would have to wait for the monsters to be replenished again. This was the job of a temple hunter. Of course, Bai Xingqi was not the only hunter in the job advancement temple. However, the types of monsters around each city were different, and the requirements for the advancement quests naturally varied. Hunters were already understaffed, and they had to travel back and forth between different wild areas in different cities, making it difficult to achieve satisfactory efficiency. For the 5-star difficulty quest for aspiring physicians, since almost no one was taking it and the difficulty of capturing boss-level monsters was high, the hunters had temporarily put it aside. This led to the previous misunderstanding whereby Xingqi had accepted the quest but couldn't be assessed. Bai Xingqi shook his head, not finding the hunters' considerations unreasonable. Having actually experienced the quest, he now understood that a task of this difficulty was indeed not something ordinary people could complete. In such a situation, it was a more rational choice for the hunters to prioritize preparing for the most in-demand 3-star and 4-star quests. One could imagine that as time passed and the first-turn professionals who started at the same time as Bai Xingqi gradually approached their second turn, the second-turn tide would arrive in Clearwater City. By then, the pressure on the job advancement temple would undoubtedly increase significantly. Therefore, making preparations and stocking up as much as possible before then was indeed the right thing to do. The branch hallmaster extending an olive branch to him at this time was not without reason. After reviewing the requirements for the advancement quests, Bai Xingqi bid farewell to Zhu Xiaoyu and stepped out of the job advancement temple. Besides the temple hunter aura, he had also received a large number of hunter balls and a hidden benefit from the job advancement temple. The hunter balls were essential for capturing monsters, so there was no need to elaborate on them. However, the other hidden benefit truly surprised Bai Xingqi. He discovered that after becoming a temple hunter, as a member of the job advancement temple, he could now choose to set his save point within the temple. This was a new option independent of the Clearwater City respawn point. While this new option might not seem like much under normal circumstances, it was extremely important for Bai Xingqi at this moment. With the Chingha Guild's influence in Clearwater City, it's possible that the Resurrection Temple and the Return to City save points are already under their control. If that's the case, whether he uses a return scroll or resurrects to return to the city, it would be difficult to escape their grasp. This would be a significant disadvantage for him. However, with the possibility offered by the Job Transfer Temple, things clearly wouldn't be so dire. As soon as Bai Xingqi left the Job Transfer Temple, he discovered something shocking. The Chingha Guild's influence was indeed extraordinary. After spending just one day in the Job Transfer Temple, his information had already appeared on many magic information screens lining the streets. City Guard wanted poster, Bai Xingqi, novice physician, for disregarding orders and killing novice rogue Zheng Qing in the wild, currently at large. Those with information are requested to report to the City Guard for apprehension. A reward of 50,000 star coins will be given for valid clues. Bai Xingqi's face was clearly visible on the wanted poster. Anyone who looked at him now would know he was the fugitive on the poster. Under normal circumstances, he could have used Mist Veil in conjunction with his stealth skill, making it very difficult for anyone to see through his true appearance. However, Bai Xingqi showed no intention of hiding, simply walking openly on the streets of Clearwater City. A day had passed and he was now a member of the Job Transfer Temple. He wanted to verify if his identity as a hunter from the Job Transfer Temple was as useful as the branch master had claimed. If his safety was still not guaranteed, he would have to flee Clearwater City at all costs and seek refuge in other cities. Now that he had successfully completed his second job transfer, he felt more confident, believing he could escape safely even if a third job professional appeared. Not long after, as he strode down the street, he heard the dense, short magical ringing. Amidst the ringing, a large, semi-transparent halo began to expand across the street. On the street, a large number of professionals, with slight panic on their faces, quickly moved away from the center of the halo. In Clearwater City, everyone knew that the magical ringing in their ears and the rapidly expanding halo were the signs of the city guard mobilizing. On the street not far from the Job Transfer Temple, the halo spread, and pedestrians avoided it. A beam of light descended from the sky, striking Bai Xingqi first. This beam of light had no offensive capabilities, it was merely for marking. At this moment, anyone who saw this beam of light understood that the person enveloped by it was the target of the city guard's operation. Many people stood far outside the halo's range, carefully observing Bai Xingqi, who was marked by the beam of light. That young man Looks only 18 or 19. Is he a newcomer who just transferred jobs this year? How did he get into trouble? Who says young people can't get into trouble? Young people nowadays are different from before. Just watch, young people have high aspirations, but in the end, they've only just completed their first job transfer. There's no possibility of escape from the city guard's pursuit. Regardless, it's indeed too dangerous for a newcomer who just transferred jobs to dare to kill other professionals. If he's not apprehended, what will happen when he reaches the second or third job transfer? We won't dare to go out of the city to level up with peace of mind anymore. I recognized this guy just now, but unfortunately, someone else reported him to the city guard first. My 50,000 star coins flew away right before my eyes. What a loss. Since the city guard had arrived, the surrounding professionals were no longer flustered and were diligently acting as spectators. Bai Xingqi's gaze was cold, and at this moment he was no longer in a hurry to leave. At this moment I was standing not far from the transfer temple. The branch master was inside the temple. If this place wasn't considered safe, then nowhere in Clearwater City could be considered safe. Soon, on the streets of this early morning, a city guard squad jogged closer, surrounding Bai Xingqi within their aura. The squad consisted of 5 people, including melee tank-type professions for close-quarters combat and ranged professions like archers. This lineup was sufficient to tackle a boss, let alone a low-level professional. It felt like using a butcher's cleaver to kill a chicken. However, the 5-man city guard squad still approached with extreme caution, as if facing a formidable enemy, maintaining their formation as they slowly closed in. This was Bai Xingqi's first time witnessing the city guards apprehending a fugitive. It seemed they were taking it seriously. It was just that the fact that he was the fugitive made it difficult to find anything amusing. Bai Xingqi, you are suspected of killing another professional. Surrender immediately and come with us to the city guard headquarters for investigation. Resist, and you will be killed on the spot. Bai Xingqi's gaze swept over each of the 5 members of the squad. He hadn't yet mastered skills like True Sight, but thanks to his powerful attribute panel after his transfer, he could get a good read on the information of these city guards. All 5 of them were only second transfer professionals. Not a single one was third transfer. Logically, since Zhang Cici, a third transfer Hawk Master, had failed earlier, the city guards should have sent someone at least as capable. But the reality was before him. The city guards seemed unaware of how difficult he was to deal with. Could it be that Zhang Cici hadn't provided the city guards with his detailed information at all? Regardless of the truth, the 5-man city guard squad that had come this time clearly wouldn't be able to keep him. Even without leveraging his connection to the transfer temple, Bai Xingqi's current strength alone was enough to ignore this squad and leave with ease. But Bai Xingqi had no intention of doing so. While that might temporarily ensure his safety, it wasn't a good choice in the long run. Or perhaps, Zhang Cici was hoping he would do just that? If he really did that, he would likely be branded a fugitive forever. This time it was a 5-man second transfer squad. Next time, it might be a third transfer team. In response to the shouts from the 5-man squad, Bai Xingqi's lips curved slightly, and he shouted back, "It is understandable for the city guards to investigate, but they must have evidence. What proof do you have that I killed the trainee? Rogue Zhang Chang?" At this moment, there were many onlookers from other professions surrounding them. The squad leader of the 5-man team glanced at the surroundings and shouted back, "Our city guard investigations are naturally based on evidence. You killed the trainee Rogue Zhang Xing in the wild, and someone witnessed it. You cannot deny it." Someone witnessed it? Bai Xingqi chuckled and said, "I wonder who it is. Could you please have them come out and confront me?" The city guard squad leader's brow furrowed. He finally waved his hand and called out, "Bring them out." The next moment, several more people walked out from behind the 5-man city guard squad. As soon as they arrived, they began shouting, "We all saw it. He killed our teammate Zhang Cheng." Bai Xingqi looked up and saw that they were indeed several of the trainee rogue Zhang Qing's teammates. The city guard snorted and said, "Now that the evidence is conclusive, what else do you have to say?" "Had ha." Bai Xingqi chuckled softly, and a longbow appeared in his hand. He cast his gaze towards Zhang Qing's teammates and said meaningfully, "You'd best think carefully. Did you really tell the truth just now? At this very moment, if any of you have lied, the arrow in my hand will take his life. Don't think that just because the city guard is here, everything is fine. If I make a move, even the city guard can't stop me, I'm telling you." As his voice fell, Zhang Qing's teammates exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment. The city guard captain was furious and shouted, "Presumptuous! How dare you threaten a witness to his face? You're asking for death." He raised his arm, about to order his men to attack. But with the twang of a bowstring, Bai Xingqi, who was surrounded by them, made his move first. Whoosh, the arrow left the string, hitting the novice knight among Zhang Qing's teammates with a single shot. Minus 11,988 after his second job advancement, Bai Xingqi's attack power was more than double what it was before. The sudden attack stunned everyone present. Bai Xingqi ignored the city guard captain and looked at the novice knight, who was frantically raising his shield, with a cold smile. I said, if I make a move, even the city guard can't stop me. How many more hits do you think you can withstand, and how many can your teammates behind you withstand? The novice knight fell silent. Even he, with the highest defense and the most health in the team, couldn't withstand many hits. As for the other teammates, if that arrow had landed on the two most fragile members of the team, they would already be in the Resurrection Temple by now. So, can you tell the truth now? Bye. Xingqi stared intently at the novice knight, his eyes filled with fierce intent. The novice knight and his teammates finally caved. Looking at the 5 furious city guards and then at the extremely dangerous Bai Xingqi, the novice knight nodded heavily. Yes, we lied just now. We didn't see him kill our teammate Zheng Cheng. You. The city guard captain's angry gaze fell upon the novice knight. The novice knight felt a pang of bitterness. Both sides were people he couldn't afford to offend. But if he had to choose, it was clearly Bai Xingqi who was ready to send them to resurrection at any moment that he couldn't afford to offend. We said we didn't see it. Even the city guard can't force us to give false testimony, right? The novice knight gritted his teeth and uttered these words, looking from one side to the other, feeling extremely uncomfortable, as if sitting on pins and needles. For a moment, it was Bai Xingqi, who was surrounded in the middle, who appeared the most composed. Alright, setting aside the matter of killing Zhang Qing, you have now publicly attacked another professional. The evidence is conclusive. What do you have to say for yourself? While inwardly enraged, the city guard captain suddenly had a flash of inspiration and seized upon a loophole. Attack? We were just having a friendly spar, weren't we? You, tell them, isn't that right? Bai Xingqi smiled lightly. The novice knight, whose gaze met Bai Xingqi's, forced a smile and replied, that's right, we were just sparring. We were in a hurry to get here and didn't have dinner. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now. As soon as he finished speaking, the novice knight didn't linger. He led his teammates and hurried away into the rising sun. So, now that there's no evidence, what else do you have to say? Bai Xingqi looked at the city guard captain with a half-smile. However, the city guard captain, uncharacteristically, was not as enraged as Bai Xingqi had expected. A sinister smile spread across his face, and the captain said coldly, everyone saw it. This person acts recklessly and is definitely a great danger to other professionals. My city guard will apprehend him now. Whoosh near the job advancement temple, as the city guard captain's shout rang out, the archer in his squad was the first to attack. As the archer attacked, the others also charged forward together. The arrow whistled through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived before Bai Xingqi. With a squad acting in unison like this, let alone a second job professional, even many third-turn professionals facing a well-configured team like this would likely find it quite troublesome. However, Bai Xingqi was no ordinary second-turn professional. He was a second-turn professional who possessed defense enchantment and had an outrageously high personal attribute panel. He was confident that even if this arrow struck him, it would ultimately only register as a -1 damage number. It would be impossible to break through his defenses. This confidence was earned after battling the third-turn falcon, Little Gold. But this arrow ultimately did not land on him. Endless white light spread out, enveloping his body like a silken robe. The arrow struck the white light robe and could not advance further, falling powerlessly to the ground. Behind him, a faint bell chime had already begun to sound. That was the sound of the bell from the job transfer temple. At this moment, as the bell chimed, the boundless white light from the top of the magnificent job transfer temple had already spread outwards. In Clearwater City, the professionals present were stunned by the sudden anomaly occurring at the job transfer temple, staring blankly at the source of the white light. The 5-person city guard team was equally shocked. This was because the endless white light spreading from the top of the job transfer temple was actually targeting their direction, converging directly onto Bai Xingqi. Under the shroud of the white light from the job transfer temple, the many attacks from their team could not land effectively, being dispelled by this white light and rendering them completely useless. The power emanating from the job transfer temple was terrifyingly immense. City guard investigating a case, we request the use of this area. We ask the temple for convenience and to refrain from interference. Under these circumstances, the captain of the 5-person team's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but shout towards the job transfer temple. He was aware of the job transfer temple's status and did not wish for his current actions to cause any misunderstanding with the temple. Unfortunately, things were not proceeding according to his wishes. A figure slowly emerged from the job transfer temple. That figure was also enveloped in white light, and it was Zhu Xiaoyu, the job transfer guide of the temple. Under the gaze of everyone present, she parted her crimson lips and said in a melodious voice, the temple certainly has no intention of interfering with your team's investigation. However, if the target of your investigation is one of our temple's staff, we request that you provide sufficient evidence and not falsely accuse an innocent person. Unlike Bai Xingqi, who had just joined the temple, she had been serving as a job transfer guide for some time, and thus her information was already on file in the city guard's database. The 5 members of the city guard recognized horror. Hearing her words now, a jolt went through them. The captain of the city guard frowned, looked at Zhu Xiaoyu as she emerged, and asked, "Guide Zhu, what do you mean by that?" In truth, he had already vaguely guessed some things, but he still held onto a sliver of hope that he was merely overthinking it. However, Zhu Xiaoyu on the other side simply smiled faintly and then said, "It means exactly what you're thinking. Bai Xingqi is a hunter at our job transfer temple. Our branch master has said that you can investigate, but you must present clear evidence. If you intend to use any unsavory underhanded tactics, please have your captain come to the temple personally to discuss it with our branch master." Upon hearing this, the captain of the city guard's head buzzed, and he inwardly cursed his misfortune. His worst fear had indeed come true. He clearly understood what the status of a job transfer temple staff member represented. It meant that even for them, from the city guard, they could no longer treat Bai Xingqi before them as they pleased. No matter how pleasant the words were, without irrefutable evidence, there was not much they could do to him. For a moment, the other 4 members of the squad turned their gazes to their captain, unsure whether to attack or not, finding themselves in a rather awkward predicament. The city guard captain gritted his teeth, his expression contorted slightly. Finally, he gave a forceful shake of his head, the words difficultly forced from the depths of his throat. "Let's retreat first." The other 4 members of the squad couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They each halted their impending attacks and, coordinating with their captain, rapidly retreated into the distance. The city guard's specialized aura for apprehending criminals quickly dissipated. This left the onlookers outside the aura quite dissatisfied. They had expected to witness a fiery battle of capture and evasion, but this was all? And at the center of the event, Bai Xingqi's face now bore a faint smile. As expected, his gamble had paid off. Having become a temple hunter, the transfer temple was, to some extent, willing to back him up. This, after he had been pushed to the brink of desperation, suddenly brought him a glimmer of hope. It seemed he could still remain in Clearwater City. Watching the 5-person city guard squad rapidly retreating, the corners of his mouth curved slightly. He had already grasped an arrow in his hand. This was precisely the arrow shot by the second-turn archer from that squad earlier. "Hey, why the rush to leave? Don't forget to take your arrow with you." As he called out, he didn't draw a bow. Instead, he casually flicked his wrist and the arrow in his hand flew out like a shooting star. The moment the arrow left his hand, it appeared behind the city guard's second-turn archer. -11,860 with a single strike. Such a damage number popped up above the second-turn archer's head. This second-turn archer felt a piercing pain surge through his body, his entire frame trembling, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. This single arrow had directly depleted 1/3 of his health bar. Even having reached the second-turn stage, coupled with his equipment, his health bar only extended to just over 30,000. He truly hadn't expected that an arrow casually flicked by the opponent could possess such terrifying damage. The tank profession in the squad quickly moved to shield him. While downing a health potion, he turned back and glared fiercely at Bai Xingqi. But naturally, he didn't dare to linger at this moment and quickened his pace to leave. "What's going on? Is that the third-turn Eagle Master's skill, Flick Arrow?" No, it was just a casually thrown arrow, a most ordinary basic attack. That's right, and he's a physician. It's impossible for him to master the Eagle Master's skill, Flick Arrow. Just a mere basic attack, and it can deal such terrifying damage? How high must his attack power stat be to achieve this? With a casual throw, the arrow accurately hits its mark. This guy's agility attribute is clearly very high as well. As expected, the information from over there was inaccurate. We underestimated him. Never mind that. This person's strength is unknown, and with the transfer temple backing him, he's beyond our ability to handle. We should report this to the captain as soon as possible. The city guard squad members eventually departed, disappearing into the streets. And at this very moment, having resolved his immediate crisis, Bai Xingqi leisurely made his way to the Clearwater Commercial Building, a place he frequented. Clearwater Commercial Building, newbie department store. Seeing Bai Xingqi walk in, the owner looked shocked, even a little bewildered. "You?" Just as he uttered the first word, the owner couldn't continue. Bai Xingqi walked in, smiling nonchalantly, and said, "What, boss? You saw that wanted poster too? Are you planning to report me?" To these words, the shop owner responded with a wry smile. "I, old Wang, am just an ordinary businessman. I only make money from business. I can't earn any other kind of money." After glancing at Bai Xingqi, he asked with some curiosity, "But with your current situation, is it really okay to come to Qingshui Commercial Building so openly? Won't you be surrounded by the city guard as soon as you go out?" "City guard, it's fine, I was just surrounded." Bai Xingqi smiled and shook his head. Then said, "I'm kidding, that wanted order was just a misunderstanding. The city guard has already withdrawn." The city guard would admit it was a misunderstanding? The shop owner chuckled and didn't continue the topic. Anyway, there were people who would worry about such things, and he didn't need to meddle too much. "What, brother, what do you need this time? I see you've just transferred and are leveling up. It must be quite a drain." He could no longer see Bai Xingqi's specific information, and of course, he didn't know that the novice who had just transferred had already leaped to become a second-turn professional in the short time they hadn't seen each other. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and quickly added, however, I heard from my cousin that something seems to have happened in the north of the city, and first turn professionals are temporarily not allowed to level up in the north of the city these days. Bai Xingqi nodded silently, understanding that this might be related to the northern city anomaly that Cici had mentioned. After thanking the shop owner for the reminder, he smiled and said, It's okay, I'm just here to handle some things this time. There's no rush to level up in the north of the city. He wasn't lying. After this 5-star difficulty transfer mission, his training room had accumulated a lot of charging points, and before they were all used up, he really didn't need to go to the northern leveling area for now. As for the temple hunter job, he naturally had corresponding plans in mind. Thus, the two, who had already reached a tacit understanding, quickly carried out a new round of transactions, and the shop owner was destined to spend the day in repeated shock. The materials Bai Xingqi needed to handle this time far exceeded his imagination in both quantity and quality. With your harvest, let alone a first-turn team that has just transferred, even a small guild, I would completely believe it. The shop owner clicked his tongue in amazement, expressing his shock at the richness of Bai Xingqi's harvest. Bai Xingqi didn't say much and finally left satisfied. The equally satisfied shop owner stated that if this continued, Novice department store might not be able to handle the materials from the other party, but he could help introduce his cousin, who was a merchant owner mainly facing second and third-turn professionals, and even had a whole floor as a storefront in Qingshui commercial building. Bai Xingqi naturally nodded with a smile and did not refuse. Now that he was a second-turn professional, the materials he would obtain from monsters in the future would inevitably be more advanced and rare, and it was indeed not something that Novice department store could handle. Bai Xingqi returned to his home after a long absence. More than 2 hours had passed since he left the transfer temple. Along the way, he noticed that his wanted order had been removed from the external magic information screen. The city guard's actions were very swift. It was clear that the transfer temple's assistance had a considerable effect. For a short period, he should not have to worry about threats from the city guard, but he didn't think he could rest easy. Everything, of course, should prioritize improving his own strength. Bai Xingqi opened his various panel frames. This time, he had earned a lot from processing his harvest, and he had also purchased many items he would need next. First, the skill panel, Swift Heal LV1, active, proficiency 0/100. Use on a target to instantly restore 10 * spirit * skill level health. The effect doubles when the target's health is below 50%. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Healing Affinity LV1, passive, proficiency 0/100. Enhances all healing skills by 10% * skill level, healing/being healed. After that, second job advancement to physician, his healing abilities were further strengthened, which was quite standard. Bai Xingqi had no complaints. In fact, the second job advancement was merely a supplementary advancement to the first. To truly develop diverse professional characteristics, one had to wait until the third job advancement. For example, the third job advancement branches for archers include longbowmen, heavy crossbowmen, and so on. Similarly, physicians would have branches such as benevolent healers, ruthless poison doctors, barefoot doctors, and others. The third job advancement branches for mages were even more varied. Currently, the physician's inherent skills only enhanced by Xingqi's healing capabilities. To comprehensively improve his combat abilities, he would definitely need to focus on general skills. General skills. Mad Blood LV3, a general skill that increases attack speed. Stealth LV1, a general skill that can hide one's panel information to a certain extent. In addition to these, Bai Xingqi learned 2 more general skills. One was True Perception Eye, which he purchased from Novice department store after dealing with the previous earnings. This was a general skill Bai Xingqi had long wanted to acquire. He hadn't bought it before due to being short on funds. Similar to the stealth skill he had previously learned, it was like a spear and shield, greatly enhancing his ability to view others' panel information. With his current spirit attribute, Bai Xingqi estimated that he could even see the panel information of some third job advancement professionals. Of course, this was just his own estimation and had not yet been put to the test. The other newly acquired general skill was Rock Skin. This was a skill book dropped by the strongest boss-level monster in the 5-star difficulty job advancement quest. Bai Xingqi's current main focus was on this Rock Skin skill. Rock Skin LV1, proficiency 0/100, additionally, increases physical defense by Constitution *3 * skill level, can activate petrification state for 10 seconds, during which the user is immobilized. The additional physical defense effect doubles, and restores 1% * skill level of maximum HP per second. Cooldown, 60 seconds. It was clear that the primary function of this Rock Skin skill was the passively enhanced additional defense. As for the petrification state, the cooldown was too long, and the immobilization state was quite negative, requiring cautious use. Even at just level 1 Rock Skin learning, it immediately doubled his physical defense. This was clearly a significant enhancement for him. Bai Xingqi entered the training room once more. The training room currently had a large amount of charging points, making it suitable for him to grind monsters and improve himself after his second job advancement. Moreover, a certain question in his mind needed to be answered in the training room. Inside the training room, Bai Xingqi's gaze fell upon the familiar dark stone tablet. The dark stone tablet now had some subtle changes compared to when he first saw it. Black Iron Training Room, LV2. Current simultaneous monster capacity 10, capacity +1 for every 1000 monsters killed, monster. Kill experience bonus, 20%, item drop rate bonus, 20%, +2 to all attributes for every 100 monsters killed. These seem to be the changes that occurred after his job advancement. The training room had been upgraded to level 2. At level 1, the training room could only refresh a maximum of 10 monsters at a time. This situation had now changed. The level 2 training room could refresh 10 monsters simultaneously, with the potential for further increases later on. The experience points and item drop rate bonuses also increased from 10% to 20%. However, none of this was as impactful as the last change, which truly shocked Bai Xingqi. For every 100 monsters killed, all attributes would increase by 2. Considering that a mere +1 increase had already made him strong enough to complete a 5-star difficulty job advancement quest, did this mean his rate of improvement had just doubled? Bai Xingqi wasted no time and quickly selected the type of monster he wanted to farm. He chose the Bouncing Flower. He was currently level 30, and according to the experience decay rules of this world, killing monsters below level 15 yielded no benefits. But that didn't deter his choice. He wasn't farming bouncing flowers for experience, but to test an idea he had. With a thought, the training room refreshed with 10 bouncing flowers. Then, gripping his fine iron greatsword, he swung it lightly, and the 10 bouncing flowers vanished in a flash of white light. Given his current stats, this was to be expected. Soon, 100 bouncing flowers fell victim to his greatsword attacks. This yielded no benefit whatsoever. He wasn't impatient, merely watching the now empty training room intently. The next moment, a short instant after he successfully killed the 100th bouncing flower, a larger bouncing flower refreshed. He had seen this happen more than once, but this time, something was different. Bai Xingqi had taken out a round, spherical item and held it tightly in his hand. It was the hunting ball, a specialized item for temple hunters obtained from the Temple of Job Advancement. They say the capture success rate is higher if you bring the monster to low health, but with this low-level elite monster, I'm afraid a single normal attack will instantly kill it. This was a problem that temple hunters had to face. Sometimes, having too much attack power could bring its own set of troubles. Of course, it wasn't that his attack power was inherently too high or that every strike had to be a full power attack. By controlling his strength, he could, to a certain extent, regulate his attack power. It was just that achieving a highly precise level of control wasn't easy. Bai Xingqi slowly exhaled, put his fine iron greatsword back into his inventory, and then slowly approached the elite monster in front of him. Looking at the elite bouncing flower, he calmed his mind, extended a finger, and gently poked forward. -1212, a flash of white light appeared before his eyes, and the elite bouncing flower was instantly killed, leaving no trace behind. Ridiculous. Bai Xingqi felt a moment of dejection. He had been extremely careful, feeling as though he had merely brushed against it, and yet he had still dealt over 1,000 damage. Had he become so strong that he couldn't even suppress his own power? Exhaling a long breath, Bai Xingqi gritted his teeth again. After repeating the process and with another 100 bouncing flowers killed, another elite bouncing flower soon appeared before him. This time, I must be more careful than careful. Even mountains of gold and silver can't withstand my recklessness like this. Bai Xingqi still extended a finger. However, the speed at which he poked forward this time was immeasurably slower than the last. The force was also much less than before. -287, his caution had paid off. This time, the damage was indeed much lower than before. After taking that hit, the elite bouncing flower in front of him had its health bar flashing, almost disappearing. Fortunately, it was only at low health. Not completely killed. Perfect. Bai Xingqi shouted inwardly, and the hunting ball in his other hand was already spinning through the air. A dazzling light bloomed from the round hunting ball. In just an instant, the blooming light enveloped the elite bouncing flower below, forming a large ball of light. The ball of light spun rapidly, shrinking swiftly until it became the size of a bean and returned to the hunting ball. The hunting ball, still spinning in the air, returned to Bai Xingqi's hand. Bai Xingqi instinctively waited, finding that the hunting ball in his hand had become heavy, completely different from when it was empty. Without needing to connect with his mental power to understand, he knew that this hunt had been successful. The elite bouncing flower from just now had clearly been captured within the hunting ball. A sense of joy welled up in Bai Xingqi's heart. As expected, his previous idea was correct. The monsters that spawned in the training room also fully satisfied the requirements of the hunting ball. This would make his temple hunter job significantly easier. He wouldn't have to compete with other professions in the wild for monsters but could resolve them directly in the training room. Although this would take up some of his monster grinding time in the training room, Bai Xingqi considered it completely worthwhile, at least at this current stage. Having offended the city guard and the Chingha guild, and with the backing of the transfer temple, he could better ensure his own safety. This way, he wouldn't be held back and feel restricted in everything he did. Moreover, the temple hunter job wasn't entirely unpaid labor. Just by starting as a hunter, Bai Xingqi had already discovered an additional aura status on his attribute panel. Novice Temple Hunter, Aura All. Attributes plus 5%, movement speed plus 10%, additional function, temple teleportation, can teleport between branch temples within a certain range. Cooldown, 72 hours. As the number of completed hunting missions increased, the level of this aura could clearly continue to rise. Even the current Novice aura was enough to make Bai Xingqi feel very satisfied. The plus 5% to all attributes and plus 10% to movement speed were minor improvements to his combat power. However, what he valued most was the temple teleportation function, which could be used once every 3 days. He vaguely communicated with his mental power and discovered that besides the Clearwater City transfer temple, this temple teleportation could also select 2 adjacent city branch temples as destinations. The range wasn't very large, perhaps limited by the novice aura, but it was already quite good. With this function, he had an additional escape route. In the future, no matter what unexpected situations he encountered in Clearwater City, he wouldn't be without a way to escape. After organizing his thoughts, Bai Xingqi continued to grind monsters in the training room. In the training room, as the hunting ball spun in the sky, another wild monster was successfully captured. Since confirming that hunting could be done in the training room, he had become unstoppable, hunting out and capturing the monsters he needed one after another. At this moment, his backpack was already filled with over 100 completed hunting balls. These included elite and leader class monsters from level 1 to level 15. For other hunters, this might be the result of a month of intense grinding, but for him, it was merely a short while in the training room. At this moment, Bai Xingqi was beaming with joy. He thought it was just a simple hunting mission, but an unexpected and delightful interlude occurred. During the hunt for the leader class Grasshopper Archer, it took 3 respawns before he successfully captured it. The previous 2 leader class monsters were, of course, killed by him. Fortunately, one of the leader class Grasshopper Archers directly dropped a skill book. Leaping Shot, a skill book he had desperately desired from the beginning, had finally arrived. Bai Xingqi, without any hesitation, learned it. Leaping Shot LV1, active, proficiency 0 out of 100, fires 3 consecutive arrows at the target, each dealing 0.8 asterisk. Physical attack, physical damage, while simultaneously leaping backward a short distance. Cooldown, 10 seconds. The damage of this skill isn't particularly high, but its advantage lies in the ability to leap backward while attacking, making it very effective for escaping close quarters combat from enemies at certain times. So far, the number of general skills Bai Xingqi had mastered even surpassed his own class skills. 4. A professional who had just undergone their second transference/job change, this was no easy feat after all. Purchasing so many general skill books would cost hundreds of thousands of star yuan, which was not something an ordinary professional could afford. The hunter's work ends here for now. Next, I'll focus on leveling up and boosting my stats. The monsters he had killed previously were all below level 15, and for him, now level 30, they yielded no benefits. Bai Xingqi planned to start hunting level 16 monsters next. His gaze fell upon the dark stone tablet. Charge points 400500 with 40,000 remaining charge points. He felt it was enough for a full day of grinding. Level 30. Experience 125/30,000. After the second transference, the experience required for leveling up had significantly increased. To level up to 31, by killing level 30 monsters, he would need to defeat 1,000 of them. With the strength of an ordinary professional, killing 1,000 level 30 monsters alone in the wild would likely take over 10 days. If it took an excellent professional only a month to complete levels 1 to 30, then levels 31 to 60, even with maximum effort in leveling, would require several years. Most of the seniors who graduated from school in recent years were stuck between the second and third transference stages. Bai Xingqi found that as his class level increased, his training room seemed to become increasingly advantageous. He gripped his fine iron greatsword tightly and swung it with all his might at the dozen or so wild monsters that had just spawned. At the Clearwater City return point, with a flash of light, 2 figures appeared within the teleportation array. These were clearly people who had returned from outside the city using a return scroll. As the cry of a hawk sounded, a falcon perched on one of their shoulders. The 2 returning were the Falcon Master Zhang Cici and the second-generation professional Zhou Shengming. Brother Zhang, thank you. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to defeat these wild monsters west of the city, let alone quickly reach level 30 in such a short time. After stepping out of the teleportation array, Zhou Shengming turned to Zhang Cici beside him and expressed his sincere gratitude. Unlike the leveling area north of the city, the area west of the city was populated by monsters above level 30, not a place where novice first transference professionals could easily level up. Fortunately, with the help of the third transference Falcon Master Zhang Cici, he could passively gain experience and rapidly increase his level to 30 in a short period. Because of this, he truly understood how immense the gap was between himself and third transference professionals. His arrogance had clearly diminished considerably as a result. "It's nothing," the guild leader instructed it, "and it's what I should do." Zhang Cici waved his hand and said, "Besides, I can have little gold brush low-level monsters, and it's leveled up quite a bit. It's killing two birds with one stone." Even though he said this, Zhang Cici's face didn't show much joy. His falcon, Little Gold, had been killed once, causing its rank to drop from 3rd to 2nd. Even if it leveled up some by brushing monsters in the west of the city, it was still far from its peak condition. To truly recover its original strength, such leveling would likely take several months. This meant that for these months, his overall strength would be weakened. Being at the critical juncture of the anomaly in the north of the city could cause him to miss many opportunities. This made him feel very upset, and he hated Bai Xingqi, who caused all of this, even more. "Since there's nothing else to do, I'll take you to the job transfer temple to get your job transferred." Zhang Cici glanced at Zhou Shangming beside him and said with a smile, "You've reached level 30 in such a short time. You might be the first professional in our batch to achieve 2nd tier transfer." Zhou Shangming was obviously overjoyed, with a silly smile all over his face. As they walked, he looked at Zhang Cici, who was looking around everywhere, and asked curiously, "Brother Zhang, what's wrong? What are you looking at?" "Nothing." Zhang Cici shook his head, looking a bit confused. "I clearly sent the message to the city guard before leaving the city. Why haven't I seen the wanted order released yet? Is their efficiency so low, or do they simply not take our Chingha guild seriously?" Zhou Shangming knew that the other party was talking about Bai Xingqi's wanted order. He smiled at this moment and said, "Perhaps he's already been arrested, which is why the wanted order was withdrawn. No matter how special he is, he's only at 1st tier. How could he escape the arrest of the city guard?" Although he was still at 1st tier himself, having reached level 30 and about to transfer to 2nd tier, his perspective had completely changed. He believed that he and Bai Xingqi were no longer in the same league. "That's right. I deliberately concealed some key information. It's fine if Bai Xingqi is caught once. If he successfully resists arrest, he'll only be targeted with higher priority by the city guard. No matter what, he won't have a good ending." Zhang Cici smiled and added, "It's more important to transfer jobs first. That attribute crystal is a good thing. I'll take a look at it as well." The two of them quickly arrived at the job transfer temple. However, things clearly developed beyond their expectations. "What, that attribute crystal is gone?" Zhou Shangming was stunned. He looked at the job transfer guide in front of him, his mind buzzing. Fortunately, Zhang Cici, a 3rd-tier Falcon Master, was accompanying him this time. Upon hearing this news, his entire face turned cold, his eyes sharp, piercing the guide in front of him. He said coldly, "We entrusted our item here because we trust your temple." "What, does your temple intend to embezzle our Chingha guild's property?" In the job transfer temple facing Zhu Xiaoyu, a 2nd-tier job transfer guide, Zhang Cici appeared overbearing. Ever since he had been frustrated by Bai Xingqi, he had been in a bad mood for the past 2 days. Therefore, when he saw that a mere 2nd-tier guide was not showing him enough respect, his temper exploded. Unfortunately, his perceived overbearing aura seemed to have little effect. The guide Zhu Xiaoyu glanced at him indifferently, without the apprehension that ordinary 2nd-tier professionals usually showed towards 3rd-tier professionals. "Our temples strictly adhere to agreements. No matter how precious attribute crystals are, we wouldn't harbor any ill intentions. Furthermore, please refrain from speaking loudly within the transfer temple. It's disruptive to others undergoing their transfers." Zhang Cici was furious, almost losing control and wanting to teach Zhu Xiaoyu a lesson. His falcon, Xiaojin, perched on his shoulder, wings poised to unfurl, its sharp eyes fixed intently on Zhu Xiaoyu. A cold smile played on Zhu Xiaoyu's lips as the white light around her intensified, coalescing into a hazy humanoid phantom above her head. "A cleric?" Zhang Cici's pupils contracted, forcing himself to suppress the urge to attack. Cleric was an uncommon profession, but its later branching paths included powerful roles like divine summoner. This profession excelled at communicating with the divine realm and summoning powerful beings to fight for them. The strength of these summoned beings varied drastically depending on who was summoned. For instance, the 2nd-turn cleric before him might summon a being that couldn't even defeat another 2nd-turn professional, or perhaps one that would leave a 3rd-turn professional stunned. Everything was a cause for apprehension due to its unknown nature. The transfer guide, who had been smiling and speaking so amiably, didn't seem like someone who could be easily pushed around. Zhang Cici was filled with apprehension. Moreover, he suddenly realized he was inside the transfer temple and his own strength wasn't at its peak. If he were to attack, winning was uncertain, but the outcome would definitely not be good. Losing would be a massive humiliation. Winning would mean directly offending the Transfer Temple. And he wouldn't get away with it. He knew very well that even as a third-turn professional, he didn't have the right to be arrogant in front of the Transfer Temple. Unlike ordinary low-level professionals, he belonged to the Chingha Guild and had learned much about the Transfer Temple from Guild Master Zhou Chengtian. Just as he was in a difficult position, Zhou Shangming, standing beside him, spoke up at the opportune moment. You say that Attribute Crystal was handled according to the agreement. How is that possible? I'm the first in Chingha City this year to reach level 30. Could that Bai Xingqi possibly be ahead of me? Zhang Cici breathed a sigh of relief. He had considered forcing the issue, but after realizing the immense risk, he leaned towards reasoning. It was good that Xiao Ming was choosing to argue logically with the other party. Even the Transfer Temple needed to be reasonable and justified when dealing with matters related to the Chingha Guild. They couldn't act arbitrarily. Attribute Crystal was indeed handed over to that Bai Xingqi as agreed. And yes, that Bai Xingqi did reach level 30 before you. Xu Xiaoyu's white light phantom dissipated and she smiled at Zhou Shangming, adding, as for you claiming to be the first in Chingha City this year to reach level 30, I doubt it. At least 2 people have undergone their second transfer before you. 2 people before me? Zhou Xingming's expression changed, and he exclaimed, impossible, I don't believe it. Whether you believe it or not is none of my concern. Xu Xiaoyu shook her head listlessly and continued, our temple records all transfers, and that second person is currently undergoing their transfer. Judging by the time, it should be almost complete. You'll see in a moment. As she spoke, the transfer divine stone in the temple began to emit a brilliant light, and a miniature portal appeared within the hall. Everyone's gaze shifted towards it, and they saw a robust figure emerge from the portal, accompanied by a soul-stirring howl. Zhang Cici frowned and instinctively stepped in front of Zhou Shangming. Zhu Xiaoyu, however, was not flustered. Her eyes lit up as she softly asked the figure emerging from the portal, hello, has the job change quest been successfully completed? It has, thank you, sister, for your previous detailed explanation. The robust figure from the portal stood upright, transforming into a delicate human form, and smiled charmingly at Zhu Xiaoyu. Hu Liuli. Zhou Shangming, who had been waiting in the temple, let out a disbelieving gasp as he recognized the figure's face. Oh, it's you. It seems you're here for a job change too. Hu Liuli glanced at Zhou Shangming and chuckled lightly. At this moment, Zhou Shangming felt utterly bewildered. His body trembled slightly, and his voice involuntarily rose in volume. How could you possibly reach level 30 faster than me? I specifically came back from leveling in the west of the city. West of the city? Hu Liuli glanced at Zhang Cici beside Zhou Shangming and smiled cryptically. So it was this third-tier hawk master who brought you along to gain experience. No wonder you leveled up so quickly. She paused her laughter, saying, but what can be done? My grandfather just returned and brought me along to clear a dungeon, which seems to have put me slightly ahead of you. Clearing a dungeon. Hearing Hu Liuli's casually spoken words, Zhang Cici's expression shifted slightly. Compared to wild areas, dungeons certainly had their advantages. The monster experience points were higher, drops were more abundant, and there was no need to compete with other players for monsters. However, dungeons were also unpredictable, with dense and stronger monsters, making them far more difficult to handle than leveling in the wild. Without a well-equipped and powerful team, successfully clearing a dungeon was a challenging feat, and to bring along a first-tier novice to leech experience made it even more difficult. With the fragile physique of a first-tier professional, one wrong move could easily cost them their life in the dungeon, losing a precious resurrection opportunity. For a dungeon to provide enough experience to reach level 30, its level clearly couldn't be too low. Zhang Cici knew he couldn't solo a dungeon of that caliber. As for forming a dungeon clearing team specifically to speed up Zhou Shengming's leveling, Zhou Chengtian, the guild leader of Chingha, hadn't even considered it. The cost-effectiveness was simply too low. As a guild leader, he wouldn't make such an obviously unwise decision. Yet, someone had done it. Looking at Hu Liuli before him, Zhou Shengming felt a distinct sense of defeat. Hu Liuli, however, paid him no mind and walked with the guide Zhu Xiaoyu to the job change divine stone. Place your palm on this and communicate with your mental power to successfully change your job to shapeshifter. You completed a 4-star quest, congratulations. From behind, Zhou Shengming could no longer suppress his frustration and shouted, I want to change my job too. You said Bai Xingqi changed his job even earlier, so what star job change quest did he complete? In the job change temple, the guide Zhu Xiaoyu, while guiding Hu Liuli through her job change, turned her head to look at the two behind them. What, you're no longer suspicious about the attribute crystal matter? She added with a half smile, it's okay if you don't understand, I can ask the branch hall master to come out and explain it to you in person. There's no need for such trouble, let's just start the job change. Zhang Cici's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, but he was helpless. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to ask the branch hall master of the job change temple to come out for a confrontation. That person was one of the peak figures in Clearwater City, not someone a mere third-tier hawk master like him could question. Job change, alright, please wait a moment. Since Zhou Shangming and the other person weren't pressing the issue further, Zhu Xiaoyu decided to accept the situation gracefully. Although she knew the branch hall master thought highly of Bai Xingqi, she didn't dare to disturb him over trivial matters. Mentioning the branch hall master just now was merely to scare the other two. As expected, they were intimidated and showed no surprise. Sister, thank you. As she spoke, Hu Liuli's radiance faded, and she had completely completed her job transfer. From this moment on, she was no longer a novice of the first transfer but a professional of the second transfer. Feeling the pressure emanating from her, Zhou Shangming felt a little uncomfortable and instinctively moved away from her. Although they were both level 30, one was still in the first transfer while the other had already completed the second. The gap in strength was already quite significant. Zhou Shangming's instinctive fear of Hu Liuli at this moment was reasonable. After completing her transfer, Hu Liuli did not leave immediately. Instead, she stood in the transfer temple and said to Zhou Shangming, "Didn't you say you were going to transfer too? Hurry up and start, I'll take a look around." Zhou Shangming snorted through his nostrils and said with a cold smile, "What, do you think I'll choose a transfer mission with a lower difficulty than yours? Petty mind." Hu Liuli looked at Zhou Shangming with disdain and said, "With the resources of the Chingha Guild, it's certainly no problem for you to complete a 4-star difficulty transfer mission. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing for the Chingha Guild. 4-star mission? Ridiculous." Zhou Shangming glanced sideways at Hu Liuli beside him, with a hint of disdain. "I didn't come here today thinking of settling for less. Since I'm going to transfer, of course I'll choose the perfect 5-star difficulty transfer. By the way, what difficulty did Bai Xingqi choose?" Before getting an answer from Zhu Xiaoyu, he had already shaken his head indifferently. "Forget it. Although I don't know how he leveled up a little faster than me, that's all there is to it. When it comes to the transfer mission, I will never lose to anyone. So what if a stat crystal is missing? I won't be sad or troubled and stuck because of it. I will surpass it directly with the 5-star bonus." With a string of bold words, Zhang Sisi, who was standing beside him, secretly nodded. Although this Xiaoming indeed had some of the arrogance of a second-generation heir, his vision and ambition were also superior, worthy of his identity as the young president of the Chingha Guild. "Is that so? Then I'll wait and see." Hu Liuli, who had only completed a 4-star mission herself, heard Zhou Shangming aiming for a 5-star mission and her eyes flashed, giving him a deep look. "Follow me in place. Your hand on the Divine Transfer Stone." The guide Zhu Xiaoyu led Zhou Shangming to the Divine Transfer Stone. As she guided Zhou Shangming to place his palm on the Divine Stone, she smiled and said, "You're going to accept the 5-star difficulty transfer mission, aren't you? I have to say, you're very lucky. You've come at just the right time." "What do you mean?" Zhou Shangming was slightly stunned and looked at her with surprise. "It means what it says." Zhu Xiaoyu nodded and said, "Not long before you arrived, the monsters needed for the 5-star transfer mission for mages had just been replenished. If you had come any earlier, the monsters wouldn't have been replenished and you would have had to wait." "Just replenished?" Zhou Shangming blinked his eyes and asked curiously, "Does someone in your temple specifically replenish monsters?" "Of course." Zhu Xiaoyu nodded solemnly. "Otherwise, do you think we get benefits for nothing and do no work?" At this moment, Zhou Shangming's palm was already on the Divine Transfer Stone. He quickly and successfully accepted the 5-star difficulty transfer mission. But as soon as he accepted the mission, his brow furrowed. Hu Liuli, who was beside him, asked, "Zhou Shangming, what is the 5-star mission for mages? Why do you look like you're constipated?" She was indeed curious. Previously, when she underwent her job change to shapeshifter, she had also considered taking on a 5-star difficulty quest. However, after learning about the content of the 5-star quest, she wisely chose to abandon it and settled for a 4-star difficulty quest instead. Now, looking at Zhou Shangming's expression, it was clear that the 5-star quest for a second-turn mage would not be simple either. It requires killing 30 leader-class monsters from levels 1 to 30 within 4 minutes, and it also stipulates that no items exceeding the current level can be used. As he spoke, Zhou Shangming let out a long sigh, clearly quite shaken. "Sister Zhu, is this 5-star difficulty job change quest for real? How could anyone possibly complete it?" Comparing it to her own 5-star quest for shapeshifter, Hu Liuli realized that the 5-star quest for a second-turn mage was by no means easier. For a moment, she felt a surge of emotion and couldn't help but ask. Zhu Xiaoyu smiled and said, 5-star job change quests are indeed extremely difficult, and very few people manage to complete them successfully. If you're not confident, choosing a 4-star or even a 3-star difficulty quest is also perfectly fine." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Zhou Shangming, and she asked, "What's wrong? Are you going to choose a job change quest of a different difficulty?" As if stung by her understanding gaze, Zhou Shangming gritted his teeth and declared loudly, "No, I'll take the 5-star quest." His decision was not a result of a sudden impulse. The moment he saw the quest details, he had already estimated his own strength in his mind. He knew very well that with his current abilities, it was impossible to complete this quest without relying on items that exceeded his level. However, not being able to use items that exceeded his level did not mean his own strength couldn't be improved. He turned his head to Zhang Cici beside him and said, "Brother Zhang, could you do me a favor and get that set of equipment for me?" His father had already prepared a complete set of top-tier equipment for level 30 for him. This set of equipment had been stored in the shared warehouse of the Chingha Guild, and with his current guild contribution he couldn't directly access it. Therefore, he needed Zhang Cici to retrieve this set of top-tier equipment from the shared warehouse. Okay. Zhang Cici nodded in agreement and reached out towards the empty space in front of him. In the job change temple, Zhang Cici retrieved a set of equipment from the empty space before him. Once items are placed in the guild's shared warehouse, any guild member who meets the conditions can directly access the warehouse and retrieve them, regardless of their location. This was precisely the convenience of the guild's shared warehouse. Zhou Shangming quickly donned the entire set of top-tier equipment along with some low-level scrolls that did not exceed his current level, making him fully armed. Wielding the exquisite staff embedded with 3 magic gems, Zhou Shangming felt a surge of power. At this moment he was brimming with confidence, even feeling as though he could contend with some second-turn professionals. He no longer felt the same fear towards the second-turn Hulioli. However, at this particular moment, the job change was the most important matter. After changing into the top-tier equipment, he was full of spirit. He placed his palm on the job change divine stone again, and directly chose to start the quest. The next moment, in front of everyone, teleportation light flashed and Zhou Shangming disappeared. The remaining 3 looked at each other, somewhat awkwardly. But soon, light flashed, the previous teleportation gate reappeared, and Zhou Shangming returned to the job change temple. And at this point, less than a minute had even passed. "How did it go, Xiaoming? Did you succeed?" Zhang Cici asked hesitantly, but the next moment he felt his question was rather redundant. Because, at this very moment, Zhou Shangming was already in a critical state, with only a pitiful 1 point of health remaining. He stood frozen in place, utterly dejected. It was clear he had failed and had not completed the 5-star quest. Just a little more, just a little more. Why were those leader-class monsters' attack power so high? Zhou Shangming muttered to himself, his body trembling slightly. In less than a minute, it was obviously impossible to kill so many leader-class monsters. The truth was, he had been killed by the monsters during the recent quest. Fortunately, this was only a job transfer quest, and thanks to its unique nature, he hadn't used up a resurrection chance. "Perhaps, sir, you should choose the 4-star difficulty quest instead?" Zhu Xiaoyu guided him, standing beside the job transfer divine stone. This was, after all, part of her duties as a job transfer guide. But Zhou Shangming seemed to have blood in his eyes and wasn't listening to advice at all. He glared and shook his head, saying loudly, "No, I'm fine. It was just a mistake just now. I got careless with the top-tier equipment on, I didn't dodge, and I didn't expect these monsters' burst attacks to be so strong." "Are you really sure it's okay?" Zhang Cici frowned slightly, a hint of worry in his voice. "It's fine, brother Zhang. Please help me get some more low-level speed scrolls. This time, I'll kite them to death." Zhou Shangming gritted his teeth, took the scrolls from Zhang Cici, and once again chose to start the quest. The teleportation light flashed, and Zhang Cici sighed inwardly, feeling a bit helpless. To be honest, he no longer had much hope for Zhou Shangming to complete the 5-star quest. However, the other party was clearly worked up at the moment, and he didn't want to be the one to stop him. Anyway, there were 3 chances for job transfer, so even if he failed this time, there was still the 3rd chance. And if he actually succeeded in completing the 5-star quest, it would be a cause for celebration. The hands of the clock slowly ticked by. 1 minute, 2 minutes. As time passed, Zhang Cici's tense mood eased slightly. At least this time, Zhou Shangming had truly learned his lesson, and hadn't been killed and sent back. In the temple, Zhu Xiaoyu was also full of anticipation. Although Zhou Shangming's attitude had displeased her, strictly speaking, there wasn't any major conflict between them. As a job transfer guide, having another 5-star job transfer person in her responsible temple was a very beneficial thing for her. The better the job transfer guidance effect, the faster she could improve her guide level and gain more benefits. 3 minutes passed, and time was moving towards the 4th minute. Zhang Cici and Zhu Xiaoyu's hearts were both in their throats. Hu Liuli, who had just completed her job transfer, also had a solemn expression. She hadn't expected that Zhou Shangming, who looked like a mediocre second-generation heir, would have the courage to challenge a 5-star job transfer quest. And judging by the situation, the possibility of him completing this quest seemed not small. As the 3 of them harbored their own thoughts, 4 minutes passed. In the job transfer temple, the teleportation light flashed again, and Zhou Shangming returned to the temple once more. Just a little more, just a little more. Why were those leader-class monsters' health bars so long? As soon as his figure appeared, the anticipation on Zhang Cici's face completely vanished. Without a doubt, Zhou Shangming had failed again. Xu Xiaoyu gave a self-deprecating smile and shook her head helplessly. As expected, 5-star difficulty job transfer quests were not that easy to complete. It seemed that Bai Xingqi's previous success had made her mistakenly believe that 5-star quests were no longer difficult. But it was clear that not everyone could be Bai Xingqi, and 5-star quests remained difficult. His being valued by the branch master was not without reason. Alright, sir, you have one last chance for job advancement. I personally suggest you choose a 4-star or 3-star mission, Zhu Xiaoyu diligently advised Zhou Shangming, who stood before her. But at this moment, Zhou Shangming's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth, shouting, "No, I want to try again. I was so close just now." Xiao Ming. Zhang Cici slapped the back of Zhou Shangming's neck, jolting him awake. You should still choose a 4-star mission. There are no restrictions on item usage, and it'll be a piece of cake for you. I still want to try. Even though he had sobered up, Zhou Shangming was clearly still unwilling to accept his failure. Xiao Ming, don't try anymore. The guild leader specifically instructed me to oversee your advancement, ensuring you complete at least a 4-star job advancement, Zhang Cici said, looking at Zhou Shangming with a hint of emotion. You only have one chance left, so it's best to play it safe. Zhou Shangming's expression stiffened. He understood this logic perfectly. Originally unwilling, he finally stopped struggling upon hearing it was his father's instruction and slowly nodded. Then I'll choose a 4-star difficulty mission this time. Having calmed down, Zhou Shangming finally let go of his lingering unwillingness. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something else. He glanced at Hu Liuli beside him, then at Zhu Xiaoyu, and asked, "It seems people like us can only complete 4-star missions. But someone like Bai Xingqi, even a 4-star difficulty would be impossible for them, right?" Even at this moment, his focus and resentment towards Bai Xingqi had not diminished. The specific job advancement information for professionals is strictly personal information, and I cannot disclose it. Zhu Xiaoyu smiled and added, "However, since you're so concerned about it, I can let you know a few other things." In Zhou Shengming's bewildered gaze, she slowly whispered, Bai Xingqi recently took a position in our job advancement temple. The boss-level monsters you used for your advancement mission were hunted by him. In the job advancement temple, Zhou Shengming's face twitched, unsure of what expression to make. Everything stemmed from a piece of information he had just learned from the guide, Zhu Xiaoyu. The boss-level monsters that he had struggled so much to deal with, even with full gear, were actually hunted by Bai Xingqi? Was something not quite right here? Although the other party had some skill before, he was only a physician class, so he shouldn't have this kind of strength, right? Or perhaps, after his second advancement, he gained the ability to deal with those boss-level monsters from level 1 to 30? It must be like this. Finally convincing himself, Zhou Shengming asked Zhu Xiaoyu, "Can I also cooperate with the job advancement temple and help hunt monsters?" He wasn't doing it because he liked extra work, but at this moment he subconsciously wanted to compare himself with Bai Xingqi. Zhu Xiaoyu smiled subtly and replied, "I'm not sure about that. That would depend on the branch master's decision. We can talk about it after you successfully advance. By the way, are you going to advance or not?" "I will." Zhou Shengming gritted his teeth and, with a determined heart, placed his palm on the job advancement divine stone again. Hu Liuli, standing by, saw Zhou Shengming give up on the 5-star mission attempt and lost interest. She gave Zhu Xiaoyu a sweet smile and bid farewell, leaving the temple. She was well aware of the influence of the job advancement temple and was always mindful of her behavior and attitude to avoid offending anyone she shouldn't. Watching Hu Liuli's retreating back, Zhu Xiaoyu secretly sighed, "What a girl, like a little fox." She didn't feel any particular ill will towards her. Didn't I treat Little White the same way back then? The light of teleportation flashed, and Zhou Shengming disappeared into the temple. Zhu Xiaoyu understood that the other party was at least capable of completing a 4-star difficulty transfer mission, although it was still too difficult for ordinary professionals for the second generation. Professionals with the Chingha Guild as their backing, it was a matter of course. Being in Qingshui City, although he spent a long time in the transfer temple, Zhu Xiaoyu naturally knew about large guilds like the Chingha Guild. It hadn't been too long before the teleportation light reappeared, and Zhou Shengming's figure returned to the temple. "Did you succeed, Xiao Ming?" This was Zhou Shengming's last chance to transfer. Zhang Cici, who was by his side, couldn't help but ask, even though he knew there wouldn't be any problems. "I succeeded," Zhou Shengming replied, but there was no happy expression on his face. For him, he had come to complete a 5-star transfer mission this time, and now he could only settle for a 4-star mission, which was a failure in a sense. "It's good that you succeeded. A 4-star transfer is only slightly different from a 5-star transfer. If you work harder in the future, you can make up for it." Zhang Cici could only comfort him. In fact, he didn't even believe his own words. Can you help me inquire about the monster hunting matter we discussed earlier?" After successfully transferring, Zhou Shengming, who was now a second-turn mage, clearly had increased confidence. When he spoke to the guide Zhu Xiaoyu, he felt a sense of equal dialogue. Zhang Cici, the falconer, just watched quietly from the side, not interfering. Although he was a third-turn professional, Zhou Shengming was the young guild leader, and now he had also transferred to become a second-turn mage. He should show a certain degree of respect. Moreover, the transfer temple had a very deep foundation. If Zhou Shangming could connect with them because of this, it might not be a bad thing for the Chingha guild. Xu Xiaoyu stared at Zhou Shangming for a long time, and finally, she knocked on the door of the branch hall master's office with him. In her opinion, there was indeed a shortage of temple hunters at the moment, and this person in front of her, as a second-turn professional who had completed a 4-star mission, and a mage, didn't seem too bad. If she could introduce him to the branch hall master and let him become a hunter, she might even receive praise from the branch hall master. Come in. A weak voice came from inside. Xu Xiaoyu quickly brought Zhou Shangming in. Branch hall master, this is Zhou Shangming from the Chingha guild. He just completed a 4-star transfer mission as a mage. Xu Xiaoyu quickly explained the details. Behind the desk, the branch hall master raised his half-closed eyelids, glanced at Zhou Shangming in front of him, and lost all interest. Why are you bringing anything to me? Is our transfer temple a garbage collection center? The voice was not loud, and there was no anger in it. But the moment the words entered her ears, Xu Xiaoyu felt a basin of cold water poured over her head, and she felt a chill to her bones. I'm sorry to have disturbed you, branch hall master. She quickly signaled Zhou Shangming and was about to leave. However, Zhou Shangming, who had been clearly looked down upon, was not having it. The events at the transfer temple today had pushed his psychological tolerance to the limit. He wanted to say something, but due to the other party's status, he could only suppress his anger. Unfortunately, the branch hall master of the transfer temple in front of him did not have such concerns. He glanced at Zhou Shangming and said unceremoniously, "What, I called you garbage, and you're not convinced?" This completely made Zhou Shangming explode. "You're just a few years older than me, what's so great about that?" His eyes widened in anger, and he shouted, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't bully a poor young man. Just you wait, in the near future, I will be able to step on you. Are you crazy? Xu Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock, quickly reaching out to pull Zhou Shangming. The branch master waved his hand and let out a weak laugh. Interesting. I'd like to see how you plan to step on me in the near future. The two eventually left the branch master's office and returned to the outer room. Xu Xiaoyu, with a cold expression, said to Zhou Shangming, since your job transfer is complete, you should leave quickly if there's nothing else. She was clearly displeased that this hothead had caused her to lose face in front of the branch master. Zhang Cixi walked up to Zhou Shangming and asked in surprise, "What's wrong? What happened?" Zhou Shangming didn't elaborate, merely sneering and saying, "Brother Zhang, let's go. One day, our Chingha guild will bring this job transfer temple under our jurisdiction." Xiao Ming, don't talk nonsense. Zhang Cixi was startled and quickly followed the departing Zhou Shangming. Zhou Shangming walked forward, feeling a fire burning hotter and hotter within him. If he didn't find something to do soon, he would explode. "Brother Zhang, didn't they say the monsters in the north of the city have mutated? It's a good thing I've had my second job transfer. I can go and try it out. Let them see that my magic skills after the second transfer are not something they can easily handle. You can go if you want, but you can't just go out the north gate without a plan. Our guild is organizing a mutation exploration team, so I'll go with you." Zhang Cixi glanced at Zhou Shangming and said, "You've already had your second job transfer, so your self-preservation ability has greatly improved. The guild leader should also agree." Zhou Shangming gritted his teeth and suddenly said, "Brother Zhang, help me contact them. I'm going to organize a class reunion in a few days. Didn't father say that the recruitment fair might be moved up because of the mutation in the north of the city? It's a good opportunity for me to help gather information early." Zhang Cixi knew his true intentions but didn't expose them at the moment, only nodding and saying, "Okay, I'll make the arrangements." In Qingshui City, Bai Xingqi gazed into the distance at the city gate, lost in thought. Another day had passed since his successful second job transfer. During this day, he had already consumed all the charging points stored in his training room. He even had time to return to the job transfer temple and hand over the hunting balls from completed hunts to the branch master. On his very first day of work, he had already completed such a large amount of work with high efficiency. Where could one find such a good employee? The branch master did not seem surprised by his efficiency, merely nodding slightly as he accepted the hunting balls. Bai Xingqi, of course, did not know that his actions had also significantly raised the branch master's expectations. Later, when encountering a 4-star transfer mage who intended to join, the branch master directly dismissed them, calling them trash. This was because Bai Xingqi's previous performance had been too astonishing, creating too stark a contrast. Compared to him, Zhou Shangming, who was originally decent, now seemed completely inadequate. Unaware that he had inadvertently made Zhou Shangming uncomfortable once again, Bai Xingqi was currently checking his own status. Attributes like constitution and strength now increased by 3 points per level after the job transfer, a total of 12 points for 4 levels. The spirit attribute, however, now increased by 6 points per level, a total of 24 points for 4 levels. This was another improvement from the first to the second job transfer. But for Bai Xingqi, the main source of attribute points would always be from grinding monsters in the training room to increase his attributes. With 400,000 charging points, he had ground over 20,000 monsters. The number of monsters that could be refreshed in the training room simultaneously had easily reached the current limit of 20. With the ability to refresh 20 monsters at once and possessing sufficient attack power, he didn't even need to use the full 4-hour daily limit of the training room to finish. After defeating over 20,000 normal monsters, the all-attribute increase provided was 420 points. During this time, the elite monsters that refreshed, each granting +2 all attributes, totaled 210, contributing another 420 points to his all-attribute increase. Boss-level monsters, each granting +20 all attributes, provided another 420 points of all-attribute increase. This was excluding the monsters within the hunting balls. This session in the training room had yielded a total of 1260 additional points to his all-attribute stats. Level, 34 HP, 384 000 MP, 408, 400. Constitution, 1920 Strength, 1920 Agility, 1920 Spirit, 2042. The increase in his attribute panel was astonishing, and the proficiency of his various skills had not lagged behind. Among them, the skill that saw the greatest improvement during this monster grinding session was undoubtedly Stone Skin. With 20 monsters attacking him simultaneously with each refresh, the efficiency of leveling skills that increased proficiency upon being hit was incredibly high. Stone Skin LV6, proficiency 2546/10,000 passively increases physical defense by Constitution *3. Skill level. Can activate petrification state, lasting 10 seconds, during which the user is immobile. The additional physical defense effect doubles, and the user recovers 1% of their maximum HP per second * skill level. Cooldown, 60 seconds. At this level, it could passively enhance physical defense by Constitution *18. Combined with his very high Constitution attribute and the petrification state, Bai Xingqi felt that his physical defense was no longer a significant issue, even without defensive enchantments. Only his magical defense remained a concern. Should I go to the Clear Water Mall to process materials? And perhaps see if there's anything to address my shortcomings? Bai Xingqi muttered to himself, sighing. Going too frequently was also a problem. As a novice professional who would have a large quantity of materials to sell every so often, he might easily attract unwanted attention. However, thinking about it, now that he had undergone his second job advancement, he wasn't exactly a novice professional anymore. If he also considered his powerful attribute panel, he should have more confidence. Never mind, carrying a load of materials out to fight monsters doesn't feel right. I'll make another trip. I heard Boss Wang's cousin is a big businessman. My little bit of stuff shouldn't scare him. After careful consideration, Bai Xingqi finally abandoned the idea of leaving the city immediately and turned towards the Clear Water Mall within the city. However, as Bai Xingqi re-entered the Clear Water Mall this time, he found that everything had changed. It had been less than a day. Outside various shops, signs had been erected, high-price purchase of raw materials from the northern city wilds. The more, the better. Just a few days ago, these shops had displayed signs saying, Northern City materials not accepted, because every novice professional would inevitably go to the northern city wilds to grind monsters after their job advancement. The raw materials from the northern city wilds were practically flooding the market, with supply far exceeding demand. The prices of raw materials from the northern city wilds were dropping daily. Except for shops like Novice Department Store that specialized in low-level materials, most shops had stopped accepting northern city materials. But this situation had now changed. These materials had suddenly gone from being unwanted to being highly sought after. Bai Xingqi was quite puzzled until he arrived at Newbie Department Store and learned the reason for all this from the boss. It turned out that what many merchants were buying at high prices now was not the original materials from the north of the city. What they wanted to buy were the materials dropped by the mutated monsters after the mutation occurred in the north of the city. This was completely different from the original materials from the north of the city. So that's how it is. Bai Xingqi blinked and asked, are those original materials still being bought? Yes, of course they are, at least I definitely am, said the boss of Newbie Department Store meaningfully. They don't think much of the original materials from the north of the city now, but they'll know when they become scarce later. If you don't buy them now, you won't be able to get them. Why? Bai Xingqi couldn't quite understand. They were just beginner materials, so it shouldn't be a big problem if they were gone. Brother, you don't understand because you're not a life profession. These materials have essential uses. There are still many old stocks, so you can't see the problem now. The boss of Newbie Department Store smiled. When you desperately need them. Later, you'll have to go to third-tier cities under other second-tier cities to acquire them. The transportation costs will not be easily affordable. Bai Xingqi understood what he meant. After the mutation in the north of Qingshui City, the familiar monsters would no longer be there. However, some third-tier cities under Other second-tier cities should still have monsters similar to those in the wild area north of Qingshui City from which the original materials could be obtained. But correspondingly, the transportation costs would inevitably be very high. At this moment, the boss of a newbie department store looked at Bai Xingqi sincerely and asked, "Do you still have any raw materials from the original wild area north of the city? If you do, I'll buy as much as you have, and the price can be increased by 20% compared to the original." In newbie department store, seeing the shop owner intending to increase the price by 20%, Bai Xingqi couldn't help but laugh. "I have quite a lot. Can you really handle it all by yourself?" Bai Xingqi was not bragging. He had killed over 20,000 monsters in the training room this time. If his backpack space hadn't expanded after his second job advancement, it would have been full long ago. "A lot?" The shop owner was both surprised and sighed, saying urgently, "Don't worry, didn't I say before? If I can't handle it, I have my cousin. No matter how many materials you have, he can take them all." "Is that so? That's good then." Finally, led by the boss of newbie department store, Bai Xingqi met his cousin on a certain floor of the Qingshui commercial building. After hearing his cousin's explanation, the cousin looked at Bai Xingqi suspiciously. "If you have so many original materials from the north of the city, their value will surely soar if you hold on to them for a while longer. Are you willing to sell them to me now?" The cousin frowned slightly and said, "I don't mind telling you, of course I will increase the acquisition price to a certain extent, but it definitely won't be as profitable as holding on to them until the end." The boss of newbie department store smiled wryly beside him. "What are you talking about, cousin?" Bai Xingqi couldn't help but secretly find it amusing. These two brothers were quite similar. The cousin seemed even more simple and honest. It was really hard to imagine that people like them were businessmen. Of course, this might just be Bai Xingqi's narrow-minded thinking. For these businessmen, perhaps integrity was the best way to develop and grow. He had to admit that the future they described might indeed be true. However, for him, the immediate strengthening and benefits were the most important. "Are you sure you want to sell? It will be difficult to collect these materials again in the future." At the last moment, the cousin still reminded him like this. In fact, he was worrying. For nothing. After defeating the leader-level monsters from level 1 to 30 in the previous 5-star job transfer quest, Bai Xingqi's training room had already recorded these 30 monster species. Now, as long as he had enough charging points, he could choose to recreate and refresh these 30 types of monsters in the training room. He wouldn't need to travel long distances to other cities to safely obtain the dropped materials from the northern wild area. For him, the monster mutation in the northern wild area had no impact. Of course, he couldn't tell others about this. He then said to his cousin, "To be honest, I've become a hunter for the job transfer temple, and I was already planning to go to other cities to hunt monsters. I can collect these materials along the way." This statement was half true and half false. It was true that he had become a temple hunter, but it wasn't necessarily true that he needed to hunt in other cities. "Alright, since that's the case, I'll charge you an additional 30% of the market price for the materials. If you're willing to sign an exclusive supply agreement with our merchant guild, we can discuss the price further." The cousin, who was wealthy and powerful, offered a price even higher than his cousin. Wang, his cousin, was a bit anxious, but he quickly understood that there was a reason his cousin's business was larger than his own. At the very least, his foresight far surpassed his own. A moment later, he was shocked to find that the magic scale used to weigh materials in his cousin's shop was already struggling. The tray of the magic scale, though only the size of a normal person's face, possessed magical power similar to inventory space, capable of holding several cubic meters of items. The maximum weight it could measure was 2,000 magic pounds. But at this moment, the scale's indicator had already reached its maximum, with the tip pointing high into the sky. All of this indicated one fact: the weight of the materials in the tray clearly exceeded 2,000 magic pounds. Boss Wang of a newbie's department store let out a long sigh and lamented, "If every seller of materials were like this, brother, cousin, you'll have to find a magic craftsman to specially customize a magic scale with a higher weighing limit." Looking at the state of the magic scale, his cousin also let out a long sigh and nodded heavily. "Who's to say otherwise?" However, as if this shock wasn't enough, Bai Xingqi said softly, "This is only a portion of it." The two merchant brothers were completely convinced. "With this much material, it's probably the result of an entire guild grinding for a whole month, right?" Boss Wang asked in shock. "Who's to say otherwise?" His cousin nodded in agreement. Facing such words, Bai Xingqi smiled without speaking. How could he tell them that this was actually the result of less than half a day's grinding? It was just that due to the peculiarity of the training room, his monster grinding efficiency had greatly increased, and with a 20% drop rate, his drop rate far surpassed others. "Please estimate the price for me. I have some other items I want later." Bai Xingqi took out everything he wanted to sell. Besides a large amount of materials, there were even over a dozen pieces of equipment, 6 core crystals, and a skill book. "This equipment is all very good. Doesn't your guild want to keep it for yourselves?" His cousin's habit of talking too much remained unchanged, and his cousin, Boss Wang, wished he could sew his mouth. shut with needle and thread. Damn it, making money and acting all pure and noble. No, we don't need it. Bai Xingqi smiled faintly and added, however, there are indeed some things I need. What Bai Xingqi needed was a higher-level skill book and the Grasshopper wing equipment, which had no class restrictions. The skill book dropped in the training room was not very suitable for him, so he did not choose to learn it. The number of general skills one can learn is also limited. You can't just learn whatever you see. Otherwise, those second-generation professionals who aren't short on cash and buy skill books would already be armed to the teeth with general skills, leaving no room for ordinary people to survive. Although the number of general skills he could learn himself hadn't reached its limit, Bai Xingqi still decided to make the best use of his resources. Moreover, the price of high-level skill manuals was frighteningly high, and if he didn't sell everything, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to afford them. As a Tier 2 skill manual, I naturally have Demon Repelling Gauze Robe, but I'm afraid you might not be able to afford it. Alright, calculating the price of these materials, you should indeed be able to afford it. However, this skill might not be as wonderful as you imagine. Many people just look at it and give up. Are you sure you want to spend so much money on this manual? Cousin shook his head and said, at your level, there are many better choices that would improve you more and offer higher cost effectiveness. Throwing all your money at Demon Repelling Gauze Robe at this level is simply not worth it. Didn't he say you just transferred not long ago? Cousin was stunned. He realized he couldn't see through the information of the young man in front of him at all. Bai Xingqi stood before him as if completely unguarded, yet his entire being was shrouded in the deepest mist, making him indistinguishable. With Bai Xingqi's mastery of the stealth skill and his super attribute panel, even this cousin couldn't possibly see through his information. I've transferred twice. Since it wasn't a big secret, Bai Xingqi kindly told the other party. I know you've transferred twice. What? You've transferred twice? In just a few days? Cousin's pupils dilated sharply, and he couldn't help but re-examine the young man in front of him. You're very good, you've got something. Cousin finally managed to utter these words. His cousin, Boss Wang, nodded in agreement. Who says not? Since you were able to complete your second transfer in such a short time, you must not be an ordinary professional. So, I won't say any more unnecessary words. Let's start the transaction. As I said before, if you're willing to sign an exclusive supply agreement, I can offer a better price. Cousin persuaded him again. Bai Xingqi ultimately did not choose to sign the exclusive supply agreement with the other party. For him, who possessed a training room, he could easily farm any amount of materials, and completing the exclusive supply agreement would be a simple matter. But he didn't want to be restricted by these so-called agreements. He finally obtained what he needed from his cousin. Demon Repelling Gauze Robe, as a Tier 2 skill manual, was priced at 500,000 star coins, consuming most of his earnings from this venture. As for the grasshopper wings, he could have chosen to commission their production with sufficient grasshopper thin wings, materials and a small labor fee, but that would require waiting for a certain period. Not wanting to wait, Bai Xingqi directly purchased the finished product from Cousin's shop. As for how much more expensive it was, and how much Cousin could earn by contacting life professionals to craft them after acquiring his materials, Bai Xingqi couldn't be bothered to pay attention. He was very clear about his position. He was not a merchant. What he should focus on was not buying low and selling high, but how to improve his strength faster. With the items in hand, Bai Xingqi quickly left the Clearwater commercial building and checked his skill panel. He examined the newly learned Demon Repelling Gauze Robe skill and understood that Cousin's pessimistic view of Demon Repelling Gauze Robe was actually not wrong. While checking his skill panel, Bai Xingqi tallied the number of general skills he had mastered. Mad Blood, Stealth, True Sight, Stone Skin, Ricochet Shot. Adding the newly learned Demon Repelling Gauze Robe, it totaled 6. One more, and it would be his current limit. In this world, professionals are born with the ability to learn 2 general skills. Each time they respecialize, they can learn an additional 2 general skills. Logically, having respecialized twice, he should be able to learn a maximum of 6 general skills. However, after joining the respecialization temple, he learned from the branch master that there was a hidden bonus upon completing a 5-star respecialization. This bonus was an additional +1 to the learning cap for general skills. When asked why this bonus wasn't disclosed when he received the quest, the branch master replied, since it's a hidden bonus, it naturally wouldn't be explicitly stated. I only remembered it now, and am telling you retrospectively to avoid any confusion on your part. After informing Bai Xingqi of this information, the branch master even cautioned him against spreading it around. The reason? The branch master cited harmony in work and life as the justification. In his opinion, if this news were to become known to many professionals, then any professional seeking to respecialize, regardless of their caliber, would attempt the 5-star respecialization quest. Even though almost 100% of them would fail the 5-star quest assessment, it wouldn't deter them from holding on to a sliver of hope. After all, an extra general skill slot would significantly boost one's strength, and professionals wouldn't easily pass up such an opportunity. This would lead to a situation where, although these Professionals couldn't pass the 5-star respecialization quest. They could significantly deplete the monster population within the 5-star quests, thereby exhausting the respecialization temple's monster reserves. At that point, even with more hunters, the respecialization temple would likely be overwhelmed. Bai Xingqi, in all honesty, also didn't relish the idea of hunting monsters continuously without a break, as it would somewhat disrupt his rhythm of leveling up, grinding, and growing stronger. However, he couldn't help but ask the branchmaster, isn't hiding such information unfair to most professionals? The branchmaster gave a wry smile and directly dispelled his doubts. Do you really think that telling all professionals this information would enable them to pass the 5-star respecialization quest? Wake up, it's impossible. In reality, most professionals can't even complete a 4-star quest. Someone like you, who can pass a 5-star respecialization quest, is 1 in 10,000. Feeling inexplicably praised once again, Bai Xingqi finally stopped dwelling on it and smiled. Alright, anyway, those who are confident in their strength will always try the 5-star quest. Those who lack the courage to even try certainly won't qualify for the 5-star assessment. Also, to what extent do I need to hunt monsters before my hunter's aura can be upgraded? Bai Xingqi confirmed with the branch master again before leaving the respecialization temple. Soon, very soon. Your work efficiency is excellent, and I've been keeping track, the branch master replied with a weak smile. The Qingshuwei City Recruitment Fair is the day after tomorrow. This year's fair is earlier, and our temple should participate. Remember to come back and go. With Xiao Zhu, she'll discuss the specifics with you. Shaking his head and letting the branch master's words sink in, Bai Xingqi refocused his attention on his skill panel. With 2 days left until the recruitment fair, he still had ample time to improve his strength. Demon Repelling Silk Robe LV1, Proficiency 0/1000. Upon use, grants the user a layer of Demon Repelling Silk Robe, increasing magic defense by 10 * skill level of Constitution, and adds magic attack of 2 * skill level of Spirit to all attacks. While the robe is active, it consumes 2000 * skill level of HP per second. If HP drops below 30%, the robe will shatter. Cooldown 60 seconds. After reading the skill's detailed information, Bai Xingqi finally understood why his cousin had acted that way before. This skill, how to put it, was indeed powerful, but also very restrictive to use. No wonder that cousin said it wasn't as good as imagined and had a low cost effectiveness. Indeed, if he were just an ordinary professional, activating it consumed 2000 * skill level HP per second, which would be fatal for an ordinary professional who had just undergone their second job advancement. For example, fragile professions like archers only had around 20 to 30,000 HP after their second job advancement. Using the Aversion Demon Gauss skill, even at LV1, would drain 2000 HP per second. In this state, it could probably only last for about 10 seconds at most. Originally, it was just meant to increase magic defense to prevent losing too much HP from magic attacks, but with this drawback, it was possible that the HP lost from activating the skill would be more than that from magic attacks. Only Bai Xingqi, whose attribute panel far exceeded the standards for his level, could use this skill with ease and comfort. With his current hundreds of thousands of HP, losing 2000 HP per second was negligible and posed no problem at all. Not to mention that he was a physician himself and could heal himself. It could even be said that as long as he wished, he could completely ignore the HP drain effect of this skill and keep it permanently active. Aversion Demon Gauze was as if tailor-made for him. Of course, he had learned about this beforehand, which was why he had purposefully purchased this secret manual. Besides this skill, his gains from this trip also included grasshopper wings and some low-level consumable items. Low-level consumable items did not significantly boost his strength at his current level. However, if used well, they could also make his leveling much more convenient. His shoulder blade itched, and a pair of slightly transparent wings unfurled behind his shoulders. It was the grasshopper wings that he had activated. With a powerful flap of the 2 wings, Bai Xingqi felt his body lift off the ground, instantly soaring over 10 meters high. In this state, he flew forward rapidly, and by the time he landed, he was already about 200 meters away, all in the blink of an eye. Bai Xingqi's satisfaction level was maxed out. The glide skill of grasshopper wings was indeed excellent. Although it did not improve his offensive or defensive capabilities in any way, if used well, it was extremely useful for both escaping and pursuing, significantly boosting his strength. Moreover, the enhancement provided by grasshopper wings far surpassed that for other professionals. Grasshopper wings, quality, fine, profession requirement, no restriction, level requirement 25, attribute requirement, none, glide, can glide a short distance at low altitude. Glide height is agility/100, glide distance is agility/10. Cannot exceed equipment load limit. Cooldown 10 seconds. Thanks to his powerful attribute panel, his glide height and distance far exceeded expectations. Although the equipment had its load limit, he had not yet reached it. This was Bai Xingqi's first piece of fine quality equipment. Its price was also not cheap, costing a full 80,000 star yuan, exceeding many tier 1 skill manuals. Many professionals with shallow pockets, despite coveting the equipment's special effects, could only bitterly collect materials slowly and then commission life professionals to help craft them. However, as their levels increased, the various consumables required would push the priority of this glide effect, which was not particularly powerful for ordinary professionals, further and further back. Ultimately, many professionals would divert their meager resources to more critical areas. Indeed, not as many professionals possessed this grasshopper's wing equipment as one might imagine. Bai Xingqi shook his head slightly, unconcerned. Next, it was time to leave the city and hunt monsters to accumulate charging points. After a brief consideration, he headed towards the west gate. Having learned more from the branch hall master, he was temporarily wary of the mutated area in the north of the city and had no intention of rushing in recklessly. He was indeed much stronger than professionals of the same level, but without specific information, why deliberately court death? At the west gate, Bai Xingqi did not conceal his appearance and walked through with confidence. To be honest, ever since the incident with the city guards, he seemed to have developed a bit of a mischievous streak. He wanted to swagger past the city guards and see their reactions. He admitted to himself that his behavior was quite immature and advised no new players to emulate it. Step by step, he slowly approached the city guards at the gate and announced loudly, "Bai Xingqi, my purpose is to leave the city to level up, not to maliciously attack other professionals. I repeat, I am going to level up, not to maliciously attack other professionals." His loud declaration drew the attention of many professionals at the city gate. Is this guy crazy? Yeah, even if he was going to maliciously attack other professionals, who would report it to the city guards in advance? I heard the mutation in the north of the city is getting worse lately. This must be a naive newbie who just transferred, coming towards the west side of the city. Possible, look how young he is. Does he really think that just because the north of the city is off limits, the leveling area in the west is accessible to newbies? Don't get instantly killed and sent back to the city. Who's to say? Amidst the chatter, a city guard gave Bai Xingqi a deep look and waved him through. I know you. The previous wanted order was just a misunderstanding. At this juncture, it's not good to cause conflict between the two sides. The bigger picture is important, so don't cause trouble. Bai Xingqi chuckled, confirming that the transfer temple had indeed completed the negotiations. Satisfied, he walked out of the city briskly. As for the bigger picture, what was that? Could it be eaten? The sound of exhaust from vehicles behind him. A private car clunked to a stop beside him. Hulioli poked half her head out of the car window, inviting him enthusiastically. Bai Xingqi, what a coincidence. Meeting you here. We really are fated. I know you've already transferred for the second time. Not many classmates have transferred twice. Why don't we team up? To level up? Bai Xingqi looked at Hulioli in front of him and chuckled. You've been following me all this way. Is that what you call fate? Since he started heading west, the proficiency of his stealth skill had been continuously improving, allowing him to sense the constant prying from behind. And by using his true side-eye to look in the direction of the prying, he quickly identified the other party's identity. Hulioli, the granddaughter of a powerful professional. In Clearwater City, she was considered a second-generation professional similar to Zhou Shangming. Of course, in a sense, he himself was also one of Clearwater City's second-generation professionals. It was evident that the powerful professional behind her had made efforts, and Hulioli had also completed her second transfer. Except for himself, who possessed a training room, Bai Xingqi knew very well that others could not reach the second transfer stage so quickly through independent leveling. If she were an ordinary physician, being invited to team up would be a matter of immense gratitude. But Bai Xingqi was different. Possessing a secret like the training room, he did not want to get too involved with others, especially someone like Hulioli with impure motives. No, thank you. I'm used to leveling up alone and don't like teaming up with people. Bai Xingqi considered his refusal to be quite tactful. It's fine if you don't want to team up. I'm driving anyway, so I can give you a ride. The leveling area is still quite far from here, Hulioli said, showing no sign of being deterred by the rejection and continuing to pester him. No, thank you. I have a car too. To ensure he successfully refused her, Bai Xingqi even considered taking out the car he got from Zhang Cici from his inventory. He had originally intended to sell it to Wang Boss's cousin, but the man had refused the transaction after just one look. It was clear that the discerning buyer had recognized the car's unusual origins and didn't want to get involved in such troublesome matters. I know some things related to that secret realm, like the Clearwater City Secret Realm Expedition team last time. You know? Hulioli's sudden statement made Bai Xingqi's gaze sharpen, and he instinctively took 2 steps closer. Get in the car first. Hulioli's lips curved into a faint smile, as if she had him completely figured out. It had to be said that the Secret Realm Expedition team's affairs were related to his father, which was Bai Xingqi's greatest concern. In this regard, Hulioli had indeed grasped him to some extent. Alright, I hope you're not just toying with me. Considering Hulioli's grandfather, it was possible she genuinely knew something. Bai Xingqi mused silently and opened the car door, getting into the passenger seat. Weren't there a few more people last time? Bai Xingqi asked casually, noticing the empty back seats. I kicked one person out because they were too annoying, and the other two were still asking their families for help. They won't be able to undergo their second transfer anytime soon. Hu Liuli was very cooperative, answering almost every question. However, she remained tight-lipped about the secret realm expedition team. Although Bai Xingqi was curious, he knew he couldn't appear too eager at this moment lest he fall into her rhythm. Okay, buckle up. I'm going to drive. Seeing that she had successfully lured Bai Xingqi into the car, Hu Liuli's face lit up with joy. She pressed down on the accelerator, and the vehicle roared to life and sped off. But this sense of exhilaration lasted only a fleeting moment. Almost as soon as the car pulled out, both occupants noticed a massive shadow descending from above. An enormous, unknown object appeared directly overhead, plummeting downwards with a roar. At the car's current speed, it was impossible to drive out of the shadow's path before the object landed. In a sudden turn of events, Bai Xingqi had no time to think further. His powerful strength attribute came into play as he kicked the car's side door, sending it flying outwards. With a tug, the seatbelt snapped, and he was perfectly prepared. Almost simultaneously, the grasshopper wings he had recently acquired activated at his shoulder blades, and a pair of semi-transparent wings unfurled. Swift movement. In a flash, the special effect of the grasshopper wings carried him in a low-altitude glide, and he landed nearly 200 meters away in an instant. This distance was clearly enough to escape the object's descent. As for Hu Liuli, being in the same car, Bai Xingqi could have potentially pulled her along. But if she hesitated, or even made any inappropriate resistance, his escape would be slowed down, possibly even jeopardizing his own survival. More importantly, Bai Xingqi harbored considerable suspicion towards her given their shared experience. He had been fine all along, only to be attacked from above the moment he got into her car. Recalling her persistent efforts to invite him into the car earlier, Bai Xingqi's expression turned cold. And even if Hu Liuli harbored no ill will towards him, the fact that this attack was directly aimed at the vehicle she was driving was a matter worth pondering. In this situation, getting too close to the other party would obviously bring trouble. In the blink of an eye, various thoughts flashed through Bai Xingqi's mind. After instantly covering nearly 200 meters with grasshopper wings, he even had the leisure to look back leisurely at the falling object in the sky. With a boom and a huge tremor, the ground also shook. The falling object was a massive chunk of rock and earth, square and flat, crushing everything within a radius of tens of meters. Amidst the billowing dust, the ground where it landed sank considerably. Hu Liuli's car from before, which was solidly crushed underneath, was probably now as thin as a pancake. The west gate of Qingshui City was not far from here. Upon sensing the massive commotion, the city guards stationed at the gate were terrified and rushed out. Not far outside the west gate of the city, the giant rock and earth chunk that fell from the sky disintegrated and vanished. However, the ground that had sunk considerably under the impact would not return to its original state. In the center of the sunken ground there was a thin layer of debris which could barely be recognized as a private car that had been crushed. If anyone had been in the car at the time, their fate would have been sealed. In such a powerful attack, even a second turn professional would have no chance of survival. Instant death was a foregone conclusion. The city guards from the west gate had already arrived nearby and were shouting loudly, "What's going on? What was that just now?" Some city guards noticed Bai Xingqi standing nearby and shouted to inquire. "I'd like to ask you the same thing. I was sitting peacefully in my car, not far from the city gate, and I was subjected to such a blatant attack. Are the city guards just taking their salaries for nothing?" Sensing his sarcasm, the city guards who had rushed over felt their faces flush. Bai Xingqi's words had indeed struck a nerve. Such an attack, happening right under their noses, made them extremely angry. "Oh no, that's old master Hu's granddaughter's car." One of the city guards, examining the wreckage, discovered this even more unfortunate fact. "It's over. Judging by the situation, she must have been killed and resurrected back into the city. Something like this happened right under our noses, and if that old man throws a tantrum, even the captain can't handle it. Compared to that, I'm more worried about something else," one city guard said, looking at the spot where the giant rock and earth block had disappeared with lingering fear. That just now was clearly the 5th tier magic earthfall. Not many people in Qingshui City can use this magic. Not necessarily, it could also be a magic scroll. It's all the same. Such magic scrolls are also very expensive, and the number of people who can use them is still limited. The times are changing. If that old man makes a fuss, Qingshui City will surely not be peaceful. The city guards chatted for a while, feeling very uneasy about the impending changes in Qingshui City. One city guard's gaze fell on Bai Xingqi, and he said, "I'm sorry, but we need you to come back with us to assist with the investigation." "What's there to investigate? Besides, I'm also a victim." Bai Xingqi shook his head and said, "I'm busy heading out of the city to level up right now. I don't have time to waste going back to the city with you." "What's your attitude?" one city guard said angrily. "Haven't the city guards learned their lesson from what happened before? Bai Xingqi's gaze turned cold, and an item already appeared in his hand. It was a bow and arrow taken from his backpack space. It had to be said that the archery attack method was very convenient in many situations. The equipment's bonus to him wasn't significant unless it was equipment with special skills, otherwise he wouldn't bother to upgrade. He wasn't bluffing. If the city guards in front of him were to forcibly apprehend him, he would truly dare to fight back with lethal force. After his second job change, and holding a position in the job change temple, he had the confidence to do so. The previous incident had made him realize that the city guard and the professional association in Clearwater City were, in fact, finding it difficult to maintain neutrality. The Clear River Guild was deeply entrenched in Clearwater City, its influence extending to all aspects. In such circumstances, the kinder bullied and only powerful strength and a tough attitude could make others wary, thereby earning oneself considerable respect. As expected, seeing Bai Xingqi's tough stance and recalling the intelligence about him circulating within the team, the city guards hesitated. They lacked the confidence to forcibly apprehend Bai Xingqi, and even more so, the courage to decisively engage in combat. Just as they were in a predicament, a soul-stirring sound came from the center of the arena, reaching their ears. They followed the sound and saw the flattened vehicle sheets slowly bulge. With the sound of boom 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 hammering, the thin sheets shattered and a figure leaped out from the cracked vehicle sheets. A cat, half as tall as a person, with smooth lines on its body, exuding a sense of powerful strength. It looked like a cat of exquisite beauty, except for the two tails behind it. That seemed somewhat abrupt. A monster? Bai Xingqi instinctively drew his bow and arrow, ready to shoot. "Wait, it's me," a somewhat familiar crisp voice came, and the cat-like beauty with two tails disappeared, replaced by a delicate young girl standing in its place. It was Hu Liuli, who was suspected to have been crushed to death by earthfall earlier. "Ha, you're not dead? Also, what was that thing you were just now? I don't think I was hallucinating?" Hu Liuli glanced at the other city guards, hesitated for a moment, and then opened her mouth to speak. "That's a three-tailed demonic cat, one of the transformation forms for my shapeshifter profession." 3 tails? Bai Xingqi's gaze fell on a certain spot on Hu Liuli, his eyes shifting with emotion, clearly recalling a previous scene. Since she had revealed her transformed form, if others were interested in investigating, they would surely be able to find out some information about this form. So Hu Liuli no longer intended to hide it. The three-tailed demonic cat form possesses 3 life-saving opportunities. Each time a life is saved, 1 tail behind, it will be lost. Ridiculous, doesn't this mean that shapeshifters have 3 extra lives compared to other professions? This is completely unbalanced. Shapeshifter was an extremely niche profession, and Bai Xingqi actually didn't know much about its information. At this moment he couldn't hide his shock. Seeing Bai Xingqi's expression, Hu Liuli knew what he was thinking. It's not as good as you think. To successfully save a life, you must transform into the three-tailed demonic cat form before the fatal attack arrives. Moreover, the life-saving opportunities for this form are lifetime limits. Once consumed, they cannot be replenished. Hu Liuli's eyes held surging anger. Once the 3 life-saving opportunities are used up, this three-tailed demonic cat form will be completely lost, meaning the shapeshifter permanently loses 1 transformation form. It was obvious that this attack had consumed one of her life-saving opportunities out of nowhere, making her heart filled with furious rage. Each life-saving opportunity for the three-tailed demonic cat was extremely precious, and once consumed, the form would be permanently lost. The weakening of a shapeshifter's strength would be fatal. "So, do you still want to go out of the city to level up now?" Bai Xingqi asked Hu Liuli this question at an inopportune moment. "Yes, why wouldn't I?" Hu Liuli was still trembling with anger, and at some point she had taken out a communication device from her backpack. As soon as the call connected, the pretty girl's voice turned soft and weak, her expression on the verge of tears as she spoke into the communicator. "Grandpa, someone bad is trying to hurt me." After the call ended, Hu Liuli's sweet and delicate voice returned to normal, and the tears that had been about to fall were instantly wiped away. "Let's go, the problem is solved, we can continue leveling." "Are you kidding me? A simple phone call solved the problem?" Bai Xingqi stared at Hu Liuli with suspicion, not believing her at all. "Please allow me to confirm, did your head get smashed just now?" No, it must have been like that just now, let alone your head. You would have been smashed so hard your brains would have come out." Hu Liuli frowned, her hands and feet trembling slightly. "People like you must not have any friends." Just then, several city guards nearby interjected. "Miss Hu, please let us, the city guards, handle this matter first." Old Master, who was busy, "It's better not to trouble him." "Then I really have to thank you, city guards, but I'm really sorry, I was in a hurry and already told my grandpa." Hu Liuli looked at the city guards, her expression showing no hint of embarrassment. "That's only natural, but please, Miss Hu, persuade Old Master Hu not to worry. We, the city guards, will handle the matter immediately." One of the city guards said with a smile. "There's nothing I can do about that. You all should know my grandpa's fiery temper, not everyone can persuade him. Speaking of which, why didn't you stop that attack just now?" Hu Liuli shrugged. The faces of the city guards present turned very grim. They knew Hu Liuli was telling the truth. With the old master's temper, indeed, not everyone could persuade him. This was because the old master was known as Fierce Lion. Who dares to bully my little Liuli? But after a moment, everyone heard such a roaring sound. This roaring sound came from Clearwater City. From Clearwater City towards the west, a burst of flame surged, like a fierce sea of fire, and in an instant, it had already burned its way over. A scorching aura hit them, and a furious giant lion clad in flames leaped from the sky. Bai Xingqi's heart tightened, and information about the old master surfaced in his mind. Hu Tu, a rank 4 transfiguration master, whose most famous transfiguration form was the Blazing Fury Lion. This was a form with extremely powerful vitality, physical attack, and magical attack. Relying on this single form, Hu Tu had established a formidable reputation. Even though he was old now, he was still feared by the major powers in Clearwater City. Does professional awakening have something to do with genetics? Bai Xingqi couldn't help but wonder, thinking that his granddaughter Hu Liuli was also a transfiguration master. However, such thoughts were quickly cast aside under the scorching flames that rushed towards him. Little Liuli, are you alright? Are you injured? Who exactly dares to challenge me? Hu Tu. The first part of the sentence was directed at Hu Liuli, while the latter part was already aimed at the city guards. As a rank 4 professional, he could maintain a clear mind and the ability to speak even in his transfigured state. In comparison, Hu Liuli, who had just reached rank 2, still had a long way to go. In her three-tailed demon cat form, she could only let out demon cat howls and could not speak in a human voice. The mad lion stood suspended in mid-air, flames surging around its body. The city guard members, caught in the gaze of its two lion eyes, felt their legs go weak, nearly wetting themselves in fear. This was their first time facing the combat form of this legendary figure, and the pressure it exerted was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Grandpa, it's the 5th-tier magic earthfall. These are the marks left by the earth blocks that fell, Hu Liuli said to the mad lion, pointing at the sunken ground before them. Unlike the city guard members, she showed no fear of the mad lion's form. Earthfall. The mad lion, enveloped in flames, wore a thoughtful expression as it gazed at the ground. This level of destruction doesn't seem like something that could be achieved by simply using a scroll. It seems I'll have to pay those fellows a visit, one by one. The mad lion then looked at Hu Liuli and asked, Little Liuli, do you want to come with me? Hu Liuli shook her head repeatedly. No, I still need to go out of the city to level up. I can't afford to stand still these past few days. I don't want to embarrass Grandpa at the upcoming class reunion and job fair. Good. 1. Cannot achieve greatness without facing hardship. With Grandpa here, you have nothing to fear. Just charge forward. After saying this, the mad lion, ignoring the city guard members present, prepared to leap away. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze fell upon Bai Xingqi standing nearby, causing him to pause. This young fellow, who was clearly level 30, had a status panel that he couldn't discern at all. For a quadrupla transferred expert, this was a shocking fact. The fiery mad lion instinctively crouched, the surging flames around its body momentarily halting. This was the prelude to an attack. For some reason, the young fellow before him stirred a long-dormant desire to fight. Grandpa, he's my classmate. We're planning to team up and go out of the city to level up. Oh, is that so? Hu Liuli's urgent words finally brought him back to his senses. Hu Tu chuckled self-deprecatingly. What was he, a mere second transfer, getting worked up about with this young fellow? With the lion's roar and surging flames, the mad lion leaped away from mid-air, treading on flames. The city guard members present wiped cold sweat from their brows, exchanging glances with lingering fear. Quick, this matter must be reported to the captain immediately. Delay might lead to complications. These are truly troubled times for Clearwater City. This job is thankless. Perhaps we should just resign. Some city guard members even began to consider quitting. At this moment, Hu Liuli and Bai Xingqi were already heading out of the city. The previous car had been crushed into a thin sheet, but Hu Liuli casually took out a new car from her backpack space. Bai Xingqi stared at her for a while, inwardly lamenting the disparity between the worlds of ordinary people and these second-generation elites. He knew that just one of these cars would cost hundreds of thousands of star yuan. After cheating his way through the training room for so long, all his earnings combined could barely afford one. And being able to afford it was different from being able to use it. He would never be willing to spend money on a car. He'd rather use it to purchase items that would enhance his own strength. You're driving again. Aren't you afraid of another attack from the sky? What's there to be afraid of? I'm afraid they won't dare to make a move again. My grandpa is angry now. Anyone who makes a move will definitely be caught by grandpa and get a good beating. Bai Xingqi shook his head. He was indifferent. After all, with the grasshopper's wings, if he encountered danger again, he would simply glide away to escape, just like before. As for why he was still willing to temporarily team up with Hu Liuli and not turn to leave, it was naturally to get information about the secret realm exploration operation from her. Logically, the simplest way to get such information would be to ask the Mad Lion directly. However, having faced the opponent directly just now, he clearly felt a terrifying pressure emanating from them. With his current strength facing a powerful 4-turn professional still seemed a bit risky. He could only try to probe Hu Liuli indirectly. At the very least, until his strength improved again, this was the only way. It's agreed. Teaming up for leveling is only for today. After today, we go our separate ways, and you must tell me the information I want to know. Alright, would I lie to you? Anyone hearing this would think you're a mage with explosive output, and I'm begging you to carry me. In reality, who's benefiting more from our team-up is still up for debate. Hu Liuli nodded repeatedly, agreeing to the terms. It was only after encountering the first monster in the leveling area west of the city that she finally understood something. The so-called explosive output wasn't exclusive to mages. Whoosh, minus 17,560, an arrow flew out, and the level 31 monster in front of him dissolved into white light. Hu Liuli, standing by and watching this scene, widened her eyes, feeling her worldview collapsing. Level 31 normal monsters didn't have that much health, only around 100,000 HP. Even for professionals who had just completed their second turn, even those with less powerful output, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat them in 2 to 3 minutes. But for someone like Bai Xingqi to deal over 10,000 damage with a single arrow, finishing them off in a few shots, Hu Liuli had never heard of such a thing. So, you're outwardly a physician, but actually an archer? Hu Liuli frowned, looking at Bai Xingqi suspiciously, finding it hard to convince herself, but even a genuine archer who just completed their second turn wouldn't have such high attack power? She was truly bewildered. Previously, she had subconsciously wanted to recruit him because she sensed his hidden strength. But now, it seemed his strength was far beyond her expectations. Unable to see Bai Xingqi's attribute panel, Hu Liuli's heart stirred and her gaze fell upon the bow and arrow in his hand. Is that a top-tier weapon of yours, perhaps inlaid with gems and reinforced to its limit? Hu Liuli said, nodding as she spoke, increasingly convinced her idea was sound. With your father's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to leave you such a superb weapon. Bai Xingqi smiled, offering no explanation. If she wanted to misunderstand, he was happy to play dumb. Moreover, the super high attack power Hu Liuli was currently assuming wasn't even his limit. In those few attacks, he had already controlled his strength, only unleashing half of his true power. Or perhaps, these monsters' defense is too low, they're too fragile? Hu Liuli had been fast-tracked to her second turn by her grandfather, so she hadn't personally farmed these level 31 monsters. Don't attack the next monster, let me try. Bai Xingqi nodded, put away his bow and arrow, and stood aside, waiting for her performance. To be honest, he was also a bit curious about the shapeshifter profession, and it wouldn't hurt to broaden his knowledge by taking this opportunity. However, Hu Liuli hesitated for a long time before transforming. What's wrong? Are you worried about your transformation information being leaked? Where's the trust between people? Shouldn't it be more than this? Under Bai Xingqi's words, Hu Liuli finally composed herself, her body instantly enveloped in a white light as she began to transform. Soon, the white light dissipated, and Hu Liuli appeared before Bai Xingqi in a completely different form. What is this? Bai Xingqi, caught completely off guard, opened his mouth wide, unable to close it for a long time. The shapeshifter was a colorful profession, easily bringing surprises to people. Even among shapeshifters who had undergone their second transfer, the forms they could take might be entirely different. Bai Xingqi had initially assumed Hu Liuli would choose to transform into her three-tailed demon cat form, but to his surprise, that wasn't the case. Before him, the once delicate girl still retained her human body, although her muscles had become significantly stronger, causing her clothes to groan under the increased pressure. There were no other apparent issues. In fact, it made her appear even more aesthetically powerful. The real problem was that atop the girl's neck there now sat a rather incongruous bull's head. Well, calling it a bull's head was an exaggeration. In reality, it was just two bull horns sprouting from her head. Horns as white as jade. A minotaur? Classmate, your preferences are quite unique. After a long silence, Lin Chujo nodded, expressing his admiration. Hu Liuli was so embarrassed she almost wanted to dig a hole and disappear into the ground. Bai Xingqi's reaction was exactly as she had anticipated. This was precisely why she had been so hesitant to reveal her combat form. This form isn't something I chose myself. The shapeshifting forms a shapeshifter can master are, to a certain extent, random. While she couldn't speak in her three-tailed demon cat form, the minotaur form was a humanoid, semi-transformed state. Even at just the second transfer, she could still speak. If the minotaur form wasn't more suitable for team communication, monster grinding, and leveling than the three-tailed demon cat form, she wouldn't have bothered transforming into it. However, the embarrassment was only temporary. After being laughed at, she quickly regained her composure. Alright, let me properly experience what these monsters are capable of. In her minotaur state, Hu Liuli's muscles bulged. With a massive mace in her power-filled hands, she strode forward. Boom, earth split. -4,875, -800 with a single swing, damage numbers floated up, accompanied by a earth split damage unique to the Minotaur form. The 31 monsters let out pained roars. This level of damage far exceeded what a newly second transferred professional should be capable of. However, it was still a far cry from the level Bai Xingqi had previously displayed. Furthermore, in her Minotaur state, while Hu Liuli's strength had greatly increased, her agility had also been significantly reduced, and her attack speed was not particularly impressive. After one strike, a considerable interval passed before she could deliver a second blow. By the time Hu Liuli finally dealt with the last monster, Bai Xingqi had almost yawned. He gained a further understanding of his current strength. If all other second transferred professionals were at Hu Liuli's level, then he would easily dominate everyone. Hu Liuli was quite annoyed, even feeling a sense of frustration. She had already disregarded her embarrassment and used her Minotaur form, donned a set of top-tier equipment, and wielded the premium mace. Yet, her performance was still unsatisfactory. She believed that among professionals who had only recently undergone their second transfer, her current output capability was definitely among the top. But why, compared to Bai Xingqi, not only could she not measure up, but the gap was even despair-inducing? Can I see that bow of yours? Just how top-tier is it to be able to deal that kind of terrifying damage? Ultimately, Hu Liuli could only attribute it all to the unbelievably top-tier bow in the other person's hand. Bai Xingqi smiled and shook his head, saying, "Let's not. I'm afraid it might scare you." Ignoring Hu Liuli's request, he continued on his own, "Hurry up. Once our leveling mission for today is done, tell me the information I need to know. Otherwise, I won't have time to mess around with you." If it had been before, Hu Liuli might have dismissed his words with disdain. But, having proven his powerful output capabilities in practice, Bai Xingqi was now qualified to say so. "I'm going to start seriously grinding monsters, so you don't need to use that powerful form. Switch to your three-tailed demon cat state and help me pull aggro. Leave the output to me." Whoosh, an arrow shot out, and a monster in the distance had terrifying damage numbers pop up above its head. Bai Xingqi's decision was not without reason. If he teamed up with Hu Liuli, the experience points would be split between them. Although teaming up offered an additional experience bonus, it was clearly not as fast as grinding monsters himself. But he didn't particularly care about that. After all, the bulk of the experience points he needed for leveling came from his own training room. Coming to the wild leveling area now was merely to accumulate charging points. Therefore, he had to ensure that all these monsters were killed by his own hand to obtain the charging points. And while Hu Liuli's output capabilities in her Minotaur form were quite good compared to ordinary second-turn professionals, he truly didn't think much of it. It would be better for her to transform into her three-tailed demon cat form, which was more agile, and pull the distant monsters closer for him to kill. Seeing that the Minotaur female warrior was still standing still, Bai Xingqi raised his voice. "Why aren't you moving yet? With your output, do you really think you can slowly chip away at monsters yourself?" This, Hu Liuli wanted to argue that she wasn't chipping away, but in the end, she found she had no grounds to do so. Compared to the other party's output capabilities, wasn't she just chipping away? Hu Liuli, who was already uncomfortable in her Minotaur form, was once again enveloped in light and instantly transformed into her three-tailed demon cat state. With a meow, the three-tailed demon cat, now with only two tails, moved its agile body and sprinted rapidly around West City leveling area. Many leveling players watched the cat-like creature that ran past with a meow and fell into a helpless silence. As second-turn professionals, they were generally no longer novices. They had considerable experience and quickly realized that this was a transformation form of some shapeshifter. Of course, it was no one else's business what form a shapeshifter chose to transform into. However, this shapeshifter was clearly being a bit unscrupulous. By transforming into the demon cat form and relying on its agility, it was frequently luring monsters away from them. Often, as soon as a monster spawned and they were about to attack, the monster, as if its father had been murdered, would abandon them who were properly leveling and charge desperately towards the demon cat. If it were just one or two monsters behaving like this, it wouldn't be much. The problem was that within the range of the demon cat's appearance, almost all monsters followed the demon cat without looking back. Even with many leveling players attacking from behind, they couldn't draw any of the monsters' aggro. This was somewhat outrageous. "It's the cry, I know, it's the cry," a leveling player suddenly realized, finally detecting the problem. The demon cat's cry is clearly a skill that strongly attracts the aggro of surrounding monsters. That's right, I remember now. This is one of the shapeshifter's forms, called three-tailed demon cat. The skill used to attract monster aggro is called whip howl. Within the range of the cry, any target that hears it becomes extremely agitated and develops an impulse to attack the skill's caster. But why weren't we affected? Perhaps the caster of the skill can control the targets affected by the skill, or perhaps we are intelligent humans, so the effect on us is relatively minor. Other players nodded in agreement, their sentiments echoing the same thought. However, even though the logic was clear, it did little to alleviate their frustration. If someone kept luring monsters, none of them would be able to level up. This three-tailed demonic cat that was luring monsters everywhere was, naturally, Hu Lioli. As Bai Xingqi activated his Mad Blood skill, his attack speed significantly increased, leading to a drastic change in his output capabilities. Even if Bai Xingqi only displayed half of his attack power, with the Mad Blood buff, these ordinary monsters couldn't last more than a few seconds under his assault. Hu Lioli discovered that even with her constant monster luring, she couldn't keep up with the speed at which he was killing them. This deeply wounded her pride. Finally, in a moment of impulse, she no longer worried about incurring the wrath of the crowd and directly used her Whip Howl skill to lure monsters. The skill, with its massive area of effect, significantly boosted her monster luring efficiency. However, it also multiplied the anger of the other players. Brother, you can lure monsters, but at least leave us some scraps to eat. One player attempted to negotiate with the demonic cat, hoping to resolve the issue through friendly conversation. But unfortunately, in her three-tailed demonic cat form, Hu Lioli couldn't produce human sounds. Even if she could speak, she wouldn't waste any words with them at this moment. Meow -2456 extending a claw, she struck a warrior who tried to block her path, inflicting considerable damage. In addition to the direct damage, the warrior hit by her claw also fell into a bleeding state. -400, losing 400 HP per second. While the individual damage wasn't high, the warrior who suffered this claw attack would at least need to use a health potion. Hu Lioli herself was still not satisfied with this attack power, but the warrior in front of her was genuinely terrified. As a warrior, he possessed great strength attributes and could indeed deal such damage. However, that required using powerful attack skills. Like this demonic cat, it seemed to be just a simple normal attack, something he couldn't achieve. He instinctively paused, no longer attempting to block. The Hu Lioli in her cat form, too lazy to bother, continued on her way. Originally, with her agility in this form, the warrior couldn't have stopped her at all. She merely wanted to avoid trouble and decided to attack, using him as a warning to others. The result was immediate. After that one strike, the number of professionals angrily pursuing her significantly decreased. Although they were all second-turn professionals, those leveling in this area were generally around level 30, not particularly strong among the second-turn classes. The power of Hu Lioli's casual swipe with her cat claws was enough to deter them. After all, with the professional association's ban in place, few dared to kill other professionals without cause. Without killing them, mere combat was meaningless, only consuming supplies and items. Many professionals resigned themselves to bad luck, shook their heads, and left the area for other monster spawn points. But not every player was like that. Some players were leveling in teams, and they clearly couldn't swallow their pride after being provoked by the three-tailed demonic cat. Several small teams followed closely behind the demonic cat, refusing to give up. For them, the 2,000 to 3,000 damage from the three-tailed demonic cat's claw, while powerful, was not entirely irresistible. The members of several teams intended to surround the demonic cat from all sides, trap it, and teach it a lesson in manners. But unfortunately, the three-tailed demonic cat possessed extremely high agility, leaving them feeling powerless. They could only trail behind, struggling not to be left behind, with any attempt at encirclement being utterly impossible. This was only because the three-tailed demonic cat was luring monsters from various locations. If it had focused solely on escaping, everyone would have lost sight of it long ago. Finally, following closely in the three-tailed demonic cat's footsteps, everyone arrived at the monster luring's final destination. A professional stood there, continuously drawing his bowstring, turning the lured monsters into experience points. It was Bai Xingqi. So there's an archer dealing damage over here. No wonder they had the cat lure the monsters here. This is too much. Even if you, an archer, have some damage output, you can't just snatch everyone else's monsters. If there were a few more mages, would the entire wild area have to be ceded to you? Let's get him. This fragile little guy is being too arrogant and over the top. Among the group of professionals who followed, 2 second-turn rogues entered stealth and swiftly approached Bai Xingqi. They didn't necessarily intend to ambush and kill him, but rather to teach this archer a lesson, to let him understand that one shouldn't be too greedy when leveling up. Bai Xingqi had already noticed them. The moment the two rogues entered stealth, he had activated his skill, True Sight. Low-level True Sight only had the ability to view target information and could not see through stealth. However, after a period of use, and with conscious and frequent application in the training room to observe monster information, the proficiency of his True Sight had long since increased, and its level was now considerable. True Sight at LV5 could already possess a certain ability to see through stealth. Of course, the final effectiveness of seeing through stealth still depended on the user's spirit attribute. Coincidentally, Bai Xingqi's spirit attribute was outrageously high, exceeding that of the two rogues by an unknown margin. In his vision, two semi-transparent figures were openly and rapidly approaching him. In the western city leveling area, the two figures rushing towards Bai Xingqi had no intention of being discreet or evasive. They were extremely confident in their stealth. They were Merely second-turn professionals, the opponent likely didn't have the spare time to learn skills that could see through stealth. Even if the opponent possessed such a skill, without the support of an exceptionally strong spirit attribute, they wouldn't be able to see through their stealth. And clearly, an archer would not possess such a powerful spirit attribute. With this mindset, they planned to get close to the archer and deliver a heavy blow. At this very moment, they even began to hesitate. When they attacked, which skill should they use and how much force should they exert so as not to accidentally kill the opponent during their dual assault and incur the crime of violating the association's ban? It had to be said that these two rogues were thinking very carefully. However, their perspective was somewhat narrow. As they stealthily charged towards Bai Xingqi, they were met with 2 arrows. The 2 arrows flew in succession, but with little interval, indicating that the opponent's attack speed had reached an astonishing level. 1 arrow for each, flying directly towards their chests, quite impartially. How is this possible? How could he aim at us so accurately? Can he really see through our stealth? The first thought that flashed through the minds of the 2 rogues was this. Then, they instinctively tried to dodge. But the result was obvious. Even rogues, who possessed extremely excellent agility attributes, could not achieve this. Bai Xingqi's extremely high dexterity attribute brought extremely high accuracy, making him the nemesis of these agile professions. Finally, with just a slight shift of their feet and a tiny turn of their bodies, they were pierced by arrows. -16,547, -16,636. The damage numbers, exceeding 10,000, jumped up, directly reducing their health bars by a third. Having only recently undergone their second job advancement, even with the bonuses from their equipment, they had only around 50,000 health points. 2 more hits like this and they would be respectfully returning to town to revive. At their current level, no healing potion could possibly keep up with this rate of health loss. A misunderstanding, the 2 rogues shouted in unison, quickly dispelling their stealth and standing before Bai Xingqi with their hands raised. So it was a misunderstanding, then why are you 2 still standing here? Bai Xingqi had already drawn his bowstring taut again, his gaze icy as he looked at them. The hearts of the 2 rogues pounded wildly, they didn't dare to breathe, and turned to flee backward. The other players, a step behind them, had already witnessed the terrifying attack of those 2 arrows. How could they dare to linger any longer? They all scattered like startled birds. Meow unable to speak, the 3-tailed cat demon could only let out a cry to express its inner shock. As the monsters it had lured turned into white light, Hu Liuli noticed her experience points soaring. The speed at which her experience was increasing was comparable to when her grandfather brought her to brush dungeons. In the thrill of this rapid experience gain, Hu Liuli no longer had any complaints. She obediently followed Bai Xingqi's arrangements, moving from one monster area to another, clearing out all the monsters from level 31 to 45. Happy times always pass quickly. When the bell on Hu Liuli's body rang, signaling her advancement to level 33, Bai Xingqi stopped his actions and said, "Alright, that's enough for today's team leveling." It was already approaching evening. By deliberately hiding half of his attack power, Bai Xingqi found that the efficiency of replenishing his energy points this time was not at all low. It was even comparable to when he was grinding monsters alone. Ultimately, it was Hu Liuli's 3-tailed cat demon form that was too effective at luring monsters. This shapeshifted form seemed tailor-made for luring monsters. Not only did it possess the whip howl skill, which attracted monster aggro over a large area, but it also had agile movements coupled with the safety net of 3 instances of damage redirection. It completely minimized the risk of luring. Bai Xingqi merely stood there, not needing to move his feet, acting as a continuous outputting arrow tower, and could harvest the lured monsters in batches. In total, they had slain several thousand monsters that day. Hu Liuli had leveled up from 30 to 33, and he himself had advanced from level 34 to 36. Achieving this leveling speed in the wild, without relying on the training room, was something he had never even imagined before. That's it? Aren't we going to grind a bit longer? It's still early before dark, at most I'll cover the cost of the return scrolls later. Such rapid leveling speed left Hu Liuli feeling unsatisfied and reluctant to end it, but it was clear that Bai Xingqi would not indulge her. "I'm out of arrows," Bai Xingqi shrugged and said calmly, "and according to our agreement, it's time for you to tell me the news, right? I can have someone send arrows over." Seeing Bai Xingqi's tense expression, Hu Liuli stopped speaking, unable to continue. "Alright, but I've only heard some things from my grandfather. For more specifics, you'll have to ask him. However, I heard that Zhou Chengtian of the Chingha Guild knows the most. You don't need to tell me that, just tell me what you know." Bai Xingqi's eyes were fixed on Hu Liuli, and an inexplicable pressure fell upon her. Hu Liuli, now back in her human form, was far less powerful than when she had transformed. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Bai Xingqi, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. She stopped playing coy and, after organizing her thoughts, began to speak. "And that's how it happened. I heard there was a major upheaval. With the association's tacit approval, Zhou Chengtian, the guild leader of Chingha Guild, led the outer support team in a retreat, leaving the frontline assault team to fend for themselves. the assault team was ultimately lost within. Pausing for a moment, Hu Liuli continued. However, according to my grandfather, many people in Chingha City speculate that although the assault team was lost in the secret realm, it's unlikely they all perished. Perhaps there were other unexpected developments. After all, no one has ever seen members of the assault team return resurrected, which is quite unnatural. To truly understand what happened, besides questioning Zhou Chengtian, we would likely need to enter that secret realm again. With the recent anomaly in the north of the city, various factions have clearly made their move. Hu Liuli glanced at Bai Xingqi and tentatively asked, if you're interested, would you consider joining the 100 Beasts Guild my grandfather belongs to? The 100 Beasts Guild will definitely be exploring that secret realm. Hu Liuli's offer was sincere, but Bai Xingqi showed no inclination to accept. He gave her a casual glance and said, it's getting dark. Aren't you heading back? Hu Liuli finally gave up on the idea of him continuing to level her up and asked, aren't you coming back with me? No, you go back to the city first. I'm dirt poor and need to pick up some drops. You're not planning on snatching them from me, are you? Hu Liuli rolled her eyes. In truth, ever since they started leveling together, she had been the one collecting all the drops and piling them in front of Bai Xingqi for him to pick up. Although he had proposed a 50-50 split, she had refused. She never cared about the drops from the mere western wilderness area. Now, with only the last batch of drops remaining, he was worried she would steal them. Slightly annoyed, Hu Liuli didn't bother driving back to the city. She directly took out a town portal scroll and used it on the spot. Under Bai Xingqi's gaze, she was enveloped by the scroll's light and instantly teleported back to the city. Once Hu Liuli had returned to the city, Bai Xingqi turned around and looked into the depths of the western wilderness area, the leveling area in the west of the city. Bai Xingqi's reason for tricking Hu Liuli away had nothing to do with the meager drops on the ground. In fact, his original intention for leaving the city this time was to defeat every type of monster in the western wilderness area, collecting samples for his training room. However, because Hu Liuli was with him, he didn't want to expose too much of his strength, which was why he had only killed monsters between levels 31 to 45 and had not yet engaged monsters above level 46. Now that Hu Liuli was gone and there was still some time before complete darkness, he intended to make the most of it. Returning to his solo state, Bai Xingqi was like a dragon entering the sea or a tiger returning to the mountains, confidently striding towards the level 46 monster zone. He gripped the sturdy healing staff he hadn't used in a long time and brought it down on a level 46 monster. As for his earlier claim to Hu Liuli about running out of arrows, it wasn't just a casual remark. Minus 33,758. Without Hu Liuli by his side, he no longer had any reservations and unleashed his full power. With a single strike, a small portion of the monster's health bar was depleted. With tens of thousands of health points, it wouldn't take many more such attacks to finish it off. But Bai Xingqi's strength didn't end there. After this initial strike, he had already unleashed another one of his skills, Enchanting Demonic Garment. In an instant, he only felt a chill pass over his body and a layer of translucent, pale blue gauze clothing was draped over his skin. As soon as Demon Repelling Gauze was activated, he noticed his health points beginning to drop. Minus 2,000, minus 2,000. A loss of 2,000 points per second would be alarming for an ordinary second-turn professional. However, Bai Xingqi remained unfazed. He raised his hand and cast slow recovery on himself again. His slow recovery skill was now at LV4 plus 8,216 plus 8,216. Thanks to his outrageously high spirit attribute, the LV4 slow recovery now restored nearly 10,000 points of health every second. At this moment, he could even be considered a mobile healing station. The health lost from Demon Repelling Gauze was completely negated, posing no further disadvantage to him. With no lingering concerns, Bai Xingqi once again raised his resilient medical staff and swung it forward. Minus 33,758, minus 4,108. In addition to the original physical attack damage, a new damage number appeared. This damage number was a pale blue. Clearly the attack bonus from the Demon Repelling Gauze state adds magic attack equal to 2 spirit skill level to all own attacks. This was the additional magic attack provided by Demon Repelling Gauze. Aside from its enhancement of magic defense, compared to his own physical damage, the magic attack added by Demon Repelling Gauze didn't seem particularly high. However, Bai Xingqi suddenly discovered a peculiar detail. This added damage seemed to bypass magic defense and deal damage directly. He currently possessed 2054 points of spirit attribute, which precisely translated to 2 spirit magic damage, showing no signs of being weakened by the opponent's magic defense. Bai Xingqi used his true insight eye to examine the information of the monster before him, having already determined that the monster possessed magic defense. Yet, its magic defense had proven ineffective. This damage was essentially true damage. Although the additional damage from Demon Repelling Gauze isn't high, it might have a special effect against monsters with extremely high defense. Bai Xingqi thought to himself, yet he maintained the demon-repelling Guz state and quickly dispatched the monster. After all, any extra output was beneficial. The minuscule damage he dismissed was, in reality, at a level that other ordinary professionals of the same level could not hope to reach. After defeating a level 46 monster, Bai Xingqi did not linger, and proceeded towards the area with level 47 wild monsters. Time was of the essence. He needed to hurry if he wanted to hunt each monster in this wild area once within the day. Level 47, level 48, level 60. Finally, as the sky began to truly descend and the wild area was about to be completely swallowed by the night, Bai Xingqi finally completed the act of killing a level 60 monster. Not far from him, another second-turn professional who had also been diligently leveling up to this point looked at him with deep shock in his eyes. He killed a level 60 monster so easily. Could that person have already undergone a third turn? But why would a third-turn professional come here? That weapon looks a bit unusual. Which third-turn profession could it be? The other person clearly did not recognize the resilient medical staff and did not even consider that possibility. Noticing Bai Xingqi's gaze, the person's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly lowered his head. Bai Xingqi, however, paid him no mind. He casually took out a town portal scroll and returned to town, enveloped in white light. This was one of the auxiliary items he had purchased from Boss Wan's cousin. Although it was expensive, it was indeed quick, convenient, and greatly improved efficiency when used for leveling and monster hunting. Before him, a surge of light appeared, and Bai Xingqi narrowed his eyes slightly, finding himself on a vast plaza. This was the Return Plaza in Clearwater City, serving as a save point for returning players. The other location, the Resurrection Temple, was where defeated professionals were passively returned. Bai Xingqi looked around the plaza and noticed 4 guards standing around it. 2 of them held greatswords, while the other 2 held bows, their gazes fixed on the plaza like falcons. This was precisely why he had been reluctant to use a return scroll earlier. These 4 guards were clearly members of the city guard, tasked with maintaining order and preventing malicious disturbances. However, if the city guard were looking to apprehend someone, their presence here would allow them to control the target immediately. At this moment, Bai Xingqi no longer feared them. He glanced at the 4 guards before leisurely exiting the plaza and heading home. Professionals were emerging from the return plaza, marking the peak hour for returning players. Despite the crowd, the scene was still peaceful. That is, if not for the sudden change that was about to occur. In the return plaza, everyone's eardrums were suddenly assaulted by a deafening roar. A massive boom echoed, and a violent tremor shook the entire plaza, causing the surrounding buildings to tremble. What's happening? What the hell? Which high-level professional is causing trouble in the city? Are they tired of living? Where are the city guards? Why aren't they doing anything? You guys, stop standing around like statues. Can't you see someone's causing trouble over there? Go arrest them. Some professionals even shouted at the 4 guards standing by the plaza. However, the 4 guards standing by the plaza seemed not to hear these words, their faces pale as they remained rooted to the spot, unable to move an inch. In the end, they couldn't reach an agreement. Who is it that's fighting with that person? The 4 guards exchanged glances, seeing the deep fear in each other's eyes. Is it that old man? Has he finally decided to let loose and cause a ruckus? On the edge of the plaza, Bai Xingqi looked in the direction of the tremor, his heart stirring. Within Clearwater City, in the sky far from the return plaza, flames raged, blasting a colossal rock and earth block into fragments. You scoundrel, you said you wouldn't use earthfall? In the sky, a massive and powerful flame lion roared. How dare you lay a hand on my granddaughter, your life ends here today. It was Hu Liuli's grandfather, Blazing Mad Lion, who Tuesday. Because Hu Liuli was attacked in the west of the city, he had returned in a rage, and it seemed the matter had come to light. Rumble. Another massive tremor sounded, and a figure plummeted from the sky, creating a deep crater upon impact with the ground. The figure fell diagonally from the distant sky, landing not far from the edge of the plaza, startling the surrounding professionals. Dust and sand billowed, then slowly dissipated, revealing the true appearance of the person who had fallen into the pit. Their appearance was not that of a normal person, but rather resembled a stone statue. Seeing this, many professionals nodded in understanding, not finding it particularly strange. The knowledge learned in school classes was still fresh, and they could vaguely recognize it as a third-tier earth magic spell called Stone Armor. This spell had no offensive capabilities, only pure defense. Because of its purity, even though it was only a third-tier spell, its defensive power was already considerable. Even falling from such a height, the person inside seemed to have suffered little damage, still groaning as they stood up from the cracked stone armor. Old Master Hu, I told you, it has nothing to do with me. You can't just assume I attacked your granddaughter based solely on earthfall, the standing professional said, looking up at the sky with a mixture of humiliation, resentment, and fear. You say it wasn't you, so it wasn't? From above, a lion engulfed in flames let out a thunderous roar. Since you refuse to admit it, then die. The blazing mad lion opened its mouth and spewed out a giant, scorching fireball, which plummeted downwards. The professionals watching from below were all greatly alarmed. Bai Xingqi instinctively moved further away, his brow furrowed, almost reaching for his demon-repelling silk robe. He could sense that this falling fireball was on a completely different level from the ones he had seen previously, like those cast by Zhou Shangming and his ilk. As for the target of this fireball, the person below's expression changed drastically. He quickly pulled out several scrolls and tore them open as if they were worthless. Several layers of water screens appeared around him. Even then, he wasn't reassured and began chanting incantations at high speed. A large amount of earth element gathered around him. A thick earth wall gradually took shape before the water screens. That's a rank 3 earth elementalist, one of the observing professionals identified the person's profession. But at this moment, the sound of rushing water suddenly echoed from the sky. A deep, dark blue current, like a surging great river, instantly crossed a vast expanse of sky and flew towards them. The water quickly intercepted the path of the falling fireball. Brother Hu, wait a moment. Along with the rushing water, a clear voice appeared. The owner of the voice stood at the end of the water current, looking at the blazing mad lion in the sky from afar. Boom! The scorching fireball collided head-on with the surging water, and a large amount of white mist rose, filling the entire sky. Water droplets, like falling rain, landed on the faces and bodies of the many professionals below, carrying a scorching heat. Zhou Changtian, I wouldn't have sought you out if you hadn't gotten involved in this mess. Who is the strongest combatant in Clearwater City now? Shall we settle it today? Zhou Changtian. Below, Bai Xingqi murmured, his expression turning grim. At this moment, he no longer lingered in the plaza. He walked out of the crowd and walked away with his head down. His training room was stocked with a large number of charging points, waiting for him to diligently grind monsters and convert them into his own strength. To get involved in matters concerning rank 4 professionals like Hu Tu and Zhou Changtian, one would inevitably need sufficient strength. Before that, watching the spectacle was merely a futile and extravagant act. The conversations from behind and the subsequent developments of the incident were no longer of concern to Bai Xingqi. He quickly returned to his home and, without wasting much time, entered the training room. Charging points, 13,350,000. In the training room, the amount of charging points was at an unprecedented level. A single monster from the Western Wild Zone could provide several thousand charging points. It was only natural that Bai Xingqi and Hu Liuli, teaming up, would acquire so many charging points after defeating several thousand of them. This is a bit scary. With so many charging points, how long will it take to finish grinding them all? For the first time, Bai Xingqi felt a prickle of unease due to the sheer volume of charging points in his training room. But this was merely a happy problem. As his level increased, the experience points required for him to level up now demanded 2,000 to 3,000 rank 31 monsters. This required number would continue to grow as his level increased. With so many charging points, if they were only used to refresh level 31 monsters, refreshing hundreds of thousands would be completely fine. As long as he worked hard at grinding monsters, his leveling path would have no problems. However, Bai Xingqi did not choose to directly refresh level 31 monsters to level up at this moment. He chose level 21 monsters. At his current level of 36, the difference was no more than 15 levels, so he could still gain experience. For him, this was naturally a better choice. Lower level monsters were more efficient to kill, and the same charging points could be used to refresh more of them, which was more conducive to grinding attributes. As Bai Xingqi once again gripped the fine iron heavy sword, 20 monsters had already spawned in the training room before him. The level 21 monsters had health bars approaching 30,000. When the fine iron heavy sword attacked 20 monsters simultaneously, the damage was only reduced to the minimum of 30%. With such damage, it was impossible to kill these level 21 monsters in one hit. Minus 10,565, minus 4,108, minus 10,565, minus 4,108. Dense damage numbers popped up. As expected, the damage value was reduced to 30%, only a little over 10,000. However, what surprised Bai Xingqi was that after each base damage, there was a follow-up cyan damage number. That was clearly the magic damage attached to the demon-repelling gauze robe, which, even when the fine iron heavy sword was performing an area of effect attack, also played an area of effect role. This skill always managed to bring him surprises. When his own base damage was reduced to 30%, this additional magic damage was no longer just icing on the cake, not even a minor inconvenience. It could completely be described as timely help. With this additional damage, Bai Xingqi could just manage to kill a group of monsters in 2 hits without needing a third. In a sense, this was equivalent to a 50% increase in efficiency. After 2 attacks turned these 20 monsters into white light, Bai Xingqi contentedly waited for the next wave of monsters to spawn. In the training room, Bai Xingqi let out a long sigh. Even he, after such high-intensity monster grinding, couldn't help but feel physically and mentally exhausted. For 4 consecutive hours, he had not stopped for a moment, constantly immersed in the joy of grinding monsters. After his second job change, the training room was upgraded to LV2, and the spawn interval for each wave of monsters was Also shortened, no longer the fixed 2 seconds from before. With Bai Xingqi's current attack power and attack speed, killing a wave of monsters took less than a second. Calculating the total time spent, including killing and refreshing, it was just over 2 seconds. In 1 minute he could grind over 20 waves of monsters. Although this efficiency decreased later as the level of monsters to be refreshed increased, it was still roughly the same. In 4 hours, Bai Xingqi had ground a total of 6,000 waves of monsters. With 20 monsters per wave, it meant that in just 4 hours he had ground a staggering 120,000 monsters. Bai Xingqi roughly calculated that the number of monsters he had ground in these 4 hours was probably equivalent to what others would grind nonstop for an entire year. And yet, his level had only increased by 10, reaching level 46. The difficulty of the leveling path for second job change professionals could be imagined. It seemed that the saying that ordinary professionals would spend several years in the second job change stage was not false. While the increase in level was naturally pleasing, what made him feel even more fulfilled was undoubtedly the increase in attribute points. This monster grinding session in the training room had increased his various attributes by an additional 7,200 points. Compared to this, the previous increases in attribute points were mere trifles. This was a huge improvement he had never seen before. Level 46 HP 1,831,200, MP 1,862,800, Constitution 9,156, Strength 9,156, Agility 9,156, Spirit 9,314. His 6 attributes all exceeded 9,000. Bai Xingqi clenched his fists, feeling a surge of power throughout his body as if a single punch could collapse a mountain. He knew, of course, that this was an illusion. But undoubtedly, although his class was still Tier 2, unchanged, his own strength, catalyzed by the attribute panel, had entered another unfathomable realm. At this moment, recalling the blazing mad lion that stood in the sky, he couldn't help but compare himself to it in his heart. Did he now possess the qualifications to wrestle with that opponent? To be only Tier 2 and already thinking of wrestling with a Tier 4 professional would surely earn him ridicule for his ignorance of his own limitations if others knew. But at this moment, Bai Xingqi inexplicably felt a certainty, a conviction, that even facing those Tier 4 professionals, he would not be without a fighting chance. Professionals' attribute growth rates increased significantly with each job advancement. 1 point of attribute for a high-tier professional was equivalent to 2 or even several times that of a low-tier professional. After some calculations, Bai Xingqi felt that despite the difference in growth rates, his current sky-high attribute panel was not merely for show. Under the premise of being Tier 2, his current strength should not be significantly different from the weaker Tier 4 professionals. He had also heard his father lament that Qingxue City was remote, and any single Tier 4 professional was already a rare powerhouse. Just being similar in strength is still not entirely stable, and this is only my own estimation. It might not be without flaws. Bai Xingqi pondered in silence, then nodded. To be safe, I must continue grinding monsters, preferably to complete my Tier 3 advancement as soon as possible. By then, there should be no one in Qingxue City that I need to fear. Although that was his thought, today was clearly not the day to continue. Killing 120,000 monsters this time only consumed a few million charging points. There were still nearly 10 million charging points left in the training room, which seemed enough for another 2 days. However, according to the information he had, the day after tomorrow was the school's recruitment fair, and that Zhou Shengming fellow was also making a fuss about holding a class reunion, which seemed to have ill intentions. It would be best to complete the Tier 3 advancement before attending the recruitment fair and class reunion, then no matter what happened, he would be worry-free. Thinking carefully, he could actually use the training room twice more before returning to school for the recruitment fair. He could use it once tonight after midnight, and again tomorrow night after midnight. If he continued at today's leveling efficiency, it was actually enough to reach level 60. However, Bai Xingqi was still not satisfied. He felt he should have more foresight. Perhaps, I should try to tackle a dungeon tomorrow? I wonder if the monsters in the dungeon can be replicated by the training room? Once this idea surfaced, it became uncontrollable and could no longer be suppressed. If it hadn't already gotten dark, he would have almost squeezed out the door. To tackle a dungeon while the iron was hot. Why squeeze out the door? All of this stemmed from the 120,000 monsters he had just finished grinding. The backpack space after Tier 2 had indeed increased significantly, allowing him to carry more materials and items. However, this did not mean it could withstand Bai Xingqi's relentless usage. Grinding 120,000 monsters at once resulted in a drop rate so astonishing it left him speechless. His backpack space was already full, and that was far from enough to hold all the dropped items. Finally, with no other choice, Bai Xingqi had to dump all the excess materials at home, keeping only the more valuable ones in his backpack. The house his father had bought was now so crammed with dropped items that it was difficult for him to even move. Although it's not good to be out of the city after dark, it should be fine to move around within the city at this time, right? With this thought in mind, Bai Xingqi firmly closed his front door and quickly headed towards the Qingshui commercial building. At night, the Qingshui commercial building was actually at its busiest. Magic lamps on both sides of the street cast their glow, and Qingshui city was bustling with activity. As he walked, the commotion from earlier at the city square seemed to have subsided, and there were fewer people. Bai Xingqi glanced at it from a distance and then paid it no further mind, continuing towards his destination. It wasn't that he wasn't concerned about the matter, but he knew very well that at each stage he should focus on what needed to be done at that particular stage. There was no point in worrying about things he couldn't influence for the time being. Bai Xingqi entered the Qingshui commercial building and went to the floor where Boss Wang's cousin worked. With his current haul, newbie department store could no longer handle it, and he was already familiar with coming to find this cousin of his. However, the cousin, the elder Boss Wang, seemed to be too busy to attend to him at the moment. It was the busiest time of day for the Qingshui commercial building, and the elder Boss Wang's shop was naturally doing excellent business. Auntie, the scrolls I have here are all produced by reputable large companies, strictly made according to standards by qualified magic item craftsmen, so there's no way their effects would be lacking. Student, while offensive power is important for leveling up as a beginner, my advice is to prioritize increasing your defense. This set of equipment focuses on improving defense. Don't be put off by the slightly higher price. Once you wear it while leveling, think about how many healing potions you'll save, and that's money. Uncle, don't. Look at this skill book costing 100,000 star coins. If you buy it for your child to learn, it will significantly boost their strength. They'll be able to defeat monsters they couldn't before, even those above their level. If you happen to deal a little more damage when tackling a boss and get an excellent drop, you'll have already made your money back. This skill book is practically free. Inside the shop, the professional adventurers who came to shop were left stunned, their minds almost shutting down. Watching the elder Boss Wang debate the masses from the side, Bai Xingqi couldn't help but blink. Seeing this situation, he wondered if he had looked just as foolish and ripe for the picking when he traded with the man earlier. He had even thought the elder Boss Wang was a decent person before. It seemed one should never underestimate any businessman. I'll consider it. The middle-aged man in the shop pondered for a moment before saying so. After all, he was an adult with some experience and wouldn't be easily swayed. The auntie who brought her child to buy scrolls also chimed in, then we'll consider it too. The young professional who came to buy equipment alone looked around and said, I need to consider it too. The elder Boss Wang nodded, his smile unwavering, and said softly, alright, please take your time to consider. There's no rush. Call me when you've made up your mind. With that, he walked towards Bai Xingqi. Although he was talking to a few people, his keen eyes had already noticed Bai Xingqi entering the shop. What's up, little Bai? Are you here too? Buy items or to sell materials this time? Seeing Bai Xingqi, the elder Boss Wang's mood visibly improved. Having done business with him before, he knew very well that customers like Bai Xingqi were the kind every shop owner loved. Not only was the trading volume large, but he bought decisively without fuss, and never haggled. He was simply an envoy sent by God to reward merchants. Process the materials. Bai Xingqi smiled and said, of course, I'll also pick up some things from you while I'm here. You have more materials to process? The king boss's eyes lit up, and he quickly beckoned Bai Xingqi to sit down. This preferential treatment immediately made other customers in the shop look up, quite surprised. The king boss didn't care about them and had already brought a magic scale to his side. Bai Xingqi glanced at the magic scale and was a little surprised. Is this a new magic scale? The king boss nodded with a smile. The previous magic scale's weighing limit was too low. It didn't match your status. As he spoke, he looked at Bai Xingqi in front of him with anticipation. Although his reason told him that it was impossible for the other party to have too many materials in such a short period of time, another voice in his heart was shouting, making him eager to witness the surprise Bai Xingqi brought again. He was not disappointed in the end. In front of him, Bai Xingqi opened his backpack space and poured out a large amount of materials with a rustle filling the ground. The king boss was so excited that he couldn't speak. As expected, this little Bai brother, introduced by his cousin, was a super high-quality customer. The two didn't spend too much time and quickly processed these materials using the upgraded magic scale. The king boss was all smiles, very satisfied with the further increase in his shop's inventory. After processing the ordinary materials, Bai Xingqi also processed the equipment he had dropped. He basically couldn't use most of them. There were even more than a dozen skill books that he didn't need, so he simply packed them up and dealt with them to the other party. The king boss was truly shocked to the point of numbness. When did skill books, such rare items, become something that could be dealt with in bulk? What was the background of this little Bai brother? Did he have a medium-sized guild behind him, grinding materials for him, day and night? This one is 80,000, this one is 90,000, this one is 120,000. After a wild imagination, the king boss quickly tallied them up and quoted prices to Bai Xingqi according to the market price. Of course, this market price naturally referred to the acquisition price of their merchants. Neither of them avoided others, so the other customers in the shop were clearly shocked by this scene. The middle-aged man who had wanted to buy a skill book earlier had already walked over and stood in front of them, saying to Bai Xingqi, "Little brother, this skill book is exactly what I need. Why don't you sell it directly to me? I'll give you 85,000 star coins. There are no middlemen to make a profit, so you can earn more and I can spend less." He pointed to a skill book that the king boss had quoted at 80,000. He had originally wanted to quote 90,000 directly, but after thinking about it, as long as it was higher than the merchant boss's acquisition price, he could save another 5,000. The situation suddenly became a little awkward. The king boss's smile remained, but his eyes narrowed slightly unconsciously, and he glanced at the middle-aged man without a trace. If it were a private transaction outside the shop, he naturally wouldn't interfere, but for someone to do this so brazenly in his shop was a bit too much. However, out of consideration for Bai Xingqi, this high-quality customer, he did not overtly show his displeasure. This customer's suggestion seems to make some sense. What do you think, little Bai brother? He had already decided that even if Bai Xingqi agreed to the middle-aged man's transaction invitation, he would absolutely not fall out with the other party because of it. It would be the most foolish act to refuse business with such a high-quality customer over a mere 10 to 20,000 profit. The middle-aged man's face twitched, his smile stiffening. He knew his actions had deeply angered the owner of this establishment. But so what? Saving 15,000 star dollars on a single transaction was more appealing than anything else. At worst, he could simply stop shopping at this establishment from now on. Thus, he looked at Bai Xingqi with great anticipation. In his opinion, any normal person wouldn't refuse such a win-win proposal. However, all he received in return was disappointment. Bai Xingqi glanced at Boss De Wang, then at him, and shook his head with slight regret. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I'm afraid business is first come, first served. I've already agreed to the transaction with this boss." Inside the shop, the middle-aged man was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this young man he encountered to be so pedantic and foolish, refusing benefits that were practically handed to him. "It's normal for young people to be thin-skinned, but I saw just now that you hadn't fully completed the transaction. Boss, wouldn't you agree?" He smiled at Boss De Wang and then persuaded, "How about this? I'll raise it to 90,000. Just consider it helping me out." He believed the price of 85,000 wasn't convincing enough for the other party to make a decision. Bai Xingqi still smiled and shook his head. The middle-aged man's expression turned completely grim. "Little Bai, you're giving old brother so much face. How could I possibly let you suffer a loss?" Boss De Wang, standing beside him, had already taken the skill books from Bai Xingqi. He smiled and said, "I'll purchase that skill book just now from you for 100,000 star dollars, and I'll add an extra 10% to the purchase price for all other skill books." "Then thank you, Brother Wang." Bai Xingqi was naturally happy to earn more money. Seeing how things had escalated, the middle-aged man opened and closed his mouth, ultimately saying nothing further. After considering for a moment, he still couldn't let go of the skill book. Gritting his teeth, he said to Boss De Wang, "Boss, I'll take this skill book. 10,000 star dollars it is." With the recruitment fair imminent and having heard some inside information, he naturally had to make plans for his child as soon as possible. It would be a much greater loss if his child's performance at the recruitment fair was poor due to a moment of reluctance. It was just a pity that he was destined to experience disappointment again today. 100,000 star dollars? Boss De Wang glanced at him and replied with a smile, "Sir, it's 12,000 star dollars now." "You this?" The middle-aged man was caught off guard and stunned. "Didn't you just say 100,000 star dollars? "I apologize, but due to increased procurement costs, we had to raise the selling price to avoid losses." Boss De Wang looked him straight in the eye. He was smiling, but there was clearly no warmth in his eyes. Fine. I'll buy it from someone else." The middle-aged man, somewhat angered, trembled as he walked out, turning back to shout, "This kind of malicious price gouging is clearly a violation of merchant credit. I'm going to report you to the Merchant Association. Farewell." Boss De Wang waved his hand, bidding the middle-aged man farewell without a trace of a smile. Bai Xingqi blinked and looked at Boss De Wang with slight confusion. "Is it really okay for you to do this? What are you referring to, the report?" Boss De Wang smiled and shook his head. "At most, I'll get a mild warning from the Merchant Association. There's no substantial loss anyway. Being able to vent my anger and feel good about myself, I think it's quite worth it." Bai Xingqi chuckled. "This is going against the principle of harmony bringing wealth." Boss De Wang smiled and said nothing. On the surface, his actions towards the middle-aged man seemed immature, completely unlike what a qualified businessman would do, but only he knew in his heart that his actions were part of a grand strategy and he had actually profited immensely. He could clearly feel that after this incident, his relationship with Bai Xingqi had become much more harmonious. The subsequent matters were even easier to handle. There were no outsiders in the business at this moment. The other customers who had been considering their options earlier had very rationally left the business after witnessing the boss's seemingly reckless behavior. After some fuss, the boss handed Bai Xingqi a beautifully designed card. "What is this?" Bai Xingqi asked, not reaching out to take it immediately. "This is a platinum customer card, a symbol of VIP status. Cardholders will receive an 88% discount on consumption at all our company's businesses, shops, or other establishments. The price for selling materials will increase by an additional 10%, and there are also premium services such as ordering custom items and monthly delivery of product lists." Looking at Bai Xingqi, the boss continued, "You must have heard of cross-city companies. Although the Chingha Guild is the most arrogant in Clearwater City, once you leave Clearwater City, compared to companies like ours, the Chingha Guild is nothing." "Oh, right," the boss seemed to remember something and added, "The day after tomorrow is the recruitment fair. Our company will also have representatives there. If you're interested, you might want to learn more. Our company is quite good." Bai Xingqi finally took the platinum customer card from the other man's hand. "The star currency earned from this transaction has been deposited into it. You can use your mental power to imprint your mark and fill in your personal information." Following the boss's reminder, Bai Xingqi extended a wisp of his mental power towards the platinum customer card. Like a spark igniting, this wisp of mental power underwent a strange transformation upon contact with the card's surface. Bai Xingqi felt an indescribable connection forming between himself and the card. He could clearly sense that the star currency obtained from this transaction, a total of 3.25 million, was stored within the card. This time, by grinding monsters in the training room, not only had his strength greatly increased, but his wealth had also soared. Of course, selling for over 3 million at once was also because he had brought items of higher value this time, such as those dozen skill books and the equipment. Although he still had many materials at home, many times the quantity sold this time, their value was far less, likely only enough to sell for another 1 to 2 million at most. In addition, he noticed that as his mental power was injected, a semi-transparent information box appeared before him. It was filled with a dazzling array of various items, even listing items for sale from shops in other cities, clearly the product list mentioned by the boss. According to the boss, this list was updated every month. Bai Xingqi nodded with satisfaction. He found the platinum customer card given to him by the boss. "Quite interesting. If I see something I like on the list from an outer city, how can I purchase it?" he asked, the point that puzzled him. "You can directly place an order on the list. After selecting a delivery address, our company will help arrange the shipment and deliver it to you quickly." The boss smiled and added, "Unless it's something particularly rare and urgently needed, I generally don't recommend it. Given the cost of using teleportation arrays and the difficulty of cross-city travel, sometimes the shipping costs can even exceed the price of the goods, making it very uneconomical." "Online shopping?" Bai Xingqi, from another world, chuckled inwardly. He had anticipated the extremely high transportation costs. After all, this world was very special. While it was fine between adjacent cities, transporting goods to cities far apart through numerous wild zones was not easy, especially for a third-tier city like Clearwater City, which didn't even have teleportation arrays to other cities. Even if one wanted to use expensive teleportation stones, it was impossible. "What exactly do you mean by custom item creation? Can I customize items or equipment according to my own ideas?" "That's right. Do you have any items or equipment you'd like to customize? I can help you. Contact the excellent magic item crafters or magic blacksmiths in our company." "No rush on that for now," Bai Xingqi said as he reviewed the inventory list. "First, help me get some dungeon tokens and backpack expansion stones." Within the trading post, Bai Xingqi expressed his intention to purchase dungeon tokens and backpack expansion stones from Boss De Wang. Dungeon tokens, needless to say, were the passes required to enter dungeons. Besides the 4 hours of monster grinding, time limited daily within his training room, he had plenty of free time each day. Simply grinding monsters in the wild during this time was not very efficient. After consideration, he believed this time should be utilized more effectively. Even with a super leveling speed that others could not even imagine, he was not satisfied. He wanted to become stronger even faster. One of the ways he could think of to achieve this was by grinding dungeons. Compared to wild leveling zones, dungeons had stronger monsters, higher experience points, and better drop rates, and there were no outsiders to disturb him. Apart from the difficulty, which made it hard to clear solo, the advantages of grinding dungeons were countless. However, this problem was clearly not an issue for Bai Xingqi at this moment. He was quite confident that his own strength far surpassed that of well-equipped teams. If he couldn't solo a mere dungeon, who else could? The need for backpack expansion stones also stemmed from this. With his level of skill, the efficiency of him going out of the city to grind dungeons would undoubtedly be very high. If his backpack space was insufficient, wouldn't he have to return to the city frequently to deal with dropped items? Not many people need backpack expansion stones. And I don't have many in stock, only 30. If you want them, take them all. If it's still not enough, I can help you get more. As for the dungeon tokens, Boss De Wang glanced at Bai Xingqi and asked, "What level of dungeon tokens do you want, and how many?" Around Clearwater City, there were 8 levels of dungeons, corresponding to the 1st to 4th job advancements of professionals, with 2 dungeons for each advancement stage. As for higher level dungeons, one would have to go to the vicinity of a second-tier city. In fact, the highest dungeon clear record in Clearwater City was only up to level 7. That was the result of the joint efforts of the Professional Association and the city's upper-tier guilds a long time ago. Bai Xingqi had already made up his mind and said directly, "I'll take all the backpack expansion stones, and please help me get more. As for the dungeon tokens, I want 2 of each from level 1 to 4, and then for the remaining level 5 to 8 tokens, the more the better." Based on his understanding of his own strength, he felt that dungeons from level 1 to 4 no longer held much significance for him to clear. However, he would still take 2, and perhaps make a trip into the dungeons to replicate the monster types in his training room. Of course, before actually entering the dungeons, Bai Xingqi was not entirely sure if replication would truly be possible. You want level 5 to 8 tokens, and the more the better? The king boss's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Do you know that even the Chingha guild, known as the #1 guild in Qingshui City, only dares to tackle level 5 dungeons in teams? As for level 6 dungeons, they often need a lot of preparation before they can attempt one. Are you sure you can use these tokens you bought?" I know," Bai Xingqi nodded, indicating he wasn't out of his mind. "Don't worry about whether I can use these tokens or not. Just give me whatever you have. You're a businessman, don't you want to make money?" The king boss gave a wry smile. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. You're not like ordinary people, so why should I worry so much?" He roughly organized his thoughts before replying, 2 tokens for levels 1 to 4, no problem. For levels 5 to 7, my stock isn't large. Besides what I've promised to the various guilds, I can only give you 5 of each. As for level 8 tokens, I'm very sorry, I don't have any. Bye. Shengji was a little surprised and said, "Then why were you breathing so heavily just now, asking me how many I wanted? I thought your entire warehouse was filled with dungeon tokens." The king boss gave a wry smile. "I originally thought you only wanted level 1 to 4 tokens. Who knew you wanted level 5 to 8? Level 8 dungeon tokens are simply not available for sale in Qingshui City. Unless you go to a level 2 city, perhaps you might find them there." "Is that so? Can you help me arrange for them?" "Arranging for them is certainly possible, but it will likely take at least half a month at the earliest," the king boss said thoughtfully. "Moreover, dungeon tokens of this level are in high demand in cities above level 2, and they never have trouble selling them. Qingshui City, being a level 3 city, has a limited quota. Even if I apply to arrange for them, I probably won't be able to get many." "Is that so? Then let's forget about it for now." Bai Xingqi shook his head, not too disappointed. With his current strength, he might not be able to tackle a level 8 dungeon, so there was no need to rush. Besides, tackling dungeons was just a sudden idea. His main way of improving his strength would still rely on the training room. Missing out on one level 8 dungeon wouldn't really matter. After quickly completing the transaction with the king boss and even purchasing 1,000,000 ordinary arrows, Bai Xingqi prepared to leave. The 1,000,000 arrows were stored in specialized quivers made by a magic craftsman, with each quiver holding 10,000 arrows. 1,000,000 arrows meant 100 quivers. His attack speed was astonishingly fast now, and arrows were consumed like flowing water, so preparing 1,000,000 arrows wasn't excessive. He had initially wanted to ask the other party to help him contact someone to customize equipment, but after thinking about it, he decided to put that idea aside for now. With the speed at which his level was increasing, his equipment would be updated too quickly. He was afraid that by the time he finally got his custom equipment, its level would already be outdated. While it could still be used, it wouldn't have much significance. As he was leaving, the king boss called out from behind, "Except for level 1 dungeon tokens, which drop in the wild, tokens for higher level dungeons are dropped by the bosses within the dungeons. For example, level 8 dungeon tokens have a chance to be dropped by the bosses of level 7 dungeons." "Okay, I know. Thank you, Brother Wang." Watching Bai Xingqi's retreating figure, the king boss behind him shook his head self-deprecatingly. He had been overthinking things. Although the bosses of level 7 dungeons had a chance to drop level 8 dungeon tokens, the probability was so low that even if Bai Xingqi managed to clear 5 level 7 dungeons, he might not even get a level 8 token. And could the other party really clear a level 7 dungeon, which required the joint efforts of the association's branch and various guilds? After leaving the king boss's shop, Bai Xingqi visited various merchants in the mall and cleared out all the dungeon tokens and backpack expansion stones that other merchants had for sale. This trip to Clearwater Commercial Plaza, processing items and earning over 3 million star yuan, was immediately offset by the purchase of backpack expansion stones and dungeon tokens, which consumed more than half of it. This was also because the other merchants had only a scattered and limited supply of dungeon tokens, otherwise, Bai Xingqi would have doubted if his 3 million was enough. As expected, with the improvement of his strength, although he fought higher level monsters and earned money faster, he also spent money much quicker. After all, high level items were clearly not cheap. Bai Xingqi left Clearwater Commercial Plaza and returned home. he kept in mind what Boss Big King had said when he left. He already had an idea in mind, and whether it would work or not he would only know after trying it himself. However, the entrances to those dungeons were all outside the city, and it was already night, so going to the wilderness was not wise. What he could use immediately were the backpack expansion stones. Each expansion stone could increase his backpack space by 1 cubic meter. He had purchased 30 expansion stones from Boss Big King, and combined with those he swept up from other merchants at Clearwater Commercial Plaza, he had a total of 220. As flashes of light passed by, Chingha used all of these 200 plus expansion stones. After using them and gaining an additional 220 cubic meters of backpack space, Chingha found that he could now store all the materials piled up at home. The house once again felt spacious and tidy. Forget it, I'll make another trip. Seeing that it was still early before bedtime and he couldn't do anything else, Chingha resolutely walked out of his house again. Shabai, going out again so late? Old man Chin at the community guard post greeted him with a smile. I have something to take care of and need to go out, he replied with a smile and left quickly. Meanwhile, at Clearwater Commercial Plaza, Boss Big King, who had intended to close early for inventory, once again welcomed a distinguished guest. It was clear that this distinguished guest's visit had brought him a shock far beyond his imagination. West of Clearwater City, as soon as the city gates opened, Chingha agilely passed through the crowd and headed quickly into the depths of the wilderness. This time, he had not only activated the stealth status but also put on the mist veil. With the current strength of his spirit attribute, no one in this entire west of the city could see his information. Last night he had gone to Clearwater Commercial Plaza again and processed the materials that had filled his room to Boss Big King. Shocked by the quantity and frequency of the materials he sold, Boss Big King eventually recommended a machine to him, a material decomposition machine. This was the masterpiece of a certain master craftsman, not yet fully on the market, and was temporarily only used within a small internal circle. Boss Big King, considering the trust built through their transactions, finally rented this machine to Chingha for use. As for buying it, that was definitely not an option. With the money Chingha had on hand, he couldn't afford it at all. According to Boss Big King, this machine was conservatively estimated to be worth over 10 million star yuan. Chingha was overjoyed and happily accepted the machine, which was so expensive yet rented to him without any collateral. This machine could decompose all materials dropped by monsters into a special monster essence. Depending on the level of the decomposed materials, the resulting monster essence would also differ. According to Boss Big King, materials dropped by monsters of levels 1 to 30 would basically only decompose into low-level monster essence. Approximately 100 units of materials could be decomposed into 1 unit of monster essence. This would greatly save space. As for the use of these decomposed monster essence, Boss Big King only revealed that the company would be responsible for recycling them. Chingha knew there must be crucial information he was missing, but he didn't pay it much mind. It didn't matter to him what use these monster essences had, as long as they could be sold. He was different from ordinary professionals. Besides focusing on grinding monsters to improve his attribute panel, he wasn't particularly concerned with other equipment or items. Alright, I'll rent this machine then, saves me the trouble of coming all the way here every day. Chingha was quite satisfied after receiving the material decomposition machine. Boss De Wang smiled, watching the other man's retreating back, his heart filled with apprehension. He had truly invested heavily this time, and he wasn't sure if this decision was right or wrong. However, the company's upper management was indeed acquiring materials in large quantities to decompose them into monster essences, and this had become particularly evident recently. The material decomposition machine he had in hand was also dispatched from above because of this. They had even indicated that the upcoming assessment would focus on monster essences, and lower-level merchants who performed exceptionally well might be promoted. In other words, if he performed well this time, he might have the opportunity to transfer to a second-tier city. Chingha's repeated visits to process materials over the past 2 days had made him notice something unusual. Now, by renting this decomposition machine to Chingha, he had essentially placed all his bets on the other man. Although he had made his decision, it was an overwhelmingly important one, and his heart was inevitably in a state of turmoil. Could it be that the materials from before were accumulated by his backing forces over a long period and he's only processing them now? What if he can't get so many materials in the future? What if he just runs off with my material decomposition machine? If that happens, and they investigate, I fear I might not even be able to keep my qualification as a third-tier city agent. For a moment, Boss De Wang's mind was flooded with all sorts of thoughts, and he almost fell into despair. Finally, he hardened his resolve, gritted his teeth, and thought, why be a coward? Let's go for it. If we win, we'll have models at the club. If we lose, we'll go out and work. At this moment, he had no idea that Chingha, on whom he had pinned so much hope, had already left through the west gate of the city on his way to tackle a dungeon. As he walked towards the dungeon, Chingha was also thinking about the material decomposition machine. He had to admit this machine was truly amazing. His backpack space was now filled with the fresh, hot monster essences that had just been decomposed. It had saved him so much space. These materials, of course, came from the new round of grinding in the training room. After midnight last night, the 4-hour grinding time in the training room had refreshed. He had immediately chosen to enter the training room to grind monsters. Clearly, he had killed another 100,000 monsters. Although his attribute panel had greatly improved compared to the previous day, and his output capability had increased significantly due to the refresh interval of monsters in the training room, the number of monsters killed was similar to the previous day. Of course, while the quantity was similar, the level of the monsters killed far surpassed that of the previous day. The experience points and the value of the drops were far greater than before. At this moment he had reached level 53. Level 53, health 3,315,400, mana 3,351,200, physical attack 331,540, constitution 16,577, strength 16,577, agility 16,577, spirit 16,756. The higher the level, the more experience points are required to level up. Even with such an efficient grinding method, the leveling speed had clearly slowed down compared to 2 days ago. Bai Xingqi understood very well that even with one more chance to clear monsters in his training room before the job fair, he wouldn't be able to reach the third job advancement at his current pace. This was why he planned to tackle the dungeons. Moreover, his stats had increased compared to the previous day, his overall strength had greatly improved, and his confidence was even higher. He directly abandoned the 2 dungeons in the northern wild area and chose to start from the west of the city. Anyway, the northern area was undergoing changes, and he would have to explore it eventually, so he could clear the dungeons then. Following the map's guidance, he soon arrived at his destination. This was one of the 2 dungeons deep within the western wild area, a level 3 dungeon named Carrion Eater's Lament. The monsters within were Carrion Eater wolves, and the strongest boss was a Carrion Eater wolf king. Bai Xingqi had spent money to purchase this information from a shop in the Clearwater Mall. Unlike information on low-level monsters, high-level monster and dungeon information, and so on, had not been free to access from a certain stage onwards. What could be learned in school classes was only relatively low-level information. Useful tips summarized by major guilds from their dungeon clears were treated as treasures, rarely shared. Bai Xingqi could understand this. However, it was just a mere level 3 dungeon, and for him, it made no difference whether he had a guide or not. It was all about brute force. Hello there, friend. Tackling a dungeon so early? I see you're alone, and our team is short 1 member. What's your profession? Strangely enough, even though Bai Xingqi had rushed over early in the morning, there were already other people at the dungeon entrance. I'm a physician. Bai Xingqi glanced at the other person and didn't hide anything. It wasn't a secret that couldn't be revealed. Physician? What's your spirit power? Have you leveled up your skills? Is your healing high? The other professional asked a string of questions and then turned back to a few teammates, saying, we have an empty slot anyway, and another physician wouldn't hurt. It could save us a lot of high-grade healing potions. Although the people in the team hesitated, they all nodded in agreement. Bai Xingqi, however, had already walked forward. The other person quickly called out, brother, you're mistaken. You need to form a team before you can enter together. Who said I wanted to enter with you? Bai Xingqi turned back and looked at the person strangely, shaking his head, and said, you guys go ahead. Why? Brother, don't be moody. I know the leveling environment for a first-job apprentice physician is a bit tough, but we've never discriminated against any profession. We've never been aloof towards our physician brothers. Please don't play that kind of game where you make us feel inferior. The professional who had invited him to join the team exclaimed indignantly. You're overthinking it. Bai Xingqi shook his head and walked forward. It wasn't impossible that some physicians had such an attitude, but he certainly didn't. After all, he hadn't experienced the period of being ignored during his first job advancement, so he couldn't appreciate the satisfaction of making others feel inferior. It could be said that the physician profession truly had a 30 years east, 30 years west kind of feeling. During the first job advancement, their healing was low and they were disliked for slowing down leveling. However, by the second job advancement, as their healing efficiency gradually improved, they were no longer universally disliked. It was foreseeable that as their levels and job classes continued to increase, it would become increasingly difficult for other professionals to rely solely on health potions to clear high-difficulty dungeons. The physician class at that stage would become highly sought after. It was practically a transformation from hell to heaven. Of course, this transformation often occurred after physicians reached the third job advancement, and this might require several years of arduous leveling. Ordinary individual professionals might not be able to easily get through this stage. The unique nature of the physician class also leads many guilds to specifically cultivate their own physician specialists. Smaller groups, without overwhelming strength, find it difficult when they need a physician. But this had nothing to do with Bai Xingqi. His footsteps didn't falter as he walked forward, holding a dungeon token, and stepped directly into the blue vortex of light before him. The vortex rippled, and the dungeon token in Bai Xingqi's hand transformed into a stream of light. His figure then passed through the vortex of light, disappearing without a trace. He went in. The professional who had been shouting in disbelief widened his pupils in shock and turned to his teammates, saying, "Did you see that? He went in." Yes. His teammates were no less shocked. Their faces pale and lost. "We saw it, he went in, and he went alone." Alone, and a physician. A physician tackling a dungeon by himself. The scene before Bai Xingqi changed, and he realized he had entered the level 3 dungeon, Carrion Eater's Lament. Even as he stood at the entrance of the dungeon, he could already hear waves of lamentations. Not far away, in the depths of the dungeon, many carrion demon wolves were clearly waiting to attack any intruders. He looked back. The vortex of light behind him was still there. As a matter of common knowledge, he knew that if he regretted it now, he could simply step back into the vortex of light and reappear outside the dungeon. Apart from the cost of one dungeon token, there would be no other losses. Often, when professionals ventured deep into a dungeon in a team and found the difficulty too great to continue, they could turn back and retreat through the vortex of light, abandoning the dungeon attempt. Compared to secret realms, dungeons, with such mechanisms, offered a certain level of safety for professionals, reducing psychological pressure. Bai Xingqi, of course, would not do that now. So eager, are we? Let me see how much difference the monsters in this dungeon have compared to those outside, he murmured softly, already walking forward with composure. Soon, in the dim environment, at the end of a narrow passage ahead, 4 pairs of blood-red eyes stared intently at Bai Xingqi at the entrance of the passage. Although the environment was dim, Bai Xingqi's true sight allowed him to clearly see the information of these 4 monsters. Carrion Demon Wolf level 40. Although they were level 40 monsters, their attributes were quite high, far surpassing monsters of the same level in the outer wild areas. They were even comparable to level 60 wild monsters in the outer wild areas. It was just the beginning, and these monsters, the outermost ones in the dungeon, already possessed such strength. It was no wonder they said dungeons were much more dangerous than wild leveling areas. Bai Xingqi, of course, would not be stopped by such minor characters. He held his fine iron heavy sword and strode forward. A wolf howl sounded, and the 4 carrion demon wolves lunged forward simultaneously. But in the next moment, the howling stopped abruptly. This was because Bai Xingqi swung his fine iron heavy sword forward, unleashing a great whirlwind. -325,688, -325,724. Attack damage exceeding 300,000 popped up. These 4 powerful carrion demon wolves directly turned into white light, becoming his experience points. Experience plus 120, experience plus 120. As monsters in a level 3 dungeon, the experience points from these 4 carrion demon wolves were actually triple that of monsters of the same level outside. No wonder Hulioli, after being brought to a dungeon by her grandfather, had quickly leveled up to level 30. It was no wonder leveling was so fast with such generous experience points. In addition to this, Bai Xingqi discovered that the charging points obtained from killing these dungeon monsters were also triple that of ordinary monsters in the outside world. This discovery filled him with joy. He suppressed his excitement, gripped the fine iron greatsword in his hand, and continued to walk inside. Too weak, not enough to fight at all. In the dungeon, after Bai Xingqi easily killed the carrion demon wolf king in front of him, he was no longer interested in this level 3 dungeon. Where the carrion demon wolf king was killed, a vortex of light appeared, which was the portal that only appeared after successfully clearing the dungeon. Bai Xingqi stepped into it, leaving this level 3 dungeon without any hesitation. What's going on? It's only been a short while, brother, did you escape? I told you long ago that this dungeon can't be cleared by one person, let alone you, a physician with no output ability. How about it? Do you want to team up with us? Maybe the equipment specifically for physicians will drop, and none of us will snatch it from you. As soon as Bai Xingqi emerged from the dungeon portal, he heard these words. The faces of the people speaking to him came into view. They were the same people who had been guarding the dungeon entrance earlier, wanting to invite him to clear the dungeon together. No need, you guys carry on. Bai Xingqi was too lazy to waste words with them, waved his hand directly, and left. Forget it, more people will come later. This guy doesn't appreciate kindness, so we won't bother with him. That's right, a physician who doesn't know how to be friendly and build good relationships will have a hard time in the future. Bai Xingqi, however, had already rushed to the next dungeon entrance. The dungeons that might require these people to form a good team and spend a whole day to clear took him only a little over 10 minutes. He quickly arrived at the entrance of the level 4 dungeon in the west of the city. There were also professionals preparing to enter the dungeon here. However, unlike the people before, they did not temporarily invite him to team up. This was also normal. The difficulty of level 4 dungeons was completely different from level 3 dungeons. Most of Those who had the strength to clear this dungeon were members of well-organized and disciplined guilds. Their team formations were very strict and fixed. There were very few temporary wild teams to clear this dungeon, as it was not only inefficient but also did not guarantee success. Bai Xingqi noticed that these teams had at least one Tier 3 professional. This gave him a further understanding of the difficulty of level 4 dungeons. However, this still did not make him have any doubts. Ignoring the teams around him, he strode forward and walked directly into the vortex of light representing the dungeon entrance. What the heck? What was that just now? He went into the dungeon alone? I saw it too. I just know he's very young, but I can't see his specific information. Even you can't see his specific information, so he's at least Tier 3, or even Tier 4? You're overthinking it. How many Tier 4 experts are there in Clearwater City? Do you think they're like the red crazy rabbits in the wild found everywhere? Even if he's not a Tier 4 expert, he must be a top tier Tier 3, otherwise, how could he be confident enough to solo a level 4 dungeon? But when did Clearwater City get such a young top tier Tier 3? I don't remember. Never mind, let's focus on our own business. Alas, since the anomaly in the north of the city occurred, I understand the direction of Clearwater City less and less. Let's hurry up and level up to get items, otherwise, if old madman who goes crazy and finds us next time, we won't have the guild leader of the first guild to protect us. TSK, don't jinx it. Can you stop scaring people? Don't flatter yourself. If he's looking for someone, he'll look for those top tier Tier 3s. Don't we know our own worth? Outside the dungeon, people were discussing animatedly. At this moment, Bai Xingqi had already ventured quite a distance into the level 4 dungeon. He still carried a simple fine iron greatsword, sweeping forward with unadorned power. Compared to the level 3 dungeon, the monsters in this level 4 dungeon were indeed much stronger. However, before him, they were still no match. The experience points and energy points gained from level 4 monsters were also triple that of monsters of the same level outside. Bai Xingqi pressed onward, his steps unwavering, cutting through them with gusto. Ultimately, the dungeon's boss also fell beneath his feet as expected, becoming another soul claimed by his sword. Level 4 dungeon. The vortex of light flashed, and a figure reappeared. Bai Xingqi once again materialized outside. The time he spent clearing this much more difficult level 4 dungeon was still similar to the level 3 dungeon, only about 10 minutes. With all his attributes exceeding 10,000 points, he seemed to have become an anomaly among professionals of the same tier. Hello, you. His reappearance also drew the curiosity of the professionals outside. However, Bai Xingqi couldn't be bothered. With a blank expression, he glanced at them, then pulled out a town portal scroll and chose to use it. Soon, the light of the scroll enveloped his body, and his figure vanished before everyone's eyes. The difficulty of the level 4 dungeon was nothing more than this. It clearly wasn't worth his lingering. That person probably failed the dungeon and ran away so quickly out of shame. Who knows? A level 4 dungeon token isn't cheap. To be willing to spend a token just to take a look around and then use a town portal scroll as well, that's quite something. Such speculative words drifted from the spot. But Bai Xingqi had already returned to Clearwater City. Time was tight, and he didn't intend to waste his thoughts on trivial matters. He directly headed towards the east gate of the city. East of Clearwater City, Bai Xingqi looked around with a slight curiosity. In fact, this was his first time in the Eastern Wilderness. For many professionals, before their third advancement, they wouldn't actively come to the Eastern Wilderness. This was because the Eastern Wilderness was the territory of monsters level 61 and above. These eastern monsters were not only powerful but also possessed a far greater desire to attack humans than the monsters in the northern and western parts of the city. As soon as professionals appeared before these monsters, they would be relentlessly pursued to their deaths by the extremely aggressive creatures. There was once a merchant caravan from another city that intended to enter Clearwater City from the east, but they were surrounded by a swarm of monsters. Although powerful professional teams were dispatched from Clearwater City to rescue them, they were ultimately too late and the entire caravan was annihilated by the monsters. Those caravan members who had not yet entered Clearwater City and still had the chance to revive could respawn at their original save points. A few members who had lost their revival opportunities, however, were completely gone. Of course, that was a long time ago. Nowadays, the dangers of the Eastern Wilderness had been repeatedly emphasized in school lessons, and novice professionals who hadn't reached the required strength wouldn't deliberately court death by going to the east. Merchant caravans traveling to various places after extensive information gathering had gradually learned about the strength of monsters around various cities, and such tragic incidents had basically become history. At this moment, Bai Xingqi stood in the Eastern Wilderness, looking back in the direction of Clearwater City, and couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Despite being not far outside the East Gate, where powerful monsters gathered, monsters that became ferocious upon seeing humans, they inexplicably left the city walls within close proximity and never launched an assault. Bai Xingqi couldn't understand this and could only attribute it to the rules of this world. However, upon calculation, it seems the time mentioned in history books is fast approaching again. If that is indeed the case, humanity's cities may once again faced difficult trials. It's just that this happened nearly 50 years ago, and who can say for sure if it will happen again 50 years later? Even the old scholars who specialize in these matters might not be able to say with certainty. Shaking his head slightly, Bai Xingqi cleared his mind of all distracting thoughts and snorted at a flying monster lunging at him from the air in front of him. Scram, I'm not interested in your kind today. He swung his fine iron greatsword forward, and the heavy blade made intimate contact with the attacking monster's face. Bang! It wasn't a slicing sensation. This heavy slam directly dazed the flying monster, causing it to fall to the ground like a dead dog. Interesting, it's actually a leader-class monster with quite a bit of health. He hadn't expected the first monster he encountered after arriving in the eastern wild zone of the city to be a leader class. 1. Weren't these bosses usually controlled by major guilds, unseen by ordinary people? Friend, that's a boss our Heavenly Wolf Guild is going to hunt. I advise you not to interfere. As expected, just as Bai Xingqi's doubts arose, a voice reached his ears. He looked up and saw a professional with wings on his back in the sky above, drawing a bow and arrow aimed at him. It seemed that if he dared to make any sudden moves, the other party would shoot an arrow directly at him. Heavenly Wolf Guild. Heh, a birdman? Bai Xingqi's lips curled slightly as he uttered such a sarcastic remark. In reality, he knew that the other party was one of the advanced specialization branches for archers, the third-tier profession, feather archer. However, being pointed at with an arrow for no reason, he certainly wouldn't be happy. And when he wasn't happy, things could get complicated. How do you prove that's your Heavenly Wolf Guild's boss? Will it answer you if you call it? Bai Xingqi looked up at the sky, coldly staring at the third-tier feather archer. His current statement was, of course, completely unreasonable. But, encountering this impolite member of the Heavenly Wolf Guild, Bai Xingqi was not in the mood to reason. He had learned from Hulioli that the Heavenly Wolf Guild, like the Clear River Guild, was also a member of the peripheral support team during the Secret Realm Conquest battle at that time. His impression of the Heavenly Wolf Guild was no better than that of the Clear River Guild. After consecutively clearing 2 dungeons at levels 3 and 4, he had gained a sufficient understanding of his own strength, and seeing these third-tier professionals, he no longer felt any fear. He could tell at a glance that the health bar of the leader-class monster was still very healthy, meaning that Heavenly Wolf Guild hadn't even started attacking. This feather archer had likely tracked him down using his flight ability. Are you enemies with our Heavenly Wolf Guild? Sensing Bai Xingqi's unfriendly attitude, the feather archer's brow furrowed into a deep frown. He really wanted to shoot an arrow directly and teach the other party to respect members of major guilds. However, the other party's information, which was as elusive as clouds and fog, made him uneasy and hesitant to make a decision. As an archer who attacked while flying, he was quite different from other archers. His survivability was many times greater. As long as the enemy lacked ranged attack capabilities, he was essentially in an invincible position, able to treat the opponent as a moving target. The person was holding a two-handed greatsword, so by all accounts he was most likely a swordsman. Among the third-tier swordsman professions, were there any with anti-air attack capabilities? Of course, it's not impossible that the other party has learned some general skills to compensate for their weaknesses, or possesses other corresponding items. You answered correctly. I just don't like your Heavenly Wolf Guild. As the words fell, Bai Xingqi narrowed his eyes, held his fine iron greatsword upside down, and pushed off the ground. With his right foot, terrifying power erupted from the soles of his feet, creating a pit in the ground. Under the effect of this power, his body leaped upwards. This jump, reaching over 10 meters high, completely defied common sense. Naive. Although the opponent's strength was good and his spirit commendable, wanting to approach him with such a foolish method could only mean his brain had been kicked by a mad rabbit. The feather archer in the sky finally relaxed, a slight smile curving his lips, and he let out a cold laugh. This meant that the professional on the ground, suspected to be a third-turn swordsman, definitely wouldn't have any other means to ascend. Then, it would be his personal show. The feather archer flapped the wings on his back, his slightly thin body climbing upwards again. A thin body was more conducive to flight. Even among the many branches of archer professions, the feather archer was considered one of the more fragile ones. Therefore, to be safe, he didn't attack Bai Xingqi first, but tried to create distance and ensure his own safety. For a feather archer, patience was extremely important. Finding a perfect output position was paramount. Having flown up several tens of meters, he looked down at Bai Xingqi, whose leaping power had been exhausted and was now falling, and laughed heartily. Very good, you're done for. Ha! Under his gaze, Bai Xingqi, who had been falling, suddenly shot upwards again with great speed. A pair of semi-transparent wings had appeared on his back. Grasshopper wings. The feather archer breathed a sigh of relief, the tension that had just arisen in his heart dissipating once more. Grasshopper wings possessed the special glide effect and was indeed an auxiliary equipment favored by many professionals. However, the gliding height of this equipment could only reach 1% of the user's agility attribute. He was currently over 100 meters in the air, so there was no need for any worry. Could that guy's agility attribute reach over 10,000 points? It could only be said that this guy's brain had indeed been kicked by a mad rabbit. However, very soon he realized that he was the one whose brain was not working properly. Under the effect of the grasshopper wings, the person flew towards the sky like a meteor. In an instant he had crossed the 100-meter chasm and was in front of him. Then, the moment they were face to face, he heard the person breathing in his ear as if murmuring, uttering a few words, "You're the one who's done for." In the sky, the feather archer flapping a pair of wings, his expression changed drastically. At the same time as the murmuring sound in his ear, he felt a tremendous force acting upon his body. The next moment he lost consciousness. When his vision brightened again, he opened his eyes and found himself back in a building. The first thing he saw was the Resurrection Temple of Clearwater City. Thus, the feather archer knew he had been killed. He first fell into a brief state of daze and then became enraged. Who was it? Who killed me? Enraged, he directly approached the guardian of the Resurrection Temple, demanding that they communicate with the Resurrection Divine Stone to check who had killed him. As a guild member and a third-turn professional himself, he had every right to make such a demand. The guardian naturally would not refuse such a reasonable request from a third-turn professional of a guild. Soon, after communicating with the Resurrection Divine Stone, the guardian said, "According to the final information from the Divine Stone, you were killed by a professional named by Chingha. What's the professional's level and what class are they? Be specific," the 3-star feather archer asked again. The guardian of the temple shook his head and said helplessly, "I don't know about that. The Divine Stone didn't record this information. You know, Divine Stones aren't omnipotent. Forget it, this is enough." As soon as he finished speaking, the feather archer, with a grim expression, rushed out of the Resurrection Temple. Watching his whirlwind departure, the guardian shook his head. He knew that the other party must be going to organize his men and plan revenge. Generally speaking, the correct course of action for an ordinary professional who encounters such a situation is to report it to the city guard or even the professional association, letting them deal with the killer. However, members of large guilds are generally unwilling to resort to such troublesome and unsatisfying methods. This is because the so-called sanctions by the city guard and the association involve arresting the killer and, depending on the severity of the crime, imprisoning them or forcing them to serve Chingha City without pay for a period of time. For crimes that are not exceptionally grave, they would not forcibly deprive a professional of their chance to resurrect. For members of large guilds, it is better to take matters into their own hands, to avenge their grudges and grievances, and to completely strip the offender of their chance to resurrect. Only then can they truly feel satisfied. Moreover, these large guilds are often powerful, or they collude with each other, making it impossible for even the city guard and the association branches to deal with them. In the end, they can only turn a blind eye. The guardian of the Resurrection Temple chose to do so at this moment. Originally, according to the city guard, he was supposed to report any information about someone being killed by a professional and returning to the city as a record. But at this moment he pretended not to see anything and continued to doze, with his eyes half closed. Heavenly Wolf Guild is strong, but it's quite curious who will emerge victorious this time, the guardian muttered as he dozed with his eyes half closed. Clearly, the information he obtained from the Resurrection Divine Stone was not limited to what he had just revealed to the other party. For some obscure reason that cannot be revealed to outsiders, he chose to conceal some key information. This is truly exciting. Such a sigh echoed in the Resurrection Temple. The feather archer, who had already rushed out of the temple, naturally had no idea about this. At this moment he had already begun to contact the members of his own guild. "It's at that location. Intercept him. Be careful, his attack power is a bit hard to understand," the feather archer said as he moved forward, communicating with his teammates who were still in the wild area east of the city via the communication device. By the way, he also has an equipment called Grasshopper Wings, and his swift movement height is also a bit hard to understand. It seems he can soar to an altitude of over 100 meters. You must pay attention. After notifying his teammates outside the wild area east of the city, he continued on his way to the guild headquarters of Heavenly Wolf Guild within the city. He had a feeling that Chingha was not simple, and his teammates in the wild area alone might not be able to defeat him steadily. He needed to find more people from the guild headquarters to assist. In any case, he wanted to let the other party know today how unwise it was to offend Heavenly Wolf Guild. Also, he wanted to take this opportunity to let the world know that in this Chingha City, it was not only Clear River Guild that deserved reverence. Outside the wild area east of the city, after killing the 3-star feather archer with one blow, Chingha found that his mood was surprisingly calm. He had expected to feel nervousness, excitement, regret, and other emotions, but none of them appeared. It was as if he had casually killed a wild monster without any ripple. Oh, speaking of wild monsters, there was indeed one monster on the ground that had not been dealt with yet. The leader-level monster that he had knocked unconscious with his greatsword earlier had probably recovered by now, but Chingha was no longer in his original spot. Due to the effect of swift movement, after soaring into the sky and killing the feather archer, he couldn't stop. Under the effect of swift movement, he was passively propelled forward for over 1,000 meters. The downside of the swift movement equipment effect was that while it was simple to use, it was difficult to control precisely once activated. Tisk, won't that monster escape in the meantime? It's a leader class monster after all, might as well fight it if I can. At this moment, Bai Xingqi wasn't concerned about the crisis that killing the feather archer from the Heavenly Wolf Guild would bring. He was only worried that the leader class monster he had obtained would slip away. Or rather, the reason he had decisively killed the feather archer from the Heavenly Wolf Guild was precisely to provoke their retaliation. Bai Xingqi ran with all his might, returning the way he came. The cooldown for swift movement was 10 seconds. If he had waited in place for 10 seconds and used swift movement again, he should have been able to return to his original location, but he chose not to do so. For him now, swift movement had immense strategic significance, and it was best not to use it carelessly, saving it for emergencies. As if afraid that others wouldn't recognize him, he didn't put away his fine iron greatsword but conspicuously carried it on his shoulder as he hurried back. And indeed, such a blatant display did attract some attention. On his way back to his original location, a team of third-turn professionals had already set their sights on him. That person looks familiar. Could it be the Bai Xingqi that Lu Ming mentioned killed him? We'll know if we ask anyone daring to roam around this eastern wild zone alone must be at least a third-turn professional. Although our Heavenly Wolf Guild isn't afraid of trouble, we can't afford to offend people without reason. Therefore, to be on the safe side, they cautiously approached Bai Xingqi and cautiously asked him, hello friend, we have a question. No need to ask. I am the Bai Xingqi you are looking for. I also killed that feather archer from your guild. Within the vision of true side-eye, the information of the many professionals before him was laid bare. He saw that they were all members of the Heavenly Wolf Guild, and he also discerned a more crucial fact. Although there were many of them, not a single one was capable of fighting. You know we are from the Heavenly Wolf Guild? Many people in the opposing group grew cold. Knowing that Lu Ming was from the Heavenly Wolf Guild and still daring to kill him was a serious matter. This person was likely targeting the Heavenly Wolf Guild. As their emotions shifted, Bai Xingqi grinned and said, that's right, I'm targeting your Heavenly Wolf Guild. As he spoke, he put away his fine iron greatsword and switched to his usual weapon. When it was time to reap, the bow and arrow were naturally more effective. Eastern Wild Zone. Seeing Bai Xingqi suddenly put away his greatsword and switch to a bow and arrow, the members of the Heavenly Wolf Guild couldn't help but feel puzzled. If the information they received from Lu Ming was correct, the person before them should be a third-turn professional of the swordsman class. But what was the meaning of his current action of drawing a bow and knocking an arrow? Never mind that. This person is an enemy of the guild, so we should just take him down decisively. Within the team, there were still some clear-headed individuals. Prompted by this clear-headed person, all members took action. They were all third-turn professionals, no longer novices, and knew what they should be doing at this moment. Rogues began to stealth, knights stepped forward with their shields, and archers and mages, while ensuring their own safety, began to prepare their attacks. The first to charge at Bai Xingqi was a Tier 3 fighter class professional. A hazy white light enveloped his body, with the light condensed on his fist being the most brilliant. This was Battle Chi, the signature skill of a Tier 3 great fighter, capable of greatly enhancing offensive and defensive capabilities. It had to be said that after reaching Tier 3 and becoming a great fighter, this class felt like a serf who had overthrown their master and was now singing joyfully. The existence of Battle Chi allowed this class to stand tall and proud. Bai Xingqi glanced at the charging great fighter, but ignored him, his arrow already aimed at the rear of the opposing team. While Battle Chi was strong, it was still only at the Tier 3 level and shouldn't be able to break through his defense enchantment. In comparison, the mages at the back of the enemy team were more of a threat. Although these mages might take a long time to unleash a skill, when they did, it could be a game changer. Tier 3 mages could unleash Tier 5 magic. Tier 5 magic was diverse and mostly powerful, and some of it might pose a threat to him, which he was unwilling to risk. He was confident in his own strength, but he wasn't foolish. Why take a risk that didn't need to be taken? Thus, under everyone's watchful eyes, an arrow flew through the air, heading straight for the Tier 3 mage on the opposing side. The Heavenly Wolf Guild responded appropriately. From the very beginning, knights and other classes with sufficient durability had positioned themselves in front of the fragile damage dealers. Unless Bai Xingqi's arrows could curve, it would be difficult for them to directly attack the heavily protected mages. The opposing Tier 3 knight planted a massive steel shield on the ground, appearing as if it had grown from the earth, exuding an unshakable, immovable presence. Bai Xingqi's arrow flew towards it, striking the massive steel shield with a dull thud. Immune. In this collision, the arrow turned to dust, causing no damage whatsoever. This was the first time Bai Xingqi had encountered such a situation since his attribute panel had exploded. With over 10,000 strength and over 300,000 physical attack, his arrow had struck the opponent's shield without causing even a sliver of damage. This was unusual. However, Bai Xingqi was not overly surprised. Through His true sight, he had already discerned the opponent's class specialization and understood that this was merely a class skill of that Tier 3 Knight. This skill could borrow the power of the earth to grant the shield mystical abilities. It could block ranged projectile attacks and nullify them, making it a nemesis for archer class professionals. Of course, this skill was not invincible and had significant drawbacks. For instance, once the shield was connected to the earth, the user could not move and could only defend against attacks coming from the front of the shield. If someone attacked from another direction, the skill's owner could only watch helplessly. Of course, the skill's owner could also choose to interrupt the skill and change direction. However, doing so would double the skill's cooldown, making it impossible to use again in a short period. In addition to this, the skill had a weakness that wasn't exactly a weakness. That is, the shield in this state had a limit to the total damage it could withstand. Once the incoming damage exceeded the shield's limit, the shield would be forcefully shattered. Without a shield, it would be impossible to use this skill again. Even if the skill user had a spare shield, the forceful shattering of the previous shield would also cause the skill to enter a doubled cooldown period. In short, a skill mechanism that was outrageously powerful also had fatal flaws. You think this is enough? After the initial attack proved ineffective, Xingqi was not discouraged. With a cold smile, blood mist and a faint blue glow appeared on his body simultaneously. It was the simultaneous activation of the Mad Blood and Aversion Demon Silk Garment skills. Clearly, he intended to shatter the shield by unleashing a massive amount of damage. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The great warrior was still charging forward, glowing all around. Swish, swish, swish. His already outrageously high agility attribute, coupled with the boost from the Mad Blood skill, pushed his attack speed beyond the limits of normal comprehension. Arrows formed a continuous line, relentlessly striking the shield. Immune, immune. In just 1 second, the front of the shield had endured a terrifying number of attacks. Crack. Finally, with a resounding crack, the massive steel shield standing on the ground shattered and then completely disintegrated. The owner of the steel shield, a third-tier knight, was greatly shocked, his face ashen. However, by this time, the attacks from the Heavenly Wolf Guild had already arrived. The first to reach him was the third-tier Great Warrior. Charging the fastest, he rocketed towards Xingqi like a cannonball, empowered by the explosive boost of battle chi. His glowing fist swung fiercely towards Xingqi's face. It was this great warrior's peculiar habit. They say one shouldn't hit someone in the face, but he particularly enjoyed this approach. He believed the intimate contact between fist and face was the most passionate youthful spirit, the highest romance for a combatant. The glowing fist was close, only 1 centimeter away from the opponent's facial skin, but this centimeter was a chasm. His fist inexplicably slid past the skin of his face. The lifelong pain of a warrior, the most maddening situation, had occurred. Impossible. Battle chi has an effect that increases hit rate. I'm no longer that unfortunate warrior who missed every punch. How can this still happen? He cried out in agony in his heart, then saw arrows flying into his peripheral vision. It was the guild's third-tier archer, who, seizing the opportunity, had indeed drawn his bow and loosed his attack. Miss. The familiar words popped up before his eyes, making him momentarily think he had inadvertently launched another attack. But clearly, this was not from his own attack. What? The great warrior was completely bewildered, then felt a strange sense of comfort. Even the archer, renowned for the highest hit rate in physical attacks, missed. It seems it's not my problem, but the enemy is too monstrous. In the eastern wild area of the city, the battle between the two sides continued. The third-tier archer of the Heavenly Wolf Guild found that his arrow attacks had also resulted in a miss, which he found difficult to accept. Apart from magic-type skills locked by mental power, the hit rate of physical attacks primarily relied on the dexterity attribute, and the dexterity attribute of the archer class was clearly the highest among all professions. Even the rogue class, known for its superior evasion rate, would not dare claim to be able to evade their attacks. But at this moment, despite his disbelief, the attack he had just launched had indeed been dodged. Although surprised, the third-tier professional archer suppressed his inner shock and continued to draw his bowstring. However, a shadow, so fast it was almost impossible to track, flew into his vision, and he suddenly realized that he had been targeted. It was only then that he clearly understood that there was no longer any defense before him. A deafening explosion echoed in his ears, coming from behind him. Without turning his head, he knew that the mage in the team must have met with an accident. The teammate who had been preparing a powerful spell from the beginning likely couldn't even cast it, and it exploded around him. He didn't have the luxury to think too much, because the arrow flying rapidly towards him had already arrived. Ugh! This third-turn professional realized that even though he had been mentally prepared, he still couldn't react in time when the attack hit. As his vision went black, he understood that he had been killed. It was an instant kill. The attack power of this arrow was so great that it could kill him in one shot. When his vision cleared, this third-turn professional had this realization. To possess such damage output, that person is definitely not just third turn, but most likely a fourth turn or higher professional. Our Heavenly Wolf Guild confronting him is likely a wrong choice. As this thought emerged, he instinctively wanted to notify his teammates who were still fighting. But the next moment, as he reached for his communication device from his backpack, his movements froze. His usual communication device was no longer in his backpack. Clearly, in this kill, the communication device had been dropped as loot, exploded by the opponent. Along with the communication device, some supply potions and other not-so-valuable items were also dropped. And he glanced around the Resurrection Temple and couldn't help but shake his head bitterly. At this moment, even if the communication device was still there, it would be meaningless, because he suddenly noticed that the Resurrection Temple, which usually had hardly anyone in it, had become somewhat lively. The closest to him was a mage from the Heavenly Wolf Guild, the same third-turn mage he had been fighting with, in the east of the city. As expected, his previous guess was correct. That booming explosion was indeed the third-turn mage being killed. Of course, there were more than just the two of them in the Resurrection Temple. In addition, there were two other fortunate teammates, a rogue and a healer. The most fragile members of the team had all been cleanly sent back to the city in a single encounter. The four of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with deep shock. In such a short period, killing 4 third-turn professionals, even if they were relatively fragile third-turn professionals, how terrifying was that person's output capability? The remaining few of them are all tanky professions. Even if they can't defeat the opponent, at least they should be able to survive and escape, right? I don't know, maybe. The healer among the four frowned, not optimistic. As the healer of the team, his attention was always focused on his teammates. That's why he was able to see that the Shield of Earth skill, which had contributed greatly to the team's safety, was forcibly shattered by the opponent in the blink of an eye. To be able to shatter the Shield of Earth skill in the blink of an eye, one could imagine how much damage the opponent had poured into it in that instant. And the opponent's output capability was evident from this. He didn't believe that the remaining few in the team could withstand more damage than the Shield of Earth. As expected, a few seconds later, the Resurrection Temple lit up again. New figures appeared in the temple. You were killed too, and in such a short time, how is that possible? The archer, who had already resurrected and returned to the city, stared with wide eyes at the new person appearing in the temple, disbelief etched on his face. This was the knight who had been holding the shield and using the Shield of Earth skill. As a Tier 3 knight class, his HP and defense were top-notch among all classes. But this knight, who was incredibly tanky and provided a sense of security to his backline teammates, was sent back to the city so quickly? He only lasted a few seconds longer than them, the squishy ones? The Tier 3 knight's expression was extremely grim. He looked at the few people already standing in the Resurrection Temple and spoke with difficulty, saying, "That person is definitely not Tier 3. Just a casual arrow, and its damage far exceeded my imagination." As soon as he finished speaking, another flash of light appeared in the Resurrection Temple, adding 2 more figures. The Tier 3 knight sighed and continued, "You know, my class has relatively high HP and defense growth, and I also have various damage reduction skills. Ordinary attacks only deal about 1/3 of their original damage to me." Everyone present nodded in agreement. The Tier 3 archer even felt he was being modest. Back when he was only Tier 2, this knight was already Tier 3. At that time, even with all his might, almost snapping the bowstring, he still couldn't deal damage that could break through this knight's defense. The -1 damage numbers that appeared then made him realize for the first time that when defense reached a certain level, it could instill despair in people. This knight's output ability might not be great, but in terms of being tanky, he had been advancing by leaps and bounds. However, this very person, who seemed determined to be tanky until the end of the world, now said, "But under that person's attack, I could only last 5 hits. Yes, just 5 hits. My over 400,000 HP was completely depleted, and even my emergency healing skills and special HP potions couldn't save me." Amidst the sighs, everyone present fell into silence. After a moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? Where's old M.O.? Why is he the only one missing?" That's right, he's indeed missing. Could it be that he escaped, or perhaps he withstood the opponent's attack and even defeated them? This is interesting. The fighter class isn't great in the early stages, but after mastering Battle Chi, has it really turned things around and become a beacon of light? In the Resurrection Temple, everyone fell silent again. Then, the Tier 3 knight shook his head. As a veteran member of the Sky Wolf Guild, he knew much more information than others. Although I don't want to say it, the result is likely regrettable. Old M.O. is probably completely gone. What? Someone in the Resurrection Temple exclaimed in surprise. He's Tier 3, after all. He has 3 extra resurrection chances. He couldn't have used them all, could he? Except for the Tier 3 knight, everyone else showed considerable surprise. Although everyone present was killed and sent back to the city this time, they weren't overly agitated because they still had 1 or 2 extra resurrection chances. Hearing that the great fighter old Mo seemed to have no extra resurrection chances left, they were momentarily at a loss for words. The Tier 3 knight sighed again and said in a low voice, "It can't be helped. That guy is full of passion and always rushes to the front in every battle, so he consumes his extra resurrection chances quite frequently. This time, even though he had no extra resurrection chances left, he still charged forward first. It can only be attributed to his personality. Never mind, let's not talk about him." The Tier 3 knight collected his thoughts and looked at the people in the temple, asking, "So, what should we do now?" The people in the temple looked at each other, their eyes wide, and for a moment, no one could respond. "Let's contact the guild leader first." One person tentatively said, "This person brazenly killed so many of our guild members. He has openly declared war on our Heavenly Wolf Guild. However, his strength is indeed terrifyingly powerful. This matter needs to be reported to the guildmaster first." "Alright," the third transfer knight also nodded and said, "There's no need to make a call. Since everyone is here, let's use the guild return scroll together and report it in person." As he spoke, he took out a guild return scroll and chose to use it. Soon, a light enveloped every guild member present, and their figures disappeared from the temple. After the many figures vanished, the temple guardian, who had been in a state of near invisibility, showed a mischievous smile. "This is interesting. Judging by the situation, this large group from the Heavenly Wolf Guild has been sent back to the city in one go." Then, his face could not hide his shock. He blinked his eyes and sighed softly. "Bai Xingqi must have transferred this year, right? It's only been a few days? And he already has such terrifying strength. Even with the bloodline of that Archmage Baya, this is a bit hard to explain." Muttering to himself, the temple guardian took out a communication device, smiled, and dialed. "I can't be the only one enjoying this. I have to call old Hu to come and watch this excitement too." Whether it was the temple guardian or the Heavenly Wolf Guild members, everyone had their own business to attend to. At this very moment, Bai Xingqi, still in the wild area east of the city, had already put away his bow and arrow and entered loot collection mode. The recent battle, where he easily wiped out a squad from the Heavenly Wolf Guild, allowed him to understand his own strength even better. His extremely high attribute panel had indeed pushed his strength far beyond the third transfer level. After collecting all the items dropped by the Heavenly Wolf Guild squad, Bai Xingqi quickly found the previous leader-level monster and spent some time killing it. The drop from this leader-level monster was only average. There was no super lucky massive drop. As a leader-level monster in the wild area east of the city, this left Bai Xingqi slightly disappointed. All in all, the most valuable loot from this battle was probably a communication device. However, he found that even with a communication device in hand, it was temporarily useless. This was because he had no one to contact. He still remembered the communication number his father used. He tentatively dialed it with the communication device, but as expected, it didn't connect. Bai Xingqi wasn't overly disappointed. In fact, as early as when his father had his accident, he had already tried at a communication booth on the street. Whether it was due to the special influence of the secret realm or other reasons, it simply wouldn't connect. Shaking his head, Bai Xingqi stopped paying attention to these matters and quickened his pace towards his original destination. Originally, he was heading to the wild area east of the city to tackle a dungeon. It was just that a small incident occurred midway, helping the Heavenly Wolf Guild squad return to the city, which didn't have much impact. As for future retaliation from the Heavenly Wolf Guild, or sanctions from the city guard and the association, he had already figured it out. All of this, in the face of absolute strength, were minor problems that could be easily resolved. Therefore, working hard to improve himself was the most fundamental thing. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the level 5 dungeon in the wild area east of the city. According to Basta Wang, who sold him the dungeon token, even the Chingha Guild, the #1 guild in Chingha City, only dared to tackle this level 5 dungeon normally. Level 6 dungeons required cautious handling. Therefore, by tackling this level 5 dungeon, he should be able to more accurately gauge his strength relative to the Chingha Guild. The vortex of light rippled, and Bai Xingqi, without hesitation, entered the level 5 dungeon. The outer mobs are already level 80? Not bad, this is indeed interesting. To be honest, in terms of level alone, even this single mob far surpassed him. And according to the rules of this world, higher levels have a level suppression effect on lower level targets. For every level difference, attack and defense suppression increases by 1%. This level 80 dungeon mob had a suppression effect on his attack and defense of over 20%. This meant that Bai Xingqi's attacks would only deal over 70% of their damage to the opponent, and he would take over 20% more damage when attacked by them. It's alright, no wonder even the Chingha Guild isn't finding it easy to clear. This dungeon has some substance. Bai Xingqi charged forward, wielding his fine iron greatsword. Consequently, this dungeon with substance was conquered by him in 20 minutes. Stepping into the vortex of light, Once more, Bai Xingqi reappeared in the outside world and shook his head, looking back at the entrance of the level 5 dungeon. This dungeon does have some substance, but not much. He had clearly lost interest in this dungeon and headed towards his next destination. The target was the level 6 dungeon in the Eastern Wildlands. What level would this dungeon, which even the Chingha guild couldn't frequently clear, be at? This level 6 dungeon ultimately took Bai Xingqi over 40 minutes. Monsters of higher levels, denser numbers, and more powerful skills gathered in this dungeon, preventing him from sweeping through it like a storm. I wonder if the Chingha guild's guildmaster, Zhou Chengtian, participated when they cleared this level 6 dungeon? Standing outside the level 6 dungeon, Bai Xingqi pondered. If he also participated, then it means that with my current strength I can directly face the entire Chingha guild, including Zhou Chengtian. But all of this was merely his speculation. Never mind, there's still time. My strength will experience another leap after my third job advancement. I'll think about it then. Today, he had only cleared a few dungeons. Even without using the training room to grind monsters, Bai Xingqi's level was about to increase. One could imagine how dense the monsters were inside the dungeons and how high the experience points were. The level 7 dungeon is in the south of the city. If I go back to the city and then travel there won't be much time left. Bai Xingqi calculated and temporarily adjusted his original plan. Forget it. If I return to the city now, I might be targeted by the Heavenly Wolf Guild again, which would be a waste of time. The experience points from this level 6 dungeon are quite good. I might as well use up these dungeon tokens I have first. Having made up his mind, Bai Xingqi stepped into the vortex of light once more, spending over 40 minutes each time. Bai Xingqi completed this process more than 10 times today. By the time he had used up all his level 6 dungeon tokens, it was already dark. The day had passed just like that, and the gains were good. While his training room was on cooldown, Bai Xingqi had leveled up twice, his current level reaching 55. When the training room refreshed at midnight tonight, if he could level up 5 more times, he would be able to proceed with his third job advancement tomorrow morning. With hopeful expectations for tomorrow, Bai Xingqi returned to the city. Perhaps it was his confidence born from skill, but this time, Bai Xingqi chose to use a town portal scroll to return to the city. He had clashed with the Heavenly Wolf Guild's third advancement team today and had easily cleared the level 6 dungeon more than once, boosting his confidence. Even if the Heavenly Wolf Guild had set up a net in the city, he believed they couldn't stop him. This was true even if the city guards were involved. Unless they could bring in several 4th advancement professionals, perhaps then they could slightly impede his progress. Amidst various thoughts, Bai Xingqi's figure vanished in the returning light. The next moment, light reappeared and he was standing on the return square of Clearwater City. It was the peak time for the leveling groups to return, and the square was quite crowded with professionals. After standing there for a short while, Bai Xingqi realized that no one was paying him any attention. The situation he had anticipated, being jointly attacked by the Heavenly Wolf Guild and the city guards upon returning to the city, did not occur. It seemed he had overthought things. The Heavenly Wolf Guild might not have made their move yet, or perhaps they lacked the decision-making power and strength to blockade the return square. Shaking his head, Bai Xingqi calmly left the return square and headed home. He wasn't particularly worried about being attacked at home. For a long time, all powerful factions and professionals had jointly established a rule that could never be broken, the non-aggression pact within the city at night. This was an important rule to ensure everyone's rest in normal life, maintaining relative stability in the professional society. The effect of this rule was even greater than the prohibition against killing other professionals in the wild. Once this rule was violated, it was highly likely to incur the condemnation and collective attack of all professionals. The Heavenly Wolf Guild shouldn't be so foolish as to dare to commit such an act against the will of the world. However, as a precaution, Bai Xingqi still used his true sight to carefully scan his surroundings. With his current spirit attribute exceeding 10,000, the scouting effectiveness of this skill had undergone a qualitative change. After a thorough scan, finding no hidden dangers, Bai Xingqi nodded, completely at ease. The moment the training room refreshed at midnight, he had already entered it. As expected, the training room now allowed him to choose to recreate monsters from dungeons. His previous guess was correct. These dungeon monsters originally provided 3 times the experience points of external monsters, and with 20 of them refreshing at once, Bai Xingqi's experience gain was incredibly exhilarating. Another quiet night passed. As dawn broke, Bai Xingqi left his home and headed towards the Job Advancement Temple. Today was the day the school was holding a job fair, and Zhou Shengming was using this opportunity to gather classmates for a so-called reunion, which he definitely wouldn't miss. But before that, it seemed perfectly feasible to complete his third job advancement. With this thought, Bai Xingqi soon stepped into the Job Advancement Temple. To his pleasant surprise, Zhu Xiaoyu, the job advancement guide, was already sitting in the temple, yawning. "So early, I thought you hadn't come to work yet." "Early? What?" Xu Xiaoyu said, covering her still slightly open mouth as she yawned. If the branch hall master didn't forbid it, I'd want to stay in this job advancement temple 24 hours a day. After all, there's no automatic experience gain outside the temple. Bai Xingqi grinned in understanding. No wonder Zhu Xiaoyu had rushed to work so early. It turned out she could only gain experience here, not outside the temple, which was completely different from his hunter aura. It seemed that even though they were both members of the job advancement temple, the effects of their auras varied greatly depending on their positions. As a hunter who needed to constantly hunt monsters outside, his aura's attributes were also effective in the outside world. Why are you here so early too? It's not like you at all. Is it because of today's job fair? Zhu Xiaoyu finally perked up a bit and said with a smile, actually, there's no need to rush this. It's fine if we go a bit later. It's just a formality anyway. The branch hall master doesn't expect us to actually recruit anyone. No. Bai Xingqi shook his head slightly and said, I'm here for my third Juan transfer/job change. Oh, you're here for your third? What? Zhu Xiaoyu was completely stunned, her mouth agape as she stared at Bai Xingqi. If her memory served her correctly, this guy had only just completed his second a couple of days ago, and now he was saying he was here for his third? If leveling up to level 60 was that easy, why would she be here at the job transfer temple from early morning to late at night? She would have completed her third a year ago. Did I hear you correctly? Did you just say third? You want to do your third yourself? Zhu Xiaoyu asked again, wanting to confirm. That's right, I want to do my third myself. Bai Xingqi nodded and said seriously, I know this might be hard for you to accept, but I am indeed here for my third. Seeing that Zhu Xiaoyu still wanted to speak, Bai Xingqi shook his head and said, don't worry about how I leveled up so quickly. Just help me with the transfer process first. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Zhu Xiaoyu's shock had not subsided, but at this moment, it wasn't appropriate to ask further. She quickly led Bai Xingqi to the job transfer divine stone. A moment later, she withdrew her hand from the divine stone and looked at Bai Xingqi with a troubled expression. What's wrong? Bai Xingqi's heart sank, a bad premonition dawning on him. I regret to inform you that you probably cannot proceed with your third at this time. What's wrong? Seeing Zhu Xiaoyu's troubled expression, Bai Xingqi asked somewhat anxiously, is there a problem? Bai Xingqi was indeed a little agitated at this moment. He had thought he would be able to complete his third today, but it seemed things weren't going as smoothly as he had expected. It's the same problem as before. Zhu Xiaoyu looked at Bai Xingqi with pity. There's a shortage of monsters required for the job transfer quest. Not only for the 5-star quest, but also for the 4-star quest. There are plenty for 3-star and below. She said softly, but from what I know of you, you wouldn't choose a quest below 3 stars, would you? So that's it. If there's a shortage, we just need to replenish. It's. Bai Xingqi breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Zhu Xiaoyu. Informing them about the need to replenish monsters for quests was always Zhu Xiaoyu's responsibility. Theoretically, that's correct. Zhu Xiaoyu sighed and said, but unfortunately, the second level hunters have been very busy and it's unlikely they can replenish them in a short time. At least not today. Why must it be second level hunters? Can't first level hunters do it? Bai Xingqi asked, confused. Zhu Xiaoyu chuckled, as if she had heard the funniest joke. Why do you think first level hunters can't? Not to mention that first level hunters are also short-handed. Do you think a first level hunter like you can hunt the assessment monsters for your own job transfer quest? Just tell me what monsters are needed. Time was pressing, and Bai Xingqi didn't say much more to Zhu Xiaoyu. He directly asked the question that concerned him the most. You can take the quest yourself and see. Never mind, I'll tell you. There's a shortage of monsters for the assessment, so you can't even take the job transfer quest. Zhu Xiaoyu pondered and said, for the 5-star quest, the monsters in the wild are all available. The missing monsters are 30 carrion demon wolves and 30 shadow stingers each, and 1 carrion demon wolf king and 1 shadow stinger king each. They are from a level 3 dungeon and a level 4 dungeon, respectively. Speaking of which, Zhu Xiaoyu sighed softly, I heard from the branch hall master that even most 3-turn professionals find it difficult to clear a level 4 dungeon alone, so the job of a level 2 hunter is not easy and the efficiency has not been able to improve. I thought it was something else, so that's what it is. Bai Xingqi grinned, don't worry, leave it to me, I'll solve it. In the profession transfer temple, Zhu Xiaoyu looked at Bai Xingqi with some surprise. This is something that even a 3-turn professional might not be able to do. How can you possibly solve it? Bai Xingqi smiled mysteriously and said, to tell you the truth, before I came, I had already gathered information from other 3-turn big shots and was prepared. You really are a clever little thing. Zhu Xiaoyu smiled and reached out her hand. Where are the hunting balls you prepared? Give them to me. Zhu Xiaoyu didn't doubt him at all. She knew Bai Xingqi's identity. As a descendant of the former Archmage Bai Ye, it was understandable that he could have some connections and get some information in advance. Anyway, this was a good thing for her job, and she was naturally happy to see it. But Bai Xingqi did not readily hand over the hunting balls that Zhu Xiaoyu wanted. He frowned suddenly, contorted his face, and said, it seems I ate something bad for breakfast. Let me take care of this urgent matter first. With that, he rushed out of the temple. Xu Xiaoyu looked at Bai Xingqi, who rushed out of the temple like the wind, speechless, and muttered, "We have restrooms in the temple too. Haven't you known that for 2 days of work?" But then she thought it made sense. After all, as a temple hunter, Bai Xingqi was always out on assignments, unlike her, a profession transfer guide who always stayed in the temple. It was understandable that he lacked knowledge of the temple's internal facilities. Of course, Bai Xingqi wasn't really going to relieve himself. Pretending to go to the restroom, he actually wanted to sneak into the training room. Although entering and exiting the training room only took a moment given the special nature of the profession transfer temple, he still didn't dare to use it openly within the temple. At this point, Bai Xingqi couldn't help but sigh at his wisdom last night. At that time, because he was leveling up by fighting triple experience monsters in dungeons, he didn't even use up the 4 hours in the training room before reaching level 60. Although he could still gain attribute points by continuing to fight monsters, considering that he could no longer gain experience and could transfer professions early in the morning today, he didn't continue. Now, it seemed that this stroke of genius operation could truly save him from suffering. Could it be that his luck attribute was high enough and even the god of luck had begun to favor him in the unseen world? Finding a secluded, deserted corner, and after scanning the area with his true sight eye to confirm that there was no one even invisible nearby, he decisively entered the training room. The 2 dungeon monsters, Carrion Demon Wolf and Shadow Scorpion, were spawned one after another, and he already held the hunting balls in his hand. Soon, when Bai Xingqi walked into the temple again and came before Xu Xiaoyu, his backpack was already filled with a large number of hunting balls containing monsters. "Here, look, these are all prepared in advance. Hurry up and replenish them so I can start my profession transfer." After taking the hunting balls from Bai Xingqi, Xu Xiaoyu carefully identified them and found that they were indeed the ones required for the mission. She couldn't hide her shock and exclaimed, "I thought you were just joking, but I didn't expect you to have actually prepared them, and not just one set. Don't worry, when the branch hall master returns from his business trip, I will report it to him. With such good performance, you might soon become a level 2 hunter." The hunting balls Bai Xingqi gave her were more than enough to replenish the consumption of 3 5-star missions. Hearing her words, Bai Xingqi smiled and said, "We'll talk about that later. I just prepared a little extra because I was worried I might not succeed on the first try." In fact, Bai Xingqi wasn't that worried at all. His current strength was already enough to easily defeat a 3rd-turn professional, and even a 4th-turn professional might not be his match. With such strength, if he still couldn't pass the 3rd-turn 5-star advancement mission, then the problem wouldn't be with him, but with the advancement mission itself. After Xu Xiaoyu replenished her supplies, he skillfully placed his palm on the advancement divine stone and accepted the 5-star difficulty advancement mission. This 5-star advancement mission wasn't difficult. At least, not for Bai Xingqi at this moment. The mission content was basically the same as during his 2nd advancement, except that the assessment monsters were stronger. However, some of the strongest monsters in this mission were ones Bai Xingqi had hunted himself, so using them to assess him was simply a joke. As expected, Bai Xingqi easily completed this 5-star difficulty advancement mission. Another successful 5-star advancement? After confirming the information from the advancement divine stone, Xu Xiaoyu's gaze towards Bai Xingqi changed completely. "Xiao Bai, what do you think of your sister?" She brought her bright face closer to Bai Xingqi, her eyes twinkling. "Not much." Bai Xingqi ignored her sudden hormonal attack and said, "Sister, let's not date. I'm still young and need to focus on my career." "You're so young, my foot." Xu Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at him and chided, "Do you think I'm really interested in you? You're such a clueless guy." Bai Xingqi chuckled, "What, is my achievement that good?" "More than good." Xu Xiaoyu unconsciously swallowed and said, "Anyway, according to the records in the temple, you're the only one who has completed 5-star advancements for both your 2nd and 3rd turns. Am I that outstanding?" Bai Xingqi blinked. "You're certainly outstanding, but don't get too proud." Xu Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and poured cold water on him without reservation. "I heard from the branch master that the temple's records can't be fully trusted. It's possible that some branch temples might have had people who achieved 5-star advancements, but their records were perhaps secretly deleted and their information hidden, so you might not be the unique one in this world." "I know." Although Bai Xingqi was happy, he wasn't so arrogant as to lose his bearings. The world was vast, and there were bound to be many outstanding people. He placed his palm on the advancement divine stone again, proceeding with the next step of the advancement mission. A semi-transparent information box appeared before his eyes. Current class, 2nd turn physician, target 3rd turn. Optional branch professions are benevolent healer, ruthless poison doctor, barefoot doctor. Please select your advancement direction. Bai Xingqi had already learned about the 3rd turn branches for the physician class. Simply put, the benevolent healer was the purest healer, dedicating themselves to healing and recovery. The ruthless poison doctor, on the other hand, combined their medical skills with poison, following a half-medical, half-poison path. They could be considered a different kind of mage, possessing not only certain healing abilities but also respectable output capabilities. In some situations, they were even more useful than traditional mages. After all, poison damage was a form of negative status effect that ordinary magic defense couldn't resist. If he didn't have his training room to infinitely grind attributes, Bai Xingqi might have chosen the ruthless poison doctor path. After all, this was a rare opportunity for a physician to possess powerful output capabilities. But Bai Xingqi had already considered it and decisively chose the barefoot doctor branch. He had his reasons for choosing barefoot doctor. In the job temple, Bai Xingqi selected the barefoot doctor branch and decisively underwent the job change. Instantly, a dazzling light enveloped his body and an even stronger sense of power surged from him. Xu Xiaoyu, standing beside him, watched with sparkling eyes. She understood that from this moment on, the young man before her was no longer the novice who had recently awakened and changed jobs. From this moment on, he would become one of the many powerful professionals in Clearwater City. And given his excellence, perhaps not long from now, he would be able to recreate the glory of the great mage Baya from days past. No, perhaps even surpass it. This young man would soon grow into a powerful professional far exceeding his father and far exceeding anyone in Clearwater City. For some reason, Zhu Xiaoyu felt this certainty in her heart at this moment. Bai Xingqi no longer had time to pay attention to her. He was currently focused on his attribute panel. Once again, a 5-star job change, still with a 1.5x attribute growth. His 6 attributes had already exceeded 20,000 before the job change, and at this moment they had broken through the 30,000 mark. Level 60. Constitution 32397, Strength 32397, Agility 32397, Spirit 32697. Completing the 5-star job change quest was undoubtedly the fastest and most effective way to improve the attribute panel in a short period. This method could only be used once per job change. Moreover, although the 6 attributes had increased by 1.5 times, Bai Xingqi's strength had increased by far more than just 1.5 times. After the 3rd job change, the growth rate of each attribute had significantly increased compared to the 2nd job change. During the 2nd job change, 1 point of Constitution could only increase HP by 200 points, but now it could increase HP by 400 points. The same applied to other attributes. Their growth rates had doubled compared to before. HP 12,958, 800 MP 13,078, 800 Physical Attack 1,295, 880 Magic Attack 1,307, 880. Now, both his HP and MP had broken through the 10 million mark. It was worth noting that the 3rd job change knight from the Heavenly Wolf Guild he had interacted with previously only had over 400,000 HP. At this moment, Bai Xingqi finally felt a sense of security. He understood that from this moment on, no one in the entire Clearwater City could stop him. No matter how strong those 4th job change professionals were, they could never be stronger than he was now. Besides attributes, he chose the barefoot doctor as his 3rd job branch, of course, because of its special professional skills. Opening the skill panel, 3 new professional skills had appeared. Ascetic Doctor's Body LV1, Passive, Proficiency 0 out of 100. Traveling the world as a doctor often involves facing various dangers, requiring a robust physique. When HP is damaged, permanently increase maximum HP by the amount of HP lost /1000 * skill level. Passive HP recovery is not affected by action status. When HP is damaged, passive recovery speed increases by 300%. Medical Needle Acupuncture LV1, Active, Proficiency 0 out of 100. Can use medical needles to stimulate acupuncture points on the target's body, stimulating the target's potential and increasing all attributes by 20% * skill level for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Yin Yang Medical Needle LV1, Active. Proficiency 0 of 100. Upon activation, enters Yin Yang Medical Needle state, continuously losing 1% * skill level HP per second, and condensing into Yin Yang Medical Needles that hover outside the body. The Yin Yang Medical Needles can switch freely between Yin and Yang states. Yang needles heal, Yin needles damage. The healing/damage amount is equal to the HP carried by the medical needle multiplied by the skill level and is not reduced by defensive measures. Each Yin Yang Medical Needle can hold a maximum of 1000 HP. The number of needles is determined by the amount of HP consumed. Cooldown 5 seconds. Bai Xingqi chose this professional branch precisely because of these 3 skills. For others, skills like Yin Yang Medical Needles are a double-edged sword, requiring the sacrifice of their own HP, and if not used properly, can even harm themselves. But for him, with over 10 million HP, the power this skill could unleash was far beyond imagination. Not to mention the ascetic medical body skill, which, if planned properly, could bring him infinite improvement. Normally, a professional's HP automatically recovers at a rate of 1/4 of their constitution attribute per second. This recovery speed doubles when sitting down. This is, of course, provided they are not continuously attacked. A third-turn professional with critically low HP, even if they do nothing but sit, can fully recover their HP in over 10 minutes. Many leveling players, to save on healing potions, often cycle between fighting monsters, sitting to recover HP fighting monsters, and their leveling efficiency is not very high. Bringing a trainee physician might slightly improve this, but it requires splitting experience points with an extra person, and the trainee physician's healing is not potent. It's more efficient to solo than to team up for leveling, which is the main reason trainee physicians are discriminated against. The passive recovery bonus of ascetic medical body when HP is damaged, and the fact that it's not affected by action status, is a small benefit. This means Bai Xingqi can passively recover HP even while in combat. Moreover, the speed is several times faster than other professionals, and he can fully recover his HP in just a few minutes. After successfully completing his third turn, Bai Xingqi was in high spirits and said to Xu Xiaoyu, "Alright, I've finished my job change. Shall we head to the job fair now?" Xu Xiaoyu shook her head. "Didn't you say there was a class reunion? You go ahead. As a representative of the job change temple, I can't appear too early." Bai Xingqi didn't mind, nodded, and left the job change temple on his own. Once his third turn was complete, he felt as if the world was his oyster, and the invisible pressure that had always rested on his shoulders had vanished. It was a shame he hadn't encountered anyone from the Sky Wolf Guild or Chingha Guild, as he wanted to test his skills. But he would meet them eventually. He smiled slightly and walked towards the school. Qingshui City School was exceptionally lively today. Even the awakening and job change of this year's students a few days ago couldn't compare to today. This was because the job fair, which was supposed to be held 6 months later, was happening now. Although it was still early and not many major guilds or companies had arrived, the students were already eagerly anticipating it. It wasn't just students from Bai Xingqi's year who were present. In fact, every month there was a job fair, and many seniors from previous years who hadn't found jobs yet also arrived on time. Bai Xingqi saw from afar that his class's booth was decorated magnificently and was very conspicuous. Zhou Shangming, as the young master of the Chingha Guild, did have some resources. "Yes, I did get my second turn. It's been so many days, so it's normal to get my second turn, right? Didn't Hu Liuli also get her second turn?" As Bai Xingqi approached, he heard Zhou Shangming talking with other classmates. "It's all thanks to family help. With the anomaly in the north of the city now, our year is fortunate to have this opportunity. Even if we wanted to level up ourselves, there's no chance. I suggested to my father that we form a novice leveling support team under the Chingha Guild, with me as the captain. If any of you are interested, the Chingha Guild will be here today. With your current skill level, there's a chance you could join as a reserve member." It was clear that Zhou Shangming was trying to recruit for his guild. Normally, a top guild like Chingha wouldn't bother with these newly transferred novices. However, the recruitment fair today was unexpected, and Bai Xingqi didn't quite understand the deeper implications. Perhaps the branch master of the transfer temple knew, but they had no intention of sharing that information with him. "Bai Xingqi, you're here?" Someone with sharp eyes spotted Bai Xingqi approaching. As the descendant of a 4-time transcendent archmage, he was quite well known in school. It was a shame that he awakened as an apprentice physician, which caused many to lose interest in him. "Ha, Bai Xingqi, since you transferred, you should be strong enough to solo the Crimson Crazy Rabbit by now, right? Don't be discouraged, the future for apprentice physicians is bright." "Ha, you're a wicked one. With the anomaly in the north of the city, where would he even find a Crimson Crazy Rabbit to hunt? Forget about him. How we'll level up from now on is a problem for all of us. Isn't Captain Zhou Shangming here? As long as we follow Captain Zhou's lead, these things definitely won't be a problem." Bai Xingqi couldn't be bothered. He curled his lips and said to Zhou Shangming, "What, you didn't tell them I second transferred even earlier than you?" In the classroom area, Zhou Shangming's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. "He second transferred? Even earlier than you? No way, how could an apprentice physician level up that fast?" The exclamations gradually died down. From Zhou Shangming's dark expression, they quickly realized that this was indeed true. Not to mention Hu Liuli, who was lounging with one leg crossed over the other, occupying a table, also stood up and nodded, saying, "That's right, he second transferred before both of us." With that, she completely ignored the other classmates and waved repeatedly at Bai Xingqi, calling out, "Bai Xingqi, come sit here." Bai Xingqi glanced over. He noticed that most people were gathered around Zhou Shangming, while Hu Liuli's side was quiet. So, he walked over. He understood that as the #1 guild in Qingshui City, it was normal for these people to fawn over Zhou Shangming. It was just that Hu Liuli's grandfather was also quite influential and no one approached her side. It was likely that she simply didn't bother with social interactions and deliberately kept people at a distance. "Where are your two friends? Why aren't they with you?" Bai Xingqi sat down next to Hu Liuli and asked casually. "They're not in our class, you know that, right?" "Oh, I forgot." Bai Xingqi shrugged with no sincerity. In fact, he hadn't paid any attention to those two random passers-by. With his extremely low emotional intelligence, he almost killed the conversation right there. Fortunately, he did have something he was curious about at the moment and didn't need to force small talk. By the way, I saw your grandfather fighting with some people the other day. How did it end? How else could it end? Hu Liuli glanced at Zhou Xingming's side and said, my grandfather was just about to beat those people into telling the truth when Zhou Xingming's father came out and interfered. In the end, it was all for nothing. What a busybody. Their voices weren't deliberately lowered, and their seats weren't far apart, so the people nearby overheard everything. Zhou Xingming's expression turned unpleasant. He snorted and said, can you not talk about people behind their backs so classlessly? I love talking, so what? Hu Liuli stared directly at Zhou Shangming opposite her eyes wide, and chuckled, besides, which eye of yours saw me talking behind your back? I'm clearly saying this openly and to your face. You, what, unhappy? If you're unhappy, come hit me. Let's see how amazing your second turn mage is. Bai Xingqi was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Hu Liuli to have such a temper with Zhou Shangming today. Sensing Bai Xingqi's surprised gaze, Hu Liuli felt a little guilty. She coughed and huffed. My dad scolded me before I left this morning, and I'm still angry. Who told him to be so clueless and provoke me? If I don't take it out on him, who else can I take it out on? Bai Xingqi wasn't concerned about her being scolded. He just nodded seriously and said, tell me, is there a possibility that Zhou Chengtian wasn't just meddling but was actually involved in the attack on you that day? This statement was also not spoken in a low voice. All the surrounding classmates could hear it clearly. Everyone present turned pale, shocked by Bai Xingqi's audacity. He was merely a student, yet he dared to casually discuss and speculate about the dignified fourth-turn archmage, the president of the first guild? Not to mention daring to call President Zhou by his name. As many students trembled, Zhou Shangming had already become furious. With a whoosh, he stood up and shouted, Bai Xingqi, are you also going to learn to speak ill of people behind their backs? At this moment, veins were bulging on his face, clearly showing he was extremely angry. Hu Liuli had a fourth-turn professional grandfather behind her, but Bai Xingqi did not. Zhou Shangming didn't dare to easily vent his anger on Hu Liuli, but he had no intention of suppressing himself when facing Bai Xingqi. Not to mention the various grudges and entanglements between them, which far surpassed those with Hu Liuli. At this moment, Zhou Shangming almost wanted to seize the opportunity to make a move and teach Bai Xingqi a good lesson, and at the same time verify the strength of his own second-turn mage. But in the end, the little bit of rationality left in his heart still made him restrain himself. He suddenly remembered the scene at the job transfer temple. According to the transfer guide, the monster required for his transfer mission was hunted back by the Bai Xingqi in front of him. Therefore, Bai Xingqi in front of him must possess powerful means that he was unaware of. Was it the enhancement brought by using attribute crystals? No. Even with attribute crystals, such a significant increase in a short period was absolutely impossible. Although his heart ached at the thought of attribute crystals, Zhou Shangming knew that if Bai Xingqi possessed such unexpectedly powerful strength, it wouldn't be solely due to attribute crystals. Who said I was speaking ill of people behind their backs? Bai Xingqi smiled and, mimicking Hu Liuli's words, said, I'm speaking ill of them openly and honestly. If you don't dare to make a move, then sit down. Bai Xingqi no longer paid attention to him and continued to discuss a possibility with Hu Liuli. Look, what fell from the sky that day was the 5th tier Earth Magic Earthfall. As a 4th-turn archmage, Zhou Chengtian must possess this ability. Why do you insist on ruling him out as a suspect? Hu Liuli frowned and shook her head with a bitter smile. Do you think I haven't considered that? I mentioned this possibility to my dad, and he scolded me thoroughly. He told me to stop bothering with this matter and focus on finding a job at the recruitment fair. You're looking for a job too? Bai Xingqi was a little curious. Doesn't your grandfather have the 100 Beasts Guild? Why are you looking for a job outside? What, do you want to make your own way and not inherit the family business? Hu Liuli rolled her eyes and said, it's not what you think. Whether it's the Chingha Guild or the 100 Beasts Guild, strictly speaking, they both rely on hunting monsters to earn resources. My dad doesn't want me to do this kind of fighting and killing every day. He hopes I can find a big company and get a stable job, preferably one that doesn't require leaving the city. Bai Xingqi didn't know what to say for a moment. Strictly speaking, Hu Liuli's father's idea wasn't wrong. No matter how powerful a guild or how strong a professional was, as long as they kept hunting monsters, they would eventually encounter powerful monsters that were difficult to deal with. At that time, perhaps even countless resurrection opportunities wouldn't be enough. Instead, doing some clerical work in the city could ensure a lifetime of stability. Of course, this was all assuming that the events of 50 years ago wouldn't happen again. Otherwise, there probably wouldn't be any safe place in the entire world. Bai Xingqi just had some doubts. Looking at you, you don't seem like the type to do clerical work. The shapeshifter class has infinite possibilities. Isn't this a waste? He smiled and added, someone like me, a healer with no offensive capabilities, is the most suitable for staying in the city and doing clerical work. You have no offensive capabilities? Hu Liuli glanced at Bai Xingqi, too lazy to say anything more to him. As they were talking, a commotion suddenly arose around them, and someone shouted, they're here, here, the guild recruiters are coming. The atmosphere at the recruitment fair instantly became tense. Almost all the students sat up straight, their eyes eagerly fixed on the approaching guild recruiters, looking like goods doing their best to present their best appearance. But honestly, at this moment, in the eyes of the recruiters, they did indeed look much like goods. They were here to see which goods were of acceptable quality and then recruit them. Bai Xingqi observed coldly, realizing that many guilds seemed to be desperate this time. They were recruiting almost anyone who came, showing a rather indiscriminate approach. Could this be related to the anomaly happening in the north of the city? Bai Xingqi pondered inwardly as the guild recruiters arrived at their classroom. Students, this is the guild recruitment session. Company recruitment will have to wait a little longer. The class counselor led a few people over, saying with a smile, the ones here now are the Blood Wolf Guild, the Whirlwind Guild, and the Black Cloud Guild. They are all very powerful guilds, and this recruitment has no level or professional rank limits. You just need a simple confirmation of your professional category. You might want to consider them. The people who came were holding stacks of registration forms, appearing ready to recruit a large number of members. However, before they could start recruiting, Zhou Shangming from within the class stood up first. Gentlemen, the students here have already agreed to join our Chingha Guild. We apologize for making you make a trip for nothing. Zhou Shangming said he was sorry, but his words were firm, showing no sign of apology at all. However, he noticed that the recruiters were all second-turn professionals and he himself was now a second-turn mage, so he naturally wasn't afraid of them. Not to mention that the Chingha Guild behind him was not something that insignificant. Guilds like the Blood Wolf Guild or the Whirlwind Guild could compare to, so it's already reserved by the Chingha Guild. That's truly a pity. Although he disliked Zhou Shengming's way of speaking, the Chingha Guild behind him was indeed not someone they could afford to offend. At this moment, the gazes of his classmates towards Zhou Shangming held a sense of awe, as if looking up at a towering mountain. Zhou Shangming felt greatly satisfied. In fact, as the #1 guild in Qingshui City, the Chingha Guild wouldn't stoop to snatching people from these smaller guilds, no matter how desperate they were. Not to mention that there were still quite a few life professionals in this class. All of this was actually due to Zhou Shengming's selfishness. Zhou Chengtian might not have been unaware, but since the Chingha Guild was large and prosperous, it could afford such antics, so he let him have his way. The recruiters exchanged glances and, after a brief discussion, turned their attention to another table. Zhou Shengming had only gestured towards the students beside him, not the two solitary figures over there. The recruiters could tell these two were likely outcasts from the class, which was why they weren't included in the recruitment drive. With a might-as-well-try attitude, they approached Hu Liuli and Bai Xingqi. You two, are you interested in joining our guild? Before they could even finish the question, Hu Liuli gently shook her head. I don't even join Grandpa's 100 Beasts Guild, so why would I join yours? The guild recruiters felt a headache coming on. They hadn't expected this student to be the granddaughter of Fierce Lion, the son of Zhou Chengtian from Chingha Guild, and the granddaughter of Fierce Lion from 100 Beasts Guild. TSK, who would have thought such an ordinary class would have two such second-generation professionals at once? What kind of class was this? Sighing, they could only shift their focus to Bai Xingqi. One of them asked, what about you, classmate? You don't have another guild you're joining, do you? No, I don't. That's good. The recruiter breathed a sigh of relief and asked, what's your profession, and what level are you? Don't feel pressured, I'm just registering, it's not a requirement for joining. In such a setting, he wouldn't use his skills to probe Bai Xingqi's status panel. That would be considered very rude. Although I haven't joined a guild, I already have a job. Bai Xingqi smiled and said, I'm sorry, but I'm currently working at the Transfer Temple, so I probably can't join your guild. The Transfer Temple? The recruiters suddenly recalled the events of the past few days and were greatly alarmed. The city guard was mobilized before, could it be? The mobilization of the city guard had caused quite a stir, and most of the guild members had received news of it. They never expected the protagonist of that incident to be standing right in front of them. The recruiters subconsciously began to check Bai Xingqi's information panel. All they saw was a mist, they couldn't discern anything. Sorry to have bothered you. The few recruiters' expressions changed drastically, and they stumbled away. Bai Xingqi shook his head. His stealth skill had gained a few more proficiency points, so he wasn't dissatisfied. The city guard was mobilized. What does that mean? Also, working at the Transfer Temple, what's going on? When did Bai Xingqi become so awesome? The students buzzed with discussion, but only Zhou Xingming's face was grim. The counselor glanced at Bai Xingqi, sighed subtly, and then led the guild recruiters to other areas. Time passed and many more guilds came to recruit, but they all left quickly without any success. Then, major companies began to enter the scene, which Bai Xingqi paid little attention to. For him, this so-called recruitment fair was rather boring. He'd rather go out of the city to tackle dungeons with this time. However, he had come to the recruitment fair with an important goal. Until that goal was achieved, he could only wait patiently. Finally, as the magic megaphone sounded, the pre-built main stage slowly rose into the air above the campus with the help of magic. The students looked up and saw that it was filled with various important figures from Chingha City. The important figures each gave speeches, their voices echoing across the entire campus. Finally, the magic megaphone was handed over to the person Bai Xingqi was most interested in, Zhou Chengtian, the of Chingha Guild. In the time prior, most of you students have likely found your desired jobs. You must be very curious, why has this recruitment fair been held earlier than scheduled? After piquing the curiosity of the many students below, Zhou Chengtian spoke again. This is all because of the anomaly that occurred in the northern part of the city these past few days. On the main stage in mid-air, Zhou Chengtian's words continued. Many of you will surely remember the previous secret realm assault. We returned defeated then, and although we paid a heavy price, we did not gain nothing. We discovered a secret related to that secret realm, and this anomaly in the northern city is also closely related to that secret realm. We found that defeating the monsters in that secret realm had a chance to drop a peculiar gray crystal, which I have named Gray Crystal. Monsters affected by the anomaly in the northern city this time also have a chance to drop gray crystals. As for what gray crystals are and what their uses are, some companies have already researched them. They are one of the important raw materials for crafting attribute crystals. As soon as this was said, a great uproar erupted in the venue. Even the novice job holders who had just transferred knew what attribute crystals were. If you haven't eaten pork, haven't you seen pork run? It's just that the value of those things was too high, and everyone present, without exception, could not afford them. But now, to hear that the monsters affected by the northern city anomaly could produce the raw materials for these attribute crystals? For a moment, these novice job holders' minds were filled with all sorts of ideas. Of course, besides these extremely excited novice job holders, there were also others in the venue with different thoughts. Some job holders were looking at the main stage in the sky, their expressions extremely grim. These were the recruiters from the major companies. What exactly does Zhou Chengtian want to do? Doesn't he know that once this news leaks out, and other cities get involved, we might end up with nothing? Being able to single-handedly establish the #1 guild in Clear Water City, how could Zhou Chengtian be a fool? There was news that he left for a period of time. Perhaps he has already allied with forces from outside the city. He is playing with fire. If he's not careful, I fear the Clear River Guild might not fare well either. He dares to bring this up here, which means the news has already leaked. We should focus on how to ensure our profits in the coming chaos. In the sky, Zhou Chengtian on the main stage continued. As for why the recruitment is being held early, and in such a way with almost no barriers, the reason is simple. Given the current anomaly in the northern city, many newly awakened and transferred individuals are finding it difficult to level up. Those who will awaken soon may also face the same predicament. Therefore, we, the various guilds, have decided to shoulder some social responsibility by organizing these newcomers who are facing difficulties. Our guilds will dispatch personnel to guide these newcomers through this unprecedentedly challenging situation. Below, waves of cheers and applause erupted. The loudest cheers, of course, came from those novice job holders who were still in their first transfer state. These days, due to the anomaly in the northern city, they were forbidden from leaving the city and were frustrated by their inability to level up and improve themselves. Hearing at this moment that their worries had already been considered and that the guilds had even introduced specific measures to help them, they were all extremely excited. So, before this, by holding the recruitment fair in advance, allowing everyone to officially join the guilds will essentially be cultivating talent for themselves, and naturally, they will be more dedicated and diligent. On the podium, Zhou Chengtian smiled slightly and continued with great passion. One day, we will use this transformed North City as a stepping stone to reform a powerful team, counterattack the secret realm, and incorporate all of this into the territory of our Qingshui city. Thunderous applause erupted again. However, as the applause gradually subsided, a voice rang out inappropriately. President Zhou, I'm rather curious, when that day comes, will you still be the same as before, turning around and selling out your teammates and fleeing from battle? The voice didn't seem very loud at first, but as the astonishing content it revealed became apparent, the scene fell into a dead silence. This single voice, in contrast, seemed to be deafening. Everyone turned to look, and saw that somewhere below, a student who looked rather young, clearly having just awakened and transferred professions, was holding a magic megaphone and shouting towards the sky. Not far from him, another student was glaring at him with a look of anger. This student has such great courage. Many people present couldn't help but think this. This person was, of course, Bai Xingqi. Not far from him at this moment, besides Zhou Shengming's angry expression, all his classmates were shocked. With only one thought in their minds, Bai Xingqi has gone mad. If he wasn't mad, how could he openly challenge Zhou Chengtian, the president of Qingshui City's #1 guild, in public? This was no longer a matter of low emotional intelligence, it was a pure act of seeking death. The various guild members and company representatives present were different from these students. Despite their shock at this moment, many of them showed unusual expressions of keen interest. Is that him? Yes, it's him, that of the great mage Baya. This is interesting. I didn't expect this kid to be so brave, openly challenging someone at such an occasion. Heh, he's indeed super brave. Even we wouldn't dare to do something like this. Discussions erupted all around. The scene actually fell into a strange, brief silence. It's Shao Qi, right? I am indeed very sorry about what happened to your father, but perhaps you've misunderstood some things. At that time, it wasn't just your father who was trapped, the entire assault team members were with him. On the podium, Zhou Qingtian's expression was sorrowful, and his voice was filled with grief. You were born in this era, and perhaps you don't understand the true nature of this world, and you have an overly optimistic view of it. Exploring the world has never been a safe endeavor. Setbacks and even loss of life are common occurrences. Your father is worthy of admiration, and so are all the other assault team members. In fact, at that time, I would have preferred to burn out with them in that secret realm assault. Bai Xingqi below sneered and said, holding the magic megaphone, who can't speak pretty words? Then why didn't you choose to burn out at that time, President Zhou, but instead waited until now to spout platitudes? Bai Xingqi, you've gone too far. Zhou Shangming beside him could no longer hold back. He had already gripped his staff, about to chant a spell to unleash a magic skill on the other party. But his arm was grabbed by someone at some point, as if clamped by iron tongs, causing a piercing pain. What business is it of yours? Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he looked angrily at Hu Liuli, who was holding his arm. The other party's profession was a shapeshifter. Even when not in a shapeshifted state, they could enjoy a certain proportion of their form's stat bonuses. Their strength attribute was naturally much higher than his, a mage. Close quarters combat had never been a mage's strong suit. Then what business is it of yours if he's speaking? Aren't you going to let him speak properly? In this situation, the only one among the classmates who dared to step forward and help Bai Xingqi was probably Hu Liuli. Of course, whether she had her own little schemes in mind was hard to say. With Hu Liuli's interruption, Zhou Shengming's skill naturally couldn't be unleashed. And from the stage, another voice had already spoken. However, this time it wasn't Zhou Chengtian speaking. Sometimes, retreating also requires courage. According to our assessment at the time, even if the entire support team was deployed, we wouldn't have been able to successfully explore the secret realm. The voice sighed and continued, since that's the case, it's better to preserve some strength as a foundation for a comeback in the future. In fact, the association has another guess about the anomaly in the north of the city. If this guess proves true, then preserving this strength becomes even more necessary. It's the branch president of the association, the branch president of the professional association stationed in Qingshui City, someone whispered, recognizing the speaker's identity. The entire venue fell into a moment of silence again. Undoubtedly, the status and position of this person were so high that few would object if he were considered the foremost in all of Qingshui City. Zhou Chengtian, as a four-turn archmage and the president of Qingshui City's top guild, had his status recognized through his own strength and influence. However, the association's branch president didn't need these. The professional association behind him naturally possessed all of it. In other cities in this world, there would undoubtedly be more guilds comparable to or even stronger than the Chingha Guild, but there was only one professional association. With even the association's branch president speaking, it was tantamount to settling the matter. No matter how dissatisfied the student might be, he would likely have to accept it. This was the thought of most people. It was just that, at this moment, what Bai Xingqi intended to do was destined to go against the thoughts of the majority. Assessment. Then I have a question for the branch president. Bai Xingqi narrowed his eyes slightly and said indifferently, if President Zhou himself or even the entire Chingha Guild were in crisis, and the branch president assessed that deploying other forces in Qingshui City could not save them, would you then decisively abandon President Zhou and the Chingha Guild? The atmosphere at the recruitment fair became somewhat strange. Many people's gazes fell upon Bai Xingqi, unable to comprehend his intentions behind saying such a thing. Needless to say, after these words were spoken, the relationship between Bai Xingqi and Zhou Chengtian clearly had no possibility of reconciliation. Has this kid gone mad? On the stage, the association's branch president was momentarily rendered speechless by the question. He truly hadn't expected Bai Xingqi to ask such a question, and it was a question he couldn't possibly answer, because no matter how he answered, he would be criticized. At this moment, as the core of the question, Zhou Chengtian had already taken back the magic amplifier. He stood on the high stage, looking down, exuding an imposing aura without anger. I wonder who in this Qingshui city would cause my Chingha Guild to be in crisis. I'm rather curious. As he spoke these words, his gaze swept over everyone, causing many powerful professionals to involuntarily lower their heads, appearing extremely overbearing. Zhou Chengtian had the right to be overbearing. In the current Qingshui city, there was truly no force that could sanction the Chingha Guild. The association might have once held sway over the Chingha Guild, but ever since the failure of that secret realm assault, even the association's prestige had greatly diminished. Nowadays, the association would consider the opinions of the Chingha Guild more in many matters. Me. Bai Xingqi looked up at the sky and uttered the cold, hard word. Because the word was so brief and clear, no one present had any chance of mishearing. This guy's brain probably really has a problem. Sighs echoed through the crowd. The professionals who had expected a good show were all shaking their heads. If that kid had stood firm on righteousness and engaged in a simple dialogue while still unable to do anything to Zhou Qingtian, he could at least have disgusted the opponent and ensured his own safety. But to reveal his true intentions like this was tantamount to handing his life over to the other party. Was Zhou Qingtian, the president of the #1 guild, someone who gained his position by coaxing children? Now that he had such a good reason, wouldn't he go all out to deal with that kid? Just as everyone on the scene was waiting to see Zhou Qingtian's reaction, another person stood up on the rostrum. Good kid, you still dare to show yourself in front of so many people. That person nodded to the many people on the rostrum and said, this person attacked my Heavenly Wolf Guild's leveling team in the wild, causing 7 of my guild members to respawn and return to the city, with one of them being completely eliminated. This is simply insane. He looked at the branch president of the association and the captain of the city guards, and then said loudly, please, assist me in apprehending this person. Such a dangerous element that disrupts normal order absolutely cannot be tolerated. The branch president of the association's expression shifted slightly as he looked at the captain of the city guards beside him. The captain of the city guards frowned, looking somewhat puzzled. Why haven't I received any reports? President Lan, my city guards cannot act rashly based solely on your word. As he spoke, he subconsciously glanced to the side, only then remembering that the guardian of the Resurrection Temple had not come today, and there was no one to ask. Meanwhile, on the rostrum, someone spoke up. President Lan, Bai Xingqi is an employee of my job transfer temple. How could he do such a thing? There must be some misunderstanding. Please discern carefully. It was Zhu Xiaoyu, the job transfer guide from the job transfer temple. Although she was young and only at the second transfer stage, she was the professional with the lowest level and rank on the rostrum. However, because she represented the job transfer temple, no one on the stage dared to underestimate her. President Lan of the Heavenly Wolf Guild was not surprised. He smiled at Zhu Xiaoyu and said, who here doesn't have a position? Does having a position mean one can act recklessly? What kind of logic is that? Although the job transfer temple was formidable, in the face of such righteousness, even the job transfer temple could not casually gloss over it. The branch president of the association narrowed his somewhat cloudy eyes slightly and said slowly, if it is confirmed to be true, then no matter who it is or what position they hold, they will not escape punishment. With the branch president of the association speaking, what else could Zhu Xiaoyu do? She clenched her fists secretly and looked down, praying in her heart, little by, I can only help you this much. Don't be foolish and seek death yourself. It's not necessarily difficult to find out the truth. President Lan smiled and looked down again, asking loudly, Bai Xingqi, you ambushed my Heavenly Wolf Guild's entire leveling team. Do you dare to admit it? He could tell that the young man's state was somewhat unusual. From the very beginning of attacking his guild members, he had shown no intention of concealing himself, as if he deliberately wanted people to know. At this moment, he seemed ready to go all out. In such a heated state, perhaps a single provocative remark would make the other party admit it outright. Then, evidence would not be needed. As expected, his guess was correct. In response to his question, Bai Xingqi below smiled faintly. That's right, it was me. What is there to not admit? As soon as these words were spoken, the scene immediately buzzed with shock, and many professionals looked in Bai Xingqi's direction in disbelief. Although everyone might not have considered the association's ban as an ironclad rule, they at least paid lip service to it. It was rare for someone to openly trample on it in such an occasion. The other students in Bai Xingqi's class were trembling at this moment, instinctively taking a few steps back. Even Hu Liuli, who considered herself fearless, stuck out her tongue and quietly moved further away. At a time like this, if one stayed by Bai Xingqi's side and was inexplicably hit by a stray area of effect spell, there would be no way to explain it, and nowhere to turn to cry. He admitted it. At this moment, on the main stage, President Lan felt a strange sense of melancholy. This was what he had hoped for, but when the other party so casually admitted it, he suddenly felt at a loss. However, as the president of a major guild, he knew very well what needed to be done most at this moment. Everyone, he has admitted it, the evidence is conclusive. I believe you can all see what a dangerous and unstable individual he is. I suggest we apprehend him immediately. All right, I've seen enough. I don't need your suggestion. The captain of the city guard snorted and began to operate the communication device in his hand. As the captain of the city guard, his status in Clearwater City was also extremely high. Although there were some individuals he needed to placate with a smile, President Lan was clearly not among them. Soon, small, orderly queues of city guard members rushed into the Recruitment fair from all directions. These were all members of the City Guard. It was said that the Clear River Guild was the #1 guild in Clearwater City, but if the City Guard were also considered a guild, then with their strength, they could at least rank among the top 3 guilds in Clearwater City. President Lan smiled and sat down with satisfaction. He had already learned of Bai Xingqi's unusual nature from the members of his own guild. If he had to commit his entire guild's strength to deal with an opponent whose limits were unknown, he would not have made such a decision. Now that he had passed the ball to the City Guard, his mood immediately became cheerful, and he just wanted to sit back and watch the show. As for whether the City Guard had a way to apprehend Bai Xingqi, that was not something he needed to worry about at all. In any case, as long as he clashed with the City Guard, regardless of the outcome of this confrontation, the person named Bai Xingqi would have no future. Behind the City Guard was the association's branch, and behind the branch was the association's headquarters. No matter how strong a person was, could they be stronger than the professional association, which was rooted in this era? The approaching squads were composed of 5 people each, consisting of 1 third-turn professional and 4 second-turn professionals. There were 8 such squads in total. Looking at such an incredibly luxurious lineup, the professionals present were somewhat numb. Was this really just to apprehend a mere professional? It was no exaggeration to say that with such a lineup, they could probably flatten a large or medium-sized guild in Clearwater City. How long had it been since the City Guard had deployed such a large-scale force? They had thought that after the failure of the Secret Realm assault, the City Guard's strength had been greatly weakened, but they didn't expect that at some point they had cultivated so many third-turn professionals. Many people exchanged glances, with various hidden thoughts flowing through their minds at this moment. However, facing the 8 luxurious squads that had rushed to his side, Bai Xingqi remained unfazed. He smiled slightly, his gaze still fixed on the main stage above. I just want to get an explanation from Zhou Chengtian. I advise your City Guard not to interfere. On the main stage, the captain of the City Guard's expression was grim. He knew that Bai Xingqi was no ordinary character. After the City Guard's previous failed operation, he had already tried to gather some information, and the more he learned, the more shocked he became by Bai Xingqi's performance. The powerful combat strength displayed by the other party was completely beyond ordinary people's comprehension. That was why he had summoned 8 high-spec teams at once. Aside from their captain, who hadn't yet made a move, this was actually the strongest capture lineup the City Guard could muster. But unfortunately, Bai Xingqi's strength evolved on a daily basis. Even a single day's delay in intelligence could lead to a massive miscalculation of his abilities. Such miscalculations could be fatal at times. -1 -1 -1. The City Guard's capture squad was well trained. Once a target was identified, they acted without a word. Bai Xingqi didn't retaliate, simply standing his ground. His true perception eye, bolstered by over 30,000 spirit attribute points, had already revealed the panel information of every City Guard member. None of them posed a threat to him, not even the 8 Tier 3 professionals leading the squad. The Tier 2 professionals who attacked could not even breach Bai Xingqi's defense, only managing to inflict -1 damage. The Tier 3 professionals leading the squad thought they would fare differently, only to discover the outcome was the same. Even they could only deal -1 damage. A newcomer who had only awakened and transferred a few days ago had reached a level where even Tier 3 professionals couldn't break his defense? It was laughable. He has a defense enchantment cast by a Tier 4 Archmage. It's normal that you can't break his defense, use that. From the main platform, the City Guard captain instructed. The squad members immediately retreated. They moved with practiced coordination, some blocking Bai Xingqi while others prepared to use items from behind. Simultaneously, 8 scrolls were unfurled and dark energy surged towards Bai Xingqi, enveloping him in an instant. Everyone in the arena watched with bated breath. Any professional with some experience could tell that the 4 scrolls just used were clearly negative status attacks, unaffected by defense. The City Guard members' response was seemingly flawless. However, as the 8 streams of dark energy struck Bai Xingqi, they merely flickered and dissipated like fireworks. Bai Xingqi remained standing, unharmed. At the recruitment fair, a falconer shook his head, a bitter smile playing on his lips. At this moment, he finally understood that his previous failure wasn't without reason. Bai Xingqi could apparently ignore attacks that inflicted negative status effects. The secrets he held were far beyond his imagination. This lack of understanding directly led to the decline in his falcon, Xiao Jin's tier. This, not only the squad members who had attacked, but even the City Guard captain on the main platform was stunned. This capture tactic, which had always worked, had failed so comically. He's immune to negative status effects too? Not just the City Guard captain, but many of the influential figures on the main platform were shocked. This was different from the defense enchantment they were aware of. Could it be that the Archmage Baiya had left other means on his bloodline? They couldn't fathom that this was merely the negative resistance skill from a novice physician, which, due to Bai Xingqi's exceptionally high luck attribute, produced effects beyond imagination. Are you guys done yet? From below, Bai Xingqi tilted his head, looking at the increasingly flustered squad members with a half-smile. In reality, he had been standing still the entire time, never retaliating. If he had truly fought back, these squad members would have long since reunited at the Resurrection Temple rather than standing there dumbfounded. Ignoring the squad members, Bai Xingqi looked up at the main stage and spoke again. Your city guard attacked me. I'll allow it this one time. If you dare to offend me again, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you don't mind the city guard becoming history from today onwards, feel free to try. His voice was resonant, echoing throughout the entire recruitment fair. The professionals present exchanged glances, seeing the deep shock in each other's eyes. If Bai Xingqi had said something like this before, he would have been laughed at for being ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. But at this moment, many people no longer dare to think that way. If even a capture squad of this caliber couldn't do anything to him, then who in Clearwater City could control him in the future? On the main stage, the captain of the city guard was furious. Trembling all over, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You're just relying on external things. Do you really think you can ignore everything with defense enchantments?" At this moment, light flashed in his hand and a longbow appeared. Bright golden light shone from the longbow, making it very dazzling. Golden weapon. We don't even have rare quality equipment and he's already using golden equipment? Many professionals in the venue were extremely envious. Common, excellent, fine, rare, gold. Most professionals at the second or third turn could at most use fine and rare quality equipment. It wasn't that they didn't use golden equipment because they didn't like it, but because they simply couldn't obtain it. In a place like Clearwater City, the cheapest golden equipment would cost at least tens of millions of star coins, which ordinary professionals could not afford. Moreover, there was no golden equipment for sale in Clearwater City. Any piece of golden equipment that appeared would immediately fall into the hands of a few powerful figures. The captain of the city guard clearly had his own backing. Holding the golden longbow, his gaze turned cold as he looked down at Bai Xingqi, now filled with considerable confidence. Use this. The defense enchantment on him was applied with great effort by Baiya, so don't underestimate it. Zhou Qingtian's voice came from the side. Then, an arrow as dark as if it could swallow the surrounding light was handed to him. Demon breaking arrow? What tier is it? Tier 6. The captain of the city guard was startled, his pupils dilating. He hadn't expected Zhou Qingtian to be so generous. This demon-breaking arrow was extremely powerful, capable of breaking most magical effects of the same tier, making it a very useful item. Although it was a one-time consumable item, its value was extremely high due to its powerful effect and important strategic significance. If there were a few more such demon-breaking arrows combined, their value would likely be comparable to the golden longbow in his hand. He didn't say anything further and quickly knocked the demon-breaking arrow onto the bowstring, aiming it by Xingqi below. However, he didn't shoot the arrow immediately. Instead, he maintained this posture, drawing the bowstring to its fullest extent and aiming downwards. He did this not to strike a pose or show off, but because the demon-breaking arrow was extremely rare and he had to ensure that it would break the opponent's defense enchantment with a single shot. What he was using at this moment was the third turn longbowman skill, Delayed Shot. This skill allowed him to draw the bow for a period of time before releasing the arrow, accumulating power to deal exponentially increased damage, which was perfect for this situation. Hold him off and ensure the captain hits his mark. At this moment, seeing the captain's actions on the main stage, the squad members below immediately responded as they should. It was just that at this moment they had no idea that this was the most inappropriate thing to do. Very good, you really don't understand human language. Bye. Xingqi smiled indifferently, and the next moment, a mist of blood rose from his body. At the same time, a dark blue gauze dress was already draped over him. He casually raised his hand and cast Slow Recovery on himself. While his health was constantly fluctuating between dropping and recovering, strands of light, thin as needles, began to condense around him. These light needles, each as fine as a hair and about 4 centimeters long, were pure white. Under his control, these pure white needles began to change, instantly turning pure black. This was the transformation from yang needles to yin needles, from healing to attack. His current health was over 10 million. In the yin-yang medical needle state, in just 3 seconds he had consumed hundreds of thousands of health points. All these health points were filled into the medical needles. Each medical needle could only be filled with a maximum of 1,000 health points. At this moment, hundreds of needles were hovering around him. Let today's feast begin with you. The hundreds of medical needles, each carrying the magical damage added by the demon repelling gauze, flew outwards. Like swarming schools of fish, they surged towards the surroundings. Everything happened in an instant. A total of 40 people were attacking Bai Xingqi from around him. Such treatment was only enjoyed by those who were fourth-turn professionals. These 40 people from the 8 small teams did not aim to injure Bai Xingqi, they only wanted to hold him back, preventing him from dealing with the demon-breaking arrow that was about to fly from above. Once Bai Xingqi decided to act, he would never hesitate. The hundreds of pure black medical needles around him attacked the 40 people respectively. Each person received about 10 medical needles. Each medical needle was filled with only 1,000 health points, meaning that even if all 10 needles hit, they would only deal 10,000 damage. Although this damage was not low, it was still insufficient to repel or even kill these 40 city guard members. However, the damage of the medical needles was not limited to this. Each of these needles was imbued with the magical attack of the demon repelling gauze, with Bai Xingqi's current spirit attribute exceeding 30,000. Even though the demon repelling gauze was still only level 1, it could already inflict magical attacks equivalent to twice his spirit attribute. That was over 60,000 magical attack power. Each team member had to face about 10 medical needles. Even if they had some magical defense, they could not withstand such an attack. Every single one of the 40 team members present, including the 8 third-turn professionals, had their health bars instantly emptied and collapsed to the ground the moment they were invaded by the medical needles. In just one exchange, 40 powerful professionals were instantly annihilated. What's going on? How is this possible? Damn it, is this a physician? It is indeed a physician class, and that was clearly a skill from the third-turn physician's skill walking barefoot to heal. The other professionals watching the scene were somewhat stunned. They had anticipated Bai Xingqi's power, but they never expected him to be so much stronger than they had imagined. On the main stage, the captain of the city guard, who was still drawing his bow, was on the verge of a mental breakdown. As the captain of the city guard, no one knew the strength of these 8 small teams better than he did. In his opinion, even if the only 4th-turn Archmage in Clearwater City unleashed their strongest area of effect magic, many members of this team would still be able to survive one round. Yet, in front of Bai Xingqi, they couldn't even make a ripple before being wiped out with a single snap. Various thoughts twisted into a knot in his mind. At this moment, delayed shot was ready. He had extreme confidence in this arrow. An arrow, delayed by a full 6 seconds, could unleash an attack damage of up to 1,500%, with an additional 50% increase in critical hit chance and armor penetration. Such an arrow could shatter even the earth shield erected by a knight of the same tier. Coupled with the use of the extremely rare tier 6 demon breaking arrow, the city guard captain felt confident. He could already envision the opponent's defense enchantment shattering and their health bar being emptied by this single strike. Besides the city guard captain who loosed the arrow, the other powerful professionals on the rostrum, with their gazes full of anticipation, also followed the arrow's trajectory. Bai Xingqi frowned, staring intently at the incoming arrow. After 6 seconds of charging, the arrow's flying momentum was incredibly astonishing, its speed so immense that it was impossible to dodge. Bai Xingqi estimated that if he were to use the swift flight effect of grasshopper wings at this moment, he should be able to escape the arrow's attack range. However, at this moment he was facing the powerful professionals of Clearwater City alone, and it was best not to use a life-saving ultimate skill like swift flight lightly. Just a moment before the demon-breaking arrow was about to hit him, his body moved abruptly and he unleashed a certain skill. For ordinary people, being locked onto by a delayed shot attack was equivalent to being hit. However, Bai Xingqi's outrageously high spirit and agility attributes not only allowed him to easily discern the origin of the demon-breaking arrow but also enabled his body to react accordingly. Swish, 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 3 arrows in succession, almost forming a single line, shot towards the city guard captain in the sky. It was precisely the ricochet shot skill, which he hadn't used much since mastering it. Once upon a time, this was a skill he couldn't afford to learn. But now, the attack power of this skill was actually not very significant to him. What he valued more was the ricochet effect that came with the skill. As the 3 arrows flew out, under the effect of the ricochet shot skill, his entire body became like a nimble grasshopper, leaping backward a considerable distance. This leap completely caught everyone off guard. Moreover, due to his extremely high agility attribute, the speed of his leap was incredibly fast, leaving a long trail of afterimages as he retreated. Boom! The demon-breaking arrow, carrying immense attack power, lost its target and, with a strong gust of wind, continued to shoot forward, scraping the ground. Where the gust of wind touched the ground, dust and sand billowed, plowing a long trench as the demon-breaking arrow sped onward. The demon-breaking arrow continued its trajectory, still heading towards Bai Xingqi. However, Bai Xingqi's backward leap had ultimately yielded some results. The demon-breaking arrow did not ultimately hit him, but rather grazed his body and flew towards the rear. Finally, with another loud bang, a wall behind him collapsed and the demon-breaking arrow finally halted its momentum. It was then that Bai Xingqi had the leisure to look up, only to see the city guard captain standing in place, his face pale and covered in sweat. Bai Xingqi's ricochet shot just now had almost sent him to the Resurrection Temple. With Bai Xingqi's current attack power exceeding 1 million, the 3 arrows of ricochet shot combined could deal around 3 million damage. Even though the city guard captain had reached level 90 as a third-turn longbowman, he absolutely could not withstand such damage. He was still alive entirely thanks to a top-tier defensive equipment he wore. That was an accessory equipment called Lock of Life. This type of equipment, from rare quality to gold quality and even higher qualities, existed. Its function was very simple. It could store life points. Depending on their quality, the amount of life force they can store also varies. If enough life force is stored in this lifelock during normal times, it will be drawn from the lifelock to supplement the user's own life force when they suffer severe damage. However, if the damage taken in a short period exceeds the limit, this lifelock will shatter. Correspondingly, when this equipment shatters, it triggers a special effect called Bloodlock. This Bloodlock effect provides the user with an outrageously powerful protection, ensuring that no matter how severe the attack, the user will always retain at least one drop of blood. The Bloodlock effect lasts for only 3 seconds. Even so, this is already an extremely powerful life-saving artifact, often equivalent to an extra life. The price of such equipment is also frighteningly high. Even a rare quality item would not be priced below several million star coins. Yet despite this, any professional with some ability will try their best to acquire at least one life lock. The City Guard Captain's lifelock is of rare quality, with a maximum storage capacity of 2 million life force. With this equipment, he had escaped danger many times. But now, under an unremarkable general skill, ricochet shot, the lifelock that had accompanied him through many perilous situations shattered with a snap. The Bloodlock effect lasts for a mere 3 seconds. The City Guard Captain, while chugging a top-grade healing potion, hastily retreated. He understood clearly that if the lifelock, which stored 2 million life force, could be shattered by the opponent's single blow, he himself was even less qualified to stand before the opponent now. Rumble. The battle between the City Guard Captain and Bai Xingqi was over in an instant, but at this moment, the ground below began to churn violently. The ground where Bai Xingqi stood suddenly sank, the soil becoming soft and forming 2 giant hands that gripped Bai Xingqi's legs. Simultaneously, the surrounding ground flipped over like pages of a book, forming a massive cage in an instant, trapping him within. At the recruitment fair, Bai Xingqi, who had already dodged the demon break arrow attack, was suddenly subjected to another powerful magical skill. The more powerful the magical skill, the longer the preparation time required, so logically, such an attack should not exist. The current situation could only mean one thing: these magical skills had been in preparation since before the demon break arrow attacked. The fact that the opponent could time it so perfectly indicated that the person launching the surprise attack was definitely a seasoned and powerful mage. With his feet held by giant hands made of earth and surrounded by thick earth walls, this was a first-time experience for Bai Xingqi. He did not panic excessively. His yin-yang medical needle skill was still active, and as his life force was continuously consumed, more and more medical needles condensed around him. These condensed medical needles, densely packed around him and carrying the additional attack from the demon-repelling gauze, swarmed towards the surrounding earth walls like locusts. What if it was a powerful magical skill? As long as the current set of output capabilities was not to be trifled with, these earth walls would naturally collapse with a bit of attrition from the medical needles. Indeed, in just 2 seconds, the thick earth walls were broken through by the locust-like medical needles, allowing him to see the light of day again. However, upon emerging from the earth walls, he did not immediately see the blue sky. Directly above him, a massive block of rock and earth was plummeting down with a huge shadow. It was the familiar earthfall, no doubt. And this earthfall was clearly much more powerful than the one he had seen with Huliuli before. The person casting this magic was likely not the same one. Bai Xingqi originally intended to use grasshopper wings to evade, but as soon as the idea surfaced, he realized that the broken earthen wall outside had already become extraordinary. Azure water currents flowed rapidly around him, and in an instant, he felt as if he were standing in the eye of a vortex. Is it Zhou Chengtian? Bai Xingqi's mind conjured this thought. He had witnessed some of Zhou Chengtian's previous encounters with Fierce Lion, who Tuesday Zhou Chengtian seemed to possess profound attainments in water magic. The surrounding water currents swirled, and every corner resembled rolling sharp blade wheels. At this moment, to escape using grasshopper wings, he would have to pass through these water blade wheels. Bai Xingqi could tell at a glance that these water blade wheels were a more dangerous magical skill than the rock and earth descent from above. The choice was clear. The rock and earth descent was falling too quickly, and in such a short time, a medical needle condensed solely by consuming HP might not be able to completely resolve the issue. Bai Xingqi decisively drew his usual bow and arrow, knocked an arrow, and shot towards the sky. Swish, 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 with extremely high agility and the not low-level mad blood skill, he had already loosed 6 or 7 arrows in the blink of an eye. The bow was the most ordinary bow, and the arrows were the most ordinary arrows. However, each arrow carried his attack power of over 1,000,000. As a 5th-tier magic skill, released by a powerful mage, the damage of rock and earth descent was absolutely explosive. But under Bai Xingqi's 6 or 7 arrows, with a combined total damage of 7 to 8 million, it was ultimately powerless. It exploded in mid-air, reverting to its original earth elemental form. Unbelievable, this is the first time I've seen someone directly attack a magic skill. Even more unbelievable is that he actually succeeded in blowing up this powerful magic skill. Can someone tell me what kind of tactic this is? Why did my teachers never mention this when I was studying? Tactic? You call this a tactic? As a bowman, why would I, a fragile mage, attack the magic skills that others have unleashed instead of attacking the casters themselves? Bai Xingqi's formidable performance stunned all the professional players present. In this brief moment, the 8 squads of city guards, 40 people, were easily dispatched. The seemingly super powerful captain who possessed golden equipment had his attack, which couldn't even chip the opponent's scalp, result in him being instantly reduced to critical health and forced to retreat in fear. And the earth magic unleashed by the unknown powerful mage, whether earth prison or rock and earth descent, was easily shattered. Could this truly be achieved by a new professional player who had only awakened recently? With such a performance, it wouldn't be unreasonable to say that Bai Xingqi was a 4-time transcended expert. On the main stage in mid-air, those powerful professional players could no longer sit calmly. They all stood up, looking at Bai Xingqi below with various expressions. But regardless of whether their hearts were filled with joy or sorrow, one emotion was shared: profound shock. Young man, how many times have you transcended? On the main stage, the association's branch president, with a deep frown, stared intently at Bai Xingqi for a long time before finally shaking his head and saying, I cannot see through your information. To reach this level in just a few days is truly against common sense. How many times I have transcended, and whether it is against common sense, what does it matter? Bai Xingqi shook his head and said, from beginning to end, the only person I wanted to find was Zhou Chengtian. What is the meaning of you all stepping forward? Rules cannot be broken. The association's branch president, with a grim expression, said to Bai Xingqi, I admit you possess immense strength, but that does not give you the right to trample on rules and the stability that humanity has long maintained. Together, he glanced down at the 40 city guards who had been lying on the ground. They had now chosen to return to the city to respawn. At least, up to this point, no one had truly perished in this battle. It's not too late. Stop now, and I can guarantee that everyone present will act as if none of this ever happened. The association's branch president made this decision without consulting anyone present. However, given his status and position, if he made a promise, he could certainly ensure it was kept. At least in Clearwater City, his words still carried weight. Bai Xingqi, however, had no intention of accepting this kindness. Are you saying you're backing Zhou Chengtian? Bai Xingqi's gaze turned cold, devoid of any warmth as he looked at the association's branch president before him. Then that's perfect. Chingha Guild, the association's branch, and the city guards can all come at me together. Oh, and I wonder how many respawn opportunities the city guards have left? His words were arrogant and unrestrained. If spoken by any other professional, they would have been met with instant demise. Yet, he still stood perfectly fine. Bai Xingqi wasn't intentionally trying to adopt an anti-world stance, but through the association's branch president's attitude, he gradually came to understand something. He had already displayed extraordinary strength, and with the branch president's discerning eye, he couldn't possibly have missed it. In such a situation, it would be more beneficial for the association to watch the Tigers fight from the sidelines. That way, no matter who won in the end, the association wouldn't lose out. But this association branch president had firmly sided with the Chingha Guild, determined to protect Zhou Chengtian. This made it very clear that on the matter of his father's predicament, these two were likely on the same side. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. He wasn't in a hurry to attack. During the time he spent chatting with the other party, he hadn't forgotten to cast slow recovery on himself to heal. At this moment, his continuously depleted health had reached a staggering 10 million. The yin-yang medical needles floating around him were so dense they made one's scalp tingle, numbering in the tens of thousands. The time was clearly ripe. Bai Xingqi ignored Zhou Chengtian, who stood on the stage holding a massive flowing spear, and shouted loudly, anyone on the stage who was not involved, please evacuate. Quickly. Those who remain after I count to 3, be prepared to meet in the Resurrection Temple. 3, 2, 1. At the recruitment fair, as Bai Xingqi's icy words echoed, the various professionals on the stage couldn't help but panic. As prominent figures in Clearwater City, they had never imagined they would find themselves in such a predicament. Having witnessed Bai Xingqi's formidable power earlier, they now wished they could leave their spots immediately, but the dignity of being important figures in Clearwater City prevented them from acting so rashly. However, within the stage area, there was one person who did not possess such a sense of importance. With a startled cry, she jumped up from her seat and ran towards the edge of the stage. It was Zhu Xiaoyu from the Job Transfer Temple. She was the only second-turn professional on the entire stage. Judging by Bai Xingqi's words, he was likely about to launch an indiscriminate attack on the stage, and if she didn't leave now, was she planning to wait for death? The stage area was not large, and Zhu Xiaoyu quickly reached the edge. Disregarding the fact that the stage was currently suspended in mid-air, she pushed off the ground and leaped downwards. The wind whistled past her ears, and shouts of alarm arose from below. Falling from such a height, even a thick-skinned profession would not be spared. They would surely be smashed into a pulp and see the resurrection temple in the blink of an eye. Could it be that when the threat arrived, the person on the rostrum had lost their mind? Zhu Xiaoyu certainly wouldn't be so brainless. As her body plummeted downwards, a humanoid light projection, condensed with a dazzling radiance, embraced her from behind, causing her falling speed to slow down considerably. This was precisely her summon Holy Spirit skill as a cleric. With the help of the Holy Spirit, Zhu Xiaoyu would be able to land safely. And at this very moment, Bai Xingqi's countdown was complete. On the rostrum, many powerful professionals, amidst the chaos, had still not decided to flee. Very good. Bai Xingqi sneered coldly, waved his hand forward, and instantly tens of thousands of yin-yang medical needles shot out like dense raindrops. The target, naturally, was the crowd. On the rostrum. With Xu Xiaoyu's departure, Bai Xingqi no longer had any reservations. At this moment, his attack mercilessly surged towards the people on the rostrum. However, the rostrum was gathered with the most powerful professionals in the entire Clearwater City, and they certainly wouldn't sit idly by at this moment. Just as the yin-yang medical needles were about to hit them, many of them had already reacted swiftly. Dazzling lights lit up almost simultaneously, and these Tier 3 professionals unleashed their respective skills at this moment. It was a pity that the medical needles shot out were simply too numerous, not to mention that each medical needle was also accompanied by the magical attack of Aversion Demon's Silk Robe. Combined, a single medical needle could deal over 60,000 damage, and even after deducting the target's magic defense, it was still an extremely terrifying damage capability. These Tier 3 professionals, those with thick blood, could reach hundreds of thousands, while the fragile ones had only a little over 200,000. Just 4 or 5 medical needles would likely make their health bars difficult to sustain. And this time, the medical needles sent out were as many as tens of thousands. Even though there were many people on the rostrum, divided among them, each person could receive over 200 needles. Attacked by so many needles simultaneously, how could even a Tier 3 professional be spared? Indeed. With a huge roar, Bai Xingqi's attack collided with the defensive measures of the Tier 3 professionals on the stage. And the reality that was imagined to block it did not happen as desired. The defensive measures of these Tier 3 professionals only lasted for an extremely short moment before shattering one after another. Although a small portion was reduced, a large number of medical needles still advanced forward in a mighty torrent. A series of lights lit up, and in an instant, more than half of the people on the rostrum fell, losing a resurrection opportunity. And even those professionals who were still standing had unsightly expressions. Their health bars were actually empty, with only the last drop of blood remaining. Their ability to remain standing and not be killed was entirely due to the life lock equipment they wore. At this moment, they looked at the fallen people with lingering fear. If they hadn't had the life lock equipment, they would probably have suffered the same fate as those lying on the ground, losing a resurrection opportunity. And even though they were still standing, their lifelock had already shattered and lost its effect. Their lifelock was also only of rare quality, like the city guard captain from before, with a maximum stored HP of 2 million. At this moment, they were all in a bloodlocked state. Once this 3-second bloodlocked state ended, and they faced Bai Xingqi's attack again, they would have no possibility of survival. This was entirely predictable, because someone discovered that the city guard captain from before was now lying on the ground. Even though his personal strength ranked among the top in Clearwater City, once he lost the bloodlock effect of the lock of life, he was no different from an ordinary person when facing Bai Xingqi's attacks. The Bai Xingqi before them was simply too strong, outrageously strong, beyond their comprehension. Don't. I want to leave. I'm not participating anymore. This has nothing to do with me. If you need anything, just find Zhou Changtian. This doesn't concern us. On the main stage, the many professionals in the bloodlock state were shouting in near collapse. They knew very well that if this continued, once the bloodlock state ended, they would become the next batch to fall to the ground. Too late. In just a few seconds, the number of medical needles around Bai Xingqi gradually increased. Hundreds of medical needles flew out again, facing the many professionals whose bloodlock state had just ended, harvesting them like weeds with ease. In the blink of an eye, the entire main stage was cleared, with only 2 people remaining standing. They were precisely the Association Branch Master and the Clear River Guild Master, Zhou Changtian. Their strength was clearly the strongest among everyone on the main stage. And at this very moment, even though they were still standing, their condition was not good. They had used extremely powerful defensive measures earlier, but they were still shattered by the storm of medical needles. Ultimately, a portion of the medical needles still managed to hit them. Fortunately, the lock of life they used was of gold quality, with a maximum blood storage of 8 million. The remaining medical needles did not completely shatter the lock of life, allowing them to enter the bloodlock state. But even so, the blood stored in the lock of life was almost completely depleted. The 2 of them clearly could not withstand another attack of medical needles. Zhou Qingtian's face was ashen. He could naturally recognize that this was a skill from the third-turn profession, red-footed doctor. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand why this skill of the opponent could be so powerful. According to the mechanism of this skill, to achieve such a powerful output, the user's health bar would have been depleted countless times already. Unable to comprehend it, he decided not to dwell on it for the moment. He exchanged a glance with the Association Branch Master, nodded slightly, and then with a gust of wind, the 2 of them abandoned the main stage and soared rapidly into the higher sky. The wind howled as Zhou Changtian and the Association Branch Master flew hundreds of meters into the sky. This was precisely the skill mastered by advanced mages, flight. Besides Zhou Chengtian, the association branch master was clearly also a mage-class professional. Having flown hundreds of meters into the sky, Zhou Chengtian no longer waited. The flowing long spear in his hand, which had grown to over 10 meters in length, was violently hurled downwards. The flowing long spear was only a dozen meters long when thrown, but as it flew, it roared like a giant dragon, rapidly absorbing the water elements in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it reached tens of meters in length. And this was clearly not its limit. When it was halfway down, this flowing long spear had grown to over 100 meters long. Flowing dragon chant spear. Bai Xingqi immediately recognized this 5th-tier water magic. He drew his longbow and shot an arrow upwards to meet it. No. As soon as the arrow was shot, Bai Xingqi sensed something was wrong. Zhou Chengtian was a 4th-turn archmage. While 5th-tier magic was quite powerful, it was clearly impossible for him to prepare for so long. The answer was soon revealed. As Bai Xingqi's arrow struck the incoming flowing dragon chant spear, the dragon spear let out a sky-shattering roar and violently exploded. Splashes of water flew everywhere, and in every splash of water there was the sound of a dragon's roar. In an instant, with Bai Xingqi at the center, countless flowing spears of water appeared around him. These spears absorbed the water element from the air, each one as powerful as the original. This isn't a 5th-tier magic, it's a 7th-tier magic flowing dragon spear array. Bai Xingqi knew something about magic of this tier, but clearly not much. He was ultimately disadvantaged by his lack of knowledge. The spears danced wildly around him, their density making them impossible to dodge. He could only rely on defense enchantment and aversion magic gauze to endure. However, Bai Xingqi had underestimated the resolve of the two figures above. As the flowing dragon spear array took effect, thunder rumbled in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, several lightning bolts as thick as water buckets descended from above. That was the 6th-tier lightning magic, violent thunder technique, a notch stronger than the common lightning magic lightning strike. Although its tier was still lower than the flowing dragon spear array, Zhou Chengtian had cast 5 or 6 of them consecutively as if they were free, and the effect was clearly not weak. As for the branch president of the association, he had finally prepared his magic. As he raised his staff, a beam of light descended from the sky, landing on Bai Xingqi's head. Bai Xingqi felt no sign of damage, but under the effect of this beam of light, he suddenly discovered that the yin-yang medical needles condensing around him were rapidly disintegrating. Is it a skill similar to dispelling or purifying? Bai Xingqi's heart stirred as he understood the intention of the association's branch president. He was actively taking on a support role, limiting his own output capabilities. This magic skill was not a damage-dealing skill, so it was naturally not affected by defense enchantment. It was also not a negative status effect attack, so resistance to negative effects had no impact on it. It was evident that this dispelling or purifying skill was of a high tier, as a large portion of the yin-yang medical needles continuously condensing around Bai Xingqi dissipated. It would take considerable time to condense enough medical needles. This skill had indeed imposed significant limitations on him. Rumble, the sound of thunder, combined with the raging flowing spears of water, briefly put Bai Xingqi in a passive position, taking hits. The bombardment of a 7th-tier magic plus several 6th-tier magics was no trivial matter. But with a crack, a hexagonal star pattern appeared on Bai Xingqi's body, expanding violently to its extreme, clearing away all the surrounding lightning and flowing spears of water. High in the sky, Zhou Chengtian let out a long breath and smiled slightly at the association's branch president beside him, saying, "It's broken." The association's branch president naturally understood his meaning and returned a smile. Their hard work was not in vain. Zhou Chengtian, as expected of a 4th-turn Grand Mage, had successfully broken the defense enchantment on the opponent using a 7th-tier magic and several 6th-tier magic scrolls. The sudden expansion of that hexagonal star pattern was the last effect of the defense enchantment before it was broken. From this moment on, Bai Xingqi's defense enchantment was completely a thing of the past. While Zhou Chengtian's offensive capabilities were indeed astonishing, it also revealed how powerful the defense enchantment that Baiya had bestowed upon his son truly was. It was only because Bai Xingqi had gone too far today that Zhou Chengtian launched such a relentless assault at all costs. Otherwise, with just a defense enchantment, he could have walked freely in Clearwater City, fearing no one. Baiya's love for his son was truly profound. The association's branch president shook his head and sighed. If such a defense enchantment had been applied to himself, the outcome of Baiya's secret realm expedition might even have changed. That man, alas. One can only say he truly disregarded the bigger picture. What's the point of saying this now? Don't forget, it's precisely because of what he left behind that we're in such a sorry state. Zhou Chengtian's expression was not particularly pleasant. On the surface, they had indeed broken through the opponent's defensive enchantment, but upon deeper reflection, it was hardly a cause for celebration. Of the other professionals on the main stage, only the two of them remained, and it had taken considerable effort to achieve this. It was difficult to call it a job well done. Bai Xingqi, do you have anything to say? For yourself? Even amidst such a fierce battle, the magic amplifier was not discarded. Zhou Chengtian spoke to Bai Xingqi below. With the defensive enchantment shattered, you can no longer stand in an invincible position. No matter how skilled you are, with one of my spells, you'll only have the option of returning to the city to respawn. Then why aren't you acting? What are you waiting for? Bai Xingqi also took out his magic amplifier and the two conversed across hundreds of meters of air. I understand that leveling up is not easy for you. As long as you are willing to sign a magical contract and serve me for 3 years, I can forgive everything you've done today. Zhou Chengtian looked at Bai Xingqi below, a strange glint in his eyes. The fact that the opponent had possessed such terrifying strength just days after awakening and transferring professions was something he couldn't comprehend. He wasn't inclined to ask about it at this moment, nor did he expect the other party to answer. But if he could force the opponent to sign a magical contract, that would be acceptable. In this world, magical contracts carried significant binding power. Even if one was unwilling in their heart, once signed, they could only act according to the agreement. What are you thinking? You still intend to keep such a dangerous individual? The branch president of the association, who had initially been willing to give Bai Xingqi a chance, now only wanted to strip away all of the opponent's respawn opportunities and make him disappear from this world entirely. The opponent's unrestrained actions and astonishing strength had filled him with extreme fear. I naturally have my plans. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Ignoring the association branch president's concerns, Zhou Chengtian looked at Bai Xingqi below again and shook his head slightly. It seems the defensive enchantment on your body has made you lose your composure, and you no longer understand what reverence is. It's not good to be protected too well when you're young. His voice turned cold. Then, let me help you regain that feeling. We can talk after you've respawned once. You should be more amenable to conversation then. After breaking through Bai Xingqi's defensive enchantment, Zhou Chengtian seemed to disdain looking at him directly. The previous encounter on the main stage had made him aware of the opponent's formidable offensive capabilities, but so what? In terms of offensive power, had the mage class ever fallen behind? He believed he could have achieved the same result, eliminating those on the main stage in one round of attacks, if he wished, under the flowing water chant dragon spear formation. At most only that old fellow, the association branch president, would have survived. Water elements surged, and another flowing water spear condensed, which he held in his hand. How does it feel? Desperate? Zhou Chengtian didn't rush to throw the flowing water spear. Instead, he looked at Bai Xingqi below and spared no effort in provoking him. Don't think you can challenge the mage class just because you have the yin-yang medical needles. Don't you know that the attack range of this skill is only considered mid to long range? You're not an archer class, and without the bonus, your bow and arrows can't reach this position either. I've seen through your weakness. What are you going to do? That old guy talks too much. This time, Bai Xingqi clearly had no intention of passively taking a beating. He stomped on the ground with force, and under the immense power, he leaped upwards. His superior strength attribute allowed him to jump dozens of meters high. But clearly, this was still far from the opponent's several hundred meters of altitude. Bai Xingqi was not rushed, and at the peak of his jump, he used a bounce shot skill on the ground. Under the effective bounce shot, his body sprang up again, adding to his original jump height, reaching an astonishing 100 meters into the sky. Before Zhou Chengtian above could react, his wings appeared on his back and he activated the skim effect of Grasshopper wings. This equipment had its limits. With only fine quality, even with Bai Xingqi's high agility attribute, he could only reach the maximum skimming height of this equipment, 150 meters. At this moment, Bai Xingqi was already 250 meters in the air, less than 200 meters away from Zhou Chengtian's position. This was already within the range of a bow and arrow. The arrow flew like a meteor. Bai Xingqi, who had already drawn his bowstring taut, loosed an arrow. At this moment, he had also condensed many medical needles, which followed like swimming fish. At 400 meters in the air, Zhou Chengtian's pupils dilated, utterly shocked. But he had no way to dodge the arrow hurtling towards him. -1248568-54756. The arrow hit its mark as expected. With Bai Xingqi's physical attack exceeding 1 million, even a fourth-turn archmage was left with only an empty health bar. Lock of life activated, and at the moment of shattering, it applied the bloodlock status to him. Zhou Chengtian's face turned pale. Watching Bai Xingqi skim away like a meteor, his mind went blank. But he still remembered to quickly pull out a top-grade healing potion. With only 1 point of health remaining, he clearly didn't feel safe. What's going on? The guild branch president beside him also widened his eyes, thoroughly startled. Being attacked even when flying hundreds of meters high was quite problematic. At their fourth turn level, their maximum flying altitude was only 400 meters. Moreover, what was that terrifying damage number from the jump just now? Over 1 million damage. Was this something a third turn professional could achieve? I don't know, it seems to be grasshopper wings, but the height is not right. Those guys from the Sirius Guild, they clearly had contact with him and knew Bai Xingqi's methods. Yet they deliberately hit it. His damage. Zhou Chengtian's hands grew cold, and he gritted his teeth. You're right, this Bai Xingqi absolutely cannot be kept alive, otherwise, it will eventually lead to great disaster. At this moment, having personally experienced the opponent's terrifying output capabilities, he no longer harbored the foolish thought of recruiting him. He couldn't understand where the damage that defied common sense came from, but it didn't prevent him from deeply understanding the opponent's terrifying nature. What do we do now? The guild branch president frowned and said, "Your lock of life has been destroyed. If he attacks again, you won't be able to resist it and you will inevitably be killed. There's no other way. This situation is beyond our control. Even if the price is high, we can only ask that person to intervene," Zhou Qingtian said to the guild branch president, his face still showing lingering fear. The guild branch president's expression was also very grim. He said, somewhat unwillingly, "We were still in negotiations and the profit distribution hadn't been settled. Asking that person for help at this time would be showing weakness and we'd likely have to give up a larger share of the profits." Zhou Qingtian, while downing the top-grade healing potion, also tore open 2 healing skill scrolls. As his health rapidly recovered, he shook his head and said, "How can we worry about all that now? Rather than letting this Bai Xingqi cause chaos, it's better to give more profits to that person. At least that person is rational." "You are right. Regardless of what top-tier item Bai Xingqi used, or any other methods we are unaware of, he has indeed surpassed our ability to cope at this moment." The association's branch president finally accepted Zhou Qingtian's statement and nodded. The anomaly in the north of the city is an unprecedented opportunity for Qingshui City, but the risks involved are also unprecedented. We cannot delay any longer. We must quickly eliminate all possibilities of disharmony. Then, what are we waiting for? Let's begin. As Zhou Qingtian spoke, the association's branch president had already retrieved a special item and chosen to use it in midair. A dazzling light flashed, and a vortex of light soon appeared in the sky. It was a teleportation gate. The vortex of light soon changed. The light forming the vortex began to fluctuate. This indicated that someone or something was being teleported from the other side of the gate. Zhou Qingtian and the association's branch president exchanged glances, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. They knew that in a few more seconds, once the person from the other side of the teleportation gate arrived, no matter how powerful Bai Xingqi was, he would be unable to cause any trouble. After all, the person being teleported at this moment was an existence that completely surpassed the level of Qingshui City. Just as this joy filled their chests, Zhou Qingtian suddenly saw a small black dot in his eyes. The small black dot flew from a great distance, and in an instant, it was close, appearing to be a person. Zhou Qingtian was stunned and subconsciously glanced at the teleportation gate beside him, but it was clear that the person on the other side of the gate was still in the process of teleportation, and the small black dot flying in front had already come close enough to see its face clearly. It was Bai Xingqi. The translucent grasshopper wings on his back flapped, and he was once again rushing forward. Zhou Qingtian's heart tightened and he almost gritted his back teeth. At this moment, how he wished he still had a lock of life equipment. Unfortunately, the lock of life was expensive, and with the entire Chingha guild needing funds everywhere, he had only prepared a gold-quality lock of life for himself. With his strength, this lock of life was actually just a last resort, something he would never normally need. In such a short time, he naturally could not forget the reality of his lock of life being shattered by the opponent's arrow before. Without the protection of the lock of life facing the rapidly approaching Bai Xingqi, he already felt a tremor. But he quickly adjusted his mindset. At this moment, Zhou Qingtian did not wait passively but decisively took out several magic scrolls, tore them open, and threw them at Bai Xingqi. As a fourth-turn archmage, he naturally possessed more powerful magic skills, but those spells required a certain casting time and were not suitable for the urgent situation. Without defense enchantment, and being just a third-turn practitioner who walks barefoot to practice medicine, even these fifth-tier magic scrolls are not something you can ignore. Zhou Qingtian thought this, and more magic scrolls were thrown out as if they were free. The magic skills sealed in these magic scrolls were no lower than fourth tier. With so many of them thrown out, it was like a magic storm had erupted. Let alone a third-turn professional, even a fourth-turn professional would not be able to handle such a magic storm attack with ease. At this time, the association's branch president did not intend to help. It was just that he needed to use all his mental power to maintain contact with the teleportation gate on the other side, leaving him no free hands. In his opinion, Zhou Qingtian's response was very appropriate, and perhaps he could even stop Bai Xingqi. However, the hearts of the two were soon struck by a new shock. The dense barrage of attacks, like a magical storm, hit Bai Xingqi without missing a single one. But at this moment, Zhou Qingtian wished that those magic skills had never hit him at all. At least then, he wouldn't be so desperate as he was now. -1, -1, -1. The damage numbers that popped up seemed to mock him fiercely. Wasn't his defense enchantment already broken? How could this still happen? Even if a mere magic repelling gauze could slightly increase magic defense, it shouldn't completely ignore magic bombardment of this caliber? Zhou Qingtian cried out in his heart, and then he saw the opponent, who had closed the distance, draw his bowstring to its limit and shoot an arrow. His vision went black. Until he was killed, he still couldn't understand why the opponent had ignored those magic attacks. In the sky, Bai Xingqi continued to fly into the distance with the inertia of gliding. This was the limitation of gliding, and he was temporarily powerless to do anything about it. The gliding limit of the equipment Grasshopper wings was a height of 150 meters and a distance of 1,500 meters. At this moment, Bai Xingqi was gliding towards the 1,500 meter mark. It was his second time using the gliding effect to approach the air and launch an attack on Zhou Changtian. In his opinion, all the magic scrolls the opponent had thrown were a joke. With his current constitution attribute exceeding 30,000 points, the resulting dual physical and magical defense increase had actually surpassed the original defense enchantment. The breaking of the defense enchantment was not a problem for him at all. After ignoring those magic attacks and shooting an arrow, Bai Xingqi could not make any further moves and could only be passively pushed away. However, the moment the arrow hit Zhou Changtian, he had already seen the light flashing on the opponent's body. It was obvious that, in this arrow attack, Zhou Changtian had finally been killed by him. Even a fourth-turn Archmage, when killed, was no different from an ordinary professional. You don't need to come here later, we should go to the Resurrection Temple to block him. While gliding, Bai Xingqi had already had such thoughts in his mind. This time, since he had already made a move, he intended to never let go and to completely eliminate the opponent. As for what had happened to his father in the past, after a few more resurrections, Zhou Changtian should be more willing to talk. If the opponent ultimately refused to reveal any information, he would naturally not show any mercy. With this thought, Bai Xingqi fell like a shooting star, landing 1,500 meters away from his takeoff point. To use gliding again, he had to wait for the 10-second cooldown to end. However, the most important thing at the moment was to go to the Resurrection Temple. He recognized the path, directly tore open an acceleration scroll, and started running with all his might. His own extremely high agility, combined with the Hunter's Aura movement speed bonus of plus 10% and the acceleration scroll's boost, made his running speed astonishingly fast at this moment. But when he arrived at the Resurrection Temple, he was still too late. Looking at the empty Resurrection Temple, he blinked and subconsciously asked the guardian of the temple, "Hello, have you seen Zhou Changtian from the Chingha Guild come by?" As he asked this question subconsciously, he couldn't help but smile wryly. In Clearwater City, the Chingha Guild's influence extended to all aspects. Who would risk offending the Chingha Guild to reveal information to others? However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he heard a scoffing sound. "You are the son of Archmage Baya, aren't you?" The hallkeeper looked at him with a half-smile, his lips curling slightly as he said softly, "I saw it. This is the first time I've seen Zhou Changtian in such a sorry state. After being a hallkeeper for so long, I've seen everything." Who would have thought that the president of the number 1 guild, a 4th-tier Archmage, would appear in the Resurrection Temple in such a dejected manner? It was clear that this hallkeeper was quite excited and seemed to intend to continue chatting with Bai Xingqi. But Bai Xingqi was in a hurry. He interrupted the other party and asked, "Do you know where he went?" "I'm not sure, but I just saw him heading to the right of the entrance. If you hurry, you might still have a chance to catch up." Whoosh, a gust of wind blew past. Before the hallkeeper could finish speaking, Bai Xingqi had already dashed away like a gust of wind. Zhou Changtian, as a 4th-tier Archmage, likely had 3 additional resurrection opportunities. He had to act fast. If he missed this chance, it would be difficult to find the other party again. This world was too vast. If Zhou Changtian decisively abandoned his base in Clearwater City and fled to another city, Bai Xingqi might not be able to find him at all. Bai Xingqi rushed in the direction the hall-keeper had pointed, looking up at the sky. Zhou Changtian was someone who had mastered flight, so he might also flee by flying. However, there was no sign of him in the sky. It was clear that at this moment, Zhou Changtian's mind was still clear enough not to use such an obvious method of escape. Although Bai Xingqi was a little disappointed, he knew that things wouldn't be resolved so easily and continued to charge forward. This area had many alleys, twisting and turning, which was very unfriendly to pursuers. As long as the fleeing person hid in an alley, the pursuer might not be able to find them. Bai Xingqi also realized this and, after pursuing for a while, finally decided to abandon this mindless act. The monk can run, but the temple can't. I'll just go to their guild headquarters. With his mind made up, Bai Xingqi changed direction and headed towards the Clear River Guild's headquarters. It was a magnificent building, no less grand than the Clearwater Commercial Building. Normally, ordinary professionals would receive stern warnings even for approaching it. Bai Xingqi had only glimpsed it from afar and had never actually been there. This time, he arrived with authority. Looking at the magnificent building before him, he strode forward. "Halt! This is the Clear River Guild headquarters. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from approaching." Before he even got close, the 2 guards standing at the entrance of the building shouted loudly, "Is your president here?" Bai Xingqi's footsteps didn't stop. He continued forward, asking softly, ignoring the warning, "You're seeking death. Even if we go to the city guard, we'll be in the right." Seeing Bai Xingqi's unyielding steps, the 2 guards' eyebrows shot up. One holding a bow and arrow, the other a greatsword, they attacked Bai Xingqi. -1 the arrow that hit him, as expected, couldn't break his defense. Bai Xingqi didn't bother with further words. 2 of his medical needles flew out. Under the true sight, the information of these 2 guards was fully visible. They were just ordinary, second-tier professionals with a maximum health of only tens of thousands. 2 medical needles were enough to deal with them. One to the left and one to the right. The 2 guards were each hit by a medical needle, instantly bursting into light and falling to the ground, dead. A single medical needle's damage was only 1,000 points, but the demon-repelling silk robe magic attack attached to it had over 60,000 points, which was more than these 2 guards could withstand. Bai Xingqi walked past the fallen duo and continued deeper. At this point he was no longer in a hurry. Since he couldn't find Zhou Chengtian, he decided to steal the house instead. If he ended up sweeping through the entire Chingha guild stronghold and Zhou Chengtian still didn't show himself, then he could only express his admiration. Who are you? What are you here for? As soon as he entered the building, another group of professionals rushed over, surrounding Bai Xingqi. They hadn't participated in the recruitment fair and obviously didn't know what had happened there, otherwise they wouldn't have had the courage to surround Bai Xingqi. Bai Xingqi's expression remained unchanged, and some of the medical needles around him flew out again. From the moment he started pursuing Zhou Chengtian until now, he had maintained the yin-yang medical needles in an activated state. Under the continuous recovery of slow recovery, his health had always been at its maximum, but in reality, the health points in his health bar had been replaced countless times. At this moment, there were already 60 to 70,000 medical needles floating around him, densely surrounding him like a dark cloud, creating a shocking sight. The group of professionals who rushed over only cost him a dozen medical needles in the end. Bai Xingqi felt that yin-yang medical needles was becoming more and more useful. He had indeed made the right choice in this third-turn professional branch. He stepped over the professionals lying on the ground and continued upwards. Interesting, is today a day of misfortune for the Chingha Guild? In the Resurrection Temple, the Guardian almost burst into laughter as he watched the professionals continuously appearing in the hall. Hello, what happened? Do you need me to help you check which professional killed you? How do you know we were killed by a professional? Just guessing, don't get excited. The Guardian, naturally, did not dare to conceal such a significant change and immediately dialed the communication device of the city guard captain. All killed by a professional named Bai Xingqi? Alright, I understand, I will handle it. Somewhere in Qingshui City, the city guard captain hung up the communication device with a look of melancholy. After quickly making another call, he put away the communication device and stared blankly ahead. The sky of Qingshui City seemed to have changed. No, it seemed like the sky itself had changed. Ahead, the branch president of the association walked over, accompanied by someone. Wherever that person walked, the sky above their head would darken and take a long time to return to normal. This is a fifth-turn professional, a dark assassin, from Quanshan City, a second-tier city. Tell this person the whereabouts of that Bai Xingqi, a fifth-turn professional. The city guard captain was filled with shock. As a mere third-turn professional, just standing in front of the other person made him feel immense pressure, and cold sweat broke out. The association's foundation was indeed extraordinary. Even just the Qingshui City branch could invite such a powerful professional. Wu Xiu, let's be clear. Once I make a move, the agreed-upon conditions can no longer be revoked. Even if you report it to the headquarters, I will be in the right. The city guard captain quickly lowered his head. This was a fifth-turn professional, so he had the confidence to call the branch president by his name. Don't worry. Branch President Wu Xiu smiled and nodded. We definitely understand the rules when we ask you to travel such a long distance. The fifth turn professional sneered and looked at Wu Xiu. Don't think I'm taking advantage of you. I usually don't care about the produce from your third-tier cities. If it weren't for the news of that anomaly, I wouldn't have made this trip at all. Yes. Branch President Wu Xiu nodded in agreement, urging the city guard captain to quickly point out Bai Xingqi's whereabouts. Soon, the dark sky rapidly moved towards the direction of the Chingha Guild's stronghold. Branch President, can he handle it? I always feel that Bai Xingqi is very strange. Don't worry about whether he can handle it. We just need to worry about what kind of reward will satisfy him afterward. Guildmaster Wu Xiu sighed, his gaze drifting into the distance as if recalling something from long ago. He sacrificed all his defensive capabilities for extremely powerful offense. He once achieved the feat of hunting down a level 150 fifth-turn knight commander in a single blow. Guildmaster Wu Xiu glanced at the captain of the city guard. A level 150 fifth-turn knight commander, you know what that represents, right? The captain of the city guard's pupils dilated uncontrollably. He certainly knew what level 150 meant. Professionals could undergo their fifth turn at level 120, and level 150 was the highest level attainable by a fifth-turn professional. Unless they underwent a sixth turn, they could not advance any further. A level 150 fifth-turn professional, among the ranks of fifth-turn professionals, represented the pinnacle. Take himself for example, he was currently level 90 but still remained in the third-turn stage, not yet having undergone his fourth turn. However, precisely Because of this, his strength among the third-turn professionals in Clearwater City was considered top-tier, second only to a few fourth-turn professionals. It was perfectly reasonable for him to hold the position of captain of the city guard. Of course, this Bai Xingqi who suddenly appeared today was clearly defying reason. Although he was deeply aware of the power of that dark assassin, the captain of the city guard still felt a sense of unease. Is he truly confident he can handle this? I find Bai Xingqi's strength very peculiar, I'm afraid. His concern caused Guildmaster Wu Xiu to chuckle. Alright. You've always stayed within Clearwater City, so you naturally don't know how terrifying professionals beyond the fifth turn are. No matter how peculiar Bai Xingqi is, can his tenacity and survival compare to a max level 5th turn Knight Commander? Before him, he ultimately won't be able to stir up any significant trouble. The captain of the city guard nodded and quickly asked, then, should I arrange for someone to guard the Resurrection Temple? Once he revives, they can delay him, allowing that person to finish him off? Guildmaster Wu Xiu waved his hand. You don't understand his methods. He always hunts his targets. Alone, he never needs help. After a moment of thought, he chuckled again. However, it's good for us to go ahead and watch the show. It will also broaden your horizons, which will be very beneficial for your future career planning. As he spoke, he took out his communicator and dialed someone's number. That person has arrived. On the top floor of the Clear River Guild's headquarters building, a professional put down his communicator and let out a long sigh of relief. It was the guildmaster of Clear River Guild, Zhou Changtian, a fourth-turn archmage. After being killed by Bai Xingqi once, he had fled frantically, but the only place he could ultimately choose to go was his own guild's headquarters. This place had a large number of professionals from the guild. Even if they couldn't stop Bai Xingqi, they could at least use their own resurrection opportunities to slow down the opponent's progress. And that was indeed the case. After Bai Xingqi arrived at this building, he went straight up, killing his way through floor by floor. He encountered professionals who seemed to have no regard for their own lives. In just half an hour, the number of third-turn professionals he had killed was no less than 20, and the number of second-turn professionals was even more countless. The strength of the Clear River Guild was indeed astonishingly powerful. This level far surpassed that of the City Guard. No wonder the Clear River Guild had more influence in Clearwater City than the City Guard. At this moment, Bai Xingqi was rapidly approaching the top floor of the building. The reason he could move so quickly, reaching the top floor in just half an hour, was certainly not because he was taking the stairs. After killing the Clear River Guild members on this floor, he stomped his foot fiercely, leaping upwards. He punched a large hole in the ceiling above him and directly broke into the next floor. Although this building was constructed with extremely tough materials, to Bai Xingqi, whose strength attribute had reached over 30,000 points, it was as brittle as tofu. Strangely, the situation on this floor was completely different from before. Despite still being a considerable distance from the top floor, Zhou Qingtian's face had already appeared before him. You actually didn't hide and dared to appear before me so brazenly? Bai Xingqi asked Zhou Changtian, a hint of surprise in his voice. Surrounding Zhou Changtian was a circle of professionals. With a glance from his true sight, Bai Xingqi could tell they were all Tier 3 professionals. It was evident that the Chingha Guild's entire strength was likely gathered here. There's a reason I'm appearing here, Zhou Changtian said, smiling as he looked at Bai Xingqi. Haven't you noticed that my current state is a bit different? Bai Xingqi had already sensed it without Zhou Changtian needing to point it out. The group standing before him were all connected by chains of light, as if they were one entity. We're all from the physician class. You should be able to recognize this skill, right? A Tier 3 professional. Beside Zhou Changtian chuckled, looking at Bai Xingqi with a hint of challenge. Bai Xingqi could indeed recognize it. The person speaking was a Tier 3 professional of the same physician class, a benevolent physician. Compared to the unorthodox ruthless poison doctor and his own unconventional barefoot healer, the benevolent physician was the most orthodox of the physician branches. The physician class, which began to be sought after by other professionals after reaching Tier 3, actually referred to the benevolent physician branch. In terms of healing output and support capabilities for other professionals, the benevolent physician clearly surpassed the other two branches. What connected Zhou Changtian and the other professionals was a signature skill of the benevolent physician, lifelink. Under this skill's effect, all connected individuals would share their health points, pooling together into a single, shared health pool. Any attack Bai Xingqi launched would have its damage distributed among everyone. Unless the entire health pool could be depleted, the professionals under lifelink could not be killed. This was clearly a frustrating skill for the attacker. Bai Xingqi couldn't help but frown slightly. Seeing Bai Xingqi's slightly displeased expression, the benevolent physician even added a friendly reminder. Oh, and by the way, I have 3 benevolent physicians here, so you don't have to worry about this lifelink skill running out of duration. Seeing that Bai Xingqi was no longer charging forward recklessly, Zhou Changtian couldn't help but laugh, looking directly at him. So, what are you going to do now? At the Chingha Guild stronghold, Bai Xingqi and Zhou Qingtian's group stood facing each other. To be honest, he hadn't expected them to resort to a tactic like lifelink to contend with him. He had been pushing forward relentlessly, and he hadn't had the time or inclination to consider such things. With the boost from his incredibly strong attribute panel, he had advanced from the first floor to this point, and no one had been able to withstand even 2 of his attacks. However, the more than 20 Tier 3 professionals standing before him now believed they could go toe-to-toe with him, relying on that life link skill. Bai Xingqi remained non-committal, simply raising the fine iron greatsword in his hand. This heavy two-handed greatsword had endured with him through leveling, grinding, and fighting, persisting. Until this very moment, he could feel that the durability of the fine iron greatsword was nearing its limit and could barely hold on. However, it should at least be sufficient to deal with this battle, right? He gently patted the sword's body and chuckled, "Buddy, don't you dare fail me at a time like this." In an instant, a dense blood mist rose from Bai Xingqi's body. It was his usual Mad Blood skill. As his earliest Master General skill, Mad Blood had now reached LV5, providing a 70% increase in attack speed. And the Demon Repelling Gauze Robe was, of course, also activated. At this moment, the number of yin-yang medical needles surrounding him had reached an astonishing level. However, as some of the professionals in the group unleashed their skills, they landed on Bai Xingqi, dispersing some of the medical needles around him. Clearly, some among them also possessed skills similar to the association's branch president. Of course, the extent was far from that of the association's branch president. So many medical needles had only been dispersed a little. They couldn't even completely disperse the outermost yin-yang medical needles, let alone the inner demon repelling gauze robe and mad blood state. While the other side made their move, Bai Xingqi was not idle either. He swung his fine iron heavy sword, charging into the group of professionals like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, his heavy sword dancing like a whirlwind. It had to be said that a weapon like the fine iron heavy sword was incredibly suitable for this occasion. Due to the life link restriction, these 20-odd professionals could only gather together and couldn't stray too far. Even though the fine iron heavy sword couldn't hit all 20-odd professionals with each swing, every attack could reliably hit 6 or 7 professionals. With an attack power of over 1,000,000, it dealt tons of damage in an instant. Not to mention, when he attacked, he could also add the magic attack from the demon repelling gauze robe, and the yin-yang medical needles around him flew towards the surrounding enemies like swallows returning to their nests. These 20-odd Tier 3 professionals, with their various skills combined, could achieve a multiplicative increase in their effectiveness. But that was only if they could first break through his defense. No matter whose attack landed on Bai Xingqi, it could only produce a pathetic -1 damage number. Zhou Chengtian had foreseen this. No matter how strong these Tier 3 professionals were, they couldn't be stronger than himself. If even he couldn't break through the defense, how could they? He had gathered these guild members, in fact, simply to use them as a blood pool. The total health of these 20-odd Tier 3 professionals, including himself, had already exceeded 10 million. And that was just their base health. In reality, all the Tier 3 professionals present, as core members of the Chingha Guild, possessed a lot of life equipment. Although they were only of rare quality, the health stored within could reach 2 million. Combined, the stored health reached a massive 50 million. Adding their own base health, the total health under the lifelink at this moment was over 60 million. No matter how strong Bai Xingqi's attack power was, Zhou Chengtian absolutely did not believe that the opponent could kill him in this state. Not to mention, at this moment, 3 benevolent heart medics in the team were also fully applying recovery skills, causing the overall health to continuously replenish. If it weren't for the inability to break through the opponent's defense, Zhou Chengtian believed he could have dealt with the opponent in this situation. Although it was quite regrettable that he couldn't achieve this, having received notification from the association's branch president, he was already very satisfied. As long as he could stall Bai Xingqi for a while longer, the person who would take his life would arrive. Upon thinking of the person who was about to make a move, even Zhou Chengtian couldn't help but tremble. As the president of the No. 1 guild in Qingshui City, he still harbored a deep fear of that person. However, he, who was originally very calm, now showed a look of surprise on his face. He discovered that even under the life link, which should have evenly distributed damage and caused his health bar to drop slowly, it was now plummeting with alarming speed. The 3 professional benevolent healers were exerting themselves to the utmost, yet they couldn't even slow the relentless decline of the health bar. In the blink of an eye, his health bar dropped like a waterfall beyond recovery. It was as if he had returned to the training room, where Bai Xingqi swung his sword with abandon, his output maximized, dealing damage at an incomprehensible level. The opposing force, with a combined health of 60 million, was depleted in 2 or 3 strikes, making it seem effortless. The sound of crackling echoed continuously as the lifelocks on many professionals' bodies depleted their health, exceeding the damage limit, and shattering. These professionals naturally entered the locked health state. For them, this might even be considered fortunate. At least, in this situation, they didn't have to worry about being killed by the rapid damage. However, the shelf life of this luck was only 3 seconds. Zhou Chengtian's entire face turned green. He had truly not anticipated that things would escalate to this point. Who could have imagined that the entire top guild in Clearwater City, united, would be completely insufficient to face him? Bai Xingqi looked towards Zhou Changtian. The professionals beside him were insignificant to him, his sole focus was on Zhou Changtian. Zhou Changtian had also entered the locked health state at this moment. It was clear that after returning to the guild headquarters he had somehow acquired another lifelock and equipped it. But unfortunately, this rare quality lifelock did not bring him any positive changes. Under Bai Xingqi's gaze, the mere 3-second locked health state offered him no sense of security whatsoever. Shao Qi, don't be impulsive. I'll tell you everything about your father. Bai Xingqi stopped swinging his greatsword and stared intently at Zhou Changtian before him, saying, wouldn't it have been better to say this earlier? Or do I need to send you to the Resurrection Temple again before you can become clearer? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed a strange glint flash in Zhou Changtian's eyes. The corner of his mouth, which was about to curl up, clearly displayed a mocking expression. In this desperate situation, his display of mockery was clearly inappropriate. Something must have changed that he was unaware of. At this moment, Bai Xingqi's mind raced. His true side eye focused its full power on Zhou Changtian before him, and then scanned the surroundings. His reaction was swift, but the sky outside the building suddenly darkened. A point of extreme darkness, a sharp edge, bloomed instantly before him. He instinctively raised his fine iron greatsword and swung it. Clang! With a crisp sound, the heavy fine iron greatsword instantly snapped. The sudden change at the Clear River Guild headquarters caught Bai Xingqi quite off guard. The fine iron greatsword in his hand had been used for a long time, meaning for several days, accompanying him in battling numerous monsters, and its durability was already precarious. However, under normal circumstances, it should have lasted another day or two without issue. He hadn't expected that by instinctively blocking an attack from an unknown source, this greatsword would break. However, contemplating such matters at this moment was somewhat inappropriate, because the instant the fine iron greatsword was broken, a faint, dark light had already struck him almost simultaneously. Without him even needing to think, the numerous yin-yang medical needles hovering around him, like startled fish, suddenly converged towards the incoming dark light. The distance between the two parties was so close that the vast number of medical needles only needed one more moment to completely strike the opponent. However, at this moment, the approaching dark light suddenly paused forcefully and retreated. As the dark light retreated, the oncoming darkness slightly receded. Bai Xingqi's heart stirred, and he looked up to see a figure standing vertically on the outer wall of the building, with the tips of their toes pressed against the glass. It was a man with a cold expression, shrouded in a shadow, his age unknown. Bai Xingqi's gaze was involuntarily drawn to a short blade in the man's hand. The short blade was also a deep black. If his guess was correct, it must have been this short blade that had struck his fine iron heavy sword just now. Despite the huge difference in size between the two, the short blade's ability to break the fine iron heavy sword in one blow clearly indicated it was no ordinary weapon. You've arrived. Inside the building, Zhou Changtian looked at the cold man with joy, clearly relieved. In his mind, since he had finally managed to stall until this man appeared, his task was complete. At this moment, his health bar was not in good condition, and he couldn't stay here any longer. He needed to move to a safer location. Having paid such a high price to invite the other party, the responsibility of solving this problem naturally fell to him. Escorted by the many members of the Chingha Guild, Zhou Changtian slowly moved towards the outer wall of the building near the window. He had mastered flight, and as long as he left the building, he could fly freely. Go guard the Resurrection Temple, I'll be there later. The cold man stared grimly at Bai Xingqi and waved his hand at Zhou Changtian. Zhou Changtian nodded silently, understanding the other party's meaning. He would do so anyway. Bai Xingqi had shocked him too greatly today. He would never allow someone so hostile towards him to continue living. Guild leader Wu Xiu had already mobilized people, and with his own men joining them, victory would be assured. Even if Bai Xingqi were to revive from the Resurrection Temple, they would be able to stall him, waiting for this dark assassin to arrive. While this dark assassin might not be adept at leveling and grinding monsters, when it came to hunting players, there was hardly a more suitable profession. You think you can just leave? Did you get my permission? Seeing Zhou Changtian attempting to leave under the escort of others, Bai Xingqi sneered. The cold man standing on the outer wall of the building waved his hand and said indifferently, "Go on, don't mind him." Zhou Changtian slowly exhaled and continued to walk out. Finally, through the already shattered outer wall of the building, he stepped out. Flight was ready, and he could fly away at any moment. Just before leaving, he instinctively looked back at Bai Xingqi. He had to admit that after only a very short period of contact, a feeling of fear had already begun to grow in his heart towards Bai Xingqi. Then, he saw the person he greatly feared casually wave his hand, and the broken half of his heavy sword flew towards him, spinning. Throwing a weapon to attack an enemy was an act that even a 4-turn archmage would consider a once-in-a-lifetime sight. The flying half of the weapon was powerful and heavy, its speed even comparable to drawing a bow and knocking an arrow. Zhou Changtian's heart chilled, but he knew that dodging was impossible. Humph. The cold man standing on the outer wall of the building let out a cold snort, clearly displeased with Bai Xingqi's blatant defiance. If he were to kill someone right in front of him, where would that leave his reputation? The dim light reappeared, accompanied by a ding, and the flying half-sword shattered, rendering it incapable of completing its mission to attack Zhou Chengtian. With a flash, the cold man returned to his original position. If one hadn't paid close attention, they might not have even noticed he had moved. But then, a white light flashed, the unmistakable blow of a professional being killed. Zhou Chengtian, having dodged the attack of the half-sword, ultimately failed to evade another skill. It was the dense yin-yang medical needles, which had already covered the area while the half-sword was flying. Not only Zhou Chengtian but all the other professionals with him also became targets of the medical needles. Stripped of their bloodlock protection, they clearly could not remain safe under the assault of the needles. Thus, all members of the Chingha guild present were wiped out. The cold man's face turned a liverish color. A dignified rank 5 professional facing a mere rank 3 professional couldn't even protect his own people? He was indeed helpless. The Dark Assassin was a profession specializing in attack and killing. It was not adept at protection. His expression growing even more grim, he looked at Bai Xingqi through the skyscraper's glass. You have indeed surprised me. As a rank 3 professional, you are far too powerful beyond reason. Wu Xiao and the others cannot comprehend the reason for your strength, but I can guess a little. It should be attribute crystals. Some secret realms that have appeared in the past 2 years have produced corresponding materials. Clearwater City is quite lucky to have had such a secret realm. With a cold smile, he continued, the person behind you must have paid a huge price to have you use a large number of attribute crystals since your rank 1, and then through job advancement, your attributes have increased step by step, thus creating you. Looking at Bai Xingqi with a hint of jealousy, the cold man snorted, many people have already begun to cultivate their juniors in this way. Once they develop, people like you can indeed bring about great changes to this world. It's a pity you met me. He slowly raised the dark short blade in his hand, his sinister eyes locking onto Bai Xingqi inside the building. No matter what background you have, it's meaningless now. Once I decide to act, this world will surely no longer have you. Bai Xingqi knew the opponent was preparing to attack. In fact, he could have attacked first, but considering that the yin-yang medical needles required some time to condense, he was happy to listen to the opponent's nonsense and wait until now. And strictly speaking, what the opponent said was not entirely nonsense. Some of the information revealed was also extremely valuable and had attracted Bai Xingqi's considerable attention. Although this might allow Zhou Chengtian to escape if he revived, there was nothing he could do. A rank 5 professional stood before him, and Bai Xingqi could not simply ignore him. The cold man in front of him had an extremely high level. Bai Xingqi's true sight could not discern his level information. However, due to his own extremely high attribute values, he could see the opponent's attribute panel. The opponent's highest attribute reached over 3,000. This was, of course, completely different from the 3,000 attribute points of a rank 3 professional. The growth rate of a rank 5 professional was far higher than that of a rank 4 professional, let alone a rank 3 professional. Based on the professional knowledge he currently possessed, Bai Xingqi estimated that the opponent's over 3,000 attribute points were roughly equivalent to his own 10,000 or even 20,000 attribute values. When converted, his own attribute values still crushed the opponent by over 10,000 points. Moreover, only one of the opponent's attributes reached this level, while all 6 of his own attributes had reached a considerably high level. Even when facing a rank 5 professional, Bai Xingqi wasn't overly panicked. Even accounting for the opponent's powerful rank 5 skills, he still believed he had a fighting chance. If skills were insufficient, attributes would compensate. After throwing his broken iron-heavy sword, he had already switched to his usual bow and arrows. At this moment, he decisively drew the bowstring and shot an arrow towards the opponent. Facing an opponent whose rank was 2 levels above his, Bai Xingqi chose to attack proactively. Such audaciousness had always been his style. The cold, sinister man had never encountered anyone like this. Angered, and with old and new grudges combined, his body flashed and transformed into a dark, shadowy light. The surrounding sky instantly darkened. This was the characteristic of the Dark Assassin profession. When they launched an attack, they could darken the surrounding sky, reducing the attributes of nearby targets to a certain extent and severely obscuring the target's vision. It was said that Dark Assassins whose skill proficiency reached its peak could even render their targets blind, even with their eyes open. Bai Xingqi also felt somewhat uncomfortable. When the opponent used his skill, he immediately noticed the surroundings darkening, and he could only see within a 3-meter radius. His true sight eye seemed to be suppressed, unable to penetrate this darkness. Bai Xingqi sighed inwardly, somewhat helplessly accepting this reality. Others were using rank 5 professional skills while he was using an introductory general skill, so it was only natural for the effect to be suppressed. This was determined by the skill's upper limit, not something that could be solved by simply stacking attributes. It was said that after the True Sight Eye skill proficiency reached its maximum, it could also be upgraded to the more powerful True Vision skill through a skill advancement. Secret Stone. He should pay more attention to this when he had free time. This thought flashed by in an instant. As far as he could see, the arrow flew beyond the 3-meter range covered by darkness. Bai Xingqi couldn't even confirm if the arrow had hit the target. In this situation, the bow and arrows seemed to be of little use. He planned to switch to his resilient healing staff, but the opponent's attack was clearly extremely fast. Before Bai Xingqi could switch to his resilient healing staff, a flash of dark light appeared before his eyes, and then the sensation of being attacked struck his heart. This feeling instantly reminded him of a scene from when he had just changed professions. At that time, he had also been suddenly stabbed in the side like this. The one who had stabbed him then was a novice rogue. Although it hadn't caused him any damage, it had made him more deeply understand the characteristics of that profession. And the dark light that struck him at this moment clearly carried the feeling of a rogue, but its power far surpassed it by an unknown magnitude. Bai Xingqi had a feeling that if his defense enchantment were still active, he would definitely not be able to withstand such an attack and would be instantly overwhelmed. The attack came too swiftly. -1 defense reduced. -1 defense reduced. -1 defense reduced. In just an instant, a point of dark light had attacked him more than 10 times, back and forth. This was clearly one of the opponent's skills, capable of chaining more than 10 hits in an instant. The burst damage of a dark assassin was indeed astonishing and terrifying, and with each attack, Bai Xingqi could feel his physical defense being reduced. With such skills that combine burst damage and defense reduction, even against tank professions of the night class, dark assassins could likely achieve considerable results. But clearly, such skills had no effect on Bai Xingqi at this moment, only like an itch. The darkness receded and the sinister man reappeared, standing not far in front of Bai Xingqi. In his hand, he still tightly gripped the pitch-black short blade. Impossible, with my over 600,000 attack power, how can I not even break through the defense? Lost in thought, he looked down at the pitch-black short blade in his hand, his face filled with disbelief. This short blade was of dark gold quality, already valuable in itself, and he had spent a large sum of money to specially commission a master craftsman to forge and enhance it. To strengthen it to the limit, he had even paid the price of breaking 5 identical short blades. At the time, he had a huge argument with the scummy master craftsman over this matter. They promised a 50% enhancement success rate, yet 5 blades broke before this one was successfully enhanced. Furthermore, the hilt was inlaid with a full 4 high-grade crystal cores, further elevating the killing power of this short blade. It could be said that more than half of his net worth was invested in this short blade, and he had even taken on a heavy equipment loan for it. Combined with the Dark Assassin's inherent class skills, with a full combo, there was basically no one who didn't return to the city to respawn. His assassination business had thus flourished, proceeding at full steam. For such a highly profitable venture, he only needed to complete a few more jobs to break even, and paying off the equipment loan was within reach. But at this moment, he was starting to doubt his life. His meticulously crafted, top-tier weapon, built with great expense and even alone, only dealt -1 damage to a mere rank 3 professional, even though he knew the opponent might have used many attribute crystals to stack up stats that surpassed many others. Stats can surpass others, but they can't transcend them. A rank 3 professional, with defense stats so strong that even a rank 5 like himself, who had maxed out attack, couldn't break through. Was this reasonable? Bai Xingqi was actually sweating bullets. However, upon realizing that the opponent still couldn't break through his defense, he finally relaxed. Then, he nodded with satisfaction, remembering a skill he had mastered long ago. It's rock skin. Thankfully I learned rock skin a long time ago, Bai Xingqi thought to himself. Benefiting from the friendly mechanism where being hit increases proficiency, he, who was often swarmed by 20 monsters in the training room, had his skill level increase rapidly, reaching LV8 at this moment. And at LV8, rock skin, even without actively activating the petrification state, passively increased his physical defense by an additional amount equivalent to Constitution *3 skill level. Combined with his Constitution attribute of over 30,000 points, Bai Xingqi's current physical defense had reached around 1.2 million, a despairingly high level. At least, it was a level that would bring despair to the rank 5 Dark Assassin in front of him. With 600,000 attack power facing 1.2 million defense, such a huge disparity, even if he possessed some means to reduce defense, would be utterly useless. Are you done? Then it's my turn. In the brief moment of days of the cold-faced man, Bai Xingqi had already closed in, swinging his resilient medical staff down at the opponent. A heavy whistling sound filled the air, indicating the extraordinary power of this strike. The cold-faced man instinctively tried to dodge this attack, only to discover a despairing truth. The opponent's main attack was not from the swinging medical staff at all, but from the black fine needles hovering around him. When he had attacked the opponent just moments ago, the opponent had already begun to set up. At this moment, the pure black medical needles, like a heavy curtain, had completely sealed off this floor of the building. As a rank 5 professional, he naturally knew this was the yin-yang medical needles skill of the rank 3 barefoot healer profession. However, the sheer density of these yin-yang medical needles was something he had never seen before. Considering that each medical needle consumes 1,000 points of life, how much life force would these needles consume in total? Could a mere third-turn professional withstand it? He no longer needed to worry about that. A fatal sense of threat washed over him, and he abandoned all dignity as a fifth-turn professional, deciding to flee immediately. However, the Dark Assassin's rapid attacks, akin to short-range teleportation, required a target to initiate. And within this range, Bai Xingqi was the only available target. It was quite frustrating. Helplessly, he attempted to escape using the rogue class's signature stealth skill, but unfortunately, it proved useless. Bai Xingqi's true insight eye couldn't penetrate the Dark Assassin's Dark Assault skill, which was akin to short-range teleportation, but it was adept at seeing through stealth. The endless yin-yang medical needles found the chilling man in his stealth state. The moment they made contact, a crack sound echoed from his body. It was the sound of his life lock shattering. As a fifth-turn professional, he naturally possessed such life-saving equipment. In the blink of an eye, he was passively put into a blood-locking state. This state granted him 3 seconds of safety. The chilling man trembled, unleashing unprecedented potential, and violently burst through the outer wall of the building, sprinting downwards along its surface. His current performance was no less than that of a gecko climbing a wall. With his running speed, falling speed, and an acceleration skill activated at some unknown point, he managed to briefly escape the encirclement of the yin-yang medical needles. Seeing this, Bai Xingqi was quite surprised. So, wall climbing was also a characteristic of the assassin class? He was also somewhat speechless about the flight speed of the yin-yang medical needles. Compared to shooting arrows, the flight speed of these fine, rain-like needles was indeed too slow. Bai Xingqi didn't waste any more thought, and leaped out himself, falling downwards. Having managed to trigger the opponent's blood-locking state, he clearly couldn't afford to miss such a great opportunity to kill him. But compared to the other man, he lacked the ability to run on the outer wall of the building. Ha, you'll fall to your death. The chilling man running on the outer wall laughed gleefully upon seeing Bai Xingqi falling. The opponent was clearly blinded by the kill, having forgotten everything else. He dared to jump out because he had the wall climbing skill. What about the opponent? During the fall, the 3 seconds passed quickly. Although Bai Xingqi was continuously falling, he was still some distance away from the other man. The yin-yang medical needles clearly couldn't catch up. In this state of rapid descent, many actions were restricted. This included retrieving items from his inventory. His plan to retrieve a bow and arrow for a final blow was thus shelved. The chilling man clearly knew this. Now that his blood-locking state had passed, he sped away, laughing heartily. If things continued like this, he would successfully escape, while Bai Xingqi would die a wrongful death on the ground. You think too much. In this falling state, at least, the equipment worn in his own skills could be used without restriction. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows were shot consecutively towards the chilling man below. It was the general skill ricochet shot. As the arrows were fired, Bai Xingqi's body was propelled upwards by the skill's effect. The chilling man exclaimed in shock and anger, but it was too late. With a flash of white light, he was completely killed. The Resurrection Temple of Qingshui City. The temple guards had already been dispatched, and now the temple was surrounded by a large number of powerful professionals. Leading them was the branch president of the Professional Association in Qingshui City. His expression was somewhat strange at this moment, because, just now, the Resurrection Temple flashed with light and a large number of figures appeared. The one at the head was a face he was most familiar with. It was Zhou Chengtian, the president of the Chingha Guild. He hadn't expected that after such a short time apart, the other party would be killed again. If that was the case, he must have used up 2 extra resurrection opportunities today alone. So, how many resurrection opportunities did the other party, a 4-turn professional, have left? 2 or 1? Unintentionally, branch president Wu Xiu's mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. But he quickly collected himself and asked Zhou Chengtian, what happened? Didn't that person leave? There were some accidents. Zhou Chengtian shook his head, his expression not good. He looked around the Resurrection Temple and asked, are your preparations ready? Wu Xiu nodded solemnly and said, that's right, I've brought everyone over. Combined with your side, we can just about maintain this magic array. Even if it costs a lot of precious magic stones, we have no choice. Bai Xingqi's strength is simply too astonishing. Zhou Chengtian also saw the prepared magic array and nodded, a 7th-tier magic array. It was more than enough to tackle a 7th-level dungeon back then. It should definitely be enough to stall Bai Xingqi. For a while, he gritted his teeth again and said hatefully, this time, I will completely pulverize him. I will not allow him any chance to survive. At this moment, he felt immense pain, regretting not having completely dealt with Bai Xingqi before. Although his life was still intact, 2 resurrection opportunities were truly lost. His heart felt as if it had been brutally cut by a bayonet, an unspeakable pain. At this moment, Wu Xiu also nodded, agreeing with Zhou Chengtian's sentiment. As the branch president of the association, he should, in principle, care more about the development of professionals in Qingshui City. With an excellent professional like Bai Xingqi emerging in Qingshui City, it should have been good news for him as the branch president. But unfortunately, because of the former Grand Mage Baiya, their relationship with Bai Xingqi had clearly reached a point of no return. You and I will be the main force, and the others will assist. Let's activate the magic array immediately. Once that person makes a move, the Resurrection Temple should have news soon. Without Wu Xiu's reminder, Zhou Chengtian had already moved to his position with great tacit understanding, having been sent to the Resurrection Temple twice. By Xingqi, his pride as a four-turn Grand Mage had been thoroughly humbled. At this moment, he no longer felt that he could contend with the other party based on his own strength alone. If there was a chance, he truly did not want to face Xingqi again. However, he also knew in his heart that crises could not be avoided by hiding. Besides that crazy old man who almost all the powerful professionals in Qingxue City were gathered here next to the Resurrection Temple. If even this couldn't stop Xingqi, then there would be no safer place in the entire Qingxue City. The magic array emitted a sky-piercing light and began to revolve around the entire Resurrection Temple. The offensive power of this magic array was not strong, its strength lay in containment. In the past, they had used this magic array to trap the strongest monster in a 7th level dungeon and slowly wear it down. This magic array was named Demon Containment Curse, but of course, it could be used to trap more than just demons. At this moment, within the containment of this magic array, the Resurrection Temple flashed with light. Wu Xiu was right, as soon as that person made a move, there was indeed news. Hold on, trap him, and wait for that person to arrive. Branch President Wu Xiu was shouting loudly when he suddenly stopped, as if his throat had been choked, unable to utter the rest of his words. The focus of attention also fell on Zhou Chengtian, who was beside the Resurrection Divine Stone. At this moment, his pupils contracted sharply as he understood Wu Xiu's abnormal reaction. In his sight, a figure stood within the Resurrection Temple, being revived by the light. This figure was not unfamiliar to either Wu Xiu or Zhou Chengtian, but precisely because of this, they exchanged a look at this moment, seeing the shock deep within each other's pupils. The person who had just appeared and been revived in the Resurrection Temple was not Xingqi, as they had expected. It was a man with a sinister expression, the Dark Assassin, with whom they had made a deal and whom they had invited. They had considered that Xingqi might be very difficult to deal with, and that even the Dark Assassin would need a considerable amount of time to complete the task. They had also thought that even if Xingqi was revived, the magic array might not be able to trap him for long. They had thought of many possibilities, but they had never imagined that the Dark Assassin, a dignified tier 5 professional, whom they had invited at a great cost, would emerge from this Resurrection Temple. Was Xingqi truly so terrifyingly strong that he could kill a tier 5 professional just like that? Not only Wu Xiu and Zhou Chengtian couldn't figure it out, but the Dark Assassin himself was also somewhat bewildered. How could a tier 3 professional be so powerful? Originally, his save point was not in Clearwater City. It was only because he was coming for the transaction, and considering that he would be staying in Clearwater City for some time afterward, he had simply reset his save point here. He hadn't expected that resetting his save point would prove useful so quickly. Quick, stop the magic array and let him out. Wu Xiu hurriedly called out, signaling the people around to stop. But before he could finish his sentence, he saw a flash of dark light. The powerful demon binding curse was forcefully pierced, and the Dark Assassin had already landed outside. Having been killed, he was clearly furious and couldn't wait for the magic array to stop. That, Wu Xiu and Zhou Chengtian braced themselves and stepped forward together. The Dark Assassin merely cast a cold glance, which silenced whatever they were about to say. The information you provided is too inaccurate. The icy words were thrown at them like hard stones. You yourself said you didn't need these useless things. Wu Xiu and Zhou Chengtian exchanged a look, thinking these retorts internally, but outwardly, they wisely refrained from arguing. At this moment, even the least emotionally intelligent person would know not to argue with him on this point. Who knew if this enraged individual might take his anger out on others? Your information is inaccurate. That tier 3 professional is extremely powerful, not as ordinary as you imagined. It's impossible to kill him easily. Hearing the Dark Assassin's words, Wu Xiu and Zhou Chengtian looked at each other, their hearts skipping a beat, thinking, could he be terminating the deal? Then, they heard the Dark Assassin's cold words. If you want to continue the transaction, you'll have to pay more. His gaze fell on Wu Xiu, and the Dark Assassin sneered. I know that every branch is bestowed with something extraordinary when it's established. It's time to bring it out, isn't it? Outside the Resurrection Temple, facing the Dark Assassin's sinister gaze, Wu Xiu sighed helplessly. The other party came from a tier 2 city and had intricate connections with the association, so it wasn't surprising that he knew this secret. Zhou Chengtian, on the other hand, was the most surprised. In fact, he had no idea what this extraordinary thing the Dark Assassin was referring to, but that didn't stop him from making a guess. It was clear that the Clearwater City branch, as a branch of the professional association, also possessed something extremely powerful. Perhaps a scroll, perhaps equipment, or some other item. From the Dark Assassin's attitude, it was clear that whatever this item was, it had to be powerful enough to deal with Xingqi. His gaze fell upon Wu Xiu, and a pang of discomfort struck him. They had cooperated for so long, and as the of Qingxue City's top guild, he had, at times, even considered himself superior to Wu Xiu, the uncrowned king of Qingxue City. In the past, Wu Xiu, the association's branch, had been sufficiently low-key, as if he had lost the ambition to contend with him. But only now did he realize that this unassuming branch Wu Xiu had Hidden means capable of changing the situation, and this was happening when he himself was being chased like a scalded dog, having already used up 2 resurrection opportunities. His hands and feet began to tremble, and he stared at Wuxiu before him, unable to speak for a long time. Wuxiu naturally understood this. He didn't meet Zhou Qingtian's gaze but instead offered a wry smile to the Dark Assassin. That item is indeed here, but it has never been used since the establishment of the Qingshui City branch. He shook his head, choosing his words carefully. There are always regulations stating that this item can only be used in the event of a city-destroying crisis. In fact, it was prepared for an incident that occurred 50 years ago. That incident from 50 years ago is being spread everywhere now, causing widespread panic, but who knows if it will truly happen again. The Dark Assassin sneered. As for a city-destroying crisis, you'll be destroyed before the city is. Would you rather die with that item than use it? I don't believe you're someone who clings to outdated principles. If you were, you wouldn't have sought my help. It had to be said that the Dark Assassin was a good judge of character. Wuxiu glanced around and then said to the Dark Assassin, "Let's talk privately." "There's no need for such trouble," the Dark Assassin snorted. With the activation of his skill, the surroundings were once again shrouded in darkness, with only a 3-meter radius around him remaining illuminated. Both Zhou Qingtian and Wuxiu were drawn into this circle. This was a status-enhancing skill of the Dark Assassin, serving as a prelude to his other offensive skills, and it was perfectly suited for this situation. Outside, numerous professional players looked at the area enveloped in darkness. While curious, they maintained their positions and remained calm. They were all core members of the association or the Chingha Guild, and they had sufficient obedience towards Wuxiu and Zhou Qingtian. Soon, the darkness dissipated and a shadowy figure vanished. In an instant. This was the Dark Assassin's acceleration skill, which allowed him to travel faster than a car within the city. Only Zhou Qingtian and Wuxiu were left behind. Zhou Qingtian's expression turned, displeased as he looked at Wuxiu beside him and let out a soft, "For so many years, I didn't realize you still kept such a means." Wuxiu displayed an innocent smile and waved his hand. "It doesn't really matter. This item is strictly controlled by the head office and cannot be easily used unless Qingshui City is in grave danger. I never intended to use it." "Had. Zhou Qingtian chuckled silently. If he didn't intend to use it, why would he carry it with him and hand it over after just a few words of negotiation? But Zhou Qingtian did not completely fall out with him. In the area shrouded in darkness just now, he had gained a general understanding of that item. It was certain that once the item was used, its power would far exceed anything that Qingshui City's forces could resist. Even the Dark Assassin, a fifth-turn professional, had his eyes filled with deep shock upon seeing the item. It was evident that in the face of that item, even a fifth-turn professional seemed insignificant. No wonder they said it could only be used during an extinction-level crisis. With the power of this item, it might truly be able to turn the tide and save the entire Clearwater City. Zhou Qingtian noticed that the item didn't seem to be a one-time consumable and required the association branch president's authority to unlock. From this moment on, any thoughts he had of replacing the branch president faded away. At the very least, until he found a way to counter that item, he could only cooperate with the branch president, not oppose him. Indeed, the foundation of the professional association was far beyond what his own so-called top guild, founded by a self-taught outsider, could compare to. So, faced with such an item, what would Bai Xingqi, who had already caused so many surprises, do? Perhaps it was now the other party's turn to experience surprise. At this moment, the Dark Assassin found Bai Xingqi again, carrying the item obtained from branch president Wu Xiu. Bai Xingqi was completely unaware of this. After killing the Dark Assassin on the outer wall of the building earlier, his body had been propelled upwards by the recoil of ricochet shot. However, this slight rebound was clearly not enough to completely escape his descent. Thus, he activated the grasshopper wings he had equipped. Under the effect of skim, he transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the 1500 meters away. After landing safely, he didn't intend to waste any time. He identified his direction and rushed towards the Resurrection Temple. Whether it was to eliminate evil completely or to beat a dog that had fallen into the water, making this choice at this time was correct. What he didn't expect was that the Dark Assassin would dare to come after him again and actively block his path. We have no enmity, and no grudges. Once was enough. Why are you still so serious about coming after me? The Dark Assassin ignored his question, merely sneered, and shouted, "Die." He had already reflected on his previous failure. Although there was a miscalculation in his strength, the influence of talking too much was also a factor. Villains die from talking too much. The Dark Assassin didn't consider himself a villain, but he also intended to change his habit of talking too much during combat from now on. As the word "die" left his lips, he threw a strangely shaped golden statue into the air. The golden statue, thrown into the sky, emitted a blinding golden light, forcing Bai Xingqi to almost close his eyes. And in just an instant, the golden light dissipated and the golden statue also disappeared. At the same time, the cold-looking man standing in front of him had completely changed. The person who was originally shrouded in darkness, was now enveloped in golden light, as if he had donned a golden holy armor. Bai Xingqi looked with his true sight and found that he could no longer see through the opponent's panel. Information. That layer of golden holy armor directly blocked his observation. With a flash of golden light, the cold-looking man transformed into a star, charging forward with his blade. Bai Xingqi was somewhat surprised. The cold-looking man charging at him with his blade seemed to have completely abandoned the attack style of a dark assassin, charging straight ahead like a valiant warrior. And at this moment, the cold-looking man was bathed in golden light, truly resembling a warrior who had activated golden battle chi. If Bai Xingqi knew the name of the golden statue from before, he would probably find it even more amusing. This golden statue, named Golden Holy Armor, was the trump card of the Clearwater City Association branch, capable of increasing the user's combat power to a terrifying extent. An item that could be highly anticipated and brought out to turn the tide during an extinction-level crisis would naturally not be simple. Bai Xingqi didn't know how much the opponent's strength had increased with the golden holy armor buff. He only knew that he could not retreat. With things having progressed to this point, his only path today was to go on a killing spree. Golden light flashed from his eyes, and the dark short blade in the opponent's hand was also stained golden. It was thrust directly at his heart. Discarding all flashy tricks, this was the most direct attack. Under the effect of the golden holy garment, the gloomy man's strength had increased dramatically, making precise control impossible. He was like a child swinging a sledgehammer. However, as long as the sledgehammer was large enough, its destructive power would be astonishing. At this moment, Bai Xingqi felt a rare sense of pressure. The gloomy man attacking him met the blow with his tough medical staff. After his fine iron heavy sword broke his primary melee weapon was now this tough medical staff. Although he had some equipment dropped from monsters in his backpack and their quality was quite good, they were not as handy for him as the tough medical staff. For him, using equipment from other professions meant that the added attributes were almost non-existent, so there was no need to dwell on it. However, as he swung the tough medical staff, a new idea indeed came to his mind. That was, after resolving the current situation, he should hire someone to craft some equipment specifically for him. Although the added attributes of equipment were just a bonus, at least the durability of weapons and armor needed to be reliable. He did not want to experience the breaking of his fine iron heavy sword again. This time, it didn't matter much because his own strength was overwhelming. If he encountered an opponent of equal strength, a broken weapon in battle would be a major taboo. With this thought, their weapons met, and both attacks landed solidly on each other. Ugh, the gloomy man let out a muffled groan. The golden holy garment on him deformed violently under the impact of Bai Xingqi's tough medical staff. However, it ultimately did not break. The numbers -1 and -1 that popped up made Bai Xingqi's heart skip a beat. The magical attack added by the demon-repelling gauze was one thing, but the impact of the tough medical staff was real. With his physical attack power of over 1,000,000, he couldn't even break through the opponent's defense? What was the origin of this layer of gold on the opponent? Similarly, after being stabbed by the opponent's short blade, damage numbers also appeared above Bai Xingqi's head. -376,666. The terrifying damage number made Bai Xingqi frown deeply. From not being able to break through the defense at the beginning to dealing over 300,000 damage with a single blow now, was the golden statue that powerful in boosting professional players? Ha ha ha, the gloomy man laughed heartily upon seeing this. The tables had turned, and he was completely overjoyed, having forgotten his earlier resolve. At this moment, he felt that talking more during combat wasn't a big problem, and he said coldly, "I don't care who supports you, nor how many attribute crystals you've used, but in front of this golden holy garment, all of it is meaningless. You might not know, but this golden holy garment can increase the wearer's attack and defense by a full 1,000,000 points, and also significantly boost their health." In other words, the gloomy man's physical attack power had now reached over 1.6 million. Bai Xingqi's standing physical defense was only 1.2 million, so taking over 300,000 damage was perfectly normal. Similarly, after the opponent's defense increased by 1,000,000, it was natural that he couldn't break through it. I couldn't break your defense before, but now I deal over 300,000 damage with a single blow. How long is your health bar? Can you withstand my attacks? The previous feeling of suffocation vanished. The cold-faced man said no more, holding his short blade, and once again launched an attack on Bai Xingqi. Bai Xingqi was indeed caught off guard. However, while the damage of over 300,000 per hit was indeed terrifying, it was unlikely to deplete his health bar in just 2 or 3 strikes. Originally, when he had just undergone his third turn/class advancement, his maximum HP had already reached around 13 million. Furthermore, throughout the subsequent battles, he had kept the yin-yang medical needle active, meaning his HP was constantly dropping. His passive skill, Ascetic Medical Body, would permanently increase his maximum HP by 1/1000th of the dropped HP value multiplied by the skill level for each instance of HP loss. The continuous HP drop had caused his Ascetic Medical Body proficiency to increase rapidly, reaching LV4 at this moment. In just this short period, under the Effective ascetic medical body. His maximum HP had increased by over 1 million. His current health bar length had reached over 14 million. Even if the cold-faced man's attack could deal over 300,000 damage per hit, it would still take dozens of attacks to completely deplete his health bar. And that was assuming Bai Xingqi's HP did not recover. In fact, as a physician-class professional, how could his ability to heal himself be poor? Seeing that even the yin-yang medical needle was being blocked by the opponent's golden holy armor, Bai Xingqi temporarily abandoned the idea of attacking him. He hadn't expected to be the one unable to break through the opponent's defense. Changing places, this feeling was quite novel. He didn't dwell on it for too long and directly cast a medical needle acupuncture skill on himself. Instantly, his body's potential was stimulated, and all his attributes increased by 20%. Minus 146,584, the cold-faced man's short blade struck him again. But this time, with the 20% increase in all attributes, his defense had also increased significantly, and the damage dealt by the opponent was far less than before. The cold-faced man felt somewhat uncomfortable, but he gritted his teeth and sneered. What's the point of a temporary increase in defense? Even if each hit only deals over 100,000 damage, I can still quickly deal massive output. As he spoke, he exerted all his strength to control himself. Finally, regaining his freedom of movement from the embrace of the golden holy armor, he finally managed to unleash a professional skill of the Dark Assassin. Sonic Stab. Golden light flashed, and at this moment, he transformed into an illusion, unleashing a total of 8 attacks in an instant. Facing the cold-faced man's skill, Bai Xingqi only saw a blur. The speed of this skill from a 5th-turn Dark Assassin was truly astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had been struck multiple times. Minus 143,565, minus 143,565, minus 143,565. Alright, judging by the number of damage figures, there were a total of 8 hits. With the attack power boosted by the golden holy armor and the Dark Assassin's own skills, the output capability was indeed somewhat terrifying. In just an instant, Bai Xingqi's HP dropped by over 1 million. This made him feel the pressure. He really couldn't continue like this. He raised his arm and forcefully cast a slow recovery on himself. Slow recovery, which had reached LV5 with the passive bonus of LV3 healing affinity, provided a very pleasing amount of healing. Plus 334,164, plus 334,164. His HP recovery per second reached over 300,000 points. If other physician-class professionals saw this, they would surely be astonished. Could such astonishing healing still be called slow recovery? However, the cold-faced man's attacks continued to come like a storm. Relying solely on slow recovery was clearly not enough. As a physician-class professional, even if he didn't follow the conventional path of barefoot healing, Bai Xingqi's healing skills were certainly not limited to just one. In the blink of an eye, he cast another healing skill on himself. A white light descended from the sky, landing on him. It was the skill Rapid Heal. Unlike slow recovery, this was an instant HP recovery skill that could restore 10 spirit skill level HP to the target in an instant, usually used in life-saving situations. However, Bai Xingqi was merely using it as a regular recovery method. Plus 1336655. Due to infrequent use, Rapid Heal was only at LV2, and its recovery amount was not ideal, only restoring over 1.3 million HP. His health bar instantly returned to full, as if he hadn't been attacked at all. The cold-faced man was momentarily stunned. He had expected that under his sharp attacks, the opponent's health bar would plummet like a waterfall, beyond any hope of recovery. To his surprise, after all that, the health bar was still full. What was going on? Feeling increasingly agitated, he gradually found a way to counter the pressure of the golden holy robe and could control it more freely. One by one, output skills were unleashed by him, striking Bai Xingqi. In a short period, Bai Xingqi had witnessed all of his techniques from beginning to end. It had to be said that this Dark Assassin was terrifying. All the skills he possessed were solely for offense. Although he was a bit fragile himself, with the protection of the golden holy robe, he could greatly unleash his strength. Everything was perfect, if only the opponent's health bar wasn't so resilient. The cold-faced man felt the power of the golden holy robe on him slowly fading. Although this fading was not too rapid, there would eventually come a moment when its power was completely depleted. The time that Wu Xiu, the branch president of the association, could unlock and activate the golden holy robe was clearly not infinite. However, it should still be enough time. Although the opponent was continuously using healing skills with astonishing recovery power, his health bar was still slowly and irretrievably dropping under his stormy onslaught. With just a little more output, the opponent's health bar would drop below half. Fortunately, the defensive capabilities of the golden holy robe were reliable enough, allowing him to focus on outputting damage without worrying about being harmed by the opponent. Should he keep such a good item for himself after this, instead of returning it to Wu Xiu? Although this item required the authority of an association branch president to activate, he would surely find a way someday. However, Doing so might incur the dissatisfaction of the association, which would not be good for his career. The cold-faced man pondered this while continuously attacking. As a dark assassin, his burst damage was astonishing, but if he couldn't kill the opponent within a short period and the fight dragged on, his threat level would significantly decrease. In terms of sustained output capability over a long period, he was indeed far inferior to his peers in the archer class. It was also fortunate that he had the golden holy robe buff, otherwise he wouldn't even have the qualification to stand in front of the opponent. Looking at Bai Xingqi, who was only at the third advancement, the cold-faced man's eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. The opponent's strength to this extent must be entirely due to attribute crystals. As long as he had a large number of attribute crystals, even if he was already at the fifth advancement and started late, he would have infinite possibilities in the future. He envisioned the secret realm that had appeared in Clearwater City, and his heart surged with excitement. Perhaps his chance to defy fate lay in this Clearwater City. As various thoughts flashed through his mind, he, who was continuously launching attacks, suddenly felt something was amiss. At this moment, even though he had already reduced the opponent's health bar to below half, inexplicably, the opponent's health bar was rapidly recovering. Previously, the opponent had consistently used healing skills, and he was already familiar with their healing methods. It was nothing more than a slow recovery and an urgent heal. While the recovery amount from these two skills was indeed frightening, it hadn't reached this level. Before the cold-faced man's eyes, Bai Xingqi stood still, his health bar soaring. In just a few seconds, it returned to its full state. It was as if his hard-fought attacks for a long time had accomplished nothing at all. Blinking his eyes, disbelieving, he gripped his short blade tightly and unleashed a powerful attack skill. It was his usual sonic stab, 8 consecutive strikes, all hitting their mark, landing on Bai Xingqi, who stood there dumbfounded, not evading at all. -1 -1 -1. With 8 hits, the powerful skill Sonic Stab enhanced by Golden Holy Robe managed to inflict a total of 8 points of damage. The cold-faced man fell silent. With numerous professions in this world, coupled with various branches and many general skills, his mind was buzzing. He couldn't fathom which skill the opponent had used. What Bai Xingqi was using was the active state of stone skin, called petrification. This general skill, not of a very high tier, was used at this moment, performing its role perfectly. The petrification state lasts for 10 seconds, during which the user is immobilized and unable to act. The additional physical defense bonus is doubled, and the user recovers 1% of their maximum health per second * skill level. Cooldown, 60 seconds, with stone skin at LV8, he could recover 8% of his maximum health per second. In 10 seconds, it was enough to replenish all the health he had lost. And the doubled additional physical defense used at this time rendered the cold-faced man's attack power of over 1,000,000 useless, unable to inflict any damage. Although it only lasted for 10 seconds, it was more than enough. It could be said that facing the cold-faced man who possessed the Golden Holy Robe, Bai Xingqi had used all his trump cards. The effect was immediate. Even this fifth-turn Dark Assassin could do nothing against him. 10 seconds passed and the cold-faced man had already begun to consider escaping. At this moment, the power of the Golden Holy Robe was rapidly diminishing. He understood that the best opportunity to deal with the opponent had passed. If he continued to fight, his fate would likely be to return to the Resurrection Temple once more. Thinking of running now? A little late, isn't it? Bai Xingqi sneered, switching to a bow and arrow, and shot an arrow towards the opponent's back. The battle between the two had already lasted for more than 10 minutes, and he could clearly sense the power of the Golden Holy Robe on the opponent weakening. -525,456, the single strike dealt over 500,000 damage. Clearly, the Golden Holy Robe on the opponent had weakened significantly, and its defensive bonus had reduced. Coupled with the medical needle acupuncture skill, which had recently been upgraded to LV2. Bai Xingqi's temporary all-attribute boost of 30% had pushed his attack power to 1.7 million. How long is the health bar of a fifth-turn Dark Assassin? Let me see. Before Bai Xingqi, the cold-faced man, clad in the Golden Holy Robe, desperately fled forward. At this moment, the golden radiance on his body had become much dimmer. This indicated that the power bonus he received from the Golden Holy Robe was decreasing. It would soon dissipate completely. Run! An endless instinct for survival surged within him. But unfortunately, having a strong survival instinct did not equate to actually surviving. Another arrow landed on his back, this time inflicting even greater damage than before. Before the power of his Golden Holy Garment had even completely faded, he felt his vision blacken, and his body collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Without being in peak condition, the Golden Holy Garment didn't even stand a chance of escaping from Bai Xingqi. The fallen corpse quickly vanished, indicating that the gloomy man had chosen to return to the city to revive. The ground was covered in glowing orbs, which attracted Bai Xingqi's attention. These were clearly the items dropped after the opponent was killed. Even for him, who frequently defeated many leader-level monsters in the training room, such a massive drop was rare. That's right, it must be for that reason, Bai Xingqi nodded, already understanding the general situation. In this world, higher-level beings exerted attribute suppression over lower-level ones. Conversely, if a lower-level target killed a higher-level one, the item drop penalty for death would significantly increase. The extent of this increase depended on the level difference between the two and one's own luck. It was evident that this dark assassin was not lucky at all. In fact, he was a veritable a term for someone with extremely bad luck. This was because, among the scattered glowing orbs, Bai Xingqi spotted two extremely familiar items. One was a golden holy statue, and the other was a jet-black short blade. At this moment, Bai Xingqi's heart began to pound. Due to his class restrictions, the jet-black short blade might not be of much use to him. However, this did not diminish its value. If he couldn't use it himself, he could completely sell it for money. A top-tier weapon that even a fifth-turn professional would treasure could surely fetch a satisfactory price. And the golden holy statue was even more extraordinary. Having witnessed its power firsthand, he understood its formidable capabilities. He quickly gathered all the dropped items from the ground. Merely by killing one professional, the rewards he received far exceeded what he had gained from leveling and grinding monsters for so long. It was no wonder some professionals ignored the association's prohibitions and risked hunting other professionals. This was indeed the best way to get rich quickly. However, high returns were accompanied by high risks. A single misstep, like the gloomy man's failure, could result in losing both the wife and the soldiers, a complete loss of capital. After casually fiddling with the golden holy statue and realizing he couldn't use it, Bai Xingqi didn't dwell on it and continued towards the Resurrection Temple. Since he had already killed the opponent twice, he might as well go all the way and completely deplete their resurrection opportunities. Whether it was Zhou Qingtian or this gloomy man, there was clearly no possibility of anything other than a life-or-death struggle between them and himself. If he didn't eliminate them now, would he wait for them to prepare and come back to find him later? Who would want to be passively beaten all the time? With this thought, Bai Xingqi soon arrived at the Resurrection Temple. However, even though he had rushed there without stopping, he still found it empty. At the Resurrection Temple, there was only a temple guardian, and no one else. Hello, did you see which way a fifth-turn professional who just resurrected went? The temple guardian looked at him with a very strange gaze, ultimately shaking his head and not providing a satisfactory answer. Whether it's the fifth-turn professional you mentioned or anyone else, they are no longer here. They left in a hurry. The temple guardian glanced in a certain direction outside the hall and added, as a temple guardian who maintains neutrality, I cannot reveal the direction they left to you. Is that so? That's truly a pity. Bai Xingqi glanced thoughtfully at the temple guardian, nodded, and walked in the direction the guardian indicated. He didn't press the guardian further. After all, the guardian hadn't offended him, and he wasn't an unreasonable person. Moreover, as long as the guardian remained within the Resurrection Temple, Bai Xingqi couldn't do anything to him. Professionals like temple guardians of the Resurrection Temple and guides of the Job Change Temple are generally safe from being killed as long as they remain within their respective temples. That is, unless someone were to tear down the entire temple. Setting aside the immense difficulty of demolishing an entire temple, any reasonably sane professional would never choose such a path. It would be akin to standing against all professionals, and few would be so deranged as to do so. Even with his miraculous training room, which allowed his strength to advance at an incredible pace, Bai Xingqi had no intention of creating such trouble for himself. Furthermore, this temple guardian seemed quite friendly towards him, even secretly offering assistance. Following the direction pointed out by the temple guardian, Bai Xingqi pursued, even using the grasshopper wings movement effect once, instantly covering 1500 meters. When he used movement a second time, he finally spotted the group ahead. A disorganized group of professionals was moving forward. Although Bai Xingqi couldn't discern their specific features, the gathering of so many third-turn professionals clearly indicated they weren't unrelated individuals. Flying through the air with movement, he descended diagonally in front of them, blocking their path. He scanned the crowd with his gaze, feeling a touch of disappointment. Zhou Qingtian, the guild president, and the dark assassin were not among them. The three individuals he most wanted to pursue were absent. Bai Xingqi didn't attack immediately. Instead, he looked at them coldly and asked, "Are you members of the Chingha guild? Where did Zhou Qingtian and that dark assassin go?" His words immediately caused a stir. Before today, most of these individuals didn't know Bai Xingqi, but at this moment they were all deeply shocked by his actions. Whether they had witnessed it firsthand or heard about it from others, they knew Bai Xingqi had massacred a large number of professionals at the Chingha guild stronghold and had subsequently defeated Zhou Qingtian and the dark assassin twice. Zhou Qingtian, the president of the number 1 guild, a fourth-turn archmage. The dark assassin, a fifth-turn professional, had been invited but fled with his tail between his legs, terrified. Now, seeing the person responsible for all this suddenly appear before them, everyone felt a genuine sense of dread. We don't know," someone stammered in reply. "Don't play dumb. You were all together earlier. How could you possibly not know anything?" Bai Xingqi said with a cold smile. I'll give you a choice, either you go back to the Resurrection Temple, or you reveal their whereabouts to me and quit the Chingha Guild on the spot. Choose one. We really don't know. They left. Very suddenly, I have no idea when they departed, one person hastily explained. Humph. Bai Shengqi snorted coldly. Without any visible movement, several of the pure black medical needles hovering beside him flew out and struck the man. With a flash of white light, the man instantly collapsed. Bai Shengqi, who could see the opponent's status panel with his true sight eye, didn't waste the opportunity. With just a few medical needles, he deprived the man of one resurrection chance. Watching the man's body disappear, Bai Shengqi looked at the remaining individuals and said coldly, "Well, have you made up your minds? My patience is wearing thin." On the streets of Clearwater City, numerous third-tier professionals exchanged glances, falling into a sudden commotion. They hadn't expected Bai Shengqi to be so ruthless. Merely for hearing a displeasing remark, he had decisively sent the person to the Resurrection Temple. Several people in the crowd began to tremble. Although third-tier professionals generally had 3 extra resurrection opportunities, not everyone still possessed all 3 unused. Some had already depleted them during the process of advancing to the 3rd tier, and the previous time Bai Shengqi had killed them was already their last chance at resurrection. If they were killed here again, they wouldn't even have the chance to return to the Resurrection Temple, leaving only complete annihilation. After a quick consideration, these individuals exchanged glances and finally made up their minds. We quit the Clear River Guild for them. Being a member of Clearwater City's premier guild was, of course, a great honor. Moreover, being within the top guild offered various benefits far exceeding those of smaller guilds. If possible, they certainly wouldn't want to give up such a status. However, the current situation forced them to make a difficult decision. Quitting the guild would naturally offend guild leader Zhou Chengtian, and offending a 4th-tier archmage was clearly an unwise move. But compared to offending a 4th-tier archmage, the person before them was clearly more terrifying. This was someone who could make Zhou Chengtian flee in utter panic. If they had reacted any slower, they might never have had to worry about anything again. Very well. After overseeing their guild withdrawal process, Bai Shengqi asked again, "So, where did they go?" "I heard from the branch guild leader that he suggested that Zhou Chengtian go with him to the neighboring city. It seems they plan to seek refuge with the branch guild leader there. They said they plan to leave via the south gate, and they've been gone for about 20 minutes. As if fearing Bai Shengqi's dissatisfaction, this person answered in extreme detail. "Good, and what about that dark assassin?" Bai Shengqi stared intently at the person, continuing his questioning. That I really don't know. As soon as that one resurrected, they left with a scroll, their face dark. My guess is it was a scroll that sealed a single-person teleportation spell. Teleported away?" Bai Shengqi's face darkened, feeling somewhat dejected. If they had left using a teleportation spell scroll, then the difficulty of finding them again would be greatly increased. As expected, 5th-tier professionals were truly extraordinary, possessing teleportation spell scrolls. One had to know that such scrolls were not only expensive but also extremely rare. In Clearwater City, even someone like Zhou Chengtian couldn't afford one, which spoke volumes about their rarity. After questioning the remaining individuals and confirming the information, Bai Shengqi finally waved his hand and said indifferently, "All right, you may leave." The few people were overjoyed, quickly squeezing out of the crowd and heading outwards. The other professionals also showed expressions of joy, chaotically preparing to follow. However, the cold laughter that echoed in their ears sent a chill straight to their hearts. "Heh, did I say you could leave too?" The remaining crowd's hearts trembled. Someone quickly spoke up, "We can also quit the Clear River Guild, and you already know the news, don't you? Can also quit." What a grand gesture. "Do you think I'm begging you?" Bai Shengqi said with a cold laugh. "I got the information from them, what does it have to do with you?" It was clear that their previous lack of initiative had greatly displeased him. He looked coldly at this group of people, as if they were not the 3rd-tier professionals standing at the pinnacle of Clearwater City, but merely a group of harmless crimson rabbits. In fact, it was precisely so. Even the 5th-turn Dark Assassin, who used the Golden Holy Garb, couldn't do anything to him. 10 times the number of these 3rd-turn professionals wouldn't even warrant his attention. With so many of us, why should we be afraid of him? "Let's fight him," someone shouted fiercely, trying to incite others to attack together, while he himself had already charged backward. He was cunning, wanting to create a commotion and find an opportunity to escape in the chaos. But to his despair, the scene was terrifyingly quiet, with only his own shouts echoing out of place. This was rather awkward. He had to stop his advance. His face twitched, and he forced a stiff smile, saying, "If I said I didn't do it on purpose, would you believe me? Does it matter if you did it on purpose or by accident?" Bai Shengqi shook his head slightly, and a few more pure black medical needles floated out from beside him. The man desperately charged into the distance, but he couldn't be faster than the medical needles. With a flash of white light, he instantly collapsed. This 3rd-turn professional had ultimately overthought things. Playing tricks in front of Bai Shengqi was like a joke due to the absolute gap in strength. "You all withdraw from the Chingha Guild, and I'll only kill you this once. Otherwise, we'll settle this later." Bai Shengqi didn't care about offending people. As he spoke, endless pure black medical needles spread out, surrounding everyone. As long as he willed it, these people would only have the fate of collapsing on the ground. Whether they would return to the Resurrection Temple or perish completely was not his concern. In such a desperate situation, the many third-turn professionals finally gave up their resistance. Although they were numerous, the reality was that Bai Xingqi, as one person, had surrounded all of them. In the end, white light connected into a single expanse. Under the pure black medical needles, all beings were equal. Not a single third-turn professional could still stand. Glancing at the few others still standing not far away, Bai Xingqi said, "You're still standing here. Do you want me to help send you on your way?" The bodies of those who had already squeezed out of the crowd trembled, and they quickly hurried away. At this moment, endless relief surged in their hearts. If they hadn't made a quick decision, they would likely be among those lying on the ground by now. No, given their situation, they would probably perish completely, without even the chance to go to the Resurrection Temple. From this moment on, they had made up their minds never to have any further dealings with the Chingha Guild. It would be best to simply abandon everything in Qingshui City and start anew in another city. They were truly terrified of Bai Xingqi to their very core. Bai Xingqi glanced around and, ignoring everything else, strode towards the south of the city. Zhou Chengtian and the branch president of the association had conspired against him, and he certainly wouldn't let them off lightly. The various actions of these two were clearly closely related to the Secret Realm's offensive battle at that time. Even if only to gain more information about it, he had to find these two. As for the Dark Assassin, he could only put that aside for now. Although offending a fifth-turn professional was very dangerous, he was not an ordinary person. As time passed day by day, his strength would only grow stronger. Today, the other party could last for more than 10 minutes against him with the Golden Holy Garb, but in another day or two, perhaps they wouldn't even have the qualification to stand in front of him. Because of the existence of the training room, Bai Xingqi had this confidence. Before leaving, he looked up towards the school and sighed, TSK, what a good recruitment fair turned into this. I wonder if they can still continue to hold it. From the sudden change at the recruitment fair until now, less than half a day had passed, yet Bai Xingqi couldn't help but feel a sense of change in his surroundings. As for that Zhou Changming, he shook his head and muttered to himself, forget it. What's more important now is to find his father. As for that clown who likes to jump around, he's not worth my time. If he dares to provoke me again, I'll just slap him to death. His perspective had completely changed. As soon as the cooldown for Grasshopper's wings ended, he immediately used glide and flew out of the south gate of Clearwater City. The 4 city gates of Clearwater City actually connected to monster areas of different levels. Outside the south gate, at a glance, was a monster area for levels 91 to 120 corresponding to the 4th turn/rank of a professional. However, there were very few people in the entire Clearwater City qualified to choose this area to level up. For the entire Clearwater City, the area outside the south gate could be considered undeveloped virgin land in a certain sense. Even 4th turn professionals would find it extremely dangerous to venture deep into this area. Zhou Chengtian and the association's branch president chose to flee from outside the south gate. It was unknown what their intentions were. If things went wrong, they might be killed by powerful monsters in the wild area before Bai Xingqi could even catch up. However, since Clearwater City had no teleportation array to other cities, the only way to travel to other cities was indeed to cross the wild areas. Bai Xingqi ventured deep into the wild area south of the city, not worried about the monsters they're causing him trouble. Although these monsters were of high level, they were nothing to him now. As he moved forward, the yin-yang medical needles hovering around him automatically flew out, easily killing any approaching monsters. After venturing an unknown distance and killing more and more high-level monsters, Bai Xingqi frowned and stopped. He felt that something was not right. He had already entered a very deep area of the southern wild zone. The monsters here were already very powerful, enough to put immense pressure on ordinary professionals. Based on their previous encounters, even if Zhou Chengtian and the others came here, it wouldn't be easy for them. Under these circumstances, it was clearly unreasonable for them to still maintain their escape speed. If he still couldn't catch up with them here, there was likely only one possibility: he was heading in the wrong direction. Looking around, Bai Xingqi felt a bit helpless. In fact, although the south side was considered one direction, the area was vast and there were many possible routes. Even if he deviated slightly at the beginning, he would end up miles off course. Moreover, it was not certain that those two were actually heading south. While the previous people might not have dared to deceive him, there was also the possibility that Zhou Chengtian and the other two were creating a diversion or had changed their minds midway. As this thought flashed through his mind, Bai Xingqi made a decision. He looked deeply into the distance ahead. Another city lay beyond this boundless wild area. According to the map, if he continued to advance in this direction, he would eventually reach another city. It was a second-tier city. The overall strength of professionals there far surpassed that of Clearwater City. Even for himself now, entering a second-tier city, he would not dare to be as unrestrained as he was in Clearwater City. If Zhou Chengtian and the other two wanted to escape, heading to the second-tier city would indeed be the safest option. But that was assuming they could arrive safely. The distance between the two cities was vast, separated by a high-level monster zone, and it wasn't something one could just go to. Otherwise, many people would have already gone to develop in second-tier cities and wouldn't be confined to Clearwater City. Baishinchi took out a town portal scroll and chose to use it directly. He had a strange feeling that he might have been lured away. With a flash of light, he quickly disappeared in the glow of returning to the city. His vision went black and then bright, and he was back in the Clearwater City's return square. It was still early before dark, and the return square was deserted, with only him present. Even the guards by the square were gone. It was likely related to the commotion he had caused. Today, Baishinchi didn't pay it any mind and directly activated the Grasshopper Wings ability, Gale Step, heading towards the Clear River Guild stronghold. Gale Step had a 10-second cooldown and could travel 1500 meters per use, which was faster than driving. Unfortunately, even though he had rushed back decisively, he still found nothing. The Clear River Guild stronghold was already empty. The entire building was vacant, with not a soul in sight. Most of the valuable items were stored in the professional players' backpack spaces. Only furniture and facilities that were inconvenient to move were left behind. Oof. Baishinchi finally realized that he had been tricked. He hadn't expected them to dare deceive him while he was under the pressure of being killed. He could only say that he was still too young, and ultimately, not ruthless enough. Since the matter had already happened, Baishinchi didn't dwell on it too much. He jumped directly from the Clear River building, flapped his grasshopper wings, and headed towards the association's branch. If his guess was correct, the association's branch president, along with Zhou Chengtian, had likely fled as well. Things unfolded as he had anticipated. Upon arriving at the professional association's branch, the situation there wasn't much better than the Clear River building. Many high-level professional players, including the branch president Wu Xiu, were nowhere to be found. They had all fled. Only a few clerical staff remained in the association. Although these clerical staff had the strength of a second-turn professional, Baishinchi knew very well that these were definitely not the core personnel of the association's branch. Just the fact that Wu Xiu hadn't taken them with him was telling. Standing at the top of the association's branch, Baishinchi surveyed the entire Clearwater City. The people seemed to have completely vanished from the city, as if they had disappeared into thin air, their efficiency so high it was incomprehensible. For many low-level professional players, today was still like any other day, with at most a few minor discordant incidents. But Baishinchi knew very well that from this moment on, the entire Clearwater City had changed. The Clear River Guild, as the top guild, had completely disappeared, and Wu Xiu, the association's branch president, had also left with a large number of powerful professional players, including members of the city guard. Excluding Baishinchi, the strength of the entire Clearwater City had plummeted to its lowest point at this moment. Amidst his surging emotions, Baishinchi suddenly heard the ringing of his communicator. It was the communicator in his backpack space. This item, perhaps due to some method he couldn't understand during its creation, could be placed in his backpack space without affecting signal reception. Who could it be? Baishinchi wondered, but he quickly took out the communicator. Hello? Hello, is this Baishinchi? I'm Hu Liuli. Are you done? My grandfather has something he wants to discuss with you. Do you have time? From the other end of the communicator came Hu Liuli's voice. At the recruitment fair, unable to resist her persistent requests, he had eventually exchanged contact information with her. He hadn't expected her to contact him proactively at this time, and the reason was that her grandfather wanted to see him? After the commotion today, any powerful professional player who remained in Clearwater City, as long as they had some source of information, should have been able to learn something about him. At a time like this, the powerful professionals of Clearwater City would likely avoid him if they could. Who would actively seek him out? However, it was fortunate that Fierce Lion wanted to find him, as he had questions he wanted to ask. Previously, the gap in status, strength, and position had made the other party seem unwilling to pay him any mind. But in just a few days, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds to a point where he could no longer be ignored. Fierce Lion must have sensed this, which was why he had his granddaughter, Hu Liuli, contact him. Alright, I'll be waiting at the association's branch. Please have your grandfather come over. Although he had questions to ask given the current circumstances and his understanding that strength was paramount among professionals, Baishinchi decided he should maintain a certain demeanor. In a sense, this was a game of negotiation. Whoever held the stronger position would have more control in the subsequent conversation. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and then Hu Liuli's voice came through again. Okay, my grandfather asks you to wait a moment. He'll be here soon. Baishinchi didn't have to wait long. Flames blazed in the sky as a majestic lion, surrounded by fire, flew rapidly towards them. Watching this scene from afar, Baishinchi couldn't help but feel a touch of envy. Flight was indeed a very useful ability for professionals. It was a pity that his third-tier red-footed physician did not possess such an ability. And although grasshopper wings allowed him to glide for short distances, it was still far inferior to true flight. When I have time, I should look for other general skills or equipment items to see if I can gain the ability to fly in advance. Bye. The fiery lion landed quickly in front of the association's branch. A young girl also landed with him, standing on the lion's back, her hands gripping its mane. It was Hu Lioli. This showed how much fierce lion doted on his granddaughter. Otherwise, why would a dignified fourth-tier professional allow someone to stand on him? It was evident that fierce lion, Hu too, had come in this manner with the intention of showcasing his strength. However, after landing, he realized he couldn't see through the other party's status panel and felt a faint pressure emanating from him. The words he had prepared suddenly got stuck in his throat. Grandpa, this is the good classmate I told you about, by Xingqi. Sensing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Hu Lioli quickly spoke up to ease the tension. The flames dissipated, and the fiery lion that had been there vanished. A white-haired old man stood in its place. The old man had a stern face and an imposing presence, exuding an intimidating aura. He was currently scrutinizing Bai Xingqi with a discerning gaze. Bai Xingqi was naturally not afraid of him. Although he was also a rare fourth-tier professional in Clearwater City, the other two fourth-tier professionals had been thoroughly defeated by him and had likely fled somewhere by now. No matter how strong Hu Tu was, he was at best on par with those two. Bai, classmate Bai. Hu Tu opened his mouth, intending to call him Kid Bai, but ultimately felt it inappropriate and followed his granddaughter's lead, calling him classmate Bai. He felt unaccustomed to this, but the reality of the situation forced him to understand that the young man before him was no longer a novice professional he could treat casually. Old Mr. Hu, I heard you had something to discuss with me. What is it specifically? He didn't have any particular ill feelings towards fierce lion before him. After all, based on the information he had obtained, this individual had no connection to the secret realm assault battle at that time. Alright, student Bai, then I'll take advantage of my age and boldly ask you one thing. You've thrown this Clearwater City into chaos, what do you plan to do next? Beside him, Hu Lioli watched her grandfather's attitude, blinked her eyes, and her mouth opened wide enough to fit a goose egg. She knew her grandfather's temper, otherwise, she wouldn't have earned the nickname Fierce Lion. But at this moment, her grandfather was actually choosing his words carefully. Speaking politely to the student Bai? For a moment, she looked at Bai Xingqi in front of her and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe, as if facing a towering mountain. Who would have thought that the usually lawless fierce lion Hu Tu would be so easily subdued by the student Bai in front of him? Bai Xingqi looked at the fierce lion in front of him and smiled faintly, saying, "What do you mean? What do I plan to do?" Hu Tu almost couldn't catch his breath. He suppressed the anger surging in his heart with great difficulty. If it were anyone else, even if Zhou Qingtian spoke to him like that, he would have long ago transformed into the blazing mad lion to teach the other party about respecting elders. But this person in front of him absolutely could not be treated that way. Although he was fortunate not to have been involved in the affairs between Zhou Qingtian and Branch Master Wu Shou, he had seen a general picture from the side earlier, and Bai Xingqi's strength had completely exceeded his imagination. In such a short time, he had caused Zhou Qingtian to use up 2 resurrection opportunities, which was extremely terrifying. One must know that although he had always been at odds with Zhou Qingtian, he had never accomplished such a feat in his busy life. While he was unwilling to admit it, Bai Xingqi in front of him could easily strip Zhou Qingtian of his resurrection opportunities, and if he turned his attention to him, he could do the same. Even though the shapeshifter class had stronger survivability than the mage class, under the absolute gap in strength, there still wouldn't be much difference. Who fierce lion? Hu Tu let out a long sigh, then continued, "What I mean is, now that the Chingha Guild, the City Guard, and Branch Master Wu Shou have all fled, and the power structure in Clearwater City has been reshuffled, don't you have any other ideas?" "What other ideas?" Bai Xingqi shook his head, a half-smile on his face. "I'm not interested in these things. Let them do whatever they want. If you're interested, old man, you can also make a move and enter the fray. Don't worry, I have no objections." So it was about the reshuffling of power in Clearwater City and the distribution of benefits. After Zhou Qingtian and the others left, others in the city had clearly started to have ideas. Bai Xingqi asked himself, he didn't seem to have any talent in this area. Moreover, with the magical training room, he only needed to focus on grinding monsters to improve his own strength. What was the point of forming a guild? Besides wasting time and effort, it was not worth the gain. Hu Tu breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Xingqi's words greatly eased his worries. After all, with the Chingha Guild's retreat, the strongest guild in Clearwater City would be his 100 Beasts Guild. Coupled with the absence of the guild branch and the city guards constraints, it was a time of great opportunity. With the heavy stone in his heart lifted, Hu Tu asked again, "Then, our 100 Beasts Guild would like to invite Student Bai to be an advisor. I wonder if Student Bai is interested? Is this an attempt to borrow his prestige?" Bai Xingqi sighed inwardly, but asked, "Let's not talk about the advisor position for now. Old man, how much do you know about the secret realm assault operation? Why don't you tell me in detail?" Hu Tu glanced at his granddaughter, Hu Lioli, beside him, and said to Bai Xingqi, "I've already explained everything to Lioli in detail before coming. If classmate Bai wants to know anything, Lioli can tell you later." He paused, then added, "However, compared to that, there's a more pressing matter at hand that needs immediate attention." "What is it?" Seeing Hutu's solemn expression. Bai Xingqi's mood involuntarily grew heavier. The professional association. Hutu looked at Bai Xingqi with piercing eyes and said in a deep voice, the Chingha Guild is one thing. Although it's the #1 guild in Qingshui City, it's ultimately a civilian force, and the association doesn't pay much attention to its changes. However, your removal of Wu Xiu from the branch will surely alert the headquarters, and they'll likely send people to deal with it soon. Deal with it? Bai Xingqi chuckled. Deal with what? Deal with me? Although it's unpleasant to hear, that's indeed the case. Hutu nodded heavily and said, in my opinion, you'd best prepare yourself early. Have a chat with the head of your transfer temple branch, they should have some connections. He paused, then continued. Then, we in Qingshui City should also consolidate as soon as possible and unify our statements. That way, even if people from the headquarters come, they'll consider the bigger picture and it will eventually blow over. The newly appointed branch president, being new to the position, will have to rely on us, won't they? It had to be said that what this fierce lion said was so convincing that Bai Xingqi was almost stunned. After the fierce lion left to contact other professionals, Bai Xingqi looked at Hu Liuli, who remained in place, and clicked his tongue in admiration. Is your grandfather really the fierce lion people talk about? Hu Liuli naturally understood what he meant and couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth. The title Fierce Lion is just because of his temper. Who says people with a fiery temper must be brainless? Shaking his head, Bai Xingqi didn't continue the conversation on this topic. His expression turned serious, and he said, all right, enough idle talk. Can you tell me the detailed information about the secret realm assault now? Qingshui City Professional Association Branch. Bai Xingqi and Hu Liuli stood facing each other. Just moments ago, he had learned all the information about the secret realm assault from Hu Liuli. At least, all the information Hu Liuli could access. So, there was clearly an opportunity at the time, but Wu Xiu and Zhou Qingtian directly fled from the battlefield, abandoning the assault team in front of them. Bai Xingqi's face darkened as he stared intently at Hu Liuli. Zhou Qingtian is one thing, but why would Wu Xiu, as the branch president, act so unwisely? Actually, I don't quite understand either. Hu Liuli shook her head and added, but my grandfather said that at the time, Grand Mage Baya, that is, your father, was far more powerful than Zhou Qingtian and had very high prestige. He had immense influence in Qingshui City. Everyone only knew of Grand Mage Baya, and Wu Xiu, as the branch president, didn't have a very comfortable position. Okay. After listening to Hu Liuli's words, Bai Xingqi remained silent for a moment, not offering any opinion. He simply said softly, I understand. Go back and tell your grandfather. I'll go see him tomorrow to discuss the next steps. With that, he left without giving Hu Liuli a chance to say more. Watching his retreating back, Hu Liuli hesitated but ultimately did not call out to stop him. She shook her head and returned the way she came. At this time, Bai Xingqi quickly arrived at Qingshui Commercial Building. Boss De Wang, who had been staying in the Qingshui Commercial Building, was unaware that in such a short time, the young man before him had turned the entire Qingshui city upside down. Seeing Bai Xingqi arrive, he was quite surprised. Isn't today the day of the job fair? How do you have time to come here? Bai Xingqi smiled, not saying much, and simply said, I've come to pick out some equipment and items to use for now, and also, please help me contact someone as soon as possible. I need to find a master craftsman to help me customize my equipment. After today's battle, Bai Xingqi understood one thing. Although his attribute panel was astonishingly high, the auxiliary abilities of equipment and items should not be underestimated. If configured well, they could even multiply the power of his attribute panel many times over. As for some general skills, he had already looked through the product list, but in this third-tier city, there didn't seem to be many suitable ones. After casually picking out some equipment and items, Bai Xingqi left the Qingshui Commercial Building. He noticed that many large businesses in the commercial building were in disarray, as if they had been hastily cleared out and moved. These were likely the properties of the Chingha Guild. A battle had forced Zhou Qingtian and others to abandon their properties and flee the city, but he was still not entirely satisfied. However, as things stood, it was most important to deal with the present. He did not know that as soon as he stepped out of the commercial building, the communicator of Boss De Wang behind him rang. How did you know that Brother Bai and I have a business cooperation? Alright, that's not the point. What, Brother Bai did such a thing? In the Qingshui Commercial Building, Boss De Wang hurried out the door, but where could Bai Xingqi's figure be seen ahead? He actually did such a shocking thing? I thought I had thought highly of him, but I underestimated him. It's a pity I didn't find a way to get his communicator number earlier. After a moment of contemplation, Boss De Wang suddenly looked up, a strange light flashing in his eyes. That's right, I must use all my connections to help him find a master craftsman. Having this kind of fate with him is my opportunity, and perhaps my situation can also change because of it. Unaware of, and unconcerned by, the undercurrents below, Bai Xingqi returned home. After successfully achieving his third transmigration/class change, he couldn't wait to confront Zhou Qingtian and the others and didn't have time to improve himself further. Now, it was time to improve himself again. regardless of what others in Qingshui City thought or what the association's headquarters would react. Improving his own strength was fundamental. Sufficient strength would bring sufficient confidence. He entered the training room once more. Compared to before, the training room had clearly changed. Black Iron Training Room, LV3. Current simultaneous. Monster capacity 20, capacity +1 for every 1000 monsters killed. Monster kill experience bonus 30%, item drop rate bonus 30% +3 to all attributes for every 100 monsters killed. These were the changes after his third, with improvements in all aspects compared to his second. And the previous limit of only 4 hours of use per day had now increased to 5 hours. Including the time used before his third, he could still use 2 hours today. Without further ado, Bai Xingqi, familiar with the process, began a new round of monster grinding. The weapon he used was the two-handed greatsword he had just bought from Boss Dewang, its quality and level surpassing the original fine iron greatsword. However, using equipment across professions did not provide many attribute bonuses, so in reality it was similar to using the fine iron greatsword. He only wanted the close-range area of effect special effect of the two-handed greatsword. This further strengthened his resolve to customize a suitable weapon, but everything depended on how Boss Dewang contacted him. A large number of monsters fell under his greatsword slashes, turning into his experience points and constantly increasing attribute values. 2 hours passed quickly. Relying on the more powerful panel attacks after his third job advancement and the continuous attacks of yin-yang medical needles, his monster-slaying speed was astonishingly fast. 70 to 80,000 monsters had already fallen beneath his greatsword, and all of them were dungeon monsters with triple experience points, which raised his level to 62. The 2 hours of monster grinding only increased his level by 2, which seemed a bit slow to him. However, for ordinary professionals, it was already a speed they wouldn't dare to dream of. The experience required for leveling up after the third job advancement had greatly increased. If ordinary professionals leveled up in the wild, they might not even gain 1 level in a year. Bai Xingqi's strength improvement was not primarily due to leveling up. After killing over 70,000 monsters, his various attributes had each increased by nearly 7,000 points. His current panel attributes were as follows: level 62. Constitution, 39,417, Strength, 39,417, Agility, 39417, Spirit, 39,717. Each attribute was now close to 40,000 points. In addition to this, his HP had increased even further. The yin-yang medical needles, which constantly drained his HP, combined with the ascetic medical body, continuously increased his maximum HP. His maximum HP had now broken through the 20 million mark. For someone who had just undergone their third job advancement to have a HP bar exceeding 20 million was unimaginable for other professionals. However, Bai Xingqi knew this would not be his limit. Although the usage time for the training room was temporarily gone, it did not prevent him from continuing to grow stronger. As dusk fell, it was unnecessary to leave the city. While constantly maintaining the yin-yang medical needles, he continuously used healing skills like slow recovery to restore his HP. In addition, he kept using other skills, doing his best to improve their proficiency. Strength improvement was not just about the attribute panel, skill levels could not be neglected either. His current mana was sufficient, and even relying solely on the automatic recovery of mana was enough to support his continuous skill usage. His HP cap was constantly increasing, and the proficiency of many of his skills was also continuously improving. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Apart from the members of the General Association who might arrive at any time, there was nothing else that could make him anxious. Soon, night fell and then dawn broke, marking the start of a new day. After using his 5 hours of training room time for the day, with his strength further improved, he strode towards the Job Advancement Temple. Fierce Lion, who too had suggested he try to get acquainted with the branch master of the Job Advancement Temple, and he did not intend to ignore this advice. Qingshui City. Job Advancement Temple. Footsteps sounded as Bai Xingqi leisurely entered the temple. Amidst screams, a commotion erupted in the temple. It turned out that 2 people were undergoing job advancement. But upon seeing Bai Xingqi, their faces instantly turned pale, and they forgot even this important matter. It was clear that although these 2 undergoing advancement did not recognize him, they must have recognized him. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain the reason for their screams. Ignoring the 2 screaming professionals, Bai Xingqi asked Xu Xiaoyu, who was guiding the job advancement, "Where is the branch master? Has he returned?" Xu Xiaoyu, as a job advancement guide, stood in the main hall, also somewhat stunned. As a second-turn professional, after seeing third-turn professionals fall like rain and even fourth-turn professionals fleeing in disarray, it was unrealistic to say that she did not feel some fear towards Bai Xingqi. But at least they were colleagues, and now that they were inside the transfer temple, their safety was guaranteed, so she didn't panic excessively. Otherwise, she would have definitely contributed to the screams just now. "Xiao, Bai, the branch master is here, he's inside." Xu Xiaoyu's voice was a bit hoarse, and for a moment she didn't know how to address him. "Okay, then you go ahead and be busy. Bai Xingqi smiled at Zhu Xiaoyu and quickly walked inside. It wasn't until his figure disappeared down the corridor that Zhu Xiaoyu involuntarily let out a sigh of relief. The other two professionals who were transferring looked at each other, unsure of what to do. What should we do? Should we continue transferring today? How about we go back and come back next time? The two professionals were clearly extremely fearful of Bai Xingqi's sudden appearance. Seeing this, Zhu Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. She looked at the two professionals in front of her and smiled faintly. There's no need. You two, the person just now was an employee of our transfer temple. If you're giving up on transferring because you saw him, then there's no need to. He comes to the temple to clock in every day anyway. You can hide for a while, but can you hide for a lifetime? As she said this, Zhu Xiaoyu's heart was also pounding. In fact, Bai Xingqi was an external staff member and didn't come to clock in every day. He had been coming more frequently before, simply to transfer. Moreover, with his current strength, it was uncertain whether he would still be willing to be a hunter for the transfer temple. Wasn't he here now to negotiate with the branch master? The branch master looked weak and listless every day, as if he might die from a single breath. How could he possibly suppress the current Bai Xingqi? Setting aside Zhu Xiaoyu's wild thoughts, Bai Xingqi had already entered the inner hall and approached the branch master. TSK, I was only gone for 2 days for a meeting upstairs, and you've given me a big surprise. The branch master looked at Bai Xingqi in front of him with a half smile. You turned Qingshui City upside down, and now you want me to clean up your mess? That's not necessary. Bai Xingqi stood before the branch master, using his true sight to observe the frail middle-aged man in front of him at will. His spirit attribute had already broken through 40,000 points, and it was not far from 50,000 points. With such spirit attribute as support, the detection ability of true sight had greatly improved. Even someone like the branch master should have no secrets in front of him. As expected, the information about the other party was all in his sight. Bai Xingqi raised an eyebrow, appearing very surprised. The branch master's attribute panel was completely beyond his expectations. The branch master clearly sensed Bai Xingqi's scrutiny. He let out a weak sigh and smiled at Bai Xingqi. What, is my attribute panel beyond your expectations? Ridiculously low? Bai Xingqi nodded. The information he had just seen with true sight had indeed made him very confused. The branch master of the transfer temple, one of the giants of Qingshui City, only barely reached the level of a third-turn professional in terms of attribute panel strength. However, Bai Xingqi could only see the other party's attribute panel, but he couldn't see the specific turn or professional branch. But no matter what, it didn't make sense. If this was the only strength the branch master possessed, how could he stand tall in Qingshui City and make people like Zhou Chengtian and guild leader Wu Shou wary? Bai Xingqi, filled with doubt, followed up on the other party's words and asked, with your attribute panel, it must be a bit difficult to be the branch master of the transfer temple in a city like this, right? More than just a bit of a stretch, the branch master chuckled. Otherwise, why do you think I've stayed in this temple, almost never going out? It's not that I don't want to, it's that I dare not. He shook his head and continued, if I were to go out and be discovered by Zhou Chengtian and his ilk, I'm afraid I wouldn't have a chance to return, and the branch master of the transfer temple would have to be someone else. Why? Bai Xingqi frowned. He wasn't asking why the branch master dared not go out. He was asking why, as the branch master of the transfer temple, his attribute panel was so abysmally low. The branch master didn't play coy. He gestured for Bai Xingqi to sit, then sighed and said, you all know about transferring, the first transfer, second, third, fourth, but do you know that the transfer temple has a special ability? What ability? Reincarnation. The branch master's face took on a peculiar expression, his gaze drifting somewhere unseen. Reincarnation? Hearing such an unfamiliar term, a strong sense of doubt welled up in Bai Xingqi's heart. Reincarnation is different from transferring. It's not about advancing to a higher class, but about returning to the state before transferring, allowing one to reawaken their transfer, and then redo the first, second, third transfers. So that's how it is. For any professional who was dissatisfied with their current class, reincarnation was clearly a lifesaver, allowing them to choose anew and start from scratch. Hearing the branch master's words, Bai Xingqi immediately understood. It was obvious that the branch master before him had undergone reincarnation. That was why, as the master of a branch, his attribute panel was so ridiculously low. How come I've never heard of reincarnation before? I've transferred twice, and the transfer god stone hasn't had any information about it either? Although he didn't necessarily need to choose reincarnation, understanding this information was still very necessary. Of course, you wouldn't have heard of it, the branch master smiled. Reincarnation is a top secret of the transfer temple. Even Zhou Chengtian and the others wouldn't know about it, and it's not easy to reach the threshold for reincarnation. Then why are you telling me such a top secret so easily? Inside the transfer temple, Bai Xingqi looked at the branch master before him, somewhat puzzled. The branch master's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he suddenly stood up from his seat, looking directly at Bai Xingqi. It's very simple, because I want you to join us. Join you? What do you mean? In the inner chamber of the transfer Temple, Bai Xingqi met the branch master's gaze and asked in a deep voice, "Aren't I already a hunter for the temple now?" "There's still a significant difference," the branch master gave Bai Xingqi a half-smile, saying, "In fact, the position of hunter is more of an employment and cooperation relationship with the transfer temple." His eyes flickered and his voice inexplicably carried a chilling tone. "Now that you've fallen into such a predicament, I ask you, are you willing to join our transfer temple completely? You keep saying join, but what does it mean to completely join the transfer temple?" Seeing that Bai Xingqi seemed a little impatient, the branch master stopped playing games and said directly, "It's very simple. As long as you agree, I will tell you all the secrets about reincarnation without reservation." "Just like that?" Bai Xingqi chuckled. "What if I pretend to agree verbally and then go back on my word later?" The branch master smiled. "That's up to you. However, from my observation, you're not that foolish. You've already offended the association. Do you really want to fall out with our transfer temple as well?" The branch master's smile didn't diminish. "You must understand, offending the association might at most lead to sanctions and pursuit. Offending the job transfer temple, however, could make it difficult for you to even transfer jobs in the future." It had to be said, the branch master's words made a lot of sense. No wonder the job transfer temple in Clearwater City was so detached and above it all, completely unrestrained by the association's branch. "What do I need to do?" Bai Xingqi asked after a moment of silence. "I mean, if I agree to join the job transfer temple completely, what do I need to offer?" The branch master smiled again. "You don't need to offer anything. You just need to remember that you will advance and retreat with the job transfer temple." "Alright, since we've settled these matters, let me be frank with you." In the inner chamber of the temple, the branch master looked at Bai Xingqi and asked, "How much do you know about this world?" Bai Xingqi knew the other party wasn't expecting an answer, so he simply waited quietly. As expected, the branch master spoke again, continuing, "I won't talk about past events, but judging from some recent occurrences, this era is about to change. You must have heard of gray crystals, right? Based on these, attribute crystals that can increase attribute points can be made, just like the one you used before." Bai Xingqi nodded, indicating he understood. He owed the fact that he managed to obtain that attribute crystal and wasn't robbed of it by Zhou Shangming and his son to the help of the branch master standing before him. Otherwise, even with what his father had left him, he likely wouldn't have had the chance to even touch it. He felt grateful to the branch master for this. Besides gray crystals, another important raw material for attribute crystals is monster essence. Many large corporations are already preparing for it. Once the output of gray crystals increases, this world will usher in the era of attribute crystals. Monster essence? Bai Xingqi's heart stirred. He thought of his transaction with Basta Wang. According to Basta Wang, the company behind him was also purchasing large quantities of monster essence. In fact, one of their material decomposition machines was still in his backpack space. So, this was an important raw material for making attribute crystals? Bai Xingqi couldn't help but ponder inwardly. It seemed he needed to have a good talk with Basta Wang again. Once the era of attribute crystals arrives, you should understand what that signifies, shouldn't you? The branch master looked at Bai Xingqi with piercing eyes. Under his gaze, Bai Xingqi nodded. He certainly understood what the branch master meant. By then, the entire world would undergo tremendous changes. Just like now, the attribute points professionals gained per level were the same. Ultimately, the strength of a professional was determined by their job class, level, equipment, and skill proficiency. Some exceptionally outstanding individuals might gain more attribute point bonuses when completing their job transfer quests, but generally, they wouldn't be overwhelmingly stronger than others. However, once the era of attribute crystals arrived, professionals with abundant resources could significantly increase their attribute values by using attribute crystals. At that time, the strength disparity between professionals would no longer solely depend on levels, equipment, and skills. The strength of their attribute panel would play a crucial role. Bai Xingqi deeply understood what a powerful attribute panel represented. He himself was a testament to this, using his exceptionally strong attribute panel to kill a 5th-turn dark assassin as a 3rd-turn professional, terrifying the latter into fleeing. As for the giants of Clearwater City like Zhou Chengtian and the association's branch president, they were forced to abandon their homes and were now nowhere to be found. In the future, will other professionals also be able to reach their current level through attribute crystals? Just thinking about it, Bai Xingqi couldn't help but feel a surge of pressure. However, he quickly shook his head, knowing that things wouldn't be as simple as he imagined. His rapid increase in attributes was entirely due to the magical training room. Without it, others relying solely on attribute crystals would need a terrifyingly large number of them to achieve his current attribute strength. Not everyone could afford it. Still, there were certainly no shortage of people in this world with more money than they knew what to do with. Bai Xingqi couldn't help but feel a hint of nervousness. The branch master, unaware of Bai Xingqi's thoughts, assumed he was simply shocked by the news he had just revealed and was quite pleased. He nodded and continued, I won't even mention monster essence. With the developed material decomposition machine, it definitely won't be a problem. The current issue is the output of gray crystals. The world has changed drastically, but the places that can produce gray crystals are still very few. The appearance of such a secret realm in Clearwater City was actually unexpected by everyone. The branch master looked at Bai Xingqi, paused, and then continued, the secret realm assault at that time was actually the result of multiple parties intervening. Otherwise, how could a mere Clearwater City have the qualifications to explore that secret realm? Bai Xingqi's eyebrows shot up, and he subconsciously asked, the secret realm assault back then, does that mean there was another hidden story? That's right, the branch master said without beating around the bush. You should have heard something from Wu Tu, but that lion doesn't actually know much. The fact that the assault team was abandoned at that time wasn't solely the intention of Zhou Chengtian and Wu Xiu. What do you mean by that? Bai Xingqi suddenly stood up, a terrifying pressure emanating from his body, pressing towards the person opposite him. In the inner chamber of the Divine Hall, the branch master was startled. He was certainly aware of Bai Xingqi's feat of scaring branch master Zhou Chengtian and Wu Xiu into fleeing the city. He had never been stingy with his assessment of Bai Xingqi's strength. However, as the young man before him stood up, a terrifying pressure washing over him, he finally realized that he had underestimated the other party. How could the oppressive aura emanating from him be described as merely terrifying? The branch master's vision went black, and for a moment it was as if he had returned to an afternoon many years ago. On that afternoon, he had encountered the strongest monster he had ever faced, and even at the cost of an entire team, he had been unable to conquer it. Everything that happened that afternoon ultimately became one of the important reasons for his decision to reincarnate. So, why did Bai Xingqi possess such a terrifying aura? The branch master couldn't understand. He then subconsciously used his appraisal skill to check Bai Xingqi's panel information. But unfortunately, all he saw was a fog. He couldn't make out anything. He almost forgot, after choosing to reincarnate, his current level and class had not yet been fully upgraded, and his attribute panel was still far behind. It was only natural that he couldn't see through the other party's information. You still haven't answered me. What other hidden details were there regarding the secret realm assault back then? Seeing the branch master looking a bit dazed, Bai Xingqi continued to press. Who feeling the oppressive aura from Bai Xingqi, the branch master gave a wry smile. Take it easy. My attribute panel is quite low right now. I can't withstand this kind of pressure from you. Bai Xingqi snapped back to reality, subconsciously restrained his aura, and sat down again. This oppressive aura was not a learned skill but an innate talent of a professional. This talent ability is called intimidation. As long as one's level or attribute panel is significantly superior to the opponent's, it can exert intimidation, which can at best weaken the opponent's stats and strengthen one's own offense and defense during a battle, and at worst, directly inflict considerable damage. Of course, maintaining this intimidation requires the expenditure of magic points. With both parties seated, the branch hallmaster spoke again. Actually, the secret realm in Clearwater City was detected by multiple forces as soon as it appeared. However, due to the agreement of governing by branch cities, forces from other cities are not allowed to directly participate. But this does not mean they won't secretly extend their influence, supporting some individuals within Clearwater City to help them achieve their goals. Bai Xingqi understood the agreement of governing by branch cities. It was a mutual agreement among professionals that had been in place for a long time, its effect even surpassing many prohibitions from the professional association. The general content is as follows: each city can only develop within its own vicinity and is not allowed to cross regional boundaries to hunt monsters or clear dungeons in other cities. Professionals, upon reaching a certain level of advancement, may, based on their own career development, travel to higher-level cities, but they must be registered in a higher-level city and subsequently are not allowed to arbitrarily interfere in the affairs of other cities. The fact that the five-turned dark assassin came to Clearwater City to assassinate him was, in fact, a violation of the governing by branch cities agreement. He put these thoughts aside for the moment and simply asked, so, Zhou Chengtian and the others at that time were supported by other cities? More than just him, the branch hallmaster shook his head and said, your father, Baiya, had actually chosen to join the Transfer Temple before the secret realm assault and become the branch hallmaster of Clearwater City. Transfer Temple branch hallmaster? Bai Xingqi frowned. How come I've never heard of it? It's possible Baiya didn't tell you. He intended to take office after successfully exploring the secret realm and returning. The branch hallmaster gave a wry smile and sighed. He was worried that after taking office, all the benefits would go to the Transfer Temple, so he planned to explore the secret realm first as a free agent of Clearwater City, opening up new possibilities for Clearwater City. While I may not necessarily agree with his idea, I cannot help but admire it. Bai Xingqi nodded silently. From his impression, his father was indeed that kind of person. Otherwise, with his powerful strength as Clearwater City's foremost mage, how could the leader of the top guild be that Zhou Chengtian? It was a pity that his father, who had made many friends and helped countless people in Clearwater City, left behind only a single bloodline after his disappearance. in the secret realm and not even a single person to speak up for him. He almost had his attribute crystal snatched away by others. So, you're trying to say that during the secret realm assault, various forces were unwilling for the benefits to solely go to Clearwater City and thus resorted to manipulation? Bai Xingqi narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the branch hallmaster with a dangerous gaze, and asked, wasn't the transfer temple also involved in this? Not to that extent. The branch hallmaster gave a wry smile. Baya had already agreed to join the transfer temple, so why would the temple destroy its own foundation? Are you sure you're not lying to me? Bai Xingqi's gaze remained icy. Feeling the gaze like a cold blade, the branch hallmaster shook his head helplessly and said, if you have any doubts, isn't it better for you to enter the transfer temple yourself and confirm it? Bai Xingqi finally withdrew his icy gaze, sat up straight, and smiled. Then if I join the temple, what position will you give me? Will it still be a hunter? Facing Bai Xingqi's scrutinizing gaze, the branch master's face broke into a peculiar smile. Branch master, we intend for you to be the branch master of the transfer temple in Clearwater City. Branch master? Bai Xingqi's mouth fell open, unable to close for a long time. He was genuinely shocked. He had considered many possibilities, but never in his wildest dreams had he imagined they would offer such a position to him. The branch master smiled with a hint of smugness, seemingly pleased by Bai Xingqi's astonishment. That's right, the Clearwater City branch master. As for whether you want to continue as a hunter or find someone else, that's up to you. After all, once you become the branch master, all the transfer costs in Clearwater City will be under your purview. High emotional intelligence, it will all be under your purview. Low emotional intelligence, it will all be your headache. After a brief moment of shock, Bai Xingqi regained his composure and asked the question that was on his mind. Why me? And what about you? You don't need to worry about where I'm going. Ever since my reincarnation, I've been confined within this temple. Now, it's time for me to stretch my muscles and improve myself. As for why you're becoming the branch master? The branch master smiled slightly and said, that lion asked you to find me. Did you really think I could go against the headquarters of the professional association? While our transfer temple is not bad, the association's influence is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. You've caused such a huge mess, and I can't protect you. Only by becoming the Clearwater City branch master will you have sufficient qualifications to negotiate properly with the association. He then looked at Bai Xingqi before him and asked earnestly, so, are you willing to become the branch master of the transfer temple in Clearwater City? Inside the transfer temple, the branch master gazed fixedly at Bai Xingqi, awaiting his answer. At this moment he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. In fact, he had no confidence at all whether Bai Xingqi would be willing to accept his suggestion. He had gone all out to fight for this with his superiors and had given his word. If Bai Xingqi didn't cooperate now, then all his efforts would have been in vain. Fortunately, things were not developing in the direction he feared. Bai Xingqi looked at him deeply, nodded, and said, okay. Then, Bai Xingqi blinked and asked, so, am I taking office starting now? What will be my main responsibilities? No, strictly speaking, you haven't officially taken office yet. At most, you are a probationary branch master right now. The branch master's heart leaped with joy. Although you've agreed, the higher-ups still need to conduct an assessment. Only after passing the assessment can you drop the probationary title and become the true branch master of the transfer temple. Stationed in Clearwater City. Assessment? Bai Xingqi frowned. You didn't mention this before. Don't mind the details, they're all unimportant things, the branch master said with an awkward smile. Of course, I know you're excellent, but the people above haven't met you, so it's normal for them to have some reservations. Don't worry, it's just a formality. Bai Xingqi wasn't so easily fooled. He remained clear-headed and asked, what kind of assessment is it specifically? Well, that. The branch master paused for a moment before finally speaking. It's actually very simple. You don't have to do anything. After the association headquarters inquiry, as long as you're still alive, you will naturally be able to assume the position of branch master. Bai Xingqi looked at the branch master before him, almost suspecting he had misheard. Is it me who has a problem, or do you have a problem? Bai Xingqi stared intently at the branch hallmaster, his tone quite displeased. Didn't you say earlier that I would rely on this branch hallmaster position to negotiate with the association? Now you're telling me that I can only become the branch hallmaster after safely passing the association's inquiry? To become the branch hallmaster before passing the association's inquiry and then become the branch hallmaster after passing the association's inquiry? Isn't this transfer god temple a bit outrageous? No, you've misunderstood. Seeing Bai Xingqi's attitude clearly turn unfriendly, the branch hallmaster quickly said, from the moment you agreed, the transfer god temple will show its stance and you will be the next branch hallmaster of Clearwater City. It's just that the association's general headquarters has its own reputation to consider and there will definitely be some measures. At that time, the temple will not intervene and you can only rely on yourself to get through it to gain the recognition of the temple's higher-ups. As If worried that Bai Xingqi would back out, he immediately added, "Don't worry, since you've agreed to join the temple completely, you are now part of the temple. The association's general headquarters won't go too far, at least they wouldn't dare to completely strip you of your resurrection opportunities. Then I must thank everyone in the Transfer God Temple." Bai Xingqi chuckled, inwardly dismissive. It was obvious that even though he had agreed to join the Transfer God Temple, the temple's higher-ups were still playing hard to get. They definitely wanted to see how strong he was, and whether he was worth investing effort in. On this point, even the branch hall master in front of him couldn't change anything, but no matter what, Bai Xingqi wouldn't blame him for it. Since the attribute crystal incident, this person had shown him much goodwill, and he was grateful for it. No matter what, the branch hall master could see that his mood was not high, and said, "Regarding the secret of reincarnation, in principle, I should only tell you after you officially take office. However, a mere assessment certainly won't be difficult for you, so I'll tell you in advance." The next moment, Bai Xingqi felt a mental power probing towards him, and he instinctively met it with his own mental power. The two mental powers collided in the air, and in an instant, a large amount of information was rapidly transmitted from the other side, like a surging river. Bai Xingqi looked at the other party in surprise. The branch hall master had already nodded and smiled. "This is a method of using mental power. I can use it thanks to my profession. If your mental power is strong enough, you can also master it by spending more time in the future." Bai Xingqi nodded, not asking about the other party's profession. This method of transmitting a large amount of information using mental power was a very good application. He would try it himself when he had time in the future. The efficiency of transmitting information through mental power far surpassed verbal conversation. In just an instant, Bai Xingqi had understood the information related to reincarnation. At this moment, he no longer regretted agreeing to join the Transfer God Temple. If nothing else, this reincarnation information alone was worth the price. However, now was not the time to spend time on reincarnation. He nodded and said to the branch hall master, "Okay, I understand. I'll see you then." With that, he got up and walked out of the temple. He didn't know when the people from the association's general headquarters would arrive, and he couldn't neglect his leveling and monster slaying progress. Although his training room usage time was used up today, he could still tackle dungeons during this time. The branch hall master also understood his intentions and did not try to keep him. He knew in his heart that Bai Xingqi's rapid leveling and astonishing improvement in strength must have some significant secrets, but he had no intention of exposing them. After leaving the Transfer God Temple, Bai Xingqi chose to level up outside the south of the city this time. This is a leveling area only 4-turn professionals dare to venture into. In the entire Clear Water City, very few people come back here to level up. Therefore, at a glance, it's all monsters, and there's no need to worry about too many people competing. 4 monsters. As for Fierce Lion Hu, Bai Xingqi is currently too lazy to bother with him. Without resolving the issues with the association headquarters, contacting those people is completely meaningless. He made his way to the level 7 dungeon. The dungeons he hadn't had time to conquer before were now conveniently on his way to be dealt with. The light of the teleportation vortex rippled, and he quickly entered the level 7 dungeon, beginning a new round of monster grinding. It must be said that the difficulty of the level 7 dungeon indeed far surpassed the previous level 6 dungeon. The monsters within were not comparable in strength to those before. No wonder the association branch had to join forces with many major guilds to barely conquer it once. However, for Bai Xingqi, who could single-handedly dominate the entire Clear Water City, this was nothing. He advanced rapidly. Although his leveling speed was still far from comparable to that in the training room, it was much faster than leveling in the outer wild areas. A day passed quickly, and the dungeon tokens in his hand were all used up. The gains were decent. He barely leveled up and dropped many items. However, Bai Xingqi, accustomed to gaining attribute points from grinding monsters in the training room, was not very satisfied with this. Let's head back to the city first. Tomorrow will come soon. He took out a town portal scroll. In Clearwater City now, there was no one he needed to fear, so returning to the city was all about efficiency. Time passed quickly in such a mundane routine. And on this day, Clearwater City, which had been rather subdued due to previous events, finally regained its vitality. The members of the association headquarters, whom many professionals in Clearwater City had been eagerly anticipating, finally arrived in Clearwater City on this day. Clearwater City. Transfer Temple. A thin middle-aged man opened his cloudy eyes and sighed softly. "They've finally come." 100 Beasts Guild. Fierce Lion Hutu's face, which exuded an imposing aura, was filled with a solemn expression as he muttered to himself, "They're here. What will be the final outcome? And what will be the end for that kid?" Beside him, a young girl asked softly, "Grandpa, will you help?" "Heh, little Lioli, don't speak carelessly. If the headquarters comes, would your grandpa be crazy enough to help him? But didn't you say you wanted to cooperate with him?" "Cooperate, heh?" Fierce Lion Hutu took a deep breath and said, "If he can survive, Grandpa will talk about cooperation with him." If he can't survive, talking about cooperation is all in vain. The association headquarters is so overbearing, they want to kill him? Hulioli was startled and her body involuntarily sat up straighter. She blinked her eyes, somewhat confused. That Wu, the former branch president, colluded with Zhou Qingtian. Shouldn't they have done bad things too? Whether they kill him or not, who knows? Hu Tu snorted, chuckling coldly. Wu Shou made a mistake, so the headquarters will naturally handle it. They naturally won't be happy if outsiders interfere. However, perhaps they'll see that kid's potential and take him in as one of their own. It's not the first time they've done something like this. TSK tisk. Hulioli shook her head repeatedly. Grandpa, you're not being fair. You called him classmate by so affectionately in front of him earlier, but now you call him that kid behind his back. Hu Tu was speechless for a moment, his face feeling a little hot. In many places in Clearwater City, within various guilds, people were harboring all sorts of thoughts. Their guilds naturally couldn't compare to Zhou Qingtian's Chingha guild, so they had been lying low these past few days, not daring to make any rash moves. The arrival of personnel from the association's headquarters was akin to throwing a large stone into a calm lake, stirring up the entire Clearwater City. Bai Xingqi was still in the Clearwater commercial building at this moment. As the person involved, he was the most composed about the association's headquarters sending people. His communicator had rung earlier. It was Hulioli calling to inform him about the association's headquarters sending people. However, he didn't take it to heart, casually hung up, and continued discussing business with Boss Wang. Boss Wang, who occupied an entire floor of the Clearwater commercial building as his storefront, had handled many significant deals and was a respected business owner in Clearwater City. But at this very moment, sitting before Bai Xingqi, the way Boss Wan looked at him could only be described as reverence. From small-scale transactions at the beginning, to large-volume trades later, and now to the astonishing amount of drops that left even him speechless. All of this had happened within just a few days. If he hadn't experienced it firsthand, he would never have believed such a thing. Your output is not only of high quality but also in immense quantity. Ha, the goods I've been shipping out these past few days have intimidated my competitors, Boss Wang said. Proudly with a smile, with Brother Bai's help, no other merchant at my level in the company will be able to compete with me from now on. If I can successfully advance my tier in this assessment, it will all be thanks to Brother Bai. Bai Xingqi smiled, not taking credit. What are you saying, Brother Wang? We're all just getting what we need. Without the convenience you've provided me, I would also be troubled with handling the materials. Indeed, since their cooperation began, although the time span was not long, the preferential treatment he received from Boss Wang had been different, and continuously improving each day. This was, of course, also because he had demonstrated sufficient value. However, the various preferential treatments Boss Wang offered had indeed saved him a lot of trouble during his leveling, thereby significantly improving his efficiency. He was now ranked first among all of Boss Wang's customers. Whenever Boss Wang acquired new good items, Bai Xingqi was the first person he thought of, notifying him in advance to pick first before putting them up for sale in the commercial building. Bai Xingqi was quite satisfied with this. However, at this moment, he was more concerned about something else. Brother Wang, how is the contact with the magic craftsman I asked you to help me find? In fact, it had only been a few days since he mentioned it to Boss Wang. Within such a short period, he didn't hold much hope for any good news. Brother Bai, you're talking about the custom equipment, right? Boss Wang's eyes lit up and he immediately became energetic. You know, I've actually contacted a master magic craftsman within the company these past few days. Originally, as a level 3 merchant like myself, it would have been almost impossible to get in touch with a master magic craftsman. Bai Xingqi nodded in understanding and listened as the other continued. But because of Brother Bai, the monster essence I submitted these past few days has been exceptionally high. That master magic craftsman was very satisfied and said he could make an exception for me this once. Bai Xingqi, who hadn't held much hope, became a little excited upon hearing this turn of events and asked, then, what about that master magic craftsman? When can he help me with the customization? Anytime, but there's a small issue. Boss Wang hesitated for a moment before continuing. That master magic craftsman is located in a level 2 city. For his safety, the company cannot allow him to come to a level 3 city, and he is also very busy with his work and cannot leave. After a pause, Boss De Wang said, if Brother Bai is determined to have him customize it, you'll have to travel to a second-tier city yourself. However, the intercity convoy won't depart for another half a month, so it might be too late for you if you're in a hurry. I understand, no problem. Bai Xingqi nodded with a smile. Then, Boss De Wang explained the specific details to him, and the matter was temporarily concluded. If Bai Xingqi had the opportunity to go to that second-tier city, he could easily find the master craftsman with the details Boss De Wang had provided. Just as the two were chatting harmoniously, the entire Qingshui commercial building suddenly shook violently. Boss De Wang's face immediately turned green. As a business owner, his combat power was not strong. Faced with such a situation, he was naturally not as calm as Bai Xingqi. Bai Xingqi, come out. The voice from the magic amplifier instantly spread throughout the entire building. "It's people from the association's general headquarters," Boss De Wang muttered. Seeing Bai Xingqi looking at him strangely, he couldn't help but look distressed and shook his head. "Brother Bai, don't misunderstand. It wasn't me who sold you out. I don't know how they found this place." Bai Xingqi pursed his lips and chuckled. "I didn't say it was you. Brother Wang, your psychological fortitude isn't good. Be careful not to confess by trying to deny it." Even if the association's general headquarters was outside the commercial building, he wasn't worried at all. If these people had come a few days earlier, he might have felt a little nervous. But now, after several days of rapid improvement in the training room, he was completely different from a few days ago. Under the gaze of the distressed Boss De Wang, Bai Xingqi laughed heartily and strode out of the Qingshui commercial building. Outside the Qingshui commercial building, a crowd had already gathered. Moreover, these onlookers were not low-level professionals. The lowest among them were second-turn professionals, and many were third-turn professionals. In the time Bai Xingqi had spent in the Qingshui commercial building, the situation outside had clearly changed drastically. When people from the association's general headquarters arrived, the various guilds in Qingshui City had already received the news. It was even possible that the city's guilds had led them here. This possibility was very high, as without the guidance of the city's guilds, how would the people from the association's general headquarters, who had just entered the city, know that he was in the Qingshui commercial building? Bai Xingqi was not particularly afraid of the association's general headquarters directly confronting him. He looked around and saw many familiar faces. Hu Tu, known as Fierce Lion, with whom he had previously discussed cooperation, was now standing on the rooftop of a building with his granddaughter, Hu Liuli, looking in this direction from afar. And there were clearly many people like Hu Tu who were observing the situation with a wait-and-see attitude. Although less than half a month had passed, Bai Xingqi was no longer the novice he was when he first awakened. He looked up at the sky in front of him. A total of 3 people were standing in the air in front of the Qingshui commercial building. This made Bai Xingqi feel a bit envious, jealous, and hateful. Other people's professions were so good. They possessed the ability to fly. As for him, with his barefoot doctored profession, he could only run on the ground with his 2 legs, which made his entrance much less imposing. Without waiting for Bai Xingqi to speak, the people from the association's general headquarters in the air immediately shouted with stern faces, "You are Bai Xingqi? Acting recklessly and violating the association's prohibitions. Do you know how serious this offense is?" Offense? The surrounding professional onlookers secretly savored the word, looking at Bai Xingqi with unusual expressions. They hadn't expected that the people from the association's general headquarters, who had arrived with such imposing momentum, would be so restrained in their words. This clearly left Bai Xingqi with considerable room to maneuver. Many professionals understood clearly that the association's actions indicated they had no intention of crushing Bai Xingqi completely. And some professionals who knew a little more about the inside story couldn't help but cast their gaze towards a certain location in the city. That was the Transfiguration Temple. In their opinion, it must have been the Transfiguration Temple that exerted influence, preventing the association's headquarters from taking extreme measures. In midair, the 3 representatives from the headquarters were scrutinizing Bai Xingqi from head to toe. They had, of course, received news from the Transfiguration Temple, knowing that Bai Xingqi before them would be the next branch master of the Clearwater City Transfiguration Temple. Otherwise, they would never have shown such an attitude. What made all 3 of them secretly astonished was that the young man standing before them seemed to be shrouded in mist. Even though they had used their detection skills, they still couldn't see through his attribute panel information. For all 3 of them to be unable to see through, it meant either his spirit attribute was incredibly high or he was wearing some powerful stealth item. The 3 of them leaned towards the latter. This was the pride they, as representatives from the headquarters, were supposed to possess. Having arrived in Clearwater City, each of them was a professional of rank 5 or higher. According to the principle of governing by branch cities, individuals of their caliber would not normally appear in Clearwater City. However, Bai Xingqi had gone too far in Clearwater City, even driving away the branch president Wu Xiu and seizing the Clearwater City branch's treasured artifact. That was simply unacceptable. The association's headquarters, feeling deeply humiliated, had dispatched people as soon as they received the news. Due to the long distance, many cities lacked teleportation arrays, forcing them to travel through wild areas. Rushing to Clearwater City, they arrived several days later. Of course, a few days would not significantly impact the development of the situation. The only concern for the 3 was that Bai Xingqi, fearing them, might have fled the city during this time, just like the Clearwater City branch president Wu Xiu. For the association's headquarters, Bai Xingqi was undoubtedly a destabilizing factor that needed to be suppressed. However, Wu Xiu, who had fled the city, was an even more critical target for apprehension. As the branch president of a city's association, Wu Xiu's actions were undoubtedly a disgrace to the association's headquarters. The association's headquarters could not tolerate him. Before the clear water commercial building, a brief silence fell. The expressions of the three from the headquarters turned somewhat grim. Bai Xingqi, hand over the golden holy robe of the Clearwater City branch first. Other matters can be discussed later. One of them, unable to wait any longer, shouted from midair. Each city's association branch possessed a treasure that was supposed to be a secret. However, after the incident with Wu Xiu, he didn't know how much information had leaked, so he decided to disregard it. After all, letting the other professionals in Clearwater City know about the existence of the golden holy robe would better deter them. This way, after dealing with one Bai Xingqi, there wouldn't be another Black Xingqi or Yellow Xingqi appearing in the future. However, Bai Xingqi did not seem to appreciate the deliberate leniency shown by the three. He smiled, a hint of coldness on his face, and said to the three in midair, "Golden holy robe? Your branch president Wu Xiu probably lent it to that dark assassin, didn't he? Why are you looking for me instead of him? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" He certainly had no intention of handing over the golden holy robe obediently. This was his spoils of war. Even if he couldn't use it himself, he would rather it rot in his hands than have others take it back and use it against him later. Don't try to play word games with me. The person in midair became somewhat angry. If we didn't have irrefutable evidence, why would we seek you out? The 5-turn dark assassin you mentioned is currently languishing in the dungeon of our association's headquarters. Bai Xingqi raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his expression. He truly hadn't expected the dark assassin to have been apprehended by the association. Recalling their battle a few days prior, he remembered that under the enhancement of the golden holy garment, the assassin had, to a certain extent, matched him blow for blow. For such a formidable individual to be captured so quietly by the association's headquarters, the depth of the association's power was likely far beyond his imagination. At this point, Bai Xingqi could no longer deny it. That's right, the golden holy garment is in my possession, but it's my spoils of war. What do you have to exchange for it? He looked up at the three figures in the air and said calmly, "Don't try to fool me, I know the market value. Without at least a dozen dark gold equipment pieces, don't even bother asking." You, the representatives from the association's headquarters in midair, were so enraged they were momentarily speechless. The value of the golden holy garment might indeed be comparable to a dozen dark gold equipment pieces. However, they absolutely would not pay such a price to reclaim it. Moreover, Bai Xingqi's attitude had thoroughly infuriated them. As expected, this is how professionals from small towns behave. Having stayed among a group of dwarves for too long, they feel like giants after bullying a few other dwarves daring to aspire to touch the sky. With a cold sneer, a massive cloud of blood mist erupted from one of the visitors from headquarters. He stared intently at Bai Xingqi below and said, "Let me teach you why you can only stay in these level 3 cities. Because if you went elsewhere, you likely wouldn't survive even a single day." The surging blood mist coalesced into a bizarre, blood-red chain, flying towards Bai Xingqi. In front of the Qingshui commercial building, the bizarre blood-red chain flew towards Bai Xingqi. Bai Xingqi did not dodge. Primarily, dodging would be useless. The moment the blood-red chain was released, Bai Xingqi had a strange premonition. Sensing that he had already been locked onto, it was clearly some kind of targeted magic skill. Such skills were impossible to evade. A faint blue light emanated from Bai Xingqi, instantly activating the aversion to demonic garments skill. This skill could grant him a significant increase in magic defense, making it most suitable for resisting magical skills. Furthermore, the aversion to demonic garment had already reached a considerable level, and combined with his own exceptionally high constitution attribute, the increase in magic defense had reached an astonishing degree. The blood-red chain landed directly on Bai Xingqi. It was only then that Bai Xingqi realized something was amiss. He already possessed formidable magic defense, and with the aversion to demonic garment activated, his magic defense was further amplified. Even higher tier magic that surpassed the limits of a 4-turn archmage, Bai Xingqi believed, would struggle to inflict damage that could break through his defenses. However, such terrifyingly powerful magic defense had not exerted even the slightest effect when the blood-red chain struck. -100,000, -100,000. Damage numbers popped up. Under the effect of the blood-red chain, Bai Xingqi's health was dropping at a rate of 100,000 points per second. Neither his resistance to negative effects nor his magic defense had any impact. Blood mage? Bai Xingqi asked in surprise, looking at the other end of the blood-red chain, which was connected to the visitor from headquarters, who was suspected to be a blood mage. He had some knowledge of this, as someone had successfully transferred to a 3-turn blood mage at the job transfer temple before. One end of the blood-red chain was linked to him, and the other end was linked to the suspected blood mage visitor from headquarters. In his vision, the blood mage at the other end of the blood-colored chain was also losing health just like him. However, the rate at which the opponent's health was dropping was significantly lower than his own. It was only 50,000 points per second. Blood mage, the man laughed. I was a blood mage when I reached my 3rd job advancement, yes, but since there's No information on advanced job advancements in the Tier 3 cities. I can understand why your knowledge is limited to this. He looked at Bai Xingqi, his mood clearly improving. That dark assassin was captured by us. It would be foolish of us not to thoroughly investigate your information. While I don't quite understand the reason, I know your defense is outrageously high. But what can be done? My skill ignores defense and damage reduction, directly deducting life points. It had to be said, this person's methods were indeed very targeted towards Bai Xingqi, completely nullifying his advantage of having incredibly high physical and magical defense. The other two individuals hadn't even made a move yet. They were simply standing in mid-air, calmly observing Bai Xingqi. Perhaps, in their eyes, one person was enough to deal with Bai Xingqi. I thought it was something significant. Bai Xingqi frowned slightly, then chuckled. With this skill, while I'm losing health, you're losing health too. Are you so confident? You can last until my health bar is depleted? The man on the other side smiled, unconcerned. The life points I lose are only half of yours. How could I not outlast you? Moreover, you might have a misunderstanding of the blood mage's specialization. Although they are mages, this particular branch boasts one of the longest health bars among all specializations. Not to mention, my job tier is far above yours. Is that so? Seeing the other party's confidence, Bai Xingqi also smiled and said, then we shall see. Thus, the scene became incredibly bizarre. The two individuals, linked by the blood-colored chain, stood like that, glaring at each other like a duel of wills. The other professionals present also watched with wide eyes, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. They had never witnessed such a method of combat. And so, the two sides stood there, watching the damage numbers on each other continuously pop up. However, as time passed, the man began to feel that something was amiss. He blinked and subconsciously asked, Bai Xingqi, just how long is your health bar? With 10,000 health points lost per second and over 20 seconds having passed, the total health lost was well over 2 million. Even a fourth job advancement professional would need to be among the tankiest specializations to possess such a health pool. The information stated that the opponent was only a third job red-footed healer, but was such a health bar length reasonable? Not to mention that Bai Xingqi stood still looking as calm and composed as ever, clearly nowhere near his limit. You don't need to worry about how long my health bar is. What's wrong? You've lost so much life, you can't take it anymore? Bai Xingqi spread his hands, not even using any healing skills to restore his health, because the mere 2 million plus life points lost were truly insignificant to him. After several days of hard work in the training room, coupled with non-stop leveling outside the city, his level had long since risen to 78. Compared to his level, his other advancements were truly rapid. His 6 attributes had already broken the 100,000 mark. For a third job advancement professional, this was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of, yet he had achieved it within a few days. The increase in his maximum HP was even more gratifying. His constitution attribute, already exceeding 100,000, had granted him a life value cap of over 40 million. The ascetic physician body skill, continuously triggered over the past few days, had elevated it to another level entirely. At this moment, his life value cap had long since surpassed the 100 million mark, even reaching 500 million. Through the constant triggering over these past few days, that ascetic physician body had finally achieved its full potential, its proficiency reaching its limit, now at the highest LV10. This meant that the current ascetic physician body would grant Bai Xingqi an increase in his life value cap equal to 1/100 of any damage he sustained. The more than 2 million damage dealt to him just moments ago had already increased the length of his health bar by over 200,000. Of course, for him now, this was merely superficial, but since his health bar could increase even while standing still, Bai Xingqi had no complaints. Moreover, although he was constantly linked by that blood-colored chain, his health bar had, in fact, always remained at its maximum. Under normal circumstances, the life value that a professional automatically recovered per second was 1/4 of their constitution attribute, doubling when sitting down. This was, of course, provided they were not under attack. The ascetic physician body skill bypassed this restriction and increased Bai Xingqi's natural recovery rate by an additional 300% when his life value was damaged. Then there was the healing affinity passive from his second job advancement as a physician. Combined with his constitution attribute exceeding 100,000 points, Bai Xingqi could automatically recover 300,000 health points per second even while standing still. The amount deducted by the blood-colored chain was less than his automatic recovery. It was just that the person on the other side obviously didn't know this. He sneered, snorting through his nostrils, and said, "What do you know? The blood I lose every second isn't disappearing, it's just accompanying me in a different form. You can't even imagine what kind of existence Crimson Magus is." It seemed the other person's profession was Crimson Magus, though his advancement level was unknown. As he spoke, blood waves churned around the Crimson Magus and endless crimson gathered, condensing into a blood-colored spear. The blood-colored spear flickered with a soul-stirring, dark glow. The man held the blood-colored spear in his hand and laughed. heartily, see, all the blood I've lost has condensed into this bloodthirsty demonic spear, and by attacking enemies with this demonic spear, I can continuously absorb life value through it, easily replenishing what I just lost. It was evident he was very proud and didn't take Bai Xingqi seriously, showing no concern that his bloodthirsty demonic spear's properties would be known to the other party. Or perhaps, he intended to break Bai Xingqi's will in this manner, making him actively surrender to avoid killing him uncontrollably, which would look bad at the Transmigration Temple. Bai Xingqi couldn't be bothered to ponder the intricacies of the situation. He simply looked at the bloodthirsty demonic spear in the other person's hand and shook his head dismissively. You still need this thing to suck it back? Doesn't your health bar automatically refill when it drops? As his words fell, a mischievous thought arose in his heart, and he directly deactivated his stealth status, proactively displaying his health bar information to the other party. However, due to the vast difference in values, the other party couldn't clearly see the specific life value points. In the eyes of the Crimson Magus, Bai Xingqi's health bar appeared as a long red bar detected by his appraisal skill. He clearly saw that as damage numbers of -100,000 continuously popped up above the opponent's head. The red bar in his vision remained completely still, as if the -100,000 damage values caused by the blood-colored chain were fake. There could only be one reason for this phenomenon: the opponent's health bar was so incredibly long that the -100,000 damage dealt barely registered as a fraction of it, making it appear as if nothing had happened. How could this be possible? What on earth had he linked himself to with this blood-colored connection? The Crimson Magus, who had felt so confident just moments before, had its defenses instantly shattered. Outside the Shimizu commercial building, the Crimson Magus, from the association's general headquarters, was having a complete meltdown. This was because Bai Xingqi had just performed a show health bar maneuver on him. In this world, the health bar, the lifeline of a professional, was highly concealed. Unless there was a vast disparity in strength between two individuals, it was virtually impossible to get a clear look at another person's health bar. Many duels between professionals ended inconclusively precisely because they couldn't accurately gauge the opponent's remaining vitality. As a certain professional once said, "Dare to show your health bar, and I'll kill even a god for you to see." This illustrates just how dangerous it was to reveal one's health bar to another. Consequently, the act of showing health bars was so detested in this world. To choose to show your health bar to an opponent was essentially declaring an irreconcilable stance. No one could tolerate such a blatant insult. However, at this moment, the Crimson Magus felt a chilling emptiness, completely devoid of the will to contend with the opponent. The continuous damage of 100,000 points per second, yet failing to even chip away at the opponent's vitality, meant something he understood all too well. Such immense health wasn't just being tanky, it was a veritable pool of life. Did the opponent perhaps carry a fountain of life that continuously restored health? After a flurry of chaotic thoughts, the Crimson Magus gave a wry smile and shook his head. Fountain of life was a strategic resource that only cities of level 2 or higher possessed. It was impossible for this young man before him to have such a thing. What's wrong? Are you still fighting? Bai Xingqi called out, seeing the Crimson Magus frozen in midair holding a blood-colored spear. The Crimson Magus snapped back to reality, his face flushing red under the surrounding gazes. Of course, he was supposed to fight, but after seeing the opponent's absurd health bar, how could he possibly continue? It was like trying to bite into something with no teeth. What's wrong? Do you need help? In midair, two other guests from the general headquarters noticed something was amiss and addressed the Crimson Magus. The Crimson Magus glanced back at them, then finally shook his head with difficulty and said, "Forget it. Your skill levels are about the same as mine. If the three of us were to combine forces, I fear the result would be the same." Bai Xingqi's health bar had only been displayed for a moment towards him. It was normal that the other two hadn't seen it. As a Crimson Magus, someone who frequently manipulated health bars, he had a deeper understanding of the information contained within Bai Xingqi's. The general headquarters had sent the three of them this time, expecting it to be overkill, but it now seemed more like an egg hitting a rock. It was a shame the two behind him wouldn't heed his warning. Coming from the general headquarters, they all possessed an unusual confidence in their own abilities and naturally wouldn't give up easily based on a casual remark. Let me test his mettle. In midair, a professional, mounted on a winged Pegasus and wielding a long spear, prepared to charge. The Pegasus reared its front hooves, and light began to gather around its body. The Crimson Magus wanted to stop him, but after a moment's thought he ultimately said nothing more. The Pegasus Knight's meteor spear strike, while possessing astonishing burst power and outrageously high damage, did not convince him that the attack would have any effect. This was because, right before their eyes, Bai Xingqi's health bar was clearly even more outrageous. But since no one was listening to his advice, he naturally wouldn't embarrass himself further. It was time for them to suffer a bit themselves so they would know he wasn't just fooling around. Of course, a sliver of hope, one he dared not believe, still lingered in his heart. Perhaps the Pegasus Knight's meteor spear strike could, by some chance, bring about a slight change to the current situation? However, hope was hope, and he wisely retracted the blood-colored chain. In that brief moment, his health was still draining away rapidly. While the opponent's health bar was sturdy enough to withstand it, he was truly struggling. It felt as though the skill named Blood Punishment wasn't punishing the opponent at all, but rather punishing himself. It's good that you retracted it. I won't take advantage of you. But Pegasus Knight, in the midst of unleashing his meteor spear strike, even had the leisure to speak to the Crimson Magus beside him. The Crimson Magus had a grim expression and did not respond. A few seconds passed, and the light on the Pegasus Knight condensed to its absolute limit, making him appear as if he were about to transform into pure light. The spear in his hand became incredibly dazzling, like a divine spear. With a flash like a meteor, the Pegasus Knight vanished into the air. Simultaneously, a neighing sound of a Pegasus echoed from below, and he reappeared before Bai Xingqi. The spear in his hand fiercely thrust towards Bai Xingqi's chest. Bai Xingqi did not dodge. He had already clearly seen the attribute panel of the Pegasus Knight before him. It was evident that he was not at a level that could pose a threat to him. The spear struck his body, and nothing happened. Bai Xingqi smiled and said softly to the Pegasus Knight before him, "Is that all the strength you have? Try harder, haven't you eaten?" His words instantly turned the Pegasus Knight's gaze icy. As you wish." Meteor spear flash strike instantly. Starlight began to appear around Bai Xingqi, extending into the nearby air. The Pegasus Knight transformed into a flickering star, darting rapidly within this area, crisscrossing his attacks. The spear was like a meteor, flickering erratically. In an instant, Bai Xingqi had endured countless spear strikes, but clearly, they still had no effect on him. "That's a pretty skill. I'll give it all back to you." As he spoke, Bai Xingqi stretched his back and gave his body a slight shake. As if shaking off some pain, a mysterious power emanated from him. The Pegasus Knight, who had just finished his meteor spear flash strike and was hovering in midair, was suddenly struck by this mysterious power from an unknown source. -10 million. His health bar was instantly emptied. Crack. A barely audible sound echoed as the lock of life equipment, essential for all high-tier professionals, shattered. The Pegasus Knight was passively locked into the lock of life state, preventing further damage. He stood there, stunned. "This is interesting." After standing there for a long time, Bai Xingqi, who had merely stretched, chuckled, and said, "Your meteor spear flash strike has quite good output. After the entire combo, you've managed to empty your own health bar." The Pegasus Knight's face turned ashen. He looked at the smiling Bai Xingqi and said with difficulty, "Is this the life retaliation skill?" In front of the Qingxue commercial building, Bai Xingqi faced the Pegasus Knight and smiled, nodding. "That's right, it's the life retaliation skill. A third-tier city like Qingxue City actually sells a skill like life retaliation?" The Pegasus Knight tried to engage Bai Xingqi in conversation while secretly tearing open a scroll that continuously restored health. He normally wouldn't dream of using such a thing, but at this moment he felt that being able to use only one at a time was far too few. He couldn't help but panic. The lifelock skill's bloodlocking state only lasted for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, he would be like a defenseless little white rabbit in front of a jackal, easily taken down by anyone with a single blow. He didn't know why, but Bai Xingqi opposite him didn't press his advantage and send him back to the Resurrection Temple. This made him secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Ignoring the other party's ridiculous action, Bai Xingqi smiled and said, "It's not sold in Qingxue City. Does that mean I definitely can't get it?" He naturally knew what the Pegasus Knight was thinking. The skill book Life Retaliation was of a rather high tier. In Qingxue City, there was only one place where there was a chance to drop this skill book. That was the level 8 dungeon. The former branch president, Wuxiu, had gathered many powerful guilds, and they had barely managed to clear a level 7 dungeon once. It was imaginable that Qingxue City did not have the strength to clear a level 8 dungeon. Therefore, it was even more impossible for a skill book like Life Retaliation to drop. Bai Xingqi was able to obtain this skill book, of course, because he had cleared the level 8 dungeon. It was just that he didn't have many tokens, and even after using them all, he couldn't get this skill book to drop. However, for him, who possessed the magical training room, this was naturally nothing. After replicating the monsters from the level 8 dungeon into the training room, he obtained the skill book smoothly through a large amount of monster grinding. And there was naturally a reason why he was interested in this skill book. After branch president Wuxiu fled, he had explored the branch guild for the past few days. Although he didn't find any valuable equipment or items, he did discover quite a few books and materials that couldn't be found elsewhere. Believing that knowledge is power, he unceremoniously moved them all into his backpack space. From these books and materials, he obtained information about the Life Retaliation skill. He immediately took a liking to it. Life Retaliation: endure attacks for a certain period. Then trigger Retaliation, dealing direct damage equal to the total amount of attacks to the attacker, ignoring damage reduction. This skill was very interesting. It required no aiming and no locking on. As long as the opponent didn't run out of the skill's effective range, it could directly deal damage. Moreover, the way damage was calculated was also interesting. It was based on the opponent's attack and was not affected by the defender's defense. For example, if an opponent with 10,000 attack hit him, even if it only dealt -1 damage to him, in the calculation of life retaliation, it would be considered as storing 10,000 damage. At LV1, this skill could only return 60% of the damage. But in the past few days, Bai Xingqi had been happily playing bouncing ball with many wild monsters using the training room, and he had already leveled this skill to LV5. Now, it could return 100% of the damage. If it were to reach the maximum level of LV10 in the future, it could even return 150% of the damage, which would be quite terrifying. For many professions that inherently lacked output methods, such as pure healers, learning such a universal skill would, to a certain extent, turn them into hedgehogs, making them much more assertive even when talking to people. Of course, this skill also had a very fatal flaw. That is, in order to retaliate against enemies and reflect damage, one must first be able to withstand their attacks, standing still and letting others unleash a storm of attacks for a round. Honestly, not many people have that kind of courage. Thanks to his abnormally large health bar, Bai Xingqi dared to. Seeing that Pegasus Knight's health bar gradually returned to a healthy state, he had lost interest. Directly skipping over his opponent, Bai Xingqi looked at the last person of the trio and grinned. How about it? Do you want to weigh in too? I promise this time, I'll still be standing still. Like just now. No, no, no. The last person in midair waved his hands repeatedly. It was a joke. Both the Scarlet Magus and the Pegasus Knight from the trio had been defeated, and they had lost miserably. His strength was only about the same as the other two, so where would he get the nerve to charge forward again? It could be considered luck that the opponent could easily defeat the Scarlet Magus, but if he could also easily defeat the other Pegasus Knight while standing still, then it was definitely not luck. This was solid strength, a strength far exceeding their own. The three exchanged glances and nodded, finally reaching a consensus. At this point, they had also understood that Bai Xingqi in front of them was not someone they three could handle. Since force wouldn't work, it was best to surrender early. They had seen plenty of players who were bad but loved to show off, only to be beaten to death. Anyway, they could tell now that Bai Xingqi didn't seem to want to completely fall out with the general association. Then things would be easier, they could discuss it properly, and there would always be a way to solve it. Thus, they descended from mid-air and came before Bai Xingqi. Maintaining such a condescending posture when their strength was far inferior was clearly a sign of a problem. Although they were arrogant, they had reached their current status, so their brains were not completely malfunctioning. Bai, brother Bai. After speaking with difficulty, the rest of the words were not so hard to say. We three are convinced. Wu Xiu brought this upon himself. There are too many people here. Why don't we go back to the branch first and talk about it? Going back to the branch is out of the question. I don't have time for that. Bai Xingqi shook his head and directly ignored their proposal, saying, if you want the golden holy armor back, you can, but you need to pay the corresponding price. The three from the General Association exchanged glances again and nodded solemnly, making a decision. One of them smiled brightly. Brother Bai is joking. Since this golden holy armor is your spoils of war, how can we have the nerve to ask for it back? The speed at which the three opposite him changed their expressions caught even Bai Xingqi off guard. I'm not well read, don't lie to me. Bai Xingqi hesitated and said, are you serious? You didn't say that before. Wasn't it said that this item must be recovered and cannot fall into the hands of outsiders? The three smiled awkwardly. Before was before, and now is now. Could the situation be the same? However, saying such a thing would be too embarrassing. Although the three of them had surrendered, they still wanted to save some face. One of them said again, strictly speaking, Brother Bai is not an outsider. We have brought the decision from the General Association, and we want to invite Brother Bai to serve as the Chief Captain of Law Enforcement in Clearwater City. The previous incident was just a small assessment required by the General Association, which should be no problem for Brother Bai. Go tell that to the ghosts. However, what did Chief Captain of Law Enforcement mean? Seeing his confusion, the Pegasus Knight said, the Chief Captain of Law Enforcement is superior to the Captain of the City Guard, on par with the branch president of the association, and has the authority to restrain the branch president. As the treasure of the city, the golden holy armor should rightfully be managed by the Chief Captain of Law Enforcement. Bai Xingqi was truly shocked. What's going on? Why would the association's headquarters suddenly throw such a huge bone my way? Could it be that these three, seeing they couldn't defeat me, just made this up? The three clearly saw Bai Xingqi's suspicion. The last one forced a wry smile and took out a communication device. This is a communication device exclusively for the association, prepared for you, Brother Bai. If you don't believe us, you can verify it yourself. In fact, the three were at their wits' end. Before they came, the association's headquarters had actually formulated two plans. One plan was, of course, to forcibly subdue him with strength. The other plan was a backup if the three couldn't handled by Xingqi, they would simply invite him to be the captain of the Clearwater City enforcement team, drawing him into their own ranks. But the three were proud and arrogant. How could they possibly think that someone from a mere level 3 city could make them fail? The second plan was never even considered. They never expected that they would ultimately have to rely on this plan to save the day. But I've already agreed to be the branch master of the transfer temple, Bai Xingqi said, spreading his hands. The three chuckled. One of them said, I thought it was something serious. This doesn't affect anything. In fact, many people hold positions in both the association and the transfer temple. Is that so? Bai Xingqi nodded slightly. Why hadn't the branch master told him this information before? Musing, he suddenly asked, is there a salary? Is it high? Of course, there is. All three from the association breathed a sigh of relief. One of them said, whatever your salary is at the transfer temple, the association will offer the same level. In addition, within your authority, you can also coordinate and mobilize the professionals in Clearwater City to a certain extent. Does that include the three of you? Bai Xingqi looked at the three with great interest. The faces of the three stiffened and they finally nodded with difficulty. That's right. We will be staying in Clearwater City for a period of time. During this period, as long as there are valid reasons and it's within our authority, we will also obey your commands. All right then. Bai Xingqi's gaze swept across the surroundings, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Then, I'll take on this role of captain of the enforcement team for now. It was as if Clearwater City had experienced a massive earthquake. A piece of news spread like a whirlwind throughout the entire city. All the prominent professionals heard the news. Bai Xingqi, a newcomer who had only awakened and transferred less than half a month ago, had been appointed by the professional association as the captain of the Clearwater City enforcement team. Not only that, but the former branch president of the transfer temple had also resigned that very day, with Bai Xingqi taking over the position. As the news spread, most people had already figured out Bai Xingqi's background. The bloodline of a rank 4 Archmage was indeed extraordinary. But even Archmage Baya himself might not have achieved such a feat, right? Shock, doubt, fear, and many other emotions sprouted in the hearts of Clearwater City's professionals. Many professionals realized that in the blink of an eye, the sky of Clearwater City had changed. On this day, a large number of professionals arrived at Bai Xingqi's residential complex. Old Master Qin at the complex's guardhouse looked up and down at these professionals with a scrutinizing gaze. If it were any other time, with so many powerful professionals gathered, he would have certainly bowed his head and trembled in secret. But at this moment, these core members from various guilds and companies were actively smiling at him. Old Master Qin understood in his heart that all these changes were due to Bai Xingqi, who lived in the complex. He had certainly heard the news. He never expected that the young man who seemed so ordinary in daily life would be such a terrifying figure. People cannot be judged by their appearance. He had lived for so long, yet he had never grasped this truth. Old Master Qin breathed a sigh of relief, secretly congratulating himself on his usual friendly attitude towards the young man. He had no intention of using the young man's influence to make things difficult for these people who had come to his door. What if one of these people turned out to be another Bai Xingqi in the future? Wouldn't he be shooting himself in the foot? Everyone, it's not that I'm stopping you from going in, but I've been instructed from above that no one is allowed to disturb him without authorization. After patiently explaining, Old Master Qin added, why don't you wait outside for a while? If nothing unexpected happens, he should be coming out soon. Though above that Old Master Qin referred to was, in fact, the professional association. Many of the residential areas in Qingxue City, including this one, were under the jurisdiction of the professional association's branch. With the former branch president, Wu Xiu having fled, the three newcomers had naturally taken over the arrangements. The most important of these arrangements was, of course, to curry favor with Bai Xingqi. The house that Bai Xingqi was currently living in, which Baya had bought and still had a long mortgage to pay off, had now had all its loans waived by them. Of course, they wouldn't state it so bluntly on the surface, only saying that as the newly appointed captain of the enforcement brigade, this was a basic benefit for the captain. Bai Xingqi, naturally, knew the inside story. But he wasn't someone with a moral complex, so he happily played along and accepted it directly. With his current strength, a mere house was really nothing. Moreover, his agreement to become the captain of the enforcement brigade had other considerations. The anomalies in the northern part of the city were increasing and becoming more rapid, clearly approaching the predicted critical point. At that time, the entrance to the secret realm would reappear, and he could use the strength of the association's branch to form another secret realm assault team. This was an idea he had harbored since his father was lost a long time ago. It was just that his strength was far from sufficient then, so this idea could only be kept in his heart. Now, the time was gradually ripening. After exhausting his daily usage time in the training room, he walked out of his house. It was time to meet the professionals guarding outside the community. Captain Bai. Captain Bai. Before he had even left the community, the professionals guarding the entrance called out to him. Bai Xingqi. looked at them with a faint smile and asked, "You've come to see me, what is it about?" His question, though ordinary, carried a commanding presence. That silenced the many professionals. The professionals exchanged glances, and then a bolder one finally dared to speak, saying, "Captain Bai, now that you've just taken office, our company plans to hold a banquet to congratulate you on your appointment." That's right, our company has the same plan. Our guild too." In a flurry of voices, a group of professionals expressed their intentions. It was as if they had come before dawn and had been waiting at the entrance of the community for a long time, just for this one matter. Bai Xingqi remained non-committal and waved his hand, saying, "Since you have nothing else to do, you can all disperse. I don't have time to mess around with you." Upon hearing this, the surrounding professionals were greatly alarmed and immediately became nervous. "Captain Bai, wait. Captain Bai, our company." Bai Xingqi's expression turned serious, and he said, "All right, I know what you mean, but to be honest, your worries are a bit excessive. I'm not interested in your companies and guilds' little territories." As soon as he said this, the professionals from various companies and guilds exchanged glances with different expressions on their faces, and a moment of silence fell. "Also, I can give you all a peace of mind. As long as the companies and guilds behind you don't block my path, I won't go out of my way to pick a fight with you. Everything can just stay as it is." The gazes of the many professionals present converged, and their expressions clearly improved. Bai Xingqi's words struck a chord with them. In fact, when Bai Xingqi took office as the captain of the enforcement department, their respective guilds and companies had been quite worried. Previously, in Clearwater City, the Chingha Guild and the association branch had been subtly allied, and their guilds and companies had also banded together, barely maintaining a tacit balance. Who would have thought that this balance would be disrupted by a brash young man who suddenly appeared? With Zhou Chengtian and branch master Wu Xiu abandoning the city and fleeing, the balance that had been painstakingly formed instantly disintegrated. No one knew what the newly appointed captain of the enforcement department was thinking. Even Zhou Chengtian and branch master Wu Xiu were forced to abandon the city and flee, and the three super-strong professionals from the headquarters were instantly subdued. In such a situation, no one felt they could still contend with this captain of the enforcement department. Since direct confrontation was not an option, they naturally had to resort to softer tactics. These individuals had come with the mission of probing Bai Xingqi's intentions, and the results seemed quite good. This newly appointed captain of the enforcement department seemed to have no ambitions and didn't care much about the distribution of benefits in Clearwater City. This could only be attributed to a difference in their levels. Currently, the monsters Bai Xingqi was grinding for experience were the kind that even third-turn professionals would cry and turn to flee. With large-scale monster grinding, the value of the massive amount of dropped items was already immeasurable. The efficiency of all the guilds in Clearwater City combined in grinding monsters and making money probably couldn't match his alone. In this situation, why would he care about the meager profits of these guilds and companies? Just stay put and don't cause trouble. That's better than anything else. None of you want me to be overwhelmed with work right after I've taken office, do you? The many professionals nodded repeatedly. What was the job of the captain of the enforcement department? Wasn't it mainly to punish the professionals in Clearwater City? In this context, they certainly didn't want their work to become busy. Also, all of you help keep an eye on the north of the city. Once the anomaly stabilizes, everyone come to the association branch. Then, Clearwater City will have a major operation. With that, Bai Xingqi walked towards the south of the city, regardless of whether they understood or not. Clearwater City Association Branch. Three professionals sat together, unusually quiet. They were the guests from headquarters who had fought with Bai Xingqi at that time and quickly conceded. Bai Xingqi went out of the city and hasn't returned for 2 days? That's right. According to my informants, he left the city from the south gate early the morning before yesterday, and he hasn't been seen returning until today. You too. Do you think? Think what? What good thing are you imagining? Sky Knight glared at Crimson Magician and said, "Haven't you sobered up yet? How could he have survived your bloody punishment unscathed and taken my meteor spear flash strike without a second thought, only to then hand his life over to those monsters outside the city? Who knows? We are only one person, but monsters can attack in groups. What if he's surrounded by hundreds of monsters? No matter how strong he is, he'll die. And unlike us, he doesn't have flight capabilities to retreat quickly." Crimson Magician was clearly unconvinced. The third person, who had not fought Bai Xingqi, smiled and shook his head. "Are you still unconvinced? Bai Xingqi's strength far surpasses ours. Although the monsters on the road south of the city are not weak, it's unlikely they could keep him. Moreover, if he were truly killed, he would have already resurrected in Clearwater City." After a pause, the person continued, "If you ask me, he must have gone to another city. Otherwise, who would spend 2 consecutive nights in the wilderness south of the city?" Skyhorse Knight had a thought and said, "You mean he went to Black Mountain City?" Black Mountain City, located south of Clearwater City, was the only second-tier city in the vicinity and the Superior City to Clearwater City and several other third-tier cities. Although the three of them hadn't come from the direction of Black Mountain City, they were naturally aware of the information about Black Mountain City. Black Mountain City is different from Clearwater City. In a second-tier city, powerful professionals are everywhere. Given his personality, he's probably offended someone as soon as he entered the city. Scarlet Magician spoke again. The other two exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. This guy, after losing to Bai Xingqi, had lost his composure, and it was unlikely he would get over this hurdle anytime soon. Although there are many powerful professionals in second-tier cities, they don't just attack anyone they see. Your thinking is flawed. The third person said, I'm just wondering, if he went to Black Mountain City, does he plan to develop there from now on? Skyhorse Knight also fell into thought and said, if that's the case, it would be a good thing for us. That's right. The third person nodded. If he registers his save point in Black Mountain City, he will be bound by the principle of governing by separate cities, and it will be difficult for him to return to Clearwater City in the future. As they spoke, the two looked at each other, seeing the light of joy in each other's eyes. Scarlet Magician, however, poured cold water on them. You're thinking too much. Aren't we also violating the principle of governing by separate cities by staying in Clearwater City? The third person gave an awkward smile. We are members of the association. Can it be the same? Scarlet Magician, as always, sneered. Don't you forget that Captain Bai is also a member of the association. The other two fell into a brief silence. Forget it, why think so much? At least for now, bringing him into the association is a good thing. Sky Horse Knight narrowed his eyes slightly and said, the anomaly in the northern part of Clearwater City is getting worse. I estimate that it will be completely stabilized in the next couple of days. By then, the northern wilderness will become a treasure trove. If the secret realm entrance reappears smoothly, then we won't have come in vain. Indeed. The third person agreed. Even if other forces intervene later, our association will have the first mover advantage. Heh, you guys have such beautiful dreams. Scarlet Magician sneered. I don't believe you haven't heard about what happened 50 years ago. Perhaps this anomaly in Clearwater City is a prelude to that event 50 years ago? He snorted. When that happens, and the events of 50 years ago repeat themselves, we won't be gaining an advantage by coming here, but rather becoming cannon fodder. Can you shut the hell up? After a moment of silence, Skyhorse Knight finally couldn't help it and glared at Scarlet Magician. What, did I hit a nerve? Was your grandfather the only one who died miserably in the monster tide 50 years ago? Hearing these words, Skyhorse Knight's veins bulged on his face, and he suddenly jumped away from the table, a long spear appearing in his hand. Scarlet Magician also stood up, blood mist rising from his body, and looked at the other person with a cold smile, shouting, if you want to fight, bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? The third person had a splitting headache. He slammed the table hard and shouted, all right, the association put me in charge when we came. All of you, behave yourselves. He looked at Scarlet Magician and said, there's no evidence that what happened 50 years ago will happen again. Don't spread fear and anxiety. He then looked at Pegasus Knight and said, what he said is unpleasant, but it's not a bad thing for us to be vigilant. In fact, the association has two opinions on this matter, and they can't reach a consensus. With a cold snort, Pegasus Knight put away his spear, and the blood mist on Scarlet Magician gradually dissipated. Black Mountain City Miracle Company Branch. At this moment, Bai Xingqi was standing in front of Master Craftsman Song Jinghai. This was the Master Craftsman that the boss had mentioned and helped him contact. He had left Clearwater City specifically to visit this Master Craftsman. After his third rank advancement, Bai Xingqi felt that he had accumulated a certain level of strength through grinding monsters during these days. It was time to ask the Master Craftsman to help him customize some equipment. While a powerful attribute panel is good, having suitable equipment as an aid would naturally make him even more formidable. Didn't I ask you to prepare the materials? Why are you back so soon? Master Song's expression was not good, and he frowned, saying, I'm very busy and don't have time to chat with you. Master Song, you've misunderstood. Bai Xingqi smiled and said, besides the previous ones, I've also prepared the other materials you requested. As he spoke, a large amount of materials poured out from Bai Xingqi's backpack space, piling up into a small mountain in Master Song's workshop. Master Song's eyes widened, and he said in a daze, how is this possible? Where did you get them? The materials in Black Mountain City were all swept up long ago. I couldn't find any to verify my ideas, and although the company commissioned several hunting teams, the output wasn't ideal. Bai Xingqi smiled and said, Master, please don't worry about where I got them. I just want to ask if these are enough. If not, I'll continue to find a way. Bai Xingqi certainly wouldn't tell the other party that the way he found them was by mass farming monsters that produced these materials in his training room. These monsters only existed in the western wild areas of Black Mountain City, and they were a very rare type of monster. Recently, due to Miracle Company's commission, several hunting teams had practically plowed the areas where these monsters spawned. Bai Xingqi, however, didn't need to compete for monsters. After casually killing one, he happily went to his training room to farm them in large quantities. These monsters outside the second-tier cities were of very high level, but for his super strong panel, they were nothing, and farming them was not strenuous. Enough, enough. Master Song's face instantly lit up with a smile. Originally, I just wanted to verify my ideas. Now that I have such ample quantities, I can perfect all my ideas. Miracle. Company branch. In Master Song's workshop, Bai Xingqi sat to the side, having already drunk several cups of tea. After he had poured out a large amount of materials from his backpack space, Master Song had gone into the workshop and had been busy for a long time. Bai Xingqi had intended to wait outside, but Master Song indicated that the equipment he wanted had already been made, and only the final step was missing. The final step, coating, was the most crucial step to enhance this piece of equipment, but due to the lack of materials, Master Song had been stuck here. This step was not complicated, and for the equipment itself, it could still be used even without this step. Bai Xingqi had actually been quite satisfied when he saw the unfinished product without the coating earlier. However, Master Song's own pride would not allow such a flawed work to be released. Of course, this flaw was only Master Song's own opinion. For a professional, such equipment was already excellent enough. And to be able to craft such excellent equipment, Master Song's own superb skill was certainly one reason, but the excellence of the raw materials was equally indispensable. The main material for the equipment that Bai Xingqi commissioned Master Song to craft was the golden holy robe in his hand. This was originally the town's treasure of the Clearwater City Association branch. After agreeing to become the captain of the Clearwater City Enforcement Team, the three people from the association headquarters promised that this golden holy robe would be at his disposal. However, when it could be used was actually restricted by the three people from the association. This was because the golden holy robe was not something that could be used casually. Before each use, the branch president of the association needed to enable the permissions in a specialized manner. Bai Xingqi, of course, was not satisfied with this. He did not wish to be led around by the nose. When he met Master Song, he laid out the large quantity of items he had prepared to be used as raw materials for the custom equipment. Master Song, who originally had little enthusiasm for crafting custom equipment for him, immediately underwent a 180-degree change in attitude upon seeing the large amount of materials he had laid out. The materials Bai Xingqi had laid out, every single one of them, were rare and precious materials that were hard to come by, and the quantity was astonishingly large. Among them, the golden holy statue was something he treasured as if he had found a priceless gem. As a master craftsman, he naturally had a certain level of knowledge and recognized that this was the golden holy robe commonly used by the association. However, Bai Xingqi did not mention it, and he himself would not bring it up. For a long time, he had been coveting the association's golden holy robe, thinking of getting his hands on it to study. But given how highly the association valued this item, with only one allowed per city, it was naturally not something he could easily obtain. Now that such an opportunity had arisen, he naturally would not let it pass. As for another item among these, a short blade with dark gold quality, it was also considered good equipment. He also picked it out and said, adding this as a bonus, it's quite alright. Ultimately, the equipment crafted by fusing the golden holy robe and the dark gold short blade, along with a large quantity of materials, had already made Bai Xingqi quite satisfied. But Master Song stated that the final step, the soul, was still missing. Watching Master Song busy in the inner room, Bai Xingqi could only continue to wait patiently. To be able to advance the equipment further, only a fool would refuse. In any case, all his requirements had been conveyed to Master Song, and judging by the previous piece of equipment, they had been largely met. This trip to Black Mountain City was clearly worth the effort. Another half a day passed while he waited. As the sounds from the inner room ceased, Master Song's assistant came out and said, Mr. Bai, the equipment is completely finished. The master asks you to come in. Bai Xingqi nodded and walked into the inner room, immediately seeing Master Song, whose face was filled with exhaustion but also an expression of immense excitement. It's done. Master Song was extremely excited, and without regard for his assistant being present, he pointed to a piece of equipment on the workbench and said, I refined the materials you brought using machinery. Because the quantity was too large, I performed a secondary purification. Ignoring that Bai Xingqi couldn't understand, he continued to talk to himself. But after the secondary purification, the quantity was still too large, so I performed a tertiary purification. In the end, after a total of 9 purifications, the resulting coating liquid is of such excellent quality that it has completely exceeded my understanding. It can support 4 layers of coating without any pressure. So, how is this equipment? Bai Xingqi didn't understand what purification times or coating layers meant. All he cared about was the equipment itself. How is it? Master Song raised an eyebrow and smiled proudly. I'm not bragging, this piece of equipment can be called my masterpiece so far. The 4 layers of coating have added an extra 4 special attributes. Even compared to epic equipment, it's not inferior at all. You can try it out yourself. Without further delay, Bai Xingqi decisively took the equipment into his hands. Using his true sight, the equipment's information was laid bare. Flying cloak quality, dark gold class requirement, universal level requirement, 100. It was clear that this was not a weapon. Bai Xingqi had no intention of customizing a weapon. Doing so would affect the flexibility of his attack style, making it not worth the trouble. Moreover, using golden holy garment as the main material made it unlikely to create a weapon. First, the equipment's base attributes. Well, this equipment didn't even have base attributes. Pathetically low numbers appeared before his eyes. Physical/magical defense, 666 agility, plus 23 spirit, plus 23 constitution, plus 23. Dark gold equipment had 6 base attributes, all with similar values. As a level 100 dark gold quality equipment, these base attributes were outrageously low. Anyone who saw it would never believe it was a level 100 dark gold item. However, Bai Xingqi showed no surprise, remaining very calm. According to your request, I've extracted all the equipment's power from the base stats and transferred it to the special attributes, Master Song said with some concern. However, few people have such requests. The appearance of special attributes is quite random. Most people hope for higher base attributes, as that at least provides a baseline. Bai Xingqi smiled and replied, "It's fine. I don't know about others, but for me, this is the most suitable choice. I'm very satisfied with these special attributes." He wasn't lying. For himself, base attributes were not difficult to obtain. As long as he diligently farmed monsters in the training room, he could rapidly improve his attribute panel. He didn't need the meager attribute values provided by equipment at all. Instead, some special abilities were difficult to achieve solely through the attribute panel and required the special attributes of equipment to accomplish. Indeed, although the base attributes are astonishingly low, after 4 layers of coding, the number and quality of special attributes that appeared on this equipment are unlike anything I've ever seen in my life. Master Song nodded, then sighed with some regret. I feel this could be another direction for equipment crafting, but it's a shame. The production of this coating liquid is a problem, and my hypothesis is difficult to sustain. Master Song is interested in this coating liquid? Having just commissioned a piece of equipment, Bai Xingqi felt it inappropriate to turn hostile. He followed up, "If there's an opportunity, we can continue to cooperate. Although the source of this coating liquid is scarce, I can still think of a way." "Good, I've been waiting for you to say that." Master Song was overjoyed. He tightly grasped Bai Xingqi's hand and laughed heartily. "You have no use for the remaining coating liquid anyway, so I'll help you dispose of it. This can offset the cost this time. Remember to come back to me if you need anything in the future." Bai Xingqi didn't know how much coating liquid was left, but at this moment he wouldn't quibble with the other party. Being able to establish a good relationship with a master craftsman was something he couldn't ask for more. After some pleasantries, Master Song said, "I'm going back to work. You can study the special attributes of this equipment further and familiarize yourself with them. If there's anything unsuitable, remember to tell me." In Master Song's workshop, Bai Xingqi carefully examined the flying cloak. This time, he focused on the special attributes. Unique special effect, flight, a magical cloak made from unknown materials, granting the wearer the ability to fly. The drawback is that it consumes a massive amount of magic, making it unsuitable for prolonged use. This was clearly the primary reason Bai Xingqi had commissioned the creation of this equipment. After several battles in Clearwater City, he had deeply understood his shortcomings, namely the lack of flight ability. In the face of high-level professionals who possessed flight, even with his superior stats, if they decided to escape, he would have been largely helpless. His previous victory over Zhou Chengtian with the grasshopper wings was entirely due to surprise. Once others knew the altitude and range of his grasshopper wings, the deterrent effect of this trump card would be greatly diminished. But now, all that was a thing of the past. The flying cloak would replace the grasshopper wings as his new trump card. As for the weakness of consuming a massive amount of magic, he simply ignored it. Although his blue bar was far from keeping pace with his red bar, thanks to his exceptionally strong spirit attribute, his maximum magic value still far surpassed that of other professionals. Even professions renowned for their vast magic reserves could only call themselves inferior in his presence. The magic consumed by the flying cloak during flight, while perhaps massive to others, was to him less than his natural magic regeneration. He could fly for an entire day without landing, if he so desired. Next were the other attributes. Equipment rapport, 1 level requirement -20, a standard attribute, reducing the equipment requirement. For other professionals, this would be a very good attribute. After all, at this level, the time required to gain another 20 levels would be considerable. Being able to equip a powerful piece of equipment in advance would always be worthwhile. While it wasn't of great significance to the rapidly leveling Bai Xingqi, it was better than nothing. At least he wouldn't have to grind for a few more days. He could use it right away. Golden Holy Light 2 can emit Golden Holy Light, mimicking and transforming into any weapon form, with no additional attribute bonuses. This was a special effect from the Golden Holy Armor itself, which had also been added to this equipment. However, at Bai Shengqi's request, the original powerful effect that boosted attack and defense by 1 million had been changed to have no attribute bonuses but the ability to mimic various weapon forms. This was another ambition behind Bai Shengqi's customization of this equipment. Besides flight, constantly switching equipment had made him deeply aware of the inconvenience, which led to this idea. He hadn't held out much hope, but he hadn't expected Master Song's skill to be so remarkable that he actually achieved it. The powerful special effect that could add 1 million to attack and defense had been changed into such a flashy, albeit useless, feature. For other professionals, this would undoubtedly be an extremely unwise, even heart-wrenching, decision. But for Bai Shengqi, it was absolutely perfect. Blood Pool 3 can store one's own HP to be extracted and used when necessary. This attribute was inspired by Bai Shengqi's observation of others' lifelock. Master Song had also accepted his suggestion, but unfortunately, not everything could be perfect. This attribute ultimately couldn't replicate the true lifelock, which, after emptying the stored HP, would trigger a 3-second lock HP state. For most professionals, this lock HP state was undoubtedly equivalent to a second life, but with loss comes gain. Although it doesn't have the blood lock status, this equipment won't shatter like those locks of life once their stored HP is depleted. The maximum HP this blood pool can store is 500%. This means that once Bai Shengqi equips the flying cloak, he will become a man with 6 health bars. Bai Shengqi was very satisfied. The 6 health bars were different for him than for others, their significance clearly extraordinary. It meant his maximum HP had directly increased from hundreds of millions to billions. Bai Shengqi tried it out and discovered a small surprise. In this state, when using yin-yang medical needles, the blood pool of the flying cloak also joined the pool of dropped HP. This meant that when yin-yang medical needles were activated, he could accumulate needles at a faster rate. This was a significant boost for combat. Currently, yin-yang medical needles at LV6 could drop 6% of maximum HP per second. Coupled with his current billions of HP, a rough calculation showed that he could accumulate over 200,000 needles per second. Each needle could deal 1,000 points of equivalent damage. If he unleashed all those needles simultaneously, it would mean over 200 million damage in 1 second. Ridiculous. Even though he was the one capable of achieving this, Bai Shengqi couldn't help but exclaim that the combat data was going to be off the charts. Relying solely on this blood pool attribute, with yin-yang medical needles activated, who would dare to stand in his way? However, the flying cloak still had one last attribute: soul absorption. For when equipped, killing monsters no lower than your own level will grant soul spirits. Soul spirits can enhance equipment durability, and reaching a certain level has a chance to upgrade equipment rarity. This attribute was not uncommon on some equipment, but when it appeared on low-level equipment, it made people both love and hate it. This was because the number of soul spirits required to upgrade the equipment's rarity was astonishing. In most cases, before the equipment could absorb enough soul spirits to upgrade its rarity, the professional would already have the ability to replace their equipment. For example, for an excellent quality item to have a chance to upgrade to rare quality, it would require killing a massive number of monsters. Why not simply switch to a rare quality item directly? Yes, even after reaching the required soul spirit count, the equipment's rarity upgrade still had a chance, and a large amount of data indicated that this chance was no higher than 5%. Of course, for dark gold quality equipment like the flying cloak, upgrading its rarity would undoubtedly be a huge profit. But for professionals who own such high quality equipment, they were long past the age of dreaming. Instead of wasting an attribute slot to gamble on an upgrade chance that might never succeed, it was better to use an attribute that directly enhanced combat power. Therefore, this attribute had become one of the chicken rib attributes in the eyes of professionals. Bai Shengqi didn't feel it was a waste. The preceding attributes already fully met his needs, and whether this last attribute was present or not made little difference. Moreover, with his training room, his speed in collecting soul spirits would definitely be much faster than others. If the equipment's rarity were to be upgraded by chance in the future, it would be an unexpected bonus. After confirming all the attributes, Bai Shengqi did not disturb Master Song further. He summoned the master's assistant, left behind a large amount of materials for refining that coating liquid, and then left Master Song's workshop. In midair, a figure flew forward at high speed. It was Bai Shengqi, returning from Black Mountain City. Although he had a town portal scroll, it wouldn't be effective until he reached the vicinity of Clear Water City. His trip to Black Mountain City, where he successfully commissioned this flying cloak, was certainly worthwhile. For someone who had only undergone his third transmigration/advancement, possessing the ability for long-distance flight was truly astonishing. Speaking of which, there was a minor incident when he left Black Mountain City. The Black Mountain City guard approached him, inquiring if he wished to be registered in Black Mountain City and no longer return to Clear Water City, based on the principle of separate cities for separate governance. Bai Xingqi was quite surprised that his identity information was immediately known to them. However, considering that the associations of each city were essentially unified, it wasn't difficult to understand. It was likely that Clearwater City had already transmitted his information. With many matters still pending in Clearwater City, Bai Xingqi naturally had no intention of tying his own hands. He ignored the approaching city guards and flew directly out of Black Mountain City. For a visitor from a third-tier city to dare act so presumptuously in a second-tier city truly angered many of the Black Mountain City guards. However, the internal assessments of the association made them deeply aware that this visitor from Clearwater City could not be treated as an ordinary third transmigrator. Before the city guards could react, many guilds within Black Mountain City became restless. Almost simultaneously, several powerful professionals made their move, intending to gauge the strength of this arrogant outsider. The outcome was devastating. The outsiders simply continued to fly outwards, completely ignoring them. However, the pure black medical needles hovering around him surged outwards in all directions like a startled school of fish. In an instant, the powerful professionals targeted by these needles had their health bars instantly depleted, their lifelock shattered, and they were directly thrown into a locked-in death state. Without paying any mind to the stunned Black Mountain City residents, Bai Xingqi flew away. The interception by a few powerful professionals couldn't even make him pause for a moment. Bai Xingqi continued his flight towards Clearwater City. The areas he passed through were extremely high-level wild zones, described as perilous even by 4th and 5th transmigrators. While flying in the air could avoid most monster attacks, there were still dangers from other sources. These were flying monsters. Flying monsters were generally more powerful. Even professionals with flight capabilities found it very troublesome to encounter these monsters in mid-air. If they were not careful and were surrounded by a large group of flying monsters, it would truly be a situation where they could neither call heaven nor earth. Bai Xingqi's luck didn't seem particularly good. As he flew forward, his body shone with golden light, appearing quite ostentatious. There was no helping it. This was an inherent visual characteristic of the flying cloak itself. Shiny objects naturally attracted the attention of monsters. Before long, a large number of monsters flew towards him, surging forward. However, these flying monsters, which normally struck fear into the hearts of professionals, began to fall like dumplings, splashing downwards as soon as they approached Bai Xingqi. Before even reaching halfway down, they dissolved into white light. With the yin-yang medical needles constantly activated, the pure black medical needles hovering around Bai Xingqi increased like the tides of a dark sea. Within a certain radius around him, enveloped by these dark tides, it had become a forbidden zone for life. No matter what kind of monster or professional approached, a large number of pure black medical needles would automatically swarm them, like a school of hungry, ferocious sharks, devouring them until nothing remained. Now, Bai Xingqi, simply standing still, had already become a terrifying output machine. Thus, he returned to Clearwater City. Clearwater City was unusually quiet today. The 3 individuals from the main branch at the association's branch office were nowhere to be seen. Many guild members in the city were also absent. He returned to the job transfer temple and learned from the job transfer guide, Zhu Xiaoyu, that the 3 people from the main branch had taken a large number of professionals from Clearwater City to the northern wilderness. According to the information Zhu Xiaoyu received, it seemed that the anomaly in the northern part of the city had finally stabilized. So that's how it is. Bai Xingqi was a bit speechless, not expecting that the anomaly in the northern part of the city would stabilize precisely during the 2 days he was away. Fortunately, he had returned in time. If he had been any later, the entrance to the secret realm might have reappeared. At this moment, his mood was a bit sour. Even though he had made things clear to the people from those companies and guilds before he left, they had still disregarded their agreement with him and chosen to go out of the city with the 3 people from the main branch. As expected, in the face of profit, any agreements and promises were just scraps of paper. It was just that these people were too short-sighted. Did they really think they would benefit from going with the 3 people from the main branch? Bai Xingqi didn't waste any more time and asked Zhu Xiaoyu, "Do you want to come with me to the northern wilderness to broaden your horizons?" Zhu Xiaoyu just shook her head and said indifferently, "I took this job precisely because I can level up while sitting down without having to go out and fight monsters. If you want to go by yourself." As she spoke, she suddenly seemed to remember something and continued, "Oh, right, more and more people are transferring jobs. As for the assessment monsters required for those job transfer quests, our branch master please pay more attention to them." Bai Xingqi suddenly becoming the branch master had surprised Zhu Xiaoyu quite a bit. However, their relationship was good, and Zhu Xiaoyu quickly accepted this change. "Don't worry, it's all minor matters." Bai Xingqi waved his hand. Under the effect of the flying cloak he had already taken to the air. When did he learn to fly? From behind, Zhu Xiaoyu's eyes widened, completely shocked. While flying towards the northern wilderness, Bai Xingqi dialed his communication device and called Hu Liuli. Soon, he received news that under the leadership of Fierce Lion Hutu, the 100 Beasts Guild had also already left the city. As expected, the anomaly in the northern part of the city involved strategic materials like gray crystal, so Fierce Lion couldn't sit still either. Baishinchi flew all the way north from the northern city gate. Although he was in mid-air, his eyesight was astonishing. He could clearly see the traces of many professionals fighting on the ground below. As time passed, many of the monsters killed below had respawned. For example, the Crimson Mad Rabbit, a common monster for novice leveling in the northern wilderness before, had undergone earth-shattering changes. After so many days of anomalies, the Crimson Mad Rabbit had grown several times larger. Baishinchi looked at them with his true perception eye and found that the panel attributes of these Crimson Mad Rabbits had increased by more than 100-fold compared to before. The northern wilderness was clearly no longer the novice wilderness it once was, and it was no longer suitable for new players to level up. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Arrows shot towards him. It was several Grasshopper Archers. After the anomaly, their flight altitude had increased so significantly that they could even fly into the sky and attack him. Northern wilderness. Affected by the attacks of several Grasshopper Archers, Baishinchi, flying in the air, was not significantly impacted. These Grasshopper Archers have undergone a drastic change in strength after the mutation, their power even rivaling some formidable dungeon monsters. However, in front of Baishinchi, it was merely a matter of a portion of his pure black medical needles flying out. Several Grasshopper Archers instantly dissolved into white light. A small ball of light floated in the air. Baishinchi casually picked it up and found it to be a dull gray crystal. Gray crystal? He couldn't help but recall what Zhou Changtian had said earlier. As expected, these monsters, mutated by the influence of that secret realm, also had the possibility of dropping gray crystals. Moreover, he noticed that the drop rate of materials from the wild monsters he had killed along the way seemed to have significantly decreased. After all, despite killing so many monsters, only this one gray crystal had dropped, and no other loot was seen. Of course, there was another possibility. After the mutation, the monsters in the northern wild area of the city could no longer drop the original materials. This possibility was quite high. Glancing at it, Baishinchi couldn't discern any special characteristics of the gray crystal. He casually put it into his backpack space and continued forward. He estimated that even with the 3 people from the association leading the way, the main force of Clearwater City would likely not be able to go too far. This was his inference based on the strength of the Grasshopper Archers. Although the mutated Grasshopper Archers appeared harmless, that was from his perspective. In reality, for ordinary professionals, these few mutated Grasshopper Archers would be enough to stop a third-turn professional. And the Grasshopper Archers were only level 10 monsters in the northern wild area of the city before. There were many more powerful monsters in the northern wild area. If the wild monsters in the north had undergone such a degree of mutated enhancement, then even with the full might of Clearwater City, they might not be able to clear the entire wild area. Thinking this, Baishinchi continued to fly forward. Before long, he saw figures in the distance. A large number of professionals, organized into small teams, were slowly advancing, each surrounding the core combat power of their guild. The weakest of these professionals were at least second-turn level. Baishinchi flew past the professionals behind him and soon saw some familiar faces ahead. The stronger the guild, the further forward they were. Of course, the further forward they were, the more powerful the monsters they had to face. The strongest guilds in Clearwater City were closely following the 3 people from the association. And among these guilds, the strongest one was naturally the 100 Beasts Guild led by Hutu of Fierce Lion. After Zhou Changtian fled, the Clear River Guild also disintegrated. Currently, the number 1 guild in Clearwater City was, in fact, the 100 Beasts Guild. However, with the absence of the Clear River Guild, the rise of Baishinchi, and the arrival of the 3 people from the association's headquarters, the 100 Beasts Guild, as the number 1 guild, was not having an easy time. The 3 of you, perhaps we should stop here for now, Hutu said, looking at the 3 people from the association in front of him. If we go further, the mutated monsters will become stronger and it will be difficult to guarantee safety. Casualties will increase sharply. The guild leaders standing with him also nodded in unison. These 3 people from the association seemed to have done nothing when facing Baishinchi, but in front of these guild leaders in Clearwater City, the authority of high-level professionals was fully displayed. Stop here? Scarlet Magus sneered. There are still several wild monster areas ahead that haven't been explored, and the entrance to the secret realm is most likely hidden in those areas. Yet you want to give up here? He let out a cold snort and continued, You weren't saying that when you were happily distributing the gray crystals earlier. Why are you backing out now that you see a little effort is required? If that's the case, then spit out all the gray crystals you took and get lost. Without you dragging me down, I'll be much more at ease. Although the other 2 from the association remained silent, they stood by, scrutinizing the guild leaders, clearly sharing the same sentiment. The guild Leaders exchanged glances, each seeing the hesitation in the other's eyes. It was obvious that making them return the gray crystals was out of the question. During the time of the anomaly in the north of the city, they had all gathered some information through their respective channels. They knew very well that attribute crystals would be the absolute protagonists of the coming era, and gray crystals were one of the indispensable main materials for these attribute crystals, holding a pivotal position. In the awkward silence, Hutu, known as Fierce Lion, took another step forward and said in a low voice, "Gentlemen, should we perhaps wait for Captain Bai? After all, our guilds had an agreement with him to explore together. Coming here in advance might be a bit improper." Before he could finish speaking, a terrifying pressure surged from Crimson Magus. Fierce Lion felt his health plummet, and he couldn't help but stumble back a few steps. In that instant, he almost couldn't resist entering his transformed state, becoming his usual combat form, Blazing Wild Lion. If he, a fourth-turn professional, was like this, the other guild leaders were even worse off. Even though Crimson Magus's pressure wasn't directed at them, they felt their health dropping rapidly, turning pale with fright, and frantically downing high-grade health potions. "What, you're not convinced and plan to use that by Xingqi to suppress me?" The blood-red mist around Crimson Magus slowly condensed as if he were about to enter a combat state. The battle with Bai Xingqi was an eternal pain in his heart. Even hearing someone mention the man made him feel an irrepressible surge of irritability. Alright, we're all teammates exploring the wild zone together. Why make things so unpleasant?" The other two from the association stepped in as peacemakers. Although their strength was considerable, human strength had its limits, and they still needed the help of the people from Clearwater City to thoroughly explore this wild zone. In such a situation, a stern warning was enough. There was no need to truly fall out. Crimson Magus naturally understood this. He let out a soft snort. The blood mist on his body slowly dissipated, and he said coldly, "Remember not to mention that guy's name in front of me again." "What, you can't even mention my name? If I were to show up in person, wouldn't you just wet yourself from fear?" Before Crimson Magus could finish speaking, a golden light flew from a distance, stopping before them. Bai Xingqi? When did he master the ability to fly? The faces of the three from the association changed drastically. In the northern wild zone, seeing Bai Xingqi suddenly appear, the faces of the three from the association were extremely grim. Many guild members, like them, unconsciously moved further away, not daring to approach. Bai Xingqi had long since established his dominance among the professionals of Clearwater City through his own might. All the professionals present, including the three from the association, felt a considerable amount of fear towards him. But Crimson Magus, who had been ill-tempered and argumentative earlier, was now a silent, uncommunicative figure. He was merely ill-tempered, not foolish. In front of someone who could easily defeat him, maintaining an arrogant attitude was no different from seeking death. "Didn't we agree to explore it together?" Bai Xingqi landed, looking at everyone present, a storm seeming to brew in his eyes. Many of the professional fighters' hearts skipped a beat. Besides Crimson Magus and Pegasus Knight, another person from the association's trio laughed heartily and said, "Captain Bai, you've arrived just in time. We were waiting for you." "Are you sure I've arrived just in time?" Bai Xingqi gave the man a smile that wasn't quite a smile, not intending to spare his feelings. "I heard these monsters drop gray crystals. You all came here to explore for a long time while I was away. I wonder what your harvest is." His words made everyone present tense up again. The man from the association was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and made a decision. Gray crystals have indeed been harvested. 50% of them need to be handed over to the association. As for the remaining 50%, how about you take 30%, Captain Bai? Crimson Magus, beside him, gritted his teeth so hard they audibly clicked, but under the glances of the other two, he ultimately suppressed the agitation in his heart. The other professional fighters present exchanged glances, all feeling that something bad was about to happen. After leaving the city, the association took 50% of the profits, and Bai Xingqi took another 30%. Then, the remaining 20% would be divided among them. How much would each person get? 30%? Bai Xingqi smiled and said, "You underestimate me." Just as the professional fighters' expressions changed drastically, Bai Xingqi spoke again. "How much gray crystal you can obtain is your own skill, and I'm not interested in that. However, regarding the development of the secret realm, I hope you won't play these petty tricks anymore." The professional fighters involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. They understood Bai Xingqi's meaning. It meant that they could farm the mutated monsters in the northern wild area of the city however they pleased. Bai Xingqi would not interfere, nor would he seize their profits. What the other party valued was clearly only the development of the secret realm. In fact, not many of the professional fighters in Clearwater City had any ideas about that secret realm. The mutated monsters that spawned in this northern wild area alone were already terrifyingly powerful. With their strength, even exploring this entire northern wild area was a problem. At least, the current number 1 guild in Clearwater City, 100 Beasts Guild, was already feeling considerable pressure. Bai Xingqi's gaze fell upon the association's trio. Among everyone present, the ones most interested in the secret realm were undoubtedly these three from the headquarters. Bai Xingqi felt that their coming to deal with him was probably just a side task. Their true objective might be the secret realm. You three did. You understand? Without paying too much attention to the other professional fighters, Bai Xingqi's words were mainly directed at the association's trio. The three exchanged glances, and soon, the previous man spoke to Bai Xingqi again. We know your reason for wanting to enter the secret realm, and it doesn't conflict with our goals. Why wait for another day? Why not do it today? How about you team up with us to explore to the end of this wild area and find the entrance to that secret realm as soon as possible? Although Bai Xingqi had already served as Clearwater City's enforcement captain, the three knew that it was clearly not feasible for the association to command him. It had to be a cooperative approach. Seeing that Bai Xingqi was still considering, the man added, it's not just the association that has its sights set here. Some underground organizations will definitely not let such a great opportunity pass them by. If we're a step behind, things might get out of control. Alright, you three, come with me. Bai Xingqi glanced at the three and happily made this arrangement. Although the three couldn't gain an advantage over him, it didn't mean they were weaklings. Compared to the many professionals in Clearwater City, these three were like great demons, making resistance impossible. Bai Xingqi couldn't let them control the professionals of Clearwater City indefinitely. Who knew what kind of trouble they would stir up next? It was definitely safer to keep such people under his watchful eye. Alright. The three exchanged glances, showing no objection. They knew Bai Xingqi's strength and, with him, exploring the secret realm entrance would undoubtedly become much easier. Moreover, given his strength, they couldn't refuse anyway, so it was better to agree readily. Captain Bai. At this moment, seeing that the three from the association had reached an agreement with Bai Xingqi, who too, known as Fierce Lion, who had been waiting nearby, walked over. With the strength of our 100 beasts guild, moving forward will only hold you back. Why don't you go ahead and we'll follow slowly behind? Seeing that Hu Tu was only asking for Bai Xingqi's opinion and had bypassed the three of them, the three from the association looked displeased. However, with Bai Xingqi right in front of them, they couldn't say anything. Before he expressed his opinion, Bai Xingqi smiled slightly. How could he not understand Hu Tu's intentions? He hadn't expected Hu Tu, despite his moniker Fierce Lion, to be so perceptive and meticulous in his actions, completely lacking the fierce quality. He nodded and said, alright, President Hu, I'll entrust the coordination of these professionals behind to you. I see your granddaughter isn't doing much here, so why don't she come with us and move forward first? Fierce Lion Hu Tu's face twitched, and he instinctively wanted to refuse. But meeting Bai Xingqi's indifferent gaze, he was suddenly startled, and the words of refusal stuck in his throat, unable to utter a single sound. At this moment, Hu Liuli had already stepped forward proactively. She smiled faintly and said, don't worry, Grandpa. Captain Bai wants to look after me, and I'm delighted. There's no reason to refuse. With that, she stood beside Bai Xingqi of her own accord. The professionals from other guilds around also seemed to wake up, understanding the meaning of this action. It was clear that Fierce Lion Hu Tu was using this gesture, akin to offering a hostage, to gain Bai Xingqi's trust and secure the convenience of the 100 Beasts Guild in the rear. Many professionals from other guilds also approached. Captain Bai, I have a nephew here, please take care of him. You brat, why aren't you standing over there and greeting Captain Bai properly? This is my eldest grandson, who transferred professions just last year. Please take good care of him, Captain Bai. The chaotic scene made Bai Xingqi frown deeply. What, do you really think I'm a kindergarten teacher? A stern reprimand immediately silenced these guild professionals who dared not cause any more trouble. Let's go. Bai Xingqi ignored everyone else, called out, and led the way forward. Do you want me to help you pull aggro? Hu Liuli glanced at Bai Xingqi cautiously and said in a low voice, like last time. At this moment, the five of them had already moved far ahead, leaving the large group of professionals behind. This distance was the connection between two different level wild areas, so they hadn't encountered any mutated monsters yet. Even so, Hu Liuli was still walking with trepidation, thinking that she, a second transfer professional, was now in a place that used to be a beginner leveling area, yet she didn't even dare to walk with big strides. She couldn't help but sigh. Like last time, are you sure? Bai Xingqi gave her a strange look. Hu Liuli's expression stiffened. She had actually just said it politely. Previously, she had followed the main group of professionals and had been well protected by her grandfather's side. But it didn't stop her from observing the monsters they had encountered along the way. Even the monsters spawned in the lower level wild areas behind them were already at a level that only third-turn professionals could handle. The entire professional army had to advance with extreme caution. Now that they had entered a more remote area, her going to lure monsters alone? What was the difference between that and suicide? Hu Liuli then gave an awkward smile and said to Bai Xingqi, I was just being polite. Bai Xingqi glanced at her indifferently and said, if you don't have the ability, don't be polite. People will die. At this moment, the voice of the association's Pegasus Knight came from the air. There are monsters ahead, 3 of them, be careful. Due to the specialty of his profession, he had to be mounted to exert his combat power, and a Pegasus mount was obviously more suitable for flying in the sky than walking on the ground. Therefore, he had been flying at a low altitude, incidentally acting as a scout. A blood-colored chain flew out, simultaneously connecting to the 3 mutated monsters. The health bars of the 3 monsters dropped rapidly, and in a short time, they dissipated into white light. On the ground, a light cluster dropped, enclosing a gray crystal. 3 monsters could drop a gray crystal, and the drop rate seemed not low. Even if they mutated, they are just small monsters, Scarlet Magus said with a gloomy face, stepping forward to pick up the gray crystal. Hulioli naturally knew what it was. She looked enviously at Scarlet Magus picking up the gray crystal and subconsciously looked at Bai Xingqi beside her. However, in her sight, Bai Xingqi showed no reaction, as if this mere gray crystal was not worth mentioning. She sighed inwardly and quickly adjusted her mindset. She knew very well that she had no status in this temporary team, let alone herself, who was only a second-turn professional. Even if her grandfather came, he wouldn't be able to breathe heavily in front of these 4 people. She observed everything and dared not express any opinion. If one's strength is insufficient, one must be sensible and not act like a fool who doesn't recognize the situation and add unnecessary drama. Fortunately, that bit of past classmate camaraderie seemed to have played a role. Bai Xingqi glanced at her and said, "Let's team up. Since we're here, the experience points from these mutated monsters are good, and I'll take you to level up." He then looked at the 3 from the association and said, "I'm going to take my classmate to level up. At your levels, you won't get any experience points from these monsters anyway, so leave them all for me to kill." The expressions of the 3 from the association changed slightly. Although they hadn't found the entrance to the secret realm yet, the chance of mutated monsters dropping gray crystals in this area was already quite high, which was a very good profit. They were already thinking of farming more gray crystals while searching for the secret realm entrance. But looking at the current situation, was Bai Xingqi finding an excuse to hoard all the loot? Scarlet Magus wanted to say something but stopped. Facing Bai Xingqi, he always felt an abnormal anger and deep fear. Finally, another person from the association smiled and offered a suggestion. "It's a good thing your classmate wants to level up. Why don't we all 5 team up with 4 people escorting her? The experience points will just pour in." No. His suggestion was not adopted, and Bai Xingqi shook his head expressionlessly, saying, "You 3 are too high level. If we team up and split the experience points, how can we level up quickly?" After hearing this, the 3 from the association finally understood that no matter what, Bai Xingqi had clearly made up his mind to hoard the loot. The 3 of them came from the general headquarters, crossing such a long distance, mainly for the secret realm and the gray crystals it brought. The development of secret realms would ultimately be brought under the association's control. Only the gray crystals obtained from this expedition could be considered their personal benefits. Now, Bai Xingqi actually intended to strip them of their chance to gain benefits? The 3 of them were furious, but they also knew that falling out with Bai Xingqi was not a rational choice. For a moment, their faces turned green and then pale, feeling extremely distressed. "Fine, if you want to make a move, you can. Let's rely on our own abilities," Bai Xingqi said, seemingly not wanting to push them too hard. He then turned to Hulioli and said, "Didn't you say you were going to lure the monsters? Go on." Hulioli's face contorted. "Are you serious?" Bai Xingqi looked at her seriously. "Do I look like I'm joking? But the monsters here are very strong. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on." Hulioli blinked her eyes pitifully, looking wronged. "Don't worry, I'm a healer, I'll heal you from behind," Bai Xingqi said, ignoring her wronged expression. "Besides, if you can't hold on, won't you just be able to revive and return to the city? Then you can clock out and not have to work anymore. How great is that? You just had your second job change, you should still have your extra 2 revival chances, right?" Hulioli gave Bai Xingqi a deep look, then finally gritted her teeth and charged forward. She had no confidence in herself. However, she also knew that she had no capital to refuse him. The current Bai Xingqi was no longer the Bai Xingqi she could treat casually just a few days ago. In just a few days, he had become someone who could influence the fate of the entire Clearwater City. The existence of her grandfather behind her, and the 100 Beasts guild led by her grandfather, even their survival was at his whim. At this moment, Hulioli decided to abandon reason, give up thinking, and simply follow his instructions. With a flash of light, she transformed into her 3-tailed demon cat form and dashed forward. Even if she had to follow his instructions, it was still better to choose the most stable and secure method. Perhaps because no humans had ventured here for a long time, the monsters in this wild area ahead were very dense. Not long after Hulioli charged forward, 3 monsters suddenly pounced from who knows where. The mutated monsters clearly exuded a terrifying pressure. Hulioli, in her 3-tailed demon cat form, clearly felt this pressure, and her movements stiffened, almost making her turn and flee. But at this moment, she was responsible for luring the monsters and couldn't just turn and run. The three from the association looked at Bai Xingqi with confusion. In their eyes, he was still standing there leisurely, showing no intention of making a move. Did he intend to let the cat girl be directly killed by the wild monsters and sent back to the city? But if that was the outcome he wanted, why go through so much trouble? Unable to understand, the three of them did not intend to intervene for the time being and simply stared at the three-tailed demon cat with wide eyes. The agility of Hulioli's three-tailed demon cat form was actually quite good, and under normal circumstances, it was an excellent choice for luring monsters. But the problem was that the monsters in this wild area were all mutated, and their levels and strength far exceeded her current tier. The three-tailed demon cat dodged left and right, only to find herself surrounded by three mutated monsters with no possibility of escape. Meow, she looked desperately in Bai Xingqi's direction. Did he really intend to let her be killed and sent back to the city? Ha! Just then, the three from the association exclaimed in unison. They, who were outside the situation, immediately noticed the unusual change. When did it attach itself? A large amount of cat fur floated from the three-tailed demon cat, transforming into fine needles. Those who had dealt with Bai Xingqi knew very well that it wasn't cat fur at all, but the signature move of the captain beside them, yin-yang medical needles. Dense, wave-like pure black medical needles swirled around the three-tailed demonic cat, flying towards the three mutated monsters beside it like swallows, returning to their nests. Deep in the northern wilderness, the three from the association watched with wide eyes. In their sight, the three-tailed demonic cat, which had been cornered by the three mutated monsters with no escape, now had a large number of pure black medical needles flying around it. These pure black medical needles surged like waves towards the three mutated monsters nearby. Under the attack of these needles, the three mutated monsters vanished into white light before they could even let out a scream. Fortunately, after the three monsters were killed, a gray crystal dropped on the spot. The three-tailed demonic cat seemed not to have calmed down from the fright of being surrounded by monsters, still maintaining its puffed-up fur and standing there blankly. Pick up the item. Bai Xingqi's shout came from behind. The three-tailed demonic cat seemed to wake from a dream, then extended a front paw and swept towards the fallen light cluster, immediately collecting it into its backpack space. Although this transformed form was closer to a monster, she was still essentially a professional, and her backpack space could naturally be used. At this moment, the three from the association looked at Bai Xingqi again, their expressions turning somewhat grim. So this was your plan? Bai Xingqi smiled, not responding. In fact, this was a usage he had slowly figured out after his yin-yang medical needles proficiency increased. These needles, once condensed, could not only hover around himself but could also attach to other targets. Bai Xingqi, too lazy to charge forward himself, had a sudden inspiration, and attached these needles to Hulioli's three-tailed demonic cat form. He had to admit, the final effect was quite good, the idea was viable. Since that's the case, we won't be polite either. Let's hurry forward and explore. The association's Pegasus Knight glanced at the three-tailed demonic cat and said so. To be honest, he wasn't optimistic about her. While the three-tailed demonic cat form of the shapeshifter was agile and had extremely strong survivability, it was a pity that her class level was too low. Only at the second transfer, facing these powerful mutated monsters was no different from a little white rabbit running into a wolf's mouth. The final outcome would not be good. A few attacks from those powerful mutated monsters would be enough to clear the three-tailed demonic cat's health bar. Hulioli clearly had the same thought. After picking up the gray crystal, she stood there for a long time without moving, showing no intention of moving forward. What was the experience from those few monsters not high enough? Bai Xingqi's gaze fell on the three-tailed demonic cat, and he said, "What are you dawdling for?" Meow. The three-tailed demonic cat let out a resigned meow and took a step forward. She had to admit, the experience points from those three monsters were outrageously high. Even after teaming up with Bai Xingqi, the experience she received was satisfactory. If the leveling speed continued like this, she felt she could gain 10 levels in a single day. Even for her, who had only recently transferred for the second time, such a leveling speed was something she wouldn't have dared to dream of before. Forget it, at most it's just one life. I'll leave it to him. The three-tailed demonic cat, with three tails still remaining, gritted her teeth and made a decisive, straightforward decision. For the chance of rapid leveling, taking a little risk seemed worthwhile. The key was that no matter what, she couldn't resist him anyway. Thinking this, the three-tailed demonic cat suddenly felt a scorching heat approaching, and her body instinctively trembled. Meow, it was a medical needle, already piercing her body. Walk faster. Bai Xingqi's voice came, and Lioli felt a surge of powerful energy within her, her entire body becoming significantly more agile. It wasn't just agility but an all-around improvement. This was Bai Xingqi's support skill, acupoint needling. Now at LV5, acupoint needling could increase the target's all attributes by 60%, a considerable boost. Seeing the three-tailed demon cat's speed clearly improved, the three from the association exchanged glances and hurried to keep up. Since everything had been laid out clearly, they certainly didn't want Bai Xingqi to gobble up all the gray crystals along the way. As they advanced, the mutated monsters that spawned ahead became stronger and more numerous. However, something happened that made the three from the association jump with anxiety. The monsters that spawned along the way were already powerful enough that even they couldn't instantly kill them. Unless they used their ultimate moves without regard for cost, it would take them at least 2 to 3 minutes to kill one mutated monster. This level of strength was no longer below that of the monsters over level 100, and the monsters that took them 2 to 3 minutes to kill couldn't even last a few seconds under the onslaught of countless pure black medical needles. They would often spawn and immediately be attacked by the massive number of needles roaming nearby, vanishing into white light in an instant. Barefoot Physician was only a third-turn profession, and its skill mechanics were not a secret. The three from the association knew this very well. They naturally knew where those yin-yang medical needles came from and what their effects were. What they couldn't understand was the sheer quantity of these needles. These countless needles, which had almost occupied the entire space, were they truly generated by the user constantly losing health? It seemed that from the moment they met until now, the user hadn't stopped condensing yin-yang medical needles. With such a scale of blood loss, how could a normal person endure it? Even Scarlet Magus, among the three, who considered himself to have mastered the manipulation of health bars to an extreme degree, felt a chill in his heart. If it were him, could he withstand such a scale of blood loss? His gaze fell upon Bai Xingqi, and he saw that the latter was only occasionally casting slow recovery on himself. That was the most basic healing skill for a physician-type class. Could he truly sustain such a landslide-like drop in health with just that? Was he kidding them? While the three from the association were shocked, Hulioli, the vanguard for luring monsters in this temporary team, was also on the verge of tears. As they ventured deeper, the monsters that spawned around them were now beings that even the three from the association took 2 to 3 minutes to kill. And Hulioli herself, as a second-turn professional, deeply doubted if she could withstand even a single blow from these monsters. As she was lost in thought, a few monsters spawned not far from her. As 4 monsters charged forward, they were instantly killed by the pure black needles roaming around. Only one monster remained further away, and the needles were still flying towards it. It was a ranged attacker, who the three-tailed demon cat closest to it clearly attracted its aggro, and a large rock was thrown from its hand. Minus 65,655. The rock flew with such speed that even the agile three-tailed demon cat couldn't dodge it. I'm going to die. Hulioli felt this despairing thought, and with a meow, she screamed. As a second-turn shapeshifter, in her three-tailed demon cat form, her health was only a little over 50,000. Under this blow, it was only natural to be killed. But an instant later, she sensed something unusual. Although the damage value from the large stone hitting her was terrifyingly high, she was still standing firmly in place, not killed. My health bar has grown much longer. She finally remembered this. Bai Xingqi had assisted her with the medical needle acupuncture skill, greatly increasing all her attributes, which in turn caused her health bar to grow significantly. The health bar that would have been emptied in one hit could now withstand one more. No, I'm happy too soon. If it hits me one more time, won't I still fall? Hulioli had this thought, and in her vision, she saw the monster in front of her roar and throw another large stone. In the northern wilderness of the city, seeing the large stone thrown by the mutated monster flying towards her, Hulioli's heart was filled with bitterness. Today, it seemed the second tail of her three-tailed demon cat form was going to be lost here. However, although it brought about a rapid increase in experience points, she didn't know if it was a loss or a gain. Thinking this, she suddenly felt her body warm up. Her health bar surged upwards, instantly recovering to full. Then, the large stone flew over and hit her. Although the damage value was still terrifying, it only brought her back to a near-death state. That monster, however, no longer had the chance to throw another large stone. Surging pure black medical needles had already pounced on it, and Hulioli felt her body warm up again, her health bar returning to full. Right, he's a physician. The three-tailed demon cat turned its head to look behind, its heart filled with complex emotions. Bai Xingqi's attack power was too strong, causing her to briefly forget that he was a healer class. Keep charging, what are you waiting for? Don't worry, as long as you're not instantly killed, I can pull your health bar back up in an instant. Bai Xingqi's shout came from behind. Hulioli let out a breath, finally letting go completely, and charged forward headlong without reservation. With the astonishing monster-clearing speed of the pure black medical needles, and Bai Xingqi's powerful healing behind her, plus her three-tailed demon cat's extra resurrection chance, what was there to worry about? The team's progress speed suddenly increased significantly. Originally, Bai Xingqi's yin-yang medical needles were accumulating more and more, far exceeding the consumption of attacking monsters. The speed of progress was limited, not because his attacks couldn't keep up, but simply because it depended on the three-tailed demon cat's movement speed. The three people from the association following behind finally shook their heads and resigned themselves to fate after realizing they couldn't compete with the pure black medical needles at all. It was only at this point that they were completely convinced of Bai Xingqi, without any lingering. Bai Xingqi was happy to have it this way, directing the three-tailed demon cat forward while happily picking up the dropped gray crystals. Although he had the training room to brush monsters and improve his attributes, who would complain about having too many attributes? Moreover, these gray crystals were clearly valuable, and even if he didn't use them himself, selling them would be a considerable income. Soon, this northern wilderness of the city was about to reach its end. Bai Xingqi's expression gradually became solemn. He had been to this northern wilderness more than once and naturally understood its area range as the northern leveling area of Clearwater City. Moving a bit further from here would mean reaching the boundary completely. Beyond the boundary, it would be a continuous expanse of fog with an unknowable edge. What exactly was inside that fog, he did not know. From the very beginning of Clearwater City's establishment, the association had already erected warning signs. Here, at this moment, looking up, a magic stone monument ahead, shining with a strange light, stood at the end of his vision. On the magic stone tablet, several large characters were very conspicuous, precisely, unknown area, entry prohibited. However, at this moment, the gazes of several people were not falling on the magic stone tablet. They noticed that not far behind the magic stone tablet, a dim vortex of gray-white light was slowly rotating. That was clearly a portal. The few people exchanged glances, and they all had this guess in their hearts: that's the entrance to the secret realm. This guess was not without reason. After all, before the anomaly occurred in the north of the city, where this magic stone tablet stood, there was nothing around except for dense gray-white mist. As for the secret realm assault battle that Clearwater City once had, Bai Xingqi did not know if the entrance to the secret realm had appeared in this place in the same way. Not much information was left from that assault battle. Zhou, Chengtian and Wu Xiu, who knew the most about all this, had already fled Clearwater City. What's wrong? Should we wait for them to come, or should we explore it first? Upon seeing the appearing portal, Scarlet Magus was clearly excited. If Bai Xingqi were not present, he would have probably gone forward directly and rushed into the portal. Let's wait for now, no rush. The other two stopped him. One person said, "Don't be careless, this portal is in the gray mist behind the magic stone tablet. It's probably not simple. What if there are any abnormal changes?" Roar. Before the words were finished, a sudden earth-shattering roar came from high above. The magic stone tablet flickered, and the gray mist in front of it also trembled. Upon hearing the roar, all three members of the association's faces changed greatly, and they were flustered. The Pegasus Knight, who was flying at a low altitude, let out a mournful cry from his Pegasus, and it was difficult to maintain its flight state, falling directly downwards. Liuli, who had the lowest job class among them, was even more unbearable. The moment the roar came, her health bar dropped sharply, almost emptying. Fortunately, the medical needle Bai Xingqi had attached to her also contained a pure white healing medical needle, which timely replenished her, preventing her from dying on the spot under the influence of the roar. Even so, she was shaken by the roar and was forced out of her three-tailed demon cat form, returning to her human form. "I'm not dead." Hu Liuli was almost overjoyed to tears. That roar had made her feel as if she was facing a natural disaster, and she had no desire to resist it at all. She thought she was going to die. This was a more certain feeling than when she faced those mutated monsters before. Among the few people, only Bai Xingqi was in a slightly better state. When the earth-shattering roar came, even though the three members of the association were in disarray, he felt nothing at all. He sensed that this roar was an extremely powerful pressure, and even the three members of the association were considerably suppressed when facing this pressure. Hu Liuli, a second-turn job class, was even close to being instantly killed. Bai Xingqi felt a little envious for a moment. How useful would this ability be for farming low-level monsters? With one roar, all the monsters in the entire wild area would probably be roared to death. The leveling speed would probably be astonishingly fast. Not good. It's a dragon tamer. Damn it, how can a dragon tamer appear in such a remote place as Clearwater City? It seems that this dragon tamer is also here for the secret realm entrance. Has the news spread so widely? Should we report it to the association immediately and request support? Should we retreat first? The secret realm entrance is right here, and that dragon tamer can't move it anyway. The three members of the association exchanged opinions urgently for a moment. At that time, when facing Bai Xingqi, they did not show such apprehension at all at first. What's wrong? Judging by your reactions, is the dragon tamer a high-level job class? Bai Xingqi asked calmly, his gaze never leaving the sky. There, an extremely massive figure was slowly descending. Dragon Rider. It's not a matter of whether this profession is high tier or not. In short, this profession is very special. One person from the association, their gaze still fixed on the colossal figure in the sky, said in a low voice, "Judging by that dragon's roar just now, this dragon is very unusual. There's no need for us to confront it. My suggestion is to retreat first." Is that so? The massive figure had descended much further. Bai Xingqi's sharp gaze fell upon the back of the massive figure and his expression suddenly turned grim. It's him. In the sky, the massive figure slowly landed. It was a terrifying dragon covered in red scales. Hu Liuli, in her human form, trembled, her teeth chattering. Even though her grandfather was a powerful 4-turn professional, and even though the guild her grandfather led was called the 100 Beasts Guild, no matter how many fierce beasts she had seen, none of them could compare to the one before her. No, those so-called fierce beasts didn't even qualify to carry this dragon's shoes. Her grandfather's usual transformed form, the blazing lion, was clearly a very imposing and powerful beast form. But Hu Liuli felt that if the blazing lion were compared to the massive figure before her, it would only be like a docile little kitten. For no reason, she had this certainty in her heart. The emotion that arose in Hu Liuli's heart was hard to describe as healthy. But this was the first time in her life she had seen a dragon, so such a reaction was not surprising. 2 venomous gazes were cast from the dragon's back. Bai Xingqi. Following the venomous gazes was a voice equally filled with venom. TSK, 3 5-turn professionals over level 100, 1 2-turn, and 1 whose turn level I can't discern. On the dragon's back, a young man who looked no older than 20 chuckled. Little Zhou, Little Wu, are these the guys who forced you to abandon your businesses and flee in disarray? Standing behind the young man were the 2 former prominent figures of Clearwater City. Zhou Chengtian, the former president of Clearwater City's #1 guild, and Wu Xiu, the former president of the Clearwater City Association branch. Since they had abandoned the city and fled, they were now appearing before Bai Xingqi again. Bai Xingqi merely glanced at them casually, his attention still focused on the young man. It was clear that the dragon rider mentioned by the 3 association members was most likely this young man. And judging by the wary attitude of the 3 association members, this young man's strength was probably extraordinary. Well, perhaps it was the dragon's strength that was extraordinary. Captain Bai, let's retreat first. Beside Bai Xingqi, the 3 association members urged him anxiously again. They had come excitedly all the way, and upon just seeing the entrance to the secret realm, without even having a chance to explore it, they were already thinking of retreating. Before Bai Xingqi could respond, the young man on the dragon's back burst into laughter. Little Wu, it's fortunate you abandoned the darkness and joined our foundation. Look at what kind of people are in the so-called professional association. They bully the weak and fear the strong, scattering like rats at the slightest sign of trouble. Foundation. The 3 association members beside Bai Xingqi were even more shocked. But Pegasus Knight changed his expression drastically, looked at the opposite side, and shouted, "Are you a member of the foundation that has been secretly developing and causing trouble all these years? I advise you, opposing the association will not end well." Although it sounded like a reprimand, anyone could see his feigned ferocity. Bai Xingqi couldn't help but look at this dragon rider with even more respect. To be able to make the 3 association members so wary, even to the point of being startled, was indeed extraordinary. From the words of Pegasus Knight, it seemed that the so-called foundation possessed the strength to oppose the professional association, and was not to be underestimated. It's not just 1 or 2 days that our foundation has been opposing the association. If the association behind you is as powerful as you say, how is it that after all these years, our foundation has not only not been shut down, but has instead grown even stronger? The young man on the opposite side sneered, clearly not taking Pegasus Knight's threat seriously. Alright, enough with the pleasantries. The young man's smile turned cold, and he said, "This secret realm in Clearwater City has been taken over by our foundation. You from the association can go back where you came from." You. Pegasus Knight became enraged, tightening his grip on his spear. However, he ultimately did not dare to attack. The red giant dragon's eyes glared at him, making him unable to muster any courage. "Let's go." Gritting his teeth, the 3 from the association no longer intended to linger, wanting only to leave at this opportunity. They were, of course, aware of the animosity between the association and the foundation. Every clash in the past had resulted in heavy casualties for both sides. This time, encountering the opponent's dragon tamer and being able to retreat unharmed was an unexpected joy. "Mr. Qi, we can't just let them go." On the back of the red dragon, Wu Xiu's expression changed, and he said urgently. For him, having already defected from the association and joined the foundation, there was clearly no possibility of peaceful coexistence with the association. Out of inner unease, he hoped that this dragon tamer would kill all the members of the association on the spot. Although they could still revive and return, it would at least eliminate any possibility of compromise between the dragon tamer and the association. "Do you think I need you to tell me how to do things?" The young man's killing intent suddenly appeared, and a powerful pressure surged towards Wu Xiu, who was close at hand. Wu Xiu cried out in surprise, unable to stand steady, staggering back several steps. His health bar also dropped sharply. It was evident that even without relying on the power of the red giant dragon, the young man himself possessed astonishingly powerful strength. "Forget it, I'm suddenly in a bad mood. You guys might as well not leave." The voice came, and the young man on the back of the red dragon waved his hand lightly. Roar! The earth-shattering dragon roar sounded again. The three from the association, who had already flown backward, were affected by the roar and could no longer maintain their flight, falling straight down. Although the roar was primarily directed at the three from the association in the sky, who Lioli below was also clearly affected, her health bar dropping frantically. In the blink of an eye, it was about to reach the bottom line, appearing as if it would be completely depleted. If this continued, she might be directly roared to death by the red giant dragon. Her heart trembled with fear, and she only wanted to quickly transform into her three-tailed demon cat form, at least to save her life with one of her tails. However, although she thought this, she was unable to react in any way. In this terrifying dragon roar, her entire thought process slowed down considerably, and even the action of transforming was directly halted. It was evident that the red giant dragon's roar for weaker opponents not only dealt direct damage but also had a control effect. Lioli could only watch helplessly as her health bar was completely depleted. It's over. I was too naive before. It seems this is really not something I can get involved in. Such thoughts flashed through her mind, and she closed her eyes, ready to die. She had already decided that after reviving in the city, she would simply lie flat and never come out of the city again. I'm not dead yet. A warm sensation spread, and pure white medical needles landed on her, instantly refilling her health bar. Interesting. This scene clearly caught the attention of the dragon rider, and his gaze shifted over. On the scene, the dragon rider's eyes fell upon Bai Xingqi. Lioli, who should have instantly died under the dragon's roar, had managed to cling to life. He could tell this was Bai Xingqi's doing. What class of physician are you? Your healing is quite impressive, the young dragon rider said with a smirk, looking at Bai Xingqi. Wait a moment, I'll deal with them first, and then I'll have some fun with you. As he spoke, the red dragon flew into the sky, and with a roar, it opened its massive mouth. A terrifying stream of flames erupted from the dragon's mouth, lunging towards the three members of the association. This was one of the common attack methods of dragons, dragon breath. For others, this terrifying technique was, strictly speaking, merely a dragon's basic attack. Under the spray of dragon breath, the three members of the association each unleashed their ultimate skills, not seeking to harm the enemy, but only to preserve their own lives. Even so, in just a moment, their health bars were already in critical condition. The once arrogant and powerful three professionals, who treated the entire Clearwater city as nothing, were now, with just a single dragon breath, reduced to scrambling for cover. At this moment, the young dragon rider didn't even bother to spare them a glance, his gaze already fixed on Bai Xingqi on the ground. Then, he saw this scene. The cloak on Bai Xingqi's body lit up with golden holy light. The golden light twisted and changed shape freely like modeling clay, and in no time, it had transformed into a longbow in his hand. The golden longbow, though formed from golden light, now felt as solid as a real object, without any sense of illusion. It was the golden holy light effect of the flying cloak, which could mimic and transform into any weapon form. A mimicry type effect? The young man on the dragon's back was knowledgeable and chuckled, shaking his head. It's just a bit flashy, with no actual attribute bonuses. Quite useless. I haven't even dealt with you yet, and you're rushing to your death? Seeing Bai Xingqi below nocking an arrow and aiming upwards, the young dragon rider's expression turned menacing. Compared to the three members of the association who were only focused on escaping for their lives and dared not fight back, Bai Xingqi, who dared to draw his bow, was clearly more infuriating. The desperate escape of the three association members brought the young dragon rider great pleasure, making him feel respected. And Bai Xingqi, who dared to draw his bow and attack him, clearly violated this. Unforgivable. Little Red, change your target roar. Following the young dragon tamer's command, the red dragon reluctantly turned, temporarily abandoning the three association members, and faced Bai Xingqi below. It raised its head, preparing to unleash another dragon breath. But this dragon breath was destined not to be so easily unleashed. A golden arrow shot out from the golden longbow in Bai Xingqi's hand, hurtling towards it. Bai Xingqi, being below, naturally found it difficult to hit those on the dragon's back, but adhering to the principle of shoot the horse before shooting the rider, his arrow aimed at the red dragon was a completely reasonable choice. The premise was that this arrow could penetrate its defenses, and the dragon race was clearly different from ordinary monsters. Their dragon scales, whether in physical defense or magical defense, were outrageously high. When craftsmen made armor, as long as they could incorporate even a little bit of dragon material as raw material, that armor would become a highly sought-after masterpiece. How could such an outrageous creature be penetrated by a mere arrow? The young dragon master below found Bai Xingqi's actions utterly preposterous. Even a 6-star holy archer, with all their might, had barely managed to pierce the dragon's defenses, inflicting only negligible damage on Little Red. That meager damage was quickly healed by Little Red's incredibly robust vitality. A joke, he sneered, anticipating the despair that would soon dawn in his opponent's eyes. Ever since becoming a dragon master, this was the very thing he relished most. GAA. Before he could finish speaking, the dragon's back suddenly lurched, causing everyone to stumble and nearly lose their footing. This sudden change was due to the red dragon violently shaking its body. Bai Xingqi's arrow had struck precisely at its neck. The intense pain caused the dragon breath it was about to unleash to get stuck in its throat. What's going on? Amidst the earth-shattering roar of the dragon, the young dragon master's heart tightened. He, who shared a spiritual bond with the red dragon, could clearly sense its panic. How could a majestic dragon, a creature at the pinnacle of all monster classifications, possibly be panicked? What had just happened? He quickly began to examine the red dragon's status. As a dragon master, he could see information like the red dragon's health bar. No way. The young dragon master's heart trembled. He hadn't realized the extent of the situation until he took a look. At that very moment, the red dragon's health bar, which had been full, had dropped by a noticeable chunk. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since becoming a dragon master. You actually broke through Little Red's defense? The young dragon master, unable to accept this, asked Bai Xingqi with a stunned expression. Or what? Bai Xingqi aimed his bow and arrow at the red dragon in the sky once more, preparing to fire another shot. After that initial probing arrow, he understood that his attack power was more than enough to breach the dragon's defenses and inflict damage. After undergoing medical needle acupuncture, his physical attack power had reached tens of millions, making him a true anomaly. Dragons, with their nigh impenetrable defenses, were nothing more than targets that could be easily pierced with a casual shot. At most, the damage dealt was significantly reduced. But if he continued to attack, even a dragon would eventually fall before his arrows. Whoosh! The golden arrow flew out again. The red dragon's massive body, an obvious living target, was easily hit. Its terrifyingly high defense, met with even more terrifying attack power, unfortunately resulted in a significant amount of damage. The red dragon's health bar dropped again. Without any command from the dragon master, the enraged red dragon retaliated on its own, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath from the sky towards Bai Xingqi. Facing such a fearsome dragon breath, a mere mortal body would likely be reduced to ashes upon contact. Bai Xingqi's attack power was outrageously high, but what about his self-preservation capabilities? On the dragon's back, the young dragon master held his breath and watched. Then, he nearly jumped out of his skin. As the dragon breath surged forward, Bai Xingqi completely ignored it, not even bothering to shift his feet. Instead, a shimmering, ethereal blue garment had appeared on his body. Then, the all-conquering dragon breath descended. But it felt like a gentle breeze. The outcome the young dragon master had anticipated never materialized. -1. The damage number that popped up deeply stunned the young dragon master's heart. This is the person you wanted me to help deal with? Are you sure you're not just trying to set me up? The young dragon master was furious, almost unable to resist kicking Zhou Chengtian and the other person off the dragon's back. Fortunately, he managed to maintain a rare sense of reason, knowing that any wasted time at this moment would be detrimental. He wasn't entirely sure what had happened. Only that if he didn't run faster, things would get very serious. Little Red, run! Fortunately, as a dragon, Little Red's health bar was reassuringly long, and escaping the opponent's terrifying attack wouldn't be too difficult. The red dragon clearly sensed something was wrong, roaring and flapping its wings as it flew towards the sky. High above, the colossal red dragon roared and ascended. Even the 3 members of the association, who had been trembling with unease from the dragon's roar earlier, could now discern the fear hidden within its cries. Who would have thought that a mighty dragon, a creature at the pinnacle of monster races, would feel such terror towards a human? Although the red dragon's body was massive, its flight speed was not at all slow. In the blink of an eye, it had soared to an extreme altitude, making it unlikely for Bai Xingqi's arrows to reach it. This was the drawback for non-archer classes. Even when using a bow and arrow without the boost of class skills, the attack range of arrows was quite limited. Impressive. I didn't expect you to be able to force him away, one of the association members said, looking at Bai Xingqi with complex, unutterable eyes. Force him away? Bai Xingqi sneered. You're overthinking it. I never intended to let him escape. The golden light in his hand flashed, and the bow and arrow he had mimicked disappeared. Bai Xingqi's cape billowed as if caught by a wind, though there was none. The next moment, he was enveloped in golden light, soaring into the air with a dazzling display. And judging by his direction, he was clearly going to pursue the red dragon. Wait there, don't play any tricks, he said, and then shot into the sky with a whoosh. The faces of the 3 association members stiffened. From that simple sentence, they felt an intense pressure. A red dragon was already enough to make them flee for their lives, let alone someone who could scare a dragon into a desperate escape. The 3 of them couldn't help but regret their decision, feeling they had taken on the wrong assignment coming to Clearwater City. This Clearwater City was simply not a normal place with such an abnormal person as Bai Xingqi. Bai Xingqi, of course, was unaware of their inner thoughts. At this very moment, with the help of his flying cape, he had already flown a considerable distance towards the sky. The gap between him and the dragon was rapidly closing. Roar! The red dragon cried out in terror, flapping its wings harder to fly faster, and simultaneously spewed a stream of dragon breath towards him. Bai Xingqi ignored it, maintaining his flight posture, and actively flew towards the incoming dragon breath. The dragon breath that could easily kill a powerful professional in an instant only dealt -1 damage to Bai Xingqi. He had already broken through the dragon breath and flown above the red dragon. "Everyone, we meet again," he grinned at the people on the dragon's back, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth. He clenched his fist and punched out. Normal punch. With a touch of mischievousness, he shouted this Chunibu-esque moniker. His fist, encased in golden light, slammed into the red dragon's body. "I'll the dragon wail." Despite it being just a normal punch from a normal professional, a terrifying damage number popped up on its body and its entire form jolted violently. The people on the dragon's back lost their footing and were thrown off by the jolt. The three on the dragon's back were at least fourth-turn professionals, and all possessed the ability to fly, so this alone was not a significant issue. Worrying about falling to their deaths was unnecessary. But Bai Xingqi's countless medical needles surged out like a tidal wave. The dense, pure black medical needles woven into a terrifying night enveloped all three of them. Zhou Chengtian and Wu Xiu, two four-turn professionals, couldn't hold on for another second. Blood-red light erupted from their bodies, and they had passively entered a bloodlock state. They were clearly equipped with the life-saving lock of life. However, Bai Xingqi feared this the least. The remaining pure black medical needles still surrounded the two, waiting for the 3-second bloodlock state to pass before launching the next wave of attacks. "Bai Xingqi, wait, we surrender." From high in the sky, Zhou Chengtian and Wu Xiu shouted in unison, their faces filled with extreme terror. Bai Xingqi didn't even bother to look at them, his attention primarily focused on the young dragon tamer. Interesting. Is this the characteristic of a dragon tamer's profession, sharing health with the dragon? With the number of pure black medical needles just now, even this powerful dragon tamer's health should have been depleted. After all, the strength of a dragon tamer lies in the dragons they command, not in themselves. At least, to Bai Xingqi, this dragon tamer was not powerful. At this very moment, after enduring the onslaught of pure black medical needles, the young dragon tamer was sweating profusely, his face ashen. He knew very well that if he hadn't possessed the means to share health with his dragon, he would have been instantly wiped out by that single attack. Even with a lock of life of no small quality, it wouldn't change the final outcome. He no longer harbored any hope and only wished to escape as quickly as possible. As for Zhou Chengtian and Wu Xiu, if they died, what did it have to do with him? His thoughts were good, and he acted accordingly, but events did not unfold entirely as he wished. Serious punch. Bai Xingqi's Chunibyo attitude remained unchanged. He flew directly in front of the young dragon tamer, his fist enveloped in golden light, and aimed it straight at the dragon tamer's face. The young dragon tamer was furious, but most of his skills were invested in his dragon, and he himself didn't have many means. They say you shouldn't hit someone in the face, and seeing the punch coming at him, he naturally couldn't just stand there and take it. He unleashed his skill, and fine dragon scales rapidly grew on his neck and face. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was covered in dragon scales, as if he had transformed into a half-dragon. He crossed his arms, blocking Bai Xingqi's incoming fist. It was clear that the young dragon tamer was not thinking clearly at this moment. Bai Xingqi's normal punch could make dragons cry out in pain, so how could he, who had only borrowed some of the dragon's power, possibly withstand a serious punch? The outcome was easily predictable. Under Bai Xingqi's serious punch, all his efforts were in vain. His crossed arms were instantly broken, and his indestructible fist directly smashed into his face, crushing it as well. -88596464. A terrifying damage number popped up. This time, the target of the punch was the dragon tamer, not the dragon, so the damage reduction was significantly lower. Even though the opponent's body was covered in dragon scales, his defense couldn't possibly match that of a true dragon. Bai Xingqi's attack was unleashed to its fullest. Logically, with such terrifying damage, the young dragon tamer's health bar should have been depleted. At the very least, it should have triggered the lock of life state. This did not happen because, under the shared health state, the red dragon bore this portion of the damage. With a flash of light, the young dragon tamer's just broken hands recovered, and his crushed face also returned to its original state. All of this was a gift from the dragon. Merely being able to share health points with a dragon was enough to make the dragon tamer a noble profession envied by all, but that was all there was to it. On the other side, the red dragon let out a sky-shattering roar. Even a dragon-type creature with its incredibly robust vitality was struggling at this moment. After throwing 2 punches, satisfying his Chunibyo soul, Bai Xingqi finally stopped slacking off. The pure black medical needles around him surged out once more like an undercurrent. The tide of medical needles almost obscured the entire sky. Bai Xingqi had been in the yin-yang medical needles state all along, and the needles coalescing around him at this moment were like a dense ocean, their sheer number making them impossible to discern with the naked eye. These pure black medical needles, capable of obscuring the entire sky, directly abandoned the young dragon tamer and chose to pounce on the red dragon on the other side. The mechanism of yin-yang. Medical needles was to deduct health points directly, ignoring defense. Therefore, the red dragon's formidable defensive capabilities were rendered useless before these needles. And the red dragon's massive size clearly made it a more convenient target for a large number of needles. The red dragon's roars echoed through the heavens, and in the blink of an eye, the dragon-type creature's exceptionally long health bar plummeted as if a mountain had collapsed. The young dragon tamer was completely stunned. The amount of health lost in this brief moment made him tremble with fear. If he hadn't been sharing health points with the dragon, just this single onslaught of needles would have been too much for him to handle, even with 10 times the health, and he would have had to obediently revive. Even the red dragon, which he relied on, was now struggling to save itself. The red dragon, with its precarious health bar, roared in fear, attempting to tap into deeper powers within its bloodline to rewrite its impending fate. Xingqi's heart stirred, and he did not kill the red dragon directly. In the past, he had killed the pet falcon of a third-rank eagle master. That falcon had eventually revived and returned to its master. Although its rank had dropped, it could still be trained up with some effort. Now, facing a dragon tamer, he didn't know if the connection between the dragon tamer and the red dragon was similar. Merely stripping away one revival opportunity from the dragon tamer felt unsatisfactory to Bai Xingqi. As his thoughts raced, a round object appeared in his hand. It was the hunting ball from the Job Advancement Temple. He had used it quite a bit when he was a hunter for the temple. To be honest, the item was quite useful. The one he took out now was from the highest quality batch of hunting balls. To deal with a dragon, one had to at least show it such respect. The red dragon's health bar was already very low, and Bai Xingqi didn't wait any longer. He hurled the hunting ball in his hand with force. If his past experiences were anything to go by, this hunting ball, as it spun, might have contained the dragon within it. But his expectations were clearly too optimistic. Bang! The hunting ball flying through the air spun rapidly a few times, trembled violently, and then exploded. Clearly, this hunt had failed. Dragons were no small matter, and it was evidently too much to ask for a mere hunting ball to capture one. It didn't work? I don't believe it. Bai Xingqi was not discouraged. His true sight remained activated, allowing him to see the red dragon's remaining health points. In this brief moment, the dragon's health bar had already recovered significantly. While this recovery speed still couldn't match his own, it was certainly worthy of a dragon. However, Bai Xingqi also understood that his ability to easily deal with this dragon was not solely due to his own strength, but also due to other reasons. Within the field of view of true sight, all the information about the red dragon was clearly visible. Young red dragon. Type, dragon size, large attribute, fire. Such a terrifying dragon was merely in its young stage. The power of dragon-type creatures was unimaginable. If he had encountered an adult dragon, could he still have dealt with it so easily? Bai Xingqi quickly pondered this in his mind, then shook his head. Naturally, there were no records of specific dragon information in Clearwater City, and without this information, he couldn't possibly guess. But what did it matter? The important thing was to handle the current situation. Using his true sight, Bai Xingqi saw the young red dragon's health bar. He carefully controlled his pure black medical needle to attack, aiming to deplete its health as much as possible without completely emptying it. The mechanism of the capture ball was that the lower the monster's health, the higher the success rate of capture. Ordinary professionals would find it difficult to control this balance, but Bai Xingqi, with his true sight and yin-yang medical needle, found it effortless. Each yin-yang medical needle only replenished 1,000 points of health. The error margin when he attacked the red dragon's health bar would not exceed this 1,000 points. With its health bar reduced to the lowest possible level, the red dragon began to face the barrage of capture balls being thrown at it. Finally, after a series of more than a dozen capture balls exploded, Bai Xingqi successfully captured the red dragon, which would have died with a single touch. What happened? The young dragon rider cried out in despair. Where's my dragon? Bai Xingqi lightly tossed the capture ball in his hand, feeling a surge of joy, and chuckled. What do you mean your dragon? It's my dragon now. Holding his dragon in his hand, he ignored the young dragon rider's wails. A medical needle flew out, directly killing the rider. As for whether the rider, after reviving, could still be a dragon rider without his dragon, that was not his concern. Perhaps he could be a dragon rider without a dragon? He hadn't expected the capture balls from the transfer temple to have such a useful application. Wouldn't this make him the bane of all summoner professions in the future? With a slight smile, Bai Xingqi flew towards Zhou Chengtian and Wu Xiu. Things had happened too quickly, and the two were still trembling in their original positions. They hadn't expected that after aligning themselves with the Foundation and coming with a dragon rider, they would still be utterly defeated in front of Bai Xingqi. Bai Xingqi's strength was far beyond their limited understanding. Let's go down together, we need to talk. As four-turn professionals, these two likely still had more than one revival opportunity left. Killing them was easy, but it would only result in them reviving in some unknown city. And after this experience, if these two decided to hide, it would be difficult for him to find them again. Since that was the case, it would be better to seize this opportunity to extract as much value from them as possible. Bai Xingqi landed on the ground, with Zhou Chengtian and Wu Xiu. He stood there calmly, but everyone present looked at him with not only deep shock but also lingering fear. This was the fear of a powerhouse that exceeded their comprehension. In the awkward silence, Hu Liuli was the first to speak. You captured that dragon? That's right. What, do you want to see it? Bai Xingqi looked at Hu Liuli with a smile. He was clearly in a good mood after capturing a dragon. I mean, Hu Liuli chose her words carefully, finally gritting her teeth and continuing. I mean, could you sell me some dragon blood later? You want dragon blood? At the edge of the northern wilderness, Bai Xingqi looked at Hu Liuli with a scrutinizing gaze. In fact, the moment the other party asked that question, he had already roughly guessed their thoughts. As expected, Hu Liuli said with some excitement, that's right, if you can sell me some dragon blood, I'll have a chance to transfer to a special branch route, which would be of great significance to me. In short, name your price. It was evident that Hu Liuli valued the dragon blood greatly, even saying name your price. However, considering the rarity of dragon blood, this statement was not an exaggeration. And behind Hu Liuli was fierce lion Hu Tuesday. With his years of accumulation, the cost of buying a little dragon blood should be something he could afford. Are you sure you only want a little dragon blood? Bai Xingqi said with a half smile, if I'm not mistaken. You plan to use this dragon blood as a prop to guide your transfer into the form of a shape-shifting dragon, right? After joining the transfer temple, Bai Xingqi learned a lot about the information of various professions. For example, Hu Liuli was currently a second transfer profession, shapeshifter. If she possessed the corresponding materials and submitted them during the transfer, she could unlock a special transfer mission. After completing that special transfer mission, she would be able to achieve a leapfrog transfer, becoming a fourth transfer professional. And that special branch of the shapeshifter was called Dragon Girl. As for whether male professionals would still become Dragon Girls after completing this mission, he was not entirely sure. After all, no one in Qingshui City had ever initiated this mission, so there was no reference material available. However, according to Bai Xingqi's understanding, relying solely on a little dragon blood to initiate that special transfer mission might not be enough. Hu Liuli's face turned slightly red, showing a hint of embarrassment. After a pause, she added, actually, I'm not entirely sure either. I just heard my grandfather say that the chance of the dragon blood initiating the mission is relatively low. If there was a dragon heart, then there would be 100% certainty? Heh, dragon heart? Bai Xingqi clicked his tongue and shook his head. You really aim high. Hu Liuli's expression became even more awkward. Where does the dragon heart come from? It's very simple, it drops after slaying a dragon. It is a rare item that drops with a 100% chance after killing a dragon. Bai Xingqi looked at Hu Liuli in front of him with a blank expression and said lightly, if I raise this red dragon, I'll have a dragon as a mount. If I give you the dragon heart, what will I get? Hu Liuli was silent for a moment, then suddenly reached out and fiddled with her hair, blinking her big eyes at Bai Xingqi. What do you think of me? Unfortunately, those alluring eyes had no effect. Bai Xingqi's heart remained unmoved, and he calmly stated a fact, not much. Far less attractive than a dragon. Indeed. The three people from the association standing nearby, as well as Zhou Chengtian and the other who was in a rather precarious situation, all nodded in agreement. Compared to a dragon, what was this person fiddling with her hair and blinking her eyes? Hu Liuli, whose self-esteem had been severely hit, finally gritted her teeth and said, isn't it just a dragon mount? After I successfully transfer, I can also transform into a dragon form. What? Bai Xingqi looked confused. I don't quite understand what you mean. You can transform into a dragon form after you successfully transfer, and then what? Hu Liuli said, what I mean is, when you need it, I can also help you. Dragons are strong, but professionals with human thinking clearly have more infinite development potential, right? I think I understand a little. You mean, at that time, you can also transform into a dragon form and be ridden by me. I mean, become my mount? Bai Xingqi stared at Hu Liuli before him, quite surprised. He hadn't expected her to be able to make such a resolution. Under Bai Xingqi's gaze, Hu Liuli's face was drawn tight, feeling nothing but shame and indignation. However, such an opportunity was rare and not to be missed, and she was unwilling to let it go. The world was changing too quickly. Even her grandfather, a four-turn professional, could no longer be her shield. At such a time, any possibility of becoming stronger was something she wanted to grasp tightly. Clenching her fists, she nodded heavily, completely committing herself, and said loudly, that's right, if you wish, I can transform into my dragon form and become your mount. When needed, what's the harm? Bai Xingqi fell silent. He hadn't expected Hu Liuli to be so resolute. It seemed the temptation to transfer to the Dragon Girl class was too great for her. He looked at Hu Liuli deeply, nodded, and said, all right, I understand. I'll consider it. Although the red dragon was trapped in the hunting ball, he couldn't release it immediately without confirming certain matters. Even though he had promised Hu Liuli He would consider it. He hadn't yet reached an agreement with Hu Tu, the fierce lion, so whether the transaction would ultimately be completed was still up in the air. Even if he had to kill it to obtain the dragon heart, it would have to be done in the training room, and now was clearly not the best time to enter the training room. This matter was settled. Bai Xingqi's gaze shifted to the other two people in the arena. Zhou Changtian and Wu Xiu immediately became nervous. Their fates were entirely in Bai Xingqi's hands. You two, do you have anything to tell me about the secret realm assault operation back then? Bai Xingqi paid no mind to the three association members listening in. His icy gaze fell upon Zhou Changtian and the other, like a basin of ice water poured over them. Zhou Changtian and Wu Xiu felt a chill that pierced straight to their hearts. They dared not remain silent. In the face of death, even the former number 1 guild leader and former association branch leader could not maintain any semblance of dignity, no different from ordinary professionals. Do you want to say it, or should I? Seeing Zhou Changtian's troubled expression, Wu Xiu sighed. He knew clearly that this matter could not be avoided. I'll do it, Zhou Changtian said, no longer refusing. He cleared his throat and recounted the events of the past. At that time, the assault team led by Baya had fallen into an encirclement by secret realm monsters, and we were already separated from them by the surging tide of secret realm monsters. If we didn't retreat, we would only add to the number of professionals annihilated. Within, Zhou Changtian shook his head and said, even if it wasn't Wu Xiu's opinion, I would have led the retreat. Although it might be very sorry to Baya and the others, I do not regret my actions. Clearwater City cannot lose all its seeds and hope because of this. In that case, Clearwater City's continued existence is thanks to you? Bai Xingqi interrupted him, narrowing his eyes slightly, his expression unreadable. Even if everyone had been lost then, the worst-case scenario would have been to return to the city and revive together. Did you already know at the time that being killed in the secret realm would prevent revival and return to the city? At the end of the northern city's wilderness, Bai Xingqi stared fixedly at Zhou Changtian. Zhou Changtian nodded and said, that's right. Before organizing the secret realm team, we had already sent people to scout. Some of the scouts clearly had additional revival opportunities, but after being trapped within, they were completely unable to revive and return to the city. He let out a breath and continued, we had a great deal of determination when we went to conquer this secret realm. Bai Xingqi curled his lips. Now that we've come this far, I've seen the strength of these mutated monsters. If it's like this outside the secret realm, the monsters inside must be even more powerful, right? He voiced another question that had been on his mind. To put it bluntly, with your strength levels back then, how could you have had the courage to conquer this secret realm? Zhou Changtian was momentarily speechless. The monsters in the secret realm back then weren't actually as powerful as they are now. Wu Xiu, standing beside him, interjected. We don't know what's happened, but the mutated monsters outside the secret realm alone are far stronger than the monsters in the outer layers of the secret realm before. He shook his head with a wry smile and added, I'm not afraid to admit it, but if the monsters in the outer layers of the secret realm back then were this strong, we wouldn't have dared to conquer it ourselves. We would have reported it to the headquarters immediately. Serves you right. The Crimson Magus, who had been eavesdropping, seized the opportunity and sneered. Who told you to be greedy, wanting to conquer a secret realm in a mere level 3 city? The people who died in vain. It's a stroke of luck that not all the high-level professionals in Clearwater City were wiped out. Why are you pulling me? The Crimson Magus angrily slapped away the hand of his colleague from the association behind him and glared at him. Then, he felt a chill run down his spine, a familiar sense of dread rising from the depths of his heart. It was Bai Xingqi. At this moment, Bai Xingqi was looking at him quietly, as if looking at a dead man. Did you set your save point in Clearwater City? As he was pondering the meaning of this sentence, a large palm came down upon his head. There was no need for any skills. With Bai Xingqi's current physical attack power of over 10 million, a casual slap, a most ordinary basic attack, was enough to turn the garrulous Crimson Magus into a white light. As the white light dissipated, the Crimson Magus was directly sent back to the city to respawn with a single slap. The remaining 2 members of the association trembled, their faces deathly pale. If even they were like this, it was even more so for Hulioli, who had only undergone her second turn/advancement. At this moment, she realized that her understanding of Bai Xingqi would probably have to be completely revised. A person who could casually send a powerful professional to respawn, and she had actually tried to haggle with him earlier? If it weren't for that shallow classmate camaraderie, she probably would have respawned and returned to the city long ago. Zhou Changtian and Wu Xiu also fell silent for a moment. The terror Bai Xingqi instilled in them had risen another notch. It wasn't terrifying for a professional to be strong. What was terrifying was for that strong professional to be moody and unpredictable. And even more terrifying was for that moody and unpredictable strong professional to have an irreconcilable and deep-seated enmity with them. The 2 of them no longer harbored any hope of saving their lives. After exchanging glances, Zhou Changtian spoke again. However, what appeared in The secret realm back then wasn't just monsters surging like a tide, a vortex of light also appeared simultaneously. I suspect that might have also been a portal. Baiya and the others might not have all died, they might have gone somewhere through that teleportation array. Wu Xiu also nodded and said, I was also with the team at the time. Only President Zhou and I knew the location of that portal. Even though so much time has passed, as long as we enter the secret realm, we can still find it. Bai Xingqi smiled, so what you're saying is, to find that possibility, you must be allowed to enter the secret realm? Whether you believe it or not is up to you, but I can only say that it is indeed so. After saying this, Wu Xiu glanced at Zhou Chengtian, and both fell silent. It was clear that in that glance, a tacit understanding had been reached between them. The two from the association's headquarters also exchanged subtle glances, maintaining their silence in tacit agreement. Originally, no matter what Zhou Chengtian and Wu Xiu intended to do, they would naturally have maintained control. However, the situation had long since changed. At this moment, the only one in control was Bai Xingqi. For them, whatever Zhou Chengtian and Wu Xiu were about to do, or whatever changes they might instigate, was something they would gladly see happen. Bai Xingqi might not have been unaware of this, but at this moment he merely smiled and said, Is that so? Then let's go in together. He looked at Hulioli, who was eager to try, and directly extinguished her excited anticipation. You don't need to go in. Stay here and wait for your grandfather. Have him handle these trivial matters afterward. That way, when I come out, we can discuss the heart of the dragon. All right. Although very interested in the situation within the secret realm, Hulioli also knew her own limits. She understood that with her current strength, going in would likely be suicidal. In any case, the heart of the dragon was the most definite and direct way to improve her strength. She would follow Bai Xingqi's arrangements and do her job diligently. Thinking of this, her heart suddenly trembled and she subconsciously asked, What? If that person who revived and returned to the city earlier causes trouble then? This was indeed a problem. On the surface, that person couldn't withstand even a single slap from Bai Xingqi, but that didn't mean they were the same in front of the many professionals in Clearwater City. If that fellow went mad, even her grandfather, a rank 4 professional, might not be able to handle him. Bai Xingqi sneered, if he dares to cause trouble again, I'll admire his courage. Shaking his head, he continued, Your grandfather has been managing for so many years, he must have some trump cards. Coupled with all the professionals in Clearwater City, if they still can't deal with one person like that, then what's the point of me cooperating with you? Bai Xingqi clearly had no intention of wasting any more time and directly urged Zhou Chengtian and Wu Xiu forward. As for the two from the association, he naturally demanded they follow as well. In this situation, these two individuals, who were extremely powerful for Clearwater City, had to be kept under his watchful eye for him to feel at ease. The two from the association understood this and said nothing, silently following. Although they were also from the association's headquarters, they were different from Scarlet Magus. Their personalities were much more steady. They walked past the magic monument and entered the area shrouded in grey mist. Behind them, the magic monument still shone with a strange light, and the large characters above remained conspicuous. Unknown area, entry forbidden. Hulioli watched as they stepped into the grey mist. Moments later, the magic monument's light still shone, but the figures of those people had completely disappeared. Also gone was the entrance to the secret realm behind the magic monument. Bai Xingqi felt that passing through the portal this time was unlike any of his previous experiences. He had conquered quite a few dungeons, and each time he passed through a dungeon portal, even though he entered an independent dungeon, he felt a close connection to the original world. But at this moment, after passing through the portal in the grey mist, he vaguely sensed that his connection to the original world had become extremely weak. Is this the secret realm? It's indeed very different from the outside world. His gaze fell upon his surroundings, and he couldn't help but have this thought. Not far beside him, the voices of the two from the association reached him. It really is the Grey Realm. The Grey Realm? Bai Xingqi cast a glance, a hint of confusion on his face. The Pegasus Knight looked at him and, deciding not to conceal anything, said, That's right, this isn't the first time such a secret realm has appeared. In fact, many have already appeared in other cities. Because the secret realms are also filled with grey fog, they are called Grey Realms. He added, however, the cities where Grey Realms have appeared are all major cities. Now that Clearwater City has a Grey Realm, if it develops well, it's not impossible for it to become a first-tier major city in the future. The return portal is gone. At this moment, another person from the association noticed this change. A tense atmosphere immediately enveloped the scene. Several people's eyes flickered, and various thoughts arose in their minds. Temporarily ignoring this change, Bai Xingqi's gaze fell on Zhou Chengtian and the other person. He said, Let's not worry about that for now. Since we're in here, where was that portal located? You should take me there, right? Naturally. Wu Xiu nodded, exchanged a glance with Zhou Chengtian, and the two began to walk forward. Although both of them possessed flight skills, at this moment they only dared to walk slowly on the ground. Why aren't you flying? Bai Xingqi noticed this and asked with a frown. For him, being able to find the location of the portal as quickly as possible was naturally a better option. This time, before Wu Xiu could even speak, someone from the association interjected, explaining, flying is prohibited in Grey Realms. We don't know the rules, but even dragons can't ascend. Is that so? Bai Xingqi certainly wouldn't believe everything they said. As soon as the other person finished speaking, he activated his flying cloak. The cloak began to shimmer with golden light. But unfortunately, as the light flickered, he remained rooted to the spot, his body not soaring into the sky as he had expected. At least for now, the statement flying is prohibited in Grey Realms was not false. The people present waited for him quietly. Only after he finished his test did Zhou Chengtian and Wu Xiu continue to walk forward. At this point, their mindset was quite settled. Bai Xingqi followed behind with a calm expression, moving forward. This Grey Realm certainly wouldn't remain so peaceful. As they ventured deeper, more and more monsters appeared before them. With a casual sweep of his eye of true perception, Bai Xingqi could clearly see the strength levels of these monsters. It was evident that compared to the mutated monsters outside the Grey Realm, the monsters within this Grey Realm were significantly stronger. Even the ordinary monsters not far from the entrance had a strength equivalent to that of a top-tier, third-turn professional. Zhou Chengtian and Wu Xiu couldn't help but feel a little unnerved. A mere secret realm monster wouldn't scare them, of course, but monsters of this strength were merely the most common mobs in the secret realm. Although they were both fourth-turn professionals, if these common mobs appeared in large numbers, even they would likely have a hard time. What was even more troublesome was that the two of them were leading the way. These secret realm monsters would naturally target them first, just as the two were in a dilemma and about to use their skills to clear. These monsters, the secret realm monsters in front of them, fell in batches like harvested wheat stalks. It was Bai Xingqi. He walked forward, and the pure black medical needles hovering around him surged forward like a great river. Wherever they passed, no monster could withstand them for even a second. Everyone present fell silent. Each time they witnessed Bai Xingqi's actions, they were more shocked. The facts once again made them realize that the opponent's strength was truly unfathomable, as deep as the sea. At this moment, Zhou Chengtian even had a thought. Bai hadn't actually been trapped in the secret realm back then, but had conquered it, accumulating countless grey crystals, and with these countless grey crystals, had cultivated Bai Xingqi before them. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Bai Xingqi, a mere third-turn cultivator, was so unreasonably powerful. Their gazes met Wu Xiu's, and both saw a hint of bewilderment in each other's eyes. Clearly, at this point, they had completely lost confidence in how to proceed. Bai Xingqi was too strong, making them feel as though all their methods were meaningless. The group continued forward. As they walked, the pure black medical needles flying around Bai Xingqi were endless. No matter how many secret realm monsters appeared, they could only fall. The drop rate of these monsters in the secret realm was clearly much higher. Along the way, Bai Xingqi had lost count of how many grey crystals he had picked up. This made the two from the association's hearts itch, their mouths water. But witnessing Bai Xingqi's terrifying strength, even if they were given 10 times the courage, they would never dare to attempt to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. The other party seemed easy to talk to now, but they could guarantee that if the two of them dared to attack and steal monsters, their fate in the next moment would be the same as those secret realm monsters. They absolutely dared not take that risk. Although Zhou Chengtian and Wu Xiu were also covetous of Bai Xingqi's gains, it had to be said that thanks to his actions, their progress had suddenly become much faster. Of course, whether they were happy or sad about the increased progress was unknown. Even the longest journey eventually comes to an end. Zhou Chengtian and Wu Xiu stopped. Why aren't we moving? Bai Xingqi asked, frowning as he looked at the even denser grey mist ahead. Zhou Chengtian and Wu Xiu also glanced ahead and replied, "We've arrived, it's just ahead." "You mean the teleportation gate is in this denser grey mist?" Bai Xingqi surveyed the area ahead. Even with his true sight, he still couldn't see what was within the grey mist. "That's right, it's in this dense grey mist. You can't see it from the outside, you can only see the teleportation gate once you enter." Wu Xiu looked back at Bai Xingqi and said, "The assault team was trapped here at that time, facing the even denser grey mist." Bai Xingqi glanced at the two and made a decision. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in together." At his gesture, the two from the association moved closer, preparing to step into the dense grey mist with Zhou Chengtian and the others. "Wait." Bai Xingqi's expression shifted, and he called out, "It seems something is coming out from inside." As he spoke, the dense grey mist before them surged, and a leopard-like monster pounced out. Zhou Chengtian and the others were startled and quickly dodged aside. Bai Xingqi, however, didn't attack immediately. He sensed that there was something behind the leopard-like monster. As expected, in the next moment, another figure followed closely. However, this time, it wasn't a leopard-like creature, nor was it even a monster. It was a person, a proper human being, just like those present. Everyone present was shocked. Of course, it wasn't that they had never seen a person before. It was just that seeing someone else in this gray realm besides themselves was very surprising. Could it be that with the reappearance of the secret realm entrance this time, they weren't the first to enter? Capture him and interrogate him. At this moment, including Bai Xingqi, everyone had the same thought. But the person who rushed out of the gray fog seemed not to notice them. Their gaze solely focused on the leopard-like monster. Roar! The monster roared and engaged in a fierce battle with the person who had caught up. The person also charged forward, clenching their fists. Their body and fists were covered in a layer of shimmering white light, which was quite dazzling. Great warrior? Several of them were at least fourth-turn professionals, so they immediately recognized the person's class. Judging by the way they used battle chi, it was clear they were a great warrior, a third-turn branch profession of the warrior class. But, in such a deep part of the gray realm, was it reasonable for a mere third-turn great warrior to appear here? Even Zhou Chengtian and Wu Xiu, both fourth-turn professionals, wouldn't have been able to guarantee a smooth arrival here without Bai Xingqi's escort. Moreover, this third-turn great warrior had the audacity to boldly attack the monster, not fearing death. The terrifying oppressive aura emanating from this single monster made the two fourth-turn professionals present tremble. They asked themselves, if they were to fight this monster, they would have to use all their might to have a chance of winning. How dare a mere third-turn great warrior? The two of them were quite displeased and watched coldly, just waiting to see how the other person would die. Bai Xingqi's thoughts, however, differed from theirs. He watched the other person carefully, keeping his true sight active, his expression at this moment quite peculiar. Just as everyone harbored their own thoughts, the battle between the third-turn great warrior and the secret realm monster had already concluded. The result greatly exceeded the expectations of Zhou Chengtian and the others. Only Bai Xingqi nodded slightly with a calm expression, as if he had long predicted this outcome. This leopard-like monster also dropped a gray crystal. The third-turn great warrior swiftly picked it up before turning to look at Bai Xingqi and the others. Which side are you from? How did you end up in the outer layer? The third-turn great warrior appeared young, only in his early 20s. He grinned at them. The group keenly noticed the keywords in the other person's words. Wu Xiu, being the former branch president of the Clearwater City Association, was quite experienced in dealing with people. At this moment he didn't directly answer the other person's question but retorted, "And you, which side are you from? You fought that monster just now, your strength is quite good." In fact, in his heart, he was still shaken by the other person's strength. "My little bit of skill is nothing to speak of. I'm already third turn. And it still took me so long to deal with a second-layer monster. I'm too weak." Wu Xiu's face twitched, and he almost couldn't maintain his composure. Damn it, a mere third-turn professional could easily deal with such a powerful monster, and they called themselves weak? Then wouldn't he, a fourth-turn professional, be even weaker? Zhou Chengtian, standing beside him, also had an unpleasant expression, clearly thinking the same thing. The two from the association also looked at this third-turn great warrior with astonishment, clearly shocked by his words. That monster just now. With their strength, they could have dealt with it relatively easily with a little effort. However, in the eyes of this third-turn great warrior, the act of killing this monster only deserved the description too weak? That's a bit outrageous, isn't it? At this moment, the great warrior glanced at Zhou Chengtian, his expression seeming thoughtful. "You look a bit familiar. Are you also from our white camp?" "That's right, no wonder I thought you looked familiar too. It turns out we're all on the same side." Zhou Chengtian went along with the other person's line of conversation, subtly signaling to the others in his group. Of course, they wouldn't expose him at this time. "Are you heading back now? The daily gray tide is approaching, and it's not a good idea to stay in the outer layer at this time." The great warrior glanced at Zhou Chengtian and said, "Although I don't have skills like true sight eye to see through your attributes, I feel you're not very strong. Don't be too greedy and always come to the outer layer." Zhou Chengtian nodded repeatedly. "Then let's go back together. How much gray crystal did you harvest today?" the young great warrior asked as they walked back. Zhou Chengtian's face contorted, and he sighed, shaking his head. "We harvested almost nothing." This was not a lie. All the gray crystals dropped along the way had fallen into Bai Xingqi's hands, so he had indeed harvested nothing. The young great warrior almost burst out laughing. Then, he seemed to realize it was inappropriate and quickly suppressed his laughter, waving his hand. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you, I just couldn't help it." He looked at them again and nodded. "Looking at you, you're not young anymore. At this age, if you're still at this level, you were probably life professionals before entering this gray realm, weren't you?" Zhou Chengtian nodded solemnly and replied, "You saw through. It's actually, I used to be a chef. When I first entered this gray realm, I could barely move. By the way, I see you're incredibly strong. What profession are you?" As soon as he spoke, Zhou Chengtian noticed the other person glaring at him with contempt. He was a bit confused, and the young great warrior had already started laughing. "Brother, you're not being honest. With my cool battle chi, it's obvious I'm a great warrior. Even if you were a life professional, you should have figured this out by now, right?" Zhou Chengtian lowered his posture, nodding repeatedly, and said, "Alas. Yes, I wasn't being sincere. You know, that monster just now was actually very agile. With a warrior's hit rate, encountering such a monster is a death sentence. The young great warrior became smug and said with a smile, but it's different for me. Do you know why? I was too afraid of being dodged, so I put all my points into hit rate, or rather, the dexterity attribute. You must know this, right? As they talked, Bai Xingqi and the others gradually learned about the Grey Realm. And under the guidance of the young great warrior, the group finally saw a vortex of light in the dense gray fog. Is this the portal you were talking about? Behind the young great warrior, Bai Xingqi looked at Zhou Chengtian. Although he didn't speak, his eyes clearly conveyed this meaning. In response to his inquiry, Zhou Chengtian and Wu Xiu both nodded subtly. At this moment, they gradually understood that people had likely been surviving in the Grey Realm all along, which was very different from what they had imagined. Since the young great warrior had misunderstood their origins, they were naturally happy to play along and follow him to investigate further. Be careful. After passing through this portal, you'll enter the inner layer, which is very different from the outer layer. The young great warrior said kindly, looking back at them, and then stepped into the vortex of light. In their eyes, the young great warrior's body sank into water and quickly disappeared. They exchanged glances, and finally, Bai Xingqi nodded. Zhou Chengtian and the others followed closely, stepping into the vortex of light. After everyone had disappeared into the vortex, Bai Xingqi looked around, remained silent for a moment, and then stepped in. As soon as he stepped in, a familiar feeling washed over him and his vision suddenly opened up. Bai Xingqi felt that his connection with the outer layer of the Grey Realm had become even weaker. The young great warrior looked at them with a smile as they emerged from the vortex of light. However, the smile on the young man's face at this moment was somewhat strange, bearing no resemblance to friendliness. The few people who followed him and also felt a jolt, clearly understanding something. They looked back and indeed found that the vortex of light they had entered through was gone. This meant that even if they wanted to return to the outer layer, they couldn't for the time being. The great warrior youth bared a row of white teeth and said with a smile, "Uncles and elder brothers, if it's convenient, could you hand over the gray crystals in your hands? Honestly, I don't really like gambling on the chance of kill drops." His smile didn't change as he continued, "Although I don't know which side you belong to, you wouldn't want to lose a resurrection opportunity here, would you? Little brother, what do you mean by that?" Zhou Chengtian asked, his face darkening, his brow furrowed. "Isn't it obvious what I mean?" The great warrior youth waved his hand, and several more people emerged from all directions. He smiled and said, "Don't move, this is a robbery. Do I have to spell it out so clearly? Aren't we all from the white camp, our own people? What's going on?" Wu Xiu quickly said. "Ha ha ha ha." Laughter echoed from all sides, and the great warrior youth, along with the others, almost doubled over with laughter. "Why would you think we are also from the white camp?" The great warrior youth sighed and shook his head, saying, "This area is a lawless zone that none of the camps control. It's generally the range of activity for us unaligned individuals. You have low skill levels but dared to come here. It would be a disservice to myself if I didn't harvest you." The people who had surrounded them all chuckled merrily. The great warrior youth continued to persuade them, "Resurrection opportunities are very precious. Be sensible, hand over all your gray crystals and then go back and tell your white camp people not to come here often in the future. This is not a place your white camp can operate in." Before Zhou Chengtian and the others could respond, Bai Xingqi stepped forward and asked with some curiosity, "We didn't state our identities at the beginning, so how did you determine we are from the white camp?" The great warrior youth laughed heartily and said, "Does that even need to be asked? People like you, besides the white camp, which other camp would have such weak individuals?" Although he was only a third-turn professional, he spoke of Zhou Chengtian, a fourth-turn professional, as being too weak. While Zhou Chengtian and Wu Xiu looked displeased, they had no way to refute him. If they were to have a one-on-one duel with this third-turn great warrior, they truly had no confidence in winning. The other two from the association wore even colder expressions. It was clear that they, too, had been categorized as weak individuals by the great warrior youth. This made them feel extremely uncomfortable. "Well, have you made up your minds? It's getting dark and we need to hurry home for dinner. We don't have time to bicker with you," the great warrior youth urged, as the individuals approaching from the sides had already completely surrounded Bai Xingqi and the others. Bai Xingqi was not in a hurry. He walked closer and asked the great warrior youth, "Brother, I have something to ask you. Do you know Baya? He's a fourth-turn archmage." As soon as the words left his mouth, they drew the great warrior youth's displeasure. He glared and reprimanded, "Don't call me brother, call me big brother. You little brat are so impolite." As he spoke, he reached out and slapped towards Bai Xingqi's face. It was evident that his previous honest and simple demeanor was merely a protective facade. Although he claimed to have put all points into accuracy, in reality he had also invested significantly in strength points. Although he didn't have a skill like True Sight, which could reveal an opponent's specific attribute values, he believed he hadn't put too much force into that palm strike and shouldn't have killed the opponent in one hit. As for making the opponent's head ring with a single slap, there was nothing he could do about that. If a brat was impolite, wasn't it only natural to teach him a lesson? Such thoughts crossed his mind only halfway through. As for why the thought didn't complete its full rotation, there was naturally a reason. It wasn't unwillingness, but inability. As he swung his large palm, the kid opposite him also extended his hand. But so what? The warrior class was inherently a profession with extremely high strength attributes, and he had specifically invested points in this area. In terms of sheer strength, he believed he feared no one. Then, their palms met in mid-air. Slap! A crisp sound rang out, and searing pain shot into his heart. The young great warrior's thoughts, which had only turned halfway, were interrupted by this piercing agony. Then, the opponent's palm passed over his broken arm and pressed directly onto his head. Bang! Gray mist erupted, and an irresistible force slammed the great warrior's entire body down, his head facing downwards, smashing into the gray ground. 4568521. A damage value of over 3 million flashed, and the young great warrior's head buzzed, leaving him momentarily stunned. So, big brother, can you answer my questions seriously now? With the opponent's head pressed into the ground, Bai Xingqi's lips moved slightly as he spoke calmly. Under the observation of true sight, Bai Xingqi could clearly see the length of the opponent's health bar. He had controlled his strength well, not sending the opponent to the resurrection point with a single blow. It had to be said that this young great warrior in the Grey Realm was indeed not simple. At only the third advancement, his health bar was 10 times longer than that of his peers in the outside world. The situation changed abruptly, and the surrounding onlookers were greatly alarmed, rushing forward in unison. The young great warrior was pinned to the ground by Bai Xingqi. Several gray-robed figures surrounding them rushed forward, launching attacks at Bai Xingqi. Zhou Chengtian and Wu Xiu's expressions changed. After exchanging a glance, they decisively fled into the distance. The other two from the association also exchanged glances in an instant, nodded, and fled as well. They chose a direction opposite to that of Zhou Chengtian and his companion. No matter what, they felt that staying by Bai Xingqi's side was too dangerous. Although the situation in the Grey Realm was mysterious, it couldn't be more terrifying than Bai Xingqi. The gray-robed youth, whose head was currently pressed into the ground, was proof of this. At this moment, Bai Xingqi had provoked the encirclement of the gray-robed inhabitants. They all felt that this was the best opportunity to escape. Bai Xingqi tilted his head slightly, glancing at them with cold, indifferent eyes. In the next moment, he ignored the gray-robed figures rushing towards him. Yellow light flickered on his body, and a longbow materialized in his hand. With the longbow in hand, he knocked an arrow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With incredible attack speed, a series of arrows flew from the bowstring. Although he hadn't used any bow and arrow skills, the barrage was more spectacular than any skill. The connected arrows were aimed precisely at the four fleeing figures. Zhou Chengtian and Wu Xiu were the first to be hit. Under the golden arrows, they had no possibility of resistance and instantly dissolved into white light. The remaining two from the association, both in terms of level and class, were much stronger and should have been able to hold on longer than Zhou Chengtian and his companion. However, Bai Xingqi's attack power was simply too immense. With over 10 million physical attack power, all beings were equal. The performance of the two from the association was not much better than the other two. They also instantly turned into white light under the arrows. Then, the golden longbow in Bai Xingqi's hand twisted, and in an instant, it transformed back into a massive two-handed greatsword. Its design was clearly the fine iron greatsword he was accustomed to. Gripping the sword, he swept it across, instantly bisecting the two fastest charging Grey Realm individuals, who vanished in a flash of white light. These two didn't even possess a lifelock, lacking the opportunity to enter a bloodlocking state. The two who charged slightly slower were terrified, forcefully halting their advance and standing rooted to the spot, trembling. They had thought their opponent was weak, only to discover a ruthless individual capable of pinning their teammates to the ground. They had expected to at least gain an advantage through sheer numbers, but instead, their opponent had dispatched two of their own with a single swing of his greatsword. It was abundantly clear that their group had stumbled upon a formidable opponent today. Can you answer my questions properly now? After a moment, Bai Xingqi, holding the golden greatsword, surveyed the remaining three and said, "From now on, I ask one question, and you answer one question. If even half a word displeases me, the greatsword in my hand will mercifully send you home. Big brother, please ask. We will tell you everything we know, without reservation." The three stood before Bai Xingqi like quails, heads bowed, obediently. The young great warrior no longer possessed any of his previous arrogance. "Good, then I'll ask you again. Do you know a person named Baiya, a fourth turn Archmage?" The three exchanged glances, and finally, the young great warrior spoke. "Of course, we know him. That Baiya is the leader of the White Camp." Bai Xingqi's heart jolted. Suppressing his excitement, he continued, "Tell me everything you know about how that happened." The young great warrior carefully chose his words and slowly began. "The entrance to the Grey Realm appears in various locations at irregular intervals. Whether Intentionally or unintentionally, someone always enters the Grey Realm through it. However, once inside the Grey Realm, the entrance disappears, making it impossible to return. Those who enter the Grey Realm can only live there. Furthermore, even if one dies within the Grey Realm, they do not revive in the cities of the outside world. Instead, they revive in a place within the Grey Realm called the Grey Pool. Of course, those without additional revival opportunities are utterly annihilated. Later, centered around several Grey Pools, more and more professionals gathered, establishing several factions which are the precursors to the current major camps. New professionals entering the Grey Realm naturally choose to join one of the camps. Baya originally belonged to one of these camps. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but I only know that Baya later became dissatisfied with the exploitation within his camp, left in anger, and many people left with him. They eventually established another camp called the White Camp, and Baya is one of its leaders. Of course, I'm not certain if this Baya is the Baya you're referring to. Although the White Camp was successfully established, its overall strength is, of course, far inferior to the other established camps. We hunters, naturally, prefer to hunt members of the White Camp. It's about picking on the weak, isn't it? I understand. Bai Xingqi nodded. The young great warrior's face flushed red, appearing somewhat embarrassed. No, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to mock you. Bai Xingqi said earnestly, picking on the weak is the safest and most reasonable way to survive. He pursed his lips and chuckled. It's just a pity that you clearly lack the discernment to judge the softness or hardness of the persimmons. Indeed, otherwise, how would they have fallen into the hands of this tough opponent? Bai Xingqi. Alright, enough idle talk. Now, take me to that White Camp. Bai Xingqi looked at the three of them and gave his orders. As soon as he spoke, the faces of the three changed drastically. The young great warrior exclaimed, Big brother, please don't. We've offended the White Camp so deeply. Going to the White Camp is like sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth. I heard that even within the White Camp there are people with tens of thousands of attribute points. After he finished shouting, Bai Xingqi still looked at him leisurely and said calmly, So, you're afraid of the people in the White Camp, but not of me? The answer was obvious. Taking Bai Xingqi to the White Camp would likely be sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth, and if discovered by the people of the White Camp, they would die a terrible death. But if they didn't take Bai Xingqi to the White Camp, they could choose to be resurrected and return immediately. It was a choice even a monkey could make. The young great warrior then, with a bitter expression, led Bai Xingqi forward with his two companions. Bai Xingqi had clearly told him that if the path was even slightly inaccurate, he would send one person to be resurrected. As for who would be sent first, it would be random. The three from the Grey Realm looked at each other, speechless for a moment. However, as Bai Xingqi had predicted, under each other's supervision, they indeed dared not lead him astray and honestly headed towards the White Camp. Soon, they arrived before another vortex of light. Looking at this vortex of light, a question suddenly arose in Bai Xingqi's mind. The previous vortexes of light disappeared after passing through them from one side. What's going on? In the Grey Realm, before the vortex of light, the three from the Grey Realm looked at Bai Xingqi and sighed helplessly. Bai Xingqi finally noticed this issue, which did not surprise them. After their previous conversation, they had already formed a certain guess in their hearts. That's right, this is a characteristic of the Grey Realm. The young great warrior no longer held onto any. He nodded and said, in the Grey Realm, once a teleportation gate is activated, it disappears for a very short period and will reappear after some time. Having said that, he looked at Bai Xingqi, hesitated for a moment, and finally made up his mind to ask, Are you someone who just came from the outside? Has the teleportation gate between the Grey Realm and the outside reopened? It was clear that if they had been in the Grey Realm before, they would not have been unaware of the rules regarding the changes in the Grey Realm's teleportation gates. At this point, Bai Xingqi was naturally too lazy to hide anything. He nodded and said, That's right, the teleportation gate has reopened, and I came from the outside. The young great warrior was overjoyed and eagerly asked, When did the teleportation gate reopen, and where is it located in the outer layer? However, this question did not receive an answer. Bai Xingqi looked at him coldly and said, Why do you think you are qualified to ask me questions? The young great warrior almost couldn't maintain his composure. In the end, he could only resign himself to continuing to lead the way. While leading the way, he thoughtfully explained, The layer we are currently in is the second layer of the Grey Realm, at least what we people consider the second layer. The previous layer was the first layer. The strength of the secret realm monsters increases as you go up from the first to the second layer. Bai Xingqi nodded and asked, Is that White Camp on this second layer? No, it's not. The young great warrior shook his head and said, All the resurrection Grey Pools we have discovered so far are on the third layer. Therefore, both the White Camp and other camps have set up their main bases on the third layer. Bai Xingqi asked again, Then where would those few people I killed earlier be resurrected if they wanted to revive? The young great warrior's heart trembled, and he replied, That's hard to say. If they had saved their progress in a Grey Pool, they would be resurrected in that saved Grey Pool. If it was their first time entering this gray realm, the resurrection gray pool would be random. At this point, the young great warrior naturally understood that those few people were also from the outside. No wonder, although their class was not low, their strength was too weak. Of course, the one in front of him was an exception. As the group moved forward, Bai Xingqi gradually learned a lot about the gray realm from the young great warrior. For example, the monsters in the gray realm, after being killed, only dropped gray crystals. After that, people in the gray realm obtained gray crystals. They did not need monster essences. As long as they carried these gray crystals to the gray pool, the gray crystals would be transformed into attribute crystals that could provide free attribute points to professionals under the baptism of the gray pool. And gray crystals naturally had quality distinctions. The monsters on the first level of the gray realm were relatively weak and generally only dropped the lowest quality gray crystals. The attribute crystals converted from them were also of the lowest quality, only providing one free attribute point. These gray crystals were called Tier 1 gray crystals by the people in the gray realm. Higher quality Tier 2 gray crystals had a chance to drop in the second level, and the converted attribute crystals could provide 5 free attribute points, and so on. Hearing all this, Bai Xingqi couldn't help but sigh inexplicably. This gray realm, in a certain sense, was somewhat similar to his magical training room. If professionals stayed in this gray realm for a long enough time and obtained a sufficient number of gray crystals, the strength of their attribute values would absolutely not be to be underestimated. In the future, in the gray realm, he absolutely could not let his guard down. Fortunately, according to the young great warrior, there were no facilities like job transfer temples in this gray realm, so job transfers could not be performed. Therefore, the job transfer level of professionals when entering this gray realm was the final level they could reach. Otherwise, if the people in the gray realm had powerful attribute panels and could transfer to classes with higher attribute growth rates, their strength improvement would obviously be astonishing. Of course, Bai Xingqi was not overly afraid. Although attribute crystals could indeed provide free attribute points to professionals, it required a large number of gray crystals as a prerequisite. Along the way, he had casually dealt with quite a few gray realm monsters and picked up some gray crystals, roughly estimating the drop rate of gray crystals. If his drop rate along the way was normal, then the efficiency of the people in the gray realm in farming gray crystals was not as astonishing as imagined. With his magical training room, he could clearly crush the people in the gray realm in terms of attribute farming. And the three people, including the young great warrior, clearly felt even more shocked as they witnessed Bai Xingqi's output. They had been in this gray realm for quite some time, and their own strength had become quite powerful. They had encountered many powerful professionals, but they were certain that none of the professionals they had encountered before were as powerful as the Bai Xingqi in front of them. In the gray realm, would anyone be his opponent? The three of them thought so and moved forward, finally arriving before another vortex of light. Bai Xingqi knew in his heart that this should be the portal to the third level of the gray realm. The young great warrior breathed a sigh of relief and said with surprise, "We're lucky, this portal hasn't been used for a short time, otherwise we would have to wait longer or go to the next portal location." Bai Xingqi nodded, looked directly at the three of them until the three of them sensibly stepped into the vortex of light, and he followed closely behind. Upon entering the third level of the gray realm, there were obviously great differences. The density of the gray fog here was even greater than the sum of the first and second levels. The speed of the three people in the gray realm slowed down. They told Bai Xingqi that in the third level of the gray realm, they had to act with extreme caution and absolutely could not rush blindly. Because the gray fog was too dense, with ordinary people's eyesight they could only see 7 or 8 meters ahead, and beyond that would be a gray haze. In this situation, blindly wandering around could easily lead them straight into a monster horde, and they wouldn't even know how they died. Bai Xingqi's vision was, of course, not limited to a 7 or 8 meter range. Possessing the true perception eye, he had an additional vision bonus in this dense gray fog. His outrageously high spirit attribute further amplified this bonus to a level unimaginable to ordinary people. While the three in the gray realm were only carefully scanning their surroundings within 7 or 8 meters, cautiously moving forward, his gaze had already fallen upon something 300 meters away. Clearly, something there had captured his attention. Gray realm, third level. Bai Xingqi's gaze fell 300 meters ahead, observing everything that was happening there, and he smiled with a knowing air. The three people leading the way in front of him inexplicably felt a chill down their spines, trembling inwardly, almost thinking that Bai Xingqi intended to silence them after leading them to the third level. But ultimately, nothing happened. They relaxed slightly and continued to move forward. However, they didn't notice that Bai Xingqi, who had been following them all along, had deliberately slowed his pace without them realizing it. The distance between them, initially within 2 meters, gradually widened, eventually reaching over 10 meters. If they had turned to look at that moment, they would have discovered nothing but dense gray fog behind them. Bai Xingqi had long since fallen out of their rear field of vision, hiding himself within the thick gray fog. The three were completely unaware, continuing to grope their way forward, following a certain direction. As they advanced, they maintained a triangular, defensive formation, constantly vigilant for any Grey Realm monsters that might appear. But strangely, they didn't encounter a single monster that usually hid in the grey fog today. Could it be that this area had just been cleared by someone else? Various thoughts arose in their minds, and they unknowingly walked several hundred meters forward. A wail reached their ears. The three were startled and immediately entered combat readiness, only to discover that not far ahead, a person was lying on the ground. The person lying on the ground was clearly not dead, but seemed to be in a state of peculiar severe injury and weakness. Besides that, scattered on the ground beside him were grey crystals. Each grey crystal was quite large, clearly not the low-quality grey crystals produced on the first level. Greed surged within the three. However, their remaining reason was not overwhelmed by greed. They suddenly remembered that the three of them had been brought here under escort. They were not free individuals. Even if there were a large number of grey crystals readily available in front of them, they couldn't possibly belong to them. Their spirits sank, and they instinctively looked back behind them. It was one thing to not look, but upon looking, their eyes widened in shock. The space behind them was empty. Where had Bai Xingqi gone? "Ah, hey, boss, are you still there?" the young great warrior called out softly. But clearly, there was no response. The three looked at each other, unsure of what to do for a moment. "I heard there are some predatory monsters hidden in the grey fog. Could that person have been taken by such a monster?" one of them said. The young great warrior rolled his eyes and said irritably, "What do you think?" Putting aside whether such a monster could deal with him, even if it could, and if he was dealt with silently, why are we three still standing here perfectly fine? He let out a sigh and continued, "Don't think about these unnecessary things. Doing what we were instructed to do is more important. If we're lucky, we might even save a resurrection opportunity." He walked forward and called out to the person lying on the ground from a distance, "Brother, what's wrong? Do you need help?" Although he shouted, he made no move to approach. In this grey realm, danger lurked everywhere, and as a hunter himself, he understood this all too well. Even though the man lay on the ground, seemingly on the verge of death, he dared not let his guard down. Who knew if the other party had deliberately set a trap to lure him closer? How often had he done such things himself in the past? If it weren't for running into a solid iron plate from the outside world, his gains today would have been considerable. His two teammates were no different. Though greed flickered in their hearts, they too did not rashly approach at this moment. Who knew if several burly men were hiding in the grey mist behind the downed individual? "Brother, not if you need help," the two called out from a distance. The three of them acted as if they hadn't seen the grey crystals scattered all over the ground, merely expressing their sincere concern for the fallen man. In reality, the three were far from being upright citizens. Who wouldn't pick up lost property? The man lying on the ground seemed to finally recover, saying with difficulty, "Brothers, I've been afflicted with a monster's negative status effect, and I can't move at all right now." The young great warrior looked at him from afar and shook his head, saying, "Then we probably can't help much. None of us are support classes, nor do we know any skills to clear negative status effects, let alone magic. Scrolls. You know, in this grey realm, anyone who still has scrolls on them nowadays must be a top-tier big shot." What he said was true. Apart from grey crystals, the grey realm produced no other raw materials. Some professional items were carried by the professionals when they entered the grey realm. These items were used one by one, and everyone cherished them dearly. "It's okay, then do you brothers have any healing potions? My blood potion is used up, and I'm constantly losing health due to the negative status effect. If this continues, my health bar might empty, and I'll die. Please help me, and consider these grey crystals on the ground as your reward." The man on the ground said urgently again, "Your health bar is about to empty?" The young great warrior wasn't in a hurry. He squinted at the man and asked hesitantly, "But why can't I see your health bar information?" The man on the ground said with some helplessness, "It might be because I've practiced stealth-type skills. I can't move at all right now, and even switching states or automatically displaying my health bar is impossible." Seeing that the three were still unmoved, the man sighed, saying with a hint of disappointment, "Forget it, I know your concerns. How about this? You can directly pick up these grey crystals and leave. Just throw me a bottle of healing potion before you go far." "That's too much trouble." One of the three leading the way finally lost his patience. He sneered, "I see you lying there is also tiring. I'll be benevolent and send you back to revive first. The sooner you go back, the sooner you can have dinner." As he spoke, the longbow in his hand was already fully drawn, and he shot an arrow straight at the man on the ground. The arrow was loosed and hit the target in an instant. However, although the arrow landed on the other party, it did not send him away as intended. Tisk, the man on the ground, finally shook his head and stood up from the ground. The arrow had dealt some damage, but it was not serious. "Everyone is shrewd now, this old trick won't work anymore," he said to the three leading the way as he bent down to pick up the grey crystals on the ground. "You are very cautious, but your vision is still too shallow. Did I really talk to you for so long just to trick you into getting closer?" He clapped his hands and called out, To the backs of the three, "Come out, you've been surrounding them for so long and all you found were these few scraps. It's boring. Hey, come out. What are you dawdling for?" He frowned and shouted, then he noticed something was wrong. Two lumps flew over with a bang and landed right in front of him. Taking a closer look, he saw it was his two teammates who had taken the opportunity to flank them earlier. This wasn't the first time. They had done this every time they had completed it perfectly and reaped considerable rewards. But now, these two teammates were thrown over like trash. Sigh. After a long while, the two teammates managed to stand up. Although their health bars had taken significant damage, they were clearly far from being killed. However, the two who stood up had faces full of panic. They instinctively wanted to turn and flee, but in the next moment, they stopped their raised legs. Because a voice came from the gray fog, echoing throughout the area, "If I were you, I wouldn't run." The voice, filled with coldness, came from the dense gray fog in the gray realm. The two involuntarily stopped in their tracks, frozen in place. "Who's there?" The person who had been lying on the ground, responsible for attracting attention, now faced the gray fog ahead and shouted loudly. In his hand, he was already gripping a greatsword. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be a swordsman. The figure in the gray fog walked step by step, appearing before everyone's eyes. The three leading the way looked, their hearts tightening, and then relaxing. The person who emerged was Bai Xingqi, who had inexplicably disappeared earlier. Thinking back, the opponent must have sensed everything that was about to happen and hid in advance to deal with it secretly. However, in reality, such an action was somewhat redundant. Based on their understanding of Bai Xingqi's strength, the three in front of them, although quite strong, still couldn't pose any threat. Look, weren't those two just thrown out like dead dogs? Bai Xingqi's thoughts were naturally beyond their speculation. From the moment he saw the three ambushing from afar, Bai Xingqi had already formed some ideas. Matters concerning the Grey Realm clearly couldn't be solely heard from the mouths of the three leading the way. Although those three most likely wouldn't dare to deceive him, it was better to hear from all sides than to believe in one. Upon encountering new people in the Grey Realm, he decided to ask these three newcomers as well. Therefore, he very restrainedly controlled his attack, not sending these three directly back to resurrection. Of course, whether these people had any additional resurrection opportunities was even less of his concern. "Who are you, and which camp are you from?" Seeing that Bai Xingqi didn't answer, the person shouted again. Bai Xingqi, however, directly ignored his shouts and walked closer, his pure black medical needles surging like a tide. In the blink of an eye, the person found himself attacked by countless medical needles, his health bar about to be depleted. He was stunned. Having invested a lot in the Constitution attribute, he believed his health bar wasn't short, yet under the opponent's output, he couldn't even last a full second. Although he held a greatsword, he lost the courage to swing it. The opponent's skills seemed to be the third tier walking doctor of the physician class. Logically, he, a greatsword master, shouldn't lose to the opponent. However, in the Grey Realm, strength was never determined by class level. With such astonishing output, the opponent's attribute panel was clearly beyond his comprehension. Facing such an opponent, resistance was the most foolish act. Only by decisively surrendering could there be a possibility of surviving. "Big brother, stop. I surrender." The surging pure black medical needles suddenly stopped and then flew back to Bai Xingqi's side. The endless medical needles hovered around him, densely packed, forming a vast expanse around him, like a new night had descended, a shocking sight. Maintaining the yin-yang medical needles. In their initial state, Bai Xingqi's health bar had, under the effect of the ascetic medical body, grown to a length that surprised even himself. The ever-increasing pile of medical needles around him also amplified his attack burst to an unbelievable degree. No matter who it was, faced with countless pure black medical needles swarming them, they couldn't last even a second. The reason the person before him had survived was simply because Bai Xingqi had long since assessed his health bar and consciously controlled the number of attacking needles. Glancing at the others, he coldly stated, "I have something to ask him first. You all stay here and don't move." With that, he ignored the others, picked up the three-turn great swordsman before him, and in just a few strides disappeared into the dense gray fog. The vision of those left behind was limited, and within moments, Bai Xingqi's figure was no longer visible. However, their moods were clearly heavy. The two groups stood facing each other, lost in thought, having long since abandoned any thought of fighting. The feeling of fate not being in one's own hands was truly terrible. Not long after, the gray fog stirred, and Bai Xingqi emerged. "You, come with me." His gaze fell upon another person, and he commanded. The man startled, his body trembling slightly, and he cried out, "What about him? What did you do to him?" Of course, he wasn't concerned about the fate of the previous person, only worried that the same fate would befall him. Come with me and answer my questions properly. If even one word is a lie, you'll know the consequences." Finally, after a series of interrogations, Bai Xingqi obtained the information he sought. As he had separated these individuals within the gray fog for questioning, preventing any communication between them, the reliability of the information should be very high. "Let's go, all of you, come with me, to the white camp." Upon hearing this, the three who had been ambushing them exclaimed, "Big brother, didn't you just say it's very dangerous over there? Why do we have to go now? Can't we wait a few days? We'll definitely take you there without a second thought then." "What do you mean the white camp is dangerous?" The three guides who had accompanied him from the first floor frowned. One of them retorted, "You three, don't spout nonsense. Although the white camp is the relatively weaker of the camps, it's still a safe zone with a gray pool. How could it be dangerous?" The three turned. Great Swordsman, who had been lying on the ground earlier, became agitated. He glared at the trio of guides and said urgently, "You don't understand anything. Do you know what happened on the fourth floor? What good is the white camp? It's located not far from the exit of the fourth floor, making them the first to bear the brunt. Coupled with other camps taking the opportunity to cause trouble, it's likely that in a few days, the white camp will cease to exist in this gray realm." The fourth floor. What happened on the fourth floor? The faces of the three guides changed. They wanted to ask for more details, but Bai Xingqi's cold voice cut them off. "You just need to lead me there properly. You need to understand one thing. I am not asking for your opinion." The three guides and the three ambushing individuals were instantly silenced, no longer daring to voice any opinions. Finally, the two groups, together, set off towards the location of the white camp. Bai Xingqi followed behind, his indifferent gaze never leaving them. It was clear that these people were not lying, and the direction they were leading was correct. At first, the guides were trembling, behaving more obediently than good children. But after walking for a while, they found that Bai Xingqi behind them wasn't interfering much, and their moods gradually relaxed. The two groups even had the leisure to chat with each other. "Buddy, what exactly happened on the fourth floor? Wasn't it fine before?" "Yeah, what happened?" "Heh, what's the rush? You'll know when you see it. Stop beating around the bush and tell us quickly," one of them urged. "Alright, listen up. The portal between the fourth and third levels is out of control, and a large number of monsters have rushed through to the third level. What do you think will happen?" "Holy crap, the monsters on the third level are already hard enough to deal with. The fourth level monsters are even more so. Are we just going to foolishly run to our deaths?" The person who spoke was met with cold stares from the others. "If we don't go, what's the alternative? Can the monsters from the fourth level send us back to resurrection, but the ones behind us can't? Or do you want to be resurrected and go back early?" No matter how unwilling they were, under Bai Xingqi's coercion, they could only continue forward. They cleared out quite a few more monsters along the way, and the gray mist ahead began to thin. The location of the Bai camp was clearly drawing near. It looks like nothing has happened. Were you guys lying to us before?" one person exclaimed with a hint of surprise, casting a suspicious glance at the ambush trio. The ambush trio, seeing the remarkably calm atmosphere, was actually a bit surprised themselves. The rank 3 great swordsman was utterly perplexed. "That's not right, it wasn't like this before. Could it be that the monsters that rushed out have all been cleared? But with so many rank 4 monsters pouring out, it was impossible for the Bai camp to clear them all so easily, unless the other camps helped out. But at this moment, the other camps were already eager to kick the Bai camp while they were down. How could they possibly offer a helping hand?" The unexpectedly calm atmosphere made him feel an unusual sense of dread, his legs feeling as if they were rooted to the spot, unable to move an inch further. "Why aren't you moving?" Bai Xingqi's indifferent voice came from behind. "Boss, the Bai camp is just up ahead. I really don't dare to go any further. I don't know what's happening up there, and I really don't want to lose a resurrection opportunity here. Please, boss, be merciful and let me go this time." The rank 3 great swordsman suddenly began to beg for mercy. Bai Xingqi glanced ahead, his vision extending further through the mist that had clearly thinned considerably. Then, his gaze fell upon the person in front of him, scrutinizing him as he spoke. "Let you go? It's not impossible. After all, whether you live or die is of no importance to me. But what will you offer in exchange for your life?" His tone was utterly cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The rank 3 great swordsman, locked in his gaze, felt a terror akin to being stared down by a ferocious beast. However, he understood the implication of Bai Xingqi's words. He could live, but he had to pay a price. And what were the good things in the gray realm? He didn't need to think twice. Gritting his teeth, he took out a large amount of gray crystals from his backpack space. These gray crystals were the earnings of several days, which he had planned to convert into attribute crystals to improve himself. Now, he could only use them as payment for his life. "Is that all you have?" Bai Xingqi's face was stern, his eyes still filled with coldness. "Boss, I truly have nothing else. This is all the gray crystals in my backpack. Otherwise, I'll even give you this greatsword." The rank 3 great swordsman said this casually, not expecting the boss in front of him to actually nod with a glint in his eyes. He said, "That's good. I think that bracer you're wearing looks pretty good too. Take it off and give it to me." The rank 3 great swordsman was stunned. After a long while, he finally came to his senses and stammered, "Boss, these are just useless trinkets. They won't be of any help to you. Whether they are useful or not is my concern. Just hand them over." Bai Xingqi was impervious to reason, and in the end, the three-turn great swordsman could only wear a bitter expression as he handed over a large amount of grey crystals and all his equipment to Bai Xingqi. From the greatsword to the wrist guards and all the other equipment on his body, Bai Xingqi didn't intend to let any of it go. The others met the same fate. By then, the remaining few looked at the great swordsman with eyes full of resentment. If looks could kill, the great swordsman would have been resurrected and sent back long ago. Big brother, can we go now? Let's go. Bai Xingqi waved his hand, no longer paying attention to the others, and walked forward. Behind him, the few whose backpacks were empty after being looted were now weeping tears. They had worked hard today, only to be back to square one. Bai Xingqi, however, was already far away. As far as he was concerned, it was only right to send those who dared to block his path and rob him to resurrection. However, whether to kill them or not made no difference to him now. Since he had received the compensation of grey crystals and so on, letting them go was not a big deal. At this moment he was much closer to the white camp, and looking from afar he could even see the scene inside clearly. Unlike those few, his eyesight was very powerful, and in this area where the grey fog was thin, his field of vision was even wider. At this moment, a professional, holding a heavy battle axe, was charging towards him. The axe had just been raised, but before it could fall, he stopped it with a single sentence. Uncle Qiao, you're swinging at the wrong target, it's to your left. A casual sentence, spoken at this moment, caused the axe-wielding man to freeze in shock. To his left, a figure suddenly appeared, and a sharp, short blade stabbed directly at his waist. The axe-wielding man only reacted then, shouting and fiercely swinging his axe to the left. But it was obvious from his movements that it was already too late. Before his battle axe could hit the other person, he would be stabbed several times in the waist by the other person. And it was obvious that this was not a pleasant experience. Swish swish swish. As the short blade stabbed, it even stirred up dense gusts of wind. Sharp pain pierced his heart, and the axe-wielding man couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, his axe-swinging motion becoming distorted. The figure decisively retreated, withdrawing from his attack range. Ha, Xiao Liang, how much longer can your health bar last? This strike of mine contains 4 kinds of poison. Doesn't the feeling of being poisoned feel bad? Amidst his triumphant laughter, a beam of light descended from the sky and landed on Xiao Liang, the axe-wielding man. Instantly, his precarious health bar rapidly recovered. It was the physician. Class skill, slow recovery. Xiao Qi, is that you? Xiao Liang's eyes lit up, and ignoring the figure who had just stabbed him a few times, he looked forward instead. Amidst his excited voice, Bai Xingqi took a few steps forward, entering his field of vision. It really is you, Xiao Qi, could it be? No, be careful of the rogue's sneak attack. In his excitement, he suddenly remembered something and strode towards Bai Xingqi. However, it was already too late. Behind Bai Xingqi, a figure suddenly appeared. Although it wasn't the person who had just ambushed him, it was also a rogue class professional with considerable threat. You dare? The axe-wielding man Xiao Liang's eyes widened in fury, and he shouted, almost unable to resist, throwing his battle axe forward. But the rogue was cunningly hiding behind Bai Xingqi, and under the dilemma of not wanting to harm Bai Xingqi, he couldn't throw his axe. TSK, the most precious physician class in the Grey Realm? I didn't expect your white camp to hide such a good thing. With a sigh, the short blade mercilessly stabbed his lower back. -1. Ha! The rogue was stunned. With a single stab, not only could he not break through the defense, but he couldn't even inflict a negative status effect? Then, he met Bai Xingqi's gaze as the latter turned towards him. Then, a palm covered his head and pressed down. An irresistible force surged, and the rogue-class individual found his face pressed into the ground. Boom! With a resounding thud, Bai Xingqi sighed leisurely. Why do you guys always like to stab people in the kidneys? The rogue-class individual on the ground felt his head buzzing. Adhering to the principle of eliminating healers first in combat, he had seized an opportunity earlier and directly stabbed the healer in the kidney. The outcome was tragic. Not only did he fail to harm the healer in the slightest, but he was now being held down by the head, enduring terrible damage. After all, the Grey Realm was different from the outside world. The strength of a professional here depended entirely on how much they had utilized attribute crystals. Even a healer, as long as they had invested enough points into strength, could possess an attack power surpassing that of a warrior, which was not uncommon. The healer possessing immense strength and attack power didn't surprise him. What did surprise him was that the healer's strength and attack power were excessively powerful. He had initially thought that compared to the 3-turn warrior on the other side, this healer would be easy prey. Unexpectedly, this healer turned out to be a tough nut to crack. If he had known this, he should have dealt with the warrior first. As he thought this, the warrior had already arrived before him, bringing his heavy battle axe down directly towards his head. Damage numbers popped up, and the rogue-class individual instantly dissolved into white light, being sent directly to resurrection. Holding the battle axe, Xiao Liang was startled and, after a long pause, mumbled, "My attack isn't that high." His attack was indeed not that high. At least, this strike was not intended to send the opponent to resurrection. It was just that Bai Xingqi's previous blow had already left the opponent with critically low health. With this battle axe from him, the rogue class individual, with only a sliver of health remaining, couldn't possibly survive. It really is you, Xiaoqi. How did you end up in this gray realm? Xiao Liang, upon closer inspection at this proximity, finally confirmed the identity of the person before him. As he spoke, he raised his battle axe again and executed a whirlwind slash around Bai Xingqi. However, this strike ultimately only cut through the air. The remaining rogue class individual had clearly not approached. Either they had fled upon sensing danger, or they were still hidden in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. Perhaps with outsiders still nearby. Bai Xingqi did not answer Xiao Liang's question immediately. Instead, he looked at the other person with joy and asked, "Uncle Qiao, where is my father? Is he with you too?" With that question, Bai Xingqi looked at him expectantly. Although his father had not established a guild, as a 4-turn archmage, he naturally had his own team. The warrior named Xiao Liang before him was a member of his father's team and had a very good relationship with his father. "Your father is certainly here, but things are a bit complicated today, and this might not be the best time. You should hide for now, and I'll take you to him after we've resolved this." Xiao Liang glanced at Bai Xingqi. Although he was still curious as to why he was in the Grey Realm, time was of the essence, and he didn't dwell on the matter too much at this moment. Out of concern for someone he had watched grow up, he didn't want this young man to fall into the current danger. However, as he spoke, he couldn't help but feel a bit conflicted, saying that, but since Bai Xingqi had already arrived in this area, where could he find a safe place for him at this juncture? Not to mention anything else, who knew how many insidious rogue class individuals were hidden within this thin grey mist. "What is it?" Bai Xingqi, of course, would not obediently listen. He asked, "Did another camp come to cause trouble? How do you know about the other camps?" Halfway through his sentence, Xiao Liang realized that Bai Xingqi in front of him no longer seemed like the little fellow he remembered. He couldn't gauge the depth of the other's strength at all. Although Bai Xingqi wasn't releasing any pressure, he vaguely felt that the person in front of him was not simple. Recalling how Bai Xingqi had slammed that rogue class user to the ground earlier, he suddenly realized that the other's strength might even surpass his own. "Looking at your skills, you've transferred to the physician class, right? What level are you now?" Bai Xingqi had only used slow recovery once before, which allowed him to know the other's class, but not his specific rank. "I'm level 3, Bai Xingqi replied with a smile. He had already seen through Xiao Liang's background with his true insight. This Uncle Qiao was still a level 3 rage warrior, just like back then. Level 3, good, very good. Judging by your performance just now, your attribute panel is clearly not weak either." Xiao Liang was overjoyed and laughed. "Good, since that's the case, why don't you come with me, and we'll take care of those sons of bitches together." Bai Xingqi, of course, agreed. He followed Xiao Liang forward. "Xiaoqi, listen to me. You don't need to rush to the front later. A healer class naturally doesn't need to rush to the front, but I still want to say a word," Xiao Liang said. As they walked, in the Grey Realm now, since various materials don't drop, all sorts of items are scarce, especially healing potions. It's a case of one used, one less. Therefore, the role of the physician class is unprecedentedly powerful. The white camp is just ahead. When I charge up, you'll be healing me from behind. With a dedicated healer healing me, let's see who dares to stop me. Is my father in the white camp? Bai Xingqi couldn't help but ask again. Bai yet isn't in the camp. He's leading a team to the entrance of the 4th level. He's going to resolve things over there. Xiao Liang shook his head and said, "What we need to do is protect this white camp and the grey pool within it, so they have no worries." Bai Xingqi understood his meaning. The grey pool was the anchor for the resurrection of professionals in the Grey Realm. It was precisely because of this grey pool that the white camp could exist. If the grey pool were captured, the white camp would likely cease to exist. At that time, Baiya and the others in front would have no retreat. It could be said that the task of guarding the grey pool was no less important than that of the people in front. Xiao Liang was one of those left behind to guard the grey pool. However, his professional abilities were more suited for offense, so he was responsible for clearing out attackers on the periphery. He had killed one person earlier but was played around with by 2 rogue class users, and he was quite angry. Now, with the addition of Bai Xingqi, a physician class user, he felt he could go on a rampage. Carrying his heavy battle axe, he strode back into the white camp. Bai Xingqi followed closely behind him, having already seen the rows of houses ahead. Although monsters in the Grey Realm didn't drop other materials, only grey crystals, it didn't mean that houses couldn't be built through means like logging. "Follow me." After entering the white camp, Xiao Liang became even more urgent. Holding his heavy battle axe, he ran like the wind. At the very center of the white camp was the strategic location, the grey pool. From a distance, the grey pool was surrounded by people. Xiao Liang let out a roar, swung his battle axe, and charged forward. "You sons of bitches, your grandpa is here again. Take this axe from your grandpa." Within the white camp, Bai Xingqi had also clearly seen the current situation. In front of him was a pool that continuously emitted grey mist, like a fountain. This was clearly the so-called Grey Pool. The Grey Pool was currently enveloped in a transparent magic shield with 7 or 8 people standing inside. Outside the magic shield, the number of people was many times greater, filling the view. Those outside were using various means to attack the magic shield, causing it to shake continuously. It was clear that if this attack continued, the shield would not last much longer. Xiao Liang, who had rushed over, also saw this, which is why he charged forward with his great axe in a hurry. Good heavens, you troublemaker outside are still alive? Are those 3 guys eating dirt? Outside the magic shield, everyone saw Xiao Liang charging towards them. Damn it, this magic shield can't be broken easily, so killing this guy first is the same. A rank 3 rage warrior, I wouldn't dare fight him if he went all out. Stupid, why are you fighting him one-on-one? With so many of us here, one normal attack from each of us would instantly kill him. The many professionals outside the magic shield actually stopped attacking the shield and collectively attacked Xiao Liang. This situation stunned the few people inside the magic defense shield. They shouted, crazy. Xiao, what are you doing? Run, we can still hold on. Big Xiao, have you lost your mind? Do you think you're an unkillable super blood tank? Don't be foolish, go find Baya quickly. If he doesn't come back, we'll all die. Are you sure you have extra resurrection chances? The shouts of the crowd did not affect Xiao Liang in the slightest. With a look of determined, frenzied laughter on his face, he held his battle axe without any intention of turning back. I understand what he means, we absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Inside the magic shield, someone said this, and had already taken out the last magic scroll from their backpack. The others also made various movements, intending to seize this opportunity to do something drastic. After all, this opportunity was bought with crazy Xiao's sacrifice. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Liang charged into the crowd with his battle axe. His opponents were at least tens of times more numerous than him, with more than half of them being melee attackers and the other small half being ranged attackers. Kill! He shouted, and his battle axe spun like a whirlwind, already unleashing his usual whirlwind slash skill. Although there were many people present, very few could match him in terms of raw strength. The truly powerful individuals from the several camps had all gone to the entrance of the 4th floor. He was confident that even if this axe strike didn't kill anyone, it would at least cause chaos among this group, creating an opportunity for the people inside the shield. Naive, you really think you can leave after coming here? Someone sneered and decisively launched an attack on him. The sound of a bowstring being drawn, the sound of magic chanting, and the sound of melee weapons cutting through the air all rang out at this moment. Xiao Liang instantly became the target of everyone's attacks. Even if his health bar were twice as long, he would never be able to survive such concentrated attacks. As expected, in less than a second, many attacks had already landed on him. His health bar plummeted like an avalanche, dropping a significant portion instantly. As a rage warrior, he favored output, with most of his points allocated to strength, making his health bar only average. Perhaps, after 2 seconds, his health bar would be depleted and he would fall to the ground. A tremor of fear ran through his body, making Xiao Liang even more frenzied, and he swung his battle axe with even greater force. He thought he would at least take a few squishy targets with him. In his enraged state, his burst damage would greatly increase, and it might not be impossible to achieve this. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He suddenly felt the battle axe in his hand become much lighter, and the speed of his swings increased by an unknown amount. A fragile class user screamed, trying to retreat, but in an instant, their health bar was cut to nothing, making their retreat impossible as they vanished into white light. Xiao Liang's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately felt the change in his body's condition. It was clear he had been given a support skill. Although the white camp had healers, none possessed barefoot healing, so he didn't know that Bai Xingqi had just applied an acupuncture needle to him. Bai Xingqi's LV5 acupuncture needle directly increased all his attributes by 60%, not only boosting his health bar and attack power but also significantly enhancing his attack speed. Is there a support? A voice called out from those surrounding Xiao Liang. Never mind, let's take him down first. What good is a mere support? Once his health bar drops, even several healers can't bring him back. Having lost a teammate, these individuals were clearly enraged. They disregarded Bai Xingqi, the support standing in the back, and focused on concentrating their firepower to eliminate Xiao Liang first. Their intention was not wrong in itself. It was just that they had encountered Bai Xingqi. A white light descended from the sky, instantly restoring Xiao Liang's health bar to full. It was Bai Xingqi's rapid heal skill, one he rarely used. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he applied another slow recovery to Xiao Liang. His slow recovery had now reached LV7, and combined with his current spirit attribute, which was close to 200,000 points, the health he could recover per second had surpassed 1 million points. With such a healing rate, Xiao Liang felt as if he were immersed in a spring of life, warm all over, and brimming with a sense of security. Then, brimming with this sense of security, he raised his battle axe and, with a few swift swings, took down another fragile class user. Under the buff of acupuncture needle, his combat power was unprecedentedly strong. Shao Qi is such a powerful healer. With this thought, Xiao Liang decided to activate his Blood Rage state, which he usually dared not use, and unleashed his full output. In the Blood Rage state, his defense was halved, his health continuously dropped, and both his attack speed and attack power doubled, along with an armor penetration bonus. In short, it was a reckless output. Skill. In this state, he dealt heavy damage to others, and others dealt heavy damage to him. However, with Bai Xingqi's healing support, he had no worries, and the battle turned into a one-sided affair. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, Xiao Liang made the surrounding group cry out in agony. After effortlessly dispatching the enemies around him and watching the remaining ranged attackers being picked off one by Bai Xingqi's golden longbow, Xiao Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. It's over? That easy? Everything felt like a dream, too wonderful to be true. Bai Xingqi, however, had no time to marvel and quickly reminded him, Uncle Xiao, hurry and take me to the entrance of the 4th floor, beside the Grey Pool in the White Camp. Rage warrior Xiao Liang looked at Bai Xingqi, who was within arm's reach, his face unable to hide his surprise and joy. He knew, of course, that the smooth resolution of the recent battle was largely due to Bai Xingqi. He truly hadn't expected that the little brat from before had grown to such an extent. Yes, let's go help Baiya. At this moment, he wasn't blinded by the brief victory, he immediately thought of the other side. The situation there was clearly more critical. You guys continue to guard here, I'll be right back. Xiao Liang, carrying his polearm battle axe, called out to the few people within the magic shield and left with Bai Xingqi. The professional characteristics of those individuals determined that they were best suited for this kind of outpost defense work, and staying at the Grey Pool was the best option. Baiya had made the same arrangement earlier. The others understood this point, so they didn't say much, only calling out, Old Xiao, it's up to you. Show your might like just now and send those shameless people back to the respawn point. Xiao Liang's performance at that moment had truly amazed them, so much so that by the time they were ready to act, their targets were gone. While they knew the other person's support was indispensable, they weren't Xiao Liang himself, so they naturally wouldn't know the astonishing extent of Bai Xingqi's support abilities. Watching Bai Xingqi walk forward closely behind Xiao Liang, they couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. When did our White Camp gain another physician class professional? In this gray zone, physicians who could help heal were rare treasures. Seeing that the young physician's healing amount seemed quite good, with him providing support, the situation on Baiya's side should improve considerably, shouldn't it? They couldn't help but worry. This turn of events could be said to have decided the fate of the entire White Camp. If they lost this battle, then the people of the White Camp would also face a terrible end. Bai Xingqi followed Xiao Liang all the way forward. This time, he cast the acupuncture needle skill on both of them, greatly increasing their running speed. But even so, by the time they reached their destination, the sky had already darkened. Where is everyone? Xiao Liang, upon arriving at the destination, was dumbfounded. He had expected to see a fierce battle in progress, but there was nothing of the sort. The scene before him was calm, with not a soul in sight. Could it be that they've all entered the 4th level? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Xiao Liang had already considered this possibility. However, Baiya had fought valiantly only to block the monsters attacking from the 4th level. Now, they had charged into the 4th level themselves. What did that even mean? And how did the people from the other camps also enter the 4th level? Xiao Liang was utterly bewildered by all that might have happened. The entrance to the 4th level has disappeared, and Baiya and the others are nowhere to be seen. It's highly likely they've all entered the 4th level. Xiao Liang shared his guess with Bai Xingqi. Bai Xingqi frowned and nodded, saying, Uncle Xiao, you wait here. I'll go check the surroundings. Don't be rash. There might still be people lurking around. Xiao Liang tried to dissuade him, but Bai Xingqi had already moved far away. He shook his head, sighed in the end, and said no more. In the previous battle, he had personally experienced the power of Bai Xingqi's healing methods. In his opinion, whether Bai Xingqi's output ability was strong or not was another matter, but with such healing capabilities, as long as he was careful, he basically didn't have to worry about dying unexpectedly. At the very least, he could hold on until his own rescue. He then felt at ease and carefully observed the surroundings, trying to find even the slightest trace of what had happened. Bai Xingqi, however, had already circled the area and walked a considerable distance outward. Earlier, near the White Camp, the gray mist had thinned considerably, and everyone's vision was quite wide. Although his vision was slightly better than others, the advantage wasn't particularly significant. But now, they were outside the White Camp, near the entrance to the 4th level, and the gray mist was noticeably denser than before. Coupled with the dimming sky, anything more than a few meters away was completely obscured. At such a time, it was precisely Bai Xingqi's domain. Xiao Liang's assumption that everyone here had entered the 4th level was not entirely accurate. With his exceptional eyesight, Bai Xingqi immediately spotted several people hidden within the gray mist. However, while he could see others, others could not see him. He was not of the thief class, yet as he moved through the dense gray mist, he was like an elf in the dark night, silently appearing behind two people. The hushed voices of the two men drifted over. I didn't expect Bai Ying's strength to be so formidable, to be able to hold their ground for so long against the monsters surging out of the 4th level. Exactly. If their leader's main focus hadn't been on dealing with the 4th level monsters, I doubt our few camps would have been able to suppress them so easily. You can't say that. Bai Ying was being targeted, so of course they had to fight desperately. Our camps were holding back, giving each other space, so it's normal that we couldn't suppress them immediately. Alas, their luck was truly incredible. Even if our camps hadn't gone all out, we could have slowly worn down Bai Ying's fighting strength here. Who would have thought the entrance to the 4th level would suddenly change? There's no point in talking about it now. The entrance to the 4th level suddenly expanded, engulfing everyone nearby. It's fortunate we were a bit further away, otherwise we would have been caught too. Each camp should have some people left outside. Let's be careful, don't let anyone take advantage of us. When it gets completely dark, if that entrance doesn't reappear, we'll have to return to camp. Bai Xingqi stood not far behind the two men, hearing their entire conversation. He already had a good understanding of what had happened here previously. Therefore, there was no need to keep these two alive. The moment the two in front of him stopped talking, Bai Xingqi made his move. A dense swarm of pure black medical needles, like piranhas lurking underwater, surged towards the two men ahead. Ha! Something feels a bit off? Ugh, I'm feeling a chill down my back too. The two men in front suddenly felt something peculiar, but it was already too late. Since Bai Xingqi had decided to act, let alone the fact that they were caught off guard, even if they had been fully prepared, nothing would have changed. The astonishing number of pure black medical needles struck, and the two men simultaneously dissolved into white light. Bai Xingqi noticed that one of them didn't even have a chance to revive, perishing completely. Clearly, this person had already used up their extra revival chances. He didn't feel much emotion about this. Since those people dared to come here, they should accept the consequences. After lightly dispatching the two men, Bai Xingqi didn't stop, heading in another direction. Within the gray mist, coupled with the dimness of the sky, Bai Xingqi at this moment transformed into a grim reaper harvesting souls. Although there were many people from the other camps left outside, they couldn't make any ripples against Bai Xingqi's active hunting, rapidly and silently vanishing. Before long, all the professionals within a few hundred meters had been cleared by Bai Xingqi. This was even after he had spent some time confirming their identities, otherwise the clearing efficiency would have been even higher. And it was clear that all the people gathered around were from other camps, not a single person from Bai Ying was present. This meant that everyone from Bai Ying, led by Bai Ya, had been dragged into the 4th level during the earlier expansion of the entrance. Who? In the grey mist, Xiao Liang warily swung his battle axe. Uncle Qiao, it's me. Bai Xingqi reminded him, walking back to Xiao Liang's side with a wry smile. This Uncle Qiao had his alertness, but he always seemed to be using it in the wrong place. In their two meetings, he had tried to chop him with an axe. What kind of grudge was this? It's you. How? Was it around here just now? Did you encounter anyone else? Xiao Liang tried to lower his voice and said, why don't you wait here, and let me go? Check around? My axe is quicker at chopping people, and I just need that auxiliary skill that boosts all attributes again. What he was referring to, of course, was that acupoint needle strike that Bai Xingqi had cast on him. After experiencing it once, he was truly hooked, feeling a sense of addiction. However, Bai Xingqi simply shook his head and said, no need. I've already cleared out the surrounding riffraff. The problem now is this 4th level entrance. He frowned and asked, Uncle Qiao, based on your understanding of this gray realm, after the 4th level entrance disappeared, will it reappear in the same spot? And how long will it take to reappear? Such questions were met with a wry smile from Xiao Liang. To be honest, I'm not sure about that either. Xiao Liang shook his head and said, the entrance patterns for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels were all the same. I thought the 4th level would be the same, but as you can see, the changes in the 4th level entrance have already exceeded my expectations. Sighing, he continued, whether the 4th level entrance will reappear, how long it will take, or if it will appear elsewhere, I have no idea. All we can do now is wait. If that doesn't work, at the very least, we must ensure control of the Grey Pool. Bai Xingqi understood that Xiao Liang was preparing for the worst-case scenario. If the 4th level entrance didn't reappear in a timely manner, those who had entered the 4th level might respawn in the Grey Pool. Ensuring control of the Grey Pool was the most crucial fallback in such a situation. Both of them wore grim expressions, clearly hoping to avoid reaching that point. They both knew that not everyone who entered the 4th level might have an extra chance to revive. If they had already used up their revival chances, those individuals would be lost forever. Bai Xingqi wasn't sure if his father still had any extra revival chances after being in the Grey Realm for so long. But things didn't ultimately lead to the worst outcome. Just as the two finished speaking, the surrounding gray mist began to surge. Beams of light started to converge, and a dim vortex of light gradually took shape. From the looks of it, the 4th level entrance that had disappeared was about to reappear. Step back a bit, let's see what's happening, Xiao Liang said, signaling Bai Xingqi to retreat. After all, the other party had spent a long time in the Grey Realm and possessed extraordinary experience. Bai Xingqi, being new to this, decided to follow his advice. The two quickly retreated, clearing space for the vortex of light. The vortex of light gradually intensified, from thin and dim to dazzlingly bright. In the next moment, a panicked cry rang out, and a figure rushed out of the vortex of light. "Help!" The figure shouted loudly, their voice filled with despair. Amidst the cries, a soul-stirring roar sounded almost simultaneously. A four-legged monster, closely following the figure, lunged from behind, its maw wide open, ready to bite. Everything happened incredibly fast, but the two outside the vortex of light were prepared. At that moment, they both acted, attacking the four-legged monster. In this critical moment, Bai Xingqi even had the spare time to cast Swift Heal, instantly restoring the other party's nearly depleted health bar. Roar Xiaoliang's battle axe had already landed on the monster. With the boost from Acupuncture Strike, his attack power was unprecedentedly strong. However, this blow didn't inflict significant damage on the monster. The monster, roaring, continued its relentless pursuit of the figure. "Damn it, the monsters on the 4th level are too resilient," Xiaoliang cried out inwardly, watching helplessly as the monster pressed forward. However, in the next moment, this ferocious monster suddenly shuddered and dissipated into light. Bai Xingqi, watching the monster vanish, remained calm. In that instant, the pure black medical needles surged like a tide, with tens of thousands of them attacking simultaneously. Even this powerful four-layered monster couldn't withstand it for even a second longer. A light cluster fell to the ground containing a gray crystal the size of a fist. "Whoa, first time seeing such a big gray crystal. It's probably worth 20 attribute points," Xiaoliang exclaimed in shock. The person who had been rescued suddenly awoke, stopped abruptly, and with nimble movements, bent down, attempting to snatch the gray crystal into his hand. However, his palm was repelled by the light cluster. He couldn't touch the gray crystal at all. Even within the gray realm, the ownership of dropped loot still followed the rules of the outside world. This monster was killed by Bai Xingqi, so the dropped item belonged to him, and no one else could lay claim to it. Only after 5 minutes, when the light cluster's protection disappeared, would the dropped item become ownerless and available for anyone to pick up. Seeing the man reach for the gray crystal, Bai Xingqi frowned slightly, feeling displeased. After all, he and Uncle Qiao had saved his life. Instead of showing gratitude, his first thought was to take advantage. Bai Xingqi's expression turned grim as he stared at the man and asked, "You escaped from the 4th layer. What's the situation inside?" "They're all dead. The monsters inside have all rioted and surrounded everyone. I was lucky, the portal just happened to refresh next to me. Others weren't so fortunate." The man seemed to be stirred by unpleasant memories, glancing back at the swirling vortex of light behind him, with lingering fear, then regretfully at the gray crystal on the ground that he could see but not touch. He then prepared to leave. "Uncle Qiao, is this person from the White Camp?" Bai Xingqi scrutinized the man and asked Xiaoliang. "No, I don't recognize him. He should be from another camp." "Damn it, what bad luck. Feels like we saved him for nothing," Xiaoliang pouted, clearly displeased. "It's fine. We'll send him off the same way we brought him back. It won't take much effort." Bai Xingqi shook his head. Without any visible movement from him, a large number of pure black medical needles, concealed by the dimming sky, pounced towards the man. Hearing Bai Xingqi's words, the man was startled and had already become wary. But, unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, his wariness was utterly useless. With a flash of light, he, who had not been killed by a monster, died under Bai Xingqi's medical needles. Bai Xingqi shook his head and stepped towards the swirling vortex of light. Xiaoliang was shocked and shouted, "Wait a moment." Bai Xingqi's face was resolute. "Uncle Qiao, you don't need to persuade me. I know the 4th layer is extremely dangerous, but I must go." "No, it's not." Under Bai Xingqi's slightly confused gaze, Xiaoliang rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "I'm not telling you not to go. We'll go together. I mean, this gray crystal can add 20 attribute points. It's a good thing, you can't just waste it like that. Don't you know how expensive things are when you have to manage them yourself?" Bai Xingqi finally remembered that he had forgotten to pick up the loot. He had almost suffered a huge loss. A gray crystal that could provide 20 attribute points was something he certainly wouldn't waste. He casually picked up the gray crystal from the ground, and the two of them stepped into the swirling vortex of light almost simultaneously. Gray Realm, 4th layer. Monsters surged from all directions like a tide. There were agile monsters as small as rats and massive monsters as large as mountains. Without exception, these monsters were terrifyingly strong. Ding Yufeng swung his long-handled great hammer with all his might, forcing back a charging monster, barely managing to catch his breath. In a rare moment of respite, he looked towards a figure to his front left. The figure stood like a mountain peak, the tip of its staff flashing incessantly, releasing spells of various elements. Thanks to this figure, these individuals were able to hold their ground and find a defensible position, allowing them to persist until now. However, could the Archmage maintain his mana reserves? From the start of the battle, he had been unleashing magical skills without pause. Although they were all quick-cast, non-high-level skills, the consumption of mana was very real. In this gray realm, consumables like health potions and mana potions were scarce. Without replenishment, how long could he last relying solely on natural mana regeneration? Brother Bai, you should lead everyone to breakthrough. I'll cover the rear. Ding Yufeng shouted towards the figure, then swung his hammer again. Boom! The charging monster was clearly powerful. With this swing, his arms went numb from the recoil. It's pointless. Don't worry, my skill configuration is different from other mages who focus on burst damage. I can sustain combat far longer than others. Fighting for another hour is no problem. The figure shook its head upon hearing the shout and said, this position is one we found with great difficulty. The monsters can only attack from the front, which is the best case scenario. The portal location is still undecided, so a blind breakthrough is not advisable. Alright, you have a point. We'll listen to you then. Ding Yufeng chuckled coldly and said, those guys from the other camps who wanted to take advantage of the situation have now gotten themselves into trouble. At worst, we'll all just revive back. If everyone loses, then no one really loses. Who says we lost? A female professional beside him chuckled lightly, picking up a gray crystal the size of a fist from the ground. She smiled, we've earned so many gray crystals this time, we've actually made a huge profit. With Brother Bai leading us, we'll definitely get back safely. What are you worried about? A chorus of agreement echoed nearby. Clearly, the number of professionals trapped here was not small, and they all had considerable confidence in Baya. The one they placed their hopes on, Baya, was the very person whose staff was continuously unleashing spells of all elements. He maintained a smile on his face, but inwardly he sighed softly, his heart heavy. After a while longer, he finally made a difficult decision. Gritting his teeth, he said, I still have some attribute crystals here. Everyone come closer and use them. Your attribute panels should improve a bit, making the upcoming battles much easier. As he spoke, he continued to cast various magical skills while slowly retreating. All along, despite being an archmage, he had not hidden behind his teammates but had stood at the very front of the formation. This was something almost unimaginable for a mage, yet for him, it was done as a matter of course. Brother Bai, those attribute crystals are what you've been saving all this time for little Chi. How can we use them? That's right. No matter how much I struggle, I can't think of such a thing. I still have some leftover attribute crystals. Brother Bai, you should use them. The attributes will be much more useful on you than on us. Exactly, I have some attribute crystals here too. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't say, but using them with Brother Bai is definitely a profitable investment with no downside. For a moment, everyone present spoke up, but their words clearly indicated they had no intention of following Baya's suggestion. During their time in the Grey Realm, they had all witnessed firsthand how this Brother Bai had saved these attribute crystals. What you say is not without reason, but some things are more important than others. Let's not overthink it at this moment. Baya said, his expression touched, but he still maintained his opinion. That's not right. Just then, a healer-class professional exclaimed. He had been at the very back of the team, observing the entire situation and providing healing and support to his teammates. At this moment, with the clearest grasp of the overall situation, he suddenly noticed something unusual happening. The monsters have decreased, at least the monsters heading towards us have decreased. This wave of monster tide seems to be receding at an extremely fast pace. With his reminder, the others quickly noticed this anomaly as well. Indeed, there's no longer that feeling of monsters endlessly attacking. It feels like we have much more time to rest after repelling each wave of monsters. Could it be that people from other camps have repelled the monster tide? Impossible. Our camp can only barely defend itself by relying on the terrain. Even if other camps are slightly stronger than us overall, they absolutely cannot possess this kind of strength. If it wasn't other camps that repelled them, then could it be the effect of the darkening sky? Because it's getting dark, these monsters are rushing home for dinner? Wake up, we are these monsters' dinner. The crowd chatted amongst themselves, and in this tense situation, they surprisingly became relaxed. Baya naturally noticed this strange change. While maintaining a stable output of his magical skills, he said, we cannot let our guard down. You all hold your positions for now. I will slowly go out to take a look. If the monster tide has truly receded, then it's a good opportunity to search for the portal back to the third level. The rest of the group nodded, agreeing to his arrangement. However, as Baya finished off the remaining monsters in front of him and slowly moved forward a distance, the dense gray fog suddenly churned and a gust of wind rushed towards him. The wind was clearly brought by a heavy weapon, likely from a melee combat class. As a great mage, being approached so closely by a melee class professional was a very dangerous situation. But Baya was not flustered. The tip of his staff flashed with light and several spells instantly flew out. They were a small whirlwind, a small lightning bolt, and a small ice cone. In an instant he had cast 3 spells. These were clearly low-level magical skills, but when cast in quick succession, they achieved the desired effect. "Ah, you dare to electrocute me, you're looking for death," came an angry roar from behind the gray fog, indicating that the small lightning bolt had struck the opponent's metal weapon and the current had also affected the weapons. Oh no. The remaining small whirlwind and small ice cone both struck the weapon, forcing the heavy weapon to retreat. Baiya's immediate danger was resolved. During his time in the Grey Realm, due to the constant restriction of the Grey Fog, Baiya had focused his energy on various low-level magic. At this moment, he had reached the point where he could cast these small spells instantaneously. Although they lacked the powerful offensive capabilities of high-level magic, their ability to protect himself within the Grey Fog was far superior. This was also the confidence he had as a great mage to dare to fight on the front lines. "Old Xiao, is that you?" The sky was growing darker, mixed with the Grey Fog, making it impossible to see clearly even at this short distance. Baiya sensed something unusual from the familiar voice. The sound of the weapon swinging stopped, and a voice came from the Grey Fog opposite him. "Did I, Old Xiao, hit the wrong person again?" Xiao Liang was somewhat dejected. After entering the fourth level of the Grey Realm with Bai Xingqi, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have become a mere follower, and a follower who couldn't help at all. Originally, with his strength, he could still hack 2 monsters on the 3rd floor if he gritted his teeth. Once he reached the 4th floor, even a single monster would likely force him into a desperate battle. It wasn't that he was too weak, but rather the nature of his chosen specialization. The Rage Warrior was undeniably terrifying in terms of output when unleashed in combat. However, at the same time, their fragility was equally alarming. This combat style, which traded survivability for output, was naturally advantageous against weaker monsters, but against sufficiently powerful foes, if the battle couldn't be concluded quickly, he himself, having sacrificed most of his survivability, would likely be the one to fall. Baiya's decision to leave him to guard the Grey Pool likely took this into account. His self-preservation capabilities were too poor. Venturing to the 4th floor, teeming with powerful monsters, and being surrounded would likely result in him being the first to revive back. For the Rage Warrior class to achieve anything significant, they would either need an abundance of health potions for replenishment or a dedicated personal physician. However, within the Grey Realm, every physician was a treasure to the team. How could such a luxury of a dedicated healer be afforded to him? This time, venturing into the 4th floor, he was accompanied by Bai Xingqi, a physician with an overwhelming healing capacity, which filled Xiao Liang with joy. "Xiao Qi, remember to heal me later. Your uncle Xiao is about to go on a rampage." Gripping his battle axe, he strode forward with his head held high. "Monsters on the 4th floor, your grandpa Xiao is here. I'm going to take on 10 of you." Then, he realized he had overestimated himself. It wasn't that he wouldn't encounter monsters at all. In fact, the number of monsters he encountered far exceeded his wildest imagination. But then, who was that figure in front, wielding a gleaming greatsword, cleaving through monsters like harvesting wheat? Was that really Bai Xingqi, who had been following him, had excellent healing skills, and was a physician? Why was the demeanor displayed by his great-nephew so completely beyond his expectations? "Xiao Qi, Xingqi, brother Qi, leave at least one for old Xiao." Xiao Liang quickly rushed forward, brandishing his battle axe. But unfortunately, he couldn't even get a taste of the spoils. Once Bai Xingqi got serious, no matter how strong the monsters on the 4th floor were, they were no match for him. Although the weapon formed by golden holy light had no additional attributes, its inherent attack power was already immense, dealing nearly 10 million damage with a single strike. Not to mention the attacks from yin-yang medical needles and the demon repellent gauze attached to them. It was no exaggeration to say that these 4th floor monsters were utterly incapable of withstanding even a single blow from him. No matter how fast Xiao Liang rushed forward, he could only watch as the monsters dissolved into white light. Bai Xingqi, however, was getting addicted to killing and pressed onward. The monsters seemed to sense him as a formidable opponent, surging towards him in waves. Along the way, he had slain countless 4th floor monsters and rescued numerous professionals from being surrounded by them. However, his efficiency in killing was so high, and he moved on so quickly after each kill, that while many professionals were astonished by the disappearance of the monsters, they had no idea that it was all Bai Xingqi's doing. In the dense grey fog and dim sky, Bai Xingqi's vision held a distinct advantage, and he quickly found his direction. By the time he finally stopped, Xiao Liang, who had been feeling stifled all along, finally rushed out from behind him and swung his axe towards the grey fog area ahead, which had changed. Based on his years of experience living in the Grey Realm, monsters must have charged out from there. After killing so many monsters along the way, was that kid finally tired? Alright, now it's old Xiao's stage. All sorts of passionate lines surged in his heart, and at this moment he felt that the strength with which he swung his battle axe was much greater than before. "Monsters, take my life." Then, there was a flash of electricity, and a whirlwind and ice cones knocked his battle axe askew. As the current from the battle axe numbed his body, a familiar voice came from the opposite side. "Oh wow." The situation was decided, and Xiao Liang felt a bitter disappointment. He had worked Hard to get to this 4th floor, only to have no chance to show off at all, and he had come all this way for nothing? Old Xiao, is that really you? How did you get to the 4th floor? How are things in the gray pool, is it okay? Baiya, emerging from the gray mist, spotted Xiaoliang at a glance, and the light at the tip of his magic staff quickly dimmed. He asked a string of questions, clearly very concerned about the current situation. On the 3rd floor. Good, very good. Although it was a bit sad to have no use for his skills, Xiaoliang was very happy to have successfully reunited with Baiya. By the way, I brought Xiao Qi to see you. Xiao Qi? Baiya's face twitched, and he instinctively looked behind Xiaoliang. At the same moment, the gray mist behind Xiaoliang surged, and Bai Xingqi emerged from it. Father. 2 low words emerged from Bai Xingqi's throat. When he first arrived in this world, he was incredibly weak, completely lacking the ability to survive. It was this man who gave him the protection he needed most. Although they were not related by blood, the man before him was worthy of those 2 words. Xiao Qi. Baiya's entire body trembled uncontrollably, speechless for a long time. How did you get here? After a long while, Baiya walked up to Bai Xingqi, patted his shoulder, and tried his best to calm his excitement. I came to find you. Baiya's eyes trembled. He understood perfectly what those few words contained. Clearly, since he had been trapped, this idea had been planted in the other's heart. And to reach this point, the process must not have been simple. Baiya, you have no idea how powerful Xiao Qi has become. On the way here, old Xiao almost couldn't snatch monsters from him, Xiaoliang exclaimed, loudly and exaggeratedly from the side. Baiya looked at Bai Xingqi deeply again and nodded solemnly. Although he couldn't see the specific attribute panel, he could clearly feel Bai Xingqi's strength. This was unreasonable, but he didn't ask why, and instead smiled broadly. Good, very good. I happen to have some attribute crystals left for you. After you use them, you can take another step forward. Just as Baiya was about to take out the attribute crystals from his backpack, Xiaoliang shook his head. Baiya, don't get carried away with joy. What about them? Have they all revived and gone back? If so, we don't need to wait for them. Only then did Baiya let out a soft sigh, calming down from the excitement he hadn't felt in a long time. It's you dead old Xiao, who has revived and gone back. A voice came from the dense gray mist behind Baiya at just the right moment. These people were worried about Baiya, and seeing that the monsters had completely dispersed, they all followed. After the group reunited, they immediately saw the suddenly appearing Xiaoliang and Bai Xingqi in the formation. Although they couldn't chat in detail in their haste, they quickly figured out the relationship between Baiya and Bai Xingqi. Some of them were old teammates who had been following Baiya, and they were incredibly surprised by Bai Xingqi's growth. Some of them were even about to take out attribute crystals as a welcome gift. In the end, Baiya suppressed them. It's getting dark, and we can't stay on the 4th floor for long. Let's go back first, one person in the formation said with a smile. Old Xiao was able to come from the 3rd floor, so there must be no danger on the way. Let's hurry back together and find a way to return to the 3rd floor. Xiaoliang was no longer happy, his face stiff. Ding Yufeng, explain yourself. What do you mean I can come over and there will be no danger on the road? We were the ones who rampaged and cleared the path, weren't we? Yes, you were responsible for the rampaging, and Xiao Qi was responsible for the killing. The sky grew darker. The members of the White Camp, led by Baiya, continued to explore the 4th level. As they advanced, Xiaoliang said regretfully, it's a shame. I was in too much of a hurry to rescue you all, so I didn't have time to deal with the guys from other camps along the way. They escaped a disaster. In fact, even if he hadn't mentioned it, the others in the White Camp were already feeling suspicious. Because, all the way here, apart from not seeing any monsters, they hadn't seen anyone from other camps either. It was as if, at some point, these people and monsters had vanished simultaneously. Back on the 3rd level, the portal suddenly expanded, teleporting all of us nearby to the 4th level. So, is there a possibility? Someone in the formation speculated that the portal reappeared at some point not long ago and absorbed all the nearby monsters and professionals? His speculation was clearly endorsed by everyone. Ding Yufeng nodded and said, what you said makes a lot of sense. Perhaps that's exactly what happened. It's just that because we were far away, the portal's expansion didn't reach us, which is why we weren't included. At this moment, Xiaoliang also nodded. Perhaps that's true. From the 3rd to the 4th level, the portal's location was the farthest from here. Along the way, we would have had to pass through the areas where people from other camps were located first. The group continued to move forward, exchanging information. Baiya said solemnly, let's not worry about that. We don't know what will happen after it gets completely dark. Let's spread out slowly and try to find the portal as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking and they were about to disperse, Baiya suddenly shouted, no need, follow me. The portal is this way. The reason was that at that moment, Bai Xingqi whispered in his ear that the portal had just respawned a few hundred meters to the right. The gray fog was thick and the sky was dim, but Bai Xingqi could see hundreds of meters ahead. Baiya himself couldn't see that far, but he accepted Bai Xingqi's words completely, without any doubt. although they weren't related by blood. Bai Xingqi was someone he had watched grow up. No one in the world could understand Bai Xingqi better than he did. He knew very well that Bai Xingqi was not someone who would speak carelessly. Just as he trusted Bai Xingqi, the others in the formation also had considerable trust in him. Without any extra words, everyone followed his lead and walked to the right. We need to run. The portal's light is starting to flicker. It's probably unstable and about to close. At Bai Xingqi's reminder, Bai Ye led his teammates to sprint forward. Although they hadn't seen any monsters so far, the team members were still a little worried. Several tough professionals rushed to the front. In any case, they didn't want their archmage, Bai Ye, to scout ahead. But this thought was clearly unnecessary. The group proceeded smoothly and safely reached their destination. This could be said to be the easiest few hundred meters they had traveled since entering the 4th level. Some even looked at Xiao Liang with an icy expression and nodded secretly. If the situation along the way had always been like this, it was no wonder that Xiao Liang had been able to reach them so unimpeded. After all, there were no monsters on the road, so there was no need to fight, and simply brandishing an axe would suffice. Because it was dusk and the gray mist obstructed his view, Xiao Liang couldn't see the expressions on their faces. Otherwise, he would have argued fiercely, insisting that Xiao Liang was not the type of person to slack off. Hurry up, the portal is flickering and about to disappear, someone shouted, and a professional quickly moved to the front. His body flickered, and he was already lying on the ground, transforming into a giant rock turtle. This was clearly a professional from the shapeshifter class. The giant rock turtle nodded to the people behind him and charged into the vortex of light. This was a tacit understanding that had been formed among the white camp for a long time. On the other side of the portal, people from other camps might be lying in ambush, but it was urgent to pass through the portal, so some precautions were necessary. The giant rock turtle form of that professional was clearly of the tough-skinned variety, making him the best choice to lead the way through the portal. Even if attacked by others, he would not be instantly killed in his giant rock turtle form. Be careful, Bai Ye warned, waving his hand casually. His magic staff flashed with light, casting 2 auxiliary spells on the giant rock turtle. Mages generally aspired to be mobile artillery platforms. It was rare for someone like him to also learn auxiliary spells. The next moment, with the addition of auxiliary skills cast by other professionals, the giant rock turtle, covered in buffs, rushed into the portal. Let's go. After counting 2 seconds in his mind, Bai Ye called out to the others to step into the vortex of light. Together, Bai Xingqi also followed closely. This vortex of light had a peculiar characteristic. It didn't look very large, but it could accommodate any number of people entering at the same time. As expected, the white camp's worries were not unfounded. As soon as Bai Xingqi stepped out of the portal, his vision was filled with various lights. Lightning, storms, blizzards, flames, earth, and a dense barrage of arrows, as well as various other attacks that were difficult to describe. In just a 2-second interval, the giant rock turtle that had passed through the portal first had its health bar precariously low. If it hadn't been for the various auxiliary skills cast on it beforehand, it might have already been revived by now. Facing this storm-like attack, the giant rock turtle harbored no illusions and decisively lay down on the ground, retracting its 4 limbs and head. Its entire shell seemed to merge with the ground. In the next moment, it truly seemed to merge with the ground, feeling as one with the earth. Its health began to recover on its own. Bai Xingqi's heart stirred. The situation of this giant rock turtle was similar to the Shield of Earth skill he had encountered. Both greatly increased defense when connected to the ground. However, the giant rock turtle before him was clearly superior to the Shield of Earth. In addition to the significant increase in defense, it also gained an outstanding life regeneration effect. While this defensive state would undoubtedly be extremely annoying to an opponent in a one-on-one fight, at this moment he was not the only one attacking him. A large number of attacks poured down, and even in this state, it clearly couldn't last for more than a few seconds. Attack! Without needing Bai Ye's command, the white camp members who followed closely also moved in unison. There were indeed many people from other camps, but the giant rock turtle had already absorbed a large wave of damage and consumed a round of their skills. Their side was not entirely unable to fight. Bai Xingqi also did not stand idly by. While keeping an eye on his father, Bai Ye, he raised his hand and cast a swift heal. +1265000 reached level 6 rapid healing, instantly restoring over 10 million health points, pulling the rock earth giant turtle's precarious health bar back to safety. The battle ended quickly. The white camp's overall strength was naturally inferior to the other camps, but the problem was, this time they had Bai Xingqi wielding a golden two-handed greatsword. With a torrent of pure black medical needles surging around him, he was like a ferocious beast, rampaging through the battlefield. Wherever he passed, those professionals were either swept away by a swing of his greatsword or engulfed by the surging flood of medical needles, instantly turning into white light and disappearing. The number of people he killed alone almost surpassed the entire white camp combined. The battle had barely begun when, to the astonishment of the white camp, the professionals from the other camps began to retreat in fear. Bai Xingqi didn't know when to stop and pursued them for a while longer. In the end, even his morphed golden longbow couldn't keep up, so he returned with a sigh of dissatisfaction. If only flying were allowed in this gray realm, he felt he could have wiped out all the invaders. Upon returning, Bai Xingqi noticed that the gazes of the white camp members towards him were no longer just filled with shock. It was a mixture of shock, terror, and a hint of fear. People are always unable to face power they don't understand with a calm demeanor. Brother Bai, your son is incredible. He might have surpassed his teacher. Someone exclaimed with admiration. Baiya was overjoyed, his smile stretching from ear to ear. He knew, of course, that Bai Xingqi's immense strength was not normal. But for a father, none of that mattered. The group soon returned to the white camp. Thanks to the earlier charge by Qiao Liang and Bai Xingqi, the gray pool in the camp was held securely and nothing untoward had happened. The day was excessively long, and Bai Xingqi spent the night in the gray realm. The next day, thanks to the information Bai Xingqi provided, everyone in the white camp was eager to return to the outside world. Since entering this gray realm, they had been searching for a way back to the outside, but the entrance to the outer layer had not reappeared, and they had almost given up all hope, resigning themselves to staying in the gray realm forever. They all had families in the outside world, and the long-held longing gnawed at their hearts like a venomous snake. Now that the entrance had reappeared, they could no longer suppress this desire. Not to mention, many of them had long since reached the experience point limit for their current level and were only stuck at their original level because they couldn't transfer professions within the gray realm. Returning to the outside world, besides seeing their families, they naturally intended to transfer professions. Once they successfully transferred and advanced their class, their outrageously powerful attribute panels would lead to earth-shattering changes in their strength. However, someone had to stay behind to guard the gray pool belonging to the white camp within the gray realm. Although they had been trapped in the gray realm for a long time, they had to admit that the gray realm was definitely a treasure trove. The gray crystals produced here would bring about immense changes to the entire world. The white camp was a stronghold they had painstakingly established, and they certainly wouldn't abandon it like this. After returning to the outside world, they would eventually come back to the gray realm. The gray crystals produced here were a resource they were unwilling to give up. You all go out, I'll stay behind alone. Baiya said this. Within the white camp, including him, there were now a total of 24 people in the white camp. Many had not survived to see this day, having perished after exhausting their extra revival opportunities. Brother Bai, you've also reached the level limit. If you go out for your 5th transfer this time, then no one in the gray realm will be able to defeat us. Yes, I don't have any family in the outside world either, so I'm not in a hurry to leave. Let me stay behind, you all go out. No, it's too dangerous for you to stay alone. What if people from other camps come as a team? Not only will the ash pool not be defended, but your fate will also be unpredictable. Baiya disagreed, shaking his head, and said, let me do it. Unless someone among you can defeat me, then I'll let you have it. Everyone fell silent. As the only 4-turn professional in the white camp, how could others possibly defeat him? Seeing that everyone was no longer insisting, Baiya smiled again and said, I didn't say I would never go out, it's just a matter of order. When you all go out to transfer and come back, it will be my turn to go out, won't it? The crowd was finally persuaded. After bidding farewell to Baiya, they left together, heading to the outer layer to find the exit portal. After everyone left, Baiya then said to Bai Xingqi, you should leave with them too. Take these attribute crystals with you. They should be able to give your stats a significant boost. A pile of attribute crystals was taken out from his backpack space. In the harsh environment of the Ash Realm, every attribute crystal could bring some growth in strength and improve survival rates. But Baiya had managed to save so many attribute crystals in such an environment. In the Ash Realm, such behavior was not rational. It could only be described as a father's deep love for his son. Bai Xingqi, however, did not intend to accept these attribute crystals. He even took out the attribute crystals he had collected along the way from his backpack space. Father, you take them all. Use these attribute crystals, and then undergo the 5th turn. Your strength will definitely increase significantly. I need to stay behind at the ash pool and will go out later. Besides, I still have attribute crystals in my backpack. Baiya smiled, not intending to follow Bai Xingqi's suggestion. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Bai Xingqi suddenly dropped all the attribute crystals and rushed out, half of his body hidden in the dense gray mist. Father, you've seen my strength before. To be honest, no one in this ash realm is my opponent now. Leave the guarding to me. Moreover, my level hasn't reached its limit yet, so it's a good opportunity to farm monsters, level up, and collect some ash crystals. He was always ready to run away, shouting, I don't care, I'm not taking those attribute crystals anyway. You can do whatever you want. Don't let it be that when people from other camps have all returned from their transfers, you are still at 4 turns and can't defend the white camp. Looking at Bai Xingqi, who was trying to be a scoundrel, Baiya was somewhat helpless. As parents, it was indeed difficult to win against their children. But having led the white camp for so long, he naturally did not lack decisiveness. After a quick thought, he said, "Alright, since you said so, I'll go out first. But we have an agreement. When I return, you absolutely cannot find any more excuses. And must return to the outside world immediately, understand?" Bai Xingqi nodded repeatedly, of course. Baiya was quite worried. Although the portal from the Ash Realm to the outside world had appeared, who could guarantee that it would remain there forever? If it were like before, Bai Xingqi, who was inside, might be trapped in the Ash Realm for a long time. But as things stood, excessive hesitation would not solve any problems. Baiya gritted his teeth, put away the attribute crystals, and stood up. "Alright, I'm leaving. Now, there's one thing you must remember. From my observation, the energy of the ash pool is limited. It has been consumed for so long, and its capacity is now less than half of what it was before." His eyes flickered as he spoke. "Once the gray pool's energy is completely depleted, I'm afraid professionals will no longer be able to revive in this gray realm, nor will the gray crystals be convertible into attribute crystals via the gray pool. The other camps must have also realized this, which is why they're trying to seize control of the white camp's gray pool." Bai Xingqi nodded, indicating his understanding. However, even after the gray pool's energy is depleted, there will still be a way to convert gray crystals into attribute crystals. That is through external means, using monster essence as another material. But those who have been trapped in the gray realm for so long likely wouldn't know this. "I'm leaving. Be careful with everything." Baiya only informed him about the gray pool's energy depletion and didn't offer any further advice. Clearly, he didn't want Bai Xingqi to shoulder any unnecessary responsibilities or fall into danger due to his requests. But Bai Xingqi, of course, already had his own plans. The white camp members had already left the gray realm. After the outer entrance appeared this time, it seemed to remain quite stable. They found it without much effort and easily returned to the outside world. As for what they would do after returning to the outside world, it was easy to imagine. The people from the other camps would likely do the same. Bai Xingqi gazed at the gray pool behind him, looking at the now utterly silent white camp, and smiled faintly before his figure abruptly vanished. This day had been quite long. Since leaving Clearwater City, he had finally entered the training room once again. At this moment, his training room was still the same as before, Black Iron LV3. Bai Xingqi didn't hesitate and directly chose the strategy he had long planned. In the center of the training room, a total of 30 monsters instantly spawned. These monsters were all ones not found in the outside world. They were the monsters he had killed after entering this gray realm. Pure black medical needles poured out like a waterfall, and the golden two-handed greatsword in his hand swung forward with the force of splitting mountains and cleaving seas. These monsters, which the various camps in the gray realm feared greatly, fell in droves under Bai Xingqi's hands. Experience points and attribute points all entered his bag, and Bai Xingqi's other consideration, as expected, did not fall through. On the floor of the training room, numerous light orbs flickered with captivating brilliance. Encased within them were gray crystals the size of fists. The drop rate of gray realm monsters wasn't particularly high to begin with, but with the training room's 30% drop rate bonus, it was a completely different story. Almost every 3 monsters would stably drop a gray crystal. With 30 monsters refreshed at once, the number of gray crystals Bai Xingqi obtained was around 10. Gray crystals of this tier, after being converted into attribute crystals, could each provide 20 free attribute points. This meant that for every wave of monsters he cleared, he could gain an additional 200 free attribute points. This was much more efficient than the all-attribute boost provided by his training room itself. Bai Xingqi's excitement was almost uncontrollable. Indeed, when combined with the monsters from the Grey Realm, was this the correct way to utilize the training room? Of course, these monsters were indeed quite powerful, and Bai Xingqi could no longer instantly kill them in groups. Although it took considerably longer to kill them, this method was still the most cost-effective. The 5 hours of training room usage time quickly passed, and Bai Xingqi reappeared in the outside world. After a round of monster grinding, his level and attribute panel had both improved significantly, and at this very moment, his backpack space was already filled with a large quantity of gray crystals. Due to the sheer volume, Bai Xingqi hadn't counted them carefully, but he estimated there were at least no less than 30,000. Of course, these were just gray crystals. To convert them into attribute crystals that could increase attribute points, they still needed to be processed by the gray pool. There was a gray pool right before him, but would Bai Xingqi directly use this gray pool for conversion? The answer was obviously no. He learned from his father, Baiya, that the energy in this gray pool had been reduced to half of its original amount and was still being consumed. In such a situation, if these 20,000 fist-sized gray crystals were placed inside for conversion, there was no guarantee that the entire gray pool's energy wouldn't be completely depleted. Bai Xingqi's solution to this situation was simple and direct. He would go to other camps and use their gray pools to convert the gray crystals. This rather unscrupulous behavior was something many people in the Gray Realm had thought of. However, no one had ever managed to put it into practice. This was because the Grey Pool was the foundation of a camp, the most valued resource of every camp. Daring to lay hands on a Grey Pool meant facing the full resistance of the entire camp. Even the Bai camp, the weakest among all the camps, would never allow others to come and plunder their Grey Pool resources. The scene Bai Xingqi had witnessed earlier was the Bai camp defending their Grey Pool to the death. Defending their own Grey Pool, they could be resurrected in the pool immediately after being killed. Even if their strength was slightly weaker, they would not be easily defeated. Bai Xingqi understood all of this, of course, but he still strode out. As for the Bai camp's Grey Pool, he had no intention of defending it. After all, if it were occupied, he could just take it back. With this thought in mind, Bai Xingqi moved away from the Bai camp. The third level of the Grey Realm was vast, but most of it was unexplored territory. The area where the professionals could recuperate was relatively limited. In the Grey Mist, Bai Xingqi, with his exceptionally keen eyesight, could see very far. Where there were Grey Pools, the Grey Mist would become much thinner, indicating the locations of the camps. This was not difficult to find. Not long after, Bai Xingqi approached a region where the Grey Mist was thin. As expected, there was indeed a Grey Pool in this area. Judging by the surrounding buildings and facilities, it was clearly the encampment of some camp. However, this place was also deserted, with no signs of life. Most people had evidently returned to the outside world. Bai Xingqi, without any pretense of being an outsider, leisurely walked towards the Grey Pool within the camp. "Hold on, which camp are you from?" A voice sounded in his ear as he was walking forward. Bai Xingqi followed the sound and saw a professional with a full beard. The professional was riding a giant bear beast, wielding a 3-meter-long great hammer, his muscles bulging, exuding a sense of power as if he could smash an entire mountain with a single blow. This must be one of the people left behind. Bai Xingqi smiled and did not answer, continuing to walk forward slowly. In the previous battle, he had been unstoppable, but he didn't seem to have seen this person. Otherwise, this person wouldn't have dared to block his path. Roar the professional was clearly angered, but the mount beneath him was even more furious. After a roar, the giant bear beast moved its 4 legs and lunged at Bai Xingqi. When it reached him, the giant bear beast reared up on its hind legs, swinging a massive bear paw forward. The wind whistled, and it was evident that the paw possessed astonishing power, capable of easily shattering a small mountain. Not to mention the professional himself, even just this giant bear beast mount was stronger than many professionals. Interesting, Bai Xingqi nodded inwardly, neither dodging nor retreating, nor backing down. He simply clenched his fist and met the attack with a punch. The outcome of the clash of paws was beyond the expectation of the hammer-wielding professional. The giant bear beast let out a pained howl, its entire massive paw being smashed to pieces by Bai Xingqi's punch. In intense pain, the giant bear beast became enraged, its eyes turning blood red as it opened its mouth wide and lunged to bite Bai Xingqi's head. Its sharp teeth were like steel blades, and if it had bitten him, it would not have been a pleasant experience. But Bai Xingqi showed no fear, merely continued to clench his fist and struck again. Boom! With a deafening roar, the giant bear beast collapsed to the ground, its entire head crushed by his punch, dead beyond any possibility of revival. Though the giant bear beast possessed astonishing strength, it stood no chance against Bai Xingqi, whose stats were outrageously high. A professional on the bear's back lost his footing and tumbled off, landing face first in the dirt. The hammer-wielding professional, now on his feet, roared in fury and swung his hammer at Bai Xingqi. But it was clear such an action was utterly futile. Bai Xingqi's eyes glinted coldly as he clenched his fist once more, meeting the oncoming hammer. Boom! The hammer shattered, and Bai Xingqi's fist, its momentum unbroken, directly turned the hammer's owner into a white light. It was evident that after being trapped in the Grey Realm for so long, these professionals had long since depleted their lifelocks, leaving them no opportunity to enter a locked-blood state. From the nearby Grey Pool, a flash of light appeared, and a figure materialized. The hammer wielder had resurrected, fully healed. However, at this moment he was utterly devoid of courage, not daring to even glance at Bai Xingqi again. He turned and fled into the distance. Any thought of guarding the Grey Pool completely abandoned. Unfortunately for him, while he chose to retreat, Bai Xingqi did not choose to let him go. A golden arrow flew through the air, dealing a devastating amount of damage and killing him instantly. After another round of monster grinding in the training room, Bai Xingqi's stats had increased once more. Even when facing the relatively powerful professionals in the Grey Realm, he could still achieve a one-hit kill. In the Grey Pool before him, a figure reappeared. The individual had clearly revived again. Bai Xingqi's gaze was icy as he drew his bow once more and, amidst the others' pleas for mercy, loosed an arrow. This was only natural. If his strength had not been sufficient, he would have already met his demise under the paw strikes of the opponent's mount. This time, no figure reappeared from the Grey Pool. It was evident that this was the professional's final resurrection. This professional had completely vanished from the world. If, in the outside world, professionals still heeded the association's prohibitions and dared not act too recklessly. Then within the gray realm, slaughter was the true prevailing theme. Gazing at the gray pool before him, Bai Xingqi sheathed his bow mimicry and strode into it. Bai Xingqi let out a long sigh of relief and emerged from the gray pool. In truth, whether he emerged or not made no difference, for the gray pool that had once existed had now vanished without a trace. The 30,000 gray crystals in his backpack had been converted, and with less than 8,000 of them used, the pool's energy had been completely depleted. As the gray pool's energy was exhausted, Bai Xingqi also sensed that changes were beginning to occur around him. The area, which had previously been characterized by extremely thin gray fog, was now gradually becoming denser. At this rate, it was likely that before long, the entire area, including the clusters of buildings, would be engulfed by the dense gray fog. At that point, the monsters within the gray fog would continue to wreak havoc in this region. In essence, after the loss of the gray pool, this area was no longer suitable for professionals to recuperate. Bai Xingqi had, in this manner, destroyed another camp's stronghold. This was merely a part of his plan, and he felt no guilt whatsoever. He quickened his pace towards the next location. During this journey, the more than 8,000 attribute crystals that had just been successfully converted were also utilized. Each of these fist-sized attribute crystals could provide 20 free attribute points. In total, over 8,000 of them provided a staggering 170,000 free attribute points. After a brief consideration, Bai Xingqi divided the 170,000 free attribute points equally among the 6 attributes. For other professionals, it might be necessary to consider which attribute to focus on for maximum effect, using their resources wisely. But he didn't need to consider this at all. With the training room in hand, he would continuously harvest gray crystals from now on, distributing attribute points evenly to become a well-rounded professional with no weaknesses was what he should do. After adding the 170,000 free attribute points, each of his 6 attributes increased by nearly 30,000 points, and the location of the next gray pool was already in sight. It was a new day. After finishing everything, Bai Xingqi stood at the last gray pool on the 3rd level of the gray realm. This was a gray pool belonging to the white camp. Bai Xingqi had no intention of incorporating this gray pool into his plan to convert gray crystals. In just 2 days, he had already traversed the 3rd level of the gray realm. Except for the white camp, all other gray pools had perished during the process of converting gray crystals, completely erased from the gray realm. And in these 2 days, Bai Xingqi had converted a staggering 60,000 attribute crystals. 30,000 of these had been directly used by him, while the remaining half he kept in his inventory space, not using them for the time being. 30,000 fist-sized attribute crystals had given him 600,000 free attribute points, which translated to a 100,000 point increase in each of his 6 attributes. The harvest from just 2 days in the gray realm was equivalent to the results of his efforts in the outside world for such a long time. He stood in the white camp's gray pool, his gaze fixed on the distance. Gray mist churned in the distance, clearly indicating someone was approaching. 2 days had passed, and some of those who had gone to the outside world should be returning. The approaching person was getting closer and closer. Finally, a familiar face appeared before Bai Xingqi. Xiao Qi, you're still here. Are you alright these past 2 days? It was Rage Warrior Xiao Liang. However, he had already undergone job advancement and reached the 4th tier, his strength soaring. He was no longer the Rage Warrior of the past. Of course, I'm fine, Bai Xingqi said with a smile. Uncle Qiao, why did you come back so soon? You just went out, why not stay a few more days? Stay for what? You have no idea what it's like outside. Halfway through his sentence, Xiao Liang suddenly stopped, as if remembering something, and didn't continue. Then, he suddenly said to Bai Xingqi, oh, right, Xiao Qi, your father Bai said he still has some business to attend to outside. He asked me to come in and say hello, telling you to just fight monsters and level up here in the gray realm for now, and not to rush to go out. This was completely different from what his father had said when he left. Bai Xingqi raised an eyebrow, feeling quite puzzled. What about the others? Are they all busy too and not coming back? Ahem. Xiao Liang coughed lightly, his gaze evasive. That's right, they're all busy. Unlike old Xiao here, who's a bachelor and can go wherever he pleases. Bai Xingqi became even more confused. He stared intently into Xiao Liang's eyes and said subtly, Uncle Xiao, you've come at the perfect time. My level has reached its limit, and I need to go out for job advancement. Please guard this gray pool for me in the meantime. As soon as he finished speaking, he started to walk away. This made Xiao Liang extremely anxious. He quickly reached out to stop Bai Xingqi, shouting, You can't go out, why can't I go out? Bai Xingqi looked at Xiao Liang with a displeased expression and asked, Uncle Qiao, are you hiding something from me? This sigh. Forget it, damn it, they shouldn't have sent old Xiao here. After much deliberation, Xiao Liang could no longer hide his thoughts. He decided to throw caution to the wind and exclaimed, things have changed drastically outside. We can't even be sure if Clearwater City will still exist in a couple of days. What? Bai Xingqi was startled, his eyes widening. When I entered a few days ago, wasn't everything fine? He couldn't fathom what major upheaval could have occurred in Clearwater City within such a short span of 2 days. Could it be that the Crimson Magus he had killed a few days prior had resurrected and, in a fit of rage, gone on a rampage, slaughtering Clearwater City? The possibilities seemed slim. For one thing, the Crimson Magus was someone from the association's headquarters, and it was unlikely they would commit such a universally condemned act. Even if that fellow had truly lost his mind and dared to do such a thing, the entire professional force of Clearwater City, including Fierce Lion who too should have been able to resist. Even if the professionals in Clearwater City were all useless, the numerous professionals who had returned from the Grey Realm 2 days ago were no ordinary individuals. After significantly boosting their stats with a large number of attribute crystals, their strength could no longer be judged by ordinary standards. If nothing else, Uncle Chiao here, by himself, could have dealt with the Crimson Magus. Or perhaps it was others from different camps who had left the Grey Realm? But given how long the White Camp had managed to survive in the Grey Realm, resisting them for a period of time should not have been a problem. Unable to comprehend the situation, Bai Xingqi frowned and asked again, what exactly happened in Clearwater City? It's a monster tide, Xiao Liang said, his face grim and his voice strained. What happened in the Clearwater City region 50 years ago is repeating itself. And, due to the anomaly in the Grey Realm, the danger this time is said to be several times greater than 50 years ago. On the first day after we returned, nothing happened. Everyone happily underwent their job advancements and their strength increased significantly. However, no one expected that the situation would change on the very next day after our return. In the Grey Realm, Xiao Liang's voice trembled slightly. A massive number of monsters, truly a massive number. Old Xiao, can guarantee that I've never seen so many monsters in my life. Having a lot of monsters is one thing, but they are also outrageously strong. Xiao Liang gave a wry smile. With the stat boosts we received in the Grey Realm for so long, and having just advanced our jobs, even if all the monsters from the 4 wild areas surrounding Clearwater City charged at us, we could have easily handled them. But what? Seeing Xiao Liang about to fall into another reverie, Bai Xingqi quickly interrupted him. It's just that these monsters, we don't know where they came from, and they are unbelievably strong. I can assure you, even the monsters in the 3rd layer of the Grey Realm are not as strong as these monsters. Stronger than the monsters in the 3rd layer of the Grey Realm, and in outrageously large numbers. Bai Xingqi summarized these 2 points and immediately understood what Clearwater City was facing. It was fortunate that everyone from the Grey Realm had returned. Otherwise, facing such a powerful monster tide, the professionals in Clearwater City would likely not have been able to withstand even a single encounter. Xiao Liang sighed again. It's a shame that the folks from the other camps don't know which city they returned to. It seems the teleportation gate in this Grey Realm leads to several different cities. If only those guys were here to help, the pressure of defending the city would be much less. Although those guys are far inferior to me, old Xiao, they still have some strength. As for why he reappeared in the Grey Realm, it was naturally for a reason. He continued, Baya believes that the Grey Realm is actually safer than Clearwater City at the moment, so he plans to lead everyone to break through and temporarily hide in the Grey Realm. However, monsters are constantly surging forward, and no one can break through the monster blockade to approach the portal, except for me. You ask why only I could break through the blockade? Because I am powerful, far more powerful than other powerful individuals. No, I didn't ask. Bai Xingqi shook his head lightly. Since that's the case, I'll mercifully tell you. In fact, my 4th turn profession is called Unyielding Warrior, and it possesses a skill that prevents me from dying regardless of how much damage I take within a short period. Understand? The situation was mostly clear now. The one who was a raging warrior at the 3rd turn had become an unyielding warrior after his 4th turn. He likely used a skill similar to locking health to charge through the monster horde and enter the Grey Realm. Others, lacking such a skill, clearly couldn't break through the monster. Forcing their way through would only result in returning to the city to respawn. If there wasn't even an extra chance to revive, the only outcome would be complete annihilation. Clearwater City must be in a state of extreme peril at this moment. Bai Xingqi didn't wait any longer, bypassing Xiao Liang directly and heading towards the outer layer entrance. You're really going? This time, Xiao Liang didn't try to stop him. Instead, he turned and followed him, shouting, forget it. Since that's the case, I, old Xiao, will accompany you, even at the risk of my life. No, you shouldn't go out again. Bai Xingqi stopped Xiao Liang instead, saying, the Grey Realm still needs someone to guard this Grey Pool. Otherwise, if we manage to retreat into the Grey Realm, but the Grey Pool is gone, where will we hide? Then you should continue guarding the Grey Pool, and let me, old Xiao, charge out again, Xiao Liang shouted. However, Bai Xingqi was no longer polite. He directly threw out a sentence, Uncle Xiao, if you go out again, what good can you do? If your strength could have reversed the situation, wouldn't you have retreated in the first place? Xiao Liang was momentarily speechless. Although Bai Xingqi's words were harsh, the logic was sound. He wasn't truly brainless, despite his tendency to brag. His current strength was indeed far superior to many professionals in Clearwater City, but contributing to this monster tide was like throwing a pebble into a lake, at most, a slightly larger pebble. It would have almost no impact on the overall situation. Unlike you, Uncle Qiao, you've seen my strength. When I go out, this time, I dare not say I can completely repel the monster tide, but I certainly have a greater chance of helping the main force retreat. Xiao Liang frowned deeply. He was certainly aware of Bai Xingqi's strength. He had witnessed Bai Xingqi in action more than once. It could be said that among everyone in the Grey Realm, he understood Bai Xingqi's strength the most thoroughly. Even though he had successfully completed his fourth turn, he had to admit that he was still far from grasping the limits of the other's power. Alright. Xiao Liang gritted his teeth and said, then go with peace of mind. I, old Xiao, will definitely guard this grey pool. As long as the pool exists, I exist. If the pool is lost, I perish. Bai Xingqi shook his head helplessly. There's no need to be so tragic. Without further ado, his figure disappeared into the grey mist. From the third level to the second, then from the second to the first, all the way to the outer layer. Bai Xingqi discovered that along the way he hadn't encountered a single monster. This was highly unusual. It was clear that the monster tide outside in this grey realm were inextricably linked. Could it be that all the monsters from the Grey Realm had escaped to the outside world, even those from the fourth level? This possibility was extremely high. Not to mention that there were no monsters left in the Grey Realm at this moment. Even if there were a large number of monsters, they still wouldn't have been able to stop Bai Xingqi's advance. He quickly found the teleportation gate and successfully arrived in the outside world. As soon as he passed through the teleportation gate, Bai Xingqi felt that something was wrong. The earth-shattering roars of monsters echoed in his ears. Emerging from the teleportation gate, he landed directly in the middle of a monster horde. Without needing to use his true sight, just from the most direct feeling, he could sense the power of these monsters. The weakest of these monsters were no less powerful than those on the third level of the Grey Realm. If anyone else had been in this situation, the only remaining outcome would have been a swift return to the city to respawn. Bai Xingqi, of course, was different. With his appearance, all the surrounding monsters were instantly alerted, and their roars immediately escalated to a new level. The closest circle of monsters to Bai Xingqi instantly launched an attack. The monsters in the outer circle further away also rushed towards him impatiently. In the northern wilderness, outside the city, Bai Xingqi, trapped in the monster horde, felt a sense of emotion. In his training room, he could face at most 30 monsters simultaneously, but the density of monsters before him clearly surpassed that of his training room. For ordinary professionals, this scene could be described as a hellish nightmare, but it made him quite satisfied. Gripping his golden two-handed greatsword, with pure black medical needles flowing like a surging torrent around him and all his buff skills activated, he instantly transformed into an unstoppable killing machine. What about the impenetrable wall of monsters? To him, they were merely experience points in the gray crystals that would drop. In fact, this was indeed the case. With his wide, sweeping attacks, even these incredibly powerful monsters dissolved into white light in a very short time. On the ground, a large number of gray crystals dropped. Each gray crystal was the size of a fist, just like the ones he had collected before. With a casual sweep, after collecting these gray crystals into his inventory space, Bai Xingqi did not continue to engage with the monsters surging towards him. His flying cloak billowed, and he ascended into the sky. He didn't know how things were in Clearwater City at the moment, so he certainly didn't have the leisure to stay here and fight monsters. Leaving the Grey Realm and finally regaining his ability to fly was a great thing. It wouldn't take long to rush back to Clearwater City from the northern wilderness, but Bai Xingqi first took out an item from his inventory space. It was a communicator. The best scenario, of course, would be to contact his father directly. However, when he reunited with his father in the Grey Realm, his father's communicator had already been damaged, so they couldn't exchange contact numbers. At this moment, he didn't have many numbers saved in his communicator. He first dialed Zhu Xiaoyu's number. As the transfer guide at the transfer temple, she was usually within the transfer temple and should be relatively safe. After becoming the branch master of Clearwater City's transfer temple, he learned some deeper information about the temple. Although the transfer temple was located within Clearwater City, it was not the same as other ordinary buildings in the city. The transfer temple itself possessed extremely strong defensive capabilities. Similarly, there was the Resurrection Temple. The communicator was quickly connected. An excited voice came from the other end. Xiao Bai, Branch Master, where on earth have you been? Something huge has happened in Clearwater City in the 2 days you haven't been here. Okay, I know. I just wanted to ask you, do you know where my father, Baiya, is? Time is of the essence, Bai Xingqi interrupted, cutting straight to the matter that concerned him most. While he wouldn't mind saving the other professionals in Clearwater City if it were convenient, his absolute priority was ensuring his father's safety. He chose to call Zhu Xiaoyu with this consideration in mind. After all, While others might not know his father's current whereabouts, Zhu Xiaoyu, as a transfer guide, certainly would. This was because everyone who had emerged from the Grey Realm had just undergone their transfers at the Transfer Temple. As expected, Zhu Xiaoyu responded immediately. To his question, your father, Grand Mage Baya? Yes, he did come by, but he's no longer at the Transfer Temple. After escorting some professionals here, and because the temple was already full and couldn't accommodate anyone else, he escorted other professionals away. Bai Xingqi understood what full meant in the context of the temple. Although the Transfer Temple could erect a powerful defensive array, its range was limited and it couldn't possibly house everyone from Clearwater City. Did my father say where he was going? I heard he went to the Professional Association to help activate a magic array. The Resurrection Temple, you see, doesn't require specific escorts. It was already filled to capacity when the monster tide first broke out. This was also easy to understand. In the initial stages of the monster tide, many professionals would have been caught off guard and instantly killed. These individuals wouldn't need escorts, they would be resurrected directly at the Resurrection Temple. However, as more and more people were killed and resurrected, the Resurrection Temple would likely struggle to cope. For those still outside, unable to get in, death would be the only remaining outcome. From the information revealed in Zhu Xiaoyu's words, Bai Xingqi could infer that the situation in Clearwater City was already dire. Bai, Branch Master, where are you now? Zhu Xiaoyu asked again. You just stay put in the temple. I'll handle everything else. With that, Bai Xingqi immediately hung up and continued flying forward. He was still quite a distance from Clearwater City. Moreover, during his flight, a considerable number of monsters attacked him. These were flying monsters, with strengths comparable to those he had encountered on the ground earlier. Bai Xingqi, of course, wouldn't let these monsters impede his progress. His pure black medical needles circled him incessantly like a massive, rolling blade wheel, killing any monster that dared to approach. However, due to his excessive flying speed, he couldn't pick up some of the dropped gray crystals. There was nothing he could do about it. At such a critical juncture, Bai Xingqi knew how to prioritize and not let minor losses derail his main objective. While flying, he considered his options and dialed two other numbers on his communication device. One was to Boss De Wang of Clearwater Mall. They had a good relationship from a previous pleasant transaction, and Bai Xingqi wouldn't hesitate to lend him a hand if the opportunity arose. However, the voice that came through the communicator made Bai Xingqi both amused and exasperated. Brother Bai, you're truly loyal, but don't worry. My cousin and I are on our way back to a second-tier city to restock, so we're not in Clearwater City. I heard the situation there is quite bad? Brother Bai, you must be careful. If things become too difficult, it's best to withdraw early. It was clear that Boss De Wang was safe. The second-tier city he was in was completely unaffected by the monster tide. This monster tide was likely confined to areas connected to the Grey Realm. The other number was for Hulioli. They were classmates, had interacted before, and their relationship was cordial. Bai Xingqi hoped that his classmate was also safe. However, it seemed his classmate's situation was not going well. Bai Xingqi? The voice on the other end was hoarse, tinged with fear. I'm trapped in a level 4 dungeon in the western wilderness. When I got out, I found many terrifying super monsters outside. The uncles who were guiding me through the dungeon were instantly killed. I only survived because I was in my three-tailed demon cat form, so I quickly used a dungeon token to enter a new one. Hulioli's voice trembled slightly. The duration of this dungeon is almost up. I'll be forcibly expelled, and if I encounter those monsters again, I'll surely die. She hesitated, then tentatively asked, can you come and save me? If it were you, those monsters shouldn't be a problem. She clearly had a lot of confidence in Bai Xingqi's strength. However, Bai Xingqi's reply was not what she had hoped for. Sorry, it's not on my way to the east side of the city. I'm in the north now, heading to the Professional Association. My father is there, and I definitely have to save him first, you understand? I understand. The other side fell silent for a moment, and Hulioli's voice became noticeably dejected. Compared to someone else's father, she, an ordinary classmate, naturally carried little weight. By the way, have you been staying inside the whole time, or have you asked anyone else for help? Bai Xingqi asked. Subconsciously, then felt a bit foolish. Given the power of these monsters, even Hulioli's grandfather, Fierce Lion Hu too, would only be sending himself to his death. As expected, Hulioli responded with a wry smile. I don't dare to ask Grandpa for help. Knowing his personality, he would definitely come to save me, even if it meant exhausting all his resurrection opportunities. Earlier, when he called, I lied and told him I had already resurrected and returned to the city and was at the Resurrection Temple. Tisk, you're afraid of your grandfather using up his resurrection opportunities, but you're not afraid of me using mine. Bai Xingqi chuckled. I'm sorry. The response from the other side caught Bai Xingqi off guard. I was just joking, don't take it too seriously. After a pause, Bai Xingqi added comfortingly, actually, you don't need to worry too much. If it really comes to it, you can just resurrect and return. To the city. It's just one resurrection opportunity. You'll earn it back next time you transfer professions. MHM. The voice on the other end was very soft, almost inaudible. Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. Bai Xingqi was about to end the call, but his conscience finally kicked in, and he inexplicably said, "How much time do you have left in the dungeon? If I finish everything and still have time, it's not impossible for me to come and pick you up." Wah! As soon as he said that, Hu Liuli on the other end burst into tears, leaving Bai Xingqi bewildered. "I've used up all my resurrection opportunities, sob. I have 37 minutes left in the dungeon. Remember to come and get me, or you'll lose a beautiful classmate who can transform." Bai Xingqi truly hadn't expected that she had no extra resurrection opportunities left. If that were the case, without any resurrection opportunities, enduring the pressure of hiding in the dungeon must have been quite significant. It was no wonder she hadn't thought of simply resurrecting and returning to the city, but instead saw him as her last hope. As for how she lost her 2 resurrection opportunities, there might be a story behind it, but Bai Xingqi didn't have the leisure to listen at that moment. "Alright, I really have to hang up now. Stop pretending to cry for me, save your energy, and pray that I can make it in time." In the sky, Bai Xingqi was rapidly approaching Clearwater City. Crack crack hiss hiss. Bai Xingqi looked down from the sky and saw that almost the entire Clearwater City had fallen. Countless buildings in the city had collapsed, and the figures of monsters were everywhere, on the streets and in the sky. Fortunately, the city's protective magic array had been reactivated. It was clear that this magic array was powerful, as it had prevented any more monsters from entering the city while it was active. However, the monsters already inside the city posed a significant problem. Even with the combined strength of the city's professionals and those who had returned from the Grey Realm, they were still unable to completely clear out these monsters. The magic array was quite peculiar. As Bai Xingqi approached, it offered no resistance, allowing him to pass through naturally, as if rainwater merging into a river. Perhaps it was because his save point was located within Clearwater City. Upon entering the city, Bai Xingqi immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding monsters. However, he had no intention of stopping and headed directly towards the city center where the professional association was located, the place where his father was currently. Flying forward, any monsters that came close turned into white light, unable to impede his progress. Having rushed back from so far away as the northern part of the city, the distance within Clearwater City was nothing. Before long, the professional association appeared within Bai Xingqi's sight. However, the situation at the professional association seemed dire. A large number of monsters were roaring and surrounding it, launching an assault. Unlike the Job Transfer Temple and the Resurrection Temple, the professional association itself was just an ordinary building and did not serve as a safe zone. The professional association had managed to hold out until now solely through the strength of its professionals. Hold on, don't be afraid, eat your healing potions freely, we have healers behind you." The loudest shout came from a lion covered in flames. It was Fierce Lion Hutu, the guild leader of the 100 Beasts Guild in Clearwater City, a rank 4 professional. Normally, with his rank 4 strength, he would not have been able to withstand these terrifyingly powerful monsters. However, behind him, a large number of support professionals had clearly gathered, bestowing various support skills upon him. Coupled with his constant consumption of healing potions, he was barely able to hold his ground on the outer perimeter. His loud shouts were meant to encourage the rank 3 professionals behind him, urging them not to retreat in fear. On the outer perimeter of the professional association, the professionals had formed a circular defensive formation. Bai Xingqi recognized many familiar faces, mostly members of the Bai camp who had come from the Grey Realm. The 3 individuals from the professional association headquarters were also present. In the face of such a major event, their petty calculations had to be set aside for now. The entire outer defensive circle clearly placed the greatest pressure on Hu Tuesday. Among the people in this circle, his strength was the weakest. Even with the support of numerous professionals behind him, he was nearing his limit. No one knew when he would finally be unable to hold on, causing the entire defensive circle to collapse. Instantly recognizing the critical situation, Bai Xingqi, still in mid-air, manifested his golden longbow and began to pick off the monsters attacking Hutu from afar. His attack power, exceeding 10 million, displayed its infinite might at this moment. With his exceptionally high agility attribute combined with support methods like Berserk Blood, his speed in drawing and knocking arrows was astonishingly fast. Swish, 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 swish. Although he possessed no archery skills, only ordinary attacks with each arrow, the continuously flying projectiles formed a veritable rain of arrows. Hutu, the fierce lion, merely blinked, and then saw bursts of white light erupt before his eyes. Then, he found that the area in front of him was already empty. Not a single monster that had been roaring and charging at him remained. This, almost suspecting it was all a dream, he finally sensed something was amiss. He looked up into the sky, watching the figure unleashing a continuous rain of golden arrows. Speechless for a long time, It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, he was simply too shocked, so profoundly shocked that it rendered him speechless. These terrifying monsters that had besieged the professional association for so long, forcing them into desperate resistance, were now falling like wheat under the coverage of the cascading golden arrow rain. Hu too wasn't the only one shocked. The others, realizing they had lost their opponents, also looked up at the sky almost simultaneously. It's him, Bai Xingqi. Little Xie. Their reactions varied. Bai Xingqi flew down from the sky and landed. Uncles, where is my father? He's inside, maintaining the city's protective magic array. After receiving the answer, Bai Xingqi nodded and rushed into the professional association. Beneath the association, he finally saw his father, Baiya. At that moment, he stood on a hexagonal magic array pattern with 5 other professionals. Surging magical power was pouring out of them, flowing into the magic array pattern below. It was clear that this was the reason the Clearwater City's protective magic array could be activated. Father. The critical moment of the magic array's activation had long passed. Now it only required a continuous supply of magic power and didn't need much concentration. Oh, you're out? Baiya looked up and saw Bai Xingqi, surprised, and said, didn't I tell you not to come out? Bai Xingqi shook his head and said, the city is in danger, how could I not come? In fact, the danger to Clearwater City was secondary. His main purpose in coming was to ensure his father's safety. Now, it seemed everything was fine. Alas, forget it. Baiya understood this and didn't say much in the end. He had witnessed Bai Xingqi's strength. As long as he was careful and didn't act recklessly, he could actually protect himself outside. His asking Xiao Liang to persuade Bai Xingqi to stay within the Grey Territory was merely out of fatherly concern. Often, for parents, no matter how powerful their children become, they instinctively want to shield them from harm. What is this? Bai Xingqi glanced at the hexagonal magic array pattern and asked curiously. He had a general idea of what they were doing but didn't understand the specific details. Recharging the magic array, a professional said, looking at Bai Xingqi with a smile. He was also a member of the Bai faction and naturally friendly towards Bai Xingqi. To make the magic array operate on its own, it requires sufficiently strong mental power and a massive amount of magic power to be input at once. However, our mental power isn't strong enough, so we can only use this slow and steady, albeit clumsy, method. Baiya explained in more detail. As long as we stand here for a day, the Clearwater City's protective magic array can be maintained for a day. Of course, this is under the condition that it doesn't withstand too much damage, otherwise, the magic array could be destroyed directly. The previous professional let out a wry smile and said, however, although this clumsy method is effective, it also has a significant drawback. Professional Association. Underground. Bai Xingqi asked in surprise, what drawback? The drawback is quite obvious, the professional sighed. To maintain this magic array and prevent more monsters from invading the city, the few of us must be tied here and cannot leave. He continued, the few of us are all mages, so we can't act. The entire output power of Clearwater City is equivalent to being reduced by more than half. Relying on outsiders to clear out the monsters in the city, who knows when that will be. Slower is slower, but it's not a bad thing if it can be cleared. Another professional standing in the formation shook his head and said, I'm afraid it won't be cleared, and in the end, we won't even be able to defend the professional association. Then the city protecting magic array won't be able to be maintained, and the monsters from outside will surge in. That would truly be the doomsday of Clearwater City. Including Baiya, the expressions of the few people in the formation turned grim. Obviously, the possibility of this scenario was quite high. Or should we let Xiao Qi go out to help clear the monsters? A professional looked at Baiya and asked, Baiya, what do you think? As they had been together in the Grey Realm for a long time, he naturally understood how much Bai Xingqi meant to Baiya. Baiya was silent for a very brief moment, then looked at Bai Xingqi and asked, Xiao Qi, what do you think? I think it's pretty good. Bai Xingqi smiled, feeling no pressure. He glanced at the 6-pointed star pattern in front of him and said, however, I guess there should be an easier method. In the surprised gazes of the few people in front of him, he said to a professional, can I try? The professional blinked and, as if possessed, gave up his position. Before anyone else could react, Bai Xingqi had already stepped forward and stood in the person's original position. The next moment, an unprecedented, terrifying wave, centered on him, violently spread outwards. It was surging magic power, which was now entering an unprecedentedly active state. The entire 6-pointed star pattern flashed with dazzling light and vibrated violently. The other few people, including Baiya, were immediately repelled and pushed away from their positions. What's going on? The few professionals were greatly alarmed and looked at the scene unfolding before them in utter astonishment. The magic array's light grew brighter and brighter, and the vibration became more and more intense. Finally, at the moment the light reached its limit, the entire magic array calmed down and stopped vibrating. Bai Xingqi closed his eyes, felt it for a moment, and left his standing position with a smile. This magic array is completely activated and can operate on its own. A professional said in shock, and the other few nodded silently, agreeing with his statement. They were all powerful professionals of the mage. Looking at the magic array that was now slowly rotating and clearly entering a virtuous cycle, they naturally understood what this represented. Bai Xingqi alone had accomplished what the 6 of them combined could not, and judging by the situation, it seemed to be quite easy. How did you do it? Facing their astonishment, Bai Xingqi smiled slightly and didn't say much. In fact, there was no technique involved in him accomplishing this. He simply used his super strong spirit attribute and extremely high magic power to directly meet the requirements of the magic array. At this moment, his spirit attribute had already approached 400,000 points. Even if the people in front of him came from the Grey Realm, their combined attribute was not as high as his. The magic array is operating on its own, so we don't need to be tied here anymore. It's time to go out and kill monsters, my little darlings, accept the wrath of this mage. A professional laughed heartily and rushed out of the underground. It could be seen that this professional was quite restless, and he was clearly not the only one who was restless. Following the sound of strange laughter, the other few professionals quickly followed. Only Bai Xingqi and his son were left underground. Looking at Bai Xingqi's strange expression, Baiya could only helplessly cover his face. Having a teammate who was so Chinibu made it really difficult to establish paternal authority in front of the child. Shao Qi, let's go out too. You coming? Father, wait. Bai Xingqi suddenly spoke. And before Baiya could react, he had thrown a large pile of attribute crystals onto the ground, then boom smashed through the association's ceiling and flew away. He only left behind this sentence, Father, these are for you. Baiya looked at the pile of attribute crystals filling the ground, then at the hole in the association's ceiling, and was momentarily stunned. This was clearly Shao Qi's filial piety. As things stood, he could only shake his head and pick up all these attribute crystals. He was sure that if this pile of attribute crystals appeared in the outside world, it would definitely cause people to fight over them. In Clearwater City, after leaving the professional association, Bai Xingqi flew directly towards the east of the city. Since he had promised to rescue Hulioli, he couldn't go back on his word. Anyway, the biggest crisis in Clearwater City had passed. With monsters unable to enter from the outside, and several mages from underground being freed up, the monsters within Clearwater City clearly wouldn't cause much trouble. Even if some monsters were powerful enough, he had left his father so many attribute crystals, and if it came to a critical moment, his father definitely wouldn't hesitate to use them. Even so, as Bai Xingqi flew towards the east of the city, he also cleared out the monsters in that direction along the way. The pressure in the city was clearly much less than before. With this thought, he directly rushed out of the city. As soon as he was outside the city, the number of monsters clearly increased another level. However, for the current Bai Xingqi, it was still a small matter. Relying on his memory, he headed towards the dungeon entrance. According to the information provided by Hulioli, there was still some time before the dungeon was forcibly closed. With his flying speed, he could clearly make it in time. A figure flashing with golden light traversed the entire wilderness, reaching the dungeon entrance. Along the way, Bai Xingqi also noticed that the situation in the east of the city was actually not as dangerous as in the north, and the further away from Clearwater City, the lower the danger level became. Clearly, these monsters were coming from the direction of the north of the city. After arriving at Clearwater City, the remaining monsters that could not enter Clearwater City then spread out in the other 3 directions. However, even so, this was definitely not something that Hulioli, a mere second-turn professional, could handle. He had to thank the fact that the dungeon entrance location was fixed, otherwise, it would have been really difficult to find Hulioli within the limited time. Hey, can you hear me? If you're still alive, make a sound. Standing outside the dungeon entrance, Bai Xingqi took out his communicator and dialed Hulioli's communicator. As expected, she didn't disappoint him, and a sound came at the right time, squeak. Alright, I've cleared out all the monsters outside. You can come out now. Outside the dungeon entrance, Bai Xingqi said into the communicator. The next moment, the light vortex representing the dungeon entrance rippled, and a figure emerged from it. It was the three-tailed demon cat form he had seen before, but now the demon cat didn't even have a single tail, appearing quite pathetic. The moment Bai Xingqi couldn't help but laugh. The demon cat's body trembled and transformed into human form. It was Hulioli. At this moment, her face showed a hint of panic, and her eyes looked around with slight trepidation. Only after confirming that there were indeed no more of those terrifying monsters around did she breathe a sigh of relief, and her entire demeanor relaxed. Then, she looked at Bai Xingqi and said, "Thank you for being willing to come." As she spoke, she became a little embarrassed herself. She knew very well that given their relationship, Bai Xingqi actually had no reason to come. The monsters nowadays are so ferocious that even the powerful Bai Xingqi would have to bear considerable risk coming here. So, are we using a town portal scroll to return to the city now? Lioli asked. She didn't want to stay in the wilderness for another moment. Previously, she couldn't use the town portal scroll in the dungeon, and with the area outside the dungeon swarming with monsters, it was clearly not a condition conducive to safely using a town portal scroll. Seeing the town portal scroll already in Hulioli's hand, Bai Xingqi shook his head and said, "You don't know the situation in the city yet. If you return to the city now, you might end up in an even worse predicament than before. Could it be the city has also been overrun by monsters?" Hulioli was not foolish and immediately guessed this possibility. "That's right," Bai Xingqi nodded and said, "and many facilities in Clearwater City have been destroyed by monsters. We don't even know if the town portal scrolls are still effective. To be safe, let's just walk back slowly." Hulioli stopped in place, hesitating to move forward. "There are still many powerful monsters ahead, aren't there?" This was a foregone conclusion. Bai Xingqi smiled and said, "Isn't it good that there are monsters? Your level is not far off, is it? It's a perfect opportunity to level up and fight monsters all the way back. Once we return to the city, you can proceed with your third job advancement, which will grant you an additional revival chance. Isn't that the most perfect plan?" Hulioli fell silent for a moment. Was it because she didn't want to fight monsters and level up on the way back? However, she didn't need to worry about such things. Bai Xingqi soon spoke again, "I'll team up with you, and we'll fight monsters back to the city together." "No, I can't handle it anymore." Hulioli immediately recalled her past experience of being commanded by him to lure monsters. Although the monsters she lured back then were also strong, compared to the mutated monsters of today, they were nothing. Moreover, at that time, her three-tailed demon cat form still had 2 tails, but now not a single one remained. She didn't want to have just escaped the dungeon only to be delivered to these mutated monsters again in the blink of an eye. How could Bai Xingqi not know what she was thinking? While she was lost in her thoughts, he had already started walking forward on his own. Hulioli was startled and quickly trotted to catch up. Then, she saw the pure black medical needles around Bai Xingqi surge like a tide, and all the monsters they encountered turned into white light and dissipated. Her experience points soared, and her level increased rapidly. This dreamlike scene almost stunned her. "Don't just stand there watching, help me pick up the loot," a voice came from beside her. Although Hulioli was somewhat afraid of the surrounding monsters, she still mustered her courage and quickly picked up the dropped items. They were all fist-sized gray crystals. Knowing what they were, her breathing suddenly became rapid. After efficiently collecting these gray crystals, Hulioli quickly ran back to Bai Xingqi's side. After a moment of silence, she couldn't help but say, "You trust me so much to pick them up? What if I pocket them?" "What do you mean, what if?" Bai Xingqi looked at Hulioli in surprise, then smiled meaningfully. "What do you think I would do?" Like a basin of cold water poured over her head, Hulioli suddenly calmed down. Bai Xingqi's overwhelming strength was the best coolant for greed in one's heart. She was certain that if she truly harbored the thought of pocketing the loot, she would be mercilessly dealt with by Bai Xingqi in the next moment. And she, who didn't even have an extra revival chance, clearly shouldn't do such a foolish thing. No, she shouldn't even have the thought. Seeing Hulioli calm down, Bai Xingqi smiled and said, "If you work hard and do a good job, it's not impossible to give you some at the end." "Really?" Hulioli exclaimed in surprise. As soon as Bai Xingqi finished speaking, "Why would I lie to you?" Bai Xingqi said as he walked forward, "Calm down, it's just a few gray crystals. Where did your usual cool demeanor go?" Hulioli pouted, not caring. In the face of such a rare item, what was a cool demeanor? Could it be eaten? The two then continued forward. Finally, with Bai Xingqi's escort, Hulioli safely returned to Clearwater City. Isn't the city's magic array already in operation? How could this happen? Seeing collapsed buildings everywhere in the city, Hulioli was baffled. When Bai Xingqi had told her about it earlier, she had been somewhat skeptical, but now that she saw it with her own eyes, she was deeply shocked. "Let's go, and we can get a job change along the way," Bai Xingqi said calmly. Along the way, Hulioli, in their party, had shared a large amount of experience points, and her level had already reached the cap for her current class. After completing another job change, she would officially be a third-tier professional. For the professionals of her generation, this rate of advancement was simply incredible. Wait, Hulioli seemed to suddenly remember something and quickly took out her communicator from her backpack. When she was trapped earlier, she had lied and said she was in the Resurrection Temple, so her grandfather, who too wouldn't worry too much. But now, back in the city, she was worried about the safety of her family. Looking at the state of the city, it must have gone through a fierce battle. Bai Xingqi ignored her. His flying cloak emitted a golden light, and he rose into the air. In midair, his gaze swept across the entire Clearwater City. The situation was quite good. In the time he had been out of the city and returned, the monsters in the city had been almost completely cleared. After all, with the addition of several mages from underground. At that time, Clearwater City's offensive power had greatly increased. Of course, for all the monsters that had invaded the city, their strength was still a bit weak. To be cleared so smoothly and quickly, his father must have used the attribute crystals he had given him. As expected, in the face of Clearwater City's survival, his father knew what was important and wouldn't hesitate to use the attribute crystals. The remaining scattered monsters in Clearwater City no longer required his intervention. When he landed, Hulioli had already hung up the communication. It was evident that she was in a good mood, and the communication should have gone smoothly. Let's go. Bai Xingqi stepped forward. Clearwater City. Outside the job change temple, Bai Xingqi strode in with Hulioli. He wasn't bringing Hulioli here specifically for a job change. In fact, he himself was also due for a job change. It hadn't even been a few days since he advanced to the 3rd tier as a barefoot healer. However, the series of events that had unfolded made him feel as if a lifetime had passed. Before even entering the temple, seeing the messy scene inside from the outside, Bai Xingqi was momentarily caught off guard. What's going on in the temple? Didn't I ask you to have them leave earlier? He quickly made a call to Zhu Xiaoyu to inquire. Xu Xiaoyu on the other end of the line said with a wry smile, I've already told them that the monsters in the city have been cleared, but they don't believe me at all. Some are worried about a second wave of monster tides, so they're just occupying the temple and refusing to leave. Bai Xingqi could understand this line of thinking. After all, everyone had the right to survive, and he couldn't say much. However, with so many people crammed into the temple, it was clearly disrupting its normal operations. Alright, you don't need to worry about it, I'll handle it. After hanging up the communication, Bai Xingqi asked Hulioli to stand aside, strode forward, grabbed the arms of 2 professionals and forcefully threw them backward. With immense strength, the 2 professionals were flung far away before they could even cry out in surprise. Then, without pausing, he grabbed 2 more and, following the same pattern, tossed them backward. In the blink of an eye, 4 people were removed from the temple. He knew that simply reasoning with them would be useless, so he took direct action. Who are you, and what are you doing? After throwing out 4 people, the crowd in the temple finally reacted. A surge of anger rippled through them, and everyone stared intently at Bai Xingqi, a sense of shared indignation palpable. What am I doing? Bai Xingqi smiled and said, what else? Since you refuse to leave, I'm naturally going to personally help you out. As he spoke, he continued forward, reaching out to grab 2 more professionals. Hold on, a professional among the crowd shouted, staring intently at Bai Xingqi and saying sternly, I advise you to think twice. You've come by, taken up a few people's spots, and that's not a major disturbance. If you dare to proceed further, you'll turn the world upside down. Is that so? I'd like to see how you're going to turn the world upside down. Bai Xingqi sneered coldly, not stopping his actions. Instead, he intensified them, his movements becoming more practiced and swift. In a short while, several more people were thrown out by him. Everyone, this person has malicious intentions, he's trying to cut off our lifeline. We cannot tolerate him. We cannot tolerate him. Get him. Kill him. In an instant, everyone in the temple was incited. If Bai Xingqi had only thrown out 2 people, they might have been displeased, but since it didn't directly concern them, they would have ultimately remained indifferent. But at this moment, Bai Xingqi had clearly expressed his attitude. He had no intention of letting anyone present off the hook. Therefore, there was no room for negotiation between the 2 sides. For the many professionals hiding in the temple, merely trying to survive, this had escalated into a life or death situation. When individuals hide within a collective, their courage expands exponentially. It was unclear which professional made the first move, but suddenly, with a whoosh, more than half of the professionals launched an attack on Bai Xingqi. In this collapse of order, the rule within the transfer temple that prohibited attacking others had long been disregarded. A dense barrage of attacks flew towards Bai Xingqi. This time, it was primarily professionals with ranged attack capabilities who had acted. A cry of alarm echoed from the depths of the temple, but it was immediately drowned out by the momentum of the dense attacks. On the other hand, Hulioli, standing outside the temple, quickly moved further away, showing no concern for Bai Xingqi's safety. Having witnessed Bai Xingqi's divine might as he cleared monsters along the way, she was already in awe of his strength. Although there were many professionals in the transfer temple, they were merely individuals who were too scared of monsters to do anything but hide and try to survive. How could they possibly pose a threat to Bai Xingqi? In fact, this was precisely the case. -1, -1, -1. A dense stream of damage numbers floated up, laughable figures that felt like slaps to the faces of the many professionals. Despite the numerous attacks, including those from third-turn professionals, not a single one managed to inflict any damage that could break through Bai Xingqi's defenses. After enduring such a concentrated assault, Bai Xingqi's health bar remained completely unmoved. You should be grateful that I'm a reasonable person. Bai Xingqi's gaze was icy as he looked at the crowd, slowly saying, who just attacked me, step forward voluntarily, otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen next. The crowd fell silent. So many professionals gathered together, yet not a single sound was made. Bai Xingqi's terrifying defensive power had left them bewildered. No one stepped forward. Very well, then I'll have to do it myself, Bai Xingqi said, acting like a great demon king about to raise his butcher knife against trembling human warriors. There's no need for such trouble. As the branch hall master, you have control authority over the temple. At this moment, a voice came from the depths of the temple. A person, shrouded by the phantom of holy light above their head, pushed through the crowd and walked over. It was the job transfer guide, Zhu Xiaoyu. I have authority? Bai Xingqi blinked, momentarily confused. Yes, try to communicate with it using your mental power, and you'll know. Xu Xiaoyu's voice came again. Bai Xingqi's heart stirred, and he mobilized his mental power, beginning to communicate with the temple before him. Indeed, as his mental power surged, he found that he had established a connection with the job transfer divine stone, and then with the entire temple. With a thought, he slightly activated the control authority he had just acquired. The next moment, a circle of white light spread out from the depths of the temple, instantly covering the many professionals hiding within. In the blink of an eye, the job transfer temple, which had been packed full, became empty. The numerous professionals had been forcibly moved outside the temple. The professionals who were moved out of the temple were suddenly terrified, pushing and shoving each other, desperately rushing back towards the temple. They had been so scared by the monsters that had appeared before that even though there were no monsters now, they instinctively wanted to hide in the temple. Unfortunately, Bai Xingqi had now learned how to control the temple. A circle of white light enveloped the temple, repelling them all. Xu Xiaoyu looked at the agitated professionals outside the hall, a hint of worry in her voice. Branch Hallmaster, is this really okay? What could be wrong? Didn't you just ask me to kick them out? Bai Xingqi said nonchalantly, let them make a fuss. They'll disperse when they get tired of it. Bai Xingqi no longer paid attention to the noisy crowd of professionals. After bringing Hu Liuli into the temple, he said to Xu Xiaoyu, alright, don't worry about those insignificant matters. Take her to transfer jobs. In front of the job transfer divine stone. Logically, advancing one's class was something every professional dreamed of, but at this moment Hu Liuli looked at the shining divine stone with hesitation. She didn't immediately choose to accept the job transfer quest. She turned her head to look at Bai Xingqi beside her, her expression pitiful. Unfortunately, Bai Xingqi was not fooled by her demeanor. Having been classmates for so many years, he didn't recall her having such a personality. Classmate, aren't you going to transfer jobs quickly? I'm about to get off work. Xu Xiaoyu urged from the side. She could clearly tell that the relationship between Branch Hallmaster Bai Xingqi and this classmate wasn't very close, so her words were rather casual. Bai Xingqi also nodded and said, that's right, why aren't you transferring jobs quickly? What are you waiting for? That Hu Liuli finally couldn't help but tentatively ask Bai Xingqi, that matter I mentioned to you before, can it? Tisk, you're truly greedy. Bai Xingqi finally came back to his senses, remembering what had happened before. He scanned Hu Liuli up and down with a very strange look and said, I didn't expect your face to be so thick. Amazing. Zhu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, her ears perking up involuntarily. She felt like she was about to hear some gossip. Hu Liuli's face flushed slightly, and she almost gave up. But having just faced the terror of monsters, she desperately wished to become stronger. Faced with a decision that would impact her career, she decided to shamelessly try one more time. What I promised you before still stands. If you're willing to help, I'll fulfill any other requests you have, as long as I can. Her words carried significant weight. Xu Xiaoyu glanced at Hu Liuli, then at Bai Xingqi, her gaze darting back and forth between them, a peculiar expression on her face. Hearing Hu Liuli's words, Bai Xingqi actually began to seriously consider it. In the past, Hu Liuli's promise would have been extremely valuable. After all, she was backed by a rank 4 professional who also managed the powerful 100 Beasts Guild. However, times had changed. In just a few days, the rank 4 professional and the 100 Beasts Guild clearly held little sway in Bai Xingqi's mind. Not to mention himself, even any one of the individuals who emerged from the Grey Realm was far stronger than the rank 4 professional. Fierce Lion Hu Liuli stood by, watching the pensive Bai Xingqi, feeling anxious. At this moment, she felt as though her fate was in his hands. And at this time, there was nothing she could do but wait. The waiting was clearly agonizing. Although not much time had passed, it felt as long as a century. Bai Xingqi finally spoke. His gaze fell upon Hu Liuli as if scrutinizing her, and he slowly said, helping you out isn't a big deal. I won't say anything else, but you must remember why you got this opportunity. As he spoke, he took an item from his inventory space and presented it to Hu Liuli. Thank you. Hu Liuli's eyes welled up at Bai Xingqi's action, unable to distinguish between the depth of her gratitude and excitement. You had this dragon blood prepared long ago? Ha! Hu Liuli suddenly exclaimed, her outstretched hand freezing midair. This isn't dragon blood, this is the heart of the dragon. Hu Liuli's eyes widened, and she was completely overcome with shock. You killed that dragon? It wasn't surprising that she was shocked. Between a captured live dragon and a dead dragon, which held greater value? Any professional would undoubtedly choose the former. Of course, the difficulty of capturing a live dragon was another matter entirely. Hu Liuli hadn't expected that Bai Xingqi, after capturing a live dragon, would unhesitatingly kill it, and all for the purpose of providing her with a heart of the dragon? Hu Liuli suddenly felt her chest fill with an overwhelming emotion, her mind buzzing, a sense of elation washing over her. We've been classmates for so many years, I never imagined. I should have realized sooner. Realized what? Bai Xingqi frowned, looking at the suddenly strange Hu Liuli with great confusion. At this moment, Hu Liuli looked at him with alluring eyes and murmured, "You didn't have to do this. A little dragon blood would have been enough. There was no need for such a great sacrifice. Do you want it or not? If not, I'll give it to someone else." His words pulled Hu Liuli back from her daze. Bai Xingqi pouted and said, "What are you suddenly going crazy about? You're talking nonsense." Startled away, Hu Liuli retreated from her awkward state and looked at Bai Xingqi, asking seriously, "Are you really sure you want to give me this dragon's heart?" "Give you what? This is just a transaction. You'll have to give me back something of equivalent value later," Bai Xingqi retorted, his eyes widening. "If you babble any more nonsense, I might just change my mind." Before he could finish speaking, Hu Liuli snatched the dragon's heart from his hand with lightning speed and submitted it at the job transfer divine stone. This item was so rare it couldn't even be described as scarce. Missing this opportunity would mean no other chance. Watching Hu Liuli prepare for her job transfer, Bai Xingqi smiled faintly, devoid of the heartache she might have expected. In fact, he possessed more than just one dragon's heart. After defeating that red dragon, he had been pleasantly surprised to discover that within his training room he could infinitely refresh red dragons. Dragons, considered incredibly scarce in the outside world, had become mere leveling monsters he could summon at will. In his training room, of course, the dragon's strength was formidable, and outside of him, ordinary job holders would indeed find it difficult to use them as leveling monsters. Being able to infinitely refresh dragons meant he could mass farm rare related drops, such as dragon's hearts. Besides dragon's hearts, he had also farmed many other related drops, including a red dragon pet egg. The dragons were clearly powerful enough that even he considered raising one as a pet. However, he had been too busy with matters in the Grey Realm, and it hadn't been a priority. Now, he was on the verge of his fourth job transfer. After completing it, perhaps he could try raising this red dragon pet in the job transfer temple. Beside the job transfer divine stone, guided by Zhu Xiaoyu, Hu Liuli quickly accepted her job transfer quest. With the dragon's heart, it was clear she was undertaking the Dragon Girl quest. Upon successful completion, she would leap from a second-tier job holder to a fourth-tier one. Before the return of the Grey Realm inhabitants, such strength would have been enough to stand at the pinnacle of Clearwater City. Even now, given the inherent power of the dragon race, Hu Liuli, after transferring to Dragon Girl, might not be without hope of contending with those individuals. This Dragon Girl transfer, why is the quest only 5-star difficulty? Hu Liuli looked somewhat bewildered. 5 stars is 5 stars, Bai Xingqi walked over and said. You've spent a dragon's heart, an item equivalent to the cost of a dragon. If you don't choose a 5-star transfer with that, would it be worthy of the item? Alright, that made a lot of sense. Hu Liuli nodded solemnly, her face contorted as she carefully read the quest details. Seeing Hu Liuli's increasingly grim expression, Bai Xingqi shook his head, losing interest in paying further attention. After all, he had already given her the dragon's heart. If he had to worry about minor matters like the job transfer quest, it would be too much. Hu Liuli pondered with a stern face for a moment, then seemed to have figured something out. She bid them farewell and quickly walked out of the temple. Bai Xingqi, seizing the opportunity, stepped up to the job transfer divine stone and placed his palm on it. As an insider and the esteemed branch master, he didn't need the assistance of a job transfer guide for this. However, Bai Xingqi's expression soon turned grim. His own job transfer path seemed far from as simple as he had imagined. As the branch master of the job transfer temple, he was unable to use the divine stone in the temple for his transfer? He voiced this question to Zhu Xiaoyu, asking, "Did you know about this before?" Zhu Xiaoyu shook her head, her face blank. "I don't know. The previous branch hall master never told me anything about this, but I still have his contact number. Shall I ask him for you?" Bai Xingqi nodded. He hadn't seen the former branch hall master since returning to the city and didn't know where he had gone. Thinking about the huge pitfall of the branch hall master position, Bai Xingqi felt as if he had eaten a dead fly, making him very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Zhu Xiaoyu's call was very successful and was connected immediately. After a conversation, Bai Xingqi learned that the former branch hall master had already left Clearwater City and had gone to another city. His questions were also answered. That is, after becoming a level 3 branch hall master, Bai Xingqi could no longer transfer professions within the same level of branch halls. To transfer professions, he could only go to a higher level branch hall. This was a restriction imposed by the higher echelons of the Divine Temple on all branch hall masters. The city with a higher level branch hall closest to Clearwater City was obviously Black Mountain City, which Bai Xingqi had visited before. Although he had figured out the matter of profession transfer, Bai Xingqi was very unhappy thinking that he would have to make another trip for no reason. Through the communication device, he questioned the person on the other end. Why didn't you tell me clearly when you asked me to take over the position of branch hall master? The former branch hall master on the other end chuckled and said, how could I have known that you had just completed your third transfer and could transfer again so quickly? On the other side of the communication device, the former branch hall master asked, by the way, I heard that something big happened in Clearwater City. How is it? Do you want me to use my connections to help you seek some assistance? But seeing that you can still leisurely talk to me, I assume the matter is not serious, right? Hearing this, Xu Xiaoyu, who was standing nearby, rolled her eyes. The entire Clearwater City was breached by monsters. If Bai Xingqi hadn't returned in time, it would have become a monster's lair. And this is considered not a serious matter? However, since Bai Xingqi didn't want to say more, she naturally wouldn't chime in. I appreciate your kindness, but the problem has been resolved. Bai Xingqi casually brushed it off and asked, by the way, I've understood the reincarnation information you mentioned earlier, but can this reincarnation also not be performed in branch halls of the same level? As soon as Bai Xingqi asked this, the other side fell silent. After a long while, the voice came again. This is Xiao Zhu's communication device, isn't it? At her level, she doesn't have enough authority to know the specific information about reincarnation yet. After we hang up, you can communicate with the profession transfer Divine Stone using your branch hall master authority. Remember, this is an important secret of the Divine Temple and it cannot be easily spread. The former branch hall master's words did not avoid Zhu Xiaoyu at all, making her, who was standing nearby, appear somewhat awkward. After taking back the communication device from Bai Xingqi, she sensibly moved away from the profession transfer Divine Stone to show that she had no intention of prying into the Divine Temple's important secrets. In fact, this was unnecessary. As a branch hall master, Bai Xingqi could communicate with the profession transfer Divine Stone using his authority, and the information he could obtain would naturally be directly transmitted to his mind through his mental power. Even if Xu Xiaoyu were to put her forehead against his, she would still not be able to know anything. Nodding to Xu Xiaoyu, who was standing in the distance, Bai Xingqi reached out and touched the Divine Stone again, using his branch hall master authority to communicate with the Divine Stone in a targeted manner. As the light flowed, Bai Xingqi quickly withdrew his hand and muttered to himself, so that's how it is? When he took over the position of branch hall master before, the former branch hall master had shared specific information about reincarnation with him, but now it seemed that a very important part of the information was clearly missing, and this part was hidden within the profession transfer Divine Stone. Now he knew it all. It had to be said, the former branch hall master had left a pitfall at every step, making him truly detestable. Clearly, if Bai Xingqi wanted to reincarnate, he couldn't do it at this branch hall. Even the higher-level Black Mountain City branch hall wouldn't suffice. The reincarnation function was only available at higher-level city branch halls. Furthermore, it required the approval of the branch hall master of that divine hall. Bai Xingqi shook his head, essentially abandoning the idea. For a period after reincarnation, before their class was raised again, professionals would be in an extremely weakened state. This period was incredibly dangerous for professionals. If those with ulterior motives were to find out, the outcome would likely not be good. Even with the excellent benefits of reincarnation, Bai Xingqi still couldn't expose himself to such risks for no reason. However, he wasn't entirely without hope. From the information he had just received, he had glimpsed a loophole that wasn't exactly a loophole. If he could utilize it properly, he might be able to cross the river by means of a hidden bridge. Within the Transferring Divine Hall, Bai Xingqi clarified his thoughts. The Transferring Divine Stone in the third-tier city of Clear Water City was currently considered third-tier, only capable of supporting first to fifth-tier transfers. If a professional wished to undergo a sixth transfer, they would have to go to a higher-level Transferring Divine Hall. But from the information he had just obtained, he learned that the tier of the Transferring Divine Stone was not immutable. As long as enough professionals transferred through this Transferring Divine Stone and their classes were high enough, the Divine Stone could accumulate enough experience points and thus upgrade its tier. And as the branch hall master, he could clearly see the upgrade progress of the Transferring Divine Stone. Based on the current situation, it would only take 10 more 5th-tier professionals and 100 4th-tier professionals for this Divine Stone to upgrade to the same 2nd tier as the Black Mountain City Branch Hall. In reality, for a 3rd-tier city, this was an impossible feat. The entire Clearwater City, over so many years, had only produced a mere handful of 4th-tier professionals at most. There wasn't a single 5th-tier professional. Bai Xingqi, however, was quite confident. As long as he could find a way to upgrade the tier of the Transferring Divine Stone, then things like reincarnation would become easier to manage. Reincarnation allowed professionals to reawaken their professions, and after reincarnation, the growth rate of their attribute points would also significantly increase, not to mention the substantial attribute boost gained with each transfer. In short, at the same class level, the strength difference between reincarnated and non-reincarnated professionals was quite significant. Ignorance of reincarnation was one thing, but now that he knew about it, there was no way he could pretend not to. Of course, there was no need to rush. Reincarnation had a strict condition. 1. must first reach the 4th tier. But due to restrictions from the higher levels of the Divine Hall, he couldn't transfer in Clearwater City, so he had to make a trip to Black Mountain City first. However, it was getting late, and even if he rushed to Black Mountain City, the transfer guide there would likely have already finished their shift, so there was no need to set off immediately. It was a new day. Bai Xingqi emerged from Clearwater City, ascended directly into the sky, and flew towards Black Mountain City. There was nothing in Clearwater City that required his immediate attention for the time being. As he flew, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Third-tier cities were inconvenient in this regard. They didn't even have teleportation arrays to other cities, relying entirely on self-travel. If one didn't have the ability to fly, it would be utterly miserable. However, it now seemed that the absence of intercity teleportation arrays might not be a bad thing. At least the matters he planned to undertake next would be more convenient. That way, even if he were to drastically change Clearwater City from now on without a direct teleportation array, he could maximize the containment of information. Even if the news gradually spread to the outside world without a teleportation array, people from the outside world wouldn't be able to arrive at Clearwater City in large numbers and quickly. Bai Xingqi flew forward while contemplating various details. For others, crossing two cities would be extremely dangerous and difficult, but for him, it was merely like visiting a neighbor. The flying monsters that attacked him along the way were killed by the pure black medical needles surrounding him before they could even get close. After some time, he finally saw the outer city walls of Black Mountain City in the distance. As a second-tier city, Black Mountain City's walls, in terms of both height and strength, were clearly far superior to Clearwater City's. In Bai Xingqi's eyes, Black Mountain City appeared incredibly peaceful at this moment, just like any other time. Clearly, there had been no monster invasion here. It seemed that Xiao Liang, who had returned to the Grey Realm, had been mistaken. The scene of monsters flooding into human cities 50 years ago had not repeated itself. It was merely a Grey Realm monster invasion that happened to occur in individual cities. Bai Xingqi entered Black Mountain City smoothly and headed straight for the job transfer temple. For him, nothing was more urgent than job transfer at this moment. Having been here once before, he was familiar with the way and soon entered the job transfer temple. However, upon his arrival, there were already several people waiting to transfer their jobs. Out of politeness, he did not proactively use his true sight to pry, as it was an action that could easily lead to misunderstandings. However, with his current incredibly powerful spirit attribute, even without actively using true sight, he could easily discern the information of these people standing before him waiting for job transfer. Not a single one of them had a class lower than his. It could only be said that as expected of a second-tier city, its overall strength was much greater than Clearwater City's. Bai Xingqi obediently joined the queue. After all, there were only 4 people ahead of him, and even if each person took half an hour, it would take at most 2 hours. He had arrived early enough, and he could wait for 2 hours. In fact, the waiting time he estimated was not as long as 2 hours. One person accepted the job transfer quest and left in a hurry, leaving only 3 people to undergo the actual job transfer assessment. A little over an hour later, it was Bai Xingqi's turn. Hello sir, may I ask which transfer you are here for? I'm here for the 4th transfer. The 4th transfer? The job transfer guide looked at Bai Xingqi with curiosity, seemingly shocked by his extreme youth. Although Black Mountain City was a second-tier city and its resources surpassed those of a third-tier city like Clearwater City, it was still very rare to reach the conditions for a 4th transfer at such a young age. It was clear that this was another job transfer second generation from a very well-off family. Nodding, the job transfer guide prepared to guide Bai Xingqi through the transfer. However, all of this was disrupted by the sudden, forceful opening of the door. 3 professionals strode in. What's going on? Why are there still people in the temple at this hour? Among the 3 professionals who entered, the one in the center was a young man, appearing slightly older than Bai Xingqi, while the other 2 were middle-aged men around 40. The one who spoke at this moment was the middle-aged man to the left of the young man. Didn't we make a reservation long ago? The temple should have been cleared at this time. What kind of service is this? The middle-aged man to the right of the young man also blared angrily and shouted. Bai Xingqi looked at the 3 people who had entered with some surprise. He hadn't expected that someone would dare to be so presumptuous in the job transfer temple. You see, the transfer temple is a system independent of the professional association. In Qingshui City, the former branch master didn't even acknowledge the professional association. How is it that here in Black Mountain City, any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to shout in the temple? He clearly couldn't understand. At this moment, with such an unexpected turn of events, the transfer guide was clearly stunned for a moment, completely forgetting to continue guiding Bai Xingqi's transfer. Sir, what are you trying to do? Please do not disrupt the order of the transfer temple. Being inside the transfer temple, the transfer guide clearly had a strong backing and was not intimidated by the 3 people who had suddenly barged in. What are we trying to do? The middle-aged man who spoke earlier looked displeased. Why don't you go ask your superior? What did he promise us? Black Mountain City Transfer Temple. Our superior? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the transfer guide's momentum immediately weakened. If there was anyone in this transfer temple who was her superior, it would clearly be the branch master. If the branch master had made any promises to the other party, then she really had no reason to stop them. It's just that if such a thing happened, why didn't the branch master inform her? Did she forget? Hello, I'm really not clear about this matter. Wait, let me contact. Before the transfer guide could finish speaking, someone quickly walked out from the inner room of the temple. Xiao Wang, this is what I told you about, how could you forget? Ding. Before the transfer guide, Xiao Wang, could even utter a word, she was pulled aside by the person who had walked over quickly. After a brief and rapid exchange, Xiao Wang reluctantly stepped aside. Then, that person moved forward again, quickly, approaching and greeting the three people who had barged into the temple. Young Master Lin, Captain Gua, Captain Zhou, I was so overwhelmed with work that I temporarily forgot about your important matter. It's my fault, it's my fault. Upon seeing this person appear, the two middle-aged men who had been speaking harshly earlier finally softened their expressions and said resentfully, it's alright, it didn't cause too much trouble. In short, as long as we hurry now, it will be fine. Okay, leave it all to me. The person then glanced at Bai Xingqi and walked towards him. Little brother, the situation is like this. Mr. Lin booked this time slot with our temple in advance for his transfer. Because his profession is quite special, he is concerned about confidentiality. Please wait outside the temple for a while. It won't take too long, at most an hour. We apologize for any inconvenience. His words were reasonable and well-founded, and polite. At least his attitude was much more pleasant than those two middle-aged men. This person also looked at Bai Xingqi with anticipation. He had just learned from the transfer guide, Xiao Wang, that this young man was only here for his fourth transfer. Although it was impressive to be able to undergo a fourth transfer at such a young age, indicating that his family conditions were certainly good, it was clearly far inferior to young Master Lin. He felt that the other party would likely give him this face. However, until the smile on his face was almost frozen, he still had not received the desired response from the young man in front of him. Little brother? Bai Xingqi sneered, are we that familiar that you can call me little brother? Also, who are you, and by what right do you think you can ask for my understanding? The person stood in front of Bai Xingqi, blinking with difficulty. He truly did not expect that the young man he was facing not only had no intention of agreeing to his request but also seemed ready to fall out with him. Has the era really changed? Can't young people today be treated the same way as before? Who am I? I am the deputy branch master of the transfer temple in Black Mountain City. The man's eyes lit up with pride, as if looking down on Bai Xingqi, and he said, if you understand, then can I ask you, little brother, to wait outside for a moment? Deputy Hallmaster Ding, why waste so much time talking to a brat? If he refuses to leave, Old Gua, will just throw him out. Don't delay young Master Lin's business. The middle-aged man surnamed Gua snorted and uttered these words. If it were an ordinary three-turn professional, they would have no choice but to obediently leave the Divine Temple at this moment. After all, they were about to undergo job advancement, and offending a deputy branch hall master of the Divine Temple was clearly not a wise move. But Bai Xingqi was, of course, no ordinary three-turn professional. Deputy branch hall master? He sneered, a mocking expression on his face. I've never heard of a position like Deputy Branch Hall Master in the Job Advancement Divine Temple. He didn't even bother to waste more words with this so-called Deputy Hall Master Ding. Instead, he looked towards the Job Advancement Guide on the side and said, Miss Guide, could you please come over and quickly help me complete the job advancement process? It had to be said that Bai Xingqi's actions deeply angered Deputy Hall Master Ding. His face turned green and then red, and his anger was irrepressible. He gritted out a sentence through his teeth. What does a child know? I'm telling you, whether you want to or not, you have to go out. You won't have the chance to advance your job in this divine temple today. At this moment, the job advancement guide on the side also shook her head and said, you should go out and wait for a while. It won't take too long. Deputy Hall Master Ding is the temporary acting Hall Master of our branch. When the Hall Master is not here, his words are also effective. What a mess, it's tiring just watching. The middle-aged man surnamed Gua, who was clearly impatient, finally couldn't hold back. He strode forward, opened his large hand, and grabbed towards Bai Xingqi. Although he hadn't checked Bai Xingqi's panel attributes, he estimated that such a young brat wouldn't exceed 3 turns at most, and he could easily toy with him. With one grab and one throw, it was a sure thing to toss the opponent out of the hall. Even if the Divine Temple doors were damaged, the company would reimburse it, so it wasn't a problem at all. Boom! With a loud bang, the Divine Temple doors were indeed smashed open. However, Bai Xingqi, who was supposed to be thrown out, was still standing in his original spot. The middle-aged man surnamed Gua, who had reached out to him, was now outside the hall, rolling like a gourd. Such strong strength attribute? The sudden and unexpected scene caught everyone present off guard. The other middle-aged man surnamed Zhou's expression turned grim, and golden light emanated from his body, clearly activating his battle chi. He was obviously a warrior-class professional, and the strength attribute ranked among the top in many professional branches. In the state of activated battle chi, his strength increased even more. At this moment, he could almost be considered to be going all out. However, his outcome was no different. The moment his palm came into contact with Bai Xingqi, he felt an irresistible force surge, and his entire body was completely out of control, soaring into the air. Boom! Another person was rolling outside the Divine Temple. Young Master Lin, who had been standing in the Divine Temple with an indifferent attitude, now looked at Bai Xingqi, his pupils filled with shock. The cool and aloof persona he had maintained had instantly collapsed. What do you want to do? Feeling Bai Xingqi's gaze fall upon him, Deputy Hallmaster Ding couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine and instinctively took a step back. Judging from how easily the other party had thrown Guo and Zhou flying, this person's strength was likely beyond his ability to handle. I'm telling you, fighting and injuring people is prohibited within the Job Advancement Divine Temple. With your actions, you will be blacklisted and permanently barred from entering the temple for job advancement. A joke. The rules of the Transfer Temple, do you understand them or do I? Bai Xingqi sneered. Without him making any visible move, the transfer divine stone within the temple began to tremble. Ripples of white light flew from the stone and landed on him, as if draping him in an outer garment of light. This is... Vice Hall Master Ding's expression changed drastically, his face instantly turning pale. In the Transfer Temple, the white light emanating from the Transfer Divine Stone bathed Bai Xingqi in an aura of majesty. Both Vice Hall Master Ding and the Transfer Guide, Xiao Wang, looked at Bai Xingqi with disbelief, yet they had already understood something. They had witnessed such a scene from the true branch Hall Master of the Black Mountain City branch. The ability to mobilize the power of the Transfer Divine Stone to a certain extent could only mean one thing: this young man before them was also a branch Hall Master of the Transfer Temple. It no longer mattered which branch hall he came from. Regardless of which branch Hall Master he was, his status and strength were far beyond anything they could challenge. Well, do you have anything else to say now? Bai Xingqi's gaze fell upon Vice Hall Master Ding. The inherent authority and demeanor of a branch Hall Master naturally emanated from him, causing the observed Vice Hall Master Ding to tremble inwardly and his teeth to chatter. Theoretically, as staff of the Transfer Temple, they were protected by the temple's power within its walls, making it difficult for even higher-ranking professionals to harm them. But there were always exceptions. The branch hall masters of the various temples were such exceptions. They possessed higher-level permissions to utilize the temple's power. If they wished, they could directly strip other staff members of the temple's protective power. Vice Hall Master Ding couldn't muster the slightest thought of resistance. Bai Xingqi slightly curled his lips and said, "In that case, please escort the irrelevant people out first." The irrelevant people naturally referred to the aloof young Master Lin who had been standing by. Vice Hall Master Ding's heart churned with internal conflict, but he eventually approached young Master Lin. "Young Master Lin, this gentleman is about to undergo his transfer. Please be accommodating and wait outside. We apologize for any inconvenience." Young Master Lin's face darkened, and he was extremely resistant in his heart. However, at this moment, stubbornly resisting would be of no benefit. He finally gritted his teeth and walked out of the temple. Seeing that even Guizhou and the other were thrown out, he understood that if he wasn't sensible, he might be thrown out in the same manner the next moment. Young Master Lin's cooperation relieved Vice Hall Master Ding. He scurried back to Bai Xingqi's side and said with a hint of fawning, "Sir, I have escorted the irrelevant people out. You may now begin your transfer." Bai Xingqi looked at Vice Hall Master Ding, sensing the shift from arrogance to obsequiousness, and couldn't help but shake his head. "What, are you worried I'll report to your branch hall master about you using your temple position for personal gain?" He chuckled and added, "Don't worry, I'm not that idle. As long as you don't obstruct me, I couldn't be bothered with your trivial matters." Yes, Vice Hall Master Ding nodded repeatedly with a sheepish grin. "You are magnanimous." As he spoke, he noticed Bai Xingqi was still staring at him. "Sir, what is it? What do you mean, what is it?" Bai Xingqi's gaze turned cold. "You go out too." Vice Hall Master Ding finally came to his senses, and a feeling of humiliation and regret surged from the depths of his heart. So, irrelevant people didn't just refer to young Master Lin, but also included himself. Regardless of what was on his mind, this Deputy Hall Master Ding obediently stood outside the temple. Bai Xingqi then said to the only remaining job transfer guide inside the hall, "Little Wang, is it? It's time for you to help me with my job transfer." He had only intended to transfer jobs ordinarily, but he hadn't expected it would ultimately be resolved in this manner. The job transfer guide, already numb from the series of events, quickly nodded and stepped forward. The job transfer process then proceeded as expected. Black Mountain City was a second-tier city, and its job transfer temple, unlike the one in Clearwater City, did not suffer from a lack of monsters for the job transfer assessment. At the very least, Bai Xingqi's 4-star job transfer mission went smoothly. Stepping out of the job transfer temple once more, he was no longer the barefoot doctor he once was, but had become a 4-star professional. His 4-star profession was named Azure Pouch Physician. He had, of course, completed a 5-star difficulty job transfer mission this time, with an additional 50% attribute increase, bringing his 6 attributes to nearly 600,000 points each. Coupled with the increased attribute growth rate of his 4-star profession, his strength had increased by more than several times compared to before. As he walked out of the temple, the three people outside were still standing there like wooden stakes. Seeing Bai Xingqi appear, the two middle-aged men's expressions changed, and their eyes couldn't help but dart away. It was young Master Lin whose eyes lit up. "Hello, I am." Before he could finish speaking, he was cut off by Bai Xingqi's indifferent glance. What an indifferent glance it was. Young Master Lin felt a certainty in his heart that if he dared to utter another word, he would likely be reporting to the Resurrection Temple today. Although the association had a ban on maliciously attacking other professionals for certain beings, it was clearly as if it didn't exist. After suppressing the other party with a single glance, Bai Xingqi lost interest and strode away. The forces in Black Mountain City were complex, and there were many powerful professionals among them. Although Bai Xingqi believed his current strength no longer feared them, he had no inclination to meddle. After making a call, he headed directly to Miracle Company. This trip to Black Mountain City was also an opportunity to meet Master Song and discuss the matter of Monster Essence with him. Soon, Bai Xingqi arrived at Miracle Company and appeared in the workshop of Master Craftsman Song Jinghai. Every time they met, this master seemed very busy, diligent like a worker bee. However, this time, there were two familiar faces in Master Song's workshop. They were the two boss Wangs from Clearwater Commercial Plaza. Although their interactions had only spanned a little over 10 days, these two could be considered old acquaintances on his path to growth. Brother Bai. From their previous communication, both of them had already learned of Bai Xingqi's impending arrival and greeted him with smiles. According to information gathered through various channels, this brother Bai was likely to become increasingly remarkable. After the greetings, the noise in the workshop gradually subsided, and a person walked out from the inner room. "You say you want to obtain the technology for synthesizing attribute crystals from me?" In the workshop, Song Jinghai, who had walked out, looked at Bai Xingqi in front of him and shook his head, saying, "Although our previous cooperation was very pleasant, I must regretfully inform you that obtaining the technology for synthesizing attribute crystals from me is impossible." As if sensing that his words were too harsh, he paused and then continued, "This is one of Miracle Company's core technologies, and it is particularly important for standing at the forefront in the upcoming new era. The same applies to other major companies." After glancing at Bai Xingqi, he continued, "I know you're very strong, but don't get any strange ideas. This workshop of mine may seem peaceful, but in reality, there are no less than 5 powerful professional teams secretly monitoring it." Song Jinghai's meaning was very clear. That is, the technology for synthesizing attribute crystals could not be handed over. And if Bai Xingqi dared to use force, the personnel hidden by Miracle Company would surely ensure he would never return. Bai Xingqi fell silent. Everyone present thought he was scared, but that wasn't the case. Based on his understanding of his current strength, let alone the few hidden teams of Miracle Company, even if all the professionals in Black Mountain City were to come out, they probably couldn't do anything to him. He wouldn't resort to forceful seizure, not because he was afraid, but simply because he didn't want to. Moreover, one couldn't be so short-sighted. The professionals of Black Mountain City couldn't do anything to him, but what about the professionals from higher-level cities? Miracle Company's presence in Black Mountain City was merely a branch company. Bai Xingqi had heard about the immense strength of its headquarters. Once he chose to do such a thing, the subsequent troubles would be endless. That would not be in his best interest. Song Jinghai spoke again, "Seeing as you were introduced by Xiao Wang and the others, I'll be frank with you. I don't actually have the technology for synthesizing attribute crystals myself. My responsibility is only to extract the monster essence. The actual synthesis process is carried out at the headquarters." Bai Xingqi nodded, not feeling that the other party was deceiving him. Given the strategic importance of attribute crystals, it was understandable that Miracle Company would value them highly and would not allow a single person to control all aspects of the process. It seemed his objective for this visit could not be perfectly achieved. It was a pity that the gray pools in the gray realm were almost depleted, otherwise he wouldn't need to seek a connection through Miracle Company. Gently exhaling, and after slightly adjusting his thoughts, Bai Xingqi looked directly at Master Song and said, "In that case, let's discuss other forms of cooperation." Regarding cooperation, they had already discussed some matters briefly through the communicator. Song Jinghai shook his head and said, "For business matters, you can talk to Xiao Wang and the other two. I've fully entrusted them with it. I just came out to say hello. If there's nothing else, I'll get back to my work." With that, Song Jinghai didn't linger and returned to the inner room. Soon, more sounds could be heard. The remaining matters would clearly have to be discussed among the three of them. Bai Xingqi soon learned that the two boss Wangs were related to Master Song, which explained why Master Song was willing to trust them and entrust the matter to them. And with Master Song's connection, they were able to bypass the Black Mountain City branch of Miracle Company and secure this favorable opportunity to discuss cooperation with Bai Xingqi. Of course, they would not openly disclose such details to Bai Xingqi. As they were old acquaintances, the conversation between the three proceeded smoothly. Ultimately, the cooperation between the two parties was finalized. Bai Xingqi would periodically provide them with a certain amount of gray crystals and monster essence, and in return, they would provide him with a certain amount of attribute crystals and other financial resources. A profit would naturally be made in the process, but without the ability to synthesize attribute crystals himself, there was no other way. And this was merely an initial bait released by Bai Xingqi. He would not trade all his gray crystals. Furthermore, his future plan was to completely control the entire Clearwater City and hold the production of gray crystals in Clearwater City's hands. The Grey Realm monster siege was only a matter of 2 or 3 days away, and the news hadn't fully spread yet, so many factions naturally hadn't reacted. By the time they did react and wanted to extend their reach into Clearwater City to get a piece of the pie, Bai Xingqi would let them know that Clearwater City belonged to the people of Clearwater City. Want gray crystals? Then they would have to trade with Clearwater City obediently. They shouldn't even think about hunting monsters within Clearwater City to collect gray crystals. At that time, Clearwater City, possessing the gray crystal output, would naturally have the bargaining power. Even if they hadn't mastered the cooperative technology for attribute crystals, the problem wouldn't be too big. After a conversation, Bai Xingqi left Master Son's workshop. He had received a promise that Boss Wang would return to Clearwater City and bring more material decomposition machines. That was also part of their cooperation. Inside the workshop, Boss De Wang and Boss Xiao Wang looked at each other, seeing the burning desire in each other's eyes. Are you scared? Scared of what? Such a good opportunity won't come again. Being able to know Brother Bai is our fortune. And if we don't seize this heaven-sent fortune, we'll be struck by divine retribution. Alright, let's stick with Brother Bai's connection. The future will definitely be very different. Despite some worry about the monster tide crisis in Clearwater City happening again, Boss Xiao Wang decided to return to Clearwater City, understanding that it had now become a treasure trove. Boss De Wang, on the other hand, had his own matters to attend to in Black Mountain City. Master Song, what do you mean by this? Why are you giving the agency rights for the material decomposition machine to this small merchant from a third-tier city? The workshop door was pushed open rudely, and a slightly plump figure stormed in angrily. He ignored the two people sitting in the outer room and continued to rush inside. Fatty Lin, are you tired of being a branch manager? You're ruining my train of thought and causing the next stage of decomposition. Machines to die in the cradle. Can you bear the consequences? A pointless argument was about to unfold again. Such scenes had happened too many times in the past 2 days. The two beneficiaries sitting on the sofa exchanged glances, silently drank their tea, and pretended to be deaf, understanding each other's intentions. Meanwhile, Bai Xingqi was naturally unaware of everything that happened in the workshop after he left. He had already taken flight and was rushing back towards Clearwater City. On that end, there would be many things to keep him busy. Clearwater City, a scene of ruins with collapsed buildings everywhere. The previous monster tide had clearly inflicted devastating damage on the entire city. But at this moment, the city's protective formation was operating stably, and no more monsters from outside could enter. The monsters within the city had also been cleared, and everything was starting to move in a positive direction. Although this monster tide had come fiercely and suddenly, knocking down more than half of the city, the actual damage to the professional fighters of Clearwater City was not as terrible as imagined. While many professional fighters were killed by monsters, they were basically resurrected from the Resurrection Temple. Only a very small number had completely perished from this world. Of course, if these monsters had not been dealt with quickly and had continued to roam the city, no matter how many chances the professional fighters had to resurrect, the final outcome would not have been very pleasant. Clearwater City had, in a sense, skirted the edge of complete annihilation. And at this moment, everywhere was a scene of bustling reconstruction. With such efficiency, it was estimated that the complete reconstruction of Clearwater City would not take too much time. However, for the many professional fighters of Clearwater City, there was still a very urgent matter before them. That was, the mutated monsters outside the city were still present, and ordinary professional fighters simply couldn't leave the city to level up. Although it was possible to live in the city without leveling up, for professionals accustomed to constantly improving their levels, the sudden absence of this was clearly disorienting. Moreover, this incident also made many professionals realize that even hiding in the city could not guarantee absolute safety. To increase their chances of survival amidst the impact of the era and continue to improve their strength, it was clearly the best choice. Many large and medium-sized guilds, led by Fierce Lion Hu too, arrived outside a residential area. This was the residential area where Bai Xingqi lived, and now that his father, Bai Ye, had returned, he naturally lived there as well. The professionals of Qinshui City had witnessed how astonishingly the returning individuals from the Grey Realm had performed during this monster surge. The subsequent actions would undoubtedly require the strength of these individuals from the Grey Realm, and the people from the Grey Realm looked to the former Fortern Archmage Bai Ye as their leader. Their plan to start with Bai Ye was clearly a correct choice. With too many people, Bai Ye could only meet them in the open space of the residential area. When Bai Xingqi returned, he happened to see the scene. Many professionals from Qingshui City, appealing to their emotions and reasoning, hoped that Baiya would lead the people from the Grey Realm together to help them turn the tide, starting with leveling up and fighting monsters around Qingshui City and finally counterattacking the Grey Realm. It had to be said that the ideas of many professionals in Qingshui City were not wrong. If Qingshui City were to develop further, it would undoubtedly need the strength of Baiya and others. However, having experienced the Grey Realm and having a deep understanding of the strength of monsters outside the city, Baiya's thoughts were different from those of the past. He did not make promises lightly. Coincidentally, Bai Xingqi's arrival brought forth an idea that had already been in his mind. Shao Qi, you come. After a brief exchange while standing aside, and as everyone watched in trepidation, Baiya pushed Bai Xingqi forward. Everyone, your ideas are very good, but I have no intention of staying in Qingshui City for a long time. You should have a good talk with him about this matter. With that, without waiting for everyone's reaction, he left. Bai Xingqi stood in place, not stopping his father from leaving. In that very short time, he had fully understood his father's thoughts. His father did not intend to stay in Qingshui City permanently but planned to go to other cities to continue improving his class and pursue the doubts in his heart. Bai Xingqi naturally respected his father's wishes. His father, Baiya, had originally wanted to keep the people of the Grey Realm's White Camp to help him turn the tide in Qingshui City, but he had refused. Having witnessed Bai Xingqi's strength, Baiya did not force the issue and chose to trust him. Although he had the instinctive worry of a parent, to be fair, the strength Bai Xingqi had previously displayed was more than enough to single-handedly defeat the entire White Camp. Baiya felt that there was not much he could help with anymore. Thus, Bai Xingqi stood before the many professionals of Qingshui City. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. The people present were no strangers to Bai Xingqi. However, compared to him, they clearly preferred dealing with Baiya. They had already witnessed Bai Xingqi's immense strength and his erratic and unpredictable behavior. The thought of persuading such a person to cooperate made them feel immense pressure. But as things stood, they could not back down. After all, they were already in this situation and could not do nothing. Many looked towards Fierce Lion who Tuesday, after the Chingha guild was scattered, his 100 Beasts guild had clearly become the #1 guild in Qingshui City. If there was anyone among them who could barely communicate with Bai Xingqi, it was clearly this person. Hu Tu was somewhat conflicted. Only he knew how bitter he felt inside. Others might not have understood the full extent of Bai Xingqi's strength, but he did. Originally, relying on their years of friendship, he could have had a good chat with Baiya. He hadn't expected that fellow to become so shrewd, simply washing his hands of the matter and leaving the incredibly difficult Bai Xingqi to deal with it. Branch Hall Master Bai. Captain Bai, first of all, congratulations on your appointment. After saying this, Hu Tu didn't know how to continue. As a former prominent figure in Clearwater City and already advanced in years, he found himself being so cautious and hesitant in front of a mere youngster, which made his mood quite complex. Bai Xingqi, however, had no such reservations. He smiled, looking at Hu Tu before him, and asked pointedly, "Old Master Hu, has your granddaughter successfully completed her job transfer?" Hu Tu was startled. Thinking of his granddaughter Hu Liuli's astonishing job transfer results, he finally came to his senses. The other party was clearly trying to guide him. Yes, Liuli did successfully transfer, and I must thank Branch Hall Master Bai for facilitating it. The other professionals nearby looked on with confusion, unsure of the cryptic conversation they were having. Bai Xingqi, however, continued, "Since she has successfully transferred, I presume she has already explained the entire situation to you. The matter she promised me, I wonder if you, her grandfather, can help see it through? So that's how it is." Hu Tu's heart stirred, and he instantly understood much more. The 100 Beasts Guild was, of course, a very powerful guild, a considerably strong force in Clearwater City. However, compared to the successful job transfer his granddaughter had achieved, its value was far less. And Bai Xingqi, who had brought about this transfer for his granddaughter, was clearly waiting for something. As inspiration struck, the Fierce Lion nodded and declared loudly, "The entire 100 Beasts Guild will strictly follow the arrangements of Branch Hall Master Bai." In Clearwater City, within the residential area of Bai Xingqi's home, almost all the professionals were stunned, looking at the Fierce Lion Hu Tu before them in disbelief. They had absolutely not expected the highly anticipated Fierce Lion to utter such words. What did strictly follow arrangements mean? This was practically relinquishing their autonomy and handing over the control of the entire 100 Beasts Guild to the other party. In that case, let alone seizing benefits in this era of change, they might even lose the entire guild in the end. The actions of Fierce Lion Hu Tu left the professionals present in an awkward situation. If even a 4-turn professional, the current top guild, had declared their stance, what should they do? Bai Xingqi did not give them much time to deliberate. Looking at these professionals, Bai Xingqi calmly stated, "I believe you are all aware of the matter of gray crystals. They are an important raw material for crafting attribute crystals, and the world will change because of them from now on. With your current strength, the monsters outside the city that can drop gray crystals are clearly not something you can handle. Therefore, I plan to form a Clearwater City Guild alliance, starting with the 100 Beasts Guild, with the aim of leveling up together and hunting for gray crystals. The numerous professionals present exchanged glances. What Bai Xingqi was saying now was not entirely unacceptable to them. Someone took the opportunity to ask, the monsters outside the city are outrageously strong. It makes sense to unite and level up together, but how will the dropped gray crystals be distributed? The numerous professionals nodded in agreement. Clearly, this was their primary concern. They understood what gray crystals represented, as they could be crafted into attribute crystals that increased attribute points. Each of them clearly had no intention of giving up such a thing. However, meeting the expectant gazes of the crowd, Bai Xingqi gave a cold smile and said, I have already contacted a major company, and soon their staff will be stationed in our Qingshui city. The harvested gray crystals can then be processed into attribute crystals that can be used for stat points through this channel. As his words fell, the professionals present exchanged glances. One person asked, what if we contact company personnel separately to process the attribute crystals? As he spoke, his gaze flickered slightly towards Bai Xingqi, clearly intending to confirm something. Bai Xingqi smiled, unconcerned by their thoughts, and said, this is what I wanted to say. If you want to join the leveling alliance I am forming, you must use the gray crystal recycling channel I have designated. Of course, you can also choose not to join. The faces of everyone present immediately turned grim. They understood that given the abnormal strength of the monsters outside the city, it would be a pipe dream to level up easily without Bai Xingqi's help. But to join the alliance, they had to go through Bai Xingqi's designated channel. It was obvious that he would be taking a considerable portion of the profits. The professionals present naturally understood this. Seeing that everyone had fallen silent, Bai Xingqi smiled again and dropped another bombshell. You should all know that I am currently the branch master of the Qingshui City Transfer Temple. Therefore, I have a benefit that will be announced to the entire city, that is, professionals who join the alliance will receive additional attribute crystals from the temple during their second transfer, with a provisional quota of 5 free attribute points. During the third transfer, the quota will be 50 points, 400 points for the fourth transfer, and 1,000 points for the fifth transfer. This statement left the professionals present stunned to the point of numbness. Someone incredulously asked, is this benefit for every professional? That's right, if you join the alliance. Bai Xingqi nodded with a smile. Unlike the shock of the professionals present, this was actually nothing to him. After his fourth transfer, his strength had greatly increased, and killing monsters that dropped gray crystals was incredibly easy. With his current strength, if he went all out, he could generate over 100,000 fist-sized gray crystals in his training room alone in a single day. Converted into attribute crystals, that would be equivalent to over 2 million attribute points. As a transfer benefit for Qingshui City's professionals, it was more than enough. Moreover, the channels for obtaining gray crystals were clearly not limited to his training room. His plan was not to lead the entire Qingshui City forward with his own strength alone. He wanted the professionals of Qingshui City to achieve self-sufficiency, to improve the overall strength of Qingshui City, and ultimately to level up the transfer stones in the transfer temple. At that time, whether to continue transferring forward or choose to reincarnate would be in his own hands. And Qingshui City, bordering the Grey Realm, with its endless refresh of mutated monsters, had clearly become a coveted prize in the eyes of many major powers. Whether this piece of fat meat could be firmly secured within Qingshui City's bowl depended on whether Qingshui City's overall strength was strong enough. Having grown up here, Qingshui City was, in a way, his hometown. Even out of a somewhat vulgar sentiment, he hoped this hometown could become stronger. The strength of Qingshui City was, of course, the strength of all its professionals. Bai Xingqi did not believe he should bear everything by himself. There was no need to dissect these thoughts and inner journey to the people present. Bai Xingqi, relying on his current overwhelming strength, calmly asked, so, what is your answer? An awkward silence followed. Many professionals weighed the pros and cons in their hearts, but most couldn't immediately clear their heads. Bai Xingqi wasn't in a hurry. He waved his hand and said, then go back and think it over. The Great Alliance's leveling team will officially depart from the association tomorrow. If you're not here then, I'll assume you've refused. As the captain of the enforcement team for the Professional Association in Clearwater City, Bai Xingqi naturally made it his office. Everyone, with their own thoughts, dispersed. Old Master Hu, you should go back too. See you tomorrow. With a wave, Bai Xingqi left without giving Hu Tu another chance to speak. Clearly, preparations needed to be made for the upcoming matters in Clearwater City. He had already discussed the Grey Realm with his father, Bai Ye, who had expressed his decision to no longer enter it. After so many years in the Grey Realm, Bai Ye's attributes were already quite high, and his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds after successfully reaching the fifth turn. Coupled with the large number of attribute crystals Bai Xingqi had given him, his attribute panel had reached a new level, making it no longer very meaningful to continue farming gray crystals in the Grey Realm for the time being. Moreover, with the constant appearance of mutated monsters outside Clearwater City, there was no longer any need to enter the Grey Realm to farm gray crystals. Having stayed in the Grey Realm for a long time, he had clearly learned some news from people in other camps, and his departure was related to it. Bai Xingqi currently had no interest in going elsewhere, but with his strength further enhanced after his 4th turn, it was the perfect time to investigate the Grey Realm again. The area above the 4th level of the Grey Realm clearly piqued his interest. The grey mist ahead became even denser. Bai Xingqi found himself back in the Grey Realm. He walked through the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels, discovering that the grey mist within had become denser than when he had last left. However, apart from the denser grey mist, all the monsters on these 3 levels had completely disappeared. At least, since he had entered the Grey Realm until he reached the 3rd level, he hadn't encountered a single monster along the way. This was clearly very unusual. Could it be that the monsters in the Grey Realm will no longer appear on these 3 levels but will instead appear in the outside world? This was a very reasonable guess. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the current situation. Bai Xingqi made his way to the location of the White Camp. The grey mist grew thicker and thicker. On the 3rd level alone, the density felt greater than when he had entered the 4th level previously. In his opinion, it wouldn't be long before the entire 3rd level was completely covered by even denser grey mist, and even the last remaining grey pool in the White Camp would struggle to maintain its original state. At that time, the 3rd level of the Grey Realm might become a forbidden zone for life. Whoosh, a gust of wind sounded, and a battle axe cleaved through the grey mist, striking towards him. At the same time, a voice came from the opposite side of the grey mist. Who? Uncle Xiao, it's me. Are you really not going to change your bad habit of swinging your axe around indiscriminately? Although the grey mist had become denser, Bai Xingqi had undergone the baptism of his 4th turn, and his spirit attribute had been greatly enhanced, so the distance he could see through was still about the same as last time. He had already seen Xiao Liang approaching with his battle axe. This swing, of course, couldn't harm Bai Xingqi. Xiao Liang abruptly put away his battle axe, his face emerging from the grey mist. He blinked and looked at Bai Xingqi, asking in surprise, "Huh? You've been going in circles in here for so long, haven't you found a way out?" Bai Xingqi shook his head and smiled. "No, I've already been out and have just come back in. How are things outside? It really does require old Xiao to come out and save the day, doesn't it?" Xiao Liang's eyes lit up, and he gave his battle axe a shake, looking eager to get going. However, his enthusiasm was not to be satisfied. Bai Xingqi's voice had already spoken. "Things outside are fine. The situation has been resolved. I've only come here to continue exploring the Grey Realm." Following that, the two walked forward together, exchanging information along the way. From Xiao Liang, Bai Xingqi learned that since his departure, apart from the grey mist becoming denser, there had been no other changes within. The people from the other camps had not returned to the Grey Realm either. Whether it was because too little time had passed for them to enter, or if they had completely given up on re-entering, was unknown. Xiao Liang also voiced his concerns, stating that the Grey Pool's activity had been deteriorating rapidly in such a short period. If things continued this way, the Grey Pool might completely disappear in less than half a month. This aligned perfectly with Bai Xingqi's own suspicions. When Bai Xingqi mentioned that the White Camp had left Clearwater City for another location and instructed Xiao Liang to remain in Clearwater City, Xiao Liang fell into silence for a moment. After a brief pause, Xiao Liang nodded heavily and said, "I understand what Bai means. He mentioned it to me before. Since that's the case, I'll stay in Clearwater City and follow you." Seeing Bai Xingqi looking somewhat stunned, he laughed heartily, patted his chest, and added, "Do you know why Bai only asked me to stay among so many people in the White Camp? It's because I'm the strongest person in the White Camp besides Bai. Clearly, he can only leave with peace of mind if he leaves a powerful helper like me by your side." Could he really interpret it that way? Bai Xingqi blinked, momentarily speechless. Was there a possibility that it was simply because Xiao Liang was still within the Grey Realm and there wasn't enough time to notify him to leave together, so they just left him in Clearwater City to help? However, as long as the other party was happy, it wouldn't be good to shatter his pleasant fantasy and dampen his enthusiasm. Bai Xingqi then proceeded to the Grey Pool and took out a large quantity of grey crystals from his inventory. Since the 3rd level of the Grey Realm was no longer spawning monsters, there was no longer any need for the Grey Pool to exist. Instead of being slowly consumed by the grey mist, it was better to let it serve its final purpose. The grey crystals, which were not a significant amount for Bai Xingqi, were enough to leave Xiao Liang dumbfounded. This time, Bai Xingqi had poured tens of thousands of grey crystals into the Grey Pool for conversion, and these were fist-sized grey crystals. A fist-sized grey crystal could provide 20 free attribute points, so how many were 10,000? Without even needing to count on his fingers, Xiao Liang immediately calculated it. A full 200,000 free attribute points. Xiao Liang's head buzzed, feeling that all the shock he had experienced in his life combined did not even come close to the scene before him. Had the entire White Camp, after operating in this Grey Realm for so long, accumulated grey crystals equivalent to 200,000 attribute points? In any case, Xiao Liang knew that the grey crystals he had acquired were not even a tenth of this amount. Wait, that's not right. Watching Bai Xingqi collect the converted attribute crystals, the Grey Pool instantly collapsed and the surrounding grey mist surged in. From this moment on, the gray pool, which the white camp relied on for survival, had made its exit. Xiao Liang felt a mix of emotions, a myriad of strange feelings welling up in his heart. Let's go, Uncle Qiao. Shall we go up to the 4th level, or would you prefer to wait for me outside? Xiao Liang shook his head rapidly. How could he possibly miss out on something like this? Thus, 2 figures soon appeared. On the 4th level of the Grey Realm. Although Xiao Liang appeared boisterous, he held his battle axe with considerable caution at this moment. Anyone who could persist in the Grey Realm for so long would certainly not be someone completely clueless. However, his actions were clearly somewhat superfluous. Not only the first 3 levels of the Grey Realm, but even this 4th level, was devoid of any monsters. The 2 ventured deep into the realm, and apart from the denser grey mist that made one not want to see the person in front of them, the 4th level of the Grey Realm was eerily quiet. This fact left Xiao Liang completely bewildered. However, Bai Xingqi, who was also walking through the dense grey mist, displayed a peculiar change in his expression. He sensed that as he spent more time on this 4th level, a certain change was beginning to take effect on him. Perhaps that wasn't quite accurate. It should be said that what was changing was not himself, but the magical training room within him, intimately connected to him, which was also shrouded in a hazy grey. Walking through the 4th level of the Grey Realm, Bai Xingqi sensed that the dense grey mist surrounding him was enveloping him like a stream of warm water. Then, strand by strand, the grey mist found an entrance from somewhere and seeped directly into his body. Initially, Bai Xingqi was somewhat apprehensive. However, as the magical training room within him began to change, his increasingly rapid heartbeat gradually calmed down. Was this grey mist slowly repairing the training room within his body? Bai Xingqi could feel that the training room within him was greedily absorbing the incoming grey mist. And as the grey mist continued to pour in, he could also sense that the stability of the magical training room was steadily improving. The most direct manifestation was that he felt as if he could use the training room again. He had already exhausted his 5-hour quota for the day. But after spending some time enveloped in the grey mist, receiving the replenishment from the mist, he could feel that the usable time for the training room had increased by 5 minutes. Although an additional 5 minutes might not seem like much, Bai Xingqi, knowing what it represented, was already filled with joy. He had harbored similar speculations before. At this very moment, those speculations were finally being confirmed. This Grey Realm was indeed related to his magical training room. Or perhaps, all Grey Realms in this world were inextricably linked to his magical training room? This even bolder speculation filled Bai Xingqi's heart with all sorts of fantasies about the future. What's wrong? Are there monsters? Old Xiao, didn't sense anything. Seeing Bai Xingqi stop, Xiao Liang beside him fiercely swung his battle axe, slashing forward. But it was clear that this axe, as expected, missed its target. No monsters, I was just thinking about something. Bai Xingqi sighed inwardly. This Uncle Qiao's actions were always faster than his thoughts. No matter the situation, he would just swing his axe first. No wonder when he first met the man, he was acting alone and had never seen him team up for combat. Who would dare to team up with someone who had a habit of swinging wildly at everything? It was possible that before the enemy was dealt with, his own teammates would be almost chopped to pieces. So, was the reason he was left behind to help build Clearwater City also related to this? The real reason was, of course, impossible to ascertain. Bai Xingqi continued to walk forward, discovering that as he moved in different directions, the efficiency with which his magical training room absorbed the grey mist also varied. The direction with the strongest absorption efficiency was clearly also the direction with the densest grey mist. If there was a next level, it would definitely be in this direction. Like an old horse knowing the way, his steps quickened. Xiao Liang, carrying a battle axe, followed closely behind. Hey, Xiao Qi, slow down a bit. It won't be good if a monster rushes out from the grey fog. We need to wait for me, Old Xiao, to take a swing first. Thank you very much. Bai Xingqi shook his head as he walked forward and said, Uncle Qiao, put away your axe first. Don't just chop and slash. My appraisal skill lets me see further than you. Just wait for my command before you chop. Alright, you're quite capable, kid. Old Xiao will listen to you. Xiao Liang nodded and actually followed Bai Xingqi's words. If anyone else from the Bai camp saw this, they would surely be greatly surprised. This crazy Qiao usually acted recklessly, and only Bai could manage him. A little. Now, he seemed to be obeying Bai Xingqi's every word. Bai Xingqi nodded, quite satisfied in his heart. His biggest worry was that Xiao Liang would rely on his elder status and not listen to orders. He hadn't expected that there would be no need to worry about this at all. Finally, Bai Xingqi arrived before a majestic grey wall. The grey wall touched the ground below and the sky above, its height immeasurable, extending out on both sides. Even Bai Xingqi's vision could not see its boundaries. Could it be that this was the end of the 4th level of the Grey Realm? But why couldn't he see the vortex of light used for teleportation like in the previous levels? Could it be that this was not only the end of the 4th level of the Grey Realm, but also the end of the entire Grey Realm? Then, what was the meaning of the faint, endless roars coming from behind this grey wall? Bai Xingqi could clearly hear that these roars were very similar to those of the monsters that had invaded Clearwater City before. It was highly possible that all the mutated monsters outside, the mutated monsters that invaded Clearwater City, all came from behind this gray wall. But they were blocked by the gray wall and could not enter the 1st to 4th levels of the gray crystal at all. Bai Xingqi couldn't understand the reason for this. A thought flashed through his mind, wanting to try and see if he could pass through this gray wall and look at the other side. Although the monster roars coming from the other side were terrifying, he didn't actually feel scared because of it. With his current strength, entering such a monster horde would be like facing a large group of novice leveling monsters with no pressure at all. Damn, what dares to block my way, old Xiao? Take this axe. Before he finished speaking, the sound of wind echoed, and Xiao Liang's battle axe had already swung fiercely, landing on the gray wall in front of him. Boom! The gray wall remained motionless, only splashing out a few wisps of gray fog. Xiao Liang's eyes widened in shock, but Bai Xingqi's shock was no less than his. He acknowledged Xiao Liang's strength. After his 4th turn/rank, his strength was among the top in the Bai camp. Now that his father, Bai Ye, had left with the others from the Bai camp, besides himself, there was probably no one else in the entire Clearwater City whose strength surpassed Xiao Liang's. Of course, with the advent of the attribute era, no one could say for sure what the future held, but at least for now, Xiao Liang's strength could be considered top-notch. And with such strength, he couldn't even scratch the surface of the gray wall. It was obvious that the toughness of this gray wall had far exceeded imagination. After thinking for a moment, Bai Xingqi temporarily put away the idea of attacking the gray wall. He said to Xiao Liang, "Uncle Xiao, given the current situation in the Gray Realm, there's no need to stay any longer. Clearwater City still needs your help, Uncle Xiao." He quickly told Xiao Liang about the Leveling Alliance and asked for his assistance. In the current Clearwater City, besides himself, the only one who could easily kill mutated monsters was clearly Xiao Liang. Since he couldn't leave for the time being, it was obvious that he had to ask the other party to lead the Clearwater City professionals in his stead. Upon hearing the opportunity to fight against those mutated monsters, Xiao Liang became extremely excited. "Alright, old Xiao, will head back now. Uncle Xiao, this small token is just to express my respect. Please accept it." As Xiao Liang was about to leave, Bai Xingqi took out some attribute crystals from his backpack space. He felt it would be impolite to ask the other party for help without offering anything in return. He thought there would be some back and forth, but Xiao Liang burst into hearty laughter. "Good, Xiaoqi, old Xiao, am indeed coveting this. I won't be polite with you. When old Xiao, go out, I'll put in the effort to grind monsters, and I'll return several times what you've given me." Bai Xingqi smiled, unconcerned. The gray pools in the gray realm were gone now. No matter how hard Xiao Liang worked to grind monsters, he would only obtain gray crystals. To create attribute crystals that could enhance attribute points, he still needed to go through the channels he had negotiated with Miracle Company. Watching Xiao Liang's figure disappear, Bai Xingqi shook his head and sat down, leaning against the gray wall. He discovered that when he leaned against this gray wall, the efficiency of the mysterious training room in absorbing gray mist was the highest so far. As more and more gray mist was absorbed, Bai Xingqi gradually realized that the changes in the training room were exceeding his expectations. To confirm this change, he instantly entered the training room. In a corner of the training room, a gentle milky white light was slowly generating. This familiar feeling, a gray pool? Inside the training room, Bai Xingqi looked at what was gradually condensing beside him, quite surprised. What the milky white light was condensing into was none other than a gray pool. Except for its pitifully small scale, it looked very similar to the gray pools in the 3rd level of the Gray Realm. However, whether it was a true gray pool still needed to be confirmed through experimentation. He took out a gray crystal from his backpack space and threw it into this pitifully small gray pool. The next moment, the milky white light flowed, enveloping the gray crystal. In the blink of an eye, a transformed gray crystal appeared before his eyes, an authentic attribute crystal. What was generating in the training room was indeed a gray pool. Although the gray pool's light dimmed slightly after transforming one attribute crystal, it was indeed useful. Moreover, as his time in the Gray Realm increased, the scale of this gray pool would clearly continue to grow. He just didn't know how large it needed to become before it would stabilize completely. Bai Xingqi quickly exited the training room and reappeared in the outside world. Sitting with his back against the gray wall, feeling the continuous strengthening of the training room within him, his heart was filled with joy. Clearwater City. Another new day. The guild leaders of all the guilds in the city had gathered. Their presence here clearly indicated that they had accepted Bai Xingqi's arrangement and were going to join the Clearwater City Leveling Alliance. If they had any other choice, they would not have come. Although they couldn't compare to the former number 1 guild leader, Zhou Changtian, they were, after all, prominent figures in Clearwater City. Having to follow another person's arrangements in everything was, to be honest, difficult for them to accept. However, after careful observation, they despaired to find that Clearwater City was indeed surrounded by those terrifyingly powerful mutated monsters. Outside the city gates in all 4 directions were those powerful mutated monsters. And just how strong were these monsters? Having experienced one monster invasion, they clearly did not want to experience a second one. Although it's a bit embarrassing to admit, not many Of them, the guild leaders could withstand even one attack from a mutated monster. The reason those mutated monsters that invaded the city were dealt with was entirely thanks to those who returned from the Grey Realm and by Xingqi, who made them feel incredibly complex emotions. If one were to be precise, Old Manhwa, the madman from the 100 Beasts Guild, might have been able to go toe-to-toe with these mutated monsters. However, even he would have needed quite a few professionals to assist him. Otherwise, even with his blazing lion's thick blood and high defense, he wouldn't have been able to withstand more than a few blows under the mutated monster's attacks. Therefore, in this situation, the numerous guild leaders truly had no choice. If they didn't join the Leveling Grand Alliance that Bai Xingqi spoke of, their guild members wouldn't even be able to leave the city to level up. By the time the members of the Grand Alliance reached higher levels and advanced to stronger classes, the situation for their guild members would become even more awkward. Brother Who, that person, why hasn't he arrived yet? Someone, impatient, couldn't help but ask. Who too, the blazing lion. He asked us to wait, so we'll wait. Can't you stand still for this short amount of time? Hutu shook his head, glanced at these people, and smiled. Why are you all more impatient than old Hu? Being subtly rebuffed, several guild leaders exchanged sheepish glances and quieted down. But they never did get to wait for that person. Are you all here to participate in the Training Grand Alliance? A man, carrying a long-handled battle axe, strode up to them. Who are you? The guild leaders couldn't discern the man's background at a glance, and they couldn't help but feel a bit wary. Me? The one walking over with the battle axe was, naturally, Xiao Liang, who had returned from the Grey Realm. He chuckled, raised his voice, and said, Old Xiao here is the temporary leader of this Training Grand Alliance. Simply put, if you want to follow Old Xiao, you have to listen to Old Xiao's arrangements. These words were clearly confusing. The guild leaders present were momentarily at a loss. We are waiting for Branch Master Bai Xingqi. Who are you, and do you dare to cause trouble here? Although they couldn't see through Xiao Liang's background and knew he might be difficult to deal with, there was strength in numbers. Many guild leaders still questioned him with dissatisfaction. Had. Xiao Liang smiled meaningfully, tightened his grip on the battle axe, and, before he could speak, Hutu, the blazing lion, spoke up from beside him. This is Bai Ye's former teammate. I recognize him. Given the relationship between those two, this must be an arrangement by Branch Master Bai. However, such a statement clearly didn't convince all the guild leaders. They were forced to join the Leveling Grand Alliance and were already quite unhappy. Now, seeing that the main person hadn't appeared and someone else was casually called over, they were naturally even more enraged. Let Bai Xingqi come over, otherwise we will not agree to join the Leveling Grand Alliance. That's right, calling any Tom, Dick, or Harry over. Do you think we're that easy to dismiss? Make him come. In an instant, the crowd became agitated. Blazing Lion, who too looked at Xiao Liang helplessly. Although he was the strongest among the guild leaders, he couldn't suppress so many guild leaders by himself. In this situation, it seemed difficult to resolve unless Bai Xingqi came in person. However, Xiao Liang didn't think so. Looking at the increasingly excited guild leaders, he licked his lips and became even more exhilarated. Who is dissatisfied? Is it you? Xiao Liang took a step forward, directly approaching the guild leader who was shouting the loudest, and looked at him. Sensing the oppressive aura that washed over him, the guild leader felt an inexplicable chill. It was clear that the man holding the battle axe before him was stronger than himself. However, he was also an outstanding three-turn professional, on the verge of entering the fourth turn. There was no reason for him to cower just because he was intimidated. He stiffened his neck and argued his case. That's right, I'm not satisfied. We decided to join the Training Grand Alliance because of Bai Xingqi's strength. While you have some skill, you're not qualified to lead this leveling alliance. Is that so? A strange smile flickered across Xiao Liang's face. He inverted his battle axe with one hand and clenched his other fist, striking forward. Minus 989,854, a damage number close to 1,000,000 popped up. With a single blow, he had reduced the three-turn guild leader to a critical state, just shy of his health bar emptying and sending him to the Resurrection Temple. Though Xiao Liang appeared tall and strong, he wasn't a truly brainless brute. He could tell that the person before him was a three-turn night class professional, around level 80 or 90. Therefore, his highest stat among the six, Constitution, should be around 700 to 800 points. With equipment bonuses, it would likely be just over 1,000 at most. With over 1,000 Constitution points, a three-turn knight would have a health pool of around 500,000. Adding the skill bonuses inherent to the knight class, their health wouldn't exceed 1,000,000. Xiao Liang believed his punch shouldn't have directly killed the opponent. Now, am I qualified? At the gathering of numerous guild leaders, they were all staring at Xiao Liang, who held his battle axe inverted. With expressions of utter shock, they hadn't expected Xiao Liang to actually dare to attack so brazenly. Even less did they expect that he hadn't even used his weapon and with just a casual punch had sent a three-turn night guild leader to the brink of resurrection. They were all professionals. Wasn't this guy in front of them outrageously strong? The many professionals watching from the sidelines were merely astonished. The guild leader who had stood before Xiao Liang and endured his punch, however, was now consumed by intense fear. Everyone else thought he was merely close to needing resurrection, but only he knew that if that punch had been even slightly stronger, he wouldn't be going to resurrection now, but would have truly died. This was because, during the previous monster invasion, he had already exhausted his last resurrection opportunity. But as the leader of a major guild, he didn't dare reveal this information. He knew very well that if this news were to leak, certain professionals who didn't get along with him might harbor dangerous thoughts. Even the members of his own guild, whom he controlled, would likely become restless. What's wrong? Still not convinced? Seeing that after being punched, the man was just staring blankly at him without any reaction, Xiao Liang frowned. The battle axe in his hand shifted from being held inverted to being held upright. If necessary, he felt he wouldn't hesitate to send this person back to the Resurrection Temple. Often, only such methods could truly persuade someone. Convinced, I'm convinced, the three-turn knight who had been nearly sent to the afterlife by a single punch, stammered, his face pale with fright. Xiao Liang nodded with satisfaction. Holding his battle axe, he swept his gaze across the assembled guild leaders and asked with a hint of lingering dissatisfaction, "Who else?" Seeing no one respond, he expressed his disappointment and asked again, "It's alright, if anyone else is unsatisfied, feel free to step forward and we can have a good chat." "Who the hell wants to chat with you?" The group of guild leaders watched Xiao Liang's arrogant demeanor, their faces contorting, their hearts filled with immense frustration. But no one was willing to step forward to chat with him. "Just now, we were talking with fists, and perhaps later we'll be talking with battle axes." Although the one who took Xiao Liang's punch might not have been the strongest among the many guild leaders present, he was definitely the tankiest. Even he was left with critical health after one punch, so no one was confident they could withstand Xiao Liang's axe. No fun. Xiao Liang shook his head and sighed with a hint of regret. He remembered suggesting to Baya that he establish a guild, but Baya was too lazy to do it. Otherwise, he would have had plenty of opportunities to properly discipline the younger ones under his command. Now that he's been given the position of leader for the Leveling Grand Alliance, he's clearly found his enjoyment. "Alright, full army. Advance." He swung his battle axe, pointing towards the north of the city. The many guild leaders present fell silent once more. Was this leader perhaps not thinking clearly? Since it's a Leveling Grand Alliance, shouldn't they at least establish some rules with so many people gathered? Rushing out of the city in such a disorganized manner would be like offering themselves as food to the monsters. Leader, shouldn't we have some sort of plan?" One guild leader, mustering his courage, voiced his opinion. Fortunately, this leader seemed reasonable enough and nodded upon hearing this, saying, "A plan? It is indeed better to have a plan." With that, his gaze swept over the assembled professionals. "Interesting, are all the professionals here at least second turn? Are you planning to scout the path for those younger first-turn individuals? That shows some responsibility." Everyone could only offer a smile in return. In reality, even the second-turn professionals in the crowd were filled with apprehension, unsure if venturing out of the city would bring fortune or disaster. Let alone them. Even the third-turn professionals present had no confidence whatsoever. "Alright, it's decided. I will select a few deputy leaders from among you to open up the front lines with me." As he spoke, Xiao Liang pointed into the crowd. You, and you." In an instant, 8 professionals were singled out. Those chosen were at least third-turn professionals and mostly leaders of major guilds. However, they didn't feel much joy at being selected, rather, they felt a sense of resistance. They knew without a doubt that these so-called deputy leaders were not good jobs. It meant being at the forefront with the current leader, a task fraught with extreme danger. Seeing the reluctant few, Xiao Liang chuckled. "What, you're unwilling?" As he spoke, he took out a large pile of items from his inventory space and tossed them onto the ground with a clatter. The professionals present stared, their eyes wide. They all recognized them as attribute crystals. Each of these attribute crystals can provide 5 attribute points. Each of you deputy leaders can take them, and during the existence of the Leveling Grand Alliance, your share of the produced attribute crystals will be higher than that of other professionals. Xiao Liang looked at them, his gaze seeming to pierce their very souls. Now, is there anyone who is still unwilling? Xiao Liang could clearly feel that after he threw out this pile of attribute crystals, the expressions of those who had previously declined had changed. While outwardly maintaining an air of profound wisdom, he was inwardly beaming with joy. A mere less than 100 attribute crystals, totaling less than 500 attribute points, could make these professionals change their minds. How cost-effective. If they knew that back in the Grey Realm he had obtained a large number of attribute crystals from Bai Xingqi, and they were the kind that provided 20 attribute points each, would they question their entire existence? "Leader, we are willing to follow and go open up the front lines." As the words were spoken, someone stepped forward, reaching for the pile of attribute crystals on the ground. Since resistance was impossible, it was better to gain some benefit than nothing at all. "Wait." His body trembled and Xiao Liang's voice reached his ears. "You take 5. The professional struggled internally but ultimately did not dare to disobey Xiao Liang's words and sensibly took only 5. The next few professionals who stepped forward also took only 5. Even so, it was a considerable gain of 25 attribute points, a not insignificant improvement. Fierce Lion Hu-Tu, Xiao. Liang said indifferently as Hu-Tu stepped forward, "You, take 20. Hu-Tu nodded and took 20 attribute crystals. The other professionals trembled upon hearing this. Although they felt some resentment, they didn't say much more. As the only 4-turn professional among them, Fierce Lion Hu-Tu's strength far surpassed theirs, and he indeed possessed the qualification. Then, as the last professional stepped forward, Zhao Liang raised his eyes and said, "Take all the rest." There were more than 20 attribute crystals left on the ground. This time, the faces of the previous professionals showed expressions of resentment. "Commander, this is unfair," someone protested. "If brother who can take 20, we'll accept it, but why can this junior take so much?" Many professionals looked at Xiao Liang. "Why?" Xiao Liang shrugged and smiled maliciously. "The reason she can take more than you is very simple. It's because she's stronger than you and much stronger." He looked at the girl who had picked up all the attribute crystals and said, "What, do you want me to help convince them?" Facing Xiao Liang's gaze, Hu Liuli shook her head, "No need. If they're not satisfied, I'll convince them myself." The Qingshui City Leveling Grand Alliance was successfully established. However, before the group could even set out to level up and fight monsters, they encountered other troubles. To call it trouble might not be entirely accurate. In fact, Xiao Liang, who had appointed himself the leader of the Grand Alliance, did not consider any of the current events as trouble at all. He watched the few people confronting each other with great interest, quite anticipating the next development. On the scene, several guild leaders glanced at the girl Hu Liuli, who was not yielding in terms of aura, and then looked at Fierce Lion Hu-Tu beside her, saying, "Guildmaster Hu, what do you say?" Although Hu Liuli was a junior, she was after all the most beloved granddaughter of Old Man Hu, so they had to give her some face. "What do I say?" Hu-Tu shook his head, completely unconcerned. "It's the young people's business, let her resolve it herself." "Don't mind me. Guildmaster Hu, are you serious?" The eyes of several guild leaders flashed, and it was clear that a different kind of light had appeared in them. With all these things mixed together, they clearly had a lot of pent-up resentment. Of course, they dared not vent this resentment on Xiao Liang, who could send someone to resurrection with a single punch, but dealing with a junior seemed to be no problem. Although they didn't understand Old Man Hu's attitude, since he had said those words in front of everyone, it was clearly difficult to go back on his word. With their thoughts racing, a professional stepped forward and said to Hu Liuli, "Little girl, let uncle have a look. How are you going to convince uncle?" As he spoke, the professional raised the weapon in his hand. The weapon he used was a slender rapier, and his profession was clearly a branch of the swordsman class. "Go ahead, don't worry, I'll keep it within limits." The swordsman class inherently had a low spirit attribute. Although he couldn't see Hu Liuli's specific information, he didn't think it was a big problem. "Alright, then I won't be polite." Hu Liuli's imposing aura surged forth. Two small, crimson horns sprouted from her forehead, and fine, crimson scales flickered on her neck. The third-turn professional wielding the rapier felt an inexplicable dread, and his sword moved. Like a storm, a flurry of strikes aimed at Hu Liuli. In an instant, countless blows had been delivered. However, it was all in vain. Hu Liuli charged forward, extending her hand and unleashing a punch. The rapier strikes landed on Hu Liuli, raining down like raindrops, and a cascade of damage numbers appeared. Yet, the damage values were far from satisfactory. -1, -1, -1, -1. The swordsman's skill relied on a barrage of rapid attacks to deal damage. Each individual strike wasn't particularly powerful. For targets with low defense, this rapid swordplay could inflict massive damage. But the current outcome was that his rapid sword strikes, as a third-turn professional, couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. His voice was abruptly cut off as a fist, also adorned with faintly visible crimson scales, landed squarely on his face. With a muffled thud, the third-turn swordsman was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. The damage numbers that popped up simultaneously, while not as terrifying as Xiao Liang's earlier, were still shocking. -458,454. This punch dealt half the damage of Xiao Liang's. "Interesting." Xiao Liang's eyes lit up, and he nodded in approval. What followed was only natural. Having witnessed Hu Liuli's outrageously high defense and equally terrifying attack power, the remaining guild leaders had lost the will to resist. Ultimately, with a wave of Xiao Liang's hand, Hu Liuli was appointed as the second commander of the Great Alliance. Watching Hu Liuli, Fierce Lion Hu-Tu's eyes were filled with relief. He had known for a long time that his granddaughter had successfully skipped a rank and become a fourth-turn professional, the Dragon Girl. A profession that cost a dragon heart, equivalent to trading a dragon for it, was naturally incomparable to ordinary professions. Hu-Tu had already tried. Even his blazing wild lion couldn't be fierce in front of the Dragon Girl, only managing to be easily suppressed. As for his granddaughter's classmate, Bai Xingxi, who had brought all of this about, Hu-Tu felt not just surprise, but also a deep sense of apprehension and fear. He knew that his granddaughter's incredible gift would not have come without a price. He had already prepared himself for the entire 100 Beasts Guild to serve him. Compared to the Dragon Girl profession, everything was worth it. After transforming into the dragon girl, his granddaughter would embark on a unique path of advancement. It was clearly a path that could lead to immense power. With these thoughts, the main force had arrived at the city gates. Looking at the massive protective magic array enveloping the city, the hearts of many professionals couldn't help but clench. The despair they felt during the monster invasion of the city was still fresh in their minds. Xiao Liang, however, paid them no mind and boldly called out, "Who's going out with me in the first wave to clear out the monsters near the city gates?" This was clearly an attempt to clear a space for the professionals who would follow to establish a foothold. As his words fell and the professionals exchanged glances, a voice shouted, "I will." It was Fierce Lion Hu Tuesday. Knowing that Xiao Liang was undoubtedly Bai Xingqi's direct subordinate, he naturally wanted to perform well and not back down at this moment. Hu Liuli also responded, "Count me in." Seeing their guild leader step forward, the members of the 100 Beasts Guild shouted in unison, "We'll fight." 2. What are you shouting about? Xiao Liang rolled his eyes and glanced at Hu Liuli. "One of you is enough," he said. "For insurance, let's add your grandfather. Everyone else can rest for now." With that, he paid no mind to the others and walked towards the city gates with his battle axe. The city's protective magic array was quite peculiar. It only affected those going out, not those coming in. Xiao Liang walked through it casually, as if sinking into water, and emerged outside without a sound. Hu Tu and Hu Liuli quickly followed. "Grandpa, stay behind me and watch my back later. Let me test the strength of this profession first," Hu Liuli said. However, upon hearing this, Hu Tu glared at her and feigned anger. "What, are you already tired of your old grandpa? Do you think I'd hide behind my dear granddaughter?" Hu Liuli sighed inwardly with helplessness. Her intention was indeed to worry that the monsters outside might be too strong for her grandfather to handle. She could have expected him to resist this, but she had also made up her mind that during the upcoming battle she would pay close attention and try to deal with the monsters first, even if it made her grandfather unhappy, to prevent any irreversible damage to him. After transferring to become a dragon girl, she had gained considerable confidence in her own strength. However, as they walked out of the protective magic array, the two of them realized they had overthought things. There was no opportunity for them to act at all. Xiao Liang swung his battle axe like a windmill, shouting excitedly, "You two watch from behind and don't let any stray monsters get close." Outside the protective magic array of Clear Water City, the roars of monsters were incessant. Yet, facing such a large number of terrifying monsters, one professional showed no fear, piercing directly into the monster horde like a sharp blade. The one immersed in this ecstatic battle was, of course, Xiao Liang, the self-proclaimed leader of the Great Alliance. Having emerged from the Grey Realm, his attribute panel already far surpassed that of ordinary professionals. His third-tier profession, Rage Warrior, while somewhat fragile and prone to failure, possessed considerable output capabilities. Now, having advanced to the fourth tier as an unyielding warrior, his weakness of being easily killed had been addressed. Furthermore, having obtained a large number of attribute crystals from Bai Xingqi, his current strength had clearly reached another level. The monsters near the city, though terrifyingly powerful, could only be harvested helplessly in the face of his full-power assault. Recalling Bai Xingqi's astonishing ability to instantly kill monsters just by passing by, Xiao Liang was still not satisfied with his own monster-killing efficiency. At this moment, the two behind him were already in deep shock. They had thought this person, who could nearly kill someone with a single punch and was already terrifyingly powerful, had not truly revealed his strength with that previous punch. A never-fading mist of blood surged around Xiao Liang, a testament to his rage being in a state of eruption. Consequently, boosted by the blood mist, his attack power and attack speed had significantly increased. Even the mutated monsters couldn't withstand too many of his axe chops. However, in contrast, his health bar was precariously low. Amidst the siege of monsters, his health bar danced on the edge of a cliff, dropping from full to a quarter, then to critically low, and finally to a mere sliver of health. The two watching from behind were utterly horrified and almost rushed forward to rescue Xiao Liang. But it was clearly too late. They had expected Xiao Liang to die under the claws of the monsters, only to suddenly find that the sliver of health remaining was unbelievably resilient. Under the fierce attacks of numerous mutated monsters, his sliver of health remained unchanged, showing no sign of being killed at all. This was precisely the trait of the unyielding warrior. Upon taking fatal damage, their health bar wouldn't immediately empty. Instead, they would enter an unyielding state, locking their health at the last sliver and maintaining it for a certain duration. Even with his health so critically low, Xiao Liang remained unfazed. With a hearty laugh, he swung his battle axe repeatedly, felling most of the monsters before him. When only 3 weakened monsters remained, he stopped pressing his attack and sprinted backward. As he ran, he shouted, "Cover me!" The two behind him immediately surged forward. Hu Tu transformed into his blazing lion state, leading the charge and blocking the path of the 3 weakened monsters. Hu Liuli's reaction was equally swift. As Hu Tu transformed into the blazing lion, she had already taken on her dragon girl form and charged forward. Despite only having 2 short dragon horns and still being in human form, her strength had increased immeasurably. With a stomp of her foot, sending flying, the dragon girl Hu Liuli leaped into the air, surpassing the blazing lion's flight path and heading straight for the three monsters. Who too, now? The blazing lion watched in disbelief as his granddaughter flew past him and into the encirclement of the three monsters. A surge of anxiety coursed through him and flames erupted from his lion form, propelling him forward at an accelerated pace. But it was no longer necessary. Once Hu Liuli was surrounded, she immediately drew the attention of all three monsters. The three monsters simultaneously launched their attacks at her. As the blazing lion Hu too watched with wide, furious eyes, Hu Liuli's body became covered in fine, crimson dragon scales. While the monsters' attacks weren't entirely unable to penetrate her defenses, they were significantly weakened. Such attacks were far from fatal for her. Hu Liuli possessed no fancy combat techniques. She simply swung her arms repeatedly, striking back at the three monsters with raw power. The three monsters roared in agony, clearly taking considerable damage from Hu Liuli's assault. Hu Tu finally arrived at this moment. Between his claw strikes, torrents of flame surged forward, joining Hu Liuli in battling the three mutated monsters. Roar! Suddenly, a sound emanated from Hu Liuli's throat. It was akin to a dragon's roar, yet subtly different. The next moment, a stream of crimson flame erupted from her open mouth, aimed directly at the three monsters before her. This flame was clearly comparable to the dragon breath of the dragon race, possessing astonishing power. The three monsters, already weakened, roared as they were engulfed by the crimson flames and dissipated into white light. Hu Liuli, almost single-handedly, had defeated the three mutated monsters. For a rank. For professional in Clearwater City, this was an almost unbelievable feat. The blazing lion Hu Tu looked at Hu Liuli with immense excitement. The sheer power of the dragon girl profession far exceeded his imagination. At this moment, Xiao Liang's voice could be heard from behind them again. He had run a full circle like a whirlwind and was now returning. His health bar, which had been at its absolute limit, was now rapidly recovering, quickly returning to 60 to 70%. This was also one of the characteristics of the unyielding warrior. While his health was locked, he could confidently attack without fear of death. Then, just before the locked health state expired, he could disengage and use other professional skills for rapid recovery. This cycle made their combat endurance remarkably strong. Of course, this was contingent on having teammates who could help him safely navigate the weakened period after the unyielding state. The two who had accompanied him out of the city had clearly served as reliable teammates. You two are very good, Xiao Liang said, nodding heavily at them. Then, pointing to the few gray crystals that had fallen to the ground, he said, let's pick these things up first and then we can let them out. The leveling alliance had officially begun. Within the gray realm, Bai Xingqi let out a deep breath. For some time now, he had been leaning against the gray wall, entering the training room to kill monsters precisely on time and spending the rest of his time quietly waiting to absorb the gray mist. Unknowingly, as he leaned against the gray wall, he noticed that the gray mist before him had become thin. Except for the area behind the gray wall, he could now see the end of the gray realm at a glance. Within the gray realm, Bai Xingqi leaned against the gray wall and looked back the way he came. The vast expanse before him had, in his eyes, transformed into distinct layers of gray and white blocks. The gray mist, which had once been so dense it obscured his vision, had become extremely thin. The area nearby, where the gray was denser, was clearly the original third layer of the gray realm. Further ahead was the second layer, and the thinnest area in the far distance was clearly the first layer. As for the outer layers of the gray realm, they had now completely disappeared. Bai Xingqi surmised that perhaps the gray mist had completely dispersed after being absorbed by his training room. This gray realm was, after all, a very peculiar place, not to be understood by common sense. And after absorbing so much gray mist, the strengthening of the training room within his body was clearly very gratifying. The training room, which was originally only level 3, had now been upgraded to level 6. Black Iron Training Room, LV6. Current/maximum. Simultaneous monster capacity 30/60ths capacity +1 for every 1000 monsters killed. Monster kill experience bonus 60%, item drop rate bonus 60%, all attributes +6 for every 100 monsters killed. The daily usable time had also increased significantly, reaching 8 hours. And at the current rate of improvement, Bai Xingqi estimated that if he absorbed the remaining 3 thin layers before him, it would be entirely possible to upgrade the training room to level 7 or even level 8. To continue upgrading the training room in the future, he would likely have to set his sights on the gray wall behind him. However, looking at the gray wall, which still appeared exceptionally resilient, Bai Xingqi felt a sense of helplessness. Even by staying close here, it seemed unrealistic for the training room to autonomously absorb the gray mist from the gray wall. He clenched his fist and punched the gray wall behind him with all his might. With his current strength, the impact of his attack was far greater than when Xiao Liang swung his battle axe. The gray wall let out a loud clang, and a large chunk of the wall broke off from his punch. This piece of wall separated from the main body of the gray wall and, like ingredients dropped into hot oil, instantly transformed into surging gray mist. This gray mist rushed forward, eager to fill the area ahead. If left unchecked, the layers of the gray realm, which had become thin and were on the verge of dispersing and disappearing, would return to their original state. But Bai Xingqi didn't need to act. As the detached wall turned into gray mist, the training room within his body, like a ravenous giant whale, suddenly opened its maw and began to devour the mist. The training room, which had already reached level 6, was rapidly improving. As time passed, the training room within him advanced from level 6 to level 7. And this, of course, was far from the end. While rapidly absorbing the gray mist, Bai Xingqi's hands did not stop, and he continued to attack the gray wall. With the intensity of his attacks, even the majestic and incredibly resilient gray wall had large chunks of its structure knocked loose. As more and more wall sections were dislodged, the surrounding gray mist began to thicken once more. The dense gray fog naturally became nourishment for the training room within Bai Xingqi's body. Level 8, Level 9. The training room within Bai Xingqi's body was rapidly leveling up. As the absorbed gray fog reached a certain limit, Bai Xingqi sensed the entire training room begin to vibrate violently. When the vibration subsided, Bai Xingqi entered the training room once more and found that the scene before him had changed dramatically. Firstly, in terms of space, the training room was now more than 10 times larger than before. Besides this, the biggest change was the dark stone tablet standing in the center of the training room. At this moment, the stone tablet was no longer black but had turned to shining silver. Silver Training Room, LV1. Bai Xingqi couldn't stop himself, continuing to hammer the gray walls, causing the falling wall fragments to continuously transform into gray fog. Level 2, Level 3. The Silver Training Room also continued to level up. Silver Training Room, LV9, current monster capacity 900, capacity +1 for every 1000 monsters killed, monster kill experience bonus, 900% item drop rate bonus, 900% plus 90 all attributes for every 100 monsters killed. Compared to the Black Iron Training Room, there was clearly a significant improvement. Grinding monsters in this Silver Training Room would undoubtedly be much faster than before. When the training room within his body reached the Gold Training Room tier, Bai Xingqi finally stopped attacking the gray walls for a moment. He could sense that if he continued to attack, the gray wall might collapse in the next moment. It was an unfounded yet certain feeling. After a brief moment of thought, Bai Xingqi decided to temporarily exit the gray realm. It was not yet time to completely destroy the gray wall. In fact, the entire gray realm was almost non-existent. Almost all the gray fog had been absorbed by his training room, and only the gray wall area remained in the gray realm. He took a step forward, and the next moment, it felt like entering a teleportation array. A moment later, he reappeared in the outside world. Upon reappearing in the outside world, he immediately saw a giant red dragon, roaring in the sky, spewing dragon breath and attacking the mutated monsters. This was clearly Hulioli. Having transferred to become a dragon girl, she could transform directly from her dragon girl form into a giant dragon form after meeting certain conditions. In that state, both her offensive and defensive capabilities would see a significant leap. Even compared to a true giant dragon, she was not inferior. Besides this red dragon, another person's performance on the field was also very eye-catching. It was Qiao Liang, who wielded his battle axe like a windmill. As an unyielding warrior, even when surrounded by monsters, he had no need to worry about his own safety. As long as he didn't get reckless and retreated before his unyielding state disappeared, he could charge back in after his health recovered and be a hero again. Hu Lioli in her dragon form and Xiao Liang were responsible for nearly 90% of the output of the leveling Grand Alliance. The remaining professionals had formed suitable squads, advancing steadily. While they might not achieve great feats, they could at least ensure their own safety for the time being. Bai Xingqi smiled slightly and did not join their ranks. The development of Clearwater City could not rely on him alone. He could be a nanny for a while, but he couldn't be one forever. Clearwater City. Every professional's face was filled with anticipation for the future. They had never imagined that in just a few months, their levels and strength could increase so much. Everything was clearly thanks to the leveling Grand Alliance. Nowadays, every professional's attribute panel far exceeds previous understandings. Currently, as long as one has reached the third turn/rank, they can, relying on their own attribute panel, solo low-level mutated monsters in the leveling area near the city gate, completely, without needing the help of large alliances for leveling. And during these past few months, it's not as if Outer City forces haven't coveted the resources of Clearwater City, but each time they reached out, Bai Xingqi struck them back. Thanks to Bai Xingqi's strength, Clearwater City now tightly holds the gray crystal resources, developing at a rapid pace. Professionals of the second, third, and even fourth and fifth turns are countless. This is clearly no longer something a level 3 city can achieve. Even Black Mountain City, a level 2 city, is far inferior to Clearwater City in terms of overall strength. At this moment, in the Transmigration Temple, Bai Xingqi stood before the Transmigration Divine Stone. It was evident that his plan had succeeded. The Transmigration Divine Stone before him had reached a level where it could support reincarnation. Logically, with his current strength, reincarnation was not an urgent matter. But for him, who had made thorough preparations, the sooner he reincarnated, the more he could earn. At this moment, he was the only one in the hall. Even the transmigration guide, Zhu Xiaoyu, had been sent away. Taking a deep breath, he placed his palm on the divine stone and initiated reincarnation. Rays of light projected from the divine stone and the stone began to shake violently. At this moment, as the branch hall master of Clearwater City, he, who had a deep connection with this transmigration divine stone, also perceived more information. TSK, falling victim to the information gap. So, once reincarnated, all divine stones are linked. It seems other temples already know about my reincarnation. I wonder if there are any muddle-headed individuals who might want to cause trouble during this opportunity? Bai Xingqi shook his head indifferently. It's better if they don't come. If they really do, the superficial peace between us will be difficult to maintain. Reincarnation continued. Soon, after the light enveloping Bai Xingqi's body dissipated, he had once again become a first-turn professional from his original fifth turn. Tisk, do I really have to be so fated with this physician profession? After reincarnation, he had, surprisingly, still become a novice physician. Bai Xingqi was not overly disappointed and directly entered the training room. He did not choose to hunt monsters immediately. Instead, he opened his attribute panel. The panel attributes were indeed much fewer compared to him before reincarnation. However, what had been cleared were only the attributes added by the transmigration. The attribute points he had gained from the training room still existed. He hadn't expected this and it was a pleasant surprise. In addition, after reincarnation, the growth rate of attribute points had doubled compared to before reincarnation. Now, 1 point of attribute value had the strength equivalent to 2 points before reincarnation. Of course, this was under the premise of the same job tier, and the preparations he had made were within this training room that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the center of the training room was a 7-colored, shining stone tablet. It represented that his training room's tier had reached an unimaginable level, and in the open space beside it, piles of attribute crystals were stacked like small mountains. There were dozens of such mountains. This was precisely the capital he had prepared for his reincarnation. Bai Xingqi plunged into these small mountains, consuming the nearly endless attribute crystals to his heart's content. His attribute panel was rapidly increasing. Bai Xingqi reappeared in the outside world. At this moment, he placed his palm on the transmigration divine stone and directly initiated transmigration. With practiced ease, he quickly completed the transmigration, becoming a second-turn professional once again. As expected after reincarnation, this time the 5-star difficulty quest rewarded double the attribute points, not just an additional 50%. However, when he reappeared after completing his job change, he found more than a dozen uninvited guests in the temple. You've come quite quickly. It was clear his guess was right. There were indeed some addle-brained individuals who had come, and their numbers were far greater than he had imagined. In a short span of moments, more vortexes of light appeared, and the temple was suddenly filled with over a dozen more people. These people were not all from the job change temple system. With over 30 professionals combined, they had clearly paid a hefty price to be teleported here. Branch Master Bai, let's discuss something. We should at least get a share of the gray crystal output from Clearwater City. Bai Xingqi smiled. Clearwater City has been producing gray crystals for more than a day or two. Why are you only coming now? Isn't it because Branch Master Bai is reincarnating today? We've come to offer our congratulations. Are you bullying me because I just reincarnated and am at my weakest? If Branch Master Bai puts it that way, we won't deny it. It was evident that the previous Bai Xingqi was outrageously strong, and anyone who dared to make a move was severely beaten down. Even though they coveted Clearwater City's gray crystal output, they dared not act rashly. Now that they had encountered Bai Xingqi's reincarnation, they were unwilling to let such a golden opportunity pass them by. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed, and a giant red dragon broke through the temple roof and flew directly in. Outside the temple doors below, a figure wielding a battle axe charged straight in. Behind them, there were lions enveloped in flames and a large number of professionals. Hu Liuli, Xiao Liang. One by one, they were all the strongest professionals in Clearwater City at present. Above Zhu Xiaoyu's head, an angelic figure appeared clearly and walked slowly. Branch Master, you secretly sent me away. I knew you were going to reincarnate in secret. So you betrayed me and brought people to surround me? But Zhu Xiaoyu almost couldn't maintain the angel descent skill of God descendant. She rolled her eyes. We came to save you, can't you tell? Ha, just kidding, don't take it seriously. Bai Xingqi smiled and waved his hand, saying, you guys have time to level up. Honestly, I don't even care about these dozens of small fries. As he spoke, he took a step forward and punched a professional. -99999999999. A terrifying damage number exploded from the professional, and they instantly turned into white light and disappeared. So after reincarnation, as long as the attack power is sufficient, you can ignore the bloodlock state of the lock of life. That's interesting. However, no one present had the mind to listen to such words anymore. Their eyes widened, and they exclaimed in disbelief, impossible. How can such attack power exist in the world? Impossible? Of course it's possible, if your attribute panel can also reach 1 billion. Bai Xingqi revealed a strange smile and removed the restrictions on his attribute panel, displaying it to everyone present. The numbers on it were as follows. Constitution 10000000000, Strength 10000000000, Agility 10000000000. Such a fact completely plunged everyone into confusion. Is this the terror of the attribute era? A professional muttered and then saw a fist coming towards him. He didn't even have the thought to dodge. Since you're here, at least leave behind a resurrection chance. In the future, help me spread the word and don't come here to deliver food for no reason. In the job transfer temple, Bai Xingqi gazed at the dozens of high-level professionals with an unruffled expression. From the moment he amassed 10 billion attribute points, a new chapter had begun. No matter how many dangers this world held, with 10 billion attribute points as his starting point, he possessed the confidence to flatten everything. The end.